This is absolutely the most satisfying post-apocalyptic novel I've ever read. Typhoons, floods, extreme cold, high temperatures, earthquakes, tsunamis, pestilence, acid rain. The female protagonist, an orphan, has experienced all of the above within a mere 3 years. In the end, I couldn't escape the betrayal of the CAD and my best friend's sneak attack. After the female protagonist is reborn 3 days before the apocalypse occurs. Utilizing the experience from their previous life, they embarked on the most thrilling revenge against the Nanja. Jiang Ning stared at the familiar scene in disbelief, slightly dazed. She had actually returned to the apartment she had lived in 3 years ago. 3 years ago, a super typhoon brought 3 months of torrential rain, flooding the entire city. After the typhoon ended, various natural disasters took their turn, obliterating the majority of humanity. Before the end of days, his heartbreaker boyfriend secretly gave her jade pendant she bought from Pinksy to her. I never expected the pendant to have a strange space inside. In order to claim the space for themselves, they pushed her off the 2nd floor. The sound of a series of messages on her phone pulled her back to reality that it's now 9:40 a.m. on September 4th, 2023. There are less than 3 days left until the super typhoon arrives. Since Jiang Ning has come back, there's no intention of giving up and surrendering. Remove a needle, pierce your finger, and let the blood drop onto the pendant purchased from Pinksy. The next second, the pendant burst into red light, taking him into an empty room whose layout was similar to that of an apartment. A 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of about 90 square meters. There's also a small plot of land of about 1,015 square meters on the balcony. The wall of the living room reflects a futuristic countdown timer. After leaving the space, a memory of a room popped into Jiang Ning's mind. As long as she focuses her spirit, she can perform the operation of storing and retrieving any item within the room. The countdown only starts when people enter, otherwise, it remains in a stationary state. Food placed in this state, regardless of how long it's left in, it's always in the state it was when put in. With the space pendant, Jiang Ning is confident that he can get through all natural disasters, and he also wants to take the chance to severely retaliate against those scum couple. Jiang Ning took out paper and pen and listed all the supplies he could think of. The list of medicines alone took up 3A4 pages. Some of the medicines couldn't even be found in pharmacies. Jiang Ning mentioned that he had a primary school classmate named Zhang Chao, who worked as a pharmaceutical representative. After contacting Zhang Chao, he made up an excuse that a customer needed to order 50,000 yuan worth of medicine from him, demanding that the goods be delivered tonight. After hanging up with Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning rented a small van and followed up by ordering 2 gold vault-level steel doors from the renovation company to ensure that no one could break them open. The cost for the installer alone is as high as 10,000 yuan. If the family gives the installer the go-ahead, let them install it now. Jiang Ning turned around and went to the glass shop across the street to order the highest specification of explosion-proof glass. Just like before, after leaving the address, he had the master go and install it directly. Following Jiang Ning, we drove to the largest clothing wholesale market in the city. Insulating military overcoats, down jackets, thermal clothing, scarves, gloves, woolen socks, warm boots, hiking boots, snow boots, all of these items together cost a total of 20,000 yuan. The boss had all these things loaded into the rented truck. After closing the door, Jiang Ning put all the supplies into the house within the space. Due to the fact that diesel for the inflatable boats cannot be purchased privately. Luckily, the truck is a diesel model. After filling the truck up, I drove it to a deserted location and then pumped the diesel into the oil drums that had been prepared in advance. Jiang Ning ran through all the gas stations in the city one after another and finally managed to get 20 drums of diesel. Time is pressing. Jiang Ning couldn't afford a moment's rest and drove to the city's largest outdoor equipment wholesale market again. Just in time, I stumbled upon a store that's transferring ownership and the boss is having a clearance sale. Inflatable boats, first aid kits, tents, axes, climbing ropes, telescopes, radios, waterproof flashlights, extremely low temperature-proof jackets, and cold-resistant sleeping bags. And there's even a super large capacity solar charger. I bought the most expensive ones. After spending another 30,000 yuan, Jiang Ning arrived at the daily necessities wholesale market. Laundry detergent, shower gel, shampoo, toothbrush, toothpaste, lighter, thermos flask, heat patch, down quilt, alcohol stove, alcohol block, induction cooker. Of course, there's the most important item of all, sanitary napkins. Whatever comes to mind, Jiang Ning hasn't missed a single one. After purchasing daily necessities, Jiang Ning turned to the neighboring fruit wholesale market and bought 10,000 yuan worth of fruit. These fruits can be stored in the pendant space for decades without going bad. After everything was done, it was already dark. Glancing at the message from Zhang Chao on her phone, Jiang Ning drove towards Zhang Chaos Company. Half an hour later, as she saw the full 20-plus boxes of medicine in front of her, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. This was the most precious thing in the end times. Before loading the truck, Jiang Ning hinted to Zhang Chao about the incoming typhoon. Stock up on supplies at home. She didn't know if he would take it to heart. The most painful thing in life is knowing that the end is coming, yet you can't save anyone else. Jiang Ning thought that if she really said it out loud, she would definitely be considered a madman. After stowing the medicine in the space, Jiang Ning arrived at the university town and enjoyed a hearty barbecue feast. Beer and river crayfish. This might be the last time she dined at a night market, perhaps. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ning asked the boss for the contact information of the coal ball, and liquefied gas cellar. Taking advantage of the night, Jiang Ning drove to the seller's place. He bought 500 gene of charcoal, 20 gas cylinders, and only 2,000 coal balls, as they were quite expensive. By the time Jiang Ning returned to the residential area, it was already 10 p.m. Stepping into the space, she was struck by the abundance of supplies, and Jiang Ning exclaimed with a sigh, "Spending money here is like water flowing away." In just one day, she had already spent half of her savings. Suddenly, everything turned dark, and Jiang Ning was kicked out of the space. She focused her attention to re-enter, but an invisible barrier stood in her way. Jiang Ning's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the space had embezzled all her supplies? After scanning the space with his mind, Jiang Ning found that the countdown in the living room had turned to return. That only then did Jiang Ning realize that people could only stay in this space for 2 hours after the time limit was exceeded. They would be ejected from the space. That after taking a comfortable bath, Jiang Ning found that the timer in the space had been refreshed. It seemed the refresh speed was quite fast. After a few hours of simple sleep, Jiang Ning arrived at the farmer's market by 5 a.m. the next morning. People who have ever rushed through a big market know that the vegetables and fruits during this time are the freshest. Carrots, winter melons, tomatoes, eggplants, green beans, and plums are all must-haves. Garlic, scallions, ginger, chili peppers are absolutely indispensable. Soybeans, rice, cooking oil, eggs, flour, beef, mutton, pork, fish, chicken, duck, and meat, and the most important various spices in the end times. Incidentally, I bought a few knives for self-defense and bone-cutting knives. The sound of the space balcony's 10 or so square meters of land. Jiang Ning bought various fruit seedlings and a large batch of vegetable seeds. Worrying about missing anything, Jiang Ning spent an entire day at the farmer's market. After arriving home, Jiang Ning slumped onto the sofa. Glancing at the remaining 20,000 yuan in the bank account, he silently opened the food delivery app. Piled high were orders for all sorts of delicious dishes: big fish, meat, grilled skewers, buns, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, and spicy soup. A total of 20,000 yuan worth of delectable treats were all stored in the space. Having finished everything, Jiang Ning stood silently on the balcony, watching the city at its last moment. She always felt as if she had missed something, yet she could never quite recall what it was. At midnight, Jiang Ning noticed that the timer in the space had increased to 2 hours and 10 minutes. It seemed that the time in this space could be accumulated. Upon this realization, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. As long as he could hide in the space during the time of the disaster, he would survive. The next day, Jiang Ning was awakened by the phone call from the renovation worker. It took the worker nearly half of the morning to finally install the explosion-proof door and explosion-proof glass. After seeing off the master, Jiang Ning received a call from her boyfriend, Yang Wei. "Ning, it's my birthday party tonight. Don't be late," Yang Wei said. Yang Wei lives on the 8th floor, while Jiang Ning lives on the 18th floor. If you only listen to his voice, Yang Wei sounds like a sunny, neighborly boy next door, gentle. But Jiang Ning, who has lived a second life, has long seen through his true face. He clearly likes Su Yao, but always treats her as a backup plan, using her for convenience. After deceiving Yang Wei, Jiang Ning immediately blocked him on the spot. Following Jiang Ning, they drove to the city's library. Avoiding the surveillance, she sneakily placed all the books she wanted into the space. Jiang Ning thought that if one day the natural disasters ended, these books could quickly help humans establish a new civilization. She isn't a saint, but if she could save human civilization by the way, that would be even better. After returning the car to the rental company, the boss refunded Jiang Ning 3,000 yuan as a deposit. These 3,000 yuan are now her entire savings. On the way back, the typhoon actually started earlier than expected. Howling gales flipped pedestrians over on the streets. The girl in a skirt, disregarding the embarrassment, clutched the utility pole by the roadside with all her might. Jiang Ning kept refreshing the ride-hailing app over and over again. Finally, it took a red packet of 500 yuan to finally flag down a black SUV. The car owner is in his early 20s, standing tall at 1.85 meters with a particularly handsome and cold appearance. In the back seat sits a cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old. Jiang Ning marvels that if it weren't for the coming apocalypse, she would definitely go after him. The man flooring the accelerator, he drives to the community in mere minutes. As he got off the bus, Jiang Ning reminded the man that the typhoon would be severe. It's still not too late to stock up on supplies now. With that, he quickly rushed into the elevator. After Jiang Ning stepped out of the elevator, she saw Yang Wei and Su Yao standing at her door. But as soon as she saw Jiang Ning, Yang Wei instantly became cold. Why didn't you come to my birthday? Jiang Ning stared at him coldly with a look of disdain. Are we that familiar? Why should I go to your birthday? Hearing this, Su Yao, with a face full of bitter tea, acted as a mediator. Today is your senior's birthday, and everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing him say this, Jiang Ning mockingly commented, Are you deaf? Did you not understand what I just said? At this moment, Yang Wei was clearly losing face, and he pulled Su Yao to leave. But Su Yao's gaze fell on the pendant around Jiang Ning's neck. Jiang Ning, that pendant you are wearing looks really nice. Can I have it transferred to me? I don't mind the price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was suddenly startled. It seems they know about the secret of the pendant space. Otherwise, why would they deceive and trick her into giving up the pendant in the past life? Jiang Ning couldn't figure out how they knew. Looking up at Su Yao, she asked, Do you want it? Su Yao was about to speak when she saw Jiang Ning grab the pendant and hung to sides Ladisha. The pendant shattered instantly into a pile of debris. After the spatial binding, the pendant was useless long ago. Now, only Jiang Ning can open the space. Yang Wei, with a dark face, pulled Su Yao and grumbled into the elevator. After they left, Jiang Ning hurriedly entered the room and locked the explosion-proof door. Jiang Ning did not rest the entire night. With the fierce storm and heavy rain battering the city, it wouldn't be long before the water and electricity were cut off. Jiang Ning did her best to cook as much food as possible and then put it into the space. This way, once the end of the world truly arrives, she could simply take it out of the space and still enjoy hot meals. The second day, Jiang Ning was only woken up by the sound of a power drill at noon. Dark clouds obscured the sky, torrential rain and typhoons howled. The whole world was pitch black, not a trace of daylight could be seen. The owner's group has been chaotic for a while now. Some are celebrating while others are worried. Short video platforms are filled with videos from the disaster-stricken cities. Trees were blown up by the wind, roots and all. Those who couldn't make it home saw their vehicles swept into the river. The massive tornado lifted the iron sheets of the factory into the sky. The whole world was filled with wails. Just as I put down my phone, the sound of an electric drill resumed. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. The sound seemed to be coming from the room next door. Yet she was certain that the 18th floor only had her living there. In the faintness, Jiang Ning also heard the sound of a child. Curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the door, heading towards the next door, 1801. Circling around the open door, Jiang Ning saw the man who had driven him yesterday. To his astonishment, the man had installed 3 explosion-proof doors at home. The man smiled and signaled to Jiang Ning, then continued to use the electric drill. Jiang Ning, with a sense of tact, retreated back to her own room, feeling somewhat at a loss. This life is clearly different from the last one. The typhoon came several hours earlier, and she even had a handsome new neighbor to add to the mix. Could it be that her rebirth has altered something? Jiang Ning's mind was unusually clear. No matter how handsome a man might be, Jiang Ning didn't intend to lower her guard around her. In the past life, she had witnessed countless people lose their humanity in the face of natural disasters. In the afternoon, the typhoon intensified even more. The heavy rain kept pounding against the explosion-proof glass, making a thunderous sound. In just one day, the streets turned into rivers. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be about to crush the entire city. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and took out a telescope to gaze at the entire city. A massive tornado far away connected the heavens and the earth, rapidly heading towards the city. Everything in its path was shattered. This scene shocked Jiang Ning immensely. She couldn't recall any tornadoes in her memory from the last life. Could it be that her rebirth had affected many things, making the apocalypse even more tonlayer? Putting down the telescope, Jiang Ning faintly heard the cry of a child. Hesitating for a moment, she eventually knocked on the door of the room next door. After a long time, the child finally opened 3 explosion-proof doors. Seeing the girl's eyes red from crying, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, "Where's your dad?" The girl, her voice laced with sobs, said, "My brother doesn't know where he went." He also doesn't want Daodu anymore. Why did she say also? Did she get abandoned before? Looking at the 3 sturdy explosion-proof doors, Jiang Ning was very sure that the man had not left. Who would install 3 explosion-proof doors before abandoning a child? Jiang Ning temporarily brought the little girl back to her own home and pasted a note on the door next door as a reminder. Watching the off-world scenery outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder why the man would go out now. After finding an animated movie for Dodo, Jiang Ning started playing with her phone, only to receive a message from Yang Wei. "And Ning, I'm sorry," he wrote. "Yesterday, I was wrong not to get angry with you. It's because you didn't celebrate my birthday that I couldn't control my emotions." Reading Yang Wei's message, Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. Such a despicable wimp. It's truly a shame for his face that's all show and no substance. A moment of thought, and Jiang Ning realized. The people who came to celebrate the birthday must be many. I guess they are all trapped in his house by the typhoon now. The one who was usually so proud and never cooked at home can't be there for sure. It seems like they came to ask her for food. After quickly blocking Yang Wei, Jiang Ning kept scrolling down and even saw people boasting about eating hot pot, seafood, and drinking red wine. This group was also among the first to be robbed after experiencing widespread food shortages. Many of them sought help, saying that by the time they reached the supermarket, all the food had already been changwon. Some came up with smart ideas suggesting bartering for goods. Further down, a rescue video caught Jiang Ning's attention. A car was swept away by the flood in the video. A group of firefighters rushed to the rescue, braving life-threatening dangers. But it took only a moment for the torrent of water to engulf them, revealing the mercilessness of nature's disaster. Suddenly, Yang Wei's phone call interrupted Jiang Ning's train of thought. Turning off the phone, Jiang Ning turned her gaze to Dodo, lying on the sofa. She was curled up in a ball, looking extremely afraid. One wonders what she has experienced at such a young age. Having eaten something at random, Jiang Ning planted the fruit tree seedlings and greens he had bought earlier on the balcony of the space. Just as he stepped out of the space, Jiang Ning's explosion-proof door was knocked on. "Are you there, Ning? You've been cooking at home all the time, so your house must have food. Is it okay if I buy it from you at triple the price?" Looking at Jiang Ning, he didn't respond. Yang Wei's voice became increasingly unpleasant as it echoed through the 2 layers of explosion-proof doors. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 98. Mr. Lee, next week the new Forbes list will be unveiled. Surely, you can move up a few spots, right? You are only 25 this year, aren't you? In just 5 years, you've ascended from 4,000 to 40 billion. Could you possibly enlighten us on the secrets of your investment strategies? Mr. Lee, your net worth is now in the billions, with 7 listed companies under your name. Dio, you think I could serve as your humble assistant? Allow me to honor you with a toast. In the grand banquet hall, where glasses clinked and laughter echoed, the attendees were all billionaires at the very least. Yet, at this moment, they were all raising their glasses in admiration toward a young man. Li Yin wore a smile, emptying his cup with each toast. Time slipped by, and under the influence of alcohol, his consciousness began to wane. The sounds of conversation, flattery, and merriment faded into the distance, as if separated by an entire world. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Yin groggily surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback. Before him was not a resplendent banquet hall, but a modest room of less than 40 square meters, with a small kitchen and a bathroom combined. Opposite the bed stood an old, black and white television, while a small table beside it bore remnants of uneaten food, now emitting a sour odor. He instinctively pulled the curtains aside, and the morning sun cast a deep violet hue across the sky, mirroring his current dismay. "Am I not dreaming?" he murmured, vigorously rubbing his face, only to find the clarity of reality undeniable. "Ouch, Li Yin, a vagrant with a wife. Beyond that, I can't seem to recall anything else. It feels as though I bumped my head somewhere, leaving me in a daze." He casually switched on the television, just in time for the morning news broadcast. The host began, "Greetings to all our viewers. Today is December 6, 1998, according to the lunar calendar." Gulp. Li Yin swallowed hard, the host's articulate Mandarin reminding him of a crucial fact. He had traversed time and space. Landing in the late 98, just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Without a moment's thought, he approached and opened it. A woman in a light blue uniform, carrying groceries, stepped inside. Though clad in work attire, her figure was unmistakably alluring. She was in her 20s, the prime of her youth, a true beauty. Yet, she carried an air of coldness. From his fragmented memories, He recognized her as Qin Ruoxue, the wife of this body. Qin Ruoxue bypassed Li Yin and entered the room. Upon seeing the disorder, she sighed. Her brow furrowed, weariness etched across her face. She promptly removed her work uniform and began to tidy the mess on the nearby table. After a brief moment, she hesitated. Sitting at the foot of the bed, Li Yin, "Come here. I have something to discuss, though. I have something I wish to convey as well." At that moment, Li Yin was laboriously sifting through the scant memories in his mind. He recalled that Qin Ruoxue had been introduced to him by his mother 2 years prior, and they had married, yet their marriage remained unconsummated. The reasons were simple. He lacked ambition, and she felt insecure about their unstable life. Unwilling to surrender herself so easily, moreover, she aimed to push him towards self-improvement. Despite having a wife, he found himself in a state of bachelorhood, and over 3 years, their conflicts had escalated, rendering their relationship frosty. But these concerns were not at the forefront of Li Yan's mind. His singular thought was to earn a sum of money, for life in 98 promised to be exceedingly challenging. In 98, the financial storm had just passed. The stock market was not favorable. Real estate was not a viable option. Investing in the 2 horses? Too early. Diving into business? Too late. Most importantly, there was a lack of sufficient capital. Transportation? Lacking connections. Bitcoin? Not yet born. The internet? The bubbles in Wall Street and Silicon Valley were on the verge of bursting. No, that wouldn't work either. With the memories of his previous life coursing through him, visions of lucrative opportunities danced like fleeting shadows in his mind. Each one swiftly dismissed. It was then that a thought struck him. It was December 6, 1998, and New Year's Day approached. He recalled the shocking green bean contract at the Zheng Commodity Exchange, which would soon ignite a historic battle. With the right maneuvers, it could yield returns faster than any heist. As these thoughts crystallized, they sat across from one another at the table. Qin Ruoxue nervously fiddled with her clothing and softly said, "I want a divorce." Li Yin nodded, replying, "Very well. You can leave with nothing but yourself. The house will remain mine. 1 week later, I will buy you a larger one." At present, he possessed not a single cent to his name. The only asset he could leverage was this house. Though it might appreciate from its current value of 30,000 to 300,000 in 10 years, he viewed such a modest increase with disdain. You agree so readily?" Qin Ruoxue's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling with despair. "Li Yin, I've come to see through you. For 3 years, I have given you everything I could, except my body. I supported you. I endured your abuse. Yet, why did you squander my mother's medical funds on indulgences?" Li Yin frowned, realizing from his memories that the original owner had indeed taken a sum of money for a lavish spree. However, he had not anticipated that this money was meant for his mother-in-law's medical expenses. After a moment of silence, he replied, "In a week, I can offer you an additional 200,000. Your mother's illness is not grave." Qin Ruoxue let out a bitter laugh. "What do you intend to use to pay me? Sell your blood? You've long set your sights on this house, haven't you?" Li Yin found no justification to explain himself. His expression hardening. "Mind your own business. Hand over the property deed, and let's proceed with the divorce." Qin Ruoxue gritted her teeth, glancing at the cabinet before shaking her head. "This house is the only thing your mother left us. You mean to sell it? If you wish to sell, take me along as well." Tears streamed down Qin Ruoxue's cheeks, her heart shattering in that moment. Li Yin keenly observed her gaze, rising to approach the cabinet. In a panic, Qin Ruoxue blocked his path, shaking her head as she cried, "Li Yin, please, I beg you, don't sell the house. Let's live together, shall we?" Chapter 2. A week to wealth. Upon hearing Qin Ruoxue's words, a flicker of tenderness crossed Li Yan's heart. In his previous life, he had reveled in excess, dancing on a mountain of cash, with countless women yearning to be with him. Yet, never had a woman expressed a desire to share a life with him. And over time, he had forgotten the essence of love. A long-lost warmth began to rise within him. "Trust me this once. I need the property deed for a legitimate purpose. I can offer you unimaginable wealth." Qin Ruoxue shook her head, steadfastly guarding the wardrobe with a determined grit. Li Yin clenched his jaw, his expression darkening. "If you obstruct me again, I swear I will make you regret it." He forcefully pushed her onto the bed. Realizing he could not restrain her, and she wept into the blanket. Having said that, he strode towards the door. Behind him, Qin Ruoxue cried out in anguish, "Li Yin, I hate you. I will never forgive you." Before long, he had mortgaged the house at the bank, opened an account, and transferred the $30,000 obtained from the mortgage into it. In '98, the real estate market had yet to take off, with prices lingering at historical lows. In this small city, a 100-square-meter house was worth only about $60,000 to $70,000. After inquiring with the bank teller, he learned the location of the local futures company and hurried there. Upon arrival, Li Yin looked up to see a banner hanging from the building. "New Wave Futures celebrates 3 years with grand discounts. No minimum deposit required. Open an account today for next-day trading. Experience our premier service and ascend to the pinnacle of life." This futures company had only been established for 3 years, a far cry from the veteran firms, relying solely on enhanced service to boost competitiveness. Yet, for Li Yin, this was ideal. Soon, with the assistance of a representative, he opened an account, transferred the $30,000 into it, and made his way to the trading hall. In those days, personal computers were not yet widespread, so trades were conducted in the trading hall. Of course, larger capital amounts could access specialized services in the VIP room. Just then, a portly man emerged from the VIP room, his arm around a young girl. Li Yan's expression hardened. It was him, Lin Jun. From the memories of the original owner, he knew Lin Jun was the deputy director of the steel mill where his wife worked, holding considerable power in '98. The young girl beside him was his secretary. Previously, Qin Ruoxue had pleaded with Lin Jun to help the original owner secure a job at the steel mill. Lin Jun had often attempted to take advantage of this, harboring ulterior motives toward Qin Ruoxue, who remained resolutely traditional and unyielding. The strangest part was that the original owner, fully aware of Lin Jun's intentions, still fawned over him, addressing him as Brother Jun with unyielding enthusiasm. At that moment, Lin Jun spotted Li Yin and approached, a smirk on his face. "Isn't this Li Yin? Where did you manage to scrounge up some money? Did you sell your wife? You, a worthless bum. Think you can dabble in futures trading?" Li Yin responded with a cold smirk. "What business is it of yours? Tend to your own affairs." Lin Jun was taken aback by the remark. Had it not been for the original owner's previous subservience, he would have been bewildered by this unexpected reaction. Li Yin, feeling disinclined to engage with him, powered on his device and opened the trading software, familiarizing himself with this antiquated version of the application. His secretary beside him chuckled and remarked, "Brother Jun, don't be angry. It seems he believes he can succeed just because he sees others making money. What a fool. He stands no chance against someone as formidable as you. Brother Jun, I bet he won't last until tomorrow and will end up losing everything, only to come crawling back to you for a meal." Li Yin brushed aside Lin Jun's hand, casting a cold glance at him as he spoke. "Is the big trader's room something to be revered? Do you believe that within a week, I could have the futures company begging me to enter that chamber? As for you, not only will you not last long there, but state-owned enterprises have already initiated reforms. I doubt the steelworks can withstand the pressure, and soon enough, you will find yourself a lost soul." In Li Yan's recollection, the state-owned enterprise reforms began in 1998 and persisted until 2000, resulting in 25 million layoffs nationwide, a genuine catastrophe for the common folk, yet a catalyst for the nation's economic ascent. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun erupted in fury, cursing, "Are you looking for death?" His secretary quickly intervened, chuckling, "Brother Jun, calm down. Let's see how long this fool can keep up his charade. Once he has lost everything, we can take action. He wants to gamble? Then let us indulge him." Lin Jun nodded, a cold smile creeping across his face. He slapped Li Yan's shoulder heavily twice and said, "Li Yin, I'll be waiting for you in the big trader's room. If you can't make it there within a week, you will kneel in front of everyone in the brokerage and apologize to me." "All right, and if you lose?" Li Yin replied nonchalantly, "If I lose, I will also kneel and apologize to you. But you won't live to see that day." Li Yin didn't even bother to look at him. Since Lin Jun was seeking his own demise, he decided to settle old scores alongside new grievances. He retrieved all the contracts for Green Bean Futures and took a glance. The main contract was 9,901. But the subsequent 9903 and 9905 also had substantial open interest. Observing the familiar price trend, a smile crept onto Li Yan's lips. The settlement price for 9901 from the previous day was significantly lower than the closing price, which had astonishingly surged above 4,000 points. It's worth noting that at the beginning of the year, the price hovered around 2,500. However, Li Yin knew that the more terrifying aspects were yet to come. For others, this position posed risks, but for him, it was laden with opportunities. Li Yin recalled a statistic he had encountered in his past life. to transform an investment of 10,000 into 100 million within a year in the A-share market. One would need to continuously seize daily price limits and switch stocks, capturing all the volatile stocks throughout the year, which required 31 trading days. In contrast, in the futures market, the most extreme conditions could achieve this in merely 8 trading days. Reflecting on this, a slight smirk formed at the corner of Li Yan's mouth. Why, first pot of gold lies here. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 8:57. The pre-market collective bidding commenced. Li Yan's hand swiftly descended upon the mouse. With a decisive click, he initiated his first transaction in this reborn life at that very moment. As the clock ticked past 8:57, the market fluctuated. 4,011 points. The previous day's closing price was 4,010, essentially a flat opening. At 40.11, a standard contract represented 10 tons, and because New Wave Futures sought to attract clients, all transactions were subject to the exchange's standard margin. Charged at 10. A glance at the software revealed that the margin for one contract was precisely 40.11, and Li Yan's account held exactly 30,000. Fully leveraged, he could open 7 contracts. With a swift motion, he placed a long order, fully invested, at a price of 40.15. The bidding price remained at 4,011 until the final 3 seconds of the auction. The numbers flickered and settled at 40.14. Li Yan displayed a satisfied smile. All his orders at 40.15 had been executed in futures trading. Long positions profit from upward movements, while short positions profit from declines. There's a saying, as long as the shorts don't perish. The longs won cease, from the beginning of the year at 2,500 points to now exceeding 4,000, especially recently. The market had been continually driven upward with fervent long positions, stirring the market sentiment. A high opening was inevitable. Following that, under extreme pressure, those unable to withstand it would opt to cut their losses. A minute slipped by. At precisely 9:00, the market opened. Chapter 3. Is this still human? In a mere moment, the market price surged, driven by a massive sell-off of 3,000 contracts, pushing it to 4,040 yuan. Almost instinctively, Li Yan, who had his hand poised over the mouse, chose to close his position the instant the market flickered. He sold his long positions. The transaction was successful, from 4,015 yuan to 4040 yuan, a profit of 25 points. According to the margin standard for green bean contracts, each point equated to 10 yuan. At that moment, after closing his 8 long positions, he realized a staggering profit of 200 points. His account instantly reflected a gain of 2,000 yuan. Observing the floating red numbers in his account, Li Yan maintained a calm demeanor. In an era where the average monthly salary barely reached a few hundred yuan, he had just earned 2,000 in a matter of seconds. This was the allure of futures trading. Entering the big trader's room required merely 500. Lin Jun, let's see how this unfolds. A cold smile appeared on Li Yan's face. In the realm of futures trading, myriad strategies exist, and at this moment, Li Yan opted for one particular method. Day trading, 50,000 in a week? That was not his target. 100,000. He aimed to accumulate at least 100,000 as swiftly as possible. This was essential to prepare for the monumental wave that would shock both domestic and foreign markets in 2 weeks. Day trading. Just a few points of profit before exiting, yet, amid the rapidly shifting market, seizing even a few seconds of price fluctuation felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. But for Li Yan, this posed no difficulty. The market continued to oscillate, briefly pausing at 40.40, before quickly dropping to 4,020 due to insufficient buy orders below. Li Yan remained composed. His fingers dancing across the keyboard. At 40.20 yuan, he placed another 8 long positions. In an instant, the market surged to 4,030. Driven by retail investors following suit, he sold and closed his positions. Each of the 8 contracts yielded another 10 points of profit, amounting to 800 yuan. Opening new positions, he profited 3 points, then closed. Opened again, profited 11 points, then closed. As Li Yan continued to tap away at the keyboard, a few nearby clients began to direct their attention towards him. What on earth is this kid doing? Someone curiously inquired. Haha, he is probably just practicing his typing skills. What a joke, however. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow, recalling that when he had arrived earlier, this young man was in the process of opening an account, and he suspected he was indeed trading. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. Old son, have you lost your mind? Have you ever seen trading done like this? What kind of capital does he have to keep opening positions? True. Maybe I overthought it. The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. Young man, you have no idea how deep the waters of the futures market are. Be careful not to drown yourself. Do you know what kind of achievements old Zhao has? He has already made a 10 profit this week. At this, the lean man's face lit up with pride. Li Yin cast a glance at them, coolly stating, 10? With that level, I suggest you refrain from trading. The slender figure's face flushed with indignation. Do you look down on me? After all your clattering this morning, how much do you expect to earn? I hope you're not incurring losses. Are you bold enough to reveal your earnings for all to see? If you wish to behold, I shall show you. Li Yin casually opened his account on the screen, and instantly, a staggering profit percentage in vivid crimson appeared before the crowd. 241. Gasp. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. The lanky individual stammered, Kid, you must be using a demo account, right? This can't be real. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, disdain dripping from his words. When it comes to trading, one must engage in it earnestly. Is money earned on a demo account truly money? Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The slender figure's face turned beet red, unable to lift his head. Just moments ago, he had boasted about achieving a 10 return in a week. Yet here was Li Yin, with an astonishing 241 in a mere morning. Chapter 4. Tenfold in a day. Achieving a 241 profit margin in just over an hour and 15 minutes is an accomplishment that 99 of people cannot attain even in an entire year. At this moment, the crowd, initially drawn to witness the spectacle surrounding Li Yin, fell silent. It became clear that his keystrokes were not mere practice, but a fierce competition for profit against the market. However, after the initial shock wore off, envy began to seep into their gazes directed at Li Yin. Bro, what commodity are you trading? I didn't notice any significant market fluctuations this morning. Exactly. Most are barely moving. Are you bullish or bearish? Do share. A chorus of eager voices surrounded Li Yin, all waiting for him to divulge his secrets. The profits were simply too staggering to ignore. Li Yin did not conceal the truth, stating, I'm trading mung beans. With just a handful of trading products available, the exchange's doors were open for all. There was nothing to hide, however. As his words echoed, gasps filled the air once more. The slender figure raised his head, clasped his fists toward Li Yin, his face a mask of shame. Brother, you are indeed a master. Please, disregard my earlier remarks. I underestimated you. Li Yin regarded the lanky man with surprise. He was someone who could take criticism gracefully, a commendable trait. You flatter me. At that moment, the leading middle-aged man hesitated before asking, Brother, may I inquire? How did you achieve such results with mung beans, which only fluctuate by 20 or 30 points in a morning? 20 or 30 points of fluctuation, when compared to the current price of over 4,000, represented less than 1%. Moreover, in futures trading, prices change in the blink of an eye. Who can accurately pinpoint the highest and lowest points? Li Yin's account was a tangible testament that transformed the improbable into reality. This was a miracle. In the realm of trading, regardless of one's background, profit reigns supreme. I can't quite explain. It's a matter of intuition, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. Trading is all about that fleeting moment of perception. Explaining it to them would be futile. Meanwhile, upstairs in the prominent trader's room, Lin Jun had just stepped out for a breather. Upon seeing a crowd gathered around Li Yin, he felt a surge of delight. Could this fool be making a fool of himself? With this thought in mind, Lin Jun swaggered over to Li Yin and declared, I've always said this game isn't for idiots like you. You're just pretending to be clever. And now you're on the brink of being liquidated? Aren't you? Bow down and apologize to me, and maybe I'll take pity on you and teach you a thing or two. As he spoke, Lin Jun noticed that everyone around was staring at him with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He paused, bewildered. What are you looking at? Do you all wish to learn? First, let this brat apologize to me. And then I might generously teach you all. Under normal circumstances, someone from a prominent trading room offering to share expertise would draw eager listeners. Yet now, the crowd regarded him with bemused smiles and disdain. The slender figure huffed, What are you showing off for? Sitting in a prestigious trading room doesn't he make you superior? Do you really think you're qualified to teach anyone? The middle-aged man chuckled. To aspire to be a mentor, you seem to be lacking a bit. Lin Jun shoved a few people aside and barked, I'm not qualified? What about you? A bunch of paupers. I'm eager to see if this fool can actually make money. The group parted, revealing the previously obscured computer screen. The glaringly crimson 241 profit shone brightly before Lin Jun. Upon seeing this figure, he felt as though he had been choked, unable to utter a word. His face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "What sheer luck! Even a loser like you can make money." The bitterness in his tone was palpable. The lanky man interjected, "Stop pretending. If you have nothing to contribute, kindly leave us to our discussion." The middle-aged man chuckled. At this point, why bother pretending? If you apologize to this young man, perhaps he would be willing to teach you a thing or two. Hearing the crowd's jeers and taunts, Lin Jun's face turned sour, his teeth clenched in frustration. As he retreated upstairs, he muttered, "Don't celebrate too soon. You'll all lose eventually." At this moment, the clock struck 10:30. The brief 15-minute break had flown by. Li Yin glanced around and swiftly tapped out 20 orders on the keyboard. Open positions, crack, snap, bang. The funds in his account visibly surged with each transaction, each point of profit dancing before his eyes. The slender figure watched, murmuring in awe, "Old son, we've been at this for ages. Yet this young Li has outperformed us all in just one morning." This sigh. It's true what they say, comparison brings despair. Indeed, but Li is truly a trading prodigy. Just wait. He'll soon be in a prominent trading room, Old Son replied. Beside them, Old Zhao grew anxious. This one do. I had planned to seek his guidance. What will happen if he ascends to a trading room? Are you foolish? Young Li is right here. He is not going anywhere. I intend to invite him to dinner after the market closes to cultivate a good relationship. Old Sun's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Count me in. You can't monopolize this opportunity. Hearing Old Zhao and Old Sun's exchange, others quickly expressed their desire to join in. Then let us make arrangements. We'll dine at the finest restaurant in the city. We must treat this wealthbringer with the utmost care. Meanwhile, Li Yan's focus remained solely on the market. However, when 11 o'clock approached, he furrowed his brow. The market sentiment had begun to wane. By 10:30, his funds had reached 100,000, but now they barely increased to 150,000. It wasn't due to any misstep on his part, but rather the market sentiment was poor and trading was sluggish. Orders were not necessarily being filled promptly. Li Yan calmly assessed the market. He could now open around 20 orders simultaneously, but the order thickness in the market hovered around 100. It wasn't until 3 o'clock, just before the market closed, that Li Yan cleared all his positions in the final second. His account balance had soared to 300,000 at that moment. After a day of restraint, Li Yan finally broke into a smile. 300,000. A tenfold increase in one day. How splendid. Just then, Old Sun and the others approached with friendly demeanor. Brother, this evening, we'd like to invite you to dinner at Jade Residence. Would that be convenient for you? Chapter 5. The request for money. Li Yan pondered for a moment. Over the coming days, he would frequently encounter these individuals in the trading hall. Moreover, those who could muster some funds for futures trading, even if they were not in prominent trading rooms, were still considered respectable figures locally. Building good relationships could prove beneficial in the future. Thus, he nodded in agreement. All right, we shall meet at Jade Residence. Old Sun and the others smiled and bid farewell to Li Yan. After seeing them off, Li Yan turned and approached the counter, requesting the trading hall to withdraw 100,000 from his account, which he placed in a plastic bag before departing from the trading hall. With 20,000 still in his account, he planned to continue trading the next morning, hoping to catch a wave of new market activity by afternoon. Upon opening the door, Li Yan discovered that, apart from Qin Ruoxue, there were two men, one older and one younger, in the room. From memory, he recognized them as his father-in-law, Qin Yishan, and his brother-in-law, Qin Bo. Qin Bo was well versed in indulgent vices and had previously conspired with outsiders to swindle Li Yan out of his money. As for his father-in-law, he was no better, valuing sons over daughters, and had always regarded Qin Ruoxue as nothing more than a cash machine, frequently demanding her assistance for Qin Bo with a cold expression. Li Yan inquired, "What brings you here?" They. Qin Ruoxue stammered, unsure of how to respond. "That's none of your concern." "What exactly do you want?" Li Yan asked coldly. "Money." Li Yan frowned. "Money? What kind of money?" Li Yan, "My sister said you've mortgaged the house." "That house is half my sister's, therefore, you must give us half the money." Li Yan turned expressionlessly to Qin Ruoxue, locking eyes with her as he asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Ruoxue shook her head in a panic. saying, Li Yin, please don't misunderstand. I just don't want you to sell the house. After Li Yin left, she had been in a state of turmoil, unsure how to intervene. After much deliberation, she had no choice but to call home, hoping her father could stop Li Yin. However, little did she expect that her father and younger brother were utterly indifferent to whether the house was sold or not, nor did they care if she had a place to live. They simply demanded half the proceeds once it was sold. Upon hearing Qin Ruoshua's words, Qin Bo immediately turned to Qin Yishan beside him and exclaimed, Dad, did you hear that? My sister has no intention of giving us any money at all. He continued, I don't care. I owe a debt, and if I don't pay tomorrow, they'll chop off one of my hands. Qin Yishan hurriedly responded, Son, don't be afraid. Dad won't let anyone bully you. He then coldly addressed Li Yin, saying, Li Yin, I inquired, and this house can sell for at least 30 to 40,000. Give us 20,000. Don't say I'm being unreasonable. Li Yin, filled with rage, replied with a scornful laugh, It's my house. My money. You come here demanding 20,000 and dare to talk about reason. I must ask, on what grounds? Even if we were to divorce, this money rightfully belongs to Ruoshua. It is not for you to claim. He added angrily, Do you want a beating? Let me tell you, if I don't get those 20,000 today, this matter isn't over. You probably won't last long together. My sister has been with you for years without compensation. Don't you think you should make amends? There are plenty of wealthy men outside who wish to pursue my sister. Had it not been for you, this family would have thrived long ago. Qin Bo shouted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Li Yin frowned and retorted, Qin Bo, clean up your mouth. She is your sister. If I hear you speak like that again, I will tear your mouth apart. Qin Bo, enraged, lunged for the plastic bag in Li Yin's hand, cursing, Who are you to control me? What's in that bag? Show me. Li Yin swiftly raised his foot and kicked Qin Bo in the stomach, sending him flying and toppling the table. In his previous life, he had trained in combat to cope with situations when his bodyguards were absent. Although his physical condition was now average, his instincts remained, affording him a basic level of self-defense. 3 or 4 ordinary individuals couldn't approach him. Qin Bo clutched his stomach in agony, pointing at Li Yin and yelling, How dare you hit me? Are you rebelling? Li Yin coldly observed and said, If you keep causing trouble, I'll break your legs. Do you believe me? Qin Bo had never seen Li Yin wield such authority and was momentarily intimidated into silence. Qin Yishan, feeling pity for his son, scolded Qin Ruoshua, Are you just going to watch your brother get beaten by this good-for-nothing? I'm done with you all. He angrily shouted, You want to find a way? How are you going to find a way? Your brother is at risk of losing a hand, and you still defend him? Let me tell you, either you get Li Yin to give 2,000, or you reconsider what I told you earlier. In his eyes, his son was paramount. His daughter was merely a financial liability. I understand. I'll find a way to get the money, Qin Ruoshua replied, her face pale. With a fierce glare directed at Li Yin, Qin Yishan commanded, You better prepare that 20,000. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. He then took his precious son and stormed out. Once they left, Qin Ruoshua lowered her head and murmured, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know they would act this way. Looking at the plastic bag filled with money, Qin Ruoshua asked in astonishment, Where did you get so much money? Their house isn't worth this much. Li Yin pondered for a moment. Whether it was through futures trading or stock speculation, in Qin Ruoshua's eyes, it bore no difference from gambling. If she were to discover he engaged in futures trading, she might even try to dissuade him, but he replied, Don't concern yourself with that. Just know it is all legitimate. Li Yin nodded and smiled. So, you don't want to divorce me anymore? A hint of color flushed Qin Ruoshua's cheeks as she said, I just wanted to push you a little, not to let you idle away your days. I don't genuinely wish to divorce. Having cried throughout the day, she now appeared endearing and vulnerable. Li Yin pulled her into an embrace, assuring her, Rest assured, I will ensure you live well. Qin Ruoshua's face turned crimson, as they had never been this intimate before, leaving her somewhat flustered. Yet, she could sense that Li Yin was indeed different from before. After a moment, feeling a bit shy, Qin Ruoshua wriggled free from his embrace, saying, I'll go make you dinner. Only then did Li Yin recall he had a dinner engagement that evening and replied, I have some matters to attend to tonight. I've arranged to meet a few friends. You can eat by yourself. Qin Ruoshua paused and asked softly, Is it with those friends of yours again? Just as she felt a glimmer of hope for Li Yin, the The thought of him mingling with his previous dubious associates filled her with despair. Li Yin shook his head and smiled. No, today I'm meeting a few new acquaintances, all respectable individuals in the industry. He nodded in agreement before stepping out. Chapter 6. The Big Shot. When Li Yin arrived at the Emerald residence, Old Sun and the others had long been waiting at the entrance, treating Li Yin like a deity of wealth. Finally, you've arrived, my brother. Please, come inside. Old Sun and Old Zhao ushered Li Yin into the reserved private room. You two are too polite, Li Yin chuckled and nodded. Soon after, Old Zhao and Old Sun briefly introduced themselves. Old Sun, named Sun Giantpain, was in the building materials business, while Old Zhao, Zhao Zhiyong, managed a few trucks and hired drivers for transportation. Although neither was extraordinarily wealthy, they were well-known figures in their locality. In a short while, several bottles of premium Maotai were served, and as glasses clinked, everyone became more familiar, engaging in casual banter from all corners of the country. Li Yin appeared the youngest in the group, yet everyone spoke to him with smiles, while he maintained a composed demeanor. This scene felt all too familiar. Once upon a time, he was surrounded by top-tier magnates, all seeking investment advice from him. This was merely a small gathering. His return to the pinnacle would not take long, Li Yin mused inwardly. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Zhiyong hesitantly spoke. Brother, today you truly astonished us. How did you achieve this? I still can't fathom it. Everyone looked up at Li Yin, eager for his insights. The art of trading is quite simple. It merely involves grasping emotions. Making money is merely a positive feedback to market sentiment. Once you capture the market's emotions, wealth will follow naturally. Li Yin's succinct explanation left everyone with a sense of enlightenment. While trading, they were often swayed by the market's fluctuations, hoping for favorable outcomes for their positions. Yet they had never considered it from Li Yin's perspective that SO trading can be this straightforward. At this moment, Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Giantpain exchanged glances and stood up, raising their glasses. Brother, without further ado, it is a great fortune for us to share this meal today. In the future, we hope you will guide us in our trading endeavors. We are all facing difficulties and are nearly at our wits' end. Sun Giantpain added with a wry smile, so please, don't hold back. Li Yin nodded at their earnestness, appreciating their directness, which added a touch of sincerity to the conversation. He decided these two were worth befriending. He raised his glass, saying, You two are too courteous. Your respect for me is an honor. Let us trade together moving forward. Then I thank you, brother. I look forward to eating well alongside you. If you encounter any troubles, do let us know. Although we may not be big shots, we still have some influence, Zhao Zhiyong said, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly creaked open, and someone barged in without reservation. What the hell? Li Yin, you son of a gun. Didn't you say you were broke? Yet here you are dining at the Emerald residence. It seems you've been deceiving me all along. Get your money out, or you won't be leaving today. Li Yin turned to see that it was, unexpectedly, Qin Bo, Qin Ruoshua's brother, and frowned. What are you doing here? Sun Giantpain and Zhao Zhiyong, who were about to toast Li Yin, were interrupted, their faces turning pale with anger. However, seeing that Li Yin seemed to know the intruder, they restrained themselves from reacting. Zhao Zhiyong, furrowing his brow, asked, Brother, do you owe him money? Li Yin shook his head. I don't owe anything beside them, Sun Giantpain remarked. Old Zhao, are you out of your mind? Li Yin owes him money? With Li Yin's capabilities, would he be short on cash? Qin Bo, perceiving that these people with Li Yin were essentially a group of impoverished fools, sneered and attempted to rip Li Yin's clothing off him. Get lost. Zhao Zhiyong, known for his fiery temper, was eager to impress Li Yin and wasted no time delivering a kick to Qin Bo's stomach. How dare you hit me? Do you even know who my boss is? Heisey from the East City. What is wrong with hitting you? How dare you slander Li Yin, claiming he owes you money? How much does he owe you? Zhao Zhiyong asked with a mocking smile. Qin Bo, rising from the ground, hissed menacingly, 20,000? No, 30,000. Haha, Li Yin owes you 30,000? And you came here to collect? This is absolutely hilarious. The entire room erupted with laughter, mocking Qin Bo. You absolute fool. Wait for me. I'm calling Brother Heisey over right now. You will regret it. And Li Yin, today is your end. Let me tell you, if you can't come up with the money, I'll have Brother Heisey break your legs. Fine. Go ahead and call for help. I'm waiting. You little bastard, Zhao Zhiyong scoffed. Qin Bo was so furious he felt like he might explode. He turned and dashed outside. In less than 2 minutes, a young man with a bare torso and a floral shirt, upon hearing Qin Bo's words, brightened up. Lin, right? Beat him to a pulp. After saying this, several of his underlings charged forward. Li Yin let out a cold laugh, dismissing such a trivial scene entirely. Before those underlings could reach him, Li Yin seized a chair and swung it directly at Haizi. Haizi let out a terrible scream. Utterly enraged, in the east of the city, he was the one who only beat others. When had he ever been struck himself? You little brat. You're finished. You're dead for sure. Today, if I don't kill you. I won't be called Haizi, he snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. Who the hell do you think you are to threaten anyone? Suddenly, he froze. Wait. Young Gu, why are you here? Haizi was about to explode but then looked up and saw Zhao Ziyong. Yet Qin Bo hadn't reacted at all. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. Brother Haizi. It was him who just called you a bastard. He even said that if you wanted money, you'd have to kneel and call him father. By the way, this is Li Yin. The money is with him. Just give me 5,000 later. Okay? Hee. 5,000. 5,000. You must be trying to get me killed. Do you even know who he is? This is my brother Zhao. I'm under his protection, Haizi growled menacingly. Although Haizi was a thug, he still had to make a living. Zhao Ziyong entrusted him with most of the vehicle repair tasks, making him essentially his sugar daddy. What? That's impossible, brother Haizi. Are you mistaken? This Li Yin is just a useless piece of trash. How could he possibly dine with your big brother? Qin Bo exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. Chapter 7. What are you worth? How much does he owe you? Li Yin suddenly asked Haizi. Haizi swallowed hard, saying cautiously, 5,000 principal, 5,000 interest. Li Yin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Qin Bo owed Haizi 5,000, asking himself for 30,000, giving Haizi 25,000, just to extract 5,000 from Li Yin. How brainless could one be to concoct such a scheme? I won't he give you any money. He owes you, so ask him. After clarifying the situation, Li Yin's expression turned cold. Qin Bo was nothing but a treacherous wolf. Haizi hesitated for a moment. Li Gu, I didn't know you were Brother Yong's friend, but I do have my capital. How about you just give me the principal? Forget the interest? Li Yin sneered. Not a dime. Nearby, Zhao Ziyong's face darkened as he pushed Haizi aside. Haizi, is my face not worth anything? You should give up on this today. Li Laodi is my brother. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Otherwise, you can forget about any work from my side in the future. Haizi looked at Zhao Ziyong, ultimately nodding in frustration. I'll give you this face, Yong-gu. Let's go. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave the private room. After Haizi departed, Zhao Ziyong whispered, Brother, what's your relationship with that kid? No relationship, Li Yin replied indifferently. The atmosphere in the private room grew lively once more. Meanwhile, outside, Haizi abruptly halted and grabbed Qin Bo, smashing his head against the nearby lamppost. You bastard, Qin Bo. Are you playing me? No, brother Haizi. Even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare. I really didn't know how that Li Yin knew your big brother, Qin Bo pleaded. What do you mean you didn't know? Beat him, Haizi seethed. Having lost face and nearly offended Zhao Ziyong without getting any money, Haizi unleashed all his pent-up fury on Qin Bo soon enough. Qin Bo was beaten to a pulp. Haizi crouched down, spitting on Qin Bo's face. 5,000 principal, 5,000 interest. Now it's 2,000. You get me 2,000. If you don't pay by tomorrow night, I'll kill you. Huh? 2,000, brother Haizi. I don't have that much money. I truly have nothing left, Qin Bo lamented. Haizi suddenly wore a cold smile. No money. Don't say I don't take care of you. Help me with something. In a couple of days, find a time to burn down the Xingxing Internet CAF. Pick one. Burn the Internet CAF? Qin Bo shivered. Brother Haizi, that's illegal. If I get caught, I'll go to jail. Haizi chuckled coldly. I give you 3 days to think it over. Either pay back the money or do the job for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. With that, he left Qin Bo, who was left paralyzed on the ground, and strode away. After dinner, as the gathering dispersed, Sun Jianping pulled Li Yin aside to reveal a piece of news. At closing time, I saw Lin Jun gather a few people in the large client room. One of them I happen to know, so I inquired a bit. Lin Jun openly stated that he would make it impossible for you to trade. Li Yin sneered, having sensed that this fat man would not play fair. He hadn't anticipated that just a day later he would lose his composure. However, Amir Lin Jun did not intimidate Li Yin at all. He had plenty of ways to deal with him. At home, Qin Ruoxue was watching TV on the sofa. Seeing Li Yin appear unperturbed, she felt relieved, realizing he wasn't off gallivanting. Li Yin had chosen not to mention the matter concerning Feitsue residence to Qin Ruoxue, wishing to avoid her endless questions and unnecessary worries. "I'm a bit tired. I'm heading to bed early," he smiled at Qin Ruoxue. She nodded, then quietly said, "I plan to visit my mom at the hospital tomorrow. The money you gave me, I want to save for her treatment." Qin Ruoxue shook her head. "That's enough. Besides, there's my dad. I can't let you bear everything alone." Li Yin chuckled bitterly to himself. Qin Ruoxue's intentions were good, but he didn't wish to elaborate on that family of hers. The night passed in silence. The next morning at 8:30, Li Yin appeared punctually in the trading hall. He walked to the spot where he had traded yesterday, sat down, and prepared to log into his trading account. A middle-aged man in a business department uniform suddenly approached, impatiently pointing at Li Yin. "I am Zhao Fei, the department supervisor. Move aside and trade elsewhere." "What do you mean?" Li Yin looked up, frowning. "You're just a retail investor. Why do you have any say? If I ask you to move, just move." Zhao Fei snapped impatiently. Li Yin coldly laughed. "Who are you to tell me to move? Or is it that your Xinxiao futures doesn't allow clients to trade? If that's the case, I'll just find another place." Zhao Fei's face darkened. "This machine is needed by someone else. Just move to another place. What's all the fuss about? I'm occupying this machine first? No way." Li Yin lowered his head and opened his account, completely ignoring him. Zhao Fei, however, was furious. "You're asking for it. Get out. You won TB trading today with that." He grabbed Li Yin's arm. Li Yin pushed him away, causing Zhao Fei to fall to the ground. "Ha! Who do you think you are, acting so arrogant? Where are the people from the business department? Didn't they see someone getting hit? Why aren't they throwing this kid out?" Just then, Lin Jun approached, flanked by the girl from yesterday, laughing mockingly. Initially, Li Yin was curious why this Zhao Fei had suddenly sought trouble with him. However, at the moment Lin Jun appeared, he recalled what Sun Jianping had told him the previous night, and he quickly pieced it together. Li Yin sneered, disdainfully saying, "Lin Jun, what do you think you are, to interfere in my matters? Haha, what am I? I'm a big client. Do you know what that means? VIP, with exclusive services, interfere with you? It's just a word to tell you to scram. Do you understand?" Lin Jun laughed heartily, reveling in his arrogance. "Big client? Lin Jun, do you remember what I told you? Within a week, the business department will invite me to the large client room. If I were you, I wouldn't be so eager to come looking for trouble with me. Doing so only shows you're afraid of me." Li Yin said coldly. Lin Jun jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. Why was he looking for trouble with Li Yin? Wasn't it because he was thoroughly frightened by Li Yin's trading performance the day before? After the market closed, he had boasted about being a big client and inquired around the business department. Upon learning of Li Yin's tenfold success in a single day, he became restless. That was why today unfolded as it did. Zhao Fei was arranged by him. He initially thought that leveraging his status as a big client would cause some trouble for Li Yin and disrupt his trading. However, Li Yin stood firm. "Am I afraid of you? What a laugh. My daily profit and loss fluctuations, just a few points, exceed your total account balance. Why would I be afraid of you?" Lin Jun scoffed. The secretary beside him, seeing Lin Jun in a tight spot, pointed at Li Yin and said, "Exactly. What are you? A single hair from Brother Lin is thicker than your entire thigh. How dare you compare yourself to Brother Lin? Kneel and apologize to him, or you can forget about trading here." "Kneel? Apologize to you? How dare you even ask?" Li Yin burst into laughter, then his gaze turned icy. Chapter 8. Who should kneel at this moment? Zhao Fei, who had been sprawled on the ground, scrambled to his feet and, with a servile grin, addressed Lin Jun. "President Lin, please, do not be angry. Let us speak calmly. I shall expel him at once." Zhao Fei, "Do not accuse me of lacking respect. Remove this brat at once. A mere retail investor. How dare he talk back to me? He is utterly unaware of his own insignificance," Lin Jun declared, tilting his chin disdainfully at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei furrowed his brow, turning to cast a cold glance at Li Yin. "You, a mere retail investor, have the audacity to offend President Lin. Now, kneel and apologize to him." "Huh?" Li Yin laughed outright. "Are you out of your mind? Since you are the supervisor of the brokerage and I have opened an account with you, I am your client. First, you trouble me, and now you wish to expel me? On what grounds? Zhao Fei scoffed derisively. Client? Indeed. You are a client of our brokerage, but you are merely a small retail investor. President Lin is our major client. Next week, he is set to deposit 20 million for hedging. He enjoys exclusive services. Thus, you must apologize to him. Li Yin suddenly smiled and pointed at Zhao Fei. I shall remember your words. I hope you do not come to regret them. With that, Li Yin beckoned to the account clerk standing nearby. Assist me in withdrawing my funds and closing my account. What? Supervisor Zhao, should you not consult the boss? This client wishes to close his account. The young and attractive clerk, Han Zixuan, looked at Zhao Fei with a troubled expression. Consult? Just process it. We seek major clients. Let this waste leave if he wishes, Zhao Fei said, his face darkening. Han Zixuan nodded helplessly, offering Li Yin an apologetic smile before preparing to proceed. However, the moment she entered Li Yin's account number, she gasped in shock. Supervisor Zhao, Supervisor, this cannot be processed. The account cannot be closed. What? Is there a system error? That should not be the case. Zhao Fei leaned over to inquire. No, it's not that, Li Yin. He is Li Yin, the one the boss personally warned us about in yesterday's meeting. The account that achieves tenfold returns in a single day. Han Zixuan exclaimed in excitement. What? No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can this be? Zhao Fei gasped, collapsing onto the floor in disbelief. After yesterday's market close, the brokerage held a routine meeting, during which the financial department discovered an account that had achieved tenfold returns in a single day. Characterized by high-frequency trading, this account's profitability and the commission profits from its rapid transactions far surpassed all other accounts, including those of major clients. The news had astounded everyone. The brokerage's president, Zheng Xiyuan, had issued a direct order to ensure that this client, named Li Yin, received excellent service. Zhao Fei had come here today primarily to follow the president's instructions, to form a good rapport with this significant figure, and to persuade Li Yin to continue trading at Xinqiao Futures. But now it had all gone awry, indeed. I am Li Yin stated coldly. Boom. Zhao Fei's mind echoed with shock. He turned slowly, fixing a furious glare at Lin Jun, his eyes burning with resentment as he shouted hoarsely, Lin Jun, you have betrayed me. Betrayed you? What are you talking about? I am unaware of such matters, Lin Jun replied, his expression betraying his discomfort. Mind your tone. I am your major client. Do you still wish to secure that 20 million? Zhao Fei's expression twisted in conflict. Despite his intense loathing for the rotund man before him, he felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Li Yin regarded him with a frigid gaze. You are Mr. Are you not? At that moment, someone rushed in from a distance, wearing a well-tailored suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, and unable to hide his elation. President Zheng, boss, Zhao Fei and Han Zixuan exclaimed in unison, I am Li Yin. And you Li Yin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the newcomer. I am Zheng Xiyuan. I am responsible for this brokerage. Zheng Xiyuan introduced himself. Seeing the president's arrival, Zhao Fei hurriedly squeezed to Zheng Xiyuan's side. Boss, just now I'd had enough. Look at the mess you've created. You can forget about this year's bonus. Now apologize to Mr. Li. Zheng Xiyuan decisively reprimanded Zhao Fei in front of Li Yan. At this moment, Zhao Fei desperately sought to extricate himself from this predicament. Other considerations were secondary. He turned to Li Yin, bowed, and spoke with a pleading tone. Mr. Dali, it is my fault. I should not have offended you. I apologize sincerely. Please, forgive me. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, astonished at the sight of Zhao Fei, a prominent supervisor at Xinqiao Futures, publicly apologizing to Li Yin and even employing a tone of supplication. Those gathered began to murmur, eager to discover the identity of this individual who had dared to stand up to a major client, especially with the president personally intervening and compelling the supervisor to apologize. Li Yin merely shot Zhao Fei a cold glance. You need not apologize. You have done nothing wrong. I am but a retail investor. I have no right to demand an apology from you. Brotherly, I sincerely apologize for today's events. Rest assured, I guarantee that such incidents will not recur. Zheng Xiyuan quickly assured Li Yan shook his head, smiling. President Zheng, you are too kind. My remarks are not directed at your brokerage. Your esteemed self has personally intervened, and I appreciate the courtesy. I can continue trading at Xinqiao, but one condition. I do not wish for anyone to disturb my trading, of course. We happen to have an opening in the major client room. I now formally invite M.R.Li to become one of our major clients. You will have a dedicated trading room and enjoy our finest services. You can move in right away, Zhang Xiyuan urged. Upon hearing this, Li Yin grinned. So, President Zhang, you are personally inviting me to the major client room? Zhang Xiyuan looked at Li Yin in surprise, unsure of the reason behind this question, but nodded nonetheless. Of course. Li Yin turned, smugly regarding Lin Jun. What further objections do you have, Lin Fatty? Yesterday, we wagered before everyone that if I moved into the major client room within a week, you would kneel and apologize to me. Well, I have one. Are you prepared to honor our bet? Chapter 9. The Day of Reckoning. As Li Yin spoke, Zhao Zhiyong nearby asked curiously, Brother, what was the bet? Li Yin mockingly raised his voice. Looking at Lin Jun, the loser must kneel and apologize to the winner. So, President Lin, do you intend to go back on your word? Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd, while Lin Jun's face turned a ghastly shade. He had lost. He had actually lost. How could he kneel to this waste? Zhao Zhiyong, noticing Lin Jun's expression, taunted. A dignified president wouldn't he dare to break his word, would he? That would be quite the embarrassment. Exactly. Always boasting, yet unable to accept defeat. The crowd erupted in jeers. Silence. Li Yin. This doesn't count. Who could have anticipated that President Zhang would suddenly allow you into the major client room? If you had achieved it through your own merit, I would concede. But now, this is an unforeseen circumstance. Lin Jun protested loudly. Li Yin sneered. He had anticipated that this rotund man would not easily submit. So, what do you propose? If you reach the major client standard by this evening, I will concede, Lin Jun hastily replied, unwilling to kneel before Li Yin. Very well, as you wish, but with President Zhang present, you best keep your word, right, President Zhang? Li Yin said coolly. Zhang Xiyuan frowned, having not expected Li Yin to involve him. He shot Li Yin a significant glance and smiled. Since M.R.Li has spoken, I will bear witness, Lin Jun. Do you have any objections? None? Next, under Zhang Xiyuan's watchful eye, Li Yin promptly verified his account. He discovered that, after withdrawing 100,000, only 200,000 remained. The standard for a major client was 500,000. Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Jianping, who were close to Li Yin, looked on with concern. Ha ha, kid. Let us see how you fail, turning 200,000 into 500,000. You truly are a dreamer. Prepare to kneel before me at market close, Lin Jun gloated. Li Yin chuckled coldly. I am not as shameless as some. If I lose, I will certainly acknowledge it. But you won't have the pleasure of witnessing that moment. This time, I shall ensure you lose wholeheartedly. Lin Jun's face flushed with rage. We shall see. With that, he shot Li Yin a resentful glare and, in a huff, led his secretary toward the major client room. That moment, Zhang Xiyuan whispered to Li Yin, Mr. Li, although Lin Jun is not the best person, he does have some skills in trading. I did not anticipate that you two would reach such an impasse. Please, do your best without overthinking it. When the market closes, I will have a conversation with Lin Jun. Li Yin was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Zhang Xiyuan was concerned about him losing and Lin Jun making things difficult for him, thus offering him a favorable deal. Zhang, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. However, I do not believe I will be defeated. All right, the market is about to open, so I won't trouble Mr. Zhang any longer. We shall reconvene at the close. Zhang Xiyuan smiled awkwardly, and seeing his younger brother's confidence, he decided to refrain from further comments. I look forward to personally inviting you to the VIP room at the close. Li Yin then sat down, preparing for the trading session, while Zhang Xiyuan turned to leave. With an initial capital of 200,000, he needed to amass 500,000, which meant he had to generate a profit of 300,000 today. A day's time was sufficient. A powerful confidence sparkled in Li Yan's eyes. At exactly 9 o'clock, the futures market opened. The trading product was still the green beans from Zhengzhou Commodity Exchange. Yesterday, green beans closed at 40.23, and overall, it was in a period of fluctuation at a high-level platform, with evident battles between bulls and bears. Today's opening auction was flat. Li Yin flexed his wrist and began his operations. Continuing with yesterday's strategy, he engaged in scalping. After a day of trading yesterday, Li Yin's account balance was now 200,000, and his operations were noticeably more agile than the previous day. This time, during the auction, he directly placed a short position, As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Lest one lose momentum. The moment the market opened, he placed a full position short at 40.20. The instant the market opened, the order was executed, and within 30 seconds, the price hovered above 40.20. Executing a few transactions, followed by several large orders of over 500 lots, which drove the price down. With a flurry, it first dropped to 4,008, and then plummeted to 4,000, continuing its descent. The market sentiment erupted instantaneously, and the bears gained the upper hand in those fleeting seconds. Watching the price drop to 39.95, Li Yin hesitated not for a moment and promptly closed his position, flipping from short to long. The profit of over 20 points was entirely realized in less than a minute. The greatest advantage in futures trading lies in the ability to leverage floating profits and engage in rolling operations. Li Yan's scalping allowed him to instantly convert profit from the previous second into principal, continuously expanding his trading capacity. The sound of fingers dancing across the keyboard filled the air. The available trading capital rolled forward like a snowball, generating increasingly terrifying profits in the correct direction. This is the essence of compound interest, and Li Yin had pushed the nature of compounding to its limits through his extreme scalping. Open, close, open, close. Throughout the day, Li Yin was incessantly engaged in trading. At 2:59 in the afternoon, he paused. The next moment, all market movements on the trading software ceased. In that final moment, he closed all his positions. Upon seeing the tranquil balance in his account, he grinned widely. At that moment, the entire trading hall, regardless of whether retail or institutional traders, gathered towards him. The news of Li Yan's bet with Lin Jun had spread to everyone's ears. "How is it, kid? The time has come. I can hardly wait." Lin Jun approached with an air of triumph, accompanied by his secretary. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yin regarded Lin Jun with a placid expression. "So, has the time come for you to kneel before me?" Li Yan's sharp retort caused Lin Jun to lose composure, eliciting a cold smirk. "Kid, turning 20,000 into 50,000, if I'm not mistaken. Your account hasn't reached the target, has it? Everyone, pay attention. This kid lost the bet. He must kneel before me," Lin Jun declared confidently. Observing his demeanor, Li Yin chuckled internally, realizing Lin Jun had evidently checked his account. Nearby, Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Jianping, who were on good terms with Li Yin, anxiously asked, "Brother, did you manage to surpass 50,000 today?" Li Yin smiled without responding. At that moment, Lin Jun sneered, useless, too afraid to speak. "Huh?" He then turned to the crowd, boasting, "Li Yan's account hasn't even exceeded 50,000. It fails to meet the standard of a major trader. Thus, he has lost." Chapter 10. As if an old dog, a clamor erupted around them. Many sighed in resignation. How could retail traders compete with institutional ones? Defeat was inevitable, indeed. This kid must have lost his mind to bet against someone so vastly superior. It's good for young people to be ambitious. But this is a bit excessive. Zhao Zhiyong felt a surge of anger at these remarks. "What are you all babbling about? Who's to say who will win or lose? Can't you see, Mr. Zhang hasn't arrived yet?" Lin Jun, however, scoffed. "Mr. Zhang is merely preserving face for him. Fine, we'll wait. When Mr. Zhang arrives, let's see how you meet your end." Just then, someone outside the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Following that, Zhang Xiyuan descended from the second-floor office. "Mr. Zhang, can we announce the results now? This kid won't give up until he is forced to." Lin Jun rushed towards Zhang Xiyuan. Zhang Xiyuan, however, retorted expressionlessly, "Are you so certain that Li Yin has lost?" Many who had previously doubted Li Yin now displayed expressions of surprise upon hearing Zhang Xiyuan's words. Could it be? "Ha, Mr. Zhang, we're all reasonable people here. Turning 20,000 into 50,000 in a single day under today's market conditions? Is that even possible? This kid has been trading green beans all along, hasn't he? The fluctuations in green beans today were only those 20-odd points at the opening, even if he was fully invested. How much could he earn? The rest of the day, the fluctuations didn't exceed 5 points. How could he make a profit?" With Lin Jun's words, the crowd suddenly realized, indeed, if he is trading green beans, the fluctuations are only 5 points in a day. What a joke. It seems Lin Jun has won. Even if there were significant fluctuations, not just anyone can make such a profit in a single day. Even if such a market appeared, could you hold on to your position? So, this kid was just putting on an act? Instantly, many people's expressions towards Li Yin shifted. Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Jianping stood beside Li Yin. intending to defend him, but the reality before them left them speechless. Yes, brother. Don't worry. Zhao and I will always stand by you. We know your capabilities. It's just that today's market is favorable. Li Yin lifted his head, looking at the two with a sudden wry smile. Who says I lost? Hearing this, Zhao Zhiyong spoke earnestly. Brother, you're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't overthink it. Li Yin opened his mouth but ultimately glanced helplessly at Zhang Xiyuan. Mr. Zhang, it's time for you to announce the results. Isn't it? Haha, Li, you're saying that now? Then I shall announce. Zhang Xiyuan shook his head with a bitter smile, then turned to Lin Jun, a flicker of pity in his gaze. Lin Jun felt a pang of anxiety. Mr. Zhang, just say it. I'm still waiting for this kid to kneel before me. I hereby declare. In this wager between you two, Li Yin has achieved his goal. Li Yin wins. Zhang Xiyuan declared solemnly. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This indicated that Li Yin had turned 20,000 into over 50,000 in a single day. Is that possible? Everyone stared in shock at the young man amidst the crowd, their faces etched with awe. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jun staggered back, fixing a fierce glare upon Li Yin. How can it be impossible? Do you doubt me? Zhang Xiyuan's tone turned icy. He had only made 34,000. How could it possibly exceed 50,000? Mr. Zhang, Lin Jun, now desperate, called out to Zhang Mingyuan. Losing meant he would have to kneel before Li Yin. That would be more painful than death. At this moment, Li Yin chuckled coldly. Because at noon, I withdrew 30,000. Coupled with the 34,000 currently in my account, my total is 64,000. Li Yin's statement rendered Lin Jun utterly paralyzed. No, impossible. This cannot be happening. Lin Jun adamantly refused to accept it. Zhang Mingyuan was immediately incensed. Lin Jun had publicly disclosed Li Yan's account status in front of so many people, a blatant slap in the face for him as the branch manager. At this moment, as a witness to the wager, he grew increasingly impatient with Lin Jun's behavior. Lin Jun, I initially intended to spare you some dignity. Since you have chosen to be shameless, there is nothing more to discuss. Here is the transaction slip. Every trade Li Yin made today is documented here. With that, Zhang Mingyuan sneered and tossed a printed transaction slip in front of Lin Jun. Lin Jun's face turned ashen as he scrutinized each transaction. Growing colder with every glance, Li Yin stepped in front of Lin Jun, looking down upon him. Lin Jun, you have lost. Now, kneel before me. You? Lin Jun's eyes burned with fury, his face contorted with a mix of indignation and resentment. Gritting his teeth as he glared at Li Yin chuckled coldly. What? Don't want to admit it. If you can't handle the game, don't play. Beside them, Zhang Xiyuan maintained an impassive expression as he regarded Lin Jun. But the warning in his gaze was unmistakable. Don't try to weasel out of this. At that moment, Lin Jun felt a wave of regret. Not for betting against Li Yin, but for allowing Zhang Mingyuan to serve as a witness. If it had been anyone else, Lin Jun could easily have denied it, but Zhang Mingyuan was a different matter. As the manager of a prominent futures brokerage, Zhang Mingyuan had deep connections that Lin Jun simply could not afford to provoke. A sense of suffocation gripped Lin Jun's heart as he contemplated the indignity of having to kneel before Li Yin, whom he deemed a worthless fool. A cacophony of desperate cries echoed in his mind. Yet, ultimately, he found himself slowly bowing his head, his knees bending in submission. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Li Yin, astonished, while Lin Jun resembled a defeated cur. Chapter 11. Grave illness indeed. Mr. Li is a youthful hero. His prowess is extraordinary, transforming 200,000 into 600,000 in a single day. Such a skill is undeniably that of a master, a genius, a true prodigy. Mr. Li, should the opportunity arise, please bestow upon us your guidance. The air was filled with voices of praise and flattery directed at Li Yin, but to Lin Jun's ears, it felt like daggers scraping against his skin. Li Yin had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. He smiled and nodded to the crowd before walking towards the kneeling Lin Jun. Lin Jun, if you wish to play this game with me, I am ever ready. You may rise now, lest everyone think I have an additional worthless child in my midst. Li Yin, this is not over. Lin Jun rose, gnashing his teeth in fury, his eyes brimming with resentment. We shall see about that. Li Yin remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Lin Jiyuan. At that moment, Zhao Zhiyong and a few others chimed in. each taking turns to voice their thoughts. Stop pretending you lost, and losing is nothing to be ashamed of. It's evident that you cannot bear to lose. That bow was devoid of sincerity. Haha, to be honest, I would never dare to wager against brotherly. It is clear that one invites suffering upon oneself. Amidst the mocking and derision, even Lin Jun's thick skin could no longer withstand the humiliation. And in a fluster, he hurriedly departed the trading hall with his secretary. With Lin Jun's departure, the commotion subsided, yet within this brokerage, Li Yin had become a living legend. At this juncture, Zhang Xiyuan approached Li Yin. Inhaling deeply before speaking, brother, in my years of experience, you are the most formidable young individual I have ever encountered. On behalf of the New Wave Futures Brokerage, I formally invite you to become a major client. Enjoying the finest services our company has to offer. Haha. Excellent. Thank you, President Zhang. I look forward to our collaboration. After humiliating Lin Jun, Li Yin felt a sense of relief, and with the substantial profits of the day, his spirits soared. He readily accepted the offer. Very well. I look forward to our future endeavors. Zhang Xiyuan smiled as they shook hands. Seizing the moment, he leaned in and whispered, Lin Jun is nothing but a petty individual, vengeful and spiteful. You must tread carefully, brotherly. Li Yin let out a cold chuckle. That insignificant Lin Jun does not concern me. Should he seek his demise, I would not mind imparting another lesson. Nonetheless, I appreciate your concern, President Zhang. Of course. Li Yin then exchanged farewells with Zhao Zhiyong, Sun Jianping, and others before departing the brokerage. Passing by a jewelry store, Li Yin suddenly recalled that he hadn't seen Qin Ruoxue don any jewelry in recent days. Having struck a blow to Lin Jun's pride and earned a tidy sum, Li Yin's mood was exceptionally buoyant. After all, for a woman, money is meant to be spent on pampering. My wife, Li Yin, should not be deprived of such luxuries. Upon returning home, Li Yin was poised to surprise Qin Ruoxue with a bracelet, but upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find her eyes red and her face pale. Her demeanor decidedly off. What has happened? He inquired. Qin Ruoxue looked up at him, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. I was fired. Li Yin was momentarily stunned before asking gravely, was it that fatty Lin? Qin Ruoxue nodded, her suppressed emotions overwhelming her as she collapsed into Li Yin's embrace, sobbing, Are you going to support me? Of course. You are my wife. If I don't support you, who will? Look at this. As he spoke, Li Yin revealed the bracelet he had impulsively purchased earlier. The exquisite pair of bracelets lay before her, causing Qin Ruoxue to gasp in astonishment. I asked this for me? Where did you get this? You haven't resorted to any underhanded dealings, have you? Li Yin, how could you? Li Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you talking about? I purchased this with my own money. Upon hearing his explanation, Qin Ruoxue's brow furrowed with suspicion. You must have exhausted the money from the mortgage. How could you afford something like this? I earned it myself, Li Yin declared proudly. Qin Ruoxue scrutinized him. You mentioned being at a futures brokerage these past few days. Did you truly make a profit? Li Yin nodded, then took her hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, assuring her, you need not worry about finances anymore. Buy whatever you fancy. You're too generous. By the way, I visited my mother today. I left the 20,000 for her medical expenses. Qin Ruoxue remarked cheerfully, though a hint of apprehension lingered in her heart, fearing Li Yin might be displeased. She had not anticipated his open-mindedness, which moved her deeply. As they conversed, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Qin Ruoxue moved to open it, revealing the third aunt from the nearby convenience store. Ruoxue, you must hurry to the hospital. Your father just called and said your mother is in critical condition. What? Qin Ruoxue felt as though lightning had struck her, her legs turning to jelly. Li Yin, quick on his feet, caught her as she swayed, and she clung desperately to his arm, crying out, when I visited her earlier today, she was just fine. How could this happen? Li Yin, what should I do? Li Yin, too, was bewildered. He had some inkling of his mother-in-law's ailment, which stemmed from overwork, but it was not serious. How could she suddenly be in such a state? After a moment's contemplation, he urged, let us not dwell on it. We must get to the hospital at once, right? Right. At this point, Qin Ruoxue was utterly lost, and together they rushed out the door. Chapter 12. A father's failings on the journey. Qin Ruoxue wept inconsolably, grasping Li Yin's arm. Li Yin, If anything were to happen to my mother, what would I do? Do not fret. We will arrive at the hospital shortly. Once we are there, we will know the truth. Your mother should be fine, Li Yin gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. However, as they approached the ward, they spotted Qin Ruoshua's father, carrying her mother out in a disheveled manner. Father, what are you doing? Why are you taking Mom out? She needs to be treated. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruoshua could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears as she clutched her father, Qin Ishan's hand. What, father? Didn't I give you 20,000 for her treatment? How could you be out of money? Initially silent, Li Yin's brow furrowed at Qin Ishan's incessant talk of lacking funds. What illness could be so dire that 20,000 would not suffice? Hey, you, an outsider, have no right to meddle in our family's affairs. Get out of my way, Qin Ishan retorted rudely. What? You need 2,000 more? Father, where did the money I gave you for my mother's treatment go? At that moment, Qin Ruoshua stared wide-eyed at her father, demanding answers. After speaking, she turned to Li Yin, who could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Are you expecting me to foot the bill? Otherwise, what do you propose? I've made my position clear. You decide how to handle it. Qin Ishan insisted, his expression unyielding. Father, how can you be like this? Do you not realize that the 2,000 I previously gave for my mother's treatment came from Li Yin? Qin Ruoshua looked at her father as though he were a stranger. Despite the family's long-standing preference for sons over daughters, and the indifference shown toward her, she never imagined her father could be so heartless. To prioritize money over her mother's well-being was incomprehensible. What does this have to do with me? I've raised you all these years, and now that your mother is ill, you have no money for treatment. You, as her daughter, must figure it out. Qin Ruoshua's confrontation did not soften Qin Ishan's demeanor. Instead, he remained cold and indifferent. Father, are you trying to drive me to despair? Yes, you raised me, but you did not raise me alone. There's also my brother. I have contributed my share, but has that been used for my mother's care? Now you demand money from me as if Li Yin and I are money printers. Tears streamed down Qin Ruoshua's face as she was compelled to voice her deepest frustrations. Li Yan's eyes blazed with fury. He finally understood. Qin Ishan's call to Qin Ruoshua was merely a scheme to coerce them into coming here for money. The claim of Qin Ruoshua's mother being in critical condition was but a ruse. Where exactly did the money go? If you cannot clarify this matter, we shall not be involved today, Li Yin coldly addressed Qin Ishan. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ishan admitted, I truly have no money left. It was all taken by Xiao Bo. Qin Ruoshua looked at her father, heartbroken. Father, do you not know what kind of person Xiao Bo is? That was our mother's life-saving money. Just then, Li Yin caught sight of a shadow peeking from within the ward. It was Qin Bo. Without a second thought, Li Yin rushed over and seized him. With a swift slap across his face, he demanded, You squandered your mother's life-saving money and still call yourself a person? Where is the money? Hand it over. What money? I don't know. Li Yin, let me go. Otherwise, I'll tell my dad. Let me arrange for my sister to divorce you. It is futile to inform anyone. If you do not produce the money today, I shall break your legs with that. Li Yin seized a chair, prepared to strike Qin Bo's legs. Stop it, Li Yin. What do you think you are doing? Seeing his son in such distress, Qin Ishan felt a pang of heartache and rushed to intervene. But you cannot resort to violence. He is your brother-in-law. Moreover, the money belongs to our family. Qin Ishan exclaimed, his face turning crimson with urgency. Exactly. That money has already been given to our family by my sister. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Bo interjected, his face filled with indignation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Yin brought the chair crashing down onto his leg. Qin Bo immediately cried out in agony. Stop, please. I will pay. I will pay. He hastily pointed to his pocket. Li Yin, with an impassive expression, retrieved the exact sum of 20,000 from his pocket. Ruoshua, go and pay your mother's hospital fees. Consider it a deposit. The situation had escalated to this point, and although Qin Ruoshua felt a tumult of emotions, her mother's safety was of utmost importance. She quickly took the money to pay the hospital fees. As Li Yin released Qin Bo, he turned to Qin Ishan and coldly remarked, If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. His current state is a result of your indulgence. Were it not for your position as my father-in-law, I would have dealt with you as well. Qin Yishan, upon receiving Li Yan's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. This son-in-law, once meek and unassuming, had transformed into someone formidable. In that moment, he dared not utter another word. Seizing the opportunity while Li Yan was distracted, Qin Bo stealthily slipped out of the hospital and into a nearby alley. Inside, Hazy and several others were smoking. Where's the money? Did you get it? Today is the final deadline. Hazy, growing impatient, slapped Qin Bo across the face. What? So you don't have the money? Hazy's expression darkened. Hold him down. Several of his underlings rushed to restrain Qin Bo. Hazy, please spare me. I promise, I will set the fire for you. Just let me go. Qin Bo cried out in a panic. Hazy sneered. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Once this matter is resolved, our debts will be cleared. Otherwise, I will make sure you regret it. Chapter 13. The Internet CAF licensed Li Yan, feeling a twinge of sympathy, suggested, you should rest for a few days. I will handle everything. However, Qin Ruoxue replied, I am already delighted to hear you say that I want to do something on my own. I cannot rely on you for everything. What type of job do you think I should look for? Looking for a job, regardless of what it is, it's merely being a wage earner. Li Yan truly could not fathom what Qin Ruoxue could do. Furthermore, he regarded her meager salary, earned through hard labor, as insignificant and unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, he said, let us not rush into finding a job. Tomorrow, we should buy 2 mobile phones. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to stay in touch. Qin Ruoxue was taken aback. By phones? 2 of them? That's quite expensive. Only the top leaders at our factory can afford such luxuries. My acquaintance one bought a pager last month, and it's the envy of so many. The mobile phones of 1998 were vastly different from those of later years. Yet, what of it? No matter how pricey. They were only a few thousand yuan. Perhaps to others, that seemed substantial, but to Li Yan, it held little significance. Early the next morning, Li Yan took Qin Ruoxue to the mobile phone market. However, upon seeing the exorbitantly priced phones, Qin Ruoxue adamantly refused to buy them. In the end, Li Yan settled on one for himself and procured a pager for Qin Ruoxue. This will suffice. If anything arises, I will page you, Qin Ruoxue exclaimed joyfully. Observing her delight, akin to that of a young girl, Li Yan felt a profound sense of purpose in working hard to bring happiness to those around him. He reached out and affectionately ruffled Qin Ruoxue's hair, adding, we should also install a telephone at home. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to contact me. Subsequently, the two visited a telecommunications company and swiftly completed the paperwork. The clerk inquired, would you like to set up internet access? Your line supports dial-up, internet access? Li Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. How could I have forgotten about that? Qin Ruoxue, startled by his sudden enthusiasm, asked anxiously, Li Yan, are you all right? Perhaps we shouldn't install the phone? Of course we will. Why wouldn't we? The payment has already been made. Let us go. I know what we need to do now, Ruoxue, Li Yan declared excitedly. Exiting the service center, Qin Ruoxue curiously asked, Li Yan, can you help me find a job? No, we will not be looking for jobs. Why should we work for others? Working for someone else is out of the question. Li Yan shook his head. A mysterious smile playing on his lips, Qin Ruoxue retorted, not working means we can be our own bosses. Exactly. I intend for you to open an internet CAF, Li Yan stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Taken aback by his serious demeanor, Qin Ruoxue hesitated. An internet CAF? I'm not familiar with that. Besides, the investment would surely be significant. Computers are quite expensive. Rest assured. I will take care of all of that. You will understand soon enough. Although Qin Ruoxue was skeptical, she refrained from discouraging Li Yan, thinking to herself, let him pursue whatever he wishes. At worst, if it fails to materialize, I can always find work again. At least the current Li Yan, willing to strive, was a far cry from the lazy individual he once was, bringing her a sense of relief. As the end of 1998 approached, with the new year just a few days away, she recalled that a shocking incident was about to unfold nationwide. From that point onward, the internet CAF industry would undergo a complete transformation. Li Yan's thoughts suddenly crystallized. At present, most internet CAFs were illegal establishments, lacking any formal business operations. This was his opportunity. Brothers, do you have any connections at the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Huh? What do you need that for? I don't have any close acquaintances, but I can find a few people who can help with some matters. Sun Jianping responded. Lin considered. I want to obtain a batch of Internet CAF licenses to open an Internet CAF. However, I wonder if the approval process will be troublesome. An Internet CAF? Does that really require registration and approval? You must be mistaken, my friend. There's one right beneath my building. Just set up a few computers, and you're good to go. But this sort of place doesn't generate much profit. It's mainly a bunch of kids playing games, selling snacks and drinks. That small change won't even earn you as much as you would in a single morning, Zhao Zhiyong remarked. Lighting a cigarette, perplexed by Li Yin's intentions, Yin smiled mysteriously. Let us not delve into that, my friend. Just tell me if you can help me out. What a trivial matter. I'll keep you posted. Zhao Zhiyong clapped his hands. Initially, Li Yin thought he would have to wait quite a while, but to his surprise, the very next morning, Sun Jianping and Zhao Zhiyong arrived at his doorstep. Brothers, you're here. Here you go. Everything's been taken care of. 1,000 per license. 50 licenses for 50,000. Sun, and I have already covered the costs for you. When you find a good location to open, just take this to the Industry and Commerce Bureau for the remaining paperwork. Zhao Zhiyong cheerfully handed Li Yin a stack of Internet CAF licenses. Li Yin was utterly dumbfounded. This was truly impressive. 50 licenses, an entire 50. Were they wholesale items? But then again, considering it was still 1998, in a society built on personal connections, having acquaintances truly meant that one could acquire as many of these licenses as needed. Forget it. Just point us in the right direction when you need us. Zhao Zhiyong chuckled slyly, and Sun Jianping shared the same sentiment. However, Li Yin insisted on compensating them and dragged both to the bank, where he handed them the money on the spot. Sun Jianping and Zhao Zhiyong were unaware at the time, but they would soon realize the immense value of the Internet CAF licenses they now held. To avoid any complications later on, Li Yin deemed it necessary to pay them up front. Brothers, if you trust me, I suggest you also acquire a few of these licenses, Li Yin contemplated, wanting to share some insights with them. Nevertheless, both Sun Jianping and Zhao Zhiyong showed little interest. Li Yin chose not to press the issue further, and after some thought, he took out 10 licenses. These 10 are for you, while the remaining 40 are mine. Consider it a token of my appreciation. We shall accept this. Hopefully, we can share in the fortune that follows. They responded, though they were not genuinely invested in the idea. After all, these licenses were not cash. Nevertheless, each received 5 licenses, worth 5,000. They felt a tad embarrassed having received 10,000 from Li Yin for free, prompting Zhao Zhiyong to ask, Brother, have you found a good place for your Internet CAF yet? If not, I happen to know a boss looking to sell his. Chapter 14. A Windfall. 4 million. Li Yin was astounded that Zhao Zhiyong had the perfect lead. Thank you, my friend. I've been quite concerned. No problem. The owner is my friend. He thinks this venture isn't profitable and wishes to open a foot massage parlor instead. If he can find someone to take over, that would be ideal. Under Zhao Zhiyong's guidance, Li Yin drove to the location and discovered it was not far from the hospital, with a decent amount of foot traffic. The Internet CAF, named Xuanda Internet CAF, was owned by a middle-aged man named Ren Wei, who personally welcomed Li Yin and his companions. After Ren Wei finished his pitch, Zhao Zhiyong leaned in and whispered to Li Yin, the price is indeed fair. The equipment alone is worth at least 100,000. Li Yin pondered for a moment and said with a straightforward tone, since Rangu is being forthright, I shall be the same. 500,000 is no issue. However, I do not possess such a sum in cash at the moment. I can offer you 100,000 as a deposit for now. The remaining amount will be settled within a month. What do you think? He could indeed come up with 500,000. Yet, to invest all his liquid assets at once was simply not Li Yin's style. Haha. Brother Li is indeed a man of his word. Let us finalize this. With that, they proceeded to sign the contract. Ren Wei tossed the keys to Li Yin, who promptly transferred 100,000 to Ren Wei at the bank, agreeing to pay the remaining 400,000 by the end of the month. In the evening, Li Yin hosted Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Jianping for dinner, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. During the meal, Zhao Zhiyong chuckled wryly, Brother, in just one day, you've spent 50 or 60,000. I truly cannot comprehend. Sun Jianping, equally intrigued, inquired, Brother, what exactly are you planning? Li Yin chose not to elaborate. It would be of no use to explain. Just wait and see, he replied with a smile, rest assured. I am engaged in legitimate business. Here, take this. With that, Li Yin tossed a bag to Qin Ruoxue. I have secured a cyber CAF for you. It can commence operations at any time. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to complete the necessary paperwork, Li Yin said with a grin. Qin Ruoxue was left utterly dumbfounded. You truly secured a cyber CAF? How much did it cost? She gasped in disbelief. Over 50,000, Li Yin revealed, leaving her astonished in just a few days. The revelation was more shocking than delightful. Her face turned pale as she asked, Li Yin, the futures you are dealing with, are they legal? Haha. Li Yin laughed at her expression. Fear not. Everything is legal and compliant. You need not worry about the finances. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to finalize the necessary registrations and arrange for some simple renovations, and then it will be ready for business from tomorrow onward. You shall be the boss. Qin Ruoxue felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Li Yin gently grasped her hand. Rest assured. Whether the CAF is profitable or not is of little importance. It merely provides you with an endeavor. The true profits lie in these assets. He gestured toward the 40 cyber CAF permits. Qin Ruoxue was utterly bemused. Why have you acquired so many? They cannot be spent as currency. In XX City, a tragic fire incident occurred in an illegal cyber CAF, claiming the lives of several minors. It wasn't until he reached adulthood that he learned the truth behind that fateful event. Due to the rampant proliferation of illegal cyber CAFs leading to fatalities, the government intensified regulations, strictly controlling CAF permits. Now, everything was in place, merely awaiting the right moment. Although he did not wish for a repeat of that tragedy, he was unaware of which establishment had sparked the crackdown, and could only mourn for those children who skipped class to surf the internet. At present, in the eyes of Qin Ruoxue and everyone else, Li Yin seemed to be whimsically acquiring permits for cyber CAFs. Yet only he understood that what he held was an opportunity, a source of wealth, a stepping stone on his path to success. On Monday, Li Yin arrived early at the Xinxiao Futures Brokerage. Still indebted to Rinwei for 400,000, he knew he needed to deliver results first. Upon entering, he encountered Lin Jun seeing Li Yin. Lin Jun's eyes lit up, and he sarcastically remarked, "Oh, I see this Li Yin. You still have the leisure to come here? Your wife's job is gone. Are you not starving, relying on her?" "Ha. Lin, rest assured, I shan't starve. Such despicable individuals can accomplish anything. Perhaps tomorrow, I shall accompany my wife to beg," chimed a nearby assistant with a laugh. Li Yin cast a cold glance at Lin Jun. "Apologies, but my wife truly has no interest in that steel mill job. She has become a business owner herself. I fear this will disappoint you. Blustering is easy for anyone. Being a boss? Who do you think you are? Just because you've made a few bucks recently? You've forgotten your own name?" Lin Jun scoffed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhiyong and Sun Jianpain rushed over, seizing Li Yan's hands excitedly. "Brother, you are miraculous, absolutely miraculous. By the way, your cyber CAF hasn't opened yet." "Has it? Don't open it. Sell it. Sell it quickly." The two were nearly jumping with excitement. Lin Jun erupted in laughter. "Li Yin, is this what you call being a boss? Opening a cyber CAF? You're truly a joke." Zhao Zhiyong could no longer remain silent. "You know nothing. Don't think being a deputy factory manager makes you impressive. What connection do you have with the factory? Li Yin acquired that CAF for 50,000 yesterday. If he flips it today, it'll be worth at least 100,000. The crowd, previously there to spectate, was left slack-jawed in astonishment. "Nonsense. A cyber CAF? Who in their right mind would spend $1 million on that? Do you think we're all fools? Or perhaps you two are merely putting on a show with Li Yin?" Zhao Zhiyong coldly chuckled, producing a newspaper and tossing it at Lin Jun's face. Front page news, last night, a cyber CAF caught fire, killing several people. The government has decided to regulate cyber CAFs. All without permits will be shut down, and the CAF in Li Yan's hands possesses permits. In the entire city, there were fewer than 3 cyber CAFs with permits. Do you think Li Yan's CAF is not worth $1 million? Chapter 15. Trouble brews don't get too smug. Whether anyone will buy it is still uncertain. Your CAF might close down in a few days, Lin Jun retorted defiantly. Just then, several individuals rushed in from outside. "Excuse me, is there AM or LIN here?" A middle-aged man inquired, gazing at the crowd. "I am. Do you have business with me?" Li Yin raised his head to ask. The middle-aged man, accompanied by several others, hurried over, their faces beaming as they extended their hands. "Mr. Li, we've finally found you. Please, we beseech you for aid indeed. Mr. Li, you must give us a lifeline. Mr. Li, We implore you to sell us a few of those permits you possess. The group of men spoke over one another, all wearing desperate expressions as they pleaded with Li Yin. The onlookers soon grasped the situation. Following the newspaper incident, a notice had been issued this morning. All cyber CAFs were to be regulated, and those without permits would be shut down. The individuals before Li Yin were the owners of various cyber CAFs in the city, having learned of his possession of numerous permits, and had come rushing to seek his help. Lin Jun's expression darkened considerably. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Li Yin's CAF might not sell, but observing the current situation, it was evident that not only was Li Yin's CAF operational, but the permits were also in high demand. He begrudgingly remarked, "Just a few measly permits. Are they worth begging this kid? Who do you think you are to speak to him or ally like that? You don't know anything." One of the CAF owners shot back. "Exactly. You don't know anything. Mr. Li has 50 permits. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. 10,000. Mr. Li, I have the cash right here. 10,000 for one permit. You can't leave us in the lurch. 10,000 each, 50 permits. That's 500,000. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Li Yin glanced at Lin Jun with a smirk. "I am sorry, but it seems you might be disappointed." Lin Jun's face turned a shade of green and pale. "Humph, just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? We'll see." Lin Jun, feeling humiliated, stormed off, muttering, "Li Yin, I won't let this slide." Li Yin watched Lin Jun's retreating figure, a cold smile forming on his lips. "Nor will I let this slide." Then, in front of the envious crowd, Li Yin produced 40 cyber CAF permits and completed the transactions with the CAF owners on the spot. 400,000 in cash was his. In just one day, he had achieved this. Those around him were green with envy. Earning money? This was akin to robbing. Zhao Ziyong and Sun Jianping were grinning from ear to ear. When Li Yin had given each of them 5 permits yesterday, they had felt unimpressed. But now, those 5 permits equated to 50,000 each. "Brother, this money doesn't rightly belong to me and Sun. It's yours," Zhao Ziyong insisted, handing the cash back to Li Yin. Sun Jianping added, "Yes, brother. That money feels too hot to handle. I feel guilty." Li Yin merely shook his head with a smile. "Without your assistance, I wouldn't have secured these. I should be thanking you. This is rightfully yours. Keep it." Upon hearing Li Yin's words, the two accepted the money. "Brother, no need for further words. You are truly the god of wealth. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Just give the word, and I will be at your command," Zhao Ziyong declared with a thump to his chest. Sun Jianping nodded vigorously. "With this sum, we can also step into the big leagues." "Ha ha ha, let us see how Lin Jun carries on after this. It's just a big league. What is so impressive about it?" Zhao Ziyong proclaimed with pride. Sun Jianping curiously inquired of Li Yin, "Brother, how did you know that this item was going to increase in price? Are you able to foresee the future?" Naturally, Li Yin could not divulge his secret. After a moment of thought, he smiled and replied, "Actually, this is merely the way of trading. As long as one observes diligently, opportunities abound everywhere. It all depends on whether you can seize them. I had previously noticed that many internet CAFs were in disarray. With numerous safety hazards, it was only a matter of time before something went awry. Once an incident occurs, there will be a need for rectification. This is akin to the supply and demand relationship we encounter in trading. Thus, I was inspired to stockpile internet CAF permits, and with a stroke of good fortune, it came to fruition. Remarkable, truly remarkable, my brother. You have opened a new door for us. This is the genuine path of trading. Technical analysis, fundamental analysis, all of that is mere nonsense. Grounding ourselves in reality is the true way." At that moment, both Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyong held Li Yin in absolute admiration. With the sale of the internet CAF permits, Li Yin turned an investment of 50,000 into 4 million overnight, a 100-fold profit. His financial situation became quite comfortable. Without delay, he sought out Renwei and transferred the remaining 400,000 to him. Renwei's heart bled at this realization. If only he had signed the contract the day before, the internet CAF would have fetched a price far exceeding this. But now, he had lost everything. The 40,000 that was supposed to take a month to acquire was handed to him by Li Yin in just one day. What should have been a joyous occasion left Renwei feeling anything but happy. After a moment of reflection, Renwei considered that perhaps it was worth it. Having heard from Boss Xiao that Li Yin was an investor, he suggested, "If there is a chance in the future, let us have a good chat." Although we lost out on the internet CAF this time, gaining a friend in you, my brother, is invaluable. Just then, Li Yan's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Qin Ruoshue's voice, tinged with distress. Li Yan, you must come to the internet CAF. There's trouble. Someone is trying to seize our CAF. What? Li Yan's anger flared instantly. Who had the audacity? Just wait, I'm on my way. After calming Qin Ruoshue down with a few words, he hung up. Seeing Li Yan's troubled expression, Renwei immediately asked, Brother, what is going on? There's trouble at the internet CAF. I need to handle it. Having witnessed Li Yan's investment prowess, Renwei was eager to befriend him. Upon hearing about the disturbance, he declared, I'll go with you. This is an affront to me, Renwei. Just after transferring the CAF to you, someone causes trouble. This is a slap in my face. Chapter 16. The ruthless one Qin Ruoshue stood pale at the counter. As all the patrons had been evicted, a few thugs blocked the entrance. And a young man in his 30s sat smirking in a chair. Qin Ruoshue, you must handle this. Your brother's actions require an explanation. Either hand over the CAF or pay me off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. With unwavering determination, Qin Ruoshue shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with me. I will not hand over the CAF. Then it seems we have nothing more to discuss. Men, smash it, Ho-san sneered. Commanding his henchmen to act, stop, move a muscle, and I'll end you. Just then, Li Yan burst through the door, cursing, Li Yan, you've come. Qin Ruoshue, upon seeing him, nervously stood beside him. You must be Li Yan, right? Qin Bo is your brother-in-law? This brat set fire to my CAF last night. What do you propose we do? Ho-san pointed at the battered and bruised Qin Bo, who was crouched on the floor. Li Yan frowned. How could Qin Bo be so reckless as to burn down someone's CAF? What does Qin Bo's actions have to do with me? Li Yan retorted coldly. Ho-san arrogantly replied. Qin Bo is your brother-in-law. If I don't come to you, who should I go to? You can either hand over the CAF or pay me 50,000. I've inquired and know you bought this CAF for 50,000. You wouldn't be losing anything. Qin Bo nodded vigorously. Third brother. He has got the money. Li Yan's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on Qin Bo. I told you not to cause any more trouble. Or else, I'll break your legs. You clearly haven't learned your lesson, have you? Qin Bo immediately fell silent, lowering his head in fear. He had been coerced into burning down Ho-san's CAF. But when he attempted to act, he was caught and beaten, revealing Li Yan's CAF ownership under duress. This morning, Ho-san had received news that his CAF was to be shut down for operating without a permit, and he decided to target Li Yan. If he could take over Li Yan's new internet CAF, he would strike it rich. Li Yan turned to Ho-san and declared, I want to give you a single cent. You can forget about the CAF as well now, get lost. How dare you be so arrogant? If that is the case, don't expect to run your CAF anymore. Brothers, smash it. Ho-san, furious that Li Yan was unfazed, commanded his men to act. Stop, Ho-san, who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here? As the thugs prepared to strike, Qin Ruoshue was terrified, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Renwei entered the scene. Ah, Brother Ren, what are you doing here? Seeing Renwei, Ho-san was taken aback and ordered his men to halt. You dare to stir up trouble on my turf? Do you want to ruin your reputation? Renwei, with several establishments under his belt, was not to be trifled with. Ho-san, realizing he was in over his head, stammered, Brother Ren, you've already transferred this CAF, right? I'm here for Li Yan. It has nothing to do with you? Renwei sneered. Nothing to do with me? Li Yan is my brother. How can it not be related? Ho-san was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated Renwei would stand up for Li Yan. It was as if he had kicked a steel plate. In a panic, he turned to Li Yan. Brother, I was wrong. I truly underestimated you. I had no idea you were Brother Ren's friend. Please, spare me. Spare you? Just a moment ago, you were demanding 50,000 from me and wanting my CAF. Li Yan scoffed. Ho-san's heart sank. I didn't mean it. I was just talking. Li Yan's cold gaze fixed on him. You claim Qin Bo burned your CAF, and now you come here to cause me trouble. How do you account for the damage you've caused to my business? I'll compensate. Ho-san gritted his teeth. Replying, $20,000, Li Yan said coldly, fixing Ho-san with a glare. Ho-san winced. Brotherly, isn't that a bit excessive? Li Yan chuckled coldly. If you don't want to pay, then hand over your CAF as compensation. I'll pay. I'll pay right now. With great reluctance, Ho-san produced 20,000 in cash, handing it over to Li Yin with utmost deference. That moment, Qin Bo, seeing the situation resolve, shouted dismissively, Li Yin, are you blind? Can't you see I'm still tied up? Untie me, or I'll tell my dad, and bring me my money. I earned it after taking a beating, however, before he could finish. Li Yin slapped him hard across the face. Untie you? Who do you think you are? Qin Bo, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, Li Yin, how dare you hit me? I'll have my sister divorce you. Qin Bo raised his voice defiantly. Shut your mouth. What kind of brother are you? Always getting into trouble. When will you ever do something respectable? Qin Ruoxue was furious, her anger boiling over. Li Yin coldly regarded Qin Bo. What did I tell you last time? Qin Bo, intimidated by Li Yin's expression, shrank back. You said, smack? Li Yin slapped him again. Qin Bo cried out, you said you'd break my legs. Li Yin sneered, pointing at Ho-san. Ho-san, this brat burned your CAF. You can deal with him however you wish. It has nothing to do with me. Ho-san understood immediately, sneering as he grabbed a chair and approached Qin Bo. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I truly was. I swear I'll never do it again. I was forced into this. Blackie said if I didn't pay him, he'd kill me. Please, save me. Qin Bo, stripped of his previous bravado, collapsed to the ground, calling out for help, utterly on the verge of collapse. Li Yin. Qin Ruoxue, unable to watch any longer, interjected, regardless of what Qin Bo has done, he is still my brother. Li Yin, expressionless, called out to Ho-san. Help me with something. Let today's events pass. Ho-san, relieved, eagerly nodded, anxious for Li Yin's approval, wishing only to extricate himself from this situation. Report that someone set fire to your CAF. Get this brat locked up. Li Yin coldly instructed. Ho-san shivered at the thought of sending his brother-in-law to prison. This was a ruthless individual. Chapter 17. An unshakable grudge. The police arrived swiftly, as there was a crackdown on such incidents. Qin Bo had unwittingly walked into a storm. Thanks to Ho-san's cooperation, everything proceeded smoothly, and Qin Bo was taken into custody. Thank you for your help today, brother-in. Here's 20,000. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Li Yin casually handed the 2,000 to Renwei. Renwei shook his head, declaring that it was not a significant matter at all. In the future. Just call on me whenever you need assistance, my brother. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, remember to take me along for any opportunities for wealth that arise. He chuckled heartily. Are you blaming me? Li Yin inquired. Qin Ruoxue shook her head, stating, not at all. Qin Bo must face the consequences for his wrongdoings. Besides, his behavior has become increasingly outrageous. Spending a few days inside would serve as a lesson for him. I am just a bit concerned about how my parents might feel. Rest assured. For his failed attempt at arson, he'll likely be detained for merely half a month. A little time spent in there will make him realize the gravity of his actions. For now, let's not mention it to your parents to spare them any worry. Qin Ruoxue responded with an affirmative hum, gently embracing Li Yin's arm and resting her head against his chest. Don't be disheartened. I have some good news I haven't shared with you yet, Li Yin said, affectionately patting her head. Qin Ruoxue lifted her gaze, curious, what good news? The batch of internet CAF licenses has sold. Qin Ruoxue gasped in surprise. Really? How much did it sell for? Did we incur any losses? How could there be any losses? These licenses have skyrocketed in value. Li Yin explained. Do you know why that Ho-san came to us earlier? It's precisely because we possess an internet CAF license. Is that so? Are internet CAF licenses really that valuable? Qin Ruoxue pondered, somewhat bewildered. Li Yin succinctly elaborated on the underlying logic, and her eyes widened in understanding as she swallowed hard. Whispering, so, how much profit did we make from our internet CAF license? Li Yin extended 4 fingers. 400,000. She exclaimed, that's an enormous sum for just a day's work. Her expression was one of disbelief as she stared at Li Yin. However, he merely shook his head with a smile, not 400,000, but rather 0.4 million. What? Qin Ruoxue gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Li Yin, feeling as though it was all too surreal. 0.4 million in cash. It's already in my bank account. Though Li Yin himself was indifferent to such wealth, he relished the look of admiration in Qin Ruoxue's eyes. Due to the recent crackdown, the internet CAF was temporarily closed for self-inspection, leaving Qin Ruoxue with little to do. Suddenly, Li Yin recalled his promise to Qin Ruoxue when he had mortgaged their house just days prior, vowing to buy her a larger home once they made some money. With a grin, he declared, "Let us go buy a house." "Buy a house? What do you mean? Our old house is sufficient. You've already lifted the mortgage. So there is no need to spend this money." Li Yin gazed deeply into Qin Ruoxue's eyes, softly replying, "I promised you that once we earned money, I would get you a bigger house. $4 million may not seem like much, but it should be enough for a home. But we have many future expenses, and earning money isn't easy for you. Enough. Listen to me. The reason I earn money is for what? To ensure you have a better life. If working hard merely serves the purpose of hoarding wealth, then what meaning is there in life? Besides, making money is quite effortless for me." Qin Ruoxue nodded, her sweet smile returning. "I'll listen to you. All of it, husband." The term husband sent a shiver through Li Yan's body. This was the first time since his rebirth that Qin Ruoxue had referred to him so affectionately. It felt entirely different from how the women he had known in his past life had addressed him. "Let's go buy that house." With a grand gesture, Li Yin took Qin Ruoxue's small hand and led her outside. Once outside, he called Sun Jianping, inquiring if he knew any reliable real estate agents. Sun Jianping provided the contact for an agent named Wang Hai. After their conversation, Wang Hai recommended a newly developed property called Kaichen Real Estate, currently offering discounts to Li Yin and Qin Ruoxue decided to visit. Upon arriving at the Kaichen building, they waited briefly before a middle-aged man approached, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Li?" "I am Li Yin. You must be Wang Hai?" Li Yin asked promptly. "Indeed. We spoke on the phone earlier. I didn't expect Li to be so young and accomplished." Wang Hai greeted with a warm smile, exuding politeness. "There's no need for formalities. Let us go up and take a look." Li Yin replied nonchalantly, radiating an air of confidence. Having weathered many storms in his past life, he viewed this as merely a minor affair. Wang Hai, observing this, speculated about Li Yan's background. Such youth and accompanied by a beautiful woman. He must be the son of a wealthy family. Securing a client like this would undoubtedly lead to a significant deal. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Hai's attitude grew increasingly respectful as he led them into the building. Along the way, Wang Hai elaborated, "The Kaichen building was only completed last year, and currently, the 8th and 9th floors have available units. This area will undoubtedly become a commercial district. Mr. Li, if you're interested, I personally suggest you consider it." "That's enough, I understand. Let us take a look first," Li Yin responded coolly. Wang Hai nodded, falling silent. Soon, under Wang Hai's guidance, they explored the 8th, 9th, and 11th floors. After the tour, Wang Hai hesitantly asked, "Mr. Li, are you satisfied with what you've seen? If you are, we have a promotion today, a 10% discount if you place a deposit." Wang Hai gazed at Li Yin with eager anticipation. "Indeed, it is quite impressive," Li Yin nodded, then turned to Qin Ruoxue, asking Ruoxue, "Which one do you prefer? What do you think?" Qin Ruoxue hesitated. "Both are quite nice. I'm not sure which one to choose. Perhaps you should decide." She had never imagined she would be buying property one day, especially in such a newly developed upscale complex, leaving her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Li Yin paused, then inquired of Wang Hai, "What are the prices for these two units?" Wang Hai promptly replied, "The 8th floor is 140 square meters. And with the discount, it's a little over 700,000. The 9th floor is similar." "What? Is it that expensive? That would mean over 5,000 per square meter." Li Yin, taken aback, looked at Qin Ruoxue. "Shall we pass on this? Maybe we can look at other properties?" After hearing Wang Hai's quote, Qin Ruoxue gasped, urgently advising Li Yin, "In this day and age, the average local housing price is only 2,000 to 3,000. If Wang Hai's quote is correct, then Kaichen Real Estate is charging over 5,000 per square meter. That's outrageous." Just then, a mocking voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, how brazen. In these times, there really are all sorts of people. Earning a little money makes you think you're wealthy? You dare to come to Kaichen Real Estate to buy a house. This is not a place for a pauper like you." Li Yin turned to see a middle-aged man, Lin Jun, swaggering towards them, an arm draped around a young woman. His expression turned cold. He had not expected to encounter Lin Jun again. "Lin Jun, kid, don't think that just because you've made a little money, you're on the same level as the wealthy. You're still far from it." Wang Hai scoffed dismissively. Qin Ruoxue was taken aback to see Lin Jiayuan, as a leader at the steel mill. He had frequently harassed her, and her instinctive reaction was one of apprehension. "Li Yin, shall we leave? We can come back another day," she urged, tugging at his arm softly. Seeing this, Lin Jun's face lit up with smug satisfaction as he leaned closer to the woman beside him. You see, darling, it's crucial to align oneself with the right person. So, which unit do you fancy? Tell your brother, and he'll buy it for you. Wow, Mr. Lin, you're so generous. Unlike certain individuals who are stuck with a pauper. How pathetic. Just because it's over 5,000 per square meter, they think it's expensive. Little do they know, Kaichen's properties are worth that price. The woman nestled against Lin Jun, playfully kissing him. Her tone dripping with condescension. Lin felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, his mind racing with unsettling images. Mr. Lin, she's interested in the 8th floor unit, the girl cooed, casting a triumphant glance at Qin Ruoxue and Li Yin. Fully aware of Qin Ruoxue's earlier interest in the 8th floor, Lin Jun furrowed his brow. He had only intended to show off, but the girl had dared to speak up. Yet, with Li Yin present, he couldn't back down. Clearing his throat, he declared, well, the 8th floor is indeed a good choice. By the way, how much did you say the 8th floor costs? 700,000. The agent accompanying Lin Jun chimed in. And what is the down payment? What is the monthly mortgage? Lin Jun continued to inquire. Mr. Lin, the down payment and monthly payment depend on your loan amount. Once you decide to buy, I can immediately assist you in applying for a loan at the bank. Wait, at that moment, Li Yin interjected with a cold smile. What is the matter? Do you want to buy it too? Sorry, but my sweetheart has her eye on the 8th floor unit. You and your wife should leave. Lin Jun replied smugly. Li Yin shot him a disdainful glance and casually addressed Wang Hai. I'll take it. Wang Hai, have you prepared the contract? Huh? You're interested. Mr. Li, why not consider the 9th floor instead? I can offer you an additional discount. Wang Hai stammered, caught between a rock and a hard place. Not necessary. I'm interested in both the 8th and 9th floors. I'll take them both. What? Wang Hai's eyes suddenly brightened. Mr. Li, are you implying that you are interested in all of them and intend to purchase them all? Indeed. Is there a problem? No. No problem at all, Wang Hai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Mr. Lin, look, they. The woman beside Lin Jun, witnessing Li Yan's audacious decision to buy 2 apartments outright, immediately clung to Lin Jun's arm, whining and throwing a tantrum. Embarrassed in front of his woman, Lin Jun's expression darkened ominously. Li Yin, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Just because you have money, you think you can buy 2 apartments? Humph. Stop pretending. Who do you think you are, a useless bum without a job? Do you really think the bank will approve a loan for 2 apartments? Wang Hai hesitated for a moment and whispered to Li Yin, Mr. Li, securing a loan for 2 apartments simultaneously could indeed prove challenging. However, Li Yin frowned and replied, Loan? What loan? Did I mention needing a loan? Huh. Then what should we do? Wang Hai asked, bewildered. Li Yin chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, only the impoverished resort to taking out loans for real estate. I am not lacking the funds for these 2 apartments. I will pay in full. When can we sign the contract? What? Wang Hai exclaimed in astonishment. In this day and age, an ordinary person's salary barely exceeds 10,000 a year, considered a decent job. Acquiring a single apartment requires the collective effort of several generations. Even then, it merely covers the down payment. The remaining loan spans over 2 to 3 decades. This has become the norm. In all his years as an agent, he had never encountered anyone purchasing properties outright, let alone 2 at once. What? Is this property not for sale? Li Yin remarked, slightly displeased by Wang Hai's silence. Of course it's for sale. I can sign the contract with you right now. Wang Hai exclaimed, jumping with excitement as he pulled the contract from his briefcase. Wait, how are you conducting business as an agent? We just agreed to the 8th floor unit, and now you intend to sell it to this guy? What does that mean? Lin Jun's face darkened. Wang Hai offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Mr. Li is paying in full. The developer specified that full payments take precedence when they entrusted us with the sale. If you can pay in full, I can discuss it with Mr. Li. What do you think? Lin Jun's face flushed red, rendered speechless. Full payment? It wasn't that he couldn't afford several $100,000. Rather, he was reluctant for the sake of the woman beside him. Mr. Lin, I don't care. I want the 8th floor. You've already promised me. The woman immediately clung to Lin Jun's arm, pouting. Darling, the Kaichen property isn't the best. Let us look elsewhere. Lin Jun's expression became awkward. Mr. Lin, aren't you wealthy? If this loser can afford it, can't you? Or do you not truly love me? If that's the case, we have no reason to be together, the woman said, her expression grim. Damn it. Ivy spent so much on you, and you think you can just leave? What do you take me for? Infuriated, Lin Jun slapped the woman across the face. Woo-woo. Lin Jun, how dare you hit me? I am not afraid to tell you. While I was with you, I was also supporting a younger man. I've long since cheated on you, you bastard. I'll kill you. You shameless wretch. Lin Jun's forehead throbbed with rage as he rushed at the woman. Engaging in a scuffle. Mr. Lin, please don't do this. The agents following Lin Jun could no longer bear to watch and rushed in to separate them. Meanwhile, Lin Jun's face had been scratched and bruised by the woman, leaving him in a pitiful state. Ha ha, truly a sight to behold. Your mistress has actually given you a green hat. Li Yin chuckled gleefully at Lin Jun's misfortune. Li Yin, you have the audacity to say that again. Lin Jun roared at Li Yin, his eyes ablaze. Li Yin sneered. What's wrong? You're the one who can't afford a home. Don't pretend in front of me. What a joke. If you have the means, buy it outright and let that woman who cheated on you wear the green hat. I'll gladly let you have it. You? Li Yin's words were like salt in Lin Jun's wounds. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to catch his breath. What a joke. You can't afford it, so just shut up. Li Yin spat disdainfully. He then turned and accepted the keys Wang Hai handed over, saying to Qin Ruoxue, I promised you, and I've done it. Qin Ruoxue covered her mouth, her eyes reddening as she looked at Li Yin, although she felt pained by his decision to buy 2 apartments outright. In that moment, the kindness Li Yin had shown her overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain herself, throwing her arms around him. Thank you, Li Yin. Li Yin reached out to pat Qin Ruoxue's little head, smiling as he said, a man should earn money to spend on a woman. If he lacks the ability, he will be looked down upon. I'm not like some people. Chapter 19. Each with their own calculations. Having said that, Li Yin took Qin Ruoxue by the hand and instructed Wang Hai to handle the transfer at the bank, leaving with a flourish, just as Lin Jun, who had just regained consciousness with the help of the agents, overheard this. Darkness enveloped him once more. He glared at Li Yin with a face full of resentment, shouting, Next week, the hedging funds will arrive at the factory. I will make you wish you were dead and let you know the consequences of provoking me. Li Yin, we shall see. He promptly transferred 150,000 to the bank, and at that moment, the properties officially belonged to Li Yin. Wang Hai looked at Li Yin, who had seemingly transformed into a deity of wealth. With the sale of 2 apartments, he stood to earn a significant commission. At this point, Wang Hai mentioned that his brother-in-law owned a renovation company, and Qin Ruoxue, intrigued, decided to take a look. As Li Yin noted there was still time, he told Qin Ruoxue, you and Wang Hai should check out his brother-in-law's renovation company and discuss the details. I'll head to the futures trading department first. Qin Ruoxue nodded, then anxiously clutched Li Yin's arm, saying, Li Yin, that Lin Jun is vengeful. Are we safe after offending him today? No worries. What is he? Really? Don't take it to heart, Li Yin said dismissively. Seeing Li Yin's confidence, Qin Ruoxue nodded and reminded. But still, be careful. Upon arriving at the futures trading department, Li Yin recalled that he was now a major client and had access to a dedicated VIP room on the 2nd floor. Finding room 3, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Not long after, a melodious voice called from outside. Mr. Li, may I come in? Looking up, he was surprised to see the woman who had previously recognized him at the counter. He hadn't paid much attention before, but today he realized that having her at the counter was a sheer waste. With just the right amount of cleavage and a hint of flirtation on her face, she exuded both subtlety and allure. As she entered, she shot Li Yin a glance, seemingly annoyed that he had been staring at her, then covered her mouth with a laugh. Mr. Li, my name is Han Zixuan, and I will be your exclusive service in the VIP room from now on. A seemingly simple statement became imbued with meaning as Han Zixuan's body slightly trembled, causing her chest to rise and fall enticingly. Li Yin couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a stirring within him as he grinned. Let us skip the formalities. Just call me by my name. Since you're my exclusive service, how about making me a cup of tea? Han Zixuan threw him a flirtatious glance. Coming right up, Li Yin secretly mused. What a temptress. No wonder Zhang Xiyuan had her assigned to me. It's a perfect match. This single young lady, both mature and captivating, was undoubtedly a man's poison. As Han Zixuan approached with the tea, She curiously asked, "Young Masterly, are you planning to trade copper futures?" As she spoke, her hand brushed against Li Yan's hand resting on the mouse. An alluring scent of perfume wafting through the air, creating an awkward moment. Li Yan pondered. Why is this woman so forward? Yet, he had overlooked one crucial detail: a handsome young man in his 20s. With 2 to 3 million in assets, holds immense allure for women. Han Zixuan possessed looks, figure, and education. She could easily find a decent job at a state-owned enterprise, so why was she toiling away at a mediocre futures company? Wasn't it simply to find a better opportunity? Unfortunately, she harbored pride and didn't want to settle for older men. After witnessing Li Yan's impressive display yesterday, she immediately set her sights on him, requesting Zhang Xiyuan to transfer her to the VIP room for personal service. All of this was unbeknownst to Li Yan. When Han Zixuan asked, he responded with a simple then added, "Zixuan, could you compile and print the recent week's copper futures positions held by various institutions?" Han Zixuan acknowledged and dashed out. As the exclusive service for Li Yan's VIP room, her duties extended beyond mere charm. She had to fulfill her regular responsibilities as well. However, just minutes after she left, an uproar erupted outside. Hearing what sounded like Han Zixuan's voice, Li Yan stood and walked out, only to find Han Zixuan standing frozen in place, looking panicked like a startled lamb. Meanwhile, Lin Jun's lecherous gaze fell upon her as he swallowed hard and said, "The funds I'm operating with now amount to 20 million. You should be serving me instead of wasting your figure on that worthless Li Yan. Come, let me see how well you've developed." As he boldly approached Han Zixuan, intending to embrace her, he was abruptly met with a piercing agony that surged through his outstretched hand. "How dare you lay a finger on my person? Who gives you the audacity?" Li Yan stood expressionless in front of Han Zixuan. With a forceful flick, Lin Jun was sent crashing into the adjacent wall, gasping in pain. "Humph! Who said she is yours? Is this little girl your wife? You are meddling far too much, Li Yan. Let me tell you, I have taken a fancy to her." Lin Jun spat venomously, his face twisted in rage. "With that pig-like visage of yours. Do you think your face is large? Who gave you the right to act so brazenly?" Li Yan retorted disdainfully. "Ha, good. You said it, Lin Jun. We shall meet at the trading market," Li Yan sneered, forcefully shoving Lin Jun aside. Once Li Yan departed, the initially furious Lin Jun revealed a cold, sinister smile. "Kid, this time you won't even know how you perished. You dare to challenge me? Humph. The moment you step into that market, I will ensure you are left without a grave." All of this was meticulously plotted by Lin Jun with 2 million in hedging funds secured. He vowed revenge. However, he feared Li Yan might not follow him into the market. Upon spotting Han Zixuan, an idea struck him. He deliberately provoked Li Yan to lead him into a trap. Within Li Yan's spacious office, Han Zixuan, still shaken, looked at him with a pitiful gaze. "Thank you, Li Xiao. If you hadn't intervened just now, I truly wouldn't know what to do." In her position, she had no means to resist Lin Jun's advances. Yet Li Yan waved his hand dismissively, "And no need to thank me. Ultimately, it is I who have implicated you. Lin Jun's ire is directed at me. You are merely an innocent victim in this matter. By the way, have you found the information I asked you to gather?" Han Zixuan nodded and promptly handed over the compiled data to Li Yan. As he perused the documents, a chill crept into his heart. Earlier that day, he had publicly humiliated Lin Jun in front of the woman beside him. Fully aware that Lin Jun would not let it slide easily, he recalled Lin Jun's conversation with Zhao Fei regarding the recent influx of 2 million in hedging funds into the market. And now he had set his sights on that sum. Little did he expect Lin Jun would deliberately come to provoke him. In this game of cat and mouse, only through conflict would the true nature of the players reveal itself. "When I devour the 2 million in hedging funds you rely on, I shall see how you, Lin Jun, confront the steel mill's accountability." Chapter 20. The opponent's position initially, Li Yan lacked sufficient capital and felt powerless. However, he had managed to secure 400,000 from the internet CAF, spent 150,000 on a house, and another 50,000 to purchase Ranway's internet CAF. Coupled with the funds in his futures account, he had approximately 250,000 available for investment. With this capital, combined with adequate leverage and strategic maneuvering, he possessed the capability to utterly annihilate Lin Jun. At the end of 1998, the financial markets were nowhere near as developed as in later years, and the variety of derivatives like futures was limited. The only notable options were Hainan rubber and Shanghai copper, AS for the soybean meal and cotton futures that would make countless fortunes in the future. They wouldn't be available until 2,000 years later. The steel mill's operations were closely tied to iron ore, rebar, hot-rolled steel, and stainless steel, which remained a distant prospect. The iron ore required for steel production was primarily imported from Australia and Brazil. And not just in 1998, but for the next 20 years, pricing power remained in foreign hands, dictated by the dollar, a source of pain for countless domestic steel enterprises. For hedging purposes, selecting Shanghai copper could indirectly secure foreign exchange differentials, allowing the steel mill to achieve its hedging objectives. This was the reason Li Yin had previously instructed Han Zixuan to collect data on Shanghai copper holdings. By this time, Han Zixuan had regained her composure. And following the recent events, the distance between her and Li Yin had diminished significantly, erasing the previous sense of estrangement. Especially after Li Yin's remark, "my person," which secretly delighted Han Zixuan. This moment. She leaned in and gently wrapped her arms around Li Yin's, the soft and delicate sensation sending a shiver through him as he inwardly mused about her enchanting allure. Li Yin quickly skimmed through the summary of positions that Han Zixuan had printed, then compared it with the recent K-line chart of Shanghai copper. From its peak of 24,000 in 1997, the price had been steadily declining, now plummeting to a mere 15,500. Yet this very chart validated the adage. When you believe you have reached the floor and are ready to buy the dip, there may still be a basement below, and beneath that, perhaps 18 levels of hell, such as the power of trends. In recalling that at the beginning of 1999, Shanghai copper had been driven down to 14,280 points, and now it hovered around 17,000. The potential for manipulation was ripe. At this moment, a glint of determination sparkled in Li Yan's eyes as he opened his account and began to build his position. Each Shanghai copper futures contract represented a standard of 5 tons, with a margin requirement of 9% set by the exchange. With prices fluctuating around 17,000, Li Yin calculated that opening a single contract would require approximately 8,000 in margin. With 250,000 at his disposal, he could nearly open 300 contracts in a fully leveraged position. Naturally, Han Zixuan complied with the client's requests, her curiosity piqued by Li Yan's intentions. But she refrained from questioning him further, swiftly assisting him in executing his orders. Han Zixuan paused, exclaiming in astonishment, "All short positions? Li Xiao, are you certain? With Shanghai copper at this price, there is hardly any room for further decline. Everyone is saying a reversal is imminent." Li Yin, however, wore a confident smile. "There will be a reversal, but do not forget, this is the futures market. Before the reversal arrives, perhaps 90% of participants will have perished." All right, Han Zixuan thought to herself, as Li Yin was indeed the client. She dared not speak further, and proceeded to sit at the computer to help execute the orders as instructed. Meanwhile, Li Yin remained busy throughout the day, opening 20 short positions, locking in prices primarily above 17,000. Later, in Lin Jun's trading room, he was elated upon hearing the news that Li Yin had previously exited his green bean trades within seconds, never allowing anyone a chance to retaliate. Now, upon receiving this information, Lin Jun thumped his thigh in excitement and burst into laughter. "How much capital does he have in his account?" Xiao Lu inquired urgently. "Over 1 million, Lin Jun replied, scoffing. This kid was previously so arrogant. It was merely luck. Now he dares to short Shanghai copper. Ha! He is courting death. The heavens are ready to claim you. I have 2 million in capital. I could easily crush him." The next day, at the market opening, Lin Jun immediately launched 300 long positions at the start of the auction. With a swift motion, the auction price surged dramatically due to his 300 contracts, launching the opening at 17,500, a 500-point jump from the previous day's close. Observing the market's trajectory, Lin Jun declared triumphantly, "Li Yin, oh Li Yin, the game of futures is merely a game of capital. I can casually throw down 2 million and with just a fraction of my position, obliterate you. Let us see what you can do against me. If I don't finish you off this time, I won't call myself Lin Jun." At this moment, the total positions in the Shanghai copper market were barely 40,000 contracts. Yet Lin Jun had opened 300 contracts at once, causing a violent price fluctuation. Many short-term traders, witnessing the sudden surge of 200 points, gasped in astonishment, convinced that a bottom had appeared. The bottom. The absolute bottom. Go long, buy, buy. a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the trading hall, numerous retail investors shouted excitedly, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Han Zixuan, just returning from outside, paled as she gazed at the market, anxiously asking Li Yin, Li Xiao, what do we do now? We've already lost so much. The account she had managed for Li Yin had opened 15 short positions. And with the price surging 500 points, their account was now facing a floating loss of nearly 40,000, a sum that nearly equated to her salary over 2 years. Nevertheless, Li Yin only smiled calmly. What is there to fear? Such fluctuations are normal. If I am not mistaken, someone should be making their move right about now. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Han Zixuan suddenly recalled his previous remark and exclaimed, Li Xiao, are you referring to Lin Jun? Naturally, Li Yan replied. Once the latest position report comes out this afternoon, we will have our answer. At that moment, Han Zixuan was left speechless, urgently imploring Li Yan. Li Xiao, but Lin Jun has 2 million in capital. Aren't we like an ant against an elephant? Can we truly win? Even voicing it felt surreal to her. In her eyes, Li Yan's actions seemed akin to courting death. The outcome was still uncertain, yet Li Yan merely responded with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed by their precarious situation. Chapter 21. Madness following the market opening, buoyed by Lin Jun's 300 contracts. A small surge propelled the entire market, creating a brief rally. All those who had shorted hastily cut their losses and exited. Meanwhile, those eager to buy the dip began to enter the fray. The market surged from the opening price of 17,500, climbing approximately 200 points by midday. What do we do? What do we do? We've lost so much money. Will Li Yin blame me? Han Zixuan fretted restlessly. At that moment, Li Yin glanced at the account Han Zixuan was managing and frowned. Why haven't you opened any positions? Did I not instruct you to increase your positions whenever a new high is reached? Han Zixuan gazed at Li Yin in astonishment. Even after incurring such significant losses, you still want to add more. I have the confidence to increase your holdings without concern for the unrealized losses. What you must do now is to flawlessly execute my strategy. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, it is of no consequence to you. But what if the price surges again in the afternoon? Our positions will become heavier, and our losses will escalate. Han Zixuan expressed her bewilderment. Li Yin smiled enigmatically. You will understand by this afternoon. Remember, you must adhere to my strategy without fail. If you do not cooperate, how can Lin Jun have the confidence to boldly increase his positions? Although the prices did not rise as dramatically as they had in the morning, they still exhibited a slight upward movement. Han Zixuan felt a lingering unease in her heart, yet recalling Li Yan's instructions, she gritted her teeth and increased her positions to 30 short contracts. The cost basis for these short positions had already risen to 17,300. Yet the unrealized losses persisted. Meanwhile, Li Yin remained unfazed, instructing Han Zixuan to print the latest position report after the market closed. Upon receiving the report, Li Yan's eyes lit up. Today, the seats of Xinqiao Futures had increased their long positions in Shanghai Copper by 500 contracts. And it was a net long position. Lin Jun had indeed taken the bait. Li Yin pumped his fist in triumph. At that moment, in Lin Jun's trading room, he once again obtained Li Yan's position information through the bought-off Xiao Lu. However, upon reviewing it, he couldn't help but frown. How could this fellow remain so composed? After yesterday's 20 contracts, he only added 10 today. This won't do. I need to stoke the fire further. The next day, as the market opened, Lin Jun coldly closed out 100 of his long positions. The price immediately dipped. To better monitor Li Yan's position dynamics, Lin Jun completely bought off Xiao Lu, instructing him to keep a real-time watch on Li Yan's positions, reporting any changes immediately. Just as Lin Jun closed out 100 contracts, Xiao Lu's news arrived. Li Yin had opened 50 short contracts this time. Seemingly pursuing a short position, Lin Jun couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. I thought you were so impressive. Turns out, it's nothing extraordinary. If that's the case, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. The market reacted with volatile fluctuations, seemingly trending downward. Li Yan's account holdings surged directly to 100 contracts. With a total capital of merely 1 million, bringing his position risk to 85. Given the current volatility, if the market became any more turbulent, Li Yin would face a margin call. Now is the moment. Lin Jun's eyes blazed with excitement. You are nothing but a fool. You got lucky and made some money, and now you dare to challenge me. This time, I will make you blow your account. reducing you to a state of utter destitution. I want to see if you, Li Yin, will still be so arrogant then. Seething with rage, Lin Jun envisioned Li Yin stripped of everything and under his heel. With a determined clench of his jaw, he executed a substantial order, 500 long contracts. At this moment, Lin Jun's holdings in Shanghai Copper had reached 800 contracts. The price surged dramatically. Just the margin alone required 12 million, far exceeding the safety threshold of 50 for hedging. At this juncture, Li Yin observed his account teetering on the brink of high risk. Finally, he let out a long breath, revealing a cold smile. Over the past 2 days, he and Lin Jun had not faced each other directly, yet their confrontation in the futures market had never ceased. Until this moment, the fish has taken the bait. And now, it is my time to perform. Li Yin smirked. Zixuan, prepare your account and set all orders to short at 18,000. This time, we go all in. The words all in resonated with an energy akin to a sword. Long concealed, ready to unsheath. Han Zixuan, sensing Li Yan's grave demeanor, could no longer afford to inquire why in a flurry. She began placing orders. In the next moment, Li Yan's fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, instantly closing out 40 short contracts, effectively driving the price upward. The price surged dramatically, jumping several points. Damn, this kid is trying to escape. If he gets away like this, all my efforts will have been in vain. The price fluctuations on the market, coupled with Xiao Lu's updates on Li Yan's position changes, immediately captured Lin Jun's attention. Gritting his teeth, he pressed down on another 300 contracts. With a single move, the price shot up to 18,000. Lin Jun's expression twisted into a snarl. Now, I will show you who is in control. He could hardly wait to witness Li Yan's despair after his account was blown. Having said that, Lin Jun turned and kicked open the door to Li Yan's trading room. Ha ha, Li Yan, you are a waste. Killing you is no more difficult than squashing an ant. Have you blown your account yet? What do you have to say now? Daring to offend me, Lin Jun? You should have known this day would come. Li Yan, seated before his computer, was taken aback by Lin Jun's brazen intrusion and bombastic proclamations. Lin Jun's feverish enthusiasm was doused by Li Yan's calm words. Positions? Looking at Li Yan's expression, it seemed he had anticipated Lin Jun's moves all along. Could it be? Cold sweat trickled down Lin Jun's forehead. Don't get cocky. Wait until I finish dealing with my positions before I come to settle the score with you. Lin Jun glared fiercely at Li Yan, his voice dripping with malice. Li Yan replied coldly. Wait until you have the chance to come out alive. Lin Jun's teeth clenched tightly, yet he dared not waste any more time. That moment, Li Yan's words served as a reminder. He had been too reckless. Having already exceeded 50% of his positions, he had just dumped another 300 contracts. While it was indeed possible that Li Yan was facing a margin call, what about himself? If those 300 long contracts were executed at the current price, his margin alone would consume over 3 million. Together with his previous holdings, Lin Jun's margin in Shanghai Copper had approached 15 million. Of course, throughout this process, his account was showing unrealized profits. Chapter 22. Relentless pursuit. Lin Jun could hardly bear to contemplate further. What's happening? What's going on? Lin Zong, I don't understand this. A woman giggled as she approached, attempting to cling to Lin Jun's arm in a flirtatious manner. However, after taking just 2 steps, she was abruptly shoved aside by Lin Jun. Get lost. You are utterly useless. Lin Jun spat, his expression twisted in disgust as he opened the market software. The next moment, he collapsed back into his chair. The K line displayed before him was a long candlestick with no upper shadow. The price, after he dumped those 300 contracts, had soared to 18,110. This effectively pierced through the upper buy orders. As a holder of long positions, at that moment, his unrealized profits peaked. However, until the profit was realized, all of this was merely an illusion. Just as he swaggered over to flaunt his success in front of Li Yan, the price plummeted from 18,110, crushed by a massive sell order. In an instant, his profits evaporated. Lin Jun's expression flickered between uncertainty and dread as he stared at the market, drenched in sweat. Li Yan was operating a personal account. Even if he faced a margin call, it would merely be a monetary loss. However, Lin Jun was trading on behalf of the steel mill's hedging account. His reckless opening of positions had already violated the rules. He had originally intended to blow up Li Yan's account and then quickly reduce his own position, allowing everything to go unnoticed. But now, Was that still possible? His position was far too heavy, so heavy that the market could not absorb it all at once. He could only gradually reduce it. Damn it! But if I can just drag this out, Li Yin will definitely blow his account first. Lin Jun thought to himself, releasing a silent sigh. However, just as his words faded, the market was bombarded by a series of sell orders. Who the hell is causing this ruckus? Lin Jun erupted in anger. As a result of these numerous sell orders, the price, which Lin Jun had artificially inflated, began to plummet sharply. Almost 300 points of profit vanished. Lin Jun's heart bled at the sight. That profit had belonged to his account, yet now he could only watch helplessly as it slipped away. I must close out. It cannot continue like this. Otherwise, he quickly placed a sell order for 50 contracts. Sell. The price dropped immediately by 70 points. Where did this bunch of idiots come from? Lin Jun shouted in fury, pointing at the trading screen. He had only reduced his position by 50 contracts, yet the market barely budged, and the price dropped by 70 points. What would happen if he sold everything? He could hardly bear to imagine. Yes, drag it out. My large account isn't afraid. Now that the price has reached this level, if I hold on, perhaps it will pass. Meanwhile, Han Zixuan was drenched in sweat, anxiously watching Li Yin. Li Xiao. You are truly incredible. What should we do next? The account she was operating held a total of 150 million in capital, and her previous unrealized losses were merely a few thousand. However, following Li Yan's command to go all in with short positions at 18,000, the entire cost basis of her holdings was pulled down to 17900, with a full allocation of 150 short contracts. Li Yan's account, with only 1 million, had previously incurred losses of merely 20 to 30,000 due to forced liquidation, meaning he had not truly lost money. Yet now, his account had increased by 150 contracts at 17,900. What should they do? Increase positions, continue to add more. Li Yin spoke with a subtle smile, his expression radiating confidence. Shall we increase our position? He asked. But what if the market rebounds? Han Zixuan inquired, visibly anxious. Yet, Li Yin replied with unwavering assurance. Lin Jun no longer possesses the capital to stimulate the market. At this juncture, we must decisively strike while he is down. If we do not force him to relinquish that 20 million entirely, how can I quell the resentment in my heart? He then turned to Han Zixuan and commanded, as soon as we see a profit, increase our position, keep pressing downwards. I want Lin Jun to truly feel fear. Li Yin glanced at his account, which still held approximately 800,000. Without hesitation, he sold 100 contracts short, instantly sweeping away the buy orders beneath. In an instant, the market, which had shown a slight stabilization, began to plummet once more. Within moments, it reached 17,400. A cold smile crept across Li Yin's face. If I am not mistaken, Lin Jun, your cost basis lies right here. The next move could determine life or death. Let us see what choice you make. Li Yin deduced Lin Jun's holding cost from the market transactions, and the figures matched closely with Lin Jun's actual position. Just moments ago, Lin Jun, who had resolved to hold firm, now appeared pale and trembling. It's gone. There are no profits left. What do I do? What do I do? In the blink of an eye, vast profits evaporated, and he faced imminent losses. Lin Jun observed that the market barely lingered at 17,400. He understood he must make a choice. With his current holdings, he could hardly withstand any fluctuations. Gritting his teeth, he placed a sell order for 300 contracts at 17,300 to close his position. The price was instantly driven down. Li Yin promptly closed out his 100 contracts, but before he could catch his breath, his expression shifted dramatically. Despite placing 300 sell orders, only 100 executed, with the remainder remaining stubbornly unfilled. Driven by market sentiment, the price continued to plunge. Lin Jun's breathing quickened. Gritting his teeth, he placed the remaining orders at even lower prices. Yet again, 100 contracts executed, leaving the rest stuck, unable to budge. Who is it that opposes me? Are they trying to drive me to ruin? Lin Jun roared in frustration. The memory of his earlier confrontation with Li Yin flooded back as he hastily grabbed the phone to contact Xiao Lu. Li Yin had just opened 100 contracts short and swiftly took profits. What? Crack! The phone shattered in Lin Jun's grasp as he turned, dazedly staring at the recent transactions of those 100 contracts. It was Li Yin who had been obstructing his exit from the market all along. Meanwhile, The price had dropped by over 100 points due to two recent maneuvers, now resting at 17,150. Lin Jun's entire position was now down over 250 points, holding more than 1,000 long contracts. In mere moments, his account reflected a loss exceeding 1,300,000, with just over 3 million remaining in usable funds. Another wave like this would lead him to the brink of liquidation. The thought of liquidation sent chills down Lin Jun's spine. No, I cannot lose. I must not be liquidated. If that happens, it's all over. Observing the market briefly settle after the turmoil, Lin Jun resolutely turned back towards Li Yin's office. Oh, Lin, what a surprise to see you again. Come to witness my downfall? Li Yin smirked coldly upon Lin Jun's arrival. Lin Jun inhaled deeply, saying, Li Yin, I thought I was wrong before. I won't oppose you anymore. What do you think? Chapter 23. A joke. Li Yin regarded Lin Jun's sullen face with a sneer. Standing and approaching him. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Weren't you eager for a contest in the market? Well, here we are, but I didn't quite hear what you just said. Lin Jun glared at Li Yin, teeth clenched, and reiterated, I said, I was wrong before. I won't oppose you anymore. Please, do not interfere with the market. Haha. Li Yin suddenly burst into laughter. What are you? You think you can demand I back off? Do you have that right? The market is here. I will trade as I please. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun could no longer contain himself. He was used to commanding respect everywhere, yet Li Yin showed him none. You simply courting death. I lowered my head to speak with you, and you still dare to be unsatisfied. Don't push your luck, Li Yin replied with a cold smile. The one pushing their luck is you. Time and again, you have opposed me now. Get out of my office. You? Lin Jun seethed, glaring ferociously at Li Yin. If it's to be this way, then let us both perish. Perish? You shall perish. I certainly will not. Li Yin scoffed, dismissing Lin Jun from his office. As he observed the mounting losses in the market, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Li Yin, you are forcing my hand. At that moment, the market, now devoid of support from long positions, plummeted uncontrollably. Any resistance was swiftly overcome by sell orders, creating a gap that drew in a throng of eager traders. Lin Jun trembled as he approached his computer, initiating a flurry of sell orders. Dozens? Hundreds. Such trades cascaded downwards as the price plummeted with a ferocious momentum. The practice of ruthlessly exploiting a downturn market is a favored strategy among short-term traders. Once the momentum began, it would continue unabated until the tide turned completely. Every second saw transactions executed, with the price descending in a manner that sent chills throughout Lin Jun's body. Down, down. Further down. 17, 100, 17, 000, 16, 700, 16, 300. Ultimately, before the market closed, the price was sealed at a catastrophic drop of 16,270. The steel mill's hedging account still held over 700 long contracts, yet they remained unliquidated. The losses on the account had soared past 9 million. As he finished this thought, the office door swung open violently. Zhang Xiyuan entered with a middle-aged man in tow. Lin Jun, what on earth are you doing? The factory entrusted you with the funds for hedging, not for speculation. The middle-aged man barked, Director, I didn't. Lin Jun stammered, panic-stricken as he shielded the computer screen. Zhang Xiyuan furrowed his brow and sighed. Addressing Lin Jun, Lin, the risk control department has detected that your account has exceeded acceptable risk levels. IVE notified Director Chen. The rest is up to you. Director Chen Yongping forcefully pushed past Lin Jun, and upon seeing the funds displayed on the screen, his vision darkened. This is 2 million. In just a few days, and now, there is barely half left. You dare deny it? Lin Jun, prepare for the consequences from the factory, Chen Yongping declared through gritted teeth. It's all Li Yin's fault. He's the one opposing me, Lin Jun shouted, his demeanor that of a gambler driven mad by losses. Li Yin, don't pretend to be a hero here. I have no chance. Even if I incur losses. So what? This is a hedging account. Such vast funds mean each minute's fluctuation surpasses your entire account. You are already liquidated. What right do you have to speak before me, a trading genius? Merely a fool who stumbled upon luck. Once a fool, always a fool. That is the essence of your being. Li Yin's presence was like pouring gasoline on Lin Jun's already blazing fury. At that moment, Lin Jun resembled a rabid dog, howling at Li Yin. Wishing to devour him whole, Lin regarded Lin Jun with a frigid gaze, and after a derisive laugh, he said, "I'm afraid I've diversified my positions. Thus, the one facing liquidation will be you, not me." "What? That is impossible." "This?" Lin Jun stuttered, his body trembling with rage. "I truly do not understand where you derive your sense of superiority. Oh, by the way, I have news for you. Due to the limit down, the margin for copper futures will rise to 13 next trading day, with a price fluctuation limit of 10. Director Qin Yongping immediately inquired, "What losses can we expect under these circumstances?" Lin Jun opened his mouth, his face ashen, unable to respond. Zheng Xiyu sighed, "Based on your account, after the margin increase, your 700 long contracts will be on the brink of liquidation. Moreover, with today's limit down, coupled with the increased margin, it is uncertain how many will face risk control liquidation. It is easy to imagine that when the market opens next trading day, it will be a bloodbath. If your account manages to retain 500,000, consider it the market's mercy." Hearing this, Chun Yongping nearly choked on his breath. He suddenly seized a nearby chair and hurled it at Lin Jun's head. "Lin Jun, you worthless fool. Do you even realize your personal issues have brought ruin upon the entire factory? I am relieving you of your deputy director position. Prepare to face an investigation." As blood trickled down his forehead, Lin Jun understood that he was finished, completely finished. "Li Yin, it's all you're doing. It's all your fault. If it weren't for this, how could I find myself in such a predicament?" At this moment, he caught sight of Li Yin standing nearby, and all of his fury was unleashed upon him. "It's your fault? Ha! A well-structured hedging position has been turned into a speculative frenzy of buying high and selling low. All thanks to you. What right do you have to speak to me? Do you think you are worthy? I truly cannot fathom who has given you this misplaced sense of superiority all along." Li Yin gestured towards the market data on the computer screen and calmly remarked, "I owe you my gratitude. Without your interference, I wouldn't have profited so greatly this time." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun instinctively inquired, "How much did you earn?" "Not much, just a mere threefold increase," Li Yin replied nonchalantly. "But the market has yet to play out, hasn't it?" Lin Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Li Yin, his eyes reddening with rage as he shouted, "Impossible! How could you have so much capital to increase your position? It's barely over 1,000. How could you possibly earn this much?" Li Yin let out a cold laugh. "Because all the sell orders above 18,000 were executed by me. Your so-called clever maneuvers are nothing but a farce." In that moment, everything clicked for Lin Jun from the beginning to the end. Li Yin had never incurred a loss. The account he had been shown was merely a ruse to lure him in. Lin Jun had become the punchline of a joke. Chapter 24. A glimmer of hope with Li Yan's words. Lin Jun collapsed onto the ground. He had lost. This time, it was a complete defeat. There was no chance for redemption. Why? Why did it come to this? Lin Jun, face ashen, demanded answers from Li Yin, who replied with a sneer. "Did you really think that bribing the brokerage employees to obtain my positions and trading records would guarantee your victory? You are far too naive." In truth, during their previous wager, when Lin Jun casually mentioned Li Yan's profits, Li Yin had kept a wary eye. This time, he intentionally divided his positions, using the already exposed account as bait to distract Lin Jun, while the real profits were being generated under Han Zixuan's management. Such a tactic was something Lin Jun, or even anyone else, could scarcely conceive. After all, who among these major players would easily hand their accounts over to customer service for management? Bribing the brokerage employees? "Are you certain?" Zheng Xiyuan asked, his expression shifting slightly. Li Yin turned to Zheng Xiyuan. "Zheng, Lin Jun is fully aware of every single one of my trades and positions. Unless your company has an insider, I see no other explanation." Zheng Xiyuan nodded gravely. "Li Yin, rest assured. I will find this person and provide you with an explanation." He then shot a cold look at Lin Jun, demanding, "Will you confess? Or shall I involve the authorities?" Zheng Xiyuan quickly summoned the employee Xiao Lu. Upon seeing the situation, Xiao Lu understood everything at once. "Zheng, I was wrong. I was bewitched. Please spare me this once," he pleaded, his face pale. "Spare you? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have already been dismissed from the company. Furthermore, we reserve the right to pursue criminal charges against you. Everything lies in Li Yan's hands," Zheng Xiyuan said through gritted teeth. "But some matters were overlooked. but Xiao Lu's actions have utterly breached the rules and limits. Li Yin, I was wrong. I should not have betrayed your positions. It was Lin Jun. All Lin Jun. He manipulated me, Xiao Lu cried, kneeling on the ground in a torrent of tears. Dismissal and potential criminal charges would be enough to ruin his life. Li Yin cast a cold glance at Xiao Lu. Unyielding to his pleas, do not engage in actions that should not be done. Since you have acted, you must bear my wrath. Zhang, handle this as you see fit. Zhang Siyuan nodded and called the police. Lin Jun, you are the one who has caused my downfall. If I suffer, you shall not find peace. Desperate, Xiao Lu suddenly turned to Lin Jun, his face twisted with hatred. Lin Jun recoiled. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? You have ruined my life. You shall not escape unscathed. Xiao Lu snarled, lunging at Lin Jun and biting him. Lin Jun let out a horrific scream, his face instantly drenched in blood. One of his ears was viciously bitten off by Xiao Lu. Stop this at once. This scene was utterly unexpected. Zhang Siyuan's face went pale with shock as he hurriedly called for security to restrain Xiao Lu. The police arrived swiftly to apprehend Xiao Lu. Lin Jun, I will not rest until I have my revenge on you. Xiao Lu's face was contorted with rage, as if he had lost his sanity. Lin Jun, terrified, scrambled to his feet, gripping Zhang Yongping's hand, shouting, "Help me! Save me, director!" Zhang Yongping's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Jun, his face growing increasingly grim. He forcefully shook Lin Jun off, gritting his teeth. Lin Jun, prepare to face the organization's judgment. You no longer have control over the account. With that, he waved his hand, and in despair, Lin Jun was taken away by the steel mill's personnel. Li Yin observed Lin Jun's despondent demeanor. Feeling a sense of triumph, Lin Jun was the first, but he would certainly not be the last. Li Yin had foreseen Lin Jun's fate. The steel mill would not let him off easily. Just then, however, Zhang Yongping abruptly stepped in front of him. Li Yin, you cannot leave just yet. What do you mean? Li Yin raised an eyebrow, frowning at Zhang Yongping. With a grim expression, Zhang Yongping stated, you have entangled our steel mill's hedging funds in the market. You must provide an explanation for this matter. Li Yin, in a fit of rage, laughed sarcastically. Are your funds my responsibility? I have no connection to them whatsoever. But the losses we incurred have filled your pockets. This is unreasonable, Zhang Yongping replied, his face flushed. Ha ha, Li Yin scoffed. The doors of the trading market are wide open. If you cannot afford the losses, then do not enter the market. If we follow your logic, should everyone who incurs losses seek compensation from those who profit? Is there such a principle in this world? As the director of the steel mill, Zhang Yongping had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was instantly filled with rage. Kid, you must provide an explanation for today's events. Li Yin, irritated, pushed him aside and turned to Zhang Siyu and Zhang. Handle this matter as you see fit. With that, he vanished through the door. Zhang Yongping, seething with anger, prepared to pursue Li Yin, only to be stopped by Zhang Siyuan. Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? The trading market is merely a flow and transfer of wealth. The losses Lin Jun suffered were incurred in the market due to his own incompetence. Li Yin, on the other hand, earned his profits through skill. How can you, a prominent factory director, say such things? But I'm just furious. This kid clearly set a trap for that fool Lin Jun, and now our steel mill's hedging funds of 20 million have simply vanished. How can I account for that? Zhang Siyuan earnestly replied, that cannot be blamed on Li Yin. If I were you, I would not only refrain from making things difficult for him, but perhaps even seek his assistance for a way out. What? Me beg him? Impossible. I won't rest until I settle this with him, Zhang Yongping exclaimed, infuriated. The following morning, Zhang Yongping, accompanied by several company accountants, arrived early at Lin Jun's former trading room. Lin Jun had already been detained for investigation. Zhang Yongping had not slept well the previous night, eagerly awaiting the market's opening to close the remaining positions and minimize losses. However, the moment the market opened, it was immediately suppressed at the limit down. How could this happen? Is no one going to intervene? Zhang Yongping stared at the mounting sell orders, realizing that his attempts to sell were futile. A cold sweat broke out as he panicked. Yes, perhaps we can sell once the market opens, Zhang Yongping anxiously declared, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Yet, when the clock struck 9 and the market opened, things did not unfold as they had hoped. The sell orders not only failed to diminish but multiplied. How can this be? You said we could sell once the market opened. Zhang Yongping turned, furious, to the person who had spoken earlier. The accountant stammered. I don't know. A bunch of useless fools. Zhang Yongping erupted in anger. Following the limit down from the previous day, the expanded margin requirements had caused today's opening price to plummet to 14,640. Consequently, the steel mill's hedging account had incurred an additional loss of 5.7 million. Originally, there was a loss of 9 million, followed by an additional loss of 5,700,000. At this moment, out of 20 million in capital, only 530,000 remains, and now, with the market hitting the limit down, they have not been able to exit even a single one of the 700 long positions they hold. After yesterday's limit down margin call, maintaining those 700 long positions requires approximately 6 million in margin. Director Zhang. What on earth are you doing? Why haven't you closed the positions? Do you not understand? We are already in a margin call. At that moment, Zhang Xiyuan stormed in with a grim expression, immediately directing his fury at Zhang Yongping. A margin call means that the amount lost, after deducting the original capital, is still insufficient. At this point, it is as if this account already owes a sum of money to the brokerage. A client in a margin call is something the brokerage absolutely cannot allow. It's not that I don't want to close the positions. It's that I simply can't. I can't get out at all. Zhang Yongping felt on the verge of collapse. At this moment, his once formidable demeanor as the factory director had vanished, leaving only despair and hopelessness. Now your steel mill already owes my brokerage several 100,000. You are in a margin call. Quickly supplement the capital. This is the rule, Zhang Xiyuan said, his face ashen. Supplement. How much? Zhang Yongping asked nervously. Zhang Xiyuan sighed. At least 10 million. The market is still limit down, and if it doesn't open today, then tomorrow will trigger the forced liquidation trading rules. You have 700 contracts. Who knows how much you will lose? Zhang Xiyuan's words fell like a bucket of cold water, drenching Zhang Yongping's head. Losing 20 million wasn't enough. Now he had to risk an additional 10 million? Even a state-owned enterprise couldn't withstand such torment. How small was the yearly profit of the entire factory? This responsibility was something Zhang Yongping could not bear. In utter panic, he grabbed Zhang Xiyuan's arm and pleaded. Lao Zheng, you work in this industry. You must have a way, right? For the sake of our many years of friendship, please save me. I am willing to bear any cost. Zhang Xiyuan suddenly let out a cold laugh. I already told you the solution yesterday. Lai Yin holds a massive amount of short positions. As long as he is willing to close them, I believe that the limit down could be lifted in an instant, and then if you act quickly, you should be able to exit. Then make him close the positions, Zhang Yongping said without hesitation. Zhang Xiyuan chuckled. Looking at him as if he were an idiot, he currently holds a substantial profit. Why would he want to close his positions? I can't help you with that. However, our brokerage's bottom line is 10:30 in the morning. If you can't close the positions by then, you must add 10 million to the account. With that, Zhang Xiyuan turned and walked out. Zhang Yongping stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he finally lifted his head and said with great difficulty, You want me to beg him? I am the factory director. He is just an ordinary person. How could I possibly beg him? To be honest, he found it hard to swallow his pride. It was simply unacceptable. Director, how about we go see him? Time is running out. It's almost 10 o'clock. Someone beside him reminded. Looking at the time, it was already 9:30. The staggering losses in the account felt like a death warrant hanging around his neck. Ultimately, Zhang Yongping took a deep breath and turned to walk out. In Li Yan's spacious office, Han Zixuan sat on Li Yan's lap, feeding him washed grapes. Li Xiao. You mentioned that a guest would be coming. Who is it? Han Zixuan asked curiously. Li Yan smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. Just as his words fell, someone knocked and entered. Han Zixuan gasped, hurriedly standing up from Li Yan's lap. She then saw Zhang Yongping appear at the doorway. Mr. Li, can we have a word? Zhang Yongping, shedding his previous arrogance, spoke with a humble tone. Li Yan looked at him with a half-smile. What is there to talk about? You are a factory director, and I am just a minor character. It seems we have little in common. Zhang Yongping's face turned awkward. We can talk. It would be an honor to know you, Mr. Li. After saying that, Zhang Yongping retracted his hands, appearing restless. Li Yan scoffed. In this day and age, these old fellows from state-owned enterprises have always looked down on others. Yet here we are. Don't talk about honor. I can't bear that. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted me to give you an explanation? What Are you here today to demand that explanation? Li Yin said expressionlessly. Zhang Yongping shook his head. Li Yin, don't misunderstand. Yesterday, I was impulsive. I lost my cool because of Lin Jun's provocation. Please forgive me. I am here to seek your help. Seek my help? You want my help? Ha? Li Yin stood up, taking a keen interest in Zhang Yongping. Zhang Yongping's face turned green and white, feeling utterly frustrated, but thinking of the 700 positions stuck in a margin call. His heart bled. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, yes, I am here to seek your help. What happened yesterday, I was in the wrong. I was wrong, Li Yin. Considering your wife was also from the factory, please save me. Save the factory? Han Zixuan was utterly astonished. The dignified director of a state-owned steel mill was now bowing his head before Li Yin. It turned out that trading could be so powerful when executed to perfection. Han Zixuan marveled inwardly, once again astounded by Li Yan's ability to manipulate the situation with ease, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. Yet she never anticipated that Li Yin would merely regard Zhang Yongping with indifference. Yesterday's incident I can overlook, but why should I help you? When your wife was forced to resign by Lin Jun, I didn't see you showing any compassion. Now you come to me with feelings of sympathy. Director, don't you think it's too late? Chapter 26. Not poor anymore, Lin Jun, you bastard. You've ruined me. At this moment, the humility Zhang Yongping exhibited before Li Yin was matched only by the hatred he felt for Lin Jun. Lin Jun. Everything is Lin Jun's fault. If it weren't for him, 20 million wouldn't have been lost this way. If it weren't for him, how could he have offended Li Yin? Now he wouldn't have to grovel and beg. If it weren't for him, Li Yin probably wouldn't have refused his request. At this moment, if Lin Jun were in front of him, Zhang Yongping would have surely wanted to tear him to shreds. But right now, the priority was to resolve the issue. Otherwise, Zhang Yongping knew he would surely meet his doom. Gathering his courage, and under Han Zixuan's astonished gaze, Zhang Yongping suddenly knelt before Li Yin. Li Yin, I beg you, please save me. I truly have no way out. I know you hold a significant number of short positions. Only you can influence the market. As long as the steel mill's positions can be released, you can set any conditions. Anything will do. Oh, any conditions? Li Yin felt no particular animosity towards Zhang Yongping. He simply disapproved of his methods. If conditions were to be set, perhaps, Zhang Yongping, noticing a shift in Li Yin's tone, nodded vigorously. Any conditions. The two conditions for the hedged 20 million must be met. Regardless of how much is left, it must all be released. Otherwise, the margin call compensation to the brokerage will escalate. And this situation will spiral out of control. Two conditions. If you can agree, I can let you exit, Li Yin pondered and coldly stated. First, Lin Jun must be dealt with. This, I believe Director Zhang feels the same way. Right? Second, if my positions are not closed, the profit will be maximized when the market opens tomorrow. Closing them now means a loss of some profit. You must compensate me for this loss. Zhang Yongping hesitated for a moment and asked, Li Yin, how much compensation do we need to provide? Li Yin replied indifferently, 5 million. What? So much? Zhang Yongping appeared conflicted. Li Yin scoffed. Based on your current holdings, if you don't exit today, I believe the losses tomorrow will not be limited to just 5 million. Very well, I agree. However, I can't come up with the money right now, Zhang Yongping said painfully. Li Yin remained expressionless. If there's no money, then I have no way to help. They were the ones from the steel mill begging him. He was not worried at all. Zhang Yongping's mind raced, and finally, he tentatively suggested, our factory has a property in the city. How about I transfer a floor to you? Do you know the Dingxing building? Li Yin was taken aback. The Dingxing building. How could he not know? Located in the city center, it is bound to become a prime commercial area. Zhang Yongping's proposal was unexpected, but it made sense. In this era, the commercial district and property market had not fully heated up. With Zhang Yongping's vision, it was clear he couldn't see through to the intricacies. All right, Li Yin readily agreed. Zhang Yongping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing Li Yin would backtrack, he quickly called in the company's finance team, and soon a property transfer contract was drafted, appointing Li Yin as the company's investment advisor, using the third floor of the Dingxing building as his consulting fee. When shall we commence? Zhang Yongping had little thought for the lost property. He was solely focused on resolving the trading issue. Once the contract was signed, he eagerly urged, we can start now. Log into the account here. Follow my orders, Li Yin said calmly as he sat before the computer desk. His gaze fell upon the trading interface, and without hesitation, he clicked the button to close his position in an instant. A significant gap opened up in the multitude of sell orders that had accumulated. Such extreme market conditions never lack for attentive eyes, and soon, some traders began to notice this development. They swiftly jumped on the opportunity to seize the sell orders still available, while others, witnessing the gap, began to withdraw their limit orders in the blink of an eye. The downward limit was completely breached. Zhang Yongping, almost instantaneously, closed his 700 long positions, leaving a paltry 30,000 in his account. The descent from 20 million to 30,000 was nothing short of ironic. Yet, this was the brutal reality of the futures market. After liquidating his positions, Zhang Yongping exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair. The torment and despair he had endured while trapped in the market now gave way to a profound sense of relief. As for the losses, he no longer cared. He had survived this ordeal and secured his position as factory director. Rising to his feet, he glanced at Li Yin with a complicated expression and said, "Thank you." Li Yin smiled faintly, remaining silent. Suddenly, Han Zixuan exclaimed, "Wow, Li Xiao, you are incredible." After closing his position, all funds were consolidated into Li Yan's account. "How much did you earn?" Zhang Yongping inquired curiously. "Not much, just over 7 million, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. This figure fell short of his expectations, not quite perfect, with 200,000 in just a few days. "You made over 7 million? Zhang Yongping's voice trembled with disbelief. "And that's not all." Lin Jun kept causing trouble, forcing Li Xiao to incur nearly 1 million in losses. Otherwise, it would have been 8 million. Han Zixuan chimed in with a hint of annoyance. Zhang Yongping felt his throat tighten as he gazed at Li Yan's unflappable demeanor, suddenly realizing that Lin Jun's defeat was well-deserved. "Li Yan, would you be interested in managing our steel mills trading?" Zhang Yongping asked eagerly. Li Yin furrowed his brow and responded, "Director Zhang, given our past association, I must advise you. Your steel mill is for hedging, not speculation. If you maintain such a mindset, this loss will not be the last." Zhang Yongping's face flushed with embarrassment at Li Yan's admonishment. "As for managing your steel mills trading, I'm afraid I have no interest." Following this, Li Yan and Zhang Yongping completed the transfer procedures according to their contract, with the entire third floor of Dingxing Building now under Li Yan's name. After this encounter, Lin Jun was utterly ruined. While Li Yan's cash balance swelled to nearly 9 million, just a step away from the coveted 10 million. Moreover, he had acquired an additional property. This single piece of real estate, if left untouched for a few years, would surely appreciate to an astronomical value. "I am no longer a poor man," Li Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 27. Lin Jun's suicide. Han Zixuan giggled. "Li Xiao, if you're a poor man, what does that make me? A beggar? You're such a downer." Her soft voice, combined with her alluring expression, sent a shiver through Li Yan's heart. "Zhang Yongping won't let Lin Jun off easily. Consider it revenge for you." Han Zixuan looked at Li Yin with admiration, her eyes sparkling, and playfully wrapped her arm around his, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Li Xiao, for avenging me." Feeling the surprising softness of her arm, Li Yin smiled and replied, "It was just a casual act. From now on, I'll be following you, Li Xiao. So please take good care of me," she teased, her gentle voice brushing against his heart. Unable to resist, Li Yin playfully pinched Han Zixuan's pert backside. Thinking to himself, what a little enchantress. Han Zixuan leaned against Li Yin, giggling. Over the past few days, Qin Ruoxue had unknowingly taken on a significant role in his heart. However, upon reaching his doorstep, Li Yin discovered a crowd gathered outside. Among them, he heard Qin Ruoxue's panicked voice, "You need to leave." "What kind of scene is this, kneeling here?" Pushing through the throng, Li Yin reached the front, his expression tightening as he saw Lin Jun kneeling on the ground. Li Yin coldly regarded Lin Jun and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Jun, begging for mercy, prostrated himself at Li Yan's feet. He was truly at his wit's end and had come to plead with Li Yin. Turning to Lin Jun, Li Yin said, "You brought this upon yourself. You deserve your fate. Spare you? Ha! Now get lost, or I'll make you wish you hadn't shown up with that." Li Yin kicked Lin Jun to the ground. Those nearby, some of whom worked at the steel mill and knew Lin Jun, looked on in shock at the sight. To them, the once high and mighty Lin Jun was now begging at Li Yan's feet. And Li Yin had struck him, yet Lin Jun dared not utter a word. Was this truly the Li Yin they knew? Lin Jun lay on the ground, resembling a beaten dog, utterly pitiful. A cold smile played on Li Yan's lips. This was the consequence of crossing him. Li Yin, I will haunt you as a ghost? Lin Jun wailed in despair. Li Yin dismissively replied, then go ahead and become a ghost. With a face full of resentment, Lin Jun turned and left. When Lin Jun unexpectedly showed up, she had thought he was there to cause trouble and had genuinely been frightened. Li Yin casually remarked, he tried to set a trap for me in the trading arena, but I dismantled it. The steel mill lost quite a bit of money. They will be seeking retribution. Ah? So, you made a profit? Qin Ruoxue sighed in relief. Her curiosity piqued. Li Yin raised a finger. 10,000? That's not bad. It matches what I earned in several months of work. Qin Ruoxue joyfully hugged Li Yan's arm, exclaiming, you're amazing. However, Li Yin shook his head. If it were just 10,000, do you think Lin Jun would be kneeling before me? What is it then? 100,000? 1 million? Li Yin replied coolly. What? No way. Are you joking? How much is that? Qin Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though she were dreaming. 1 million. She had never seen such a sum in her life, let alone dared to imagine it. Watching Qin Ruoxue's adorable reaction, Li Yin couldn't help but smile. Just then, his phone rang, an unexpected call from Zhang Xiyuan. Zhang Zong, is there something you need? Li Yin answered. Lin Jun has committed suicide. Zhang Xiyuan's voice was somber. Hanging up, Li Yin gazed out the window, lost in thought. Lin Jun was dead. This was something he had not anticipated. He felt no sympathy for Lin Jun. He merely had not expected that his first encounter with such a tragedy in this new life would involve Lin Jun. Every penny in the capital markets is stained with blood. This statement could not be more accurate. Gently, Qin Ruoxue approached and wrapped her arms around Li Yan's waist, resting her cheek against his back. Li Yin, maybe you should stop trading. I'm a bit scared. Turning to face her, he kissed her lips and reassured her. Don't worry, Ruoxue. I will not fail. In that moment, Li Yin clenched his fist tightly, vowing that the cruelty of the capital markets was for others to endure. But for him, it would never be so. 1 million was merely the beginning at Yue residence. Following the successful trade, Li Yin intended to reward Han Zixuan for her assistance. After ordering the dishes, he pulled out 50,000 cash from his pocket and handed it to Han Zixuan. This is for you. What? What is this for? Li Xiao, I can't accept this. Han Zixuan was taken aback. 50,000. That was nearly equivalent to several years' worth of her salary. She was bewildered by Li Yan's intentions. Although she had no aversion to him, their interactions over the past few days had not crossed any boundaries. Accepting the money would change the dynamic. That moment, an angry voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. You, Han Zixuan? I knew it. You've been cold to me these past few days because you've found someone else to support you, you shameless woman. Li Yin frowned and glanced over to see a young man in his 20s staring at him with hostility. He turned to Han Zixuan and asked, is he your boyfriend? Han Zixuan hurriedly shook her head. No, he is just. Before she could finish her sentence, the young man rudely interrupted. Han Zixuan, you're truly despicable. You have the audacity to cheat but lack the courage to admit it. Now that I've caught you in the act, what can you say? Dubin, enough. I have no relationship with you. I never agreed to marry you. This is my client, not what you think. Han Zixuan trembled with rage. Upon hearing this, Dubin began to shout, client? So now you admit it. How does it feel to be supported by a wealthy man? Quite generous, isn't it? So much money. Shut your mouth. Who do you think you are? Babbling nonsense here? Initially, Li Yin had no intention of involving himself in Han Zixuan's personal affairs. However, hearing Dubin's incessant accusations of her being a kept woman, he could no longer remain passive. He pushed Dubin aside and stood protectively in front of Han Zixuan. You dare to lay a hand on her? What the hell? Is there no law left? Come, everyone, look, he slept with my wife and now he's hitting people. Let's see what everyone thinks. Unexpectedly, after being shoved, Dubin fell to the ground and began rolling around. The nearby diners frowned and started to murmur among themselves. Li Yin was left incredulous and amused. What on earth was this? Han Zixuan grasped Li Yan's arm, her complexion pale as she said, Li Xiao, let us depart. There is no need to pay him any mind. Stop right there. Who permitted you to leave? Upon witnessing Han Zixuan's intention to walk away, Dubin instantly sprang up from the ground, positioning himself before the two. What do you intend to do? Li Yin coldly glanced at him. After speaking, Dubin pointed at Li Yin. You seem rather affluent, don't you? Well then, pray tell, how do you plan to address the matter concerning my wife? My wife? Li Yin turned his gaze toward Han Zishuan. Han Zishuan waved her hand. Li Yin, do not heed his words. I never consented to marry him. He came to my home to propose, and I did not agree. He has been relentlessly pursuing me. Dubin sneered. Indeed. You did not consent, but your father did. He accepted the betrothal gifts. I will have my father return the betrothal gifts to you. Dubin, give up on this notion. I will never marry you, Han Zishuan declared with evident disdain. However, as he stretched out his hand, Li Yin swiftly delivered a kick, causing Dubin to scream in agony, enraged as he lunged to seize Li Yin. Without hesitation, Li Yin picked up a nearby chair and brought it crashing down upon Dubin's head. Is this how you bully others? What a disgrace, Li Yin spat, coldly glaring at Dubin. You dare strike me? Dubin, taken aback by Li Yin's sudden action, covered his head, howling in fear while attempting to threaten him, yet cowering in cowardice, appearing utterly pathetic. Li Yin, exasperated, retorted, what of it? Han Zishuan is my friend. You better refrain from laying a finger on her, or I shall break your legs. Dubin looked at Li Yin with panic in his eyes, filled with resentment, yet too frightened to utter a word. Begone, if I discover you harassing Zishuan. Li Yin's voice dripped with menace. Kid, don't get too cocky. We'll see. Dubin spat out those words in a tremulous tone before hastily fleeing. Li Shao, I am truly sorry for causing you trouble. I never anticipated Dubin would be here, Han Zishuan said apologetically, gazing at Li Wai and Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. A little lesson for such a person suffices, however. Regarding your family, Li Yin nodded. Saying little more, he figured it was just a chance to assist Han Zishuan, but he had no intention of meddling in her personal affairs. He initially thought the matter would end there. Yet the following day, when Han Zishuan arrived, she hesitantly asked Li Yin, Li Shao, could you do me a favor? Begging me? In need of money? Or what? Through their interactions over the past 2 days, Li Yin had gleaned some understanding of Han Zishuan's situation. She was just an ordinary girl from a humble background. No. It's just that could you pretend to be my boyfriend? Come to my home for lunch. In his 2 lifetimes, Li Yin had never encountered such a request. Feeling a bit flustered. Was it appropriate for me to play the role of a boyfriend? Han Zishuan sighed softly. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. I will seek someone else with that. She lowered her head and began to walk away. Han Zishuan hesitated for a moment. It's Dubin. After you dealt with him yesterday, he went to my house and caused a scene. My parents asked if I was being kept by you. I was left with no choice but to admit it. I assured them it wasn't he an older man, merely a normal relationship. They insisted on meeting you. Good grief. Li Yin felt a wave of exasperation. Being kept? Or merely a normal relationship? How could she even think of that? But this matter could not be concealed indefinitely, Li Yin pondered before asking. Han Zishuan hurriedly shared her plan. However, when she lifted her head, she noticed a strange expression on Li Yin's face. I'm sorry, Li Shao. I truly do not wish for this, but I am left with no alternatives. Otherwise, I would have to marry Dubin. Han Zishuan's lovely face was etched with worry. A pang of sympathy pierced through Li Yan's heart. In 1998, societal norms and customs were still entrenched in the previous century, especially in lower-class society, and that was indeed the case. Fine. Let us consider it as though I never mentioned it. My apologies, Li Shao. Seeing Li Yin frowning in contemplation, Han Zishuan sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was her fate. What should she bring along when visiting? Han Zishuan paused for a moment, then quickly caught up to him. What did you just say? Suddenly, a joyful smile illuminated Han Zishuan's previously troubled expression. Really? Is this true? Indeed. He. Li Shao, thank you so much. With unrestrained joy, Han Zishuan embraced Li Yan's arm. Li Yan's body trembled at the soft sensation. Feeling as if electricity coursed through him, he was acutely aware of the unique feelings brought about by her youthful physique. Sensing Li Yan's unusual reaction, Han Zishuan nestled her head against his chest. Her face flushed with shyness. Li Yan took a deep breath, addressing Han Zishuan, please refrain from this. Let us maintain some distance, for I fear I may lose control. Han Zishuan giggled, casting a captivating glance at Li Yan. But you are my boyfriend now. That cannot be deemed as losing control. As the temperature between the two began to rise, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Zixuan, President Zheng requests your presence in his office. Oh, all right, thank you. Han Zixuan swiftly extricated herself from Li Yan's embrace, smiling as she said, Li Xiao, I must go attend to something. With that, she hurriedly dashed out, prompting Li Yan to mutter under his breath. What impeccable timing! In President Zheng Xiyuan's office, Han Zixuan nervously inquired, President Zheng, did you call for me? To her surprise, Zheng Xiyuan wore a broad smile as he replied, Zixuan, why the formality? Please, sit, do relax a bit. Only then did Zheng Xiyuan pose his question, Zixuan, I have reviewed Li Yan's transaction records. You helped him open a new account yesterday, correct? Han Zixuan was taken aback, quickly offering an explanation, President Zheng, Li Xiao is now a major client. And according to company policy, this is permissible. After a moment's hesitation, Han Zixuan nodded. This account has been operated under his instructions. Zheng Xiyuan's eyes lit up. Excellent. I did not expect your relationship with Li Yan to be so close. Generally, significant clients would not readily expose their transactions to others. The task I mentioned earlier is to ensure that we retain Li Yan in our trading hall at all costs. Rest assured. As long as we can keep Li Yan at our department, you will be the greatest contributor. From this moment forth, you shall enjoy the privileges of an assistant manager with a salary equivalent to 13 months, plus a year-end bonus. Your job is to cater to Li Yan's needs. Whatever he requires, we must strive to fulfill it. When mentioning whatever he requires, Zheng Xiyuan's gaze swept over Han Zixuan's figure, causing her face to flush slightly as she responded with a soft Zheng Xiyuan's intention was unmistakable. To retain Li Yan, she could provide any service, including her own body, if necessary. She had heard of such occurrences during her time in the trading hall and had even witnessed several colleagues leaving with major clients. As she exited the office, she happened upon Li Yan, who was just emerging from the large client room. What happened? Why is your face so flushed? Li Yan teased. Nothing at all, Han Zixuan replied in a fluster. Noticing Han Zixuan's distracted demeanor, Li Yan asked, Did Zheng Xiyuan bully you? No. He merely advised me to serve you well, Han Zixuan said, familiarly wrapping her arm around Li Yan's. However, Li Yan said little more. He understood that most relationships in this world were built upon mutual benefit. As long as Zheng Xiyuan did not target him, he was fine with it. Should he choose to go against Li Yan, he would soon learn that some individuals were not to be trifled with. I've reserved a table at Feitsue Pavilion. You should go fetch your parents. For a first meeting, we cannot appear too shabby. What do you think? After all, I am now, in essence, your benefactor. Otherwise, wouldn't that bring you shame? Li Yan raised an eyebrow. You may not be able to repay me for this. Han Zixuan suddenly leaned closer to Li Yan, whispering, Then how about I offer myself to you? Cough, cough. Just a joke? A joke? Li Yan felt overwhelmed. Han Zixuan possessed a unique allure that always set his heart racing. He had no objections to something developing between them. But now was not the right time. Despite having millions sitting in the account, for Li Yan, it was merely the beginning. The time for indulgence had not yet arrived. With a case of Huazi and Maotai, along with 2 sets of imported cosmetics, Li Yan turned and headed towards Feitsue Pavilion. Before long, Han Zixuan returned with her parents in TOW.Lin. This is my family. Han Zixuan discreetly glanced at Li Yan, softly introducing them. Having promised Han Zixuan to play along, Li Yan naturally adopted the demeanor of a first-time meeting with his future in-laws. Han Zixuan's parents appeared slightly apprehensive, typical of ordinary citizens. And Li Yan was well aware of this. He stood up voluntarily, saying, Hello, uncle, aunt? Why hello? Han Zixuan's father stammered, feeling somewhat awkward, prompting Han Zixuan to hurriedly invite them to sit down. In no time, a lavish array of dishes was presented at the table. In an effort to impress Han Zixuan, Li Yan ordered all the signature dishes from Emerald Residence. Han Zixuan's parents, Han Jianshan and Song Qiaoyu, were taken aback by the grandeur they had never encountered before, especially given the air of authority that Li Yan exuded, leading them to believe their daughter had struck gold. Xiao Li, well, about your relationship with Zixuan, we actually have no objections. After all, we are in the 21st century, and isn't love freedom a common theme on television these days? Zixuan's mother and I want to interfere in your matters, but if you are to be together, regarding the betrothal gifts. Dad, what are you talking about? I've only known Li Yan for a few days, and you're already mentioning betrothal gifts, Han Zixuan exclaimed, visibly irritated at Han Jianshan. Han Jianshan, with a stern expression, retorted, What's wrong with inquiring about the betrothal gifts? I've raised my daughter for so long. Why should I let someone else benefit without a proper exchange? If you two end up together? What's my recourse if you just elope? Li Yin couldn't help but frown. He had organized this banquet at Emerald Residence solely for Han Zixuan's sake, but regardless of the authenticity of their relationship, they had barely begun, and discussing betrothal gifts felt excessive. Uncle, we can handle our own affairs. If Zixuan and I end up together, you needn't worry about the betrothal gifts. I am not short on money. Li Yin replied coldly. What do you mean by if? Aren't you two together already? This matter must be addressed. I won't agree to your union without a betrothal gift, Han Jianshan declared, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. Dad, enough. My matters are mine to manage. Han Zixuan interjected with a pale expression. Li Yin had invited them, and now, with her parents causing such a commotion, how would he perceive her? Haha, do you see, Han uncle? This is the wealthy man your daughter has chosen. I'll offer a betrothal gift. Marry your daughter to me, and I'll give you an additional 10,000 on top of what I had previously. Just then, a figure with a smug expression entered from outside. It was Du Bin, the man whom Li Yin had previously dealt with. Why did you bring Du Bin here, Dad? What are you trying to imply? Han Zixuan asked angrily, glaring at Han Jianshan. Isn't it just a coincidence that Du Bin shows up right when we're eating? Clearly, you informed him. What's wrong with that? When buying something, one must compare prices. Didn't you say that Shaoli is in business? If he offers a higher betrothal gift than Du Bin, then I'll allow you to be together. Otherwise, you might as well marry Du Bin. His family is well off, and you wouldn't be at a loss, Han Jianshan said nonchalantly. Han Zixuan's face turned ashen. Du Bin, witnessing this scene, smirked and taunted Li Yin. Kid, if you're not capable, you should just scram. A pauper thinking he can marry a wife? Dream on. Throughout it all, Li Yin remained silent, coldly observing the unfolding drama. It became apparent to him that the notion of sharing a meal was merely a fade. Han Jianshan was clearly appraising the situation and playing the field. Raising an eyebrow, Li Yin sneered at Han Jianshan. The Du family is well off? Ha! If by well off you mean wealth, I'm afraid he doesn't stand a chance in my presence. What did you say? Kid, say that again if you dare. Du Bin's previously triumphant expression darkened instantly. Li Yin looked at him disdainfully. What is the point of repeating myself? Are you still sore from last time? Du Bin instinctively shrank back, recalling how he had been soundly beaten by Li Yin at Emerald Residence, with the pain still lingering. Shaoli, how can you speak like that? Du Bin is my guest. This is highly disrespectful. Han Jianshan glared at Li Yin in disapproval. Li Yin could only laugh in disbelief. Given Zixuan's regard for me, I addressed you as uncle, yet you seem to think you hold some significance. Have you forgotten why you are here? He retorted coldly to Han Jianshan. How dare you, Li Yin? A beggar like you thinks he can be with my daughter. Dream on. At this point, let me make it clear. Without 100,000. You have no chance with my daughter. Having tested Li Yin multiple times and finding him lacking, Han Jianshan's true nature was now laid bare. Hearing this, Du Bin's face lit up with triumph. Previously, I offered 50,000, however, after the betrothal gift was returned yesterday. My father said that a man must be generous, especially when it comes to marriage, so I'm increasing my offer to 60,000. Han uncle, if you agree, I can give you the cash now. I have a house and a car. Finding a son-in-law like me is not easy these days. With that, Du Bin produced 60,000 in cash from his pocket and placed it on the table before Han Jianshan, then turned to smirk at Li Yin. Kid, trying to steal my woman and compete with me in wealth? Do you know my dad is a contractor? Han Jianshan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 60,000. Haha, Xiaodu, it's clear you have genuine feelings for my daughter. At that moment, Han Zixuan could no longer contain herself. Dad, I am not a commodity, I am a living person. This is akin to selling me to others. My affairs are no longer your concern, and I will not marry this person. Li Yin, let us go, she declared, reaching for Li Yin's arm. However, Du Bin coldly scoffed, blocking their path with a few of his companions. Then mockingly stated, I've already given the betrothal gift. You are now my woman. Where do you think you're going with him? Han Zixuan paled, rendered speechless as she instinctively looked to Li Yin for support. Suddenly, Li Yin burst into laughter, lightly patting her delicate hand. It's all right. Then he turned to Han Jianshan. So, your stance is that whoever offers more money can take Zixuan home tonight? I didn't say that. But I do need to thoroughly evaluate whether you genuinely wish to be with Zixuan. Li Yin scoffed. Then perhaps you should marry her off to a bank. They have plenty of money. Stop the sarcasm. Li Yin, let me remind you. Had Zixuan not mentioned you are in business and somewhat capable, I wouldn't have bothered to meet you today. With your pockets practically empty, you think you can be with my daughter? She is my daughter, and I will decide whom she marries. I seek a wealthy and capable son-in-law. What business is it of yours? Han Jianshan grumbled, repeating his point ad nauseum, implying that whoever had money should be the one with whom Han Zixuan was paired. Li Yin understood the implication, and Han Zixuan was equally aware, tears welling in her eyes. However, this poignant scene only fueled Du Bin's desires, igniting a fervor within him as he longed to possess Han Zixuan. Kid, let go. What are you pretending to be? Hurry up and get lost, he sneered, attempting to grab Han Zixuan's arm. Li Yin swiftly intervened, pushing Du Bin away with a cold smirk. Me? Without money? What are you talking about? He then tossed a bag onto the table, addressing Han Jianshan. According to your logic, this amount should suffice, correct? From now on, Zixuan is mine. Du Bin, observing this, burst into laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh? I've already offered 60,000. Clearly, he viewed Li Yin, dressed plainly and appearing far from wealthy, as merely putting on a facade. Yet, the next moment, when Han Jianshan opened the bag, he was left dumbfounded. How much is in there? Du Bin inquired, watching Han Jianshan's expression with anticipation. 200,000. Han Jianshan stuttered, his face pale. What? This is impossible. Du Bin's expression soured immediately. Li Yin looked at him with disdain. What is the point of flaunting your 60,000? Don't be mistaken. I could easily pull out 2 million. Competing with me in wealth? You're nothing. He then turned to Han Jianshan. I'm taking Zixuan with me now. Is there an issue? And no? Oh dear. I must have been momentarily blinded. Xiao Li, you clearly are a promising young man. Han Jianshan said, cradling the bag of money and smiling broadly. Du Bin, furious, shouted at Han Jianshan. Han uncle, you just agreed to my proposal. I've already provided the betrothal gift. Du Bin was taken aback by how swiftly Han Jianshan flipped his stance, his anger boiling over as he nearly collapsed in disbelief. Are you messing with me? This isn't over with that. He lunged at Han Jianshan, striking him across the face. Twice returning the betrothal gifts was a matter of pride for Du Bin, and with rage in his eyes. He began to slap Han Jianshan repeatedly. As Han Jianshan's face turned crimson from the blows, Han Zixuan, though angry, instinctively rushed to protect her father. Despite Han Jianshan's deserving punishment, Li Yin couldn't stand idly by while Han Zixuan was assaulted. Seeing Du Bin's wrathful demeanor, he impatiently seized a chair and brought it down upon Du Bin. You think you can act so high and mighty? Enough is enough. Get lost. How dare you hit me? Do you have any idea that I know perfectly well? It appears that my previous efforts were insufficient. Li Yin let out a cold laugh and suddenly delivered a forceful kick to Du Bin's abdomen. Du Bin immediately collapsed onto the ground, howling in agony. As Li Yin raised a chair once more, Du Bin shrank into a ball in terror, pleading, Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brotherly, now you realize your mistakes? How did I advise you last time? Did you take my words lightly? Li Yin remarked with a chilling smile. No. It was all that old man Han, he notified me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here. I know I've erred. Please spare me. After being beaten twice, Li Yin had become a psychological torment for Du Bin. Li Yin then turned to Han Jianshan, whose face was flushed from the beating, and Han Jianshan hastily said, Young Li, please don't listen to his nonsense. It was not me. I am not that kind of person. Li Yin chuckled. What kind of person are you? Then? Han Jianshan was at a loss for words. Li Yin pointed at Du Bin and commanded, Now take your money and get lost from now on. If I catch you harassing Zixuan again, or if I see you, I will break your legs. Du Bin nodded frantically, attempting to rise. However, as soon as he moved, Li Yin kicked him down again. Li Yin lit a cigarette, his expression icy as he said, I said get lost. Not just walk away. You. Du Bin lifted his head, glaring at Li Yin with gritted teeth. Li Yin disdainfully replied, Still want to argue, or shall I break your legs right now? Du Bin, trembling in fear, exclaimed, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. I'm leaving right now. He then curled up and rolled away, disappearing from Li Yan's sight. With Du Bin, the troublesome fly, gone, Li Yan took Han Zixuan's hand and looked down at Han Jianshan, stating, "Zixuan is coming with me. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course. Haha, young Li, it was my oversight not to recognize your capabilities. Had I known earlier, I would never have opposed you. You must understand. Raising a daughter is no easy task," Han Jianshan said, shamelessly trying to appease him. Li Yan smiled faintly and suddenly reached out, grabbing a bag from the table. "You, young Li, what do you mean by this?" Seeing the money slip from his grasp, Han Jianshan panicked. "This is my money, and naturally, I intend to take it," Li Yan replied nonchalantly. "Huh? Didn't he you say? What did I say? Did I ever say I was giving you this money?" Li Yan retorted. Han Jianshan was rendered speechless, for indeed, Li Yan had never mentioned giving him the money. "Or do you intend to rob me? If that's the case, then I want to take it. I'll call the police." Li Yan raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Han Jianshan. No, but this is the betrothal gift." Han Jianshan's eyes were glued to the bag containing the money. Li Yan nodded. "Indeed, it is a betrothal gift, however, that will only be given when I get married. This money does not belong to you now. Remember, I am the one who gives it to you." After a brief pause, Li Yan casually pulled out 100 and tossed it in front of Han Jianshan, then turned to take Han Zixuan's hand and walked out. "Considering how badly you were beaten, you should go buy some band-aids," his disdainful voice echoed, causing Han Jianshan's veins to bulge in anger, yet he dared not pursue. His wife, Song Qiaoyu, tugged at his arm. "Why did you let him take our daughter away? Our precious girl. What if—" Han Jianshan, fuming, snapped back, "That surname Li is clearly not to be trifled with. Why don't you go after him? Besides, didn't he say that when the time comes for marriage, we'll receive the betrothal gift? The money is still ours, just temporarily kept with him." As Han Jianshan spoke, his voice lowered, realizing that after all the fuss and a beating, they ended up empty-handed. Outside, Li Yan settled the bill and walked out with Han Zixuan. "Young Li, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect today's events to unfold like this. My parents and I apologize for the embarrassment," Han Zixuan said, her demeanor dazed as she kept her head down. Unable to look Li Yan in the eye. Li Yan shook his head. "Parents are beyond choice. However, one can choose for oneself. Well, my task is complete. But that I hope you won't hold it against me. Your father was indeed a bit excessive. I hope today serves as a lesson for him." Han Zixuan quickly shook her head. "How could I blame you? I know you did this for me. Young Li, wait." Just as Li Yan was about to leave, Han Zixuan suddenly called out to him. In an instant, she rushed before him, lightly kissing his cheek like a dragonfly touching water. Ambushed. The gentle touch and faint fragrance made Li Yan's heart race. "See you tomorrow." Before Li Yan could fully process the moment, Han Zixuan flashed a charming smile, freed herself from his embrace, laughed lightly, waved goodbye, and turned ahead towards the Emerald residence to meet her parents. Li Yan took a deep breath and turned to leave. That moment, from the shadows near the entrance of the Emerald residence, Du Bin's eyes burned with vengeance. After rolling out, his whole body ached terribly. He found a corner to rest briefly, only to witness Han Zixuan's bold action from earlier. A pair of scoundrels, just wait. "Li Yan, I will remember this humiliation. This matter is far from over. And as for that wretched Han Zixuan, I want to rest until I have her in my bed." With that, he limped away down the street. Reflecting on today's events, Li Yan felt certain that Han Jianshan would not make things overly difficult for Han Zixuan moving forward. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he approached a street corner when suddenly, a flurry of urgent cries pierced the air. Catch him! Thief!" Accompanied by the rapid clacking of high heels, a woman's voice rang out. Chapter 32. Xia Wanjun, a man, sprinting with reckless abandon, was abruptly obstructed by Li Yan. "You there! Step aside, or I'll kill you." The man's face was cold as he brandished a gleaming knife in one hand while clutching a bag in the other. After a moment of smugly glaring at Li Yan, he turned to flee. However, in that fleeting instance, Li Yan let out a cold laugh and stealthily extended his foot. The man stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. "You're seeking death." The thief nimbly scrambled to his feet, brandishing the knife and lunging at Li Yan with a fierce glare. "Watch out!" The pursuing woman suddenly shouted in alarm. But alas, It was too late, with no escape in sight and sensing the impending capture. The thief's desperation surged. "Curse you for meddling with that." He lunged forward, aiming the knife at Li Yin's abdomen. Yet Li Yin merely chuckled, deftly sidestepping the thrust of the knife, then swiftly seized the thief's wrist and twisted it with force. "Ah!" The thief cried out in agony as the knife clattered to the ground. In an instant, Li Yin delivered a powerful kick to the thief's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "You possess no skills yet dare to wield a blade. Who gave you the audacity?" Li Yin scornfully chided, casually picking up the fallen Biaji. That moment, the woman, panting heavily, reached Li Yin. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him. "I'm fine. Here is your bag. Check if everything is in order," Li Yin replied, handing her the bag while taking note of her appearance. With cascading waves of light red hair, clad in a fitted water blue dress and a half-length trench coat, complemented by black high heels that echoed on the pavement, she was striking. "Thank you, handsome." The woman smiled gratefully, taking the bag from Li Yin and immediately began to inspect its contents. Seeing that the account book was still intact, she let out a relieved "Li Yin couldn't help but admire the woman before him. Even with his past life experiences, he found her allure captivating. Just then, two cars sped toward them, screeching to a halt at the roadside. Li Yin was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "Please tell me they're not accomplices." In this day and age, public safety was not as secure as in the future with comprehensive surveillance. Many criminals operated in gangs. Without hesitation, Li Yin positioned himself protectively in front of the woman. However, the woman smiled reassuringly. "No need to worry, they're my people." Indeed, as the vehicle doors swung open, a burly man with a dark complexion rushed over, anxiously asking, "Sister Wan, are you all right?" Li Yin discreetly assessed the man. Sensing his formidable presence, the woman then approached Li Yin and said, "Thank you so much today. Without your help, I would have been in serious trouble." As she spoke, the man from the car turned and retrieved a stack of cash. Approaching Li Yin, "Here, this is for you. But regarding today's events, I hope you keep it to yourself." "Huh?" Li Yin furrowed his brow, his expression turning cold as he inquired, "What does this mean?" The woman smiled apologetically. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I should have treated you to a meal to express my gratitude, but I'm out of time. I hope you won't take offense." Li Yin shook his head, raising his hand dismissively. It was just a small act of kindness. "You can keep the money." To him, it was merely a trivial matter. Carrying 200,000 in cash, a few thousand was insignificant. He nodded at the woman, preparing to leave. "You cannot leave yet." The dark-skinned man suddenly blocked Li Yin's path. Li Yin immediately raised an eyebrow, pondering the meaning behind it. "Xiao Wu, step aside." The woman coldly snorted, and the dark-faced man reluctantly stood to the side, yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Yin. Clearly, should Li Yin make any move, he would be the first to act. "I am Xia Wanjun. Today's incident may have been orchestrated by my adversaries targeting me. Your intervention has inadvertently put you at odds with certain individuals. If you are not preoccupied, I invite you to my residence for a drink. Once I ascertain the situation, you shall be safe," Xia Wanjun explained with a bitter smile. Li Yin pondered for a moment before nodding, then accepted Xia Wanjun's invitation and entered the car. His acquiescence was not born out of fear, but rather a simple curiosity about this intriguing woman. Wanjun, in his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered numerous prominent figures, each exuding a formidable aura, yet he had never encountered such a presence in a woman. Xiao Wu hoisted the thief and stuffed him into the trunk, then quietly inquired, "Wanjia, how shall we deal with this fellow?" "Understood." Xiao Wu nodded, casting a warning glance at Li Yin before departing in another vehicle. "By the way, I still do not know your name," Xia Wanjun remarked. "Li Yin." Li as in the wood, Yin as in speech. Li Yin replied, "A splendid name." Xia Wanjun smiled. "As for Xiao Wu, he is not a bad person, just a bit rigid in character." "Please do not take offense," Li Yin shrugged. "I am not so petty." The vehicle came to a halt, and upon disembarking, Li Yin was taken aback to find himself at the entrance of a bar. "You reside here?" He paused, thinking to himself, "Could I have misjudged her?" Xia Wanjun chuckled softly, saying nothing as she led him inside. The first floor of the bar featured a live band. Through a small door, Xia Wanjun guided Li Yin to the second floor, where a room was arranged like an office. She poured him a drink and elegantly crossed her legs as she sat opposite him. Explaining, "This bar is one of my ventures." Li Yin nodded in curiosity. "Monsieur, you have quite a large business?" Xia Wanjun remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Li Yin from head to toe before smiling. "It appears you truly do not know me. Come, let us toast. Thank you for saving me today." Though he had merely been passing by and harbored no guilt, he felt no fear. Standing up, he headed towards the door. Just then, the dark-faced man known as Xiao Wu coldly pushed the door open and entered, blocking Li Yan's path. "You probably cannot leave." Li Yan's expression soured instantly. "This is your second time obstructing me." "Monsieur, what does this mean now?" He turned to face Xia Wanjun. "3 times now, and you still think I am easily intimidated?" Li Yan coldly remarked. "Monsieur, do you suspect I am connected to that thief?" Xia Wanjun quickly shook her head. "Li Yan, please do not misunderstand. I am sorry for pulling you into this mess. I can grant you one request, and I assure you, Xia Wanjun, will not go back on my word." Li Yan regarded Xia Wanjun with interest. She was both beautiful and dangerous. "Just one request?" He mused. "Kid, do not push your luck. Wanjia's goodwill is something many in Long City seek, but cannot attain. Count yourself fortunate." Xiao Wu interjected coldly. "Wanjia apologized to Li Yin." Xia Wanjun's expression darkened as she glared at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, unwilling, protested. "Wanjia, I don't apologize." Xia Wanjun commanded icily. With a face full of reluctance, Xiao Wu approached Li Yin. Lowering his head, "I am sorry," Li Yin replied coolly. "No need. I do not require insincere apologies." Afterward, he glanced at Xia Wanjun. "Today's events were merely coincidental. Monsieur need not dwell on them. Though I am not a significant figure, I am not in the habit of seeking favors." With that, he pushed the door open and walked out, leaving the bar behind. Xiao Wu watched him leave, hesitantly speaking to Xia Wanjun. "Wanjia, I am sorry." Suddenly Xia Wanjun, whom he thought was angered, burst into laughter. "Oh, not worry. I am not upset. This fellow is rather intriguing," she said with interest. "I have a feeling we shall meet again." Xiao Wu, however, dismissed her sentiments. "Wanjia gave him an opportunity, and he failed to seize it. To me, he is merely a foolish lad." Xia Wanjun smiled, her beautiful eyes glimmering with thought. A moment later, she looked up and asked Xiao Wu, "Has that matter been dealt with?" "Yes, we have clarified everything. It is a person named Du who is behind it." Xiao Wu replied solemnly. "Good. I shall make the arrangements." With that, Xiao Wu exited, while the smile faded from Xia Wanjun's face as she sighed deeply. She turned to the window, gazing at the shimmering neon lights, and absent-mindedly took a slender cigarette from her crimson lips, inhaling lightly and releasing a graceful smoke ring. The image of Li Yin surfaced in her mind, and her lips curled into a slight smile. Li Yin chuckled softly, encountering such an interesting person, but enough about me. How is the internet CAF doing? Changing the subject, he felt certain matters were best left unspoken. Upon hearing about the internet CAF, Qin Ruoshua's interest peaked. "It's quite thriving. You know, we're making over 2,000 every day. Moreover, due to policy constraints, not only those without internet CAF licenses, but even those with them need to renovate. Our machines are always fully booked." Li Yin nodded inwardly, recognizing that 2,000 a day translates to several tens of thousands a month, and after deducting costs, the profits were substantial. It was 1998. After all, and the overall consumption level had yet to rise. The average person earned only 300 to 500 a month, with the better off making around 1,000. Indeed, it was impressive. Keep up the good work. And if you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Li Yin said, grasping Qin Ruoshua's hand. Qin Ruoshua responded with a soft gently leaning against Li Yan's embrace. "Thanks to you. I never anticipated that business would be this good." Li Yin smiled, choosing not to speak further. That night, after Li Yin had fallen asleep, Qin Ruoshua stealthily rose, inhaling the scent of his clothing. Frowning slightly, after a moment of contemplation, it seemed she had made a decision. Li Yin arrived early at the trading office. Following the encounter with Lin Jun, his reputation soared as news of Lin Jun's downfall spread. As he entered, whether they were major or minor investors, or even the office staff, everyone's eyes lit up upon seeing him, greeting him enthusiastically. As he walked through, Li Yin wore a smile that exuded warmth and approachability. With the expansion of capital, simple futures trading was no longer feasible. The current futures market, in terms of policy and transaction volume, was far from the prosperity of later years. A new path needed to be sought. After completing the upcoming surge in green bean futures, he thought to himself, I may seldom return here once the month is over. As he contemplated this, he pushed open the door to the major investor's room. However, within just a few minutes of sitting down, Sun Jianping and Zhao Daong entered. "Old bro, you are rather inconsiderate," Zhao Daong remarked with a half-smile directed at Li Yin. "Indeed, you faced Lin Jun without including us." Sun Jianping chimed in at Li Yin immediately understood that the news of his profits from the confrontation with Lin Jun had unsettled them. "Dear brothers, you are mistaken. I didn't involve you in the duel with Lin Jun out of concern for your well-being. At that time, my capital was limited compared to Lin Jun's vast resources. The risk was too great. Had I brought you along and resulted in losses, what then?" Li Yin's earnest explanation alleviated some of their grievances. "Haha, just kidding, old bro. We are here to congratulate you," Zhao Daong exclaimed. Sun Jianping's expression shifted slightly, but he too smiled and nodded. Zhao Daong inquired, "Old bro, what opportunities do you foresee next? Share some insights with us." "You feast, let us have some soup." "Exactly, old bro, don't forget your roots. We have shared trials together." Li Yin inwardly scoffed, realizing this was likely their true intent. Not to mention that he hadn't called them during his confrontation with Lin Jun. Even if he had, would they have dared to join him against Lin Jun's 20 million in capital? Yet, recalling their past assistance, he recognized their potential value. He could not afford to tarnish his reputation. After some thought, he replied, "In the coming days, green beans should experience a significant price surge." "Really? Is it going up or down?" Sun Jianping asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Chapter 34. Envy upon hearing Li Yan's words. The two nodded eagerly, spouting promises of treating Li Yin to a meal once they profited. Before they turned to leave, Li Yin scoffed softly. Short selling was indeed a sound strategy, and the profits could be quite substantial. However, he also cautioned them to avoid excessive speculation and advised them to take profits when possible. If they heeded his warning, they could reap considerable gains. Otherwise, if they succumbed to greed, they would likely meet a dismal fate. This was a repayment of their previous favors, but in a volatile market, no one could predict what the next moment would bring. If they let greed consume them and faced a tragic end, they could not blame him. Since he had pointed out the strategies to Zhao and Sun, it was only natural for him to place his own orders. It would be illogical to instruct others on how to profit while merely standing by. At the moment Li Yin was placing his order, Han Zixuan entered with a graceful swiftness, leaning close to him as she giggled and cast a flirtatious glance his way. Her silky legs, clad in stockings, brushed lightly against his thigh. "Li Shao, thank you ever so much," she exclaimed. "And how shall I be repaid?" Li Yin replied with a smile, playfully patting her pert dairy instantly. Han Zixuan shivered, her body seeming to electrify as she melted into his embrace, guiding his hand to rest upon her thigh. Yet, she refrained from any further advances, as if adhering to an unspoken boundary in truth. She was well aware that Li Yin was married and that he could never become her boyfriend. Over the past few days, she had observed his demeanor, understanding that he would not easily alter his course due to her actions. For now, her only option was to remain close to him, cultivating an intimacy that felt natural. As for crossing that line, if it ever came to that, she feared their relationship would swiftly come to an end, a fate she was unwilling to accept. In just a few days, the investment had skyrocketed from 30,000 to 10 million. Han Zixuan had witnessed this transformation firsthand. Li Yan's performance surpassed her wildest expectations, making him a veritable money-making machine. She felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for him, a voice within urging her to cling tightly to Li Yin and follow him. Even if she could not be his woman, being by his side would render her life complete. Having resolved to maintain this closeness, Han Zixuan and Li Yan's intimacy felt entirely justified, albeit tempered with restraint. She understood that many women were more beautiful than she, and that Li Yin would inevitably encounter others. Thus, she needed to devise a way to become an irreplaceable presence in his life, rather than merely a decorative vase. Of course, should circumstances align favorably, she would not shy away from furthering their relationship, for Li Yin possessed an undeniable allure. As Li Yan's fingers lightly traced her delicate skin, Han Zixuan softly inquired, "Li Shao, what are your plans regarding this surge in green bean prices?" Li Yin nodded. "There will be a significant market movement soon. However, once I capitalize on this wave, I may need to depart from Xinqiao." Han Zixuan, who had been contemplating how to secure a place by Li Yan's side in the market, felt a surge of urgency at his words. "Wherever you go, I shall follow, she exclaimed without thinking. Really? Li Yin asked, surprised as he glanced at her. With determination, she affirmed, I'm tired of merely passing the days here. I want to accompany you and witness new horizons. Suddenly, Li Yin rose, pulling Han Zixuan into his arms, his voice low and serious. You understand what this market entails, and no one can win indefinitely if I should ever lose. Before he could finish, Han Zixuan placed her slender finger against his lips. If you lose, I shall stand by you for your resurgence. I believe in you. With that, she gently caressed his chiseled face. Resting against him, Li Yin, seizing her shoulders, compelled her to meet his gaze before leaning in for a fervent kiss. After a moment, he released her, laughter spilling forth, vibrant and full of promise. Then let me show you extraordinary vistas. He turned towards the computer screen, instructing Han Zixuan, with 2 million in the account, open a short position on green beans, utilizing 80% of the capital. I will step out briefly. Han Zixuan acknowledged with a soft diligently executing his trading commands as he exited. Throughout Longqing, there were 4 futures trading offices. Over the course of the morning, Li Yin opened an account at each of the other 3 offices. In addition to his existing one at Xinqiao, each with 2 million. Han Zixuan managed one account while Li Yin simultaneously funded the others, executing identical trading instructions. By day's end, Li Yin's 8 million in capital had been leveraged to nearly 6 million in margin. All invested in short contracts for green beans, 3,000 in total. When he shared this with Han Zixuan, she paused, bewildered. Li Xiao, why separate the holdings? The services at the other offices are similar to Xinqiao. If not inferior. Li Yin chuckled, placing 3,000 orders in a single account would attract too much attention. By diversifying, we obscure our intentions. Han Zixuan nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the wisdom in his strategy. After trading closed and Li Yin departed, Zhang Xiyuan summoned Han Zixuan into his office. Zixuan, I notice Li Yin has taken a significant short position in green beans. Is he indeed betting against them? Zhang Xiyuan queried in a hushed tone. Han Zixuan hesitated before responding, I'm not certain. He doesn't share his trading strategies with me. Is that so? I've observed your closeness with him. He seems to trust you. Why not inquire tomorrow? Zhang Xiyuan pressed. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Zong, why are you asking this? Han Zixuan inquired, curious. Zhang Xiyuan's expression shifted slightly. Zixuan, mind your tone. I am your superior. You will follow my directives without question. Now leave. I expect clarity by tomorrow. After Han Zixuan exited, Zhang Xiyuan opened his computer, revealing the green bean market's trends. Li Yin, you better not let me down this time. My fortunes are tied to yours. His gaze was intense, fixated on the screen. It was not just the clients at the trading office who envied Li Yin's repeated successes. Zhang Xiyuan, the head of Xinqiao Futures, harbored his own desires. He had been waiting for an opportunity to align his trades with Li Yin's. After Li Yin opened his positions, Zhang Xiyuan quickly followed suit. Chapter 35. The rat's nest. The existence of rat trading is not confined to the stock market. It permeates the futures and options markets, as well as other derivatives. Especially in 1998, when the domestic markets were still in their infancy and various aspects were still experimental. Risk management, regulation, and third-party asset management were not yet distinctly separated. As the head of the trading office, Zhang Xiyuan possessed the authority to access all accounts at any time in the shadows where sunlight does not reach. Such practices thrived. The next day, upon arriving at the trading office, Han Zixuan discreetly relayed Zhang Xiyuan's inquiries to Li Yin. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yin let out a cold chuckle. Inform him, I am indeed bearish on green beans, and I shall continue to short them. Han Zixuan momentarily faltered. You would tell Zhang Zong such things? But won't that make you a target? Her foundational knowledge was solid. Having spent years in the trading office, she understood the intricacies. Li Yin smiled faintly. The market is right here. Everyone is my adversary. If Zhang Xiyuan wishes to follow, let him do so. Seeing the confidence radiating from Li Yin, Han Zixuan nodded. Her worries dissipating now, she found herself concerned for Zhang Xiyuan. She knew Li Yin all too well. Whenever he wore that smile, those who sought to deceive him inevitably met with misfortune. The demise of Lin Jun was a testament to that. Originally, Li Yin had merely aimed to avoid drawing attention by diversifying his positions. But unexpectedly, he had ensnared a significant player in the process. After briefing Han Zixuan, a cold smirk crept across Li Yin's face. He had experienced such scenarios in his past life, instinctively remaining vigilant. In the trading market, the money you earn is merely the losses of others. All are enemies. The current surge in green beans, if approached solely from a long or short perspective, could not possibly establish the reputation of Zhengshongyao. How could it repeatedly break records? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Yan's gaze settled on the market. That day, the prices began to plummet, trading at lower levels throughout the day, descending over 50 points from the previous high. All of Li Yan's accounts began to show profits by the end of the trading day. Sun Jianping and Zhao Zhiyong excitedly approached Li Yan. "Brother, this is incredible, truly incredible. We've never had such an effortless trading experience before. It's as if we're making money while lying down." Under Li Yan's guidance the previous day, they had all opened short positions, and with this downturn, they had captured 50 points of profit in just one day. The exhilaration of earning was unparalleled. By the way, brother, how far do you see this going? Where should we close our positions? Sun Jianping asked, voicing their most pressing concerns. Li Yan shook his head. "I cannot predict how far it will fall, but I advise you to exit once you achieve substantial profits. The gains you secure are the true profits." The two men nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, they insisted on treating Li Yan to a meal. But he declined. After Li Yan left, Zhao Zhiyong sighed. "This time, it seems we may be bidding farewell to our partnership with Li Lao D.is. It really so dire. Opportunities will abound in the future. As long as he continues trading, we can always seek his guidance. Surely, he won't refuse us, considering our past camaraderie," Sun Jianping replied dismissively. Zhao Zhiyong chuckled bitterly, exclaiming, "This is indeed a genuine favor, my friend, old son. To be frank, we haven't truly assisted them before, and now they have returned the favor to us." Although Zhao Zhiyong possessed a hint of the roughness typical of the underworld, he understood the intricacies of human relationships far better than Sun Jianping. Upon hearing Zhao Zhiyong's words, Sun Jianping felt a twinge of discontent. After all, he had only discovered a lucrative opportunity a few days prior, and now it was slipping away from him. After parting ways with Zhao Zhiyong, Sun Jianping's frustration grew. "No, this time, since there is an opportunity, I must seize it. This could be my chance to turn my life around." He dialed a number. "Old phone, I need a loan." "How long?" "About half a month." On the other end of the line, Old Phone was a loan shark, specializing in facilitating financial arrangements. That very evening, Sun Jianping secured 3 million from Old Phone, planning to invest it all in short positions on the Mungbean contract. "Just a doubling is all I need. Once I double it, I will repay the loan and pocket 3 to 4 million for myself. Then, life will be nothing but carefree." Sun Jianping seemed to envision a bright future beckoning him. Completely disregarding Li Yan's earlier warnings, shortly after the market closed, Han Zixuan was once again summoned to the office by Zheng Xiyuan. Zheng Xiyuan closed the door and asked urgently, "Zixuan, have you inquired?" "What did Li Yan say?" Observing Zheng Xiyuan's anxious demeanor, which was a stark contrast to his usual amiable self, Han Zixuan felt increasingly disheartened. Li Yan said he is bearish on mung beans and remains resolute in his stance. Han Zixuan relayed Li Yan's words verbatim. Zheng Xiyuan clapped his hands vigorously, exclaiming, "Excellent, wonderful, haha. By the way, Zixuan, if there are any developments from Li Yan, you must inform me promptly. Rest assured, once this matter concludes, I will promote you." Witnessing Zheng Xiyuan's evident excitement, Han Zixuan furrowed her brow, recalling how much he had looked out for her in the past. Unable to suppress herself, she cautioned, "Zheng, while Li Yan is bearish, the futures market inherently carries risks. I believe you should." "Enough, Zixuan, I know precisely what to do now, off you go. Make sure to attend to Li Yan well." Zheng Xiyuan waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Han Zixuan silently nodded, refraining from saying anything further. However, as she shut the door to Zheng Xiyuan's office, a sense of relief washed over her. Initially, she felt a pang of guilt for deciding to leave Xinchao Futures with Li Yan after he completed his Mungbean trades. Yet, Zheng Xiyuan's recent behavior had completely disillusioned her. "Zheng, take care of yourself." The following day, Han Zixuan informed Li Yan of Zheng Xiyuan's actions, her face filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, Li Xiao. I've been at the brokerage for over 2 years, and Zheng has always taken care of me. I couldn't help but remind him yesterday. No worries, at this juncture, your reminder will only fall on deaf ears. It's futile to say anything. You're not angry with me?" Han Zixuan asked softly, clinging to Li Yan's neck. Li Yan replied, "Angry? Then how shall I punish you?" With that, he suddenly turned around and enveloped Han Zixuan in a warm embrace. eliciting her delightful laughter. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, everyone was in high spirits. On this day, the mung bean futures at Zhongshan Exchange plummeted by another 48 points. Over the course of 2 days, profits had nearly reached 100 points. Whether it was Sun Jianping and Zhao Zhiyong, who had benefited from Li Yan's guidance, or Zheng Xiyuan, who had been secretly following the trend, all were grinning from ear to ear. Prosperity seemed just within reach. Chapter 36. Good advice falls on deaf ears. Li Yan sat in the trading room, gazing at the floating profits on his account, feeling a surge of excitement. With 100 points in profit and 3,000 short positions across 4 accounts, he had amassed 3 million in floating gains within just 2 days. It's far easier with ample capital. This is significantly sharper than my previous trading endeavors, Li Yan chuckled to himself. Somewhat self-deprecatingly, however, different capital scales necessitate different strategies. Initially, he had entered the market with merely 30,000, and trading was his only recourse. At that moment, Zhao Zhiyong rushed in, his face etched with anxiety. Brother, you must reason with old Sun. He's lost his mind. Li Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, Zhao, what has happened with Sun? I don't even know how to describe it. This morning at market open, he suddenly injected 3 million, all from loans. He claims he wants to increase his position. I tried reasoning with him for ages, but to no avail. You need to talk to him. Li Yan was taken aback, gasping in disbelief. 0.3 million in loans for a position increase? Indeed. I pleaded with him, but he wouldn't listen, Zhao Zhiyong exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Li Yan shook his head and replied coolly, a wise word cannot persuade a fool. Taking loans for futures trading is tantamount to courting disaster for most people. He's not new to trading. Once he's made up his mind, he's blinded by greed. My words are futile. What should we do then? If he incurs losses, it will be disastrous. Those loan sharks are not to be trifled with. Zhao Zhiyong expressed his concern. Li Yan sighed. I've said what needs to be said. For the sake of past friendship, please relay this message to him. Take profits while you can. Li Yan was acutely aware of the impending market conditions regarding mung beans. It was not merely a matter of right or wrong. If he couldn't withdraw before the storm erupted, it would be fatal regardless of the outcome. However, he could not voice these thoughts. Moreover, he had already warned him in the past. If Sun Jianping chose to plunge headfirst, even a deity could not save him. All right then, Zhao Zhiyong nodded silently, understanding that trying to persuade Sun Jianping at this juncture was futile. He had merely hoped for a miracle by consulting Li Yan. Yet, Li Yan had made it clear he was unwilling to wade into these turbulent waters. Within minutes of Zhao Zhiyong's visit, the futures market had opened. Sun Jianping boldly injected the 3 million into the market. He exuded confidence, believing that legends are born from taking the right actions at the right moment. While a full position carries risks, when the trend emerges, the market becomes frenzied. At this juncture, it's not about caution but rather about seizing opportunities. Why did Li Yan make such substantial gains in copper futures? It was all about leveraging floating profits. Otherwise, how could he be so successful now? Thus, if we had identified the copper market's potential earlier, perhaps we would have reaped significant rewards as well. Yet, Li Yan simply did not bring us along. As you mentioned, his assistance is a favor. That favor may not last forever. Since this is the case, why not seize this opportunity? Who knows who will owe whom in the future? You. Zhao Zhiyong gazed at the fervent Sun Jianping, feeling as though this longtime friend had become a stranger. Enough, old Zhao. I know what I'm doing. Just watch. This time, I will make a name for myself. At that moment, Zhao Zhiyong recalled Li Yan's earlier words. A wise word cannot persuade a fool. Sun Jianping was now thoroughly caught up in his delusions, completely impervious to any counsel. After all this talking, it seemed his words were in vain. Throughout the day, mung beans plummeted another 20 points. As the market closed, Sun Jianping excitedly pounded the table, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Old Zhao, did you see? It's clearly a trend. This decline is unstoppable. At such high prices, it will inevitably be a knockout blow. If I had listened to you or Li Yan and refrained from increasing my position this morning, where would this 50,000 in profits come from? What if the market doesn't perform as expected? Have you considered what happens if you lose?" Zhao Zhiyong cautioned sternly. "Pfft, how could I lose? If Li Yan can do it, why can't we? In my opinion, old Zhao, you should join me. I'm well acquainted with old Feng, the loan shark. Given your status, securing 5 million is a piece of cake. What do you say? We'll double it in just a few days." Zhao Zhiyong shook his head. replying, "I'm going to pass. You just be careful, by the way. Li Yin asked me to relay a message to you. Take profits while you can." Upon hearing Zhao Zhiyong's words, Sun Jianping scoffed dismissively. Does he think he's some kind of oracle? This is futures trading. What nonsense. I believe in riding the wave of victory. Just watch me. In a few days, I'll become a millionaire. As for Li Yin, we won't have to seek his help in the future. I'll lead you to fortune. Zhao Zhiyong opened his mouth but said nothing. For 3 consecutive days, the mung beans closed in the red, plummeting over 130 points. Under the weight of his heavy positions, Sun Jianping's floating profits had dwindled to nearly 1 million. As the news spread, the entire brokerage buzzed with speculation, believing that Sun Jianping might genuinely be on the verge of a breakthrough. Many began to extend their congratulations. "Old Sun, I told you. You have the guts. You'll surely rise to prominence. You've struck gold this time." "Indeed. Sun Gu, when you hit it big, don't forget your old buddies." Old Sun is generous. No need for further words. Let us dive in. Let us all share the spoils. The entire trading hall was filled with flattery. Sun Jianping, with a flushed face, waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Rest assured, everyone will earn together. Once we close positions and cash out, I'll treat you all." In the large trading room on the 2nd floor, Han Zixuan listened to the commotion outside, frowning and pouting. "What is wrong with this Sun Jianping? He still took advice from you. What is all this commotion about?" Li Yin merely smiled, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, and said nonchalantly, "When heaven intends to destroy a man, it first drives him to madness. Trading is not merely a matter of 1 or 2 contracts. Just wait and see." Meanwhile, while Sun Jianping and others were feeling triumphant, another individual with eyes ablaze was also present. This was Zhang Xiyuan. At the launching branch of New Wave Futures, there existed a proprietary trading account. This so-called proprietary account means that the branch itself engages in trading. This time, having seen Li Yan's positions from the back end, coupled with the pressure he exerted on Han Zixuan to glean information about shorting mung beans, he had, over the course of several days, poured all the funds from the company's proprietary account into mung bean futures. A full short position. After speaking, he lit a cigar, gleefully observing the profits displayed on the trading screen, brimming with pride. Chapter 37. A stormy turn of events with the New Year break concluded. The market reopened on January 4, 1999. After a few days of respite, Li Yin arrived early at the trading hall before the opening, his expression grave as he summoned Han Zixuan. "Zixuan, there are crucial matters to attend to today. Listen closely." This was the first time Han Zixuan had seen Li Yin speak to her in such a tone. She nodded, not daring to be overly familiar, and obediently stood by his side. "I sense a change is imminent in the market. However, I do not know how it will shift. Today, you must closely monitor the market for me, follow my instructions, and execute without hesitation. Do you understand?" After saying this, Li Yin took a deep breath, recalling that January 4th was a particularly significant day in his memory. It would mark the glorious beginning of mung bean futures. Time trickled by like grains of sand in an hourglass. And due to Li Yan's admonition, Han Zixuan, fearing to delay him, fixated her gaze on the trading screen without blinking. Suddenly, the mung bean market data on the software froze. "A network issue," Han Zixuan murmured instinctively, but soon realized that another software she had opened was functioning normally. The only possibility was that there was a malfunction at the exchange. Unable to restrain herself, Han Zixuan began to curse. This wretched Zhengzhou commodity exchange, making so much in fees daily, and yet their system fails. However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Yin suddenly shouted, full position, add all floating profits, quickly." The time he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Han Zixuan almost instinctively began tapping away at the keyboard and mouse. "Eli Xiao, what is happening?" Han Zixuan asked, but she quickly noticed that Li Yin had already dashed out the door. Once outside, Li Yin quickly hailed a taxi and sped towards the other 3 futures trading branches. Fortunately, these branches were only a few streets away, and there was no traffic at that time, allowing the entire journey to proceed without significant delay. Time passed at a relentless pace, and within minutes, Li Yin handed the driver 200 yuan to ensure they visited all 3 branches, full position, all short, all of it. As Li Yin placed the last order, the trading software flickered before returning to normal. Finally, he had made it. As he stepped into the hall, he overheard someone wailing in despair. "Damn it, this is too thrilling. This damned exchange actually malfunctioned. 5 minutes. How much did I lose because of this? Alas. But I have already closed my position. I reversed and went long. This thing is unpredictable. What if the bulls attack? Wouldn't that be disastrous? I went all in long. This whole situation feels off. Han Zixuan, seeing Li Yin in disarray, quickly took a towel to help him wipe his face and then brewed a cup of tea for him up to this point. Han Zixuan was utterly bewildered and curiously asked Li Yue, and Li Yin smiled. You will know shortly. The air of mystery in his words sparked various speculations in Han Zixuan's mind, though she refrained from asking further. Li Xiao, you truly possess extraordinary insight. How did you know? Han Zixuan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Li Yin replied coolly, I know nothing. It's just that there are always fresh developments in this circle. This is merely the beginning. Just wait and see. Li Yan's words seemed not to materialize, as the market trend before the morning close once again fell into a state of tension. Zhao Zhiyong, having heeded Li Yan's advice, kept his eyes on the market, neither increasing nor decreasing his positions, simply waiting calmly. In contrast, Sun Jianping, after some contemplation, felt that this wave of decline had nearly run its course and decided to go all in long. Given Sun Jianping's popularity among retail traders in recent days, many began to follow suit. Zhang Xiyuan, however, did not close his position. Instead, he started to increase his holdings, ignoring everyone else and choosing to follow Li Yin. Moreover, having seen Li Yin also increasing his positions from the back end, he felt all the more justified in his choice. At this moment, most people were jubilant, unaware that during the sudden 5-minute halt in trading today, the balance of power had undergone a stunning reversal, and the mung bean market was about to embark on a grand spectacle. As the afternoon market opened, the trend unexpectedly rose slightly, just as Li Yin finished his meal. Han Zixuan linked arms with him as they walked in. Bro, what do you think of today's trend? Zhao Zhiyong asked Li Yin irritably. Li Yin pondered for a moment and replied, continue to short. No way, bro. I believe now is a great time to go long. Just then, an unusual voice interrupted. Following this, Sun Jianping confidently approached Li Yin. Oh? So you've gone long? Li Yin asked, giving him a casual glance. Sun Jianping spoke eloquently, and many onlookers nodded in agreement. Haha, then just wait for 5,000. For Sun Jianping, who had gained considerable momentum, Li Yin had no desire to engage further. He had already said what needed to be said, and the bond between them had long since dissipated. Bro, what are you busy with? Don't tell me you're afraid. However, just as Li Yin took a few steps away, Sun Jianping called out to him with a mocking tone. Li Yin turned around with a cold laugh. Afraid? What do I have to fear? Fear that your previous records will be surpassed by me. Exactly. You're still too young. Our brother Sun is the most formidable. If I were you, I'd just let that beauty beside you go. Our brother Sun deserves the best service in the branch. Having previously made a fortune, Li Yan's brilliance had long made others envious. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity to curry favor with Sun Jianping while belittling Li Yin, even teasing Han Zixuan. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Yan's eyes. Sun Jianping, are you truly intent on this? While their relationship had never been particularly close, Sun Jianping was one of the first individuals Li Yin encountered upon his rebirth, and he had no wish to sever ties. Yet, with Sun Jianping's arrogance reaching such heights, Li Yin could no longer contain his anger. Sun Jianping remained unfazed, but at that moment, Li Yin calmly stated, in just a few days, you will know the outcome. Chapter 38. Despair and avalanche today? Haha, are you joking? Forget it. There's no need to stoop to his level. Sun Jianping feigned magnanimity. His remarks today were merely to satiate his own vanity. Li Yin had once been the most formidable. As long as he could undermine Li Yin, he would become the most dazzling figure in the branch. Having achieved his goal, he felt a surge of pride. However, Li Yin said little more, sneering as he took Han Zixuan upstairs. Observing this scene, Sun Jianping felt even more triumphant. What a joke. Does he really think he is so impressive? This time, I will shatter the myth of Li Yin. He waved his fists vigorously, his face manic with excitement. At this moment, Zhao Zhiyong approached, his expression grim. Old son, you've gone too far today. Without Li Yin, would you be where you are now? You. Sun Jianping's words incensed Zhao Zhiyong, who turned and walked away. From now on, old Zhao, just stick with me to make money. What's Li Yin to me? Sun Jianping declared fearlessly. In the large client room, Han Zixuan defended Li Yin, believing Sun Jianping to be a treacherous opportunist. Yet Li Yin merely chuckled, saying, "Arguing with him is pointless. The market will show him just how naive he is." As Li Yin spoke these words, his expression radiated confidence, as if he had already foreseen Sun Jianping's fate. Han Zixuan, captivated by his aura, gently leaned against Li Yin. Throughout the afternoon, under Sun Jianping's deliberate propaganda, Li Yin's predicament was widely circulated in the trading hall. Some claimed that Li Yin was betting everything and would surely meet his doom. Others said he was engaging in a final frenzy, destined for a margin call by nightfall. Even more asserted that Li Yin, in his desperation, was on the brink of madness. However, all these rumors were abruptly silenced in an instant. Shattered the moment the afternoon market opened, the prices began to plummet, continuously descending. Those who had followed Sun Jianping to go long began to feel restive. "Don't panic. It's just a correction. A mere adjustment. It will stabilize soon. Do not fear. Building a bottom platform takes time. This process is cyclical." Faced with the skeptical gazes of those around him, Sun Jianping could no longer hold back and began to defend himself, spouting comforting platitudes incessantly. His face grew increasingly pale, and a look of panic spread across his features, with cold sweat accumulating on his brow. The balance sheet was visibly spiraling into losses, with previous profits dwindling away. The enormity of his positions rendered every passing minute a torment. That moment, Li Yin suddenly approached Sun Jianping, accompanied by Han Zixuan. "How is it?" he inquired. "I told you it wouldn't take a day." "What do you think?" Li Yin had never been one to swallow his pride. Given Sun Jianping's arrogance, he was determined to teach him a lesson. His prior silence was not born of fear but rather a calculated wait for this very moment. A moment to reveal the market trend and prove to Sun Jianping that he was mistaken. At this juncture, Sun Jianping, already frazzled, found Li Yin's words like daggers piercing his heart. "Li Yin, what do you want?" Li Yin scoffed. "What do I want? It seems you have been the one seeking out trouble all along. Your current predicament is of your own making." Sun Jianping inhaled deeply, slamming his palm on the table as he rose, unwilling to concede defeat. "Don't celebrate too soon. The market isn't closed yet, and who can predict its movements? Just wait and see." However, before he could continue his defense, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! Look at the newspaper." This outburst interrupted Sun Jianping, capturing everyone's attention. The individual holding the newspaper read aloud the latest news, stating that the higher-ups were placing great emphasis on stabilizing the economic order and were resolutely committed to rectifying the economic environment. Upon hearing this, the faces of all those who had taken long positions changed dramatically. As participants in the futures market, they quickly interpreted the implications. Regulating the economic environment and restoring economic order meant curbing inflation and stabilizing prices, which inherently suggested scrutiny of speculative activities. At that moment, the price of mung beans was soaring, with futures prices far exceeding market prices. Sun Jianping's countenance turned ashen. Observing his dismay, Li Yin chuckled coldly. "You're still a bit off, old Sun, with that." He turned and left with Han Zixuan, leaving Sun Jianping slumped in his chair. "It's temporary." "Yes, it's merely temporary. If I can just endure, victory will still be mine," Sun Jianping muttered to himself, seemingly in a trance as he fixated on the market. Zhao Zhiyong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy and approached to offer counsel. "Old Sun, you should consider closing your positions. Reducing your exposure would alleviate some pressure." Yet, Sun Jianping, now with bloodshot eyes, shoved Zhao Zhiyong aside. "Mind your own business. You want to see me ruin myself like Li Yin, don't you?" Zhao Zhiyong, exasperated, pointed a finger at Sun Jianping. "You've lost your mind. From now on, I won't recognize you." Sun Jianping's intentions may have been noble, but the market proved to be ruthlessly unforgiving. That day, mung bean futures closed at their lowest price, plummeting nearly 100 points. On January 5th, the market opened again, crashing down over 100 points more. Throughout this turmoil, Li Yin continued to increase his holdings, his positions inching closer to 5,000 short contracts spread across 4 accounts. Meanwhile, Sun Jianping was on the verge of madness. His earlier profits from shorting alongside Li Yin had been obliterated, with his principal dwindling by over 100,000. Around him, retail investors began to capitulate under the strain. Some heavy-position traders even facing liquidation. Those who had once praised Sun Jianping now surrounded him, hurling curses as if they had never spoken kindly of him. gazing at the staggering losses on his account. Sun Jianping attempted to console himself amidst his madness. Li Yin, fully aware of Sun Jianping's predicament, smirked and remarked to Han Zixuan, "It's over for Sun Jianping." Chapter 39. Self-inflicted misery. Every rebound during a decline is a trap. You may think you've reached the bottom, yet beneath the bottom lies a basement, and below that a sewer. Perhaps below the sewer, there exists an abyss of hell. Sun Jianping, consumed by his rage, had forgotten all wisdom. That very night, he took out another 2 million in high-interest loans, plunging back into the fray, now burdened by 5 million in debt. Within half a month, including interest, he would need to repay 7 to 8 million. Yet, as the market opened, the positions he had just added plummeted another 60 points. The avalanche continued to expand. On January 11th, the market dipped another one. While this may seem trivial, in the futures market, such a decline is exacerbated by leverage. After such a prolonged descent, this one became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The bulls in the market faced liquidation once more, and the consequence was another downward spiral. Sun Jianping's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion haggard, teetering on the brink of collapse. The risk on his account had soared to 100. If the market did not rebound, he would face liquidation by the day's end. "Rebound? Rise. You must rise," he implored, the entire trading day passing with him muttering like a madman. Meanwhile, Li Yin remained fully invested, watching his profits swell uncontrollably. At this point, he had accumulated 2,000 short contracts in each of his 4 accounts, totaling 8,000. Han Zixuan, while unaware of Li Yan's additional holdings, was astonished by the profits in the account he had instructed her to manage. Li Xiao, "I've never seen anyone as formidable as you," Han Zixuan exclaimed, her admiration evident, reflecting on how wise her recent decision had been. Li Yin simply smiled. "Not yet. The real battle is just beginning." Han Zixuan paused, covering her mouth in disbelief. "But prices have already fallen so much. Could they possibly decline further?" Li Yin gestured toward the market. "Look. Most participants are on the brink of liquidation. If you were holding short positions in mung beans, what would you do?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Zixuan recalled some of the strategies she had learned from Li Yin. Force the bulls. As long as the bulls are alive, the bears will not cease to pressure the bulls at this price. A limit down is necessary. The next step would naturally be to expand the margin. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, that would be the approach. "What, Li Xiao, do you mean there are other methods?" "You'll find out soon enough," Li Yin replied, reclining in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Han Zixuan pondered deeply, struggling to discern Li Yan's meaning. It wasn't until after the market closed that the Zhengzhou Commodity Exchange issued an announcement. Starting from the 12th, all mung bean contract margins would increase from 5 to 10, and for the 9907 contract, a new half margin would be imposed on excess market positions. In other words, from the opening on the 12th, the margin for old contracts in the mung bean 07 contract would double, and new positions would require 3 times the margin. Upon the release of this announcement, everyone was left dumbfounded. While it appeared that raising the margin would increase trading costs and temporarily curb price fluctuations, that was a concern for later. For the already frantic bulls and bears, this move was a devastating blow. The bears, poised to capitalize on their gains, were forced to halt, while the bulls, who had been struggling to endure, faced immediate liquidation. Curses erupted from the lips of every participant in the mung bean market. At this moment, even the gentle Han Zixuan could not suppress her expletives, while Li Yin remained composed. As if he had anticipated this all along, Han Zixuan suddenly recalled Li Yan's earlier words. "Li Xiao, you truly are a modern-day Zhuge Liang." Li Yin smiled quietly, instructing, "After the market opens tomorrow, the moment the bulls are liquidated, begin to close your positions. I have matters to attend to and will not be coming in. Also, once you've closed your positions, ensure that all funds are withdrawn." Li Yin understood that the mung bean battle was effectively concluded. While there may be further climaxes ahead, he had no desire to participate. As Han Zixuan marveled at Li Yan's uncanny market intuition, Zhang Xiyuan, the manager of Xinchao Futures, hurriedly entered the room. Li Yin, "You must help me," Zhang Xiyuan exclaimed, grasping Li Yan's arm. "Zhang Zong, what do you mean?" Li Yin inquired coolly, casting a glance at Zhang Xiyuan. Zhang Xiyuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to find the right words. His clandestine dealings with Li Yan's positions were conducted in secret, unaware that Han Zixuan had informed Li Yin of everything. as the manager of a trading department. Engaging in such underhanded activities could ruin his reputation if it were to leak. If Zhang Zong has no further business, I must take my leave, Li Yin thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. He knew precisely why Zhang Xiyuan had come. After having followed his short positions, he was likely now entangled in a predicament. Seeing Li Yin attempt to leave, Zhang Xiyuan grew anxious, disregarding his pride. Li Yin, here's the situation. I've taken some short positions in mung beans, but with the sudden margin increase, as soon as the market opens tomorrow, the headquarters risk control will liquidate me. Is there any way you can assist me? If you help me, I assure you that any benefits at Xinqiao will be yours first. Hearing Zhang Xiyuan casually brush over his involvement with Li Yan's trades, Li Yan's gaze turned icy. I'm sorry, Zhang Zong. I can't assist you. Upon finishing his words, Li Yin turned and strode towards the exit. Li Yin, you cannot abandon me like this. I followed your trades, and this is what happened. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Zhang Xiyuan frantically grasped Li Yan's arm. Li Yin scoffed coldly. You followed my trades, secretly observed my positions, and ended up ensnaring yourself. Did I instruct you to follow my trades? Or did you think that if you made a profit, you would share it with me? Since you possess nothing, why should I come to your aid? What does this have to do with me? Zhang Xiyuan, the dignified head of a brokerage firm, was rendered speechless, his complexion fluctuating between shades of green and red due to Li Yan's remarks. Li Yan, are you truly so heartless? Zhang Xiyuan glared at him through gritted teeth. Li Yan merely laughed coldly. You reap what you sow. With that, he strode away. Zhang Xiyuan glared fiercely at Li Yan's retreating figure, his eyes reddened and voice hoarse as he muttered to himself. Li Yin, you are forcing my hand. Chapter 40. A blackout before my eyes. After leaving the trading room, Li Yin chuckled coldly to himself. In this world, all are driven by profit. Earlier, when Han Zixuan had discreetly informed him that Zhang Xiyuan was following his trades, he had already anticipated this day would come. The green bean market was tumultuous, but how many could truly profit from such a world-shocking trading event? Those who rashly dove in would surely perish. Had Zhang Xiyuan approached him sincerely for guidance, Li Yin, out of respect for their past acquaintance, might have offered some advice. However, Zhang Xiyuan chose a different path. If he sought to take advantage of me, it would not be so easy. Meanwhile, after Li Yan's departure, Zhang Xiyuan, in a state of agitation, emerged only to find Sun Jianping anxiously waiting at his office door. Old Sun, do you need something? Zhang Xiyuan inquired. Sun Jianping forced a thin smile, his voice strained. I have a favor to ask of you, Zhang Zong. I was wondering if could you please ask the risk control team not to forcibly liquidate my positions at the market open tomorrow? Without a second thought, Zhang Xiyuan was about to refuse, but as he caught a glimpse of Sun Jianping, he abruptly asked, did you take a short position on the green beans? Sun Jianping, aware that Zhang Xiyuan would not help without a reason, was quick to offer a tempting reward. Zhang Xiyuan's mind raced before he solemnly replied, to be frank, that would violate industry regulations. Under normal circumstances, I cannot do this. It would be risking my career. Sun Jianping grew anxious. Zhang Zong, this is a matter of life and death for me. You must help me, however. Zhang Xiyuan responded in a measured tone. You have been a valued client of my brokerage for some time now. Since you have asked, I can extend you a courtesy. You have your hardships, and I do not desire any financial compensation. It is all yours. Then, Zhang Zong, what do you want me to do? As long as I can weather this storm, I will follow your lead from now on. Sun Jianping, sensing a glimmer of hope from Zhang Xiyuan's words, exclaimed, pounding his chest. 5 minutes. I can only negotiate for you to have 5 minutes at the market open. But I do not want your money. Just help me with one thing. Zhang Xiyuan replied through gritted teeth. Sun Jianping quickly asked, Zhang Zong, what is this task you speak of? Zhang Xiyuan gazed at Sun Jianping thoughtfully and said, I need you to ensure that Li Yin cannot trade for the first 5 minutes after the market opens. What? You want to target Li Yin? Sun Jianping was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. What are you afraid? Zhang Xiyuan shot Sun Jianping a disdainful glance. Yet, Sun Jianping's expression shifted, and he replied darkly, if it were anyone else, I might hesitate, but with Li Yin, I have no problem. This is on me. If not for him, would I be in this situation? I have long wished to repay this grudge. Zhang Xiyuan was pleasantly surprised to have found the right ally this time. He burst into laughter. Excellent. Tomorrow, you will proceed as planned. He then handed a set of keys to Sun Jianping. The following morning, Sun Jianping arrived early at the trading hall, stationed before his computer. I am heavily invested in long positions. After increasing the margin, the bulls, who have been relentlessly suppressed these past few days, will likely be forcibly liquidated, leading to a cascade of long position liquidations and a subsequent drop. However, after the first wave, prices should rebound. Sun Jianping's strategy was clear. He wanted Zhang Xiyuan to delay the risk control measures to exit during the rebound, minimizing his losses. Even if he faced a margin call, there was little to fear. At precisely 9 o'clock, the market opened, yet Li Yin had not yet arrived. Sun Jianping, resolutely clutching the keys, stealthily opened the brokerage's network control box and unplugged the internet cable connected to Li Yin's trading room. Let us see how you will cope with this. However, upon observing the market conditions displayed on his computer, he was left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Zhang Xiyuan had indeed delayed the liquidation by 5 minutes. But the market showed no signs of rebounding. It was firmly locked at the limit down. Amidst overwhelming panic and a downward spiral, the anticipated rebound did not materialize. It's over. A thought flashed through Sun Jianping's mind. He then vomited blood onto the desk and lost consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Xiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The market had hit the limit down. His positions had yielded substantial profits. The previous risks had vanished. Fortune favors me. Li Yin, you did not assist me, but heaven is on my side. Moreover, judging by the ongoing sell-off, it appeared the market would open lower tomorrow. Just then, he recalled the instructions he had given to Sun Jianping, and a pang of regret washed over him. Initially, he intended to sever Li Yan's internet connection when prices touched the bottom to prevent him from realizing profits, thereby alleviating his own grievances. But now, with no rebound in sight, had he inadvertently aided Li Yan instead? Instinctively, he accessed Li Yan's account from the back end, only to be shocked. What the hell? How did he exit during the auction? But Li Yan did not even show up. The trading record clearly indicated that at the moment of the auction, Li Yin had liquidated all his short positions at the limit down price. The profits multiplied several times over. Zhang Xiyuan felt as though he had struck a pillow with his fist, infuriated beyond measure. Just then, a risk alert from the trading software pierced the air. Turning to the market, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness. The vast number of limit-down short positions that had been suppressing the market were instantly consumed. In the blink of an eye, the limit down was breached and prices soared. In a matter of seconds, he had recklessly placed all his floating profits at the limit down, intending to further short the market when it dipped again to maximize his gains. Now, however, his greed had once again led him to the brink of despair. Where did this treachery come from? Zhang Xiyuan bellowed, wishing he could reach through the screen to strangle the person who had opened the limit down. The cold trading software, with every price fluctuation, relentlessly devoured Zhang Xiyuan's profits. Mere seconds translated into a life-or-death distinction. Chapter 41. Inside and outside the market as Sun Jianping and Zhang Xiyuan spewed blood in frustration, Li Yin dialed the phone in his trading room. Han Zixuan cheerfully said, Li Xiao, following your instructions yesterday, I have already liquidated all the positions in the account during the auction. I exited at the limit down. That's great, Li Yin sighed in relief. Just moments ago, he had dashed through several brokerage offices, setting timed orders to liquidate all his short positions. In an instant, thousands of short positions were closed, piercing through the limit-down orders. After finishing, he quickly inquired about the account situation from Han Zixuan. To his surprise, she had acted even faster, liquidating the positions during the auction. You truly are a clever little fox. Zixuan, you did well. Li Yin praised her excitedly. I learned from you. After all, by the way, Li Xiao, you might not know this, but I'm glad I exited early. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The trading room suddenly lost internet. Suddenly lost internet? Li Yin paused, realizing that the only person capable of tampering with the brokerage was none other than Zhang Xiyuan. His gaze turned icy. You want to set me up, Zhang Xiyuan? You are courting death. In his office, Zhang Xiyuan anxiously watched the market surge upward. In less than a minute, he had lost 10% of his capital, with no sign of the market letting up. I cannot liquidate. It will drop again. It has to drop again, Zhang Xiyuan continuously reassured himself. Just then, the office door burst open as Li Yin kicked it in. Li Yin, what brings you here? Zhang Xiyuan frowned and stood up. Why am I here? Do you not know? Zhang Zong, did you think your actions were flawless? Enjoying your little internet outage? Li Yin questioned coldly. Humph. I didn't think you would discover this. Too bad you have no evidence. Zhang Xiyuan scoffed. Having already torn their masks off, he felt no need for restraint. However, just as Zhang Xiyuan finished speaking, several individuals wearing wide-brimmed hats entered the room. Comrade Li, thank you. I didn't expect what you said to be true. One individual, expressing gratitude, shook hands with Li Yin before turning away, his face transforming into a frigid mask. He produced a glaring pair of handcuffs and clamped them directly onto Zhang Xiyuan's wrist. What are you intending to do, comrade? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Zhang Xiyuan was rendered speechless by fear. The man in the wide-brimmed hat let out a cold laugh. You just openly admitted it. What misunderstanding could there be? Manipulating the market, undermining trading regulations. Prepare yourself for the legal repercussions. Zhang Xiyuan was utterly baffled. Yet he recognized that these individuals were brought by Li Yan in a fit of rage. He shouted at Li Yin. Li Yin, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "Do you recall the power outage at the exchange a few days ago? Upon investigation, it was discovered that someone had bribed the electrician to cut the power for 5 minutes at a critical moment. Didn't you just confess that yourself, Mr. Zhang?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiyuan was left in a state of shock. A power cut at the exchange? That was tantamount to a death sentence. I didn't cause the blackout. It wasn't me. It was just an internet disconnection. He struggled violently, but being already handcuffed, his efforts were futile. Humph. A disconnection is tantamount to a blackout. Save your words for the trial. The man in the wide-brimmed hat snorted disdainfully and waved his hand, ordering Zhang Xiyuan to be taken away. Li Yin, you've set me up. As Zhang Xiyuan passed by Li Yin, his eyes reddened as he shouted. Li Yin furrowed his brow and addressed the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Comrade, I only know of this incident. The specifics require your investigation. I won't encounter any trouble, will I? Li Yan's demeanor was that of an ordinary person encountering the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Ha, Comrade Li, you've done a great service. This case has garnered significant attention. You need not worry. Li Yin nodded, casting a provocative glance at Zhang Xiyuan, softly stating, if you offend me, you should be prepared for this outcome. Zhang Xiyuan's face turned pale, a mix of fury and fear coursing through him. He hastily implored, Comrade. It wasn't me who took action. I know who did. Sun Jianping is right down in the trading hall. Another accomplice? Quickly. The man in the wide-brimmed hat waved his hand sharply in the blink of an eye. Sun Jianping, who had been contemplating escape upon seeing the arrival of the police, was swiftly apprehended. Zhang Xiyuan and Sun Jianping exchanged glances, both looking at Li Yin with eyes full of desperation. Li Yin, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Indeed. Li Yin, please, talk to the comrades. We truly aren't to blame. They both began to plead for mercy. However, Li Yin remained indifferent, completely ignoring their pleas. Stop the nonsense. Save your words for the trial. Take them away. At the command of the man in the wide-brimmed hat. The two, faces filled with despair, were ushered into a vehicle. At that moment, Han Zishuan stealthily approached Li Yin and whispered, Li Yin, this won't lead to any trouble, will it? Rest assured. The evidence is irrefutable, as solid as a mountain. Since they dared to scheme against me, they must be prepared for the consequences. Li Yan's words sent a shiver down Han Zishuan's spine. The battles within and outside the market were indeed fierce. Simultaneously, she found herself once again captivated by Li Yan's brilliance. The affair concerning Zhang Xiyuan and Sun Jianping was, in truth, flimsy upon scrutiny. Even if it ultimately surfaced, it would likely result in industry sanctions, as it did not constitute a crime. The real ace lay within the trading dynamics. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, a flicker of fear crossed Han Zishuan's gaze. It turned out that Li Yan's calculations had never deviated from the essence of trading. The developments unfolded precisely as Li Yin had orchestrated. That very afternoon, following interrogation, both Sun Jianping and Zhang Xiyuan were released. However, it was already too late. The market's violent fluctuations had obliterated all of their positions held prior to their apprehension. Though they narrowly escaped a calamity, what awaited them was a fate worse than death. After Sun Jianping's position was liquidated, the loan sharks would not let him off easily. As for Zhang Xiyuan, the collapse of his company's proprietary trading led to immense financial losses, and his unauthorized adjustments to risk control were sufficient to ensure his complete ostracism from the industry. The events of that day stirred a frenzy across the trading community. Meanwhile, Li Yin, wearing a jubilant expression, was clearing up the substantial profits garnered from this green bean epic market alongside Han Zixuan. Chapter 42. The journey ahead. Li Xiao. Initially, we opened over 700 short positions. And later, as per your instructions, we increased our holdings, peaking at over 1,500, yielding a net profit of approximately 6 million. Han Zixuan excitedly reported the account status to Li Yin. With an initial capital of 200,000, it has swelled to 800,000. Not bad. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Han Zixuan, in a hushed tone, remarked, if you had fully invested your funds in copper futures earlier, the profit this time would have been even greater. But Li Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Sensing Han Zixuan's slight disappointment, Li Yin chuckled, playfully patting her on the backside. How do you know I didn't open positions? Han Zixuan paused, then suddenly recalled something. Unable to suppress her gasp, Li Xiao, have you been running around these past few days? Could it be that? Precisely. I've opened accounts at 3 other futures companies. A total of 8 million was invested. Li Yin concluded, causing Han Zixuan's face to flush with excitement. Transforming 200,000 into 800,000 meant that Li Yan's total capital had surpassed 30 million. At that moment, the total funds in Li Yan's account reached 33 million. In just over a month, observing Han Zixuan's flushed face, Li Yin smiled and said, this time, you've worked hard too. You deserve a share. No, Li Xiao, I haven't done much. It's all your brilliance. I'm just glad to be following you. I don't dare to ask for more. After witnessing Li Yan's prowess, Han Zixuan was resolute in her decision to stay by his side, and at this moment, monetary rewards were of little concern. Li Yin chuckled, saying nothing more. After processing the withdrawal, he directly transferred 100,000 to Han Zixuan's account. No need to refuse. This is what you deserve. Those who conspired against me must pay the price, while those who stand by my side shall naturally fare better. Li Yin stated nonchalantly. In the blink of an eye, afternoon arrived, and the market once again hit a deadlock. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Zixuan couldn't help but say to Li Yin, Li Xiao, do you still have an opportunity with the green beans? Did we close our positions a bit too early? Now that it's locked down at the limit down, it's likely to decline further on the next trading day. Li Yin, however, shook his head slowly and replied, in the trading market, conditions change in an instant. No one knows what tomorrow holds. Han Zixuan nodded in partial understanding, her heart not fully grasping the situation. Yet, in the following days, the market and the Zhengzhou Commodity Exchange would truly impart to Han Zixuan the essence of Li Yan's foresight and the market's merciless brutality. Notifications and announcements surged. Since the close on January 14th, the fluctuation limits for all green bean contracts expanded from 120 to 180, with the exchange's margin set at 7.5-10. On this basis, every futures company would inevitably raise their margins. This day witnessed countless liquidations. An uproar ensued, with many cursing, bastards. Yet, under the cold rules, everything felt so helpless. However, no one knew that even more madness and despair lay ahead. January 15th, a day destined to be etched in history. Another announcement emerged. In light of the continuous rise in green bean futures and the overwhelming speculative atmosphere, it was decided that starting from the close on January 15th, all contract fluctuation limits would be adjusted to 6, with a 100 margin required for the 99.03 contract and a 50 margin for the 5.07 contract. Furthermore, all contracts would be restricted to closing positions only. No new positions allowed. When this announcement was made, everyone was left dumbfounded. What followed was an eruption of fury akin to a mountain flood. Those in profit sought to amplify their gains, while those at a loss aimed to recover their capital. Yet, under this decree, everything turned to vapor. Han Zixuan gazed at the printed announcement on the A4 paper, unable to contain her fury. This is simply absurd. Futures margins requiring 100. What even is that? It's no longer futures, it's stocks. Why not just buy green beans directly from the grain store instead of dealing with this nonsense? This sentiment echoed not only Han Zixuan's thoughts, but also those of countless investors. It was utter ridiculousness. A futures contract demanding a 100 margin. Was it still a futures contract? Yet, under the weight of this announcement, everything was destined to create no ripples. On the 18th, all trades were completely hedged, wiped clean. Following the anger, Han Zixuan turned to Li Yin, drenched in cold sweat. Li Xiao, your foresight is remarkable. If we had delayed even 2 more days, our positions might not have been able to close out. Whether we could secure profits would have been uncertain. Li Yin held heavy positions across 4 accounts. If he hadn't exited early, accepting a smaller profit, amidst such circumstances, no one could guarantee what might transpire. Li Yin let out a long breath. In his previous life, he had only heard of such occurrences without deep feeling, yet in this life, he lived through it. Even though he had liquidated all his positions in advance, his heart remained filled with indignation. Any trader would likely feel the same. Zixuan, remember one thing from now on. No matter when, Li Yin raised his head, looking at Han Zixuan, speaking with a solemn voice. Han Zixuan nodded vigorously, and only then did Li Yin speak, saying that if one wished to live long, one must never associate with Zheng Shang. What, are we truly not going to do it? She asked, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Li Yin, however, chuckled and replied, there are countless opportunities available to us. Given our current capital scale, it is no longer suitable to continue trading futures. The risks outweigh the rewards. Indeed, at the beginning of 1999, in Long City, where the average annual income was less than 20,000, Li Yin had accumulated such wealth in a short time in order to sustain further growth. The current scale of the futures market could no longer facilitate the expansion of his wealth. In this era, his mind was brimming with countless ideas to realize. There was no time to waste on the futility of futures trading. That day, Li Yin departed from Xinqiao Futures with Han Zixuan. When news of Li Yin's departure spread, familiar retail investors like Zhao Zhiyong came to bid him farewell. They had witnessed the birth of a legend. With a smile, Li Yin turned to the crowd and said, "Gentlemen, the mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again in the world." Meanwhile, a car halted at the entrance of the brokerage, and a stranger entered. Upon hearing someone call out Li Yin's name, he approached Li Yin and asked in a low voice, "Are you Li Yin?" Chapter 43. Change of plans. Li Yin was conversing with a few familiar faces when he suddenly turned around, irritation evident on his face, and asked, "Do I know you?" The man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Lu Hansheng, sent by headquarters to handle matters at the brokerage." "Can we have a word?" Li Yin scoffed. "I have nothing to discuss with anyone from Xinqiao." Zhang Xiyuan was under investigation, and the company's proprietary trading account had collapsed. Lu Hansheng was dispatched by headquarters to address the situation. According to the data from the headquarters investigation, the chaos initiated by Zhang Xiyuan was fundamentally tied to this young man named Li Yin. Lu Hansheng suppressed his irritation and said, "What Zhang did was indeed excessive. I apologize on his behalf. I am here to discuss a business opportunity with you." "Business discussion?" Li Yin regarded him skeptically, then nodded as they turned to Zhang Xiyuan's former office. "Li, you must have made quite a profit at Xinqiao this time." Lu Hansheng casually remarked, "Just get to the point. My time is limited." Li Yin had already resolved not to engage in futures trading for the time being, and he had no desire for pleasantries with Lu. Feeling slighted, Lu Hansheng thought to himself that Li Yin was entirely lacking in respect. "Let me be straightforward then, as I understand it. You have made a significant amount of money at Xinqiao, and I would like to propose that you keep those funds with us. Rest assured, we will pay a portion of the interest. You only need to leave it for 3 months." Li Yin frowned and replied coolly, "Is this your idea of a business proposition? If so, I don't believe we have anything to discuss. I have already withdrawn my money, and I do not intend to engage in futures trading any longer." "We can pay interest?" Lu Hansheng insisted, a hint of urgency in his tone. Li Yin laughed coldly. "Interest? Do you think I care about your meager interest? Or do you believe that keeping my money in your brokerage will yield significant returns?" Lu Hansheng suddenly recalled that the data he had received indicated that Li Yin's trading prowess was quite formidable. "Very well, Lu. You may slowly deal with the mess left by Zhang Xiyuan. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Li Yin turned and left Lu Hansheng behind. Lu Hansheng was taken aback. Despite his humble demeanor, Li Yin showed him no respect. His expression darkened. If it weren't for Zhang Xiyuan's substantial losses in the proprietary trading account, necessitating some funds to cover the brokerage's balance sheet, he would not have been forced to plead so pathetically. In that moment, he despised Zhang Xiyuan for causing the trouble and harbored even greater disdain for Li Yin. After Li Yin's departure, Lu Hansheng convened a meeting with the brokerage staff and learned from an employee that Han Zixuan had a close relationship with Li Yin. An idea sparked in his mind, and he called for Han Zixuan. "You must be Han Zixuan, right? I have a task for you. If you complete it well, I will recommend you for a promotion to headquarters. If not, you can leave the brokerage." Lu Hansheng proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority. As someone sent from headquarters, He looked down on the underlings, believing his offer to be a tremendous opportunity for Han Zixuan. However, to his surprise, after he finished speaking, Han Zixuan frowned and calmly replied, "Mr. Liu, you need not trouble yourself. I was planning to find you. Here is my resignation letter." With that, she placed her resignation letter on the table and turned to leave. "Stop!" Liu Hanqing's face turned ashen as he called after her. "What kind of attitude is this? Do you not recognize me as your superior? You wish to resign. That requires my approval." Han Zixuan was taken aback by Liu Hanqing's reaction and retorted angrily, "I am an employee of the company, but I no longer wish to continue working here. Is that acceptable? I can forego my last month's salary." A monthly salary of 1,000 yuan would have been hard for Han Zixuan to relinquish in the past. However, after spending time with Li Yin and witnessing grand opportunities, coupled with the fact that Li Yin had recently transferred 100,000 yuan as a bonus to her account, Liu Hanqing posed no threat in her eyes. "Oh, Han Zixuan, how naive you are. Do you think leaving is so simple? Do you believe the police are fools regarding Li Yan's allegations against Zhang Xiyuan? Our Xinqiao is a national futures company. The power behind us far exceeds that of a mere upstart. If this matter is not resolved, I will ensure Li Yin finds himself in prison." "What? How could you do this?" Han Zixuan exclaimed, panic overtaking her. However, upon seeing the expression on her face, Liu Hanqing's heart stirred. "Are you so concerned about Li Yin? No?" Han Zixuan stammered, "Ha, don't deny it. Whether or not I cause trouble for Li Yin is merely a matter of my word. If you assist me in this matter, I will let him go." Liu Hanqing felt a surge of triumph and smiled at Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan torn, ultimately nodded. For Li Yin, enduring some hardship was a small price to pay. With over 30 million on paper, the absurdities behind the green beans had nothing to do with her anymore. Next, she needed to contemplate some real estate investments as the century turned. Naturally, the stock market was still the fastest way to achieve her goals. Compared to the futures market, the stock market could accommodate far more capital. After the stagnation following 1998, numerous opportunities lay ahead. As she contemplated these matters, Li Yan's path ahead became increasingly clear. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Han Zixuan calling. "Zixuan? What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Li Yin asked upon answering the phone. Han Zixuan's hesitant voice came through. "Li Xiao, I have thought long and hard. I fear I cannot leave with you for now." In recent days, Li Yin had gained a preliminary understanding of Han Zixuan's capabilities and had resolved to nurture her well. Yet in the blink of an eye, Han Zixuan was resigning. "What do you mean? I am just temporarily not resigning," Han Zixuan said, conflicted. Li Yin, already simmering with frustration, coldly replied, "Fine, let it be as you wish." With that, he hung up the phone. Unbeknownst to Li Yin, after the call ended, Han Zixuan covered her mouth and silently wept. "Li Yin, please don't hold it against me. I truly do not want you to get into trouble." Chapter 44. Achilles' heel. That evening, at home, Li Yin, "Are you feeling down? Did you lose money?" Qin Ruoxue, who was having dinner, looked at Li Yan's silent demeanor and couldn't help but ask with concern. Li Yin shook his head. Qin Ruoxue sighed, "Whether you win or lose, I hope you remain cheerful. I know trading can be exhausting. Why don't you lie down for a bit, and I'll boil some hot water to soothe your feet?" Li Yin was troubled, and it was all due to Han Zixuan. He couldn't discuss this with Qin Ruoxue. However, to his surprise, Qin Ruoxue did not pry like an ordinary housewife. Instead, she showed genuine concern for him, warming his heart. Soon, Qin Ruoxue brought over hot water and helped Li Yin remove his shoes and socks. The warm water calmed his previously agitated spirit, and looking at Qin Ruoxue's diligent demeanor, Li Yin suddenly felt a sense of what it meant to be at home. "Ruoxue, you need not fuss. I can manage it myself." Li Yin smiled as he pulled Qin Ruoxue up and quickly washed his own feet. Afterward, Qin Ruoxue sat beside him, happily stating, "The renovation of the house is nearly complete. When do you have time to go check it out?" Li Yin nodded, and after they finished dinner, they retired early. Watching Qin Ruoxue lying beside him with a blissful expression, Li Yin suddenly felt that everything was worthwhile. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. Li Yin glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Zhao Ziyong. "What is going on that he is calling at this hour, Li Yin? Are you asleep? Hurry and come out." Zhao Ziyong's voice on the phone was low, tinged with an air of urgency. "What happened, brother Zhao? I witnessed Han Zixuan being taken away by the newcomer from Xinqiao Futures. It happened right at Caesar International. You must hurry over." Li Yin fell silent, recalling the phone call Han Zixuan had made to him back then. Forget it. It's not my place to interfere in others' affairs. Li Yin spoke coldly on the other end of the line. Zhao Ziyong was momentarily taken aback. This was unexpected to them. Han Zixuan was practically a taboo for Li Yin. Why this sudden indifference? Had they quarreled? His words inadvertently struck a nerve in Li Yin. Wait, who did you say Han Zixuan was with? Lu Hansheng. Li Yin's voice rose. I don't know his name. Just the one who arrived today, Zhao Ziyong replied. Li Yin had a hunch. It was most likely Lu Hansheng. Perhaps I truly misjudged Han Zixuan? With a tinge of doubt, Li Yin climbed out of bed and began dressing. Qin Ruoxue was awakened by Li Yin's movements and couldn't help but ask, Where are you going? I need to step out for a bit to handle something. You should continue sleeping and not wait for me. Li Yin kissed her forehead gently and added in a hushed tone, Just be careful. Qin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before finally offering a simple reminder. Without probing further, Don't worry, I'm fine. Li Yin replied somewhat awkwardly. Leaving my wife to seek out Han Zixuan? Why does it feel as though I am being less than honorable? After stepping outside, Li Yin shook his head, attempting to dispel the knot in his heart. Han Zixuan was someone he had set his sights on, destined to hold a significant position in his future endeavors. Given this, he couldn't simply relinquish her to another. Otherwise, wouldn't all his investments over these past days be in vain? With this thought in mind, Li Yin took a taxi to Caesar International. Upon his arrival at Caesar International, he found Zhao Ziyong squatting by the roadside, smoking. After Zhao Ziyong finished speaking, he regarded Li Yin with a peculiar expression. All right, with that, the two of them entered the venue. At that moment, in the VIP room number 3 at Caesar International, Lu Hanxing sat comfortably on a plush sofa, sporting a face full of flattering smiles as he addressed a balding, middle-aged man across from him. Zhou, your presence here is truly an honor. I must treat you well today. Zhou Yushan, a fund manager at Hongyuan Investment in his 40s, simply nodded dismissively, not placing Lu Hanxing in high regard. Instead, he observed Han Zixuan beside Lu Hanxing with keen interest, appreciating the girl's delicate features and charm. Realizing Zhou Yushan's gaze, Lu Hanxing understood immediately and smiled ingratiatingly. This is Han Zixuan, an employee from my department. She is here today to pay her respects to someone as esteemed as you. He then turned to Han Zixuan, frowning as he coldly instructed, Zixuan, hurry and pour a drink for Zhou. Han Zixuan displayed a look of distress, meekly responding, Zhou, I don't drink. Perhaps I could offer you tea instead? Lu, is this a sign of disrespect? You can't even extend this courtesy? A displeased expression appeared on Zhou Yushan's face. Lu Hanxing, startled, quickly plastered on a smile, saying, Zhou, the girl is simply naive. You continue to drink, and I will have a word with her. With that, he turned to Han Zixuan and whispered, Come with me. Han Zixuan bit her lip and silently followed Lu Hanxing out of the private room. With her eyes reddened, she lowered her head, biting her lip. Lu, I truly cannot drink. Han Zixuan was not naive to the business world. She was well aware of Lu Hanxing's ulterior motives. Yet, she felt trapped and could only resort to this means of self-preservation. However, upon hearing Han Zixuan's words, Lu Hanxing burst into cold laughter, saying, Now that you're here, you must drink. Remember, I am the head of the department. You are my employee. You must obey my commands. Or would you prefer I personally ensure Li Yin finds himself behind bars? If so, you may leave now. With that, Lu Hanxing fixed a frosty gaze on Han Zixuan. Li Yin was Han Zixuan's Achilles heel, and Lu Hanxing was fully aware of this, having her completely under his thumb. Just as he suspected, I will drink. Han Zixuan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she nodded silently. Lu Hanxing erupted into laughter, declaring, That's more like it. Be sure to entertain Zhou well today. Afterward, I guarantee your life will be even better. Chapter 45. What are you worth? Han Zixuan's hand rested on the doorknob of the private room, yet the door felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, causing her to tremble, unable to push it open. She turned to gaze down the hallway, wishing fervently for that person to appear and take her away. Li Xiao, I am so sorry. She covered her mouth and began to weep silently. Initially, she believed she had become indifferent to such matters. After all, the department was akin to a den of corruption, and one must face reality. Sooner or later, she would become like the other women in the department. Her choices were merely postponed until she encountered a worthy investment opportunity. But everything changed with Li Yan's arrival. In just a few short days, He brought her experiences she had never encountered before, and in that brief time, she resolved to walk alongside him. The feeling was complex. She was willing to accompany Li Yin in conquering the future and witnessing the birth of miracles. Even knowing that marrying Li Yin was out of reach, she followed him without hesitation, hoping to be by his side whenever he needed her. Such a life could be extraordinary, yet I cannot wait any longer. With a sigh, Han Zixuan dried her tears. Behind her, she heard Lu Hanqing's impatient urging. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Don't keep Zhou waiting." Lu Hanqing shoved the door open, pulling Han Zixuan by the arm and pushing her next to Zhou Yushan, exclaiming, "Ha, the little girl is just shy. It's her first time meeting someone as important as you." Zhou, thank you for your patience." Lu Hanqing nodded fervently. Yes, indeed. Zhou, don't forget to thank him properly with a drink." Han Zixuan, expressionless, lifted her glass and tilted her head back. A satisfied expression emerged on Zhou Yushan's face, while Lu Hanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, believing the situation was finally under control. Just then, a loud bang erupted. The door to the private room was kicked open. Lu Hanqing, furious, sprang to his feet, shouting, "Who the hell is looking for death?" However, as soon as he uttered those words, a fist loomed before him, landing squarely on his face. Lu Hanqing cried out in agony, crashing to the ground. "Drink what? Just because someone tells you to drink, you do? Put it down and come with me." A frigid voice rang out, and Han Zixuan lifted her head to see Li Yin standing nearby, his expression dark as he had just knocked Lu Hanqing down. "Li Xiao!" Han Zixuan's eyes shimmered with tears. "He came. I never expected my hope to materialize." At that moment, Lu Hanqing, holding his face, scrambled to his feet, feeling the sting from Li Yan's punch. He realized he was in deep trouble and quickly tried to placate Zhou Yushan. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." He then turned, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Li Yin. "You, Li Yin, how dare you hit me? You come here to stir up trouble. Are you tired of living?" Li Yan's gaze was icy as he regarded Lu Hanqing. "The one who should be tired of living is you. How dare you lay a hand on my people? Hitting you is showing restraint." Lu Hanqing's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze. "Do you think you're someone special just because you've made a few bucks? You think you can take this woman away? You think you can leave?" Lu Hanqing's eyes shifted to Han Zixuan. "Han Zixuan, you are an employee of the company. You must obey my orders. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Han Zixuan's heart tightened upon hearing this, and panic washed over her. Just then, Lu Hanqing pressed on. "What do you mean you want to resign?" But he said. Han Zixuan cast a fearful glance at Lu Hanqing. Sensing that the situation was about to unravel, Lu Hanqing roared, "Han Zixuan, this is a society governed by law. You must take responsibility for your words. Stop with the nonsense. If you keep talking, I will end you right now." Li Yin, growing impatient, seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Lu Hanqing. He said that if I don't help him, he will send you to prison, with Li Yin beside her. Han Zixuan felt less afraid and revealed the truth of the matter. "What? Send me to prison?" Li Yin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into an angry laugh. The truth of the matter was now clear. It was not that Han Zixuan was unwilling to leave with him. Rather, Lu Hanqing was the one scheming behind the scenes. Li Yin smirked as he approached Lu Hanqing. "You want to send me to prison? Do you have the capability to do so?" The truth was laid bare before them, and Lu Hanqing's face paled as he stared at Li Yin. "Don't go overboard. Let's talk this out. It's all just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your ass." Without another word, Li Yin slapped Lu Hanqing hard. "How dare you scheme against me, Lu Hanqing? Who gave you the audacity?" With slap after slap, Lu Hanqing was quickly reduced to a battered mess. Zhou Yushan had originally intended for Lu Hanqing to deal with Li Yin so that he could continue enjoying Han Zixuan. Unexpectedly, Lu Hanqing proved to be utterly ineffectual. Truly, he is nothing but a waste. He muttered a curse under his breath, then stood up and coldly directed his words at Li Yin, saying, "Young man, you possess remarkable courage. If you wish to avoid demise, cease your actions immediately, kneel, and apologize. Then, make your exit." Li Yin paused momentarily, then regarded Zhou Yushan with the expression one might reserve for a fool. "What are you even worth? Kneel and apologize to you? By what right? Do you truly believe you are deserving?" Lu Hanqing was taken aback, not only by Li Yan's defiance, but also by the way he had provoked Zhou Yushan. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he leaped up, exclaiming, "Li Yin, you are doomed. Offending me is inconsequential, but do you understand that Zhou is a person of significant stature whom you cannot afford to offend?" Chapter 46. Turning 30,000 into 30 million. Is that not a remarkable achievement? Han Zixuan tugged at Li Yan's arm, urging, "Li Yin, let us depart." The expression on Han Zixuan's face only served to embolden Zhou Yushan further, who scoffed and declared, "Depart. You may only leave at my behest. That man must kneel and plead for my mercy, and then I may allow him to leave. However, this young lady is already in my grasp." Lu Hanqing boasted with bravado. Zhou is a titan in the Dragon City financial sphere. With a mere word, he can render your existence a living hell. You, a mere rustic who has stumbled upon a bit of luck, should know your place and hastily kneel in supplication. A titan in the Dragon City financial sphere? Ha! How utterly intimidating. If you truly possess the capability, let us meet on the market. Do not engage in pretentiousness here, Li Yin retorted disdainfully. The man surnamed Zhou left no impression on him whatsoever. It is commonly understood that those engaged in finance at the dawn of 1999, if they truly flourished, would inevitably rise to prominence. Given Li Yan's previous life experiences, he would at least have some recollection. The absence of such recognition only indicated that this individual had surely met an untimely end. Why would Li Yin concern himself with such a worthless being? How audacious! You dare to look down upon me. Today, I shall ensure you do not leave this place. Zhou Yushan, a fund manager accustomed to exerting his influence over two funds, was not accustomed to such scorn. His face turned a shade of iron as he seethed with rage. Lu Hanqing, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of satisfaction and thought to himself, "Li Yin, oh Li Yin, you are courting disaster." As he spoke, Zhou Yushan pressed a button on the desk, summoning a bell, and turned his mocking gaze towards Li Yin. In a matter of moments, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a dark-faced man accompanied by several others. "Zhou, what has transpired?" The dark-faced man inquired with a cordial demeanor. "Wu, you arrived just in time. Please assist me in dealing with this brat. Once he is dealt with, I may consider your matters regarding Xie." A spark of excitement flickered in Wu's eyes as he nodded in agreement and turned around. Zhou Yushan, now wearing a mocking expression, looked at Li Yin and declared, "Brat, there are individuals you cannot afford to provoke. I shall relish witnessing you beg for mercy." However, what he did not anticipate was that upon turning, Wu froze momentarily, furrowing his brow as he said, "What brings you here?" Li Yan's eyes also mirrored a hint of surprise as he replied, "I did not expect to encounter you here." The individual referred to as Wu was none other than the dark-faced man who had stood beside Xie Wanjun during the incident when Li Yin had rescued her. Zhou Yushan, initially confident in his victory, now felt a surge of foreboding at this unexpected turn of events. "Wu, do you know this brat?" Zhou Yushan inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. "I do not," Wu replied. Shaking his head, "Ha ha, that is fortunate. Then dispose of him, and I shall assist you." Zhou Yushan exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as he spoke. However, in the next moment, Wu's expression shifted as he stated, "I may not know him, but I am aware that he is a guest of Xie." "What?" Zhou Yushan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Who is Xie? He understood better than anyone the substantial influence she wielded. Had it not been for his need of her assistance, he would never have dared to speak in such a manner. Yet, the seemingly unsophisticated lad before him turned out to be a guest of Xie. In that instant, Zhou Yushan felt a pang of regret. "Let us depart, Zhou. Since you have a conflict with Li Yin, this matter is beyond my ability to resolve. Xie is upstairs. Let her handle it," Wu stated impassively, then instructed his men to escort Li Yin and Zhou Yushan upstairs. "Wait for me here. Everything will be fine," Li Yin whispered to Han Zixuan as they exited. Han Zixuan nodded obediently, her eyes filled with concern. Li Yin smiled reassuringly and composedly followed Xiao Wu through the door. While Zhou Yushan appeared increasingly anxious, his expression shifting like the weather. Upon entering, they were greeted by a woman, reminiscent of a fiery rose, seated on a sofa with a glass of red wine in hand. She lifted her gaze upon seeing Li Yin and smiled. "Li Yin, we meet again. Indeed, Miss Xie. I did not expect this establishment to belong to you," Li Yin replied with a smile. After rescuing Xie Wanjun last time, he had assumed their paths would not cross again, only to find himself face to face with her so soon. I heard from Xiao Wu that you two had a conflict. Xia Wanjun glanced at Zhou Yushan, her demeanor radiating an air of authority. Zhou Yushan, who had previously been so brash, now wore an awkward smile, stammering, "A misunderstanding." It was all a misunderstanding. Yet, at this moment, Li Yin interjected coolly, "A misunderstanding? How rare. It is quite remarkable that you, a so-called titan of the financial sphere, could utter such words, especially after demanding I kneel before you." Li Yan's scornful remarks only fueled Zhou Yushan's resentment, though he dared not express it in front of Xia Wanjun. Merely stammering, enough, Li Yin. I ask you to grant me this favor. Let us consider this matter settled. I have further business for Zhou, Xia Wanjun said with a wry smile, attempting to mediate. Li Yin, however, shook his head resolutely. "No, brat. Do not overstep your bounds. I have never heard of anyone achieving such feats. Not even a lifetime would suffice. I have traversed the market for over a decade and have never encountered someone so brazen." Zhou Yushan scoffed. Li Yin merely regarded him with disdain, replying, "That only indicates that you are the true waste here. How arrogant. I, Zhou Yushan, may not claim to be a trading genius in Dragon City, but I have reached my position through genuine skill. Xia, I maintain that this brat is merely a fraud. You should expel him at once." Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Zhou Yushan was the first to leap up. Shouting at Li Yin in agitation, however, Li Yin merely scoffed. "Just because the so-called master cannot accomplish it does not mean I cannot. As for you, you are simply a worthless fool, unworthy of dictating terms to me." Chapter 47. Confidence Brat. Do not be so presumptuous. I have yet to hear of anyone capable of such feats. A month? It is utterly impossible. I have navigated this market for over 10 years and have never encountered anyone so audacious. Zhou Yushan sneered. Li Yin cast him a dismissive glance, retorting, "That only confirms your own ineptitude. How arrogant. I, Zhou Yushan, may not claim to be a trading genius in Dragon City, but I have reached my position through genuine skill. Xia, I maintain that this brat is merely a fraud. You should expel him at once." Xia Wanjun furrowed her brow, stating, "Enough." Zhou Yushan immediately fell silent, yet the smug expression on his face was unmistakable. As he silently reveled in Li Yan's predicament, thinking, "If you are so bold, I eagerly await your explanation to Xia." Xia Wanjun approached Li Yin, speaking softly. "Li Yin, this matter is not a jest." Clearly, she harbored doubts. Had it not been for her curiosity regarding Li Yin after he had saved her, she would have long since had him thrown out. Suddenly, Xia Wanjun's eyes sparkled with realization as she grasped Li Yan's arm, exclaiming, "So you mean to say that turning 30,000 into 30 million in a month is indeed true?" "Of course it is true," Li Yin replied confidently, smiling. "A mere 30 million is hardly worth fabricating a lie." At his declaration, both Xia Wanjun and Zhou Yushan's expressions shifted dramatically. Xia Wanjun's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Zhou Yushan's face darkened to the hue of a charred pot. "If only you had mentioned your expertise earlier, I might not have been so beleaguered recently," Xia Wanjun chided, then added earnestly, "You should have informed me sooner." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yushan could no longer remain composed. If this brat were to insert himself into their affairs, would he not have to forfeit his share of the spoils? "Xia, even if he possesses a settlement note, it does not guarantee anything. We should clarify the situation. After all, each field has its own experts." Zhou Yushan spoke while cautiously observing Li Yin. A cold smirk formed in Li Yan's heart. From the moment he set eyes on Xia Wanjun upon entering, his mind began to race. Without a doubt, after 2 encounters, his intuition told him that Xia Wanjun was undoubtedly a woman of considerable background. Having recently reaped 30 million from the futures market, he planned to venture into other markets. With such an opportunity at hand, why not seize it? Thus, he resolutely decided to intercept Zhou Yushan's conversation. "Why don't you share what you intend to do, General Xia?" Li Yin completely disregarded Zhou Yushan. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Wanjun said, "I have 2 stocks that are currently stuck. I need to free up funds in the short term." Indeed, this aligned closely with Li Yan's assessment in domestic financial trading. Whether now or in the future, futures are ultimately a niche product with limited capital capacity, making Xia Wanjun's predicament all too common. "Are you seeking to offload these through the funds under your management?" Li Yin inquired. Xia Wanjun shook her head with a wry smile. "If that were the case, it would be much simpler. These 2 stocks have continued to decline since my investment, and I am now facing a floating loss of about 30%. It would be quite difficult to cash out in the short term. After pondering for a moment, Li Yin asked, "What is the scale of the funds?" "Each is 100 million. Upon hearing this, Li Yin couldn't help but grimace. With a combined total of 200 million, the floating loss stood at 60 million. Zhou Yushan, observing Li Yan's expression, couldn't help but sneer. "So, what now? Are you scared, kid? Let me tell you, the scale of funds is simply incomparable. My two funds together exceed 500 million. Do you think your measly 30,000 can compete?" He then turned to Xie Wanjun, saying, "General Xie, I'll take on these two stocks. However, if I manage to offload them, I will require 10%. With that, Zhou Yushan cast a triumphant glance at Li Yin. Xie Wanjun frowned. "Isn't 10% a bit excessive?" Zhou Yushan replied, "General Xie, you can't calculate it like that. There are very few individuals in Long City who can handle a transaction of this magnitude, and even fewer who would dare. You're currently facing a floating loss of 30%. I am assuming risk as well." This left Xie Wanjun in a quandary. She understood Zhou Yushan's reasoning. Yet, the urgency to liquidate these two stocks stemmed from previous issues that had caused discrepancies in her accounts. She needed to resolve it swiftly with cash. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. "I am only doing this out of respect for you, General Xie. If I were to offload 200 million worth of stock, it wouldn't merely be a 30% loss. It could escalate to 50% or even more." Zhou Yushan continued to persuade her. However, at that moment, Li Yin suddenly interjected, "What if I give it a try? He wants 10%. I will take nothing. However, I would like half of the profits. What do you think, General Xie?" "What? Kid, I don't know whether to call you confident or foolish. Do you even know the situation with these two stocks? And you dare talk about profits? I can assure you that if you take over, these stocks will never recover." Zhou Yushan was infuriated. Having seen that Xie Wanjun was beginning to waver, only to have Li Yin once again intervene, Zhou Yushan was beside himself with rage. His face flushed with anger, he shouted at Li Yin, "Stop pretending to be benevolent here. The market is right here. And the leaks are here too. If I don't cut them, someone else will. If you have the ability, you come and do it. Country bumpkin, enough." At that moment, Xie Wanjun abruptly interjected with a cold snort, interrupting both men. She took a deep breath, looking at Li Yin, and said, "Li Yin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this matter is critical. There cannot be any mistakes. How confident are you?" Li Yin smiled confidently. To say 100% would be disingenuous. "How about this? Since there are two stocks, let us each handle one. I have 30 million at my disposal. If I fail to meet your expectations, I'll cover my 30 million for you. We can sign an agreement to formalize this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yushan's expression changed dramatically. Was Li Yin truly gambling his entire fortune on this deal? "Are you insane?" Zhou Yushan exclaimed in shock. Chapter 48. Agreement on Trading. Xie Wanjun's eyes sparkled with interest. Having weathered many storms, she was still taken aback by Li Yan's audacity. This kid was ruthless. "All right, since you say so, let us proceed as you suggested." With time of the essence, she had little opportunity for further contemplation. "General Xie, this isn't right. We agreed earlier that I would handle both stocks. This?" Zhou Yushan, taken aback by Xie Wanjun's unexpected agreement, spoke reluctantly. However, before he could finish, Li Yin interjected, "If you are unwilling to proceed, then I'll take on both." "Damn." Zhou Yushan cursed inwardly, then hastily replied, "Haha, I was just joking. One stock it is. However, General Xie, don't blame me for being blunt. My fund's capacity is limited, so we'll proceed with just one stock. If the one you handle encounters issues, I won't take responsibility." Li Yin scoffed, "You should worry about yourself." Soon, Xie Wanjun prepared two stock authorization agreements, and all three parties signed. "All right, Zhou, the market opens tomorrow. You can start arranging things. If you can indeed help me liquidate these, I will give you 10%. But if should things go awry, don't blame me for being ungrateful." Xie Wanjun's words made Zhou Yushan's heart skip a beat, yet he still managed an awkward smile. "Rest assured, General Xie, I know what I'm doing. That's best." Xie Wanjun replied indifferently. Just as Zhou Yushan was about to leave, Li Yin suddenly spoke, "General Xie, there's something else I need your assistance with." Zhou Yushan's eyes lit up. "What? Kid, are you finally dropping the act? If you can't handle this deal, hand over the agreement to me now. You should think about how you will explain this to your investors after you take it." Li Yin said coldly, "Hemph, Kid, we'll see about that. Zhou Yushan's face turned ashen from Li Yan's words. Li Yan, what do you need? Xia Wanjun inquired. There's a scoundrel outside trying to scheme against me. Hearing this, Xia Wanjun turned to Xiao Wu. Bring him in. Xiao Wu, with a stern face, stepped out, and in a blink, Han Zixin and Lu Hansheng, visibly anxious, were brought in. Li Yan. Han Zixin exclaimed in surprise. Rushing to his side, her concern evident. Are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry. Li Yan smiled, then turned to Lu Hansheng. Can Han Zixin resign? Li Yan, you aren't even part of my company. Why do you think you can give me orders? Humph. If you want Han Zixin to leave, that depends on Zhou's decision, Lu Hansheng retorted. Zhou Yushan, already seething with anger at Li Yan, dared not act out in front of Xia Wanjun. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Hansheng dragged him back into the fray. What does it have to do with me? Lu Hansheng, hurry up and process her resignation. Zhou Yushan, in a panic, distanced himself from the situation, then shouted at Lu Hansheng. It was evident that Xia Wanjun intended to take charge here, and he was well aware of her stature. He had no desire to be implicated. Huh? Zhou, what about our matter? Lu Hansheng was left dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom how Zhou Yushan, who commanded respect in the financial circles of Long City, had suddenly become so timid. Could it be that Li Yan was truly that terrifying? Seeing Lu Hansheng in a daze, Zhou Yushan grew anxious and slapped him across the face. Did you not hear me? Do I have any connection with you? Stop babbling. If you don't want to die, get the girl's resignation processed now. At that moment, Zhou Yushan was seething with rage. Lu Hansheng nodded frantically, stammering, Li Xiao. I doubt I'll approve it right now. She is no longer my employee. She can finalize her resignation tomorrow. Tomorrow? Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Lu Hansheng shuddered. No, I'll handle it myself. Plus, I'll give her an extra 2-month salary. How does that sound? Forget the salary. I don't want it. Han Zixin quickly interjected. Hearing Lu Hansheng's words, Zhou Yushan, with a forced smile, turned to Xia Wanjun. General Xia, how do you find this resolution? Xia Wanjun did not answer right away, but glanced at Li Yan. Li Yan nodded. All right, you're no longer involved, Xia Wanjun stated coolly. Zhou Yushan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted as he hurriedly exited, with Lu Hansheng trailing behind like a frightened puppy, not daring to lift his head at Li Yan. Now that there are no outsiders, tell me how you achieved this. How did you turn 30,000 into 30 million in just 1 month? Xia Wanjun inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Li Yan. The trading market operates like this. When the market trends align and one makes the correct judgments, wealth follows naturally. Rest assured, General Xia, I will handle your affairs proficiently. Li Yan replied confidently. Xia Wanjun suddenly recalled the first time she met Li Yan, when he confidently declared, though I am not a prominent figure, I am not in the position to beg anyone. At that moment, she merely felt that Li Yan was different from the average young person, but in retrospect, it was evident that he indeed had the conviction to say such words. Well then, I shall await your good news. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to liaise with you. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Just then, Xiao Wu approached Xia Wanjun with a furrowed brow and said solemnly, Sister Wanjun, do you truly believe in this fellow? I do, Xia Wanjun replied candidly. However, Xiao Wu's face was etched with concern as he continued. But what if? There is no what if, Xia Wanjun stated lightly. If I were to hesitate at every turn, I, Xia Wanjun, would not have reached where I am today. I trust my judgment, and I trust Li Yan. As Zhou Yushan stepped out from Xia Wanjun's office, he felt a cold sweat enveloping him. He glanced at the agreement clutched in his hand, and an expression of triumph crossed his face. 10%. Based on the capital size, that amounts to 10 million. A full 10 million. If this deal goes through, I will ascend to the pinnacle of my life. If it weren't for that meddlesome Li Yan, I could have secured double, 20 million. Damn it. I shall avenge this grievance. You think you're so adept at trading? This time, I shall show you that there are greater forces beyond your comprehension. I look forward to seeing you fail to complete the task and risk your 30 million. I wonder how Xia Wanjun will deal with you then. A resentful glimmer appeared in Zhou Yushan's eyes. At that moment, Lu Hansheng, who had been silently standing behind him, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and urgently said, Zhou Zong, if you intend to deal with Li Yan, I believe that I can be of assistance. Assistance? What do you propose? Zhou Yushan initially dismissed Lu Hansheng, but now intrigued, he inquired suspiciously. Zhou Zong, Li Yin has amassed his wealth step by step from our service hall. He is merely a lucky fool. I can uncover the connections of those trading alongside him. With your connections in Longqing, eliminating this kid should be a piece of cake. Zhou Yushan's eyes lit up at this suggestion. You do have some use after all, he remarked with a grin. Lu Hanqing eagerly looked at Zhou Yushan. Zhou Zong, what about the funding? Funding is not an issue. It's merely 50 million as bridge capital. As long as you can deal with Li Yin, money is no object. Haha, excellent. I shall certainly do my utmost. Zhou Zong, await my good news, Lu Hanqing declared, his face aglow. Li Yin emerged from Caesar with Han Zixuan, who kept her head lowered, too shy to meet his gaze. She felt utterly foolish for having believed everything he said, nearly jeopardizing herself. Had it not been for Li Yan's timely intervention, she shuddered to think of the consequences, especially with that lecherous Zhou Yushan, whose corpulent figure made her feel nauseated. Just then, a figure approached Li Yin. Brother, everything went smoothly, right? It was Zhao Ziyong, who had been waiting below. Earlier, Zhao Ziyong had wanted to accompany Li Yin to confront someone but was persuaded otherwise by Li Yin. Today, his timely information had been a great help, and it felt inappropriate to involve anyone further. All is well. It's been resolved. Thank you very much today, Brother Zhao, Li Yin replied, winking at him with a knowing look. Zhao Ziyong chuckled. After he left, Li Yin turned to the still downcast Han Zixuan and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you still doing here? Planning to join in on the drinking? No, Han Zixuan hesitated. Li Yin shrugged helplessly. Zixuan, I'm not scolding you. Just be a bit wiser next time. You'll encounter situations like this often. If you're not careful, you might find yourself at a disadvantage, understand? Li Yin had initially been seething with anger. But remembering that Han Zixuan was only worried about him being sent to prison by Lu Hanqing, he found it hard to remain upset. Seeing Li Yan's stern expression soften, Han Zixuan felt a weight lift from her heart. After her words, she playfully winked at Li Yin. Feeling a bit disheartened, she nodded and walked into the hallway as Li Yin watched her depart. Phew! Li Yin exhaled deeply, suppressing the flicker of mischief that Han Zixuan had ignited within him. A man should be free to roam, but home is where the heart lies. In this new life, he cherished these rare bonds. Why are you up? Didn't I tell you to rest early? Li Yin observed Qin Ruoshua's drowsy appearance. Feeling a twinge of pity, he began to rise. I'm not hungry. Don't move. In the midst of Qin Ruoshua's bewilderment, Li Yin suddenly bent down and lifted her into his arms. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her breath quickening, Li Yin gently placed her back on the bed and tucked her in. Get some rest. In the darkness, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Ruoshua's eyes, but she soon felt Li Yan's hand resting gently upon her. Li Yin had already sensed her subtle emotions. Originally, he had intended to create an operational effect for the business department in his own way, but today's circumstances had serendipitously presented him with an opportunity. In early 1999, following the financial tsunami of 1998, both the Shanghai Composite Index and the Hang Seng Index were languishing. This time, there was little liquidity in the market. Yet, this was both a test and an opportunity. Xiao Wanjun was indeed anxious. Early the next day, she contacted Li Yin, informing him that the venue and equipment were arranged, urging him to prepare for work. During the call, she asked Li Yin if he had any further requirements. Just ensure the lines are clear. Also, please help me contact some online influencers, Li Yin replied after some thought. Xiao Wanjun paused. What online influencers? Li Yin was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that, at this time, the internet was not as developed as it would later become, and professional influencers had yet to form an industry chain. Never mind. I mean those who participate in chat rooms and internet surfing. Also, see if you can reach out to a couple of financial media reporters. Xiao Wanjun couldn't help but ask, is that it? That's more than enough, Li Yin replied confidently. All right, these are trivial matters. I will take care of it. Xiao Wanjun agreed. Do you want me to arrange a few traders for you? Li Yin outright refused. Good traders need to be trained personally to ensure they can be utilized effectively. Hastily gathered ones pose too great a risk. After hanging up, he took a deep breath and headed out to pick up Han Zixuan. Soon, Li Yin arrived at the quiet villa where Xiao Wanjun had arranged everything, accompanied by Han Zixuan. Upon entering, Xiao Wanjun greeted Li Yin and led him into a room furnished with several computers. Li Yin wasted no time in testing them, relieved to find everything in order. That moment, Zhou Yushan entered with two young assistants and, upon seeing the setup, could not help but mock. So, Li Yin, Is this your first encounter with such specialized equipment? Do you even know how to use it? Li Yin scoffed, retorting, whether or not one can make money has nothing to do with knowing how to use equipment. Fulfilling Xie Zong's requirements is the priority. If you're so skilled with machines, perhaps you should consider selling computers. The atmosphere grew tense as the two exchanged heated glances. All right. Here are the stock positions for two companies. You may each choose. Xie Wanjun interrupted, presenting two stocks along with their holdings. the18th Technology and Sifang Chuanghui. Xie Wanjun was heavily invested in these two stocks at that moment. As Li Yin contemplated his options, Zhou Yushan swiftly declared, I choose Sifang Chuanghui. You can't compete with me. Fearing Li Yin might change his mind, Zhou Yushan kept a wary eye on him. Suit yourself? Li Yin shrugged indifferently. He had no recollection of either stock, meaning they were likely stagnant and devoid of any significant market activity. Otherwise, he would have known better. Given this, it mattered little which one he chose. Let us see whose skills prevail. Zhou Yushan chuckled triumphantly, seemingly already envisioning Li Yan's grim fate should he fail to meet the agreement. Anticipating a brutal outcome at Xie Wanjun's hands, he then excitedly left with his assistants and relevant materials. Li Yan, I initially intended for you to work with Sifang Chuanghui. If you had just negotiated a bit, I could have been more accommodating, Xie Wanjun whispered. Li Yan chuckled dismissively. Any stock will do. Zhou Yushan only chose Sifang Chuanghui because it has a smaller market cap and hasn't plummeted too drastically, thinking he's gotten a good deal. This is common knowledge. However, if common sense prevailed in this market, everyone would be making money. Observing Li Yan's confident demeanor, Xie Wanjun pondered for a moment before stating, Then I entrust everything to you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. You must resolve this within a month, otherwise. The unspoken words hung in the air, but Li Yin understood. Rest assured. It won't take a month. Li Yin clenched his fist and spoke softly. After seeing off Xie Wanjun, this villa temporarily transformed into Li Yan's office. He perused the status of the18th Technology and discovered that it had originated as a manufacturer of tape recorders. Now pivoting towards MP3 technology. In this era, that was what constituted high-tech products. From a peak market valuation exceeding 10 billion, it had now plummeted to over 4 billion, with its stock price significantly depreciated. Han Zixuan opened the market software, glancing at the dismal figures, and said to Li Yin with a furrowed brow, This has been on a continuous decline. The upper levels are all locked positions. It may not be easy for us to make progress. Li Yin nodded. The challenge indeed appeared substantial. However, if there were no difficulties, making a profit would also be a formidable task. Han Zixuan's eyes sparkled suddenly. Li Xiao, you must have a plan, right? Li Yin smiled knowingly. You'll see? Let's go. We need to open an account now. Open an account? Han Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. That morning, the18th Technology continued its lethargic performance, with almost no transactions throughout the morning, a turnover rate of merely 0.18, rendering it practically lifeless. Meanwhile, Li Yin, accompanied by Han Zixuan, opened an account at Huaxin Securities on Jiangnan Avenue, depositing 30 million. Thus commenced his venture into the stock market, transitioning from the profits he had garnered in futures trading. By noon, Zhou Yushan noticed that there had been no changes in the18th Technology's market performance throughout the morning and couldn't help but sneer. This kid must be frightened into a stupor. Does he really think that a stroke of luck in the futures market has made him a stock god? Exactly. With that kind of luck, not just him, anyone could make a fortune. Lu Hansheng, standing beside him, chimed in with shared disdain. I've already made arrangements. In the coming days, I'll deploy funds to prop up the market. Once it rises, we'll first release Xie Zong's 100 million, and my fund will absorb it. We'll adjust later, offloading as much as possible. Zhou Yushan replied nonchalantly. Haha, with your capabilities, Zhou Zong, this is merely child's play. If you can connect with Xie Zong, your stature will only ascend. Lu Hansheng transformed into a sycophant, eagerly flattering Zhou Yushan. Both erupted into laughter. Zhou Yushan's plan was to secure a profit of 1 million for himself, establish a connection with Xie Wanjun, and demonstrate to Li Yin his prowess. As for the consequences of the fund absorbing the shares, that was beyond his concern. After all, he merely earned commissions. Whether profits or losses, they bore little significance to him. It was merely a game of cutting down a bunch of naive investors, and he was merely joining in. This had already become an unspoken rule in their industry. For 2 consecutive days, there were no fluctuations in the18th Technology stock, while Sifang Chuanghui, under Zhou Yushan's orchestrated funds, witnessed its first robust surge, hitting the upper limit. Unable to contain herself, Xia Wanjun called Li Yin. Li Yin, are you encountering difficulties? If there is anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to let me know. Everything is fine. All is proceeding as planned. Just wait a bit longer. Li Yin leaned back in his chair, staring at the market, while Han Zixuan sat on his lap, delicately feeding him peeled grapes with her slender fingers. Then you must hurry. I can only support until the new year, Xia Wanjun said anxiously. Rest assured, I'll provide you with a response before the new year. Should we fail, according to our agreement, I will compensate you with my 30 million, Xiezong. With Li Yin stating it so plainly, Xia Wanjun had no further objections, realizing that she would indeed incur minimal losses with the technology. Yet, she couldn't fathom what exactly Li Yin was up to. After hanging up, Han Zixuan hesitated and asked, Li Xiao, are we just going to keep waiting like this? The new year is just around the corner. Li Yin, however, smiled confidently. There are still over 20 trading days, that's ample time. With that, Li Yin abruptly opened his account, and without even glancing, directly placed an order for 5,000 lots at the market price. At that moment, the previously stagnant technology, which had been declining daily with negligible trading volume, had a price of 9.40 in an instant. 5,000 lots were consumed, clearing all the sell orders above. The price was abruptly driven upwards, soaring by 7 to 10.58. This sudden shift left those who had been monitoring the stock dumbfounded. What is going on? Wasn't technology on the verge of collapse? Could it be that someone has insider information and is hoarding shares? The unusual occurrence led many to speculate. Some, encouraged by the sudden 7 surge, began to cautiously buy in. Meanwhile, Han Zixuan, standing beside Li Yin, nearly fainted from astonishment. This was simply madness. This was not how one typically established a position. It was entirely nonsensical. Li Xiao, we could have collected shares gradually. Wouldn't this method significantly inflate our cost? Li Yin merely smiled lightly after buying 5,000 lots and closed the account, turning to Han Zixuan and asking, do you know what the first step is to raise a stock's price? Favorable news? Large capital intervention? Han Zixuan pondered, sensing Li Yin was testing her. Yet, Li Yin slowly shook his head. Those are sufficient conditions, but not necessary ones. Then what is it? Han Zixuan became intrigued, gazing curiously at Li Yin. Li Yin tapped the table and replied, popularity, sentiment. Without these, everything else is in vain. Han Zixuan felt a flicker of understanding, yet was still puzzled. Li Yin chose not to elaborate further, knowing that, in this era, very few truly comprehended such intricacies. After purchasing the 5,000 lots, Li Yin refrained from further action. Nevertheless, some traders began following suit, believing that this maneuver had a high probability of hitting the daily limit. As the stock hovered at a 7 increase, more began to buy in. Conversely, those who had been trapped for a long time, enduring the torment of daily declines, could no longer resist the urge to sell upon witnessing the surge. This was the typical psychology of retail investors. If a stock fell daily by 2 for half a month, they might not sell, but after a rebound from the bottom, their emotions would shatter after the prolonged ordeal, prompting them to offload their holdings. In this competitive buying environment, the stock maintained a 7 increase throughout the day without reaching the upper limit, yet its popularity and trading volume surged compared to before. Li Yin's 5,000 lots had only utilized less than 5 million in capital. After market close, Zhou Yushan, who had been closely watching Li Yin, couldn't help but sneer, what a fool. It's already at 7 and he still won't push for the limit. Haha, does he still think he can accumulate shares to lower his cost? How naive. Following that, he scoffed, turning to his assistant, we still have 20 million worth of shares on hand, waiting. He is likely to push for the upper limit tomorrow. If he dares, we'll crush him. He was eager to see what tricks this young man had left. Playing against me, I'll bury you. When Zhou Yushan first reached a preliminary agreement with Xia Wanjun, he had built up positions in 2 stocks, but the unexpected emergence of Li Yin made this portion of his holdings a weapon against him. Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Zhou Zong, opposing you, this kid is merely courting death. That night, many began to speculate in stock forums about whether there were any favorable developments regarding the company. Unbeknownst to them, the popularity in the forums was steadily rising. However, until the market opened the next day, no unexpected positive news emerged. The entire market was tranquil, not a ripple in sight. This was odd. Could it be that a major player had whimsically orchestrated this? It's possible. After all, yesterday's large order was only 5,000 lots, around 4 to 5 million, which a big player could easily manage. Oh no. I need to run as soon as the market opens. If I get trapped in a stock that has been declining for so long, it would be troublesome. Discussions in the forums buzzed. While Li Yin wore a smile, as the market opened, he remained impassive. Following the previous day's developments, many became hesitant. Was this stock truly on the rise? Or just a fleeting moment? Ultimately, Li Yin did not act throughout the entire day. This left Zhou Yushan, who had eagerly anticipated ruining Li Yan's plans, feeling as though he had struck a cotton pillow. Seething with rage that I refuse to believe this. This kid won't he push the price. I'll wait for the moment he does, and then I'll smash it, he fumed. Yet, for the next 3 days, the market reverted to its previous torpor, trading volume dwindling repeatedly, with the stock price resuming its one daily decline. Those who had jumped in the previous day began to curse, damn it. Who's messing things up? I bought in, and you let it drop indeed. It seems like we're heading for new lows. No. Cut losses, scammer. I've been trapped again. Just as everyone presumed that the technology would continue its downward spiral, Li Yin made another purchase at the next opening. The stock price of the technology is no longer in despair. It has risen throughout the day with significant volume, reaching a peak before settling at 10.47, marking a 6.21 increase. Following the events of the previous days, everyone has calmed down this time. Yes, for those who were forced to cut their losses, they lament loudly, yet dare not re-enter the market. Observing this scene, Zhou Yushan laughs heartily, thinking, this kid believes a few fluctuations are enough to cleanse the market. He must now possess a capital of 10 million. Meanwhile, President Xie's account is trapped with a staggering 100 million. I am eager to see how he plans to distribute his shares. It is easy to inflate stock prices, but disseminating shares is a far more arduous task. Zhou Yushan, relying on the funds at his disposal, can easily take the reins, but Li Yin lacks such advantages. So, shall we sell upon tomorrow's opening? Assistant Xiao Zhang cautiously inquires of Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan shakes his head. No selling. We will strike once it hits the limit up. We aim to destroy him. Selling midway could inadvertently aid him. Zhou Yushan coldly states, on Friday, the market opens, and the technology surges again, gaining 5 throughout the day. Zhou Yushan did not anticipate that Li Yin would not hit the limit up, thus refraining from selling. He is fully committed to thwarting Li Yan's ambitions. At this moment, the market, having experienced 2 consecutive days of nearly 12 growth, sees the technology successfully break free from a feeble market. This is reminiscent of the post-1998 market, where the Shanghai Composite Index hovered around 1,100 points, with an entire day's trading volume barely reaching 2.5 billion. Everyone is abuzz with speculation. In this weak market, could the technology emerge as a new star stock, a leader? Surely, there must be some news. Otherwise, the recent trading patterns are far too unusual indeed. It's either a restructuring or a transfer. There must be some information. It is too bizarre. The surge in stock price has led to a rise in market interest. Li Yin turns to Han Zixuan and says, the interest is now present. Next, comes the sentiment. Han Zixuan gazes at Li Yin. Her eyes filled with admiration, as she perceives his confidence. Upon seeing the stock price rise so dramatically in just a few days, Xia Wanjun excitedly calls Li Yin, exclaiming, Li Yin, impressive. By the way, do you have some insider information? Everyone is saying that some news is about to be announced. Li Yin, surprised that Xia Wanjun shares this sentiment, chuckles and replies, President Xia, I am not privy to that information. At this moment, however, Li Yin suddenly speaks up. President Xia, have you arranged for the online army and reporters I requested? It's time for them to commence their work. Chapter 52. Which kind-hearted soul? Although Xia Wanjun is unsure of Li Yan's true intentions, she feels that his mysterious operations demonstrate genuine skill, thus she collaborates with him quite adeptly. Soon, the online army and media reporters Li Yin requested are in place, preparing their articles as per his instructions. At this moment, the market, buoyed by 2 days of significant gains, resembles a fishing expedition, with many who have taken notice of the technology eagerly awaiting news. Regrettably, there is no sign of any forthcoming information. Only some seasoned investors boast of having sensed the long-awaited scent of a bull market. Buy orders continuously flood in. Yet, since that day, 3 full days pass with no activity whatsoever. It's as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion. In the blink of an eye, Friday arrives. With the year-end approaching, Li Yan's strategy feels shrouded in fog. Not only is Xie Wanjun anxious, but even Han Zixuan, who stands by Li Yan's side daily, wonders if he might falter this time. In stark contrast, Zhou Yushan is thriving. His methods are remarkably effective in this era. They are aggressive. He rallies speculative funds, takes over with his own capital, and after just a few days, he has already liquidated over 50 million of Xie Wanjun's stock, leaving just over 50 million to settle. Li Yan, you must be in a precarious position now, right? Ha, after so many days, you've barely gained 15, and time is running short. At this point, I am eager to see how you will respond. Zhou Yushan begins to gloat. Meanwhile, in recent days, Lu Hanqing has been unearthing details about Li Yan from various corners, compiling them for Zhou Yushan. This includes Li Yan's performance at Xinqiao Futures. This kid, he is deceiving everyone. He claims to have nearly 30 million, yet only possesses less than 10 million. What audacity! Ha! Zhou Yushan's eyes glimmer with excitement, and he gazes at the market, realizing he has fewer than 10 trading days left. Does Li Yan truly believe he can stabilize prices and turn a profit? Dream on. This time, I will ensure your downfall. He then calls over assistant Xiao Zhang, instructing, tomorrow, at the market open, dump those 20 million. I want to see how he can absorb that. Ha, fool. Nearby, Lu Hanqing immediately praises, you are truly remarkable, President Zhou. Li Yan dares to challenge you. He is simply courting disaster. This time, as long as he fails to execute President Xie's strategy, we will spill the beans and ensure he won't know how he met his end. Ha, no rush. After I crash his market tomorrow, I will approach President Xie. By then, this kid will have nowhere to hide. Zhou Yushan's eyes radiate malice, his resolve firm. He intends to ensure Li Yan's utter ruin. On Monday, as the market opens, during the gathering auction, the market opens too higher based on emotional premiums, but this lasts for less than a minute. Instantly, a flood of sell orders inundates the market. In seconds, prices plummet dramatically, -1, -3, -7. Within 5 minutes, it has descended to -8.39, only a step away from the limit down. At this moment, those who had rushed to buy during the previous trading days, especially those who bought on Friday, find themselves trapped. What on earth just happened? They are fleeing. The main force is pulling out. What a disastrous operator. This is a frenzied sell-off. Damn it. I've been cut again. Hurry and leave, or we'll hit the limit down. Mainstream stock forums, stock bars, and various discussion platforms are ablaze with discussions, all cursing. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan watches the instantaneous transaction pop-ups for the e-technology, bursting into laughter. Good. Well done. Now, Li Yan, you are finished. It's just one step away from the limit down. Amidst the panic selling, it will surely hit the limit down shortly. Once it does, the sentiment will collapse. Tomorrow, the sell-off will continue. I am eager to see how you will recover. Zhou Yushan slaps his thigh, envisioning Li Yan's imminent disgrace. However, at that moment, Assistant Xiao Zhang rushes over from the trading room. Boss, should we continue selling to e-technology? Zhou Yushan is momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Wasn't it you who initiated the sell-off? No, boss. I just placed the order. Before it could be executed, the market changed drastically. We've now reached our cost line. If we sell, we might incur losses, so I came to consult you, Xiao Zhang whispers. Zhou Yushan immediately loses his composure. Pointing at Xiao Zhang, he bellows, You're utterly useless. Did I not instruct you to sell at the opening? Can't you execute during the auction? Hurry up and sell. Are you waiting to take a loss? 20 million? Only 300,000 has been executed. The rest is all trapped at the limit down. This is outrageous. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Yushan feels as if he is on the brink of collapse. Not only is Li Yan trapped, but he is as well. Boss, what do we do now? Xiao Zhang asks, flustered. Zhou Yushan's expression fluctuates between anger and despair before he finally says, It's all right. We'll just incur a minor loss. However, that kid is now completely trapped in the market. He can't escape. His own funds are likely locked in too. He won't be able to fulfill President Xie's directive. But who on earth is behind this sell-off? Given today's circumstances, we should see the leaderboard at market close. I am eager to discover who it is. Zhou Yushan is baffled. Meanwhile, Li Yan exhales deeply, stretching his wrists. Continuous ordering is indeed exhausting. Our account remains untouched. President Xie has around 30 million. Han Zixuan informs Li Yan. Li Yan nods, and Han Zixuan cannot help but ask, young Master Li, what exactly are we doing this for? We've already lost over 30. And even our account has been affected. What if it continues to drop tomorrow? Han Zixuan feels a tremor coursing through her. In just a few minutes, millions in funds are flowing in and out. She has never experienced anything like it. However, Li Yin calmly replies, tomorrow must see a decline. How else can we proceed? Our chips are insufficient. Han Zixuan pauses, realizing, so, we are doing this to gather more chips? At this moment, on the market, at the limit down, the largest intraday sell order stands at 15 million. Chapter 53. So handsome 15 million, notably the portion Zhou Yushan was unable to sell. After he issued the order, Xiaozhang placed all the orders as they possess a channel advantage. Although it is unlikely they will exit entirely at the limit down price, any amount they can offload will help mitigate losses. After the market closed, Zhou Yushan was fixated on the Dragon and Tiger list, with Li Yin equally engrossed. However, upon their shared gaze upon the list, both men's expressions morphed into something peculiar. Point one was from Huaxin Securities' Longqing Jiangong Avenue branch, while the other hailed from Dongjing Longqing Yangping Road branch. Both entities were situated in Longqing. Li Xiao, I inquired, this position belongs to Zhou Yushan. After the Dragon and Tiger list was released, Han Zixuan made a few calls to her acquaintances and soon gathered the information. Ha ha, what is Zhou Yushan? What an East Zheng Longqing Yangping Road branch. The kind-hearted person I ought to thank turns out to be him. Upon hearing this, Li Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yushan's face darkened as he gazed at the 30 million on the sell side of the list. He didn't even need to ask. Xia Wanjuan's account resided in that very branch. In other words, this 30 million was what Li Yin had unleashed. He had acted before them. Zhou Yushan's voice became hoarse, akin to someone who had sung all night long on the Qing Haidebet Plateau. Assistant Xiao Zhang shrank back, too intimidated to speak. With the Dragon and Tiger list unveiled, everything became clear. Li Yin had taken the initiative to sell. As for his motives, that remained uncertain. However, it was evident that after Li Yan's sell-off, Zhou Yushan's 2 million share position had been reduced by 500,000 to help Li Yin hit the limit down, and the remaining 1.5 million had assisted him in sealing the deal. Zhou Yushan panted heavily, feeling as though his chest was about to explode. He had initially contemplated deceiving Li Yin, only to realize he had inadvertently become the Good Samaritan. In that moment, Zhou Yushan's animosity towards Li Yin intensified to an extreme degree. Li Yin, I shall not let you off the hook. Just wait. With matters standing thus, he had to confront reality. Zhou Zong, what shall we do tomorrow? Xiao Zhang inquired softly. A flicker of malice crossed Zhou Yushan's eyes. Since he wants to sell, then let him sell. Tomorrow, during the opening auction, ensure it hits the limit down. I want to see how he intends to pull it back up. I've already invested 2 million. With 500,000 out, leaving 1.5 million. It amounts to merely a loss of 3 to 2 million. Li Yin, what do you have to contend with me? Following this command. The next day, the market opened with a direct limit down. Alas, Zhou Yushan's 1.5 million was met with sheer market shock. What the hell? Wasn't an uptrend promised? Is this how it's going to be? In an instant, the stock forum erupted in chaos. The ire was directed at the dog coin, which had been sealed yesterday and was now facing another limit down in the opening auction. Zhou Yushan handed over his shares of Sifang Chuanghui to his trading team for management, while he anxiously monitored the screen, eyes glued to the price movements. Ha ha! These foolish retail investors. Don't blame me. If you must place blame, direct it at Li Yin. In this moment, even as countless individuals on the opposite side of the screen raged, Zhou Yushan felt an invigorating thrill. Nothing pleased him more than thwarting Li Yin's plans. Li Yin, what on earth happened? How did it hit the limit down? What are your plans now? The following day at market opening, Xia Wanjun rushed in a flurry. Busy with matters, she hadn't been monitoring the market, only to discover first thing in the morning that it had hit limit down, and not just once, but twice consecutively. Even with her unwavering faith in Li Yin, she could no longer remain idle and went directly to him. Xia Zong, since you entrusted this to me, you must trust my judgment. I have everything under control. Li Yin had anticipated that his extreme methods would unsettle Xia Wanjun, and he had already prepared his rhetoric. Are you truly confident? Xia Wanjun observed Li Yan's unwavering demeanor, unsure of what to say. Naturally, I wouldn't joke with my own 30 million, would I? if the losses are merely troublesome for you. I stand to lose everything if I fail with this 30 million. In light of this, why not trust me just this once? Xie Wanjun took a deep breath, pulling out a chair to sit beside him. If that's the case, then I'll gamble alongside you, Li Yin. Upon hearing Xie Wanjun's words, a flicker of gratitude passed through Li Yin's heart. In trading, persistence is a rare commodity. This commitment is not only tested when the market turns against you, but also by the pressures from those around you, financial strains, or other factors, which ultimately become the final straw that breaks the trader's resolve. At this moment, he and Xie Wanjun were not particularly close. Despite their agreement, she was still bearing considerable risk. Yet, in such circumstances, her continued belief in him was commendable. Xie Zong, for your sake, let me offer a warning. If possible, do not let Zhou Yushan take over the entire position, Li Yin suddenly spoke. Xie Wanjun paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. I've had people look into it. I know Zhou Yushan was behind yesterday's sell-off. It's understandable that you harbor resentment towards him. However, I must exit this investment swiftly. Li Yin shook his head. Not exactly. I should actually be thanking Zhou Yushan. Without him, my trading plan wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. Li Yin lightly brushed his finger across the screen, where a sea of sell orders loomed. Xie Wanjun's expression shifted slightly. Are you implying that this order is from Zhou Yushan? We'll know by the close. Now it's time to commence work, Li Yin declared, while Han Zixuan smiled at Xie Wanjun and moved to another computer. Observing the sell orders on the screen, Li Yin noted approximately 20 million. Zixuan, utilize the funds freed from yesterday's liquidation to buy 5 million. Han Zixuan nodded, and in one swift motion, she consumed approximately 5 million of the limit-down orders. Instantly, the orders on the screen dwindled by a quarter. Those witnessing this spectacle gasped in astonishment. What the? A major order. Someone is bottom fishing. Follow suit. As long as the limit down opens, a rebound is possible. Ha ha. There's hope now. Let us add to our positions. Quick. In an instant, numerous big players, speculative funds, and retail investors frantically tapped their keyboards. In the blink of an eye, the sell orders on the screen were devoured clean, and soon it surged to -5. At that moment, Li Yin hesitated not, swiftly leveraging his own account to continue the momentum. Within less than 10 minutes, Xie Wanjun sat by, riveted on the fluctuating market, watching Li Yin intently hammering away at the keyboard. And for the first time, she realized how striking a man could appear when focused. Li Yin, you're incredible. It feels as though the market is dancing to your tune. Xie Wanjun couldn't help but exclaim. Li Yin smiled but said nothing, instead turning to Han Zixuan. Zixuan, control the market. Sell off 10 million. Remember, let it be scattered. Just ensure it's done before noon. Understood. Though Han Zixuan was unable to keep pace with Li Yin's strategy, she faithfully executed his trading directives. Without hesitation, she began to gradually sell off the scattered orders. At that moment, the market was fervently enthusiastic. Yet under Han Zixuan's pressure, the rising momentum gradually stalled. By noon, the market settled around -5, and Xie Wanjun's account, managed by Han Zixuan, had already liquidated the initial 5 million and additionally sold off 5 million more. Confused, Xie Wanjun couldn't help but ask, Li Yin, given the current situation, it seems many are buying, and the sentiment is strong. Why not push it up directly? If we wait until tomorrow to sell, wouldn't that be better? Li Yin chuckled. This stock has been about building momentum over the past few days. Now that the sentiment is high, however, there is still a considerable sell-off. Previous trap positions, following yesterday's limit down and today's, still remain, especially the 1.5 million Zhou Yushan holds. If he doesn't fully divest, how can I push it up? The sentiment is there, but the emotional support is lacking. Xie Wanjun and Han Zixuan listened intently, both pondering his words, though they remained somewhat bewildered, unable to fully grasp Li Yin's intent. I and Li Yin. Xie Wanjun saw an unwavering confidence. Li Yin, I leave this in your capable hands. Li Yin met Xie Wanjun's gaze filled with trust and nodded. Zhou Zong, you've come to see me. Has Sifang Chuanghui completed our agreement? Xie Wanjun asked coldly. She held no fondness for Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan awkwardly chuckled. Rest assured, Xie Zong, in a day or two, everything will be settled. You can count on my involvement. Is there anything else? Xie Wanjun asked impatiently. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhou Yushan's eyes, yet he dared not reveal it. Given Xie Wanjun's stature, he could not afford to provoke her. Xie Zong, I'm here today to inform you that you may have been deceived by Li Yin. This fellow doesn't he possess 30 million? The agreement he signed with you is likely impossible to fulfill. And regarding the trend of the technology, I believe you've noticed it's simply not gaining traction. This fellow lacks any real ability. If he continues down this reckless path, don't expect to recover even a fraction of your 100 million. Xia Wanjun frowned slightly, her tone indifferent. What do you mean by telling me this? Zhou Yushan chuckled slyly. The fund I hold, along with a portion of reserved positions, can easily absorb this 100 million. Xiezong, why not consider entrusting the technology to me as well? Of course, it's rather chaotic there, so I do need you to allocate a bit more profit to me. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhou Yushan confidently gazed at Xia Wanjun. In his estimation, she would undoubtedly heed his words, for he had delineated the pros and cons with utmost clarity. Alas, in the next moment, Xia Wanjun shot him a frosty glance and replied coolly, "Just mind your own affairs." "What?" Zhou Yushan exclaimed. "President Xia, this is no trifling matter. It's 1 billion. If Li Yin, he could not fathom why Xia Wanjun exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Panic began to grip him. Xia Wanjun lifted her head, her gaze icy as she declared, "I do not wish to repeat myself." Zhou Yushan broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "I'm sorry, President Xia. My apologies for being presumptuous. But I am truly considering your best interests." Xia Wanjun let out a cold laugh. "I am fully aware of your thoughts. Let this be." With a heart full of indignation, Zhou Yushan turned to leave, his expression dark as he shook his head. Lu Hansheng immediately commented, "What on earth is President Xia thinking? How can that useless Li Yin possibly compare to someone of your caliber? Does she truly not care about her own finances?" It must be said, Lu Hansheng had a knack for flattering and currying favor. His words struck a chord deep within Zhou Yushan. "The information you provided me is entirely accurate, correct?" Zhou Yushan inquired. Lu Hansheng patted his chest and affirmed, "Absolutely, Li Yin cannot possibly muster 30 million. I've retrieved all his trading records from my office. Moreover, I have investigated his background. He is merely a down-and-out individual who stumbled upon some luck." Zhou Yushan's face darkened as he responded, "In that case, I shall make President Xia recognize who is truly capable of bringing her profit. That mere Li Yin dares to create trouble for me. I will ensure his demise." Having uttered those words, he strode into the trading room, instructing assistant Xiao Zhang, "Spread the word. Find out who in Longqing holds shares into technology. I need to borrow them." Even in a domestic market devoid of short-selling mechanisms, opportunities to short existed. Though it was still quite early in 1999 before the introduction of margin trading, this left ample room for maneuvering for many, including Zhou Yushan. Of course, he would have to pay a price outside the market. At this moment, spurred by Xia Wanjun's provocations, Zhou Yushan harbored an intense hatred for Li Yin, clearly intent on confronting him and ensuring Li Yin faced dire consequences. That very afternoon, leveraging his connections, Zhou Yushan successfully negotiated for around 30 million in chips. The institutions holding the technology, seeing the company stagnating, were more than willing to cooperate now that Zhou Yushan was willing to take on the mess. After completing these dealings, Zhou Yushan observed the technology's inactivity throughout the afternoon, and a cold smile crept onto his face. "I want Li Yin to suffer." Unbeknownst to Zhou Yushan, after his departure, Xia Wanjun dialed Li Yin's number. "Li Yin, please be cautious with the market. Zhou Yushan just came to see me, and I sense that this scoundrel harbors a deep-seated envy towards you. I fear he may resort to underhanded tactics." Setting aside their mutual agreements, Xia Wanjun and Li Yin shared a personal rapport as well. Thus, after Zhou Yushan's exit, the seasoned businesswoman discerned some of his intentions and took the initiative to warn Li Yin. "Rest assured, President Xia, I'm not afraid of his moves. I'm more concerned about him playing dead. If he seeks his own demise, I shall gladly oblige," Li Yin replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xia Wanjun could not help but inquire, "Did you foresee this all along?" Uncertain of why she asked, she merely felt compelled to, "Haha, what does President Xia mean? I'm not quite following," Li Yin chuckled. However, through their recent exchange, she increasingly sensed that Li Yin was not to be underestimated. She then stated, "How you deal with Zhou Yushan is your business, but I still have 100 million in Sifeng Chuanghui. Don't let it go to waste. This is a bottom line." "Understood," Li Yin agreed. After hanging up, a contemplative expression crossed Xia Wanjun's alluring face. What course of action would she take? She found herself perplexed. After all, in terms of both capital and various other factors, Li Yin was at a clear disadvantage against Zhou Yushan. In the trading room. After ending the call, Li Yin scrutinized the market, lost in thought. For the past few days, he had remained unresponsive, primarily observing the market. The recent operations were merely a trial run and a means to wash out positions, in the midst of a lackluster market. Orchestrating the maneuvering of the technology proved to be no easy feat. He had discussed with Han Zixuan the necessity of having both popularity and sentiment. The popularity was there, yet the sentiment was lacking. Furthermore, he was still unclear about the extent of the locked positions accumulated during the stock's prolonged decline. In this scenario, he needed to flush out all these positions to successfully execute his strategy. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. The moment the stock hit its first limit down, he noticed Zhou Yushan's presence on the leaderboard and knew he was plotting against him. Li Yin had never been one to suffer in silence. If Zhou Yushan dared to ruin his plans, he would have to pay a hefty price. As the afternoon session commenced, Li Yin issued new orders to Han Zixuan. Maintain the price? Buy large and sell small, sell as much as possible. They operated 2 accounts, one each for himself and Han Zixuan. Under these directives, the technology's price fluctuated continuously around -2, giving the impression that someone was deliberately suppressing the stock. Many concluded it was a washout. Indeed, it was a washout. Li Yin intended for others to see it. Yet, while the washout was evident, only a few truly grasped his genuine intentions. After the market closed, the technology undoubtedly made its way back onto the leaderboard. The substantial sell order executed at the limit down was consistent with Li Yin's judgment. It was indeed Zhou Yushan. This guy is too cunning. Li Yin, do you think after selling, he still holds any shares? Han Zixuan fumed, then leaned closer to inquire. Li Yin smiled. He should have none left. However, we need to see what he plans next. What? If he has none left, what can he do? Trying to buy in at this point would only support our stock price. That's a good thing. Han Zixuan struggled to comprehend. Li Yin smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow's opening will reveal everything. There were certain matters he preferred not to disclose to Han Zixuan. In this industry, darkness and depravity were never in short supply, especially before a comprehensive regulatory framework had been established. It was the most savage and disorderly period. What he cared about was solely the market. Regardless of Zhou Yushan's ambitions, if he wished to realize them, it would ultimately be reflected through the trading volume. Real monetary transactions, that was the crux of the matter. Li Yin lightly gestured toward the screen, addressing Han Zixuan. Look here. Han Zixuan nodded, then pondered before asking, Li Xiao, why didn't we just push for a limit up today? The sentiment feels like it could have reached the ceiling. Li Yin nodded. Indeed, that's certainly possible. However, let us not forget, while buying is simple, maintaining is quite another matter. A stock is much like cultivation. If you exhaust your potential too soon, it's destined to go nowhere. Haste makes waste. Although the washout appeared promising, it was still far from sufficient. Every day after the market closed, Han Zixuan would consult Li Yin regarding the market's conditions. Li Yin would often employ simple examples to explain, making complex concepts easily digestible, thereby deepening Han Zixuan's understanding of the market in a non-mainstream, unrefined manner. He observed all of this. He took Han Zixuan's inquiries seriously. As Han Zixuan began to review the day's trades, Li Yin closed his eyes to meditate, contemplating deeply. The principle of haste makes waste applied not only to the market but also pertained to Zhou Yushan. From the moment Zhou Yushan's position first emerged, Li Yin had already sentenced him to death in his mind. By the end of the day, Li Yin had freed up 18 million in cash from Xiaowanjuan's holdings. While his account still held 10 million, the market ultimately closed at 10.72, down by 2. That evening, a post began circulating online. The project for the technology's reverse takeover had received approval from the relevant authorities the moment this post emerged. It was met with a frenzy of enthusiastic responses. Countless individuals exclaimed, "Goodness! No wonder the floor opened today." It was almost a wild surge. Moreover, in the afternoon, it was evident that someone had been supporting the price. Damn it, this was undoubtedly an effort to absorb shares. It was infuriating. Someone clearly had prior knowledge of the news. How unfair. Retail investors were suffering. In no time, the technology became the hottest topic in both public discourse and the market. At that moment, Zhou Yushan also swiftly caught wind of this post. He couldn't help but smirk. Li Yin, oh Li Yin, you think you can deceive the masses with mere rumors? Just wait until I unleash a sell-off tomorrow. Then your words will be rendered meaningless. After one such crash, I'll see what you can do to prop up the market. Chapter 56. Blood, Rain, and Wind After a Night of Fermentation. When the market opened the next day, during the bidding, Li Yin chose not to participate. However, based on the buzz generated by the post and the popularity accumulated over the past few days, the stock opened with a remarkable surge of forward. Observing this scene, Xiao Zhang from Zhou Yushan furrowed his brows. Seizing the 5 minutes before the market officially opened, he hurried to find Zhou General. Zhou General, are we still going to sell off? Last time, his delayed reaction during the bidding resulted in a scolding from Zhou Yushan. Today, he had learned his lesson and promptly inquired, "Sell off? In this market? We mustn't rush to sell," Zhou Yushan replied. That kid created this situation merely to ride the emotional wave and push for a limit up. So, let us strike just as he approaches the limit up. I am curious to see that kid's expression then. Ha ha ha. Zhou General's strategic brilliance was evident. I'll make the arrangements right away. Xiao Zhang flattered and turned to execute Zhou Yushan's orders. Meanwhile, Li Yin calmly issued his directives to Han Zixuan for the day. Still selling. But what about our shares? Han Zixuan hesitated to speak. Although the shares they had accumulated over the past few days, combined with the stocks controlled by Xie Wanjun, were not enough for absolute control, they held significant influence. However, after yesterday's sell-off, continuing to sell today would likely deplete their shares. Don't worry, someone will assist us. Li Yin replied with a smile. Seeing the confident expression on Li Yin's face, Han Zixuan nodded vigorously. With a formal education in finance, she had previously worked in a futures trading department. Like many university graduates, her job was unrelated to her field of study. However, ever since she began following Li Yin, she rediscovered the satisfaction of applying her knowledge. Yet, her greatest concern was Li Yin's rapid growth. Thus, she positioned herself as his loyal executor. As the news continued to gain traction overnight, its impact amplified, drawing increasing attention. After opening with a 4 increase, the stock began to surge. Following Li Yin's instructions, Han Zixuan steadily began to sell off her shares. 100,000? 100,000, 100,000 within half an hour. She had already sold over 10 million. The market, which should have soared higher, was now locked in a tug-of-war around the 5 mark. Enough! Li Yin suddenly spoke. Without lifting his head, his eyes remained fixed on the market. Zixuan, sell off 8 million. With a swift motion, Han Zixuan's slender fingers danced over the keyboard. In an instant, 8 million worth of shares were thrown onto the market. With a swift crash, the stock plummeted to around 1. This unexpected turn left those monitoring the e-technology dumbfounded. What does this mean? Are they raising the price to sell off? Highly likely, though there's barely anything left. We need to get out quickly, or we'll be trapped. Damn it. I thought we could profit, but it seems we're facing a huge loss. If we don't act now, it might hit the limit down. Many began to voice their complaints. At that moment, Han Zixuan's account, which belonged to Xie Wanjun, boasted a cash reserve of 36 million. In Zhou Yushan's office, he had been closely observing Li Yin's movements. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but smirk. This kid thinks he can wash the stocks? Ha! I'll show him. Without hesitation, he made a call. Old Lu, the deal we settled yesterday. Now throw 100 million directly onto the market. He had previously arranged for nearly 30 million in shares, intending to thwart Li Yin's plans while reaping a profit. After waiting all morning, he felt that the opportunity had finally arrived. Old Lu, the manager of another investment firm, was merely fulfilling their agreement. Zhou Yushan didn't need to consider the market state or its implications. The money owed would be paid regardless. Thus, following Li Yin's 8 million sell-off, a staggering 10 million order was unleashed. Within less than a minute, the market experienced a waterfall decline. This new wave of selling left all who had entered the market yesterday in utter shock. It's collapsing. The main force is fleeing. Panic surged through everyone as they scrambled to place orders. This emotional collapse formed a palpable wave of panic selling. In the blink of an eye, the stock plummeted from 1 to 7. Han Zixuan felt her heart racing, nearly gasping for breath. After the violent drop, a noticeable buying momentum emerged, signaling a potential halt in the decline. On the other side of the screen, Zhou Yushan smirked. His grin reflected a sinister glee. He had determined that Li Yin intended to wash the stocks and then push them back up. I will crush your hopes, he bellowed, dialing several numbers of previously arranged partners. 15 million. Sell it all. At this moment, Zhou Yushan was brimming with confidence, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. After the stock price fell to around 7, Li Yin's intervention with 8 million quickly brought it back to about -5. However, under Zhou Yushan's manipulation, the 15 million order was unleashed, directly triggering a limit down to ITS collapsing, completely crumbling. Li Yin's 8 million was interpreted by everyone watching the market as an institution trying to save itself. Like a tidal wave, a torrent of sell orders erupted. The stock price plummeted, firmly hitting the limit down. The accumulated limit down orders surged upward, surpassing 10 million in a heartbeat before briefly hitting a bottleneck. Li Yin, what should we do next? Han Zixuan, barely daring to breathe, managed to lift her head to inquire. This fierce confrontation felt like a storm of blood and rain. Without Li Yan's calmness, Han Zixuan would have crumbled under the pressure. After speaking, he lightly tapped his own account on the screen, and immediately, 3 million worth of limit-down orders were consumed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan, once enthusiastic, narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this. You think you can lift the limit down and trap me? Dream on. Thus, of the 30 million borrowed shares, 2.5 million had already been sold. At this moment, he pressed the last 5 million order once more. Observing the changes in the market orders, Li Yin slammed his desk and burst into laughter. It worked. Chapter 57. Limit up worked? Li Xiao, do you mean Zhou Yushan is still pulling the strings? Han Zixuan asked with curiosity. Li Yin nodded silently. Though it appeared that he had not profited from the market over the past few days, nor had he successfully elevated the stock price, his actions were driven by a clear rationale. Before his engagement with Xie Wanjun, he was entirely unfamiliar with the stock's previous behavior. To raise the stock, he first needed to understand how much capital was trapped within and how many retail investors were ensnared. This process could not be discerned solely from reports. It required continuous observation of market trends and emotional responses to unveil the underlying truths. Market observation is not merely about price fluctuations. For such analysis holds no significance. There is little difference between 100 and a single unit. Ultimately, our profits stem from price differentials. Li Yin pondered briefly and succinctly conveyed his thoughts to Han Zixuan. In trading, the intent of capital and market sentiment expressed through price movements are paramount, the very essence of market observation. Han Zixuan nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, I've heard people say that the main players can draw lines to confuse retail investors. Li Yin chuckled. Precisely. This is the greatest flaw of those who obsess over charts and technical analyses, ultimately failing to translate their findings into actual profits, because, when viewed purely from a market perspective, if someone is orchestrating the trades, the lines you see are merely what they wish for you to observe. But one thing remains unchanged: capital, trading volume. Regardless of whether it's retail or institutional funds, they leave no trace, yet capital can leave marks. Even if it's a wash trade, it must ultimately be realized through transactional executions. This is what we must pay attention to. It is the only certainty. Real money cannot be faked. Upon hearing Li Yin's explanation, Han Zixuan fell into deep contemplation, visibly digesting his insights. In this era, the domestic stock market had not been established for long. Within the unique market environment of the country, many theories and operational methodologies remain undeveloped. Li Yan's forward-thinking remarks were akin to a bombshell for Han Zixuan, detonating in her mind. Seeing her deep in thought, Li Yin refrained from further elaboration. His gaze returned to the market, where the stock remained at the limit-down position, with only a few sporadic trades occurring. The limit-down orders had not increased significantly, confirming his analysis. After several days of consumption, all the deeply entrenched shares have essentially been washed out. What remains are those stubbornly holding on, or rather, the so-called long-term investors. The explosion will occur today, Li Yin said with a hint of mystery. At that moment, Han Zixuan, upon hearing his words, exclaimed excitedly, Li Xiao, what comes next? Next. Without regard for cost, buy. Li Yin struck the keyboard fiercely. In an instant, over 15 million in buy orders at the limit-down price vanished, 5 million disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then, Li Yin placed another order. Another 5 million. In mere moments, he consumed 10 million at this position. With a swift motion, the once dormant market saw the remaining 5 million consumed in less than a second by the following funds. Subsequently, the intraday line on the chart soared upward like a rocket, shooting straight up. Oh my! The limit up is coming. I can only buy 5 lots. I'm in. I'll follow with 5 lots too. After all, the limit up means at least a 20 gain. Big profits. Haha. This is the attitude a speculative stock should have. Charge ahead. In no time, countless onlookers fixated on this stock were engulfed in ecstasy, frantically opening positions, buy, behind countless web connections, in front of numerous screens dispersed across the country. An unknown number of individuals were opening positions in rapid succession. In less than 2 minutes, Li Yin had bought 13 million. With 36 million in cash, he still had 23 million remaining. Li Xiao, you are incredible. There are too many people chasing the market. Should we snatch some shares? Han Zixuan looked at the surging intraday line, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the man I decided to follow, truly worthy of being Li Xiao. Not yet. At this moment. Let's wait a moment, Li Yin calmly replied. Indeed. Just as the price reached a horizontal position, scattered sell orders appeared on the market. Though they were not substantial, they caused the previously surging intraday line to hesitate for an instant. It seemed Han Zixuan realized something, her eyes lighting up as she said, "Could it be that those who opened positions yesterday are looking to sell today?" Li Yin nodded, giving her a pat on her perky rear. "Well done. You're starting to think critically. Keep it up." Zixuan. Han Zixuan's beautiful eyes shimmered. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Li Xiao. Haha. This is the psychology of retail investors." While Li Yin spoke, the market, lacking a massive support, fell once again to a position below -3 due to the scattered orders. Only then did Li Yin gently nudge the market. A 3 million buy order entered. In an instant, the downward trend was halted. Then, several scattered orders of hundreds of thousands followed suit. The price surged once more. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 3. For many short-term traders and speculative investors, 3 represents a favorable entry psychological price. This time, without any hesitation, the market price was directly propelled upward by the incoming buy orders. It swiftly approached the limit up. Li Yin immediately placed a 10 million order, sealing the deal. Chapter 58. Crafting a Speculative King. Once the 10 million order was placed, a flood of following orders surged in an instant. The limit order continued to accumulate. Yet, Li Yin gradually withdrew the 10 million funds, piece by piece. Throughout the process, the strength of the limit order did not diminish, while Li Yin's capital was freed up. At this moment, on the ledger, an additional 7 million was transacted on top of the original 13 million. He still had 16 million in cash. In another account, his 30 million was now 15 million in half positions. Li Yin was quite satisfied with the current market. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others grieve. While Li Yin was elated, Zhou Yuxian slumped in his chair. His initial plan to crash the market had not succeeded. Instead, he had successfully discarded his own shares. In the blink of an eye, the price had already hit the limit up. Today, he could be considered to have suffered a bloodbath, and that was not counting the additional costs incurred from being unable to buy in. If the monetary loss only stung his pocket, the real pain was twice now. Twice. He had attempted to oppose Li Yin and had been easily defeated by him in the market. Both times, the methods were similar. Yet he failed to realize it. Zhou Yuxian not only did not manage to eliminate Li Yin but inadvertently assisted him in washing out shares. The sense of frustration and humiliation was driving Zhou Yuxian to the brink of madness. At this moment, his assistant Xiao Zhang, observing the silent Zhou Yuxian, dared not utter a word. Nevertheless, business still needed to be conducted. After much hesitation, Xiao Zhang quietly asked, "Zhou Zong, what shall we do next?" "What to do? How the hell should I know?" Zhou Yuxian roared like a firecracker, smashing several ornaments on the table to pieces. Just then, the phone on the table rang. Zhou Yuxian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and answered the call. "Zhou Zong, you see the market. What do you plan to do? You must compensate me for this loss." Zhou Yuxian's face turned ashen. The caller was a fund manager from another company, and a significant portion of the shares Zhou Yuxian used to crash the market had been borrowed from him. After a round of sweet talk, Zhou Yuxian finally managed to appease the other party and hung up the phone, cursing under his breath, "What the hell?" When it was time to pay, everyone was human, but now they all turned into dogs. After cursing, Zhou Yuxian turned to Xiao Zhang and said, "You don't need to do anything these days. Just keep an eye on the technology and see what moves they make. Just keep an eye on them," Xiao Zhang cautiously inquired. "Let us see how it goes. If it remains locked today, we'll seize the shares when the market opens tomorrow. This time, we can't afford to lose again." Zhou Yuxian, being a fund manager, was capable of suppressing his anger to execute trades after a loss. However, the fire burning in his heart was growing stronger, and his hatred for Li Yin was intensifying. That evening, as countless people were swept away by emotions. A previously surfaced post into e-technology's stock forum was once again unearthed by those in the know. Li Yin took a glance and saw many discussing bullish sentiments, eagerly anticipating the promising prospects following the e-technology's restructuring. In my opinion, the recent limit downs and limit ups were all for the purpose of washing out shares. As of today, the washing has been completed. The buying pressure during the limit up was ferocious. Such large limit down orders were swept away. At the price of 11.78, I can at least see it reaching 20 or more. My friend's wife's nephew works at the e-technology. It's said that their boss has personally gone to negotiate this matter. It's highly likely true. A friend of mine within the circle has already learned that the one handling the e-technology's operations this time is the same operator who previously orchestrated a tenfold surge. Various opinions flowed in abundantly. Li Yin revealed a satisfied smile. Some of the information was indeed leaked by him. After all, it was necessary for Xia Wanjun to employ those internet warriors. Other pieces of information were simply the self-constructed fantasies of numerous retail investors. As always, the stock market is never short of stories or storytellers. Once the sentiment and enthusiasm are ignited, the road to becoming a speculative king begins. On the following day, at the market open, Li Yin directly placed an 8 million competitive order at the limit up. At the moment the market opened, orders exceeded 30 million. These were all short-term funds eager to snatch shares, without any hesitation. It directly hit the limit up. The stock price remained fixed at 12.96 throughout the day. Except for that brief moment at the open, Li Yin managed to grab 5 million, but thereafter, not a single share was transacted. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan, with all his calculations to seize shares, found that neither Li Yin nor the market afforded him the slightest opportunity to intervene. After Li Yin had taken all the shares from him at the bottom, he had completely become a mere spectator of this wave of market movement. That feeling, only he himself knew. 2 days, 2 limit ups. Online discussions about the restructuring were incessantly bombarding the forums. As of now, it only required one more limit up for Li Yin's shares into e-technology to break even. However, neither Xia Wanjun nor Han Zixuan anticipated that on the morning of the third day, before the market opened, Li Yin issued a command to Han Zixuan. Today's goal is to sell. Sell to anyone buying. Li Xiao. This stock is clearly poised to hit the limit up easily. If it hits the third limit up, we won't incur any losses. And then, Han Zixuan asked in confusion. Yet, Li Yin replied nonchalantly, if it's just about breaking even, I have 1,000 ways to do it. But what I want is not merely to break even, but to profit, even to make a killing, to create a speculative king. Is that really possible? Han Zixuan gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. What's impossible about it? In this market, the ones who truly make money are those who lead the trends. As for those who follow, they can only await their demise. Li Yin scoffed coldly. At this moment, the market, under the anticipated buying pressure, directly hit the limit up. The instant the market opened, Li Yin unleashed a 10 million order. Chapter 59. Seizing shares. Throughout the day, Li Yin was selling. Small orders sold little, big orders sold much. Yet this still could not deter the throng of buying pressure. After all, the anticipation of restructuring, having fermented over the past few days, had ignited everyone's emotions entirely. Until the market closed, the price settled at a mere 0.3, with the stock price at 13.00, essentially remaining unchanged from the previous day. Meanwhile, Li Yin had managed to sell off a staggering 50 million. Han Zixuan found Li Yin's maneuvers perplexing, yet she dutifully adhered to his directives. On that day, Li Yin's position unmistakably claimed the top spot on the leaderboard for selling. By evening, a post emerged once again, inquiring of the company's secretary. Was it true that rumors of a restructuring involving the e-technology were circulating in the market? The article analyzed various market indicators and data regarding the e-technology, ultimately concluding that the likelihood of a restructuring was minimal. The emergence of these two pieces of news, coupled with the observation of the leaderboard showing that hefty 50 million had been sold, sent shockwaves through the entire market. Goodness, the restructuring was a fabrication. The main players are truly cunning. I've once again been caught in the crossfire. It's disastrous. High-priced acquisitions. Today's 50 million sell order seems to suggest that the main force is offloading. Yet, I sense something amiss. Consider this. How did such restructuring news suddenly surface? No smoke without fire. I suspect it might still rise. Today is merely a washout. You fools upstairs, how could you possibly throw out 50 million in such a washout? That position hasn't bought a single share. A multitude of posts erupted, ranging from stock prices to market analyses, from valuations to financial statements. Various analyses emerged. Some were bullish, others bearish. Yet, the stock price remained indifferent to their sentiments. Undeniably, the popularity of the technology surged once more within the two markets. Han Zixuan, who had dined with Li Yin, found herself utterly bewildered by his actions. Shouldn't we be concealing such adverse news? Why bring it to light? Han Zixuan inquired. Having been by Li Yan's side, she was well aware that all such information, regardless of its nature, had been orchestrated by him, especially the report released by the journalist, which Li Yin had secured through Xia Wanjun by simply paying 20,000. Li Yin chuckled. This is precisely the effect I sought. A singular bloom is ill-suited for this market. I aim to increase the water level in this pond, allowing for more fish to thrive. Only then can we fish in troubled waters, correct? The following day, spurred by the news, numerous sell orders flooded the market at the opening. The stock price began to exhibit a conspicuous decline. Han Zixuan presumed that Li Yin intended to supplement his holdings, yet his command was to remain still. Let the bullets fly for a while. Li Yan's inaction, in the absence of protective funds, saw the market gradually dip, eventually closing at -3 at 12.61. On Friday, the market continued to decline, as the news of the restructuring being a hoax intensified, relentlessly tormenting the holders' nerves. The price resembled a deflated balloon, contracting into a tight ball, with trading volume plummeting to unprecedented lows compared to the previous days. Ultimately, it fell by 4.5, closing at 11.98. Han Zixuan was in a panic. She simply could not comprehend Li Yan's strategy. What should have been a flourishing situation had grown stagnant over these 2 days. Xia Wanjun also grew anxious, personally calling to inquire. Yet, in response to both their questions, Li Yin merely uttered one word: wait. Patience is essential. However, the waiting period left the two, unaware of Li Yan's intentions, feeling unmoored, and then, over the weekend, another announcement broke. The owner of the company previously rumored to be involved in the restructuring with the e-technology personally denied any association with it. Throughout the weekend, the market was rife with condemnation. People cursed the owner of the e-technology, labeling him inhumane for deceiving retail investors. Some extreme individuals even took taxis to the e-technology's headquarters to hurl rotten eggs. However, after a 2-day respite on Monday, as the new year approached, Xia Wanjun could no longer contain herself and personally visited the villa. After all, as the employer, she felt compelled to intervene given the market's current state. Han Zixuan was apprehensive and dared not speak. Yet Li Yin remained remarkably composed, simply greeting Xia Wanjun before issuing orders to Han Zixuan. Today, the price must open lower, a decrease of about 5. Both accounts held positions in cash. Ultimately, under Li Yan's control, the market opened approximately 5 lower, with a trading volume of 8 million. Following the weekend's news bombardment, coupled with such significant trading volume at the opening, market panic could no longer be contained and began to spread wildly. In an instant, sell orders cascaded like snowflakes, flooding the market. The stock price, starting at -5, continued its descent, -5, -5.73, -6.14. Panic escalated. The market kept plunging. It seemed that before long, it would hit the limit down. When the price reached a 7 decline, a spark ignited in Li Yan's eyes. Han Zixuan, flustered, began to buy in. At that moment, the stock price, which had been plummeting, paused momentarily, then surged once more. The sell orders above were swiftly cleared. Although there were numerous sell orders, there were even more buyers. A palpable momentum emerged in the market, as if, no matter how many sell orders there were, they could all be absorbed. Ian Ningzhou, a young man, furrowed his brow in his studio, noticing the sudden surge of the e-technology on the market. Momentarily taken aback. What is this stock up to? He had already been keeping an eye on it for the past few days. However, such stocks were not his style, and he hadn't engaged much. Yet today's atypical movement piqued his curiosity. He instructed his assistant, compile a report on the e-technology, along with recent news and trading activity. A few minutes later, after reviewing the materials, the young man inhaled deeply. A glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. Someone is orchestrating something. This stock? Ha, it's a go. Xiao Zhao, prepare to open a position into e-technology. Cost be damned. Let us seize the opportunity. Chapter 60. Understanding the young man chuckled, perceiving the chaos, yet questioning the underlying reason for it. Someone is intent on clearing out all prior floating positions while simultaneously generating buzz. Someone has already initiated this process. Such an opportunity lies before us. And if we fail to seize it, would we not be remiss in acknowledging the market's generosity? Xiao Zhao nodded. You're brilliant, Su Zong. I'll make the arrangements right away. Recently, the market has been lackluster, with no core hotspots or concepts emerging. If we execute this well, the returns this year could be quite favorable. Let us hope this is a promising opportunity. Only, I wonder who is behind the creation of this stock and how grand their vision is. At that moment, Han Zixuan interjected, Li Xiao, what should we do? There are continuously buyers for the sell orders, and we can scarcely acquire any shares. Li Yin contemplated for a moment, then placed a sell order for 17,888 shares at the fifth level of the market. After 5 seconds, he instantly withdrew it. Only then did he turn to Han Zixuan and say, someone is eyeing the same strategy as us. Let us see what they're up to. Meanwhile, Su Zong, who had been closely monitoring the market, paused momentarily at the fleeting 17,888 shares that vanished in an instant. Then, he chuckled, interesting. He turned and picked up the internal phone, saying, Xiao Zhao, tell the brothers to slow down, gradually accumulate shares. No rush, understood. But Su Zong, didn't you say you wanted to see shares? In response to Xiao Zhao's confusion, Su Zong smiled lightly, encountering an intriguing player. Seems like a fascinating character. Under the restraint and tacit understanding between both parties, the market price held steady against the sell orders and gradually ascended, ultimately closing with a clean bullish candlestick. Rising about 3 after being forcefully shielded from the overwhelming sell orders, however, due to both sides exercising restraint, there were no notable entries on the leaderboard today. Neither Su Zong from Ningzhou nor Li Yin from Longqing knew who the collaborator behind the screen was. After the market closed, astonishment ensued. Numerous retail investors and some small funds were left dumbfounded. Why, despite the undeniably negative news, had the price not plummeted? Not only did it avoid hitting the limit down, it even closed with a robust bullish candle. When things deviate from the norm, something peculiar is bound to occur. I have a feeling this stock is about to take off, having remained silent all day. Xia Wanjun wore a puzzled expression. Li Yin, I cannot quite grasp your intentions. The news you previously disseminated was clearly false. You even confirmed it as such. Yet today you are buying in. What is the reasoning behind this? After speaking, Xia Wanjun looked at Li Yin in confusion, while Han Zixuan listened attentively. Li Yin smiled, lifting his gaze to the two of them before asking, so, you both find it chaotic and devoid of rationale? Both women nodded in unison. Li Yin then stated, the most common mistake in the market is attempting to reason with it, because the market never engages in reason. What you observe, others can see as well. Yet the market often operates in a toxic manner, persistently functioning in ways you cannot comprehend. This is the essence of the market. The two women, bewildered, retained Li Yan's metaphor in mind. The market is toxic? Never logical. So what comes next? The next step is to rally, to continuously rally, until everyone believes the restructuring is indeed real. Li Yin remarked cryptically. Xia Wanjun completely failed to understand Li Yan's mindset and maneuvers. Nonetheless, this did not diminish her confidence in him. She suddenly remarked, if we follow your reasoning, there is no logic to the market. However, I believe that your words embody the very logic of the market. Indeed, Li Xiao, I feel the same way. Han Zixuan smiled coyly. Li Yin graciously accepted the compliments from the two women, especially from the striking duo of one tall and one petite beauty. As the next trading day dawned, Li Yan's directive remained singular. Buy, purchase without regard for cost or consequence, but refrain from hitting the upper limit. Thus, the market displayed a vibrant tableau. Wherever there were sell orders, there were buyers, after opening at a stable price. It began to surge once more, directly pushing towards an increase of approximately 8. In Ningzhou, Zhao, an assistant, gazed at the surging market and addressed General Su Zong. We have already built up half of our positions. Shall we consume all the sell orders above in one go? Given today's market, hitting the upper limit is certainly feasible. However, Su shook his head. While hitting the upper limit is indeed possible, it would disrupt the established order. I can assure you, should you dare to push for the upper limit, that individual would not hesitate to crash the market. Now is not the opportune moment. Did he not wish for an increase? That seemed illogical. Later, Su conveyed to Zhao the matters concerning the market, revealing his awareness of their temporary ally standing on the same front. Only when the waters in the pool are sufficiently deep can one nurture large fish, Su said enigmatically. Meanwhile, the market had descended into utter chaos. Just as Li Yin had stated, the market never adheres to logic. A flurry of news regarding the e-technology flooded in. Strangely, despite the apparent bad news, the stock rose against the tide, defying all reason. Some speculated that DE's owner was increasing his stake, while others suggested a shift in the restructuring narrative. There were even whispers of significant capital entering the fray. The original bad news was now overlooked. With the price rising, there must be a rationale. If none existed, then one had to be fabricated. Such is the nature of the stock market. On that day, Li Yin and Su maintained a tacit understanding, gradually accumulating shares around the 8 mark. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan, who had completely lost his advantage, was compelled to confront the pressures from several bosses during his previous attempts to suppress the stock, ultimately having to produce a substantial amount of funds to compensate them. After the market closed, Li Yin organized his accounts. Up until now, his own 30 million account was entirely filled, while after reallocating positions, Xiao Wanjuan's account still retained around 10 million. That should suffice. Let's launch our offensive tomorrow, Li Yin, weary, remarked to Han Zixuan. Although he merely sat before the computer daily, the mental and emotional exertion was considerable. Despite Li Yan's adept control over the market, he felt fatigued. Yet, everything was drawing to a close. Once this deal was concluded, it would coincide with the festive season, allowing him to rest for a few days. I shall await your good news, Xiao Wanjun expressed her satisfaction as she observed Li Yin, before turning to leave. Once Xiao Wanjun departed, Han Zixuan nestled into Li Yan's embrace, naturally offering him a massage. The subtle fragrance wafted through the air, the beauty akin to jade. As Li Yin relished this rare tenderness, Li Xiao, did you know that the e-technology might undergo restructuring? Han Zixuan inquired softly. Li Yin looked up, surprised. Who told you it was going to be restructured? Ah, was it not? But the news released by those people over the past few days clearly suggests so. And isn't that what retail investors have been discussing lately? Li Yin chuckled wryly. I truly have no knowledge of this. If I did, it would constitute insider trading, criminal. There is no restructuring plan whatsoever, and even if there were, it bears no relevance to us. But why is this situation emerging then? Han Zixuan was perplexed, her hands pausing in their massage. Li Yin smiled lightly. Whether it exists or not is inconsequential. What matters is that the market believes it does. Han Zixuan suddenly understood. So, our task is to convince everyone of this narrative, rather than determining whether it is true or not. At the same time, her admiration for Li Yin deepened immensely. Li Xiao, you are truly remarkable. How can someone like you exist? Truly. Overcome with emotion, she bent down and pressed her soft, rosy lips against Li Yan's cheek. The following day, during the opening bidding, Li Yin placed a 10 million order directly at the upper limit. This action ignited the fervent enthusiasm of the market. A wave of speculative buying surged forth. Before the market even opened, the orders on the upper limit had already accumulated to around 40 million. Was an offensive about to commence? Zhao, do not release any holdings. If there are sell orders at the upper limit, absorb them all, seal it tight. Su shouted spiritedly within the Ningzhou office. Instantly, the accumulated limit orders surged once more. Without a doubt, it hit the upper limit, and Li Yin burst into laughter. Zhou Yushan, whom Li Yin referred to as the wealth-dispersing boy, had originally gathered 2 million in funding, the maximum he could mobilize. He had planned to wait for the market opening, ready to absorb any potential sell-offs, mirroring Li Yan's previous strategy. However, he never anticipated that the market would open with a direct upper limit, granting him no opportunity to buy in. Li, I won't let this go. Zhou Yushan's roar echoed like thunder in the office, while Xiao Zhang outside felt an inexplicable chill. On that day, the market hit the upper limit. The next day, it hit the upper limit once more. At this moment, the stock price had soared to 1/6. Li Yin, you are incredible, truly incredible. I never imagined you could actually achieve this. After the market closed, Xiao Wanjun personally welcomed Li Yin, her face alight with excitement. At this juncture, although the positions remained intact, she understood that Li Yin had fulfilled their operational agreement. While the entire process appeared convoluted, It was clear that Li Yin had maintained control from beginning to end. After this dazzling display of maneuvering, she was utterly convinced of Li Yan's capabilities. Today, I have completed the transaction with Zhou Yushan. The portion of Sifang Chuanghui that was locked up has been fully absorbed by him. However, he cannot compare to you, Xie Wanjun remarked with a hint of regret. Had both stocks been entrusted to Li Yin from the outset, they would likely have yielded even greater returns than Zhou Yushan's operations. It is still early. Xiezong, do not forget our agreement, Li Yin smiled, speaking softly. Agreement? Xie Wanjun paused, her eyes widening. You mean, we are still pushing the stock price higher? Today, she had invited Li Yin partly to express her gratitude, and partly to inquire about his plans to liquidate. Yet she could hardly fathom that Li Yan's ambitions were so grand, aiming to further elevate the stock price. After exerting such effort, we cannot simply be satisfied with this modest gain. Li Yin replied coolly, seemingly indifferent to the current level of increase. But from the initial price of around 11, it has already risen over 40. How much more room is there to grow? She exclaimed. It will continue to rise until the news has fully fermented, Li Yin stated calmly. Indeed, as Li Yin had articulated, it began at 8, then hit the upper limit the next day, and again reached the limit the following day. Though it was a consecutive limit up, it effectively translated to 3 limit ups. Yet the market's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Rather, it intensified exponentially. Retail investors, speculators, and even some institutions rushed to buy. The next day, with a 7 increase, the market once again sealed the upper limit within less than a minute, remaining unyielding throughout the day. The stock price of the technology had skyrocketed to 17.74. As for the rumors of restructuring, they had been readily accepted by the public. It was evident that someone had prior knowledge of the news and had positioned themselves accordingly. Good stocks fear not the heights. There is only higher ground to pursue. Chase. Just hold on. Now at 17, having risen so much from the lowest point, I sense a doubling to the 20s is easily achievable. Humph. Your perspective is too limited. Do you not realize this is a genuine tech stock? I recently heard that tech stocks in the US have surged. The global market is interconnected. We are bound to catch up. Is there a better tech stock than the technology? Absolutely the leader, Demon King. Undoubtedly a Demon King. Where there is one, there will be another. Just wait and see. The market surged forward amid the fervor of all involved. Aside from the initial limit, Li Yin had filled his positions and maintained them without selling a single share. As for buying, there simply were no movable funds left on the books. By the time he decided to launch an attack, he had already filled his positions. The Demon King that had truly emerged. Chapter 62. Jiangtong Avenue Trading Department. It is well known that after the third limit, a test awaits. The advancement from 3 to 4 is a critical juncture. Many stocks wither at this stage, as profit-taking sentiments run high. However, with the technology, this scenario did not unfold. Thanks to Li Yan's earlier aggressive accumulation, few dared to enter the fray during the initial days of the rise. As emotions intensify, countless individuals eagerly queue each day in anticipation of purchasing. The sentiment has become utterly unified. Under these circumstances, everyone understands that holding on to shares equates to profit. The longer one holds, the more boards they gain. Only a fool would sell. In this scenario, the transition from the third to the fourth board is effortlessly accomplished. The surge continues. At this moment, with merely a week remaining until the new year, the market closes firmly at the limit-up price of 19.51, leaving only a step away from 20. The next day, at the opening, Li Yin suddenly addressed Han Zixuan, stating, "Place a sell order at the limit-down price for 30 million. Ah? Li Xiao, it's bound to reach 5 boards today. Isn't that a bit premature?" Han Zixuan, once vigilant, found her apprehension dissipating after following Li Yin these past few days. Having already secured 4 boards, no matter how bullish the outlook appeared, some individuals must be allowed to realize their profits. Otherwise, how could the stock continue its ascent? Hearing Li Yan's assertion, though perplexed, Han Zixuan complied and set up an order for approximately 30 million. At that moment, the market was rife with fervor, still adhering to the criteria for limit up. Until in the final seconds of the bidding, following Li Yan's instructions, Han Zixuan swiftly unleashed her sell order of 3,000 lots. With a single action, the bidding concluded. The market, which was expected to open at a limit up, suddenly plummeted, opening approximately 3 lower. Li Yan's limit down order was overwhelmed by an excessive buy order, forcing the price down to 3 at a transaction price of 20.10. In that instant, all eyes on this stock were left dumbfounded. The main force was offloading. 4 boards had been achieved. What the heck? What should we do if it rises too high? Is it possible that today it will hit the limit down with such a massive volume? This is disastrous. I feel like I'm about to be slaughtered. I've become a victim once again. I must sell quickly. Let us hope it doesn't hit the limit down. The retail investors were utterly stunned. Meanwhile, in Ningzhou, in Su's studio, observing this scene on the market, Su could not help but furrow his brows. What is the intent behind this market movement? Are they offloading or merely washing out? Ultimately, Su decided to wait and see. Moments later, at precisely 9:30 a.m., a tremendous sell order surged forth, and the previously soaring the18th technology was doused with cold water, plummeting in an instant, within the blink of an eye. It had dropped by approximately 4, and this was merely a minute after the market opened. However, at that moment, there were numerous buy orders stepping in, clearly indicating that some were betting on a washout rather than an offload. At this juncture, Li Yin let out a cold chuckle and once again struck the keyboard, placing a limit down order for 20 million. Instantly, the market was pierced by this substantial sell order, cascading downwards by -8.13. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is undoubtedly an offload. I must leave quickly. If I don't, it will hit the limit down. Damn it. The main force has lost all conscience. A wave of sell orders emerged once more. In a flash, the price was forced down to the limit down position. Yet at this moment, Li Yin merely smiled and instructed Han Zixuan, buy, Zixuan, purchase 20 million. At that moment, he had maneuvered around approximately 50 million in funds. The 20 million order, as per Li Yin's directive, was divided into several smaller orders for staggered purchasing. Thus, the market, which had just hit the limit down, was once again forcibly pulled back up. The final order, an 8 million lot, aggressively consumed the sell orders above. Everyone was left bewildered. At this moment, Su and Ningzhou, hesitating for a moment, directly commanded Xiao Zhao, buy, push the price to the limit up. Consequently, the buy orders from Ningzhou cascaded down like snowflakes, continuously propelling the price upward. Within less than 5 minutes, the market transitioned from the brink of hitting the limit down to reaching the limit up once again. Eli Xiao, what should we do? Han Zixuan asked anxiously, her heart racing from the thrilling ordeal. Nothing, wait. Over the next few trading days, we will gradually offload. Li Yin replied calmly. The market remained locked until closing, and on this day, the e-technology achieved a massive turnover, ultimately sealing off completely. As for the ally who had been subtly collaborating with him, Li Yin was quite curious. This individual demonstrated remarkable insight into market timing and emotional understanding. Given today's volatility, they should certainly appear on the leaderboard. In the past few days, although the leaderboard had surfaced, it was merely filled with some fortunate individuals who had entered at the limit-up price, and Li Yin's mysterious ally had remained hidden. Once the market closed and the leaderboard was revealed, Li Yin, with a 50 million sell order, successfully claimed the top spot. The buy-side seat was also disclosed, Ningzhou Galaxy Securities, Jiefeng South Road Branch. Upon seeing the leaderboard, Li Yin's eyes lit up. It's him? No wonder. Li Xiao, do you know this seat? Han Zixuan asked, momentarily stunned. Li Yin chuckled, the leader of the Daredevil team, renowned in the industry. Who wouldn't he know him? No wonder he comprehends the market so thoroughly. His reputation precedes him, and how do you compare with him, Li Xiao? Han Zixuan teased, her lips curving into a slight smile. At that moment, her demeanor exuded confidence, akin to a sword soaring into the heavens. On the other side, the young man referred to as Su, the leader of the Ningzhou limit-up Daredevil team, wore a grim expression. After the leaderboard was revealed, he stared at the unfamiliar seat of his ally, utterly perplexed. Who is this person? When did such an individual emerge in the industry? Observing his trading tactics, he was undoubtedly on par with me. But why had I never heard of him before? He turned to his assistant Xiao Zhao and commanded, Xiao Zhao, investigate who the seat of Longqing Huaxin Securities on Jingtong Avenue belongs to. At this moment, Su's expression was incredibly solemn. Su pondered, keep an eye on this seat. Xiao Zhao, curious, inquired, Su Zong, do you think it could be someone's alternate account? But there aren't any particularly sharp big shots from Longqing. Not likely. This trading style is something I've never seen before. However, This individual possesses an exceptional understanding of the market. The capital employed is substantial. Yet they can manipulate the market at will. Truly a master, Su remarked with admiration. Having extraordinary talent himself, Su had dropped out of school and risen to prominence. Now, as the leader of the Daredevil team, his standing in the industry was evident. In other words, he was already creating miracles. Suddenly discovering someone like this evoked a sense of kinship within him, filled with excitement and stimulation. All right, you go ahead with your tasks. I believe that we will encounter him again. Su's gaze was fixed on the market, as if he could see Li Yan through it. Meanwhile, Han Zixuan, following Li Yan's instructions, processed today's transactions. Observing the market trends and comparing them to her executed orders, she gradually attempted to learn and comprehend Li Yan's trading techniques through the post-market review. However, after watching for quite some time, she remained utterly bewildered. Li Xiao, may I ask a question? She leaned closer to Li Yan, her lips parting slightly. Li Yan, hearing her voice, looked up from his review. Go ahead. With a face full of confusion, Han Zixuan queried, you mentioned to wait and gradually offload over the next few days, but now? With this price, if we lock in our positions, perhaps. Han Zixuan did not finish her sentence, feeling uncertain due to Li Yan's impressive track record and fearing to disrupt his operations. She was exceedingly cautious at this moment. But that what if? Han Zixuan hesitated. There are no what-ifs. The market trend is crafted by me to manipulate the market. If one cannot maintain absolute control over emotions, it is not my style. Ultimately, it may become someone else's windfall. Li Yan asserted confidently. After Li Yan spoke, Han Zixuan quickly opened the stock forum. A flurry of heated discussions appeared before her. From 3 to 4 boards, undoubtedly the overall leader. Today's volume indicates a washout. Following this, a pathway to success opens. The stock has fully formed. Does anyone know whose seat this Jingtong Avenue belongs to? Damn, this trading style is ruthless. I've roamed the industry for years and have never seen anything like this. It's probably someone's alternate account. The main leader has also made the list. This is undoubtedly a collaboration. Moreover, following the main leader, I feel there's no risk. I've been completely washed out. The subsequent surge was too swift. I couldn't even place my order. Forget it. I'll rush to the trading hall early tomorrow morning. I must seize the opportunity. At least 3 or 4 boards. I believed this stock will easily surpass 30. What 30? 50. The market is sluggish. There's nothing good to buy. After such a long wait, when quality shares finally appear, they must be snatched up. 50 is certainly within reach. Discussions and disputes erupted continuously, with opinions flooding in, causing the stock forum server to crash temporarily due to the fervor. Han Zixuan stared at this scene, utterly astonished. Li Xiao, are these people insane? I can understand the 30, but 50. When the e-technology was launched, it was merely 11 kuai. Yet now it has nearly doubled in value. Han Zixuan swallowed hard, feeling as though her entire worldview had been upended. However, Li Yan let out a cold chuckle, remarking that this market has never lacked for Navi investors. Why are they referred to as? Because they dare to listen to stories and indulge in imagination. Currently, the fervor of the entire market has been ignited. From this point onward, we need not do much. The speculative funds and these individuals will propel the stock price for us. Are these people truly foolish? Han Zixuan found it incomprehensible. Li Yan spoke calmly, stating that everyone believes themselves to be clever and would never think they would be the last one holding the bag. Thus, the market is what makes it so intriguing. Li Yan's words left Han Zixuan in complete silence. Gradually, she began to understand Li Yan's remarks and operational strategies from a few days prior. Popularity, emotion, both are now present. The essence of it all lies in Li Yan's ability to create something from nothing, convincing everyone that the so-called restructuring news was substantiated by the market's fluctuations. Indeed, the veracity of the news is irrelevant. As long as people believe it to be true, it becomes true. In the following days, the entire trading scene of the e-technology went utterly berserk. At the next opening, it hit the upper limit by orders accumulated to 300 million. This was already the 5th consecutive rise. Other stocks in the market, even those announcing various profit reports or other news, managed only 2 limit-ups at most. An increasing number of eyes were drawn to the e-technology. On that day, the main buy order was from Su Fei. He had no choice but to scramble for shares since his entry point was not as early as Li Yan's. Once the market's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited, the only way to acquire shares was through limit-up purchases. Little did he know that Han Zixuan had already sold off several million worth of stock thanks to Li Yan's gains. As the market sentiment soared and e-technology became the dominant player, 5 limit-ups were merely the beginning. 6 limit-ups, 7 limit-ups, 8 limit-ups that day, it still maintained a limit-up, with the closing price set at 28.56. When Li Yan first took over to e-technology, it was merely at 9.56. In the afternoon, with 10 minutes left until the opening, Li Yan suddenly turned to Han Zixuan and inquired, "Zixuan, how much of our position remains?" "We still have 1/3 of our base position. However, right now, we have nearly 100 million left. From 9.56 to the current 28.56, the stock price has more than tripled since it began to rise from the 20s. Li Yan had been gradually selling off bits each day, and now only 1/3 of the position remained. Yet the equity in the account continues to climb. It is nearly at its peak. Once the market opens, we will sell everything. Li Yan's expression grew serious as he pondered for a moment, then abruptly raised his head and commanded. Chapter 64. The drumming game.it had reached 8 limit-ups. Moreover, it had risen in a straight line. Rumors circulated about how this merger and restructuring exceeded expectations. Yet, Li Yan was acutely aware that all of this was mere illusion. The so-called speculation is akin to watching the foundation being laid, the skyscraper rising, and the guests being feasted, only to witness the eventual collapse. The drumming game ultimately leaves behind nothing but scattered feathers. The stock market itself produces no intrinsic value. The notion of value investing, under the influence of short-term sentiment, is merely psychological comfort for retail investors. Presently, amidst the fervent sentiment, it had completed 8 limit-ups. Only on the day of the 3rd to 4th stages did the exchange symbolically issue a risk warning announcement, known as the so-called demon stock certificate. Afterward, they remained silent. Li Yan had long anticipated this. Following the 1998 Asian financial crisis, the domestic impact was not severe, especially since the country had only recently opened up and had yet to become a global giant. Nonetheless, the impact was still felt. For the nascent financial industry, it had entered a phase of frost. At this juncture, the authorities hoped to see the stock market revitalized once more. In recent days, nothing extraordinary had occurred, which, in Li Yan's view, was a form of support for the market. However, if speculation continued, certain matters could become quite troublesome. I do not wish for this minor issue to become a black mark at some point. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yan was acutely aware of certain realities. Furthermore, the profits had become quite substantial. As for the agreement with Xie Wanjun, it had long been fulfilled. Xie Wanjun had called to check in on him twice daily, sometimes even visiting the trading room to find Li Yan, a gesture that spoke volumes. Excellent. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Zixuan placed her hands on the keyboard, ready to place orders before the market opened. At that same moment, in Zhou Yushan's office, Zhou Yushan's face was as dark as coal. "Are we still unable to execute our buy orders?" he asked, eyes bloodshot, directing his question at his assistant, Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang nodded, panting as he replied, "The traders are all lined up, but there are too many buy orders ahead." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhang added, "Director Zhou, it's not just the trading channel. No one is selling right now. Most of the speculative funds are like madmen, fixated onto e-technology. Not just us, but no one else can buy in, unless they already hold shares. Otherwise." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yushan pressed his hand against his chest, a tearing pain spreading within him. Once upon a time, he had held over 40 million shares of the e-technology. Alas, in his attempt to suppress Li Yan's control, he had discarded them all. Not only did he fail to suppress Li Yan, but with the e-technology's dramatic rise, he was incurring losses daily. After all, the borrowed shares must be returned. He could still recall the calls he had received just days ago. Now, those same individuals looked at him with expressions of disdain. The stock had multiplied several times. All the risk rested on Zhou Yushan's shoulders. Others bore no responsibility, waiting for him to return the shares. After all, everyone knew that this price could not hold for long. Yet having risen so much, even if it were to plummet one day, it would not happen overnight. However, all the consequences would fall squarely on Zhou Yushan's shoulders. Over 30 million shares had tripled, meaning he would lose tens of millions. Zhou Yushan could never produce such a sum. That was the true reason for his anxiety. At this moment, his only chance was to get on this boat. This was the only strategy Zhou Yushan could conceive. Find a way. Place all the orders. Ultimately, gazing at the mountain of buy orders, Zhou Yushan issued such an instruction to Xiao Zhang. Although he knew the chances of success were slim, it was worth a try. Suddenly, the trading scene trembled. The buy orders decreased by over 2,000 hands, with a transaction volume of over 5 million. Boss, a large order just slipped away. What should we do? If the limit opens, we might be trapped inside. Xiao Zhang hesitated before turning to Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan pondered for a moment, then ordered, place half our holdings. Additionally, place another half at the previous limit price level. This way, even if it hits the limit down, with so much capital invested, there will be those who seek to rescue their investments, and we will be able to exit. As long as we can buy in, we won't incur losses. Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed. As the market leader, the e-technology sentiment was fully ignited. IT couldn't suddenly collapse. Thus, he swiftly adjusted the orders according to Zhou Yushan's command alongside the traders. Simultaneously, on the other side, Li Yin noticed the rapid increase in buy orders after the 2,000 shares were sold, and he couldn't help but smile. He understood. Li Xiao, crackle. Various scattered orders began to appear on the trading interface. The market started to loosen. Initially, everything seemed rather discreet. Yet in the blink of an eye, over 30 million had been sold. Some speculative investors and professional traders instantly sensed something was amiss. Ningzhou, Xiao Zhao, informed the brothers to prepare for exit. This situation feels off. Su Fei furrowed his brow as he observed the increasing transaction volume. Xiao Zhao replied skeptically, is that so? Su Zong, the market seems to be holding well. Although the buy orders have decreased, that's a normal situation, considering it has been locked for a day. By the afternoon, most people won't feel compelled to buy. After all, orders won't execute. However, just then, Su Fei suddenly exclaimed, quick, quick, everyone, sell out. At his urgent call, the market suddenly began to loosen, jumping from the locked limit of 28.56 to 28.43. In the next moment, countless individuals who had rushed in over these past few days began to sell frantically upon seeing the market open. Chapter 65. Celebration. 28.56 at that moment, the market was in a frenzy, a torrent cascading down 3,000 feet. Everyone fixated on this stock, at that moment, sold as much as they could. Sell, sell, sell. The same commands echoed across the nation, emanating from various individuals in different locations. Ningzhou, Su Fei's studio. Huzhou, Zhangmingzhu Studio.in, the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. At a certain branch in Pudong.at, the very same moment, in Longqing, Han Zixuan cracked a smile. Exhaling in relief, Li Xiao. Everyone has exited. At that instant, whether it was Li Yin or Han Zixuan, a glance exchanged between them sparked a knowing smile, for the battle that belonged to them had, after a grueling half-month of maneuvering, reached a splendid conclusion. By now, the market had broken through yesterday's limit-up line, submerging beneath the surface. However, the surging sell orders began to gradually diminish at this very moment. Li Xiao, do you think that IT will rebound? The enthusiasm is so fervent. Han Zixuan turned around, her gaze fixed on the dais gradually easing downward trend, her curiosity prompting her to inquire. Li Yin chuckled softly, it will undoubtedly rebound. But not just yet. With such substantial profits at stake, who would willingly lift others onto their shoulders? Indeed. As soon as Li Yan's words fell, the market, after a brief pause, plunged once more. This time, it crashed directly to the limit down. In the blink of an eye, sell orders flooded the limit down board. Goodness, this is terrifying. A total collapse. Those who chased high today must be facing a 20 loss in just one trading day. Han Zixuan gasped in shock. Li Yin nodded, confirming the reality. Indeed. However, those who dare to tempt fate deserve their fate. Precisely. Having already traversed 8 limit-ups, to continue participating at this juncture would be akin to courting death. Those who aspire to traverse another 8 limit-ups after this are either fools, madmen, or insatiably greedy. What sympathy could such individuals possibly deserve? All right. With just a few days until the new year, once the market closes, we should have a thorough discussion with General Xie to ensure we can celebrate the holiday properly, Li Yin remarked with a smile. Indeed. Let me see the funds on the market. This is 0.18 million. Furthermore, Li Xiao, your account shows 86 million. Han Zixuan lifted her head with great effort, her entire being trembling. excitement, astonishment. A myriad of expressions rendered her utterly unable to maintain her composure. You operate the account daily. You wouldn't have just realized this now, would you? Li Yin teased, observing Han Zixuan's reaction. Gulp. Han Zixuan swallowed hard. I was so busy executing your commands every day that I truly hadn't paid much attention to the money. I knew I had earned a lot, but that I never expected it to be this much. Haha. You are certainly part of this success, Li Yin replied with a grin. Han Zixuan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Li Yin. Really? Does that mean I can buy whatever I want? Li Yin suddenly reached out and playfully patted her on the backside. Calm down. We are merely at the beginning. The world of capital is vast, and the road ahead is long. We have much farther to go. After being enveloped in ecstatic joy, Han Zixuan gradually regained her composure upon hearing Li Yan's words. She looked at him earnestly and nodded. I understand, Li Xiao. In Ningzhou, Su Fei let out a long breath. Finally, it's all out. If only we had sold earlier, Su Fei lamented. He had reacted relatively quickly, offloading part of his position at the onset of the first wave. Initially, he wanted to observe whether there was any buying support in the market before gradually selling. However, upon witnessing the relentless downward trend and mounting sell orders, he decisively placed his trades, directly pushing the market down. The second wave of the dramatic drop plummeted to the limit down, guided by Su Fei's actions. Fortunately, at the moment the limit down struck, he had managed to offload all his chips, yet it was often Su, the helmsman, who led the market. If there was to be a sell-off, it would usually be initiated by him. But today.it was the first time he felt so passive. Su Zong, do you think it could be that fellow from Jiangtong Avenue? Xiao Zhao asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Su Fei pondered for a moment. I suspect so. No one else has such a large volume. Xiao Zhao, somewhat irate, responded, with this market, this sentiment, this popularity, it could easily have surged another 2 or 3 limit ups. What on earth is wrong with that guy? Why let money slip through his fingers like this? Such a drastic sell-off may well complicate the path ahead for this stock's volatility. Su Fei sighed. I can't fathom it either, however, judging by the Technologies operations, this person's grasp of the market and sentiment is nothing short of masterful. They wouldn't act so irrationally. Not only was Su Fei perplexed, but many shared his confusion, because in normal short-term trading, during a surge of sentiment, everyone profits together. It's common knowledge that you're fortunate. Old Gong. I only just entered a portion of my position today, and now I'm stuck. I was hoping to savor some gains, but now IT feels like a mouthful of fur. Hopefully, tomorrow's opening will be better. The individual referred to as Old Gong sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Similar to Old Gong and his team of individual traders, though not possessing the formidable influence and capital strength of Su Fei, they were still significant market participants, each boasting accounts of several million. Yet now, they all wore expressions of despair. Although the market had not yet closed, the collapse to limit down rendered further observation unnecessary. At least under the current circumstances, it was impossible to open the market. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, for the first time, Li Yin proactively dialed Xia Wanjun's number. General Xia, the stocks have been offloaded and the accounts cleared. Please come by. I have completed your task. Li Yin spoke calmly. Xia Wanjun immediately replied with a smile. I knew you would succeed. Li Yin, you have not disappointed me. Just wait. I'll be there shortly tonight. I'll treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. Although Xia Wanjun was unaware of the exact amount earned in her account, having entrusted everything to Li Yin, the fact that the stock price had multiplied over threefold was enough for her to realize that all problems had been resolved. In the evening, at the familiar Jade residence, Li Yin and Han Zixuan arrived at the entrance. Xia Wanjun personally stood at the door, and upon seeing Li Yin, she greeted him with a radiant smile. Li Yin, today, I have reserved the entire Jade residence, a celebration for your achievements. Chapter 66. Xia Wanjun's sorrow today. Xia Wanjun donned a striking red split chong sam. While such attire might appear rather ordinary on most women, it exuded an air of elegance and mystery on her. With her fiery red lips, it seemed as though this ensemble was tailor-made for her. Any man gazing upon her would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming desire to conquer. Li Yin was no exception. He swallowed hard, the words enchantress flashing through his mind. What's wrong, Li Yin? Why are you standing there in a daze? Noticing Li Yin suddenly halt in the distance, Xia Wanjun couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Ha ha, General Xia, Such a grand occasion has caught me off guard, Li Yin chuckled, regaining his composure before striding over with Han Zixuan. This occasion is nothing extraordinary. Someone as capable as you deserves nothing less, Xia Wanjun remarked with a light laugh. Being praised in front of a stunning beauty left even Li Yin, who had weathered many storms, feeling a touch bashful. Although, viewed through the lens of time, this scene might seem rather commonplace. In the context of his current stature, the Jade residence represented the pinnacle of dining establishments in Longqing. To be here signified a certain status within the social environment of the city. Not to mention, Xia Wanjun had reserved the entire venue solely to celebrate him, which spoke volumes about the respect she held for him. Thank you, General Xia, Li Yin expressed sincerely, and no need to stand there. Let us head inside. Xia Wanjun took the lead, and the group proceeded inward. Han Zixuan, linking arms with Li Yin, whispered, General Xia is truly beautiful. If I could one day be like her, my life would be complete. That day will surely come. But you don't need to emulate her. You have your own charm, Li Yin replied with a soft laugh. Han Zixuan giggled, playfully scratching the back of Li Yan's hand with her fingers, reminiscent of a playful kitten. The entire Jade residence had been cleared, solely attending to their table, in the largest private room. Xia Wanjun stood, raising a glass as she approached Li Wai and Li Yin. Thank you. This time, you not only helped me resolve my troubles, but you also exceeded expectations and made a considerable profit. Allow me to toast to you. As she spoke, she lifted her glass, her graceful neck glistening. Li Yin quickly raised his glass in return. At that moment, he suddenly inquired, General Xia, you've given me face. Naturally, I wouldn't let you down, however. I must caution you about one matter. Oh? What is it? Now aware of Li Yan's capabilities, Xia Wanjun listened intently. Regarding Sifang Chuanghui, if possible, you should settle things with Zhou Yushan after this task is completed. Otherwise, I fear complications may arise in the future. Xia Wanjun paused momentarily, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. I have completed the task, and my entanglement with Zhou Yushan is minimal now. All I need to do is fulfill the promised payment to him. And that should be the end of it. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Li Yin sighed, General Xia. How did Zhou Yushan operate with you? Essentially, you all floated your stocks, and he took them off your hands. But with what did he take them? With the funds he holds. This is inherently a violation. It just so happens that the regulatory authorities haven't caught on yet, and due to the inadequacies in the regulatory framework, everything appears to be calm. However, this matter cannot withstand scrutiny. If anything goes awry with Zhou Yushan in the future, it will be easily uncovered, and I fear you may become embroiled in it. Upon hearing this, Li Yin spoke, and Xia Wanjun nodded thoughtfully, a charming smile gracing her lips as she remarked, by saying that, do you imply that you are quite concerned about my potential involvement? Li Yin gave a slight nod. You care about me? Xia Wanjun unexpectedly inquired. Li Yin was taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Xia Zong, please don't jest. I speak with utmost seriousness. Haha, I never imagined you. Li Yin could be apprehensive, she replied with a laugh. All right, I shan't jest any longer. I will handle this matter well. Zhou Yushan is of little consequence, so there is no need for excessive worry. Through her words, Xia Wanjun appeared unconcerned about Zhou Yushan. Li Yin let out a quiet sigh, for he understood that with Xia Wanjun's background, she truly seemed untroubled by Zhou Yushan's troubles. Yet, the world is ever-changing, especially since the dawn of the new millennium. The entire country has been developing at an unprecedented pace, and soon, the relevant systems will be thoroughly refined. These were experiences Li Yin had lived through in his past life. Yet now, sharing them would only elicit disbelief from others. With our relationship still in its infancy, I have already offered my warnings. The remaining choices lie with Xia Wanjun. Beyond that, he preferred to remain silent. After several rounds of drinks, Xia Wanjun cheerfully retrieved a contract from her Biaji. Li Yin nodded, having worked tirelessly to finally reach this moment. Fortunately, the profits were substantial. With the addition of this 40 million, his account now boasted 86 million. The total funds belonging to Li Yin had reached 126 million. He had successfully surpassed a minor milestone with his bold gamble of 30 million, and his heart swelled with excitement. After a little over a month of rebirth, having mortgaged his ancestral home to start anew, the transformation he had undergone was something only he truly understood. After leaving his card number with Xia Wanjun, their meal had nearly reached its conclusion. The bond between Li Yin and Xia Wanjun had undeniably strengthened, as they prepared to part ways. Xia Wanjun suddenly asked. Li Yin, have you considered your future? The future? I'm not entirely certain what you mean. Xia Zong Li Yin furrowed his brow and inquired. How about working for me? Come help me. Xia Wanjun turned to him. Her breath fragrant, her beautiful gaze fixed upon his face. The close proximity to her enveloped Li Yin in the scent of her femininity, and for a fleeting moment, he instinctively considered agreeing. Ultimately, however, he smiled and shook his head. Xia Zong, if I were to work for you, we would no longer be able to enjoy meals and drinks together as we do now. Pfft. Xia Wanjun couldn't help but laugh, then nodded. You're right. Let us keep it as it is. This is rather nice. Though she laughed, Li Yin discerned a hint of sorrow in her tone. Chapter 67. No money? Xia Wanjun is a woman with a story. It's only logical. How could a woman of her age and standing in the vast dragon city possess such wealth and power without a tale to tell? After bidding farewell to Xia Wanjun, Han Zixuan and Li Yin turned to leave. With a playful wink at Li Yin, she added, Today, let's call it a day. Li Yin shook his head. I've been exhausted from trading these past few days. Rest assured, no one can take your place. Han Zixuan replied in a fluster. Today, in front of Xia Wanjun, the usually gentle and charming Han Zixuan felt somewhat ashamed, her mind restless throughout the evening, leading to the earlier exchange. Li Yin, aware of her thoughts, understood her feelings all too well. At this moment, with her inner turmoil laid bare, Han Zixuan's face turned pale. Hearing Li Yan's words, Han Zixuan brightened, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek before rushing upstairs. Upon returning home, Li Yin found Qin Ruoxue asleep on the sofa, gazing at her soft features illuminated by the light. He couldn't help but smile. He was not indifferent to Han Zixuan's previous gestures. He truly was tired, but he also recognized that Qin Ruoxue was waiting for him at home. Unconsciously, he had developed the habit of returning to her. Gently, he bent down and lifted Qin Ruoxue into his arms. She groggily opened her eyes, startled, but upon realizing it was Li Yin, she relaxed, her cheeks flushing as she said, You really shouldn't sleep on the sofa. If you're tired, just rest. Li Yin replied with a hint of authority. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Hai contacted me today and said our house is finally ready. We can move in any time. I didn't want to disturb you since you've been so busy. Qin Ruoxue said, counting on her fingers. A twinge of guilt crossed Li Yan's heart. He had been so engrossed in trading, fully immersed in the market, that he hadn't paid enough attention to Qin Ruoxue. Now that everything had settled, he only needed to secure his share of the profits tomorrow before he could take a few days to rest. He thought to himself that with the year drawing to a close, he should spend quality time with Qin Ruoxue. After all, she was his wife. The next day, Qin Ruoxue went to the internet CAF early in the morning. Recently, as students began their holidays, the business at the CAF had picked up significantly. Keeping her quite busy, Li Yin was pleased to see her in this state. While he would handle the financial matters, he also wished for Qin Ruoxue to have her own pursuits, regardless of their scale. For such a life is truly fulfilling. While pondering these thoughts, Li Yin suddenly received a call from Xia Wanjun. Her voice carried a hint of distress as she said, Li Yin, could you come to my place? There's a bit of trouble. Li Yin furrowed his brow. Today they were supposed to finalize the transfer of the 40 million that belonged to him, so her sudden call made him wonder if something had gone awry. Without hesitation, he leaped from his bed and replied, I'll be there immediately. Xia Wanjun would not betray him, he believed. Although they had not known each other long, Li Yin sensed that her character was not one to default on obligations. Thus, if there were an issue, it must lie elsewhere. He was determined to discover who dared to meddle with his funds. At that moment, a fierce determination flickered across Li Yan's face. After hailing a cab, he quickly arrived at Xia Wanjun's company. What has happened, Xia Zong? He inquired, pushing the door open. Upon seeing him, Xia Wanjun hurriedly stood, her demeanor somewhat flustered as she said, Li Yin, could I ask you to wait a few days for your money to be transferred? Don't worry, I'll calculate the interest for this delay, and additionally, Xia boss, let us discuss the money later. I need to understand what exactly is going on, Li Yin interjected. From their previous encounters, it was clear that Xia Wanjun was not one to evade responsibility. However, now that the funds were untraceable, it appeared there was a significant issue. Since this matter directly affected his interests, Li Yin felt compelled to inquire. As the money in his possession was a machine for generating wealth, a few interest payments were inconsequential. He simply wished to receive his funds promptly. This, Xia Wanjun hesitated, as if grappling with something unspeakable. At that moment, a figure beside her, Xiao Wu, suddenly spoke up, "Sister Wan, I think it might be worth telling him about this. He might have an idea." Li Yin shot Xiao Wu a bewildered glance. This was the first time he had heard the usually taciturn man speak favorably of him. Furthermore, it seemed his words were related to transactions. In that case, I want to hold back. My funds have been stalled by the operations department. What? Li Yin was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Refusal to disperse funds? It's not a refusal. Rather, how should I put this? They say that gathering such a large amount of funds at once may lead to complications. And they want us to wait until after the new year. Xia Wanjun sighed. Li Yin suddenly recalled that the tri-party custodial system had yet to be fully implemented. Essentially, the funds remained in the settlement accounts of the brokerage firm. However, this should not be an issue concerning fund security. Logically, Huaxin Securities would not engage in such shenanigans, especially given its backing by state assets and an unblemished reputation. Please summarize the situation for me. I'll see where the problem lies, Li Yin suggested after a moment of thought. Xia Wanjun explained that she had arranged for someone to withdraw funds from Huaxin today, yet the opposing party had directly stalled the process. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept this, but they insisted that if a transaction was to occur, they needed to review her trading history. Lowering her voice, Xia Wanjun added, "They mentioned that I have some sort of associated transactions with Zhou Yushan, which I don't really understand." Li Yin's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but smirk. "I see, Xia Zong. This matter is not difficult to resolve." Chapter 68. The predicament of Zhou Yushan. Xia Wanjun, her brow furrowed, felt her heart race at Li Yan's words and instinctively grasped his hand. Clearing his throat, Li Yin coughed, and Xia Wanjun quickly realized her lapse in composure, her cheeks flushing as she released his hand. Li Yin needed to secure what was rightfully his, and Xia Wanjun was equally in need of those funds for her operations. With Huaxin on Jiangtong Avenue withholding the disbursement, it had effectively placed a chokehold on Xia Wanjun's endeavors. After much contemplation that morning, she had finally decided to reach out to Li Yan. To her astonishment, Li Yin not only refrained from blaming her, but also managed to resolve her predicament, evoking an indescribable excitement within Xia Wanjun. Li Yin, how can I expedite the retrieval of the funds? I am truly in urgent need. Xia Wanjun gazed at Li Yin with eager anticipation. Li Yin responded, "Provide me with Zhou Yushan's address. I shall seek him out. This matter is most likely orchestrated by that old rascal." "What? Zhou Yushan? Li Yin, could you possibly be mistaken? What motive could he have for such actions? If I am unable to produce the funds, I cannot fulfill the agreed-upon amount, and wouldn't that also jeopardize him? Moreover, he is merely a fund manager. Surely he cannot have a significant impact on Huaxin?" Xia Wanjun pondered, somewhat perplexed. Li Yin sighed. "In the capital market, there are never any novel occurrences. The only thing that matters is profit. As long as the money is sufficient, it is not merely your funds that are at stake. Human life holds little value, and anything can transpire. The so-called capital is tainted with blood. Do you think that is merely a jest?" Xia Wanjun shivered, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. "If it truly is Zhou Yushan, I shall not let him off easily." Li Yin sensed the murderous intent in her tone. Regardless of her background, this woman had managed to establish herself firmly in the vast expanse of Longqing, indicating she was not easily trifled with. As long as we can secure the funds before the year's end, we need not fear complications. "I will have Xiao Wu accompany you," Xia Wanjun asserted firmly. Exuding the aura of a powerful woman, Li Yin nodded and turned to leave, with Xiao Wu silently following him. Jingmao Street. Zhou Yushan's Hanyuan investment is situated in an office building on this street. With Xiao Wu leading the way, they quickly arrived at the building. "I can go up alone. You wait here for me," Li Yin stated calmly to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu frowned. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Li Yin scoffed. "Dealing with Zhou Yushan is hardly a challenge for me. Not every issue necessitates a physical confrontation." With that, he swiftly entered the building. "Is this brat attempting to insult me in a roundabout way?" Xiao Wu muttered to himself, but upon looking up, he found Li Yin had already vanished. Infuriated, Xiao Wu, who was usually addressed as Wu Zong or Brother Wu by those around Xia Wanjun, could not believe that Li Yin had the audacity to mock him. Yet, considering that Li Yin was assisting Xia Wanjun with her troubles, he could only suppress his anger. "Just wait, kid. After this matter concludes, you shall face the consequences," he grumbled under his breath. Meanwhile, Li Yin ascended the stairs and soon encountered a female receptionist from Hongyuan Company at the front desk. "Good day, sir. Are you looking to invest or perhaps need assistance with—" "I am here to find someone," Li Yin interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "Finding someone? Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist's demeanor shifted to a cooler tone upon realizing Li Yin's disinterest in financial products. "I seek Zhou Yushan. I am here to collect a debt. Inform him that I am Li Yin." Upon hearing that he was there for repayment, the receptionist promptly turned and rushed inside to notify him. At that moment, Zhou Yushan was glowering at the reports on his screen, his mood decidedly foul. His assistant, Xiao Zhang, nervously monitored the market, repeatedly insisting, "President Zhou, we cannot afford any further delays. We must implement risk control immediately." The screen displayed not just any stock, but the real-time market information for the technology, which had opened significantly lower today. The turnover rate skyrocketed to 37 within the morning, with no signs of slowing. In contrast, the stock price plummeted, leaving Zhou Yushan's entire portfolio in dire straits, suffering comprehensive losses. "Risk control? Liquidation? Do you have any idea how much we would lose if we took that plunge?" Zhou Yushan growled darkly. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth to respond but could find no words. Indeed, the losses would be substantial. However, when an error occurs, should one not terminate the strategy immediately? Xiao Zhang pondered this question silently. Yet, he had not anticipated that Li Yin would act so decisively. In his estimation, the market should have had another 3 to 5 days before any significant movement occurred, allowing him to seize an opportunity. However, in the capital market, there is no room for what if. A mistake is simply a mistake. A trader's fundamental quality is to acknowledge their errors. As a fund manager in this era, Zhou Yushan was well aware of this principle, but only when his mind was clear. Now, his thoughts were consumed by fear. He was not merely burdened by his current holdings, but also by the stocks he owed from shorting to technology. With the year-end approaching, these debts must be settled. The higher Li Yin drove to technology's price, the greater Zhou Yushan's losses became. In such circumstances, how could he exit the market? That would mean forfeiting the last remaining chip of a gambler. "I will not yield." Zhou Yushan's heart roared with defiance. Thus, he persisted. Since Li Yin could elevate to technology, so could he. He only needed a massive influx of capital. At this moment, the funds Zhou Yushan could mobilize were dwindling. Moreover, securing loans from other sources was challenging as the year-end approached. Hence, he set his sights on the funds in Xia Wanjun's possession. If he could stall her and compel both Li Yin and Xia Wanjun to re-enter the market, he would have a chance at salvation. This was Zhou Yushan's plan. Moreover, Li Yin's assessment was correct. It was indeed Zhou Yushan who was manipulating events. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhou Yushan exhaled deeply. With only 5 trading days left before the new year, that would suffice. He clenched his fist tightly. Just then, the receptionist from the front desk entered. "President Zhou, there's a young man named Li Yin outside seeking you, claiming he is here to collect a debt." "Li Yin? What brings him here?" Zhou Yushan paused momentarily, bewildered. The receptionist replied hastily, "He says he is here to collect a debt." "Haha, indeed. He owes me." Zhou Yushan laughed heartily. "Bring this brat to my office, Xiao Zhang. Did you see that? Do you understand why I have refrained from liquidating my position? I knew Li Yin and Xia Wanjun would come. Only I, Zhou Yushan, can save them." Zhou Yushan exclaimed triumphantly, observing Zhou Yushan's sudden shift from despair to exuberance. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, intending to caution Zhou Yushan that their previous confrontations with Li Yin had ended poorly, and that their current predicament stemmed from their excessive targeting of him. However, seeing Zhou Yushan's demeanor, Xiao Zhang ultimately chose silence. Yet, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Perhaps I should consider changing jobs after the new year. Li Yin was certain that Zhou Yushan would agree to meet him. A person of such limited capability would not pass up an opportunity to exploit a situation that presented itself. Standing at the entrance to Zhou Yushan's office, Li Yin let out a cold chuckle before pushing the door open. "Ha ha, Li Yin, you have finally arrived." The moment Zhou Yushan laid eyes on Li Yin, a sense of vindication washed over him, though he quickly suppressed it. He reminded himself to remain composed. This boy had caused him considerable distress, and it was time for him to feel the weight of that suffering. "I have come, President Zhou, and you seem rather pleased to see me?" Li Yin shot Zhou Yushan a frosty glance. Zhou Yushan's face broke into a smug grin. "Yes, indeed. I am quite pleased. You, Li Yin, are finally about to kneel before me and plead for mercy. Your talent in trading is undoubtedly superior to mine. But so what? The world is never short of geniuses. However, true victors are the ones who prevail. Otherwise, they are merely refuse. Zhou Yushan began to pace around his office, exuding the air of a triumphant victor. Yet, at that moment, Li Yin suddenly stepped in front of Zhou Yushan, his gaze icy as he confronted him. On what grounds do you believe I would plead with you? What? Zhou Yushan was taken aback. Convinced he must have misheard. You, given your current predicament, do you really think I need to elaborate? He laughed mockingly. Ah, Xia Wanjun sent you, didn't he? I have no qualms admitting it. Indeed, I have connections with Huaxin. As long as they dare to release funds to Xia Wanjun, I will report them. At that point, we will all meet our demise together. Zhou Yushan declared with manic fervor. Meet our demise together? Do you possess that authority? Li Yin retorted disdainfully. How brazen, Li Yin. Even at death's door, you maintain such bravado. Xia Wanjun sent you, didn't he? What support do you have? Xia Wanjun? Ha ha. Indeed, she has connections. But now that she has made such a blunder, do you think she would dare to inform her powerful backers? Zhou Yushan shouted in a frenzy. He then pointed an accusing finger at Li Yin. Now kneel before me. Beg for your life. I can offer you a way out. Otherwise, you will meet a most dreadful end in Longcheng. Li Yin suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Zhou Yushan, did your mother ever tell you something when you were a child? Zhou Yushan instinctively asked. What? Li Yan's voice turned icy. Given your appearance, you should not harbor such grandiose aspirations. Zhou Yushan's forehead throbbed with rage. He could feel the raw humiliation in Li Yan's words. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. You are finished, Li Yin. Initially, I intended to grant you an opportunity, but now I have changed my mind. I wish for your utter downfall, Zhou Yushan shouted with a flushed face. Veins bulging on his forehead. Since you have admitted it, that's sufficient. Now just wait. Let us see who truly faces ruin. I hope you remember what you just said. Li Yin let out a cold snort, forcefully pushing aside the menacing Zhou Yushan, turning on his heel to stride towards the exit. Observing Li Yan's actions, Zhou Yushan's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that? Li Yan halted, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You will naturally understand in due course. After watching Li Yan depart, Zhou Yushan's countenance fluctuated between darkness and light. Mr. Zhou, what if Li Yan seeks trouble? After all, we cannot rely on Huaxin indefinitely. If this matter comes to light, we will be in deep trouble. Little Zhang whispered beside Zhou Yushan. Li Yan descended the stairs and inquired of Xiao Wu, who was the owner of Hongyuan. Do you know him? Was Xiaotian. I haven't dealt with him personally. But I can get in touch. Xiao Wu pondered before responding. Li Yan nodded, requesting, arrange a meeting for me. Xiao Wu furrowed his brows, recalling the instructions left by Xia Wanjun before her departure. Ultimately, he cast a deep glance at Li Yin without uttering a word. That evening, Xiao Wu escorted Li Yin to a private room in the Dengexuan restaurant. The meeting was scheduled for 7 o'clock. Li Yin. Xiao Wu addressed him. Li Yin nodded, and shortly after, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a man in his 50s who stepped inside. Mr. Wu, Guo Xiaotian inquired tentatively, glancing at Xiao Wu. A business associate mentioned that Xia Wanjun wishes to discuss something with you, so we arranged to meet tonight. Guo Xiaotian had long heard of Xia Wanjun, a woman who had built such a formidable enterprise in Longcheng. Xiao Wu was her right-hand man. He had certainly gathered the details. Mr. Guo, please take a seat. Xiao Wu greeted him efficiently, then introduced, this is Li Yin. He is the one looking for you. Oh? It is Li seeking my counsel. May I inquire about your esteemed position, Mr. Li? What brings you to me? Guo Xiaotian regarded the seemingly youthful Li Yin with a mixture of surprise and contemplation, recognizing that someone who could enlist Xia Wanjun's assistance must possess significant capabilities. Mr. Guo, I am here solely to save your life. Li Yin lifted his gaze, shaking hands with Guo Xiaotian, stating coolly. Guo Xiaotian was taken aback. He then burst into a cold laugh. Young man, although I, Guo, am not a prominent figure, I hold a certain standing in Longcheng. Tread carefully with your words. Had Xiao Wu not been present, Guo Xiaotian would have already lost his temper. However, Li Yin seemed unfazed by Guo Xiaotian's demeanor, smiling faintly as he retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and placed it on the table. Mr. Guo, let us not rush to anger. Listen to this first. Chapter 70. Guo Xiaotian's invitation. Guo Xiaotian cast a dark glance at Li Yin, his gaze eventually settling on the voice recorder on the table. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's eyes flickered with astonishment. He had merely arranged the meeting as per Li Yan's request, completely unaware of Li Yan's intentions. The moment Li Yan spoke, he was taken aback. Who would have anticipated that this young man would pull such a stunt? A recording? Xiao Wu mused. What exactly did Li Yan discuss with Zhou Yushan to procure such evidence? At that moment, Guo Xiaotian furrowed his brows, extending his hand but hesitating to grasp the recorder. What's the matter? Is Mr. Guo worried about its contents? Rest assured. I harbor no grievances against you, nor do I seek to offend. Rather, I wish to cultivate a friendship. Li Yan observed Guo Xiaotian's hesitance and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Guo Xiaotian finally picked up the recorder. The conversation between Li Yan and Zhou Yushan played back, and soon, Guo Xiaotian's expression darkened. The revelation that Zhou Yushan had circumvented risk controls, dragging the entire fund under the company to the brink of collapse, sent a chill down Guo Xiaotian's spine. The success of Hongyuan was the result of his tireless efforts. Now, Zhou Yushan was on the verge of destroying it all. Li Xiao, thank you. In that moment, Guo Xiaotian genuinely appreciated Li Yan. Had Li Yan not sought him out, he would have been oblivious until it was too late. Mr. Guo, you are too polite. My presence here signifies my desire to befriend you. Li Yan smiled. Everything was under control. Xiao Wu, who had been observing Li Yan with discomfort, felt admiration swell within him. Despite being in the presence of a financial giant like Guo Xiaotian, Li Yan remained composed and unflustered. Such individuals were indeed destined for success. Well said, Li Yan replied cheerily. The previously tense atmosphere between the two men transformed into a lively conversation. At that juncture, Guo Xiaotian cautiously inquired, may I ask? Mr. Li, what is your perspective on the current situation of Hongyuan? The current predicament of Hongyuan is simple yet complex. It all hinges on how it is managed. Given your extensive experience in the financial market, I presume you have devised a strategy. Ha, it's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Let us reschedule. Very well. After exchanging contact information, Li Yan and Xiao Wu departed. Once Li Yan left, Guo Xiaotian's face was etched with anxiety and fury. Damn it, Zhou Yushan. Are you trying to ruin me? I won't rest until I peel your skin off for this. Yet, the most pressing concern remains resolving the issue with Xia Wanjun. That scoundrel Zhou Yushan has the audacity to provoke her. The power backing that woman is not to be trifled with. Even I dare not provoke her. And then there's this Li Yan. Perhaps he could genuinely assist me. After all, he closed the door on our conversation. As he swiftly replayed their earlier discussion in his mind, Guo Xiaotian turned and hurried back to the office. He needed to address the mess Zhou Yushan created as swiftly as possible. For if he failed to resolve this matter, not only would Zhou Yushan face severe consequences, but he too would find himself imprisoned. Once Li Yan and Xiao Wu exited, Xiao Wu could no longer restrain his curiosity. Why didn't you agree to his proposition? If you had, I believe not only could we have resolved this issue, but we might have also forged a connection with Guo Xiaotian. His influence in launching financial circles is considerable. Li Yan chuckled. Brother Xiao Wu, in this world, there is no love or hate without reason. Should I align myself with him now, once we deal with Zhou Yushan, Guo Xiaotian would likely resent me. When he seeks my assistance, the dynamics will change. That does make sense. Xiao Wu paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You, my friend, have a remarkable mind. Quite rare. Xiao Wu couldn't help but mutter. Li Yan merely smiled and said nothing. The new house was nearly decorated to perfection. Li Yan surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. After stepping out of the new house with Qin Ruoxue, she leaned against his arm and asked, when shall we move in? Let us wait until after the new year. After the Lantern Festival. It's the end of the year. Sounds good. Qin Ruoxue gently rested her head against Li Yan's arm, a wave of happiness washing over her. Just a month prior, she had been a female worker in a steel factory, struggling to get by, while Li Yan lay idly in bed, consuming his days. But now, in such a short span, she had opened an internet CAF, generating decent daily profits, and had even moved into a new house. With Li Yan pursuing his own career, there was a time when she wouldn't have dared to dream of such a day, yet now, it felt surreal. During dinner, Qin Ruoxue hesitated before speaking to Li Yan. Li Yan, with the new year approaching, do you have time before the holiday? Yes. Is there something on your mind? Li Yan raised his head to inquire. Qin Ruoxue nodded softly. my brother is still incarcerated, and I wish to visit him before the new year. Though he made a mistake, he is still my brother, and with the new year drawing near, Li Yin set down his bowl. Smiling, I thought it was something serious. Just this? No problem. Once we wrap up these couple of days, I will accompany you. Li Yin's swift agreement brought a radiant smile to Qin Ruoshua's face. She had long hesitated to mention this, given her brother Qin Bo's past actions, which were indeed inexcusable. But now that she had spoken up, she felt a wave of relief. Just after finishing their meal, Li Yin's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Mr. Li, it's me, Guo Xiaotian. Are you available? Could you come to my office now? Guo Xiaotian's voice was tinged with urgency. So soon? It seems the situation at Hongyuan is more dire than I anticipated. Li Yin chuckled coldly within, then replied nonchalantly, Mr. Guo, what can I do for you? Chapter 71. Are you satisfied? Guo Xiaotian lowered his stance over the phone, yet Li Yin remained inwardly amused. Why cling to false hope? Having realized the troubles plaguing his company, why persist in denial? Li Yin's mind raced as he replied coolly, I do have some time. However, I am primarily entrusted by General Xie to handle this matter. If it is solely about this issue, then I shall let General Xie and General Guo communicate with you. I will refrain from attending. No, Li Xiao. This matter it absolutely requires your presence. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Guo Xiaotian grew anxious. Li Yan, upon listening to Guo Xiaotian, let out a cold sneer. General Guo, none among us is a fool. The situation on your end, I presume, is far from optimistic? Given that, there is no need for us to conceal anything. I believe it would be best to speak frankly. What do you think? Guo Xiaotian forced a bitter smile. Indeed. Nothing escapes your notice. It is my fault. Li Xiao. This time, you must lend me your assistance. Guo Xiaotian will certainly remember your kindness. Kindness? Let us set that aside for the moment. However, there is one matter for which I require an explanation from General Guo, Li Yin said coldly. Guo Xiaotian took a deep breath. Rest assured, Li Xiao, since I am able to make this call, I will ensure that you are satisfied with the outcome regarding Zhou Yushan. After hanging up the phone, Li Yin chuckled. Zhou Yushan is doomed this time. Early the next morning, Li Yin arrived at Hongyuan Fund. Upon entering, the receptionist from the previous day, seeing Li Yin, assumed he was there to see Zhou Yushan and immediately notified him, upon hearing that Li Yin had arrived. Zhou Yushan excitedly rushed out to intercept him. Ah, Li Yin, you have finally come. Ha ha. So, have you made up your mind? Are you here to kneel and apologize? Have you agreed to my terms? Kneel and apologize? Do you think you are worthy of that? Even at death's door, you remain oblivious. I truly question how you have survived this long. Li Yin retorted disdainfully. In order to humiliate Li Yin, Zhou Yushan intentionally blocked him in the company lobby, hoping to embarrass him in front of everyone. At this moment, upon hearing Li Yan's words, Zhou Yushan burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Li Yin, I have encountered many like you. Just because you stumbled upon some good fortune and made a bit of money, you think yourself remarkable? You believe you are someone of significance? Bah, what a joke. Even at death's door, you stubbornly refuse to yield. Unless you kneel and beg for mercy, I shall not spare your life. Otherwise, Xia Wanjun will not let you off, and neither will I. Mark my words, you shall not see another year, Zhou Yushan declared with arrogance. Lifting his chin high, he paid no heed to Li Yan's words, believing that since he was not Li Yan's opponent in the room, he was the master outside it. After all, society values relationships, connections, and seniority. It is not merely about trading skills. With this thought, Zhou Yushan's expression grew increasingly relaxed. Meanwhile, the employees surrounding them erupted into laughter, pointing and jeering at Li Yin. What a fool! How dare he oppose our General Zhou? In the financial circles of Longqing, who does not know of General Zhou's reputation? I say, kneel and apologize? No, he should kneel and lick the shoes instead. General Zhou is of noble stature. What are you waiting for? Li Yin, a mere youth unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Among us, who is not an elite? Who among us is not a senior? What are you, to dare come here seeking trouble? In an instant, indignation filled the air, and everyone pointed fingers at Li Yin, as if they were sworn enemies. What is going on? Don't you have work to do? Just then, a figure emerged from the stairway. His face darkened. Ah, General Guo. Good morning, General Guo. I will get to work immediately. Upon realizing it was their boss, Guo Xiaotian, the employees froze in place. Stop. No one is allowed to move, Zhou Yushan suddenly called out, causing the employees to feel trapped. On one side stood their boss, and on the other, the manager. What were they to do? Yet, after Zhou Yushan spoke, he immediately donned a smiling face and approached Guo Xiaotian. Practically bursting with excitement, General Guo, you have finally arrived. Today's matter is not the fault of the employees. They are standing here for the company's interests, not to slack off. It is this person, this brat. He has plotted against our company. He dares to come here and stir trouble. That is why everyone has come out to assist me. General Guo, you arrived just in time. With your word, I will have the security detain this brat and compensate for our company's losses. Zhou Yushan embellished the story, his face aglow with triumph. Initially, he felt somewhat unjustified in dealing with Li Yin. But now, it was different. The boss had personally arrived. At that point, any losses the company faced could be entirely blamed on Li Yin, allowing Zhou Yushan to emerge unscathed. Let us see how you perish. Zhou Yushan's gaze swept over Li Yin, filled with delight. However, the next moment, Zhou Yushan froze in place. After his lengthy speech, Guo Xiaotian did not even glance at him. Instead, walking directly to Li Yin, bending down to extend his hand, Li Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I was occupied with some matters and could not come down to greet you personally. My apologies, no harm done. However, it seems General Guo's company does not welcome me. Li Yin pointed at the circle of people surrounding him. Guo Xiaotian chuckled awkwardly, insisting, not at all. Absolutely not. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Yushan and pointed. Come here. Zhou Yushan was left dumbfounded. He had no idea how Li Yin was acquainted with his boss at that moment. His heart raced as he approached Guo Xiaotian, a look of trepidation on his face. General Guo, slap. Before he could finish, Guo Xiaotian delivered a resounding slap to his face, fueled by rage and using all his strength. The surrounding onlookers stood in shock, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at Li Yin. After striking, Guo Xiaotian quickly leaned forward, asking Li Yin, Li Xiao, are you satisfied? Chapter 72. Request to operate satisfied? The boss personally dealt with Zhou Yushan, merely to allow Li Yin to vent his frustrations? At that moment, the employees of Hongyuan, having initially been stunned and shocked, were now drenched in sweat, their hearts icy cold. As employees, it was perfectly natural for them to curry favor with Zhou Yushan, the manager. But now, not only was Li Yin acquainted with the boss, but Guo Xiaotian was also respectful towards him. In front of everyone, he slapped Zhou Yushan, simply to ask, Li Xiao, are you satisfied? Prior to this, they had been standing beside Zhou Yushan, unleashing all manner of derogatory remarks at Li Yin. Now, it was all over. In an instant, unease permeated the hearts of everyone present. They had come to hate Zhou Yushan to their very core. Heh, General Guo, you are overstepping. This was your domestic affair. Why involve me? Li Yin cast a deep glance at Guo Xiaotian and spoke. Guo Xiaotian sighed internally. The reason he slapped Zhou Yushan in front of Li Yin was to demonstrate his stance. However, Li Yin's reaction clearly indicated his dissatisfaction. At that moment, Guo Xiaotian could no longer concern himself with anything else. Someone, legal department. I want Zhou Yushan arrested and prosecuted immediately. Malfeasance, violations, bribery. Guo Xiaotian glared at Zhou Yushan with a dark expression. What? Zhou Yushan trembled all over, unable to even feel the pain on his face. If the legal department truly handled it this way, his life would be over. General Guo, you cannot do this. I have done so much for the company over the years. How can you so casually listen to an outsider's words and treat me like this? Zhou Yushan frantically pleaded with Guo Xiaotian. Yes, it is all Li Yan's doing, General Guo. You must have been deceived by him. Rest assured. No matter what he says, I can handle it. Enough. Do you still have the face to mention Li Xiao? If it were not for Li Xiao's warning, I would still be in the dark. By the time I realized what was happening, our company would have already been driven into an abyss of no return by you. Facing Guo Xiaotian's accusations, Zhou Yushan finally panicked. These were matters he had been concealing all along, yet unexpectedly, Li Yin had pulled the rug out from under him, exposing everything to Guo Xiaotian. In that moment, his face turned ashen. He realized he was finished. Having followed Guo Xiaotian for many years, he understood his boss all too well. Once he had made a move and chosen Li Yin, he was abandoned. Li Yin, this is all your fault. My current predicament is all because of you. Just wait, I will not let this go. After despair came a deep-seated hatred. At that moment, Zhou Yushan, his eyes bloodshot, charged towards Li Yin. Unfortunately, his body, worn down by a life of indulgence, collapsed to the ground before he even reached Li Yin, who simply kicked him down. "What are you? Do you even deserve to swagger before me? Want to cause me trouble? Ha! You should first worry about surviving this ordeal." From beginning to end, Li Yin never regarded Zhou Yushan as a rival. At that moment, Zhou Yushan lay on the ground like a dead dog, completely shattering the resolve of those who had previously jeered at Li Yin. They all understood that this time, Zhou Yushan was truly finished. Immediately, someone stepped forward, flustered, and approached Li Yan. "Li Shao, please do not be angry. I was merely misled by Zhou Yushan and said some inappropriate things. Please do not take it to heart." "Yes, Li Shao, it was all this scoundrel Zhou Yushan. He is nothing but trash. How dare he oppose you? It is simply seeking death. Allow me to speak. In Longqing, Li Shao is the true heavyweight. Zhou Yushan, what does he amount to?" In an instant, each person exchanged words, fearing that Li Yin would take notice of them. And in front of their boss, Guo Xiaotian, they were eager to sing Li Yan's praises to the heavens. Conversely, Zhou Yushan was treated as if he were a sworn enemy, akin to a father's murderer. You all. Zhou Yushan was first struck across the face, then kicked down by Li Yin, with blood surging in his veins. Hearing the words of the crowd, he felt his vision darken and fainted on the spot. "Enough! Everyone, get back to work. Li Shao is my esteemed guest. Do not disturb him." Witnessing his employees so fervently extolling Li Yan's virtues, Guo Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feigning anger as he reprimanded the crowd before turning to Li Yin with utmost respect, saying, "Li Shao, please do not take the words of these people to heart." "Of course not," Li Yin replied with a smile, his demeanor entirely at ease. Zhou Yushan was finished. He knew when to stop. "Haha. I always knew Li Shao was exceptional. Such magnanimity is truly admirable. Please, this way, let us discuss in my office." Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Guo Xiaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that his desires were within reach as he cheerfully led Li Yin to his office. Meanwhile, Zhou Yushan lay like a dead dog, having summoned security to restrain him while awaiting the police's arrival. He faced the impending lawsuit from the company and a lengthy prison sentence. Such matters were no longer within Li Yan's realm of concern. Once in the office, Guo Xiaotian personally brewed Li Yin a fine tea, suddenly grasping Li Yan's hand in a fit of desperation, exclaiming, "Li Shao, I beg you to help." Li Yin subtly withdrew his hand from Guo Xiaotian's grasp, responding coolly, "Guozong, your enterprise is grand. Such jesting is ill-advised. Li Shao, I am aware that Zhou Yushan has previously offended you. I share in that responsibility. This time, I sincerely implore your assistance." Guo Xiaotian said earnestly, "Certainly, as long as you assist, I will ensure a price that satisfies you." At that moment, Li Yin couldn't help but smile inwardly. After such a long wait, this was precisely the phrase he had been anticipating. "Haha, Guozong, if you extend me such courtesy, I, Li Yin, am not one to be ungrateful. Now, please, share your circumstances." Guo Xiaotian hurriedly began, "Li Shao, to be candid, I have a portion of self-operated funds. Though termed as such, the capital is not derived from my own resources or the company's assets. As someone within the circle, you should grasp my meaning. Under normal circumstances, this portion of funds would yield stable returns. However, that scoundrel Zhou Yushan has concentrated all the funds into e-technology and Sifang Chuanghui. And now the prices of these stocks have completely collapsed, resulting in massive losses. I find myself unable to extricate myself from this predicament. Thus, I hope you can manage the operations." Chapter 73. The Cooperation Proposal. After finishing this statement, Guo Xiaotian cautiously observed Li Yin, genuinely fearing that Li Yin might decline. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. Given the current market conditions, the e-technology and Sifang Chuanghui, having lost support, would undoubtedly struggle to rebound. Yet, having just endured the terrifying storm of '98, the entire market had reached its nadir. He could not afford to wait. The capital in question was not his own. It belonged to numerous significant figures behind him, individuals he could not afford to offend. Should he fail to meet their expectations, he would directly face their wrath, which was beyond his endurance, in such dire circumstances. He had to devise a solution. However, after searching high and low, despite knowing many individuals within the financial circles of Longqing, none could reliably manage the situation. In his despair, Guo Xiaotian suddenly thought of Li Yin. He quickly arranged for an investigation and was astounded by Li Yan's formidable track record. A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Starting with a mere 30,000, he engaged in futures trading. With 30 million, he maneuvered to e-technology. Steering the market's direction, he had single-handedly forged the Huaxin Jiangdong Avenue brokerage into a new market power. Such a person could only be deemed a genius. Upon learning of Li Yan's accomplishments, Guo Xiaotian realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. A person like Li Yin was born for trading. This was just the beginning. Should he fully develop, such an individual would be unattainable. Thus, he immediately contacted Li Yin, lowering his stance sufficiently. Furthermore, today he personally dealt with Zhou Yushan, signaling his sincerity. After all these maneuvers, he finally presented his request. At this moment, he was genuinely anxious, for he understood this was his chance. His career had reached this juncture, and he could almost see the finish line. Yet this time, if he could enlist Li Yin onto his chariot, it could potentially not only resolve his current troubles, but also unearth a vast treasure for his company. These were Guo Xiaotian's true thoughts. However, after he finished speaking, a single phrase from Li Yin doused the flames of hope in Guo Xiaotian's heart as if he had been splashed with cold water. Does Guozong believe I need to manage someone else's operations? Guo Xiaotian felt as though a stone lodged in his chest. Indeed, viewed from another perspective, if he were in Li Yan's position, there would be no need to manage anyone else's affairs. Li Yin possessed both capability and capital. Why would he accept the burden of others' failures? However, Guo Xiaotian wished to articulate something, only to find that the conditions he had prepared appeared feeble and inadequate before Li Yan. It was not that he was unwilling to offer a price. Rather, what he could provide would not sway Li Yin. Guo Xiaotian felt a wave of dejection. This was the prowess of a genius. Had it been any other trader, at this moment, merely extending an olive branch would have prompted a rush of eager responses. Yet with Li Yin, Guo Xiaotian found himself at a loss. Li Yin observed Guo Xiaotian's expression, suppressing a cold smirk. To bind himself to Hong Yuan for some trifling benefit was a clever notion on Guo Xiaotian's part. If Li Yin were a novice, he might indeed have been swayed. After all, Hong Yuan was quite esteemed in Longqing. Alas, my ambitions extend far beyond Longqing, or even the confines of this nation. To conquer Wall Street and sweep through the financial district of London. That is the true dream of a trader. And Longqing is but a trivial matter, Yet, every towering edifice rises from humble beginnings, and Li Yin was acutely aware that he remained a distance from realizing his dreams. At present, Guo Xiaotian represented a commendable stepping stone. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, however, Guozong, do not despair. While I will not manage your operations, we can collaborate. Guo Xiaotian, who had nearly abandoned hope, immediately brightened at Li Yan's words. Collaboration? Li Xiao, how do you propose we collaborate? Guo Xiaotian inquired eagerly. I possess a plan, but I am uncertain if Guozong would agree. Li Yin remarked with a teasing smile. Guo Xiaotian pondered for a moment before declaring, since we have reached this point, Li Xiao, to be candid, I am focused on your potential. My interest extends beyond merely resolving my company's troubles. I aspire for a long-term partnership with you. Naturally, I comprehend that your future lies beyond the confines of this small Longqing. Yet I, Guo, am likely destined to remain here. All I hope is that Longqing can provide me with a modest share. Li Yin clapped his hands and rose to his feet. Guozong, your perspective is most favorable. Allow me to outline my thoughts. We shall establish a company. I will allocate 10% of the equity to you. As for the troubles you currently face, they are not insurmountable. We can entrust them to the newly formed company. At this moment, Li Yin finally articulated his intentions. He had never engaged in actions without a plan. Having lived once before, he possessed a clear vision of how to navigate the future. From commencing with green bean futures to amassing his first fortune, transitioning to copper futures for capital growth, and ultimately negotiating a deal to assist Xia Wanjun in her operations. These were all part of his comprehensive strategy. Presently, his capital had nearly reached a modest target. It appeared substantial, yet it was still far from sufficient. At this juncture, Guo Xiaotian's entrance inspired even greater ideas within him. Since the day he approached Guo Xiaotian, he had been refining his plan. Until this moment, he had laid his cards on the table. When Xiao Wu previously asked why he had not accepted Guo Xiaoyan's offer, it was not a refusal, but rather a matter of timing. At that time, Guo Xiaotian would not have been as eager to collaborate as he was now. Even if they had partnered, the question of who would hold the lead would remain. Control was something Li Yin would never relinquish. Now, as Li Yin cautiously probed and patiently awaited, Guo Xiaotian had finally arrived at this juncture. Li Yin decisively presented his proposal for collaboration. In an instant, Guo Xiaotian furrowed his brow, deeply immersed in thought. Clearly, he was contemplating whether to accept Li Yan's terms. Li Xiao, this 10%, might it be too little? Guo Xiaotian cautiously inquired. Hearing Guo Xiaoyan's question, Li Yin smiled subtly. At this moment, the matter was already more than half settled. Chapter 74. Sister Wanjun. Since Guo Xiaotian feels that the equity is insufficient, what does that imply? It indicates that he has already acknowledged this proposal in his heart. Mr. Guo, you must understand. I am fully capable of undertaking this matter on my own. Moreover, I am confident that I will execute it exceptionally well. What do you think? Li Yin remarked, lifting his head with an air of nonchalance. This is the truth. I believe Guo Xiaotian is well aware of it. From beginning to end, Li Yin had no intention of yielding. Guo Xiaotian shifted uncomfortably. Young Master Li, I truly feel that this 10% is somewhat inadequate. I recognize your abilities and have great expectations for your future. However, Li Yin, with a serious demeanor, interjected, Mr. Guo, you must understand my relationship with General Manager Xia Wanjun. If I approach her, I believe she would be quite eager to engage in this business venture. What do you say? The reason I am offering you 10% is not because I lack your investment, but rather you have been operating in Longqing for many years and possess numerous resources that could be of assistance. Otherwise, why would I concede this portion? This, young Master Li, could you allow me to ponder this? Li Yan's insistence left Guo Xiaotian in a state of inner turmoil. Should he agree? Or should he refuse? At this moment, he understood the significance of his choice. Having spoken, Li Yin turned to exit. Guo Xiaotian hurriedly stood and said, Young Master Li, allow me to see you off. Shortly after leaving Guo Xiaoyan's company, Li Yin received a call from Xia Wanjun. Li Yin, you truly are remarkable. It's done. Huaxin has processed the fund withdrawal, and the funds should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. At that time, I will transfer the amount to you immediately. On the other end of the line, Xia Wanjun's tone conveyed an indescribable lightness and joy. With the year-end approaching, she needed to provide an account. It was imperative to ensure that the funds on the books matched, so that those individuals would have nothing to say. Others only saw her strength as a woman, yet they were oblivious to the helplessness and pressure she endured behind the scenes. Then I must thank you, General Manager, Li Yin replied with a smile. Through their interactions, he sensed an extraordinary generosity in Xia Wanjun's character that was uncommon among women. As long as one treated her well, she would undoubtedly reciprocate. Such a person is worthy of long-term engagement or investment. I owe you a great deal of gratitude for your assistance this time. Li Yin, in the future, no matter what you encounter within Longqing, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Xia Wanjun earnestly offered a promise. Li Yin chuckled, hoping that such a day would never come. Haha, let's hope so. By the way, I heard from Xiao Wu that you have been in contact with Guo Xiaotian. That individual holds a certain status in Longqing's financial circle. He did not make things difficult for you, did he? If there are any issues, I can personally discuss it with him, Xia Wanjun inquired with concern. A flicker of gratitude surged through Li Yan's heart. Although he had earned a considerable amount of money, he was still insignificant in the grand scheme of Longqing, whereas Xia Wanjun stood firmly among the elite. Her concern for him spoke volumes of her loyalty. General Manager, you need not worry. Not only did he not make things difficult for me, but we also discussed some potential collaborations, Li Yin replied with a smile. Oh, collaborations? I imagine any business you, Li Yin, find appealing must be worthwhile. Are you planning to make me rich by partnering with Guo Xiaotian? Xia Wanjun remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. Li Yin's heart stirred. When he had previously mentioned Xia Wanjun to Guo Xiaotian, it was more of a bluff, as their relationship had not yet reached that level, and he had not considered collaborating with her. However, now that she brought it up, he felt a surge of interest. General Manager, you cannot be jesting, Xia Wanjun responded from the other end. I have faith in your investment capabilities. If you believe it is feasible, then I am not joking. Li Yin was taken aback by Xia Wanjun's unwavering trust in him. At that moment, he clenched his fist tightly. His experiences from 2 lifetimes taught him that during the early stages of capital accumulation, having a strong ally could ease the burden significantly and mitigate numerous troubles. Presently, Xiao Wanjun was an excellent ally. If that is the case, I will have a proposal prepared as soon as possible, and if you're interested, General Manager, we shall collaborate. Haha. You handle it, and I will say this, Li Yan. I believe in you. However, there is something I must mention. Xiao Wanjun chuckled before speaking earnestly. General Manager, please go ahead. On the other end, Xiao Wanjun rolled her eyes. In the future, could you refrain from addressing me as General Manager? Use a different title? A different title? Li Yan was momentarily taken aback before tentatively suggesting, Sister Wanjun? That is much better. All right, let us keep it that way for now. I have matters to attend to. I await your news regarding our collaboration. With that, Xiao Wanjun laughed and hung up the phone. Just then, Xiao Wu pushed the door open and entered, astonished to see Xiao Wanjun displaying a demeanor akin to that of a gentlewoman. His heart raced. Sister Wanjun, are you all right? He cautiously inquired. For a long time, he had been Xiao Wanjun's right-hand man, standing by her side and assisting with her affairs. Everyone knew him as Xiao Wu, loyal to Xiao Wanjun. However, few knew of the obsessive feelings he harbored for her, feelings he had buried deep within his heart and never revealed. Even Xiao Wanjun was unaware. At this moment, witnessing Xiao Wanjun's demeanor, a flicker of something unusual flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. If she is well, that is enough for me. I'm fine. Haha. Xiao Wu, do you have something to discuss? Xiao Wanjun managed to control her emotions and inquired of Xiao Wu. But her expression made his heart ache. No, it's nothing. I just received notice from above. The year-end conference is set to take place in Modu, and we must head there ahead of time, per the big boss's orders. Xiao Wu, momentarily dazed, quickly took a deep breath and spoke of the matter at hand. Xiao Wanjun frowned. To Modu? We need to go ahead of time. All right, I understand. Just arrange the itinerary. Xiao Wu nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanjun stood in place, furrowing her brow as she fell into contemplation. Modu. I wonder if anything will happen this time. Simultaneously, 2 figures unexpectedly appeared in her mind. One was a mysterious and broad silhouette, while the other was Li Yan. No one knows about all this. Chapter 75. Loyalty and Affection. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yan received the funds transferred by Xiao Wanjun. With only 3 days remaining until the new year, Li Yan gazed at the balance of over 81 million in cash and let out a long sigh. Finally, he was no longer at risk of starvation. Li Yan mused quietly. Little did he know, he had accomplished in a month what 99% of people in this world could not achieve in several lifetimes, a feat truly astonishing. However, for Li Yan, this was merely a small step in his rebirth. Li Yan, I am ready. Shall we depart now? Qin Ruoxue, having applied a light touch of makeup, donned a fitted cotton dress that would be quite fashionable even in the modern era, let alone at the end of 1998. Wife, you look stunning. Li Yan smiled as he approached, gently wrapping his arms around Qin Ruoxue's slender waist while softly speaking and blowing a breath against her translucent earlobe, akin to jade. Qin Ruoxue's ears, along with her cheeks, instantly flushed crimson, and her body trembled slightly to it tickles. Li Yan, please stop. At that moment, her breath quivered with a hint of tremor. Li Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so sensitive? Li Yan, I beg you, please stop. Can we wait until tonight? We still have to go out. Qin Ruoxue could no longer bear it, her tone laced with a touch of pleading. Li Yan chuckled, releasing his embrace around Qin Ruoxue. You said it, humph. Always so unserious, let us go. Qin Ruoxue feigned anger, yet the blush on her face betrayed her true feelings. Qin Bo was being held at the Junshan Detention Center, situated in a small town near Longcheng. Li Yan arranged for a vehicle, and the two quickly arrived at the detention center's entrance. Li Yan, you know my brother's temperament. If he says anything unpleasant, please tolerate it for my sake. After all, he's in there, and it's the new year with no one to accompany him. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Ruoxue softly spoke to Li Yan, her face adorned with a hint of pleading. Li Yan gently grasped her hand. Rest assured, I am not one to hold grudges. Feeling reassured, Qin Ruoxue walked inside with Li Yan. As Qin Ruoxue was Qin Bo's sister, she had the right to visit at this moment. She took the necessary documentation to complete the visitation procedures while Li Yan stood nearby, smoking a cigarette. As he turned around, he noticed a familiar figure casually walking out from within. This individual, whose name he did not know, had been seen previously during his visits to Hongyuan. He seemed to be an assistant to Zhou Yushan. "Hey!" Li Yin extinguished his cigarette and called out to the man. At that moment, Zhang Chao's emotions were quite complex. Since graduating from university, he had joined Hongyuan and had been under Zhou Yushan's mentorship. It could be said that his current achievements were solely due to Zhou Yushan's guidance. However, over the years, as Zhou Yushan became the fund manager of Hongyuan, his methods grew increasingly outrageous, leading Zhang Chao to feel a stronger sense of repulsion. Yet, due to his gratitude towards Zhou Yushan, he could only turn a blind eye to some of his clearly rule-violating actions. He had not anticipated that this time, Zhou Yushan would take such a significant fall, jeopardizing his entire future. The proprietor of Hongyuan, Guo Xiaotian, has taken matters into his own hands, as the legal department has amassed a sufficiency of evidence. Consequently, after Zhou Yushan's apprehension, he was left with virtually no opportunity for rebuttal. It seems he shall spend the remainder of his life within the confines of a prison cell. Previously, in his attempts to contend with Li Yin, Zhou Yushan had borrowed extensively against the shares of Keyed E-Technology. Now, having been incarcerated, he faces relentless pressure from his creditors. Early this morning, Zhou Yushan's family reached out to Zhang Chao, reporting that the creditors had come knocking at their door. After considerable difficulty, Zhang Chao managed to disperse those creditors and hurriedly made his way to the Junshan Detention Center to visit Zhou Yushan, inquiring about how to handle the situation at home. Yet, even in his current predicament, separated by a glass barrier, Zhou Yushan retained an air of authority, directing Zhang Chao with disdain. After the visitation concluded, Zhang Chao resolved to take his leave. In his view, with Zhou Yushan's fall from grace, Hongyuan was no longer a suitable place for him. Thus, he decided it was time to part ways. Having devoted many years to Hongyuan, the suddenness of his departure left him feeling slightly disoriented. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was startled to find it was Li Yin, which immediately filled him with trepidation. "Li Zong, why are you here?" Zhang Chao inquired cautiously. As Zhou Yushan's assistant, he had developed a profound respect for Li Yan's capabilities through their previous encounters. Li Yin approached, casting a curious glance at him. "You know me? You must be Zhou Yushan's assistant, correct?" "Indeed. My name is Zhang Chao, and I serve as Zhou Zong's assistant." Zhang Chao quickly replied. A flicker of realization crossed Li Yan's mind. Zhou Yushan was indeed confined here. However, he maintained a composed facade, nodding slightly. "Are you here to visit Zhou Yushan?" Zhang Chao felt a pang of anxiety and nodded hesitantly before responding, "Yes, Li Zong. May I ask you for a favor?" Li Yin chuckled lightly. "You wish to ask me for something? What could that be?" Zhang Chao implored. "Li Zong, Zhou Zong has indeed acted excessively in the past. But now, in his current state, could you possibly show him some leniency?" Li Yin paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Surely, you do not believe I have come here seeking revenge today? Ha! You overestimate the significance of Zhou Yushan in my life. Thank you, Li Zong. Thank you." Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Zhang Chao sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude to Li Yan. By the way, what are your plans moving forward?" Li Yin suddenly asked. Yesterday, at Hongyuan, he had observed a multitude of individuals shifting their allegiances. And now, seeing Zhang Chao, he sensed a certain distinction. Recognizing that Zhou Yushan's downfall was inevitable, yet still coming to visit him, along with his earlier words, indicated that Zhang Chao possessed a sense of loyalty and righteousness. When discussing his future, Zhang Chao's expression dimmed. "I intend to leave Hongyuan. However, I am uncertain about my next steps. After Zhou Zong's incident, as his assistant, my resume will likely be met with skepticism. Haha, I may even depart from this line of work altogether." After hearing Zhang Chao's confession, Li Yin pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Here is my card. My number is on it. Should you leave Hongyuan and have any aspirations, you might consider working with me." Zhang Chao, bewildered, accepted the card, while Li Yin noticed that Qin Ruoxue had completed the necessary procedures and was turning to head inside. Zhang Chao gazed at Li Yan's retreating figure. Clenching his fist in determination, Qin Ruoxue linked her arm with Li Yan's and asked, "What happened?" "Nothing to worry about. Just encountered an acquaintance. Have you finalized your paperwork? If so, let us proceed inside. I have a few words to share with your brother." Li Yin replied with a smile. Chapter 76, Matters Within the Prison. Li Yin, thank you. Qin Ruoxue felt warmth in her heart at his words. She was acutely aware of her brother Qin Bo's character. The actions he had taken warranted severe consequences. Yet, Li Yin, far from expressing anger, was accompanying her to the detention center to visit Qin Bo and intended to communicate with him. Tiao Qin Ruoxue. This was a testament to Li Yin's kindness towards her. Little did she know that Li Yin had initially accompanied her to care for her feelings, yet upon encountering Zhang Chao, he had developed a new plan. Those who had offended him never escaped unscathed. One does not provoke a dragon, for doing so invites death. Li Yin would not spare anyone, regardless of their location. Now that he was aware Zhou Yushan was imprisoned here, he felt compelled to take action. Soon after, once the paperwork was completed, Qin Bo was brought out and began conversing with Qin Ruoxue through the glass partition. The siblings exchanged a few words, most of which consisted of Qin Ruoxue's admonitions, while Qin Bo remained dismissive. Li Yin observed keenly. He understood that such a person as Qin Bo could not be reformed by the prison experience. His nature was set in stone. Your brother-in-law wishes to speak with you, Qin Ruoxue said with a hint of exasperation as she looked at Qin Bo, ultimately passing the intercom to Li Yin. Leaning closer to Qin Ruoxue, Li Yin whispered, Ruoxue, you should step outside for a moment. While you are here, he may feel emboldened, and he might not heed my words. Qin Ruoxue recognized the validity of this reasoning, nodded, and stepped outside. Li Yin seized the intercom. The cat weeps for the mouse in false sympathy. What do you have to say to me? Qin Bo's voice dripped with sarcasm as he clutched the intercom. Be quiet. Once Qin Ruoxue exited, Li Yin had long since lost his patience with the insufferable Qin Bo, coldly admonishing him. If you wish to remain in here for eternity, feel free to hang up now. If you desire an early release, then listen to what I have to say. Li Yin had no time for sentimentality. There was no affection left to shared. Brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, you say. As long as you can get me out of this hellhole, I will do whatever you ask. I will follow your every command. Originally, Qin Bo had appeared disheveled and aimless, but upon hearing Li Yan's assurance of a potential release, his demeanor shifted drastically. Do not call me brother-in-law. I have no brother-in-law like you, Li Yin scoffed. Qin Bo awkwardly chuckled, nodding in embarrassment. Then I shall call you brother. What do you want me to do? This wretched place is no life for a person. I cannot endure another moment here. Recently, a new inmate arrived, named Zhou Yushan. I am rather displeased with him. I hope he remains here for an extended period, Li Yin stated nonchalantly. Qin Bo gasped, stammering, brother, that cannot be. If someone dies in here, I doubt would never get out. Who said anything about killing him? I do not engage in illegal activities. Li Yin rolled his eyes. It was no wonder he had ended up in this situation. His intellect was severely lacking. Brother, I understand. Rest assured, I will handle it meticulously. But could you possibly arrange for some funds for me? I need to make some arrangements while I am here, Qin Bo asked in a low voice. Li Yin nodded affirmatively. After finalizing their conversation, Li Yin turned to leave. Upon seeing him exit, Qin Ruoxue hurried over to link her arm with his, asking, Did Xiao Bo give you any trouble? Not at all. Everything is fine. This place has a way of educating people, Li Yin replied with a smile, omitting the truth from Qin Ruoxue. She nodded, leaning her head against Li Yan's shoulder, appearing quite content. The tension between Li Yin and Qin Bo, one being her husband and the other her brother, had placed her in a difficult position, a torment only she could comprehend. Suddenly, Li Yin spoke. Wait a moment. I will leave some money for Qin Bo. He proceeded to fill out a form and entrusted 5,000 yuan to the supervising officer for Qin Bo. Isn't that a bit excessive? Qin Ruoxue asked with concern. Li Yin chuckled, wrapping his arm around her waist. It is the festive season, no need to worry. We can afford it. Qin Ruoxue opened her mouth, but realizing Li Yan's intention stemmed from kindness, she refrained from further protest. However, 5,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to her earnings over the past 6 months. Even for celebrating the new year, it seemed an extravagant amount. Unbeknownst to Qin Ruoxue, the sum was not merely intended for Qin Bo to enjoy a festive occasion in prison. Rather, a significant portion was meant to facilitate his efforts to deal with Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan's current plight was well-deserved, and if Qin Bo could be of use, it would also bring a measure of joy to Qin Ruoxue. Everyone would benefit from the arrangement. Li Yin. 5,000 yuan was but a trifling sum, hardly worthy of consideration. At Junshan Detention Center, during the time allowed for outdoor activities, Zhou Yushan slumped in a corner, dejected. In just a few days, He had plummeted from a position of power to that of a convict. The splendor of his past life now a distant memory. This dramatic reversal of fortune had landed squarely upon him. Lin. I will not let you escape unscathed. I shall remember this grudge. When I am free, I will ensure you experience the depths of my current suffering. Zhou Yushan's eyes were bloodshot, his hands gripping the iron railing beside him with relentless fervor, venting the fury and hatred that churned within him. Just then, a group of individuals suddenly encircled him. Brother Dali, you seek me for something? The foremost figure, a notorious character within the Junshan Detention Center, was flanked by his underlings. The bald man, known as Brother Dali, with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, turned to inquire, "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is Brother Dali." Qinbo squeezed through the throng, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Oh Yushan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and, in a panic, stammered, "Brother Dali, what do you intend to do? What do you mean what? You have offended someone you ought not to have." Brother Dali stroked his bald head, gesturing with a sweep of his hand, and in an instant, the crowd closed in. Within moments, Zhou Yushan's anguished screams echoed from the gathering. Shortly thereafter, the sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air as several prison guards rushed over. Batons in hand, Chapter 77. Prosperity and Splendor. Li Yin did not inquire about the incidents transpiring within the Junshan Detention Center, nor did he seek further understanding. His faith was not in Qinbo's capabilities, but rather in the money he had provided. In this era, 5,000 yuan was sufficient to influence many within those walls to act. From the moment Zhou Yushan had crossed him until now, Li Yin had decisively drawn a line through Zhou Yushan's narrative in his mind, marking him as a stepping stone in his ascent. With merely 2 days remaining until the new year, all trading venues across the country commenced their holidays. Li Yin, too, ceased contemplating trading matters, allowing himself a thorough respite, intent on resting for a few days. What is the purpose of earning money, if not to ensure a better life for oneself and one's family? In this regard, Li Yin was no different. However, his ambitions soared high, transcending the bounds of this era and surpassing the imaginations of countless individuals. The internet CAF business had finally settled into a rhythm. Qin Ruoxue had recruited 2 old friends from her steel mill days as employees, enabling her to confidently step into the role of a proprietress. Early in the morning, Li Yin was roused by Qin Ruoxue's calls. With the new year approaching, there remained much to prepare at home. Both were acutely aware that this would likely be the last new year spent in their old house, yet it also heralded a new beginning. In just a few months, their lives had undergone a dramatic transformation, a period laden with significance. Unbeknownst to her, from a certain perspective, her feelings were not unfounded. This Li Yin was indeed unlike the previous one. Preparations for sausages, rice cakes, and other festive items were underway, with Qin Ruoxue having meticulously compiled a list, excitedly waving the paper in front of Li Yin, her face radiating joy. "All right, I shall heed your wishes." Li Yin replied with a smile, gently teasing her by brushing his fingers against her nose. Although his memory of prior events was somewhat hazy, he vaguely recalled last year's New Year when he had asked Qin Ruoxue for money to purchase a bottle of erguotu and subsequently had an altercation with her. What a different person he had been! He chastised his past self with a self-deprecating thought. Throughout the morning, the two traversed numerous locations, observing Qin Ruoxue flitting about like an exuberant sprite. Delighting in her acquisitions, Li Yin could not help but smile. They had bid farewell to the treacherous world of trading, relinquishing all burdens to relish the vibrant tapestry of everyday life. This sensation was something the former Li Yin had never experienced. Yet it was gradually weaving itself into the fabric of his current existence. Initially, upon his rebirth, he had fixated solely on the singular goal of reclaiming his former pinnacle and even surpassing the heights of his past life. However, now, his heart had embraced an additional aspiration: to safeguard those around him, ensuring that they, like Qin Ruoxue today, experienced happiness. And JOYIT must be said that women often exhibit a certain fervor when shopping. Though we have yet to enter an era replete with sprawling shopping malls, the economic reforms had already begun to yield a positive transformation, showcasing a vibrant array of options. This was starkly evident in the lives of ordinary citizens, who transitioned from drab hues of blue, black, and gray to the vivid colors now adorning their attire, alongside a plethora of electrical appliances and novel trinkets continuously emerging. while Qin Ruoshui may not have pondered these broader implications. Li Yin, with his keen perception, grasped the significance of these changes. At this time in his previous life, he had meandered through his youth in a state of confusion. Yet in this life, confronting these transformations, he recognized that this was indeed a remarkable era. As Li Yin silently contemplated these matters, he was abruptly jolted by the sight of delicate hands waving vigorously before him. Li Yin, are you all right? Qin Ruoshui inquired, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine. I was momentarily lost in thought. Where were we? He awkwardly chuckled, attempting to regain his composure. As long as you're well. You know, there's no need to overthink things. Our lives are already quite good, aren't they? Qin Ruoshui murmured, gazing down at her toes. Li Yin grasped Qin Ruoshui's hand, pointing into the distance as he declared, this is merely the beginning. I aspire to reach even greater heights, to see further. One day, like today, I wish to hold your hand and behold the splendor and brilliance of this world. Won't that be too exhausting? Qin Ruoshui queried. Li Yin chuckled. How would I know unless I try? As for whether it will be tiring, I cannot say. However, at this moment, I believe we are already quite fatigued. His gaze fell upon several bags nearby, all filled with the miscellaneous items Qin Ruoshui had purchased. Shall we take a taxi? No need. I have a better idea. He took Qin Ruoshui's hand and summoned a taxi. But didn't you say you wouldn't take a taxi? Where are we going? Qin Ruoshui asked, bewildered by Li Yin's sudden shift. By a car. She was momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and exasperation. While they spoke, the driver up front chimed in, Hey buddy. Where to? To the nearest forest dealership. Wow. Looks like you've hit a jackpot and are buying a car. Huh? Impressive. The driver, intrigued, turned to Li Yin with raised eyebrows. Not too shabby, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. What kind of car are you thinking of getting? A Santana? That's the car of choice for the wealthy nowadays. Li Yin scoffed. A Santana? Is that truly a car for people to drive? His disdain was palpable. In his memory, the Santana was a relic of mediocrity. The driver, however, took offense at Li Yin's tone, his expression darkening. After coming into some money, he had purchased a Santana as his first vehicle and felt insulted. Buddy, don't let your tongue run wild. What do you mean a Santana isn't a car for people? Sure, there are better cars, but can you afford one? Chapter 78. The car-buying predicament. Li Yin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the driver's sudden hostility. What nonsense is this? Seeing the potential for conflict, Qin Ruoshui quickly grasped Li Yin's arm, her voice rising in irritation. Fine, if you want to drive us, we can find another taxi. She began to push the door open. However, just as they exited, the driver leaped out, blocking their path with a sneer. You think you can just leave? Speak clearly, or you want to be going anywhere. Qin Ruoshui paled at the driver's aggressive demeanor. Li Yin's expression hardened, instinctively shielding Qin Ruoshui behind him. How dare you? What do you mean a Santana isn't a car for people? I at least own a Santana. What about you? Just because you've made a little money, you think you're something special. Do you even know how much a Santana costs? You young folks, looking down on it. The driver's face turned crimson with rage as he continued to berate Li Yin. If you can't afford it, don't blame me for being impolite. After a moment of silence, Li Yin retorted coldly, if that's the case, let's go see for ourselves. Fine. Let us go. I want to take anyone else today. The driver, Zhao Guangdi, declared with a mocking tone. Having driven taxis for years, he prided himself on his ability to read people. He believed that judging a man often began with assessing the woman by his side. While Li Yin's demeanor was somewhat inscrutable, the presence of Qin Ruoshui, a woman of modest means, contrasted sharply with the ostentatious companions of the wealthy. With this realization, Zhao Guangdi's arrogance only grew. If you can't afford it, don't blame me for being rude. Once inside the vehicle, he started the engine, smirking as he addressed Li Yin. What if I can afford it? If you can, then I want to charge you for the fare. In fact, I'll drive you for free anytime you need a ride. Zhao Guangdi felt a surge of confidence, convinced he would prevail in this encounter and teach Li Yin a lesson about not underestimating taxi drivers. All right, Li Yin nodded, ready to see how this would unfold. With a heart full of impatience to slap Li Yin, Zhao Guangdi drove the taxi at breakneck speed, in the blink of an eye. They arrived at a car dealership. Hello, sir. Are you looking to purchase a vehicle? What type and price range do you have in mind? A young man, noticing their arrival, eagerly inquired in this day and age. Those who come to buy cars are undoubtedly affluent. Though the monthly sales may not be substantial, just one sale brings in a commendable commission. Let us take a look first, Li Yin replied nonchalantly, taking Qin Ruoshua's hand and strolling around. Behind them, Zhao Guangdi followed like a ghost, occasionally emitting cold chuckles. This scene only elevated the young man's impression of Li Yin's financial standing. Arriving with a driver to buy a car? Clearly, he was a person of great significance. Today's deal was certainly going to happen. He excitedly dashed off to fetch 2 cups of coffee and returned proudly. Sir, your coffee, however. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Guangdi's irritation flared as he pulled the young man aside and asked, Hey, kid, what do you mean by this? Why only 2 cups? The young man retorted. What do you want with coffee, you errand boy? Do you know how expensive coffee is? Zhao Guangdi's face darkened ominously. Errand boy? I am not in league with him, let me tell you. Don't think you can flaunt your coffee and act superior. You'll regret it later. This guy is just a pauper, Zhao Guangdi sneered. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Surely not. I see this gentleman as quite dignified. I brought them here. Just listen to me. Zhao Guangdi continued, embellishing the story, and the young man's expression grew increasingly sour. So, he was indeed just putting on airs? No way. I must intervene. If he damages a car, I will be in trouble. The young man hastily dashed to Li Yin's side. Seeing this, Zhao Guangdi finally revealed a satisfied smile. Hey, have you seen enough? Are you going to buy or not? If not, better keep your distance from the cars. Can you afford the damage if something happens? Qin Ruoshua looked at the young man in astonishment. Pointing at him, the drastic change in his demeanor left her speechless. Li Yin, noticing Zhao Guangdi's mocking laughter in the distance, understood what was transpiring. He frowned and coldly asked, What is going on? Can't you look at the cars while buying? Humph, of course you can look at cars, but can you afford them? The young man was now utterly unrestrained. Call your manager. I want to see if I can afford to buy. Li Yin smiled bitterly in anger. It was merely a car purchase, yet encountering such disdain was truly revolting. What manager? What heirs? Just a broke fool. He doesn't even deserve to meet us. The young man's anger flared as well. Zhao Guangdi seized the opportunity to interject. All right, kid, stop pretending. If you can't afford it, just admit it. You truly overestimate yourself, and you dare to mock my Santana? Why don't you just eat shit? The two exchanged barbs, drawing the attention of other customers and staff in the dealership. Qin Ruoshua's face flushed red as she tugged at Li Yin's arm. Li Yin, let us go. Who conducts business like this? It's just a car. We want to buy. Leave? You think you can just walk away? After making a fuss here? After showing off, you think you can leave? I reckon you should at least kneel and bow before you go. Zhao Guangdi said mockingly. The young man's eyes lit up. Yes, kneel and bow. Li Yin suddenly raised his head, a glint of coldness in his gaze. What did you just say? Repeat that if you dare. What if I do? Are you going to bite me? The young man scoffed. At that moment, a well-dressed man entered, accompanied by several portly middle-aged individuals, smiling as he spoke. Director Zhang, rest assured, I can absolutely meet the requirements of your factory. Additionally, standing beside him, Zhang Yongping nodded. Just then, a familiar voice caught his attention, and he looked up in shock. Li Yin. What is he doing here? Chapter 79. Disdainful eyes. Li Yin. It was indeed Li Yin. However, after the incident at the previous New Trend branch, he learned that Li Yin had completely fallen out with the current staff of New Trend. It had been a long time since he had been there. Even Han Zixuan was unreachable. He never expected to encounter the person he had been desperately searching for right here. Zhang Yongping pushed aside the manager who was introducing him, hurriedly approaching Li Yin, his face brimming with joy. The car dealership manager, Wu Jiangwo, was momentarily stunned, having much yet to say, but Zhang Yongping was already striding towards Li Yin. His expression shifted, and his heart sank. Asked the factory director. Zhang Yongping was undoubtedly a significant figure in Longcheng. For him, it was someone he could rarely interact with. Seizing the opportunity to procure public vehicles for the steel factory, he had made every effort to curry favor with Zhang Yongping. Now, with the situation in disarray, would Zhang Yongping cancel the collaboration upon seeing this? The mere thought sent cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He rushed to Zhang Yongping's side, hastily saying, Mr. Zhang, my apologies. It's quite chaotic here. Please hold on. I'll handle it immediately. The young man, Han Sen, was presently surrounding Li Yin, and upon seeing Wu Jiangwo, He suddenly perked up. Mr. Wu, this guy can't afford a car and is just putting on an act. I was just about to throw him out. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. He then rushed over, grabbing Li Yan's arm. Get lost? Stop yammering here. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. Get lost? Li Yan shrugged off his arm, sending Han San sprawling to the ground. Han San's face flushed red. He had intended to impress his boss, but ended up embarrassing himself, instantly fuming with anger. Someone, get him. If you can't afford a car, fine. But you dare to hit me? You're asking for trouble. Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, you saw it with your own eyes. You must uphold justice for me. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Wu Jiangwo, his face darkening, opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he was shoved aside. Mr. Li, it really is you. This is fantastic. I never expected to run into you here. It was Zhang Yongping, rushing over with a beaming smile directed at Li Yan. Wu Jiangwo was dumbfounded. He knew very well who Zhang Yongping was, but now he was treating this young man with such deference. Who on earth was this? At that moment, his heart trembled. Thank goodness Zhang Yongping interrupted. Otherwise, if he had spoken the thoughts swirling in his mind, it would have been truly disastrous. Li Yan glanced at Zhang Yongping in surprise. It had been ages since he left New Trend Futures, and he hadn't seen this person in quite some time. He never expected to meet him here. However, they weren't particularly familiar with each other. Why was Zhang Yongping displaying such a friendly demeanor? Li Yan nodded nonchalantly. Director Zhang, hello? Zhang Yongping then turned to Qin Ruoxue. You must be Qin Ruoxue. I know you. A fine employee from the factory. You are truly fortunate to marry someone like Mr. Li, Zhang Yongping said kindly to Qin Ruoxue. Beside her, Qin Ruoxue was taken aback, quickly calling out, Director. At that moment, she felt a surge of pride. When she worked in the factory, she could hardly interact with a figure like the director. But now, not only was he amiable, but he also remembered her name. All of this was brought about by the man beside her, her husband. Just then, Li Yan said, I have things to attend to. So I'll be leaving now. After speaking, he took Qin Ruoxue's arm and turned to leave. It was just a car purchase. He was here to shop, so why should he get worked up over this? Upon seeing Li Yan preparing to leave, Zhang Yongping became anxious. He had finally encountered Li Yan, and there were matters yet to discuss. How could he let him leave? Mr. Li, are you looking to buy a car? He hurriedly asked, blocking Li Yan's path. Yes, but this dealership thinks I can't afford one, Li Yan replied coolly. Hearing this, Zhang Yongping turned to Wu Jiangwo with a cold gaze. Mr. Wu, do you know who Mr. Li is? This is utterly laughable. You think he can't afford a car? He could easily buy your entire dealership. In that case, I believe there is no need for us to discuss any further. As Zhang Yongping spoke, Wu Jiangwo's heart sank. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang. You are both important figures. How could you possibly not afford a car? This kid is simply blind. I'll handle this right away. Wu Jiangwo said, forcing a smile. He then turned and kicked Han San to the ground. How do you do your job? Do you even know who MR.Li is? You actually offended him. From now on, you re-fired. Get out of here. Wu Jiangwo shouted furiously. Han San was left utterly stunned. In this day and age, finding a job like this is incredibly challenging. If I were to be dismissed, wouldn't that spell the end of my future? Mr. Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Please don't fire me. Yes, I apologize. Mr. Li, it is my fault. I have been blind to the worth of others. I am truly unworthy. Please spare me. I realize my errors. In a state of panic, Han San fell to his knees before Li Yan, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangdi, who had been observing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it! How could I have misjudged him? This lad is indeed a significant figure. What am I to do now? While he may not regard others as human, he had previously encountered Zhang Yongping, the lofty director of the steel mill. When he had gone to recruit workers and the face of such an important person, even Zhang Yongping had to be wary of Li Yan's demeanor. It is evident how immensely powerful this young man named Li Yan is. I cannot afford to offend him. As he noticed everyone's attention was fixated on the unfortunate Han San, he quietly turned to slip away unnoticed. However, before he could even take a step, a mocking laugh from Li Yan echoed behind him. What is this? Planning to flee? Did I permit you to leave? Seeing Zhao Guangdi, the weeping Han San's eyes filled with icy hatred, and he immediately pointed at Wu Jiangwo, exclaiming, "Mr. Wu, it's this scoundrel. He has been instigating me all along. Otherwise, I would never have dared to offend Mr. Li." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangwo wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, several security guards rushed over, surrounding the pale Zhao Guangdi. Chapter 80. Luxury. How dare you stir trouble in my establishment? Who gave you the audacity? Wu Jiangwo scolded darkly. Boss, I truly had no idea. I was. Spare me your nonsense. Beat him. Wu Jiangwo, filled with pent-up rage, ordered his subordinates to act without hesitation upon discovering that the root cause of the trouble was the inexplicable person before him. Please spare me. I truly did not mean it. Mr. Li, I had no idea you were this formidable. Zhao Guangdi attempted to plead further, but before he could finish his sentence, a security guard knocked him down with a baton, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, eliciting his anguished cries. Soon, the surrounding guards dispersed, and Zhao Guangdi, bruised and battered, scrambled to his feet, frantically addressing Li Yin. Brother, I was wrong. I truly should not have spoken so carelessly. It is my fault. Mr. Li, what do you think? Wu Jiangwo inquired cautiously, attempting to gauge Li Yin's reaction. All eyes in the vicinity fell silent, turned toward Li Yin, especially those of Zhao Guangdi and Han San. The two instigators, they both understood that their fates now rested solely in Li Yin's hands, contingent upon a single word from him. Li Yin scoffed. Do you think I cannot afford a car? No, absolutely not. Zhao Guangdi and Han San shook their heads vigorously, desperate to clarify to Mr. Li, if you have a particular vehicle in mind, just let me know, and I will acquire it for you at cost. I can handle all the paperwork immediately, Wu Jiangwo hastily added. Upon hearing this, Li Yin suddenly realized he did not possess a driver's license. What about a driver's license? That can be sorted in half an hour. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Wu Jiangwo, realizing Li Yin had changed his tone, felt a surge of excitement. Li Yin nodded and inquired, what is the best car you have here? I'm not sure. Mr. Li, what type do you prefer? A business vehicle or one that signifies status? Wu Jiangwo tentatively asked. I will be driving it myself. Li Yin replied nonchalantly. Wu Jiangwo's mind raced with ideas. Now that you mention it, just last week, we received a Hummer. There are hardly any in Long City. It was ordered by a previous big boss, but due to financial issues, he could not complete the payment. What do you think? A Hummer? Li Yin paused momentarily. Back in early '99, before he had made his fortune, he had not paid much attention to cars. However, he was well aware of the Hummer's prestige. In certain social circles, if you drove a Santana, people would consider you a country bumpkin. But with a Hummer, anyone would regard you with respect. Since it's available, let's go take a look. If it's satisfactory, I will take it, Li Yin affirmed. They soon arrived at the garage, where the brand new Hummer sat gleaming before them. Li Yin climbed in to test it out, nodding in satisfaction. The vehicles of this era, while incomparable to those of the future in performance, exuded a sense of grandeur and comfort. So, what will it cost me, including all the paperwork, Mr. Wu? What? 2 million. That's quite steep. Upon hearing the price, Qin Ruoxue, who lacked any concept of cars, exclaimed in astonishment. Before Li Yin could respond, Wu Jiangwo gritted his teeth and declared, Mr. Li, I, Wu, am a straightforward man and would like to be your friend. 180,000. You can drive it away. 180,000 was already a loss for him. Not to mention the hassle of handling the paperwork. Yet, Wu Jiangwo was acutely aware that Zhang Yongping held Li Yin in high regard. Even if he lost a little on this deal, securing the government vehicle contract for Zhang Yongping's steel mill would yield a profit. Furthermore, cultivating a friendship with someone like Li Yin was worth far more than this minor setback. That price seems reasonable. Li Yin mused. Qin Ruoxue wanted to interject, but upon realizing Li Yin had made his decision, she simply nodded and fell silent. Turning to Wu Jiangwo, Li Yin remarked, Mr. Wu, you are being too modest. I, Li Yin, am not short on money. How can you conduct business at a loss? Let us settle on 2 million. Please handle the paperwork for me. This, Mr. Li, you are quite generous. Wu Jiangwo quickly nodded and bowed. Soon, someone arrived to process the paperwork. Contracts were signed on the spot, and Li Yin transferred 2 million, securing his Hummer. Meanwhile, Zhao Guangdi and Han San, who had been standing to the side, dared not even draw a breath, now found themselves utterly devastated. Who said they couldn't afford a car? Unable to buy a Santana? Here he was, purchasing a Hummer. In comparison to his Hummer, a Santana was mere rubbish. In early 99. Obtaining a driver's license was relatively easy if you had any connections, and for someone like Wu Jiangwo, it was a breeze. Within half an hour, he obtained the driver's license using Li Yan's information and personally delivered it to him. Li Yan waved the keys and the license. Smiling at Qin Ruoxue, she merely nodded, unsure of what to say. Once again, Li Yan's actions astounded everyone present. Many began to mutter about his extravagance, yet more were filled with envy. This is what life is about. And if you're going to buy the best. In this moment, Li Yan demonstrated through his actions what true luxury entailed. Brother, can I leave now? Zhao Guangdi asked nervously, eyeing Li Yan. Li Yan smirked. You were so brazen before. Yet now you wish to depart? Have you forgotten something? Zhao Guangdi's face flushed as he stammered. A Santana is not for just anyone. Upon uttering this, he noticed the disdainful glares from those around him, who looked ready to devour him whole. Li Yan shrugged. Did you all hear that? That was his statement. With that, he pulled Qin Ruoxue along as they headed out. Behind them, a chorus of curses erupted. I drive a Santana. How dare you say that? You have the guts to repeat that. That scoundrel deserves a beating. Teach him a lesson. Amid the cacophony of shouts, Zhao Guangdi was soon tackled to the ground. His cries of despair echoing once more. Chapter 81. Words must be chosen wisely. Listening to the anguished screams from the crowd, Qin Ruoxue stuck out her tongue, wondering if this might be a bit excessive. Li Yan shrugged, chuckling. Someone inside said it correctly. Those who speak carelessly deserve this fate. After saying this, Qin Ruoxue burst into laughter. At that moment, the car had been driven out from the garage. Wu Jiangwo, as if courting favor, beamed and said, Mr. Li, the paperwork is all completed. You can drive away now. In the future, should any issues arise with the vehicles, feel free to come by. I offer lifetime maintenance and repairs for you. Here is my business card. If you have any problems, contact me anytime. Thank you. I will reach out if needed. Li Yan nodded, accepting the card. Wu Jiangwo secretly sighed in relief, his face brimming with joy. Mr. Li, please hold on. Just as Li Yan was about to drive away, Zhang Yongping, who had been smiling while watching Wu Jiangwo manage affairs, suddenly spoke up. So, Director Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Yongping awkwardly chuckled, rubbing his hands together as lunchtime approaches. I would like to invite Li and your wife to join me for a meal. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence? He looked at Li Yan with eager anticipation. Li Yan frowned. Let's skip the meal. If you have something to say, Director Zhang, please go ahead. He had no particular relationship with Zhang Yongping and had even felt that he had taken advantage of the steel mill during the recent futures incident. Was there any need to dine together? Zhang Yongping's expression shifted momentarily before he forced a smile. Mr. Li, you are indeed forthright. In that case, I shall not conceal it from you. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. General Li, please, go ahead and speak. Li Yan responded somewhat impatiently. Zhang Yongping quickly interjected. It is like this. Previously, the steel plant had allocated a property in the new district to General Li, and I was hoping to. After finishing his sentence, Zhang Yongping discreetly observed Li Yan's expression, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The Dingxing building, at the time of its transfer, was worth approximately 5 million, which was roughly the market price. However, the situation has now changed. A few days ago, during a meeting he attended, he vaguely overheard a leader mention that Longqing might be developing a commercial district, which would entail demolition and renovation. The area where the Dingxing building is located happens to fall within the redevelopment zone. As the director of a state-run steel plant, he understood all too well what this represented. Therefore, if handled properly, it would be a tremendous boon for both the steel plant and himself. Yet, Li Yan merely raised his head, gazing at him with a half-smile and remained silent. In contrast, Zhang Yongping felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. What does that look in Li Yan's eyes mean? Could it be that he has received some lead? But that shouldn't be the case. Zhang Yongping was aware that Li Yan was a young man with considerable trading acumen, and his assets had grown quite substantial. However, as far as he knew, this news had not yet spread, being confined to a privileged few. Could it be that Li Yan possesses some background of which he is unaware? In that moment, Zhang Yongping's mind raced, especially under the scrutiny of Li Yan's gaze, making him feel as though all his calculations had been laid bare. What replaced his confidence was a sense of embarrassment and fear. The embarrassment of being exposed and the concern that if Li Yan did possess a significant background, his actions might provoke offense. After all, those who had access to such information were undoubtedly of a high caliber. Li Yin, however, was oblivious to Zhang Yongping's tumultuous thoughts. What background does he have? His most substantial backing is himself. This was precisely what he had calculated when negotiating with the steel plant. Would he relinquish what is now in his possession? Absolutely not. Furthermore, Zhang Yongping's sudden emergence with such thoughts was clearly an attempt to exploit Li Yan's ignorance of certain matters. It seemed that there had already been movements from above, Li Yan mused inwardly. Little did Zhang Yongping know that his actions not only failed to impress Li Yan, but instead solidified Li Yan's confidence in retaining the Dingxing building's property. If Zhang Yongping were to learn of Li Yan's thoughts at that moment, he might very well burst into tears. Young Master Li, what exactly do you mean? We are acquaintances after all. At least say something, Zhang Yongping cautiously inquired. Li Yan waved his hand, stating that there was no need for Director Zhang to bring up the matter again today. Otherwise, we may not be friends anymore. As he spoke, Li Yan reached out and patted the nearby tiger head bin, leaving Zhang Yongping momentarily speechless. The implication was clear. A mere difference of 1 million between 5 and 6 million. Do you believe I am so concerned about that sum? The atmosphere between them grew palpably awkward. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yan suddenly asked, is the ownership of the Dingxing building entirely in the hands of your steel plant? Originally resigned to his fate, Zhang Yongping was momentarily taken aback by Li Yan's question. Could there be a turn of events? Cooperation? If it is cooperation, I think that perhaps there is something to discuss, Li Yan said with a smile. Gulp, Zhang Yongping swallowed nervously, lowering his voice to ask, Young Master Li, cooperation is not out of the question. However, could you perhaps give me a hint? Does the person above you also have their eyes on this area? The person above? Li Yan's heart stirred as he quickly grasped the situation. Zhang Yongping had evidently mistaken his advanced knowledge as belonging to someone who, like him, had obtained certain insights through special channels. Li Yan felt inclined to clarify that no such person existed. However, since Zhang Yongping had taken the initiative to suggest it, he could don a facade of authority, which might prove beneficial in their forthcoming collaboration. Thus, Li Yan offered a mysterious smile, patting Zhang Yongping's shoulder. Director Zhang, some things should not be spoken of lightly. Chapter 82. Interest hiss. Zhang Yongping trembled, inhaling sharply in fear. I understand. I understand. Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize for any embarrassment. If previously it was merely speculation, with Li Yan's single statement, Zhang Yongping was now convinced that a significant figure stood behind Li Yan. In an instant, he snapped back to reality. Once Zhang Yongping adjusted his mindset, he eagerly grasped Li Yan's hand, beaming as he spoke. Showering compliments upon Li Yan while forging connections, he appeared remarkably familiar. To an outsider, witnessing their camaraderie at that moment would surely suggest they were longtime friends. Li Yan chuckled, reassuring him that there was no rush. With the new year approaching, let us find an opportunity to discuss matters in detail afterward. What do you think, Director Zhang? Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Young Master Li, however, let us forego the formalities. Given my seniority, I shall affectionately call you brother from now on, if that suits you. Excellent. You may call me brother as you see fit. Having concluded their discussion, the two exchanged phone numbers. And Li Yan finally departed in his car. As he drove, reflecting on the earlier conversation. A smile crept upon his lips. A timely opportunity indeed. This era is truly one replete with golden prospects. He had recently been contemplating the expansion of his endeavors beyond the financial market into tangible industries, and unexpectedly, Zhang Yongping had approached him. Perfect timing. Just then, he felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Li Yan couldn't help but raise his head to inquire of Qin Ruoxue. Ruoxue, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? I wanted to see if you truly are Li Yan. Hiss. Li Yan shivered, nearly losing control of the vehicle as he reacted to her words. Startled, he grasped the steering wheel tightly, managing to regain control just in time. Li Yan, are you all right? Qin Ruoxue's face paled in fright as she anxiously grasped his arm. Li Yan forced a smile, assuring her that he was fine. However, you nearly scared me to death. Had an accident occurred just now, we would surely have a dreadful new year ahead. Although he had realized that Qin Ruoxue was merely jesting, her words had nearly struck a nerve. Why such a strong reaction? I simply found it puzzling that you and Director Zhang have only met a handful of times, yet you were so familiar with each other just now. calling each other brother. It seemed as though you were practically kin. As Qin Ruoxue regained her composure, she voiced her curiosity. Li Yin scoffed. Familiarity? I am hardly acquainted with him. Such individuals, what does it matter even if we were familiar? He is merely interested in the benefits I can bring him. Don't overthink it. Suddenly, Qin Ruoxue remarked, Li Yin, sometimes you seem quite foreign to me. Although your capabilities are impressive, I cannot help but feel a twinge of fear. Li Yin freed one hand to gently grasp Qin Ruoxue's delicate hand, speaking softly, fear not. What is there to fear? You only need to trust that as long as I am here, I can provide you with a secure haven, shielding you from the storms beyond. You need not concern yourself with the chaos outside. I will handle everything. Qin Ruoxue's expression softened, resting her head gently against the seat, before suddenly smiling and saying, Li Yin, you truly are remarkable. Li Yin chuckled. Oh, I possess many remarkable qualities. Would you care to discover them? Realizing something in his expression, Qin Ruoxue's face flushed bright red. As the new year approached, there remained numerous tasks to attend to. After tidying up their home with Qin Ruoxue, Li Yin dialed Han Zixuan's number. He had been preoccupied with his own affairs in recent days and had not contacted her. Even through the phone, he could sense the hint of resentment in Han Zixuan's tone. Haha, don't be upset. I shall come to pick you up shortly. Li Yin laughed, unfazed by her tone, and spoke cheerfully. Women, at times, can be a bit emotional. Han Zixuan was merely joking, expressing her feelings in this manner, which was inconsequential. Soon enough, Li Yin arrived at the foot of Han Zixuan's building. However, after waiting for some time, she did not come down. He called her again. Young Master Li, could you possibly come up? My parents have been waiting at home since they heard you were coming. Han Zixuan's voice was filled with guilt. She understood her relationship with Li Yin. Yet her parents held a different perspective. Unfortunately, she had no way to explain. Very well, I shall wait for you. Li Yin hung up, drove to a nearby store to purchase some cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements, and then headed upstairs. Since Han Zixuan had extended the invitation, he wanted to show her some courtesy. With the new year approaching, it was only fitting he did not arrive empty-handed. Ding dong. Li Yin pressed the doorbell, and Han Zixuan opened the door from within, exclaiming, You're here. I'm so sorry, my family. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yin interrupted her. That moment, Han Zixuan's eyes were slightly red, and the remnants of tears were still apparent. No, it's nothing. Dante asked, just greet your family, and then we can head out. Han Zixuan's gaze wavered as she pulled Li Yin further into the house. Li Yin remained silent, and upon reaching the living room, he realized there were guests present in Han Zixuan's home. Han Zixuan's father, Han Jianshan, and her mother, Song Qiaoyu, sat to one side. However, seated in the middle was a haughty middle-aged woman, her face rigid as if the entire world owed her a debt. Uncle, Aunt, Li Yin called out, addressing them in light of Han Zixuan's presence, and promptly handed over the items he had brought in his food bag. I came in a rush, and didn't he bring anything significant? So please don't mind. Song Qiaoyu wore a smile on her face, exclaiming, Oh, little Li, your presence is enough. What do you bring? How overly courteous. Yet, despite her words, the joy on her face was unmistakable as she accepted the items from Li Yin while casting furtive glances at the woman beside her. And who might this be? Li Yin inquired thoughtfully. I am Zixuan's aunt. And you must be Li Yin. Song Ru lifted her head sharply, her voice piercing. Li Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the tight grip Han Zixuan had on his arm. Her eyes pleading. Yes, that's me, he replied. I've heard you work in finance. Which company are you with? What's your monthly salary? Let me tell you. Our Zixuan possesses both beauty and figure. With a person like you, if you're not earning at least 3,000 to 5,000 a month, don't even think about being with her. There are plenty of better options out there. Li Yin's expression darkened at once. He turned to Han Jianshan. Uncle, is this your sentiment or aunt's? No. We are very satisfied with little Li. Han Jianshan, having previously faced embarrassment before Li Yin, was displeased with his sister-in-law's demeanor and waved his hand, signaling that this matter was not his concern. Hey, I'm speaking to you. What's with that attitude? Song Ru shouted. Her hands on her hips, Li Yin let out a cold laugh and then glanced icily at Song Ru. Zixuan has said nothing, and her parents have remained silent. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? Do you have a say here? Song Ru was left speechless in the face of Li Yan's retort. At that moment, Song Qiaoyu quickly interjected, Little sister, little Li is really quite a good person. You needn't worry, Zishuan won't suffer with him. The couple had witnessed Li Yan's wealth firsthand and learned from their daughter that he was indeed a big boss. With her sister causing such a ruckus, Song Qiaoyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Her sister had always been domineering, and after marrying a small business owner, she had amassed some wealth and moved into a larger house. In her usual way, she looked down on her own family. What's wrong with me saying a few words as an aunt? Can't I even say that? What's that you're holding? Let me tell you, these days, one must be cautious about gifts from outsiders. Who knows if it's some counterfeit from a small workshop? What if something goes wrong? Seeing the gift in Song Qiaoyu's hands, Song Rue's eyes narrowed, and she mockingly remarked, "Little sister, that's enough. Li Yin can bring gifts. Can he harm our family? What kind of talk is that?" Song Qiaoyu frowned. Darling, don't be upset. We're all family here. Xiao Ru is just worried about our daughter. Little Li will understand, right? Unexpectedly, Han Zhengwo suddenly took on the role of peacemaker, laughing heartily. Li Yin was somewhat taken aback. This man, who had previously regarded him with disdain, was suddenly so understanding. You needn't worry about whether my things are genuine. The receipts are inside. Uncle, if you have time, feel free to verify. Zishuan and I have matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. Li Yin said coldly and then turned to Han Zishuan. Mom, I'll be heading out now. Han Zishuan had longed to escape this household, and had it not been for Li Yan's sudden arrival, she would have been at a loss for how to face the situation. However, at that moment, Song Ru suddenly seized Han Zishuan's arm. Zishuan, you can't do this. My husband's nephew is coming over shortly. You should at least meet him. Otherwise, people will think you're managing things properly. After saying this, she provocatively glanced at Li Yin. Han Zishuan's eyes reddened. She looked worn out and opened her mouth but found it difficult to explain anything to Li Yin. Song Ru, on the other hand, grew smug. My husband has a nephew. He is truly remarkable. He is miles ahead of you. He has a car and a house, and most importantly, a steady job, do you know? He works as a manager in a real estate company, earning at least 2,000 a month. A real iron rice bowl. Unlike some people who just pretend to be something they're not. Isn't that right, sister? Afterward, she cast a triumphant glance at Song Qiaoyu. Li Yin, I didn't agree to this. These are all my aunt's sudden demands. I wasn't aware of any of this beforehand. Han Zishuan explained. Her face paled. Li Yin, however, chuckled, slowly releasing Han Zishuan's hand and gently patting her on the back. It's all right. Seeing Li Yan's expression, Han Zishuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She understood that she and Li Yin did not share the kind of relationship her family assumed. They were more akin to confidants, deeply invested in their work. Only she knew how much effort she had put in to earn Li Yan's trust. Yet now, with her parents and aunt acting this way, it felt as if they were on the verge of ruining everything. This was the reason behind Han Zishuan's secret tears. Li Yan's understanding relieved her. But at the same time, she felt a twinge of worry. Since you see yourself as Zishuan's elder, do you think it's appropriate to speak like this? Zishuan is my girlfriend, and your words make me uncomfortable, Li Yin said coldly, glaring at Song Ru. Humph. Your discomfort is of no concern to me. When buying, one must compare prices. If you have the ability and good conditions, what do you have to fear? Or is it that everything you said to my sister was just a fade, merely to deceive? Just a silver shell with nothing inside? If that is the case, Zishuan should hurry and distance herself from you. Song Ru proclaimed, hands on her hips, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Yin, furious, retorted with a laugh. Zishuan is a person, not an object. If you truly considered yourself Xiao Ru's aunt, you wouldn't make such remarks. You claim to act in the interest of others, but it's merely to satisfy your vanity. Do you think 2,000 a month is impressive? That's just a sign of being lowly. You can ask Zishuan how much I've paid her this month. You. How dare you speak to me like that? I am Zishuan's aunt. Song Ru's face flushed red with anger, and she turned to Han Zishuan. Zishuan, has this guy ever given you money? You mustn't lie to me. Han Zishuan shrank back, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke softly. I haven't kept count. Actually, it's not much, maybe around 100 to 200,000. But there is some, right? What? Song Ru's eyes widened in shock, her neck stretching long as she fell speechless. Her face rapidly shifting from red to black. Li Yin let out a cold laugh and said dismissively, So, you needn't concern yourself with my relationship with Zishuan. Whether my conditions are good or not has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are? Questioning this and that. 2000, Ha. Chapter 84. Every family has its own quirky relatives, Ha. Although this era has yet to reach the explosive age of online communication, Li Yin's expression, combined with that single Ha, felt more painful to Song Ru than if he had slapped her twice. Her face burned with humiliation. Li Yin's sharp words, piercing gaze, and that faintly mocking smile were nothing less than blatant ridicule. Li Yin, let us leave. Han Zixuan, seeing Song Ru on the verge of exploding, quickly grasped Li Yan's hand and moved towards the door. Li Yin smiled, stepping in front of Song Ru, looking down at her as he stated, "What I've said is simply to inform you. Han Zixuan is an adult and can make her own judgments. You have no right to meddle, understand? Your so-called good conditions, your so-called stable job, and everything you claim means nothing to me." With that, Li Yin turned and left with Han Zixuan. "Sister, did you see that? Look at the kind of son-in-law your family has found. Is this how one speaks to their elders? Did I do something wrong? I only wanted to give Zixuan a better option. What if he has money? Can he even spend it on you? A person like him is clearly unreliable, let me tell you." "Enough." Song Qiaoyu, observing her sister's attitude, felt a flash of impatience. "I've watched you grow up. I know your nature and your thoughts. Don't say such things. If you truly consider yourself Zixuan's aunt, refrain from such comments in the future. I'm going to prepare dinner." "No need. I'm not eating. I'm full from anger." "What nonsense." Song Ru grumbled, venting her dissatisfaction. After finishing, she stormed out, leaving Han Jianshan and Song Qiaoyu staring at each other, wide-eyed. "This is all your fault. You didn't even try to intervene. Just sat there watching while it escalated to this point. What now?" Song Qiaoyu scolded Han Jianshan, who merely chuckled as he lit a cigarette. "Intervene? Why would I do that?" "What do you mean by that?" Song Qiaoyu inquired. Han Jianshan revealed his little scheme, causing Song Qiaoyu to hesitate before saying, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Sun Yiping, adorned with a large gold chain and driving a Santana, glanced at Song Ru in the passenger seat, furrowing his brow. "You old hag, why are you wailing? Didn't you say we were going to your sister's house? How did it come to this? Your wife is being bullied, and you are oblivious. Yet you stand here making sarcastic remarks. Sun Yiping, what kind of man are you? It's not my sister. It's my niece, Zixuan. That girl has found a boyfriend." Song Ru elaborated on the day's events, embellishing them with flair. "What a ridiculous situation. Who dares to look down on us? Humph. My nephew is making a fortune. What is he? Does he really think he is some big shot? Besides, what kind of important person would even notice their impoverished family? Leave this matter to me. After the new year, I will personally take Xiaofei to pay a visit. You and your sister should arrange a matchmaking meeting. I want to see just how formidable he really is." Song Ru nodded eagerly. Her husband was capable and knew many influential figures. She was determined to silence Li Yin. However, at that moment, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing straight ahead, "Quick, chase that car. Are you out of your mind? Why are you making a fuss? That's a luxury car. Why should we chase it? If their S is scratch, I can't afford to compensate." Sun Yiping scolded. "What nonsense. Li Yin is in that car." "I just saw him," Song Ru shouted. "What? Is that true? Someone who can afford a Hudobin? Didn't you say he was just putting on a show?" Sun Yiping's expression flickered between uncertainty and disbelief. In this day and age, driving a Hudobin and a Santana was an entirely different realm. Song Ru retorted, "A mere old car has you so frightened. Aren't you always bragging about how impressive you are? That kid is just a silver-plated imitation. Only a girl like Zixuan could be deceived by him. Hurry up and catch up. Let's see what he is up to. Who doesn't he know a few friends with cars? I have a friend whose family owns a Benz." Sun Yiping pondered and realized she had a point. Perhaps a classmate or friend borrowed a car to show off and impress girls. It was a common trope among young people in Hong Kong films. "Haha, you're right. Let us go." Sun Yiping suddenly became interested, pressing down on the accelerator to chase after them. Meanwhile, Li Yin was driving steadily, while Han Zixuan looked on in astonishment. "Li Xiao, your car isn't cheap, is it?" "Oh, just around 2 million. It's decent enough for now," Li Yin chuckled. Now that they were alone, there was nothing he couldn't share with Han Zixuan. Such a fine car. Only you, Li Xiao, could achieve this in such a short time. By the way, Li Xiao, thank you for today. I didn't expect my aunt to act this way. I'm really sorry." Han Zixuan said enviously, lowering her head to apologize. Li Yin was momentarily taken aback. "There's no need for you to apologize. Who doesn't he have a few eccentric relatives? As long as they don't bother me. Today's events are behind us, Li Yin said nonchalantly. Just then, they arrived at their destination, and he parked the car. However, as they stepped out, a dusty Santana came barreling towards them, screeching to a halt with a jarring sound. Two people jumped out of the front car, rushing towards Li Yin, yelling, "Kid, you just damaged my car. Pay up." Sun Yiping sneered, shouting angrily. Meanwhile, Song Ru stood by, hands on her hips, looking ready for a spectacle. Han Zixuan glared at the two. Her face pale. "Aunt, uncle, what are you doing? What do you think? Can't you see our car was hit?" "Naturally, we want this kid to pay," Song Ru interjected. Han Zixuan was dumbfounded, shaking with anger as she pointed at Song Ru and Sun Yiping. "Aunt, uncle, how can you act like this?" Song Ru's face fell, and she pointed at Han Zixuan. "How are you speaking? Why are you siding with him? Enough." Just then, Li Yin glanced at the time, impatiently interrupting Song Ru. "How do you want to handle this?" The two were clearly here to stir up trouble, and Li Yin had no intention of wasting time with them. Some people only learn a lesson when they are taught a harsh one. Now that they were no longer at Han Zixuan's home, Li Yin felt no need to indulge them or offer any pleasantries. Well, that Song Ru was about to boast when Sun Yiping pushed her aside. "Kid, you hit my car. First, pay for the damages. Then, compensate me for my emotional distress and loss of work. Otherwise, you'll regret it," Sun Yiping said eagerly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Also, I have another condition," he added, as if everything was under his control. "Oh, another condition?" Li Yin looked at Sun Yiping mockingly. "That's right. Stay away from Han Zixuan. Don't come near the Han family again. If you do, I'll make sure to beat you up every time I see you," Sun Yiping threatened, clenching his fists. Upon hearing this, Han Zixuan realized that today's incident was orchestrated by her aunt and uncle to separate her from Li Yin. But she knew very well what her relationship with Li Yin was. "Enough, aunt. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. What exactly do you want?" Han Zixuan shouted, her face stormy. "Still angry? Do you have the right to be angry? We are doing this for your own good." "Don't be ungrateful," Song Ru said sharply. Just then, Li Yin clapped his hands and stepped in front of Sun Yiping. "Kid, what's your game?" Sun Yiping snorted coldly. "Nothing. I just think you two should have gone into acting. You wasting your talent. You keep claiming it's for someone else's benefit, but you're the ones gaining from this. Is this really for Zixuan's good? Give me a break. You trying to save face while being knee-deep in dirt. How about you just go to heaven? You're looking for death." Sun Yiping's eyes turned red with rage, and he swung a punch at Li Yin. However, before he could reach Li Yin coldly scoffed and kicked him back 2 steps, landing him on his rear. "You dare to hit me? I'll tell you, kid, you're done for. If I don't finish you off today, I'll no longer be called Sun Yiping." Sun Yiping had always bullied others since coming into money. He had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. Now, his eyes were filled with fury, wishing he could devour Li Yin whole. "How dare you hit me, someone? Someone, come see. This guy crashed my car and hit me. Is there any justice left? Is there any law?" Seeing her husband knocked to the ground, Song Ru immediately unleashed her inner shrew, wailing and shouting. Li Yin had parked near an office building bustling with people, and at this moment, Song Ru's wailing drew a crowd, who stopped in their tracks, eager to witness the commotion. Han Zixuan, being a girl and experiencing such a situation for the first time, was crimson with embarrassment and anxiety, gripping Li Yin's arm tightly. "If you dare to mess with me, I'll make sure to end you." Li Yin frowned, glaring fiercely at Song Ru. Startled, she fell silent but retorted, "You hit someone. You need to provide an explanation? The public's eyes are sharp. Don't think you can escape." At that moment, Han Zixuan could no longer hold back. "Aunt, please understand, you approached us, and you were still in the car when the two vehicles brushed against each other. Which of your eyes saw that someone was hit? Are you done yet?" Song Ru sneered. "I saw it with both my eyes. You hit both the car and the person. Humph. If you don't accept my previous conditions, today's matter is far from over." "Exactly. It's not over. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Let me tell you, my nephew works here. I'll contact him right now and have him bring people down. If you're on your knees begging for mercy, I might spare you. Otherwise, you're finished today." Sun Yiping laughed coldly. Initially, when he and Song Ru spotted Li Yin's Hudobin on the road, they merely intended to follow and see what these two were up to. But upon seeing Li Yin's Hudobin arrive at the scene, Sun Yiping concocted a plan. He believed that as long as he held Li Yin up, this kid, borrowing someone else's car, wouldn't he be able to afford compensation. When his nephew appeared, he would completely overshadow Li Yin, especially in front of Han Zixuan, which would further highlight his nephew's prowess. However, he never anticipated that after the crash, Li Yin remained completely unruffled. This wasn't he right. This kid borrowed someone else's car. How could he be so calm? It must be an act. After all, what man doesn't he enjoy putting on a show in front of women? For instance, even Sun Yiping, when visiting a foot massage parlor, would strut around like a big boss, when in reality, he was merely a small contractor for a construction crew. However, this did not prevent him from feeling like a real man. Truly formidable, in that moment, he resolved to cease all procrastination. This fellow would only shed tears when faced with a coffin, so he decided to summon his nephew. Your nephew? Ha! So impressive. Then let him come down. Li Yin, stirred by the thought, spoke disdainfully to a mere worker. Ha! Indeed, in early 1999, anyone with a legitimate job would feel somewhat superior to many others. Yet, as time progressed, reality would reveal to them that such a sense of superiority was utterly nonsensical. Sun Yiping did not anticipate that Li Yin would remain steadfast at such a time. He stood up, an air of defiance emanating from him as he produced his mobile phone from his waist. Nephew, hurry down. Bring several people with you. Your uncle has been assaulted. After embellishing the tale, Sun Yiping hung up the phone, tilting his head towards Li Yin and declaring, just wait. My nephew will be here shortly. Let us see how you meet your end. Chapter 86. Smash Li Yin, however, merely shook his head. Leave? What is there to leave for? This matter is far from over, Li Yin said nonchalantly. Han Zixuan, upon hearing his words, recognized that she could not sway Li Yin, so she lowered her head, quietly contemplating her next moves. At worst, she could acquiesce to her aunt's demands. Everything that transpired today stemmed from her actions. If not for her, this situation would have had nothing to do with Li Yin. Yet why would her family treat her this way? Disappointment and struggle tore at Han Zixuan's heart like a relentless ache. Make way! Make way! Do you not hear me? Everyone get the hell out of the way. What are you staring at? Hurry up! At that moment, a raucous uproar erupted from the outskirts of the crowd, followed by several security guards pushing their way through, behind whom were a few young men clad in suits. One of the young men, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, gasped and rushed to Sun Yiping's side, helping him to his feet. Xiaofei, you've finally arrived. This kid, he crashed into you, and even assaulted someone. You must stand up for your uncle. Sun Yiping, seeing his long-cherished nephew had come, especially in such a dapper attire, which epitomized the archetype of a white-collar elite, felt a stark contrast to Li Yin's casual garb, which clearly placed him in a different realm. Uncle, no worries. I've got everything under control, Sun Xiaofei calmly assured Sun Yiping. He then turned with an air of arrogance towards Li Yin. In his eyes, at his age, working for a large corporation with a state-owned enterprise background, and being a university student, there were few peers he deemed worthy of his esteem. Upon glancing at Li Yin, he was struck by a sense of discovery, as if he had found prey. How stunning! Even more enticing than before. This kind of woman is meant for me, Sun Xiaofei. Others are unworthy. He felt a surge of excitement within. Thus, he eagerly approached Han Zixuan. Dressed in a suit with a slicked-back hairstyle, he felt incredibly dashing. Hello, Zixuan. It's a pleasure to see you again. Sun Xiaofei extended his hand towards Han Zixuan, completely disregarding Li Yin. The goddess stood before him. What was there to discuss with a man? Han Zixuan was taken aback by this fellow, instinctively stepping back, half concealing herself behind Li Yin, before furrowing her brows and saying, Do we know each other? Ahem. Li Yin nearly laughed at Han Zixuan's expression. However, his face bore a strained look akin to constipation, betraying his inner turmoil. At that moment, Sun Xiaofei's face darkened. He had approached with such enthusiasm, only to find Han Zixuan utterly dismissive. His hand hung awkwardly in the air, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I am Sun Xiaofei. We met when we were children. He scrambled to justify himself. Han Zixuan coldly replied, You just said it was when we were children, yet I have no recollection. Apologies, but I do not know you. All right, enough of your pretenses. You must be the nephew, right? Li Yin suddenly interjected. What business do you have here? Mind your own affairs and get lost if you know what is good for you. Sun Xiaofei had no kind words for Li Yin, especially upon witnessing Li Yin's arm wrapped around Han Zixuan's waist. His heart was bleeding. That was the goddess's waist. It belonged to him. How could he let another man lay claim to it? Get lost. Aren't you that fellow's nephew? Aren't you his pride? If I walk away now, how will you explain it to him? Or is it that you can't move when you see a woman? What a good nephew indeed! Li Yin laughed heartily, causing those around to burst into laughter. Sun Yiping's expression soured. After all the effort he put into calling his nephew, this was the outcome. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaofei was enraged by the mocking glances from the crowd. Being a well-educated university student, his mind was quick, his eyes darted, and he suddenly had an idea. Sun Xiaofei straightened his suit and, with an air of sophistication, coldly sneered, "What are you, an outsider? No? Zixuan is my uncle's niece. I am his nephew. We are family. We can discuss our matters privately. What concern is it of yours? I am merely safeguarding my uncle's reputation." Indeed, my nephew is indeed my nephew, a truly talented university student. Sun Yiping, upon hearing Sun Xiaofei's words, excitedly gave a thumbs dash up. Li Yin scoffed, not uttering a word. Sun Xiaofei paused and said, "Since you brought this matter up, you should compensate quickly. I have a dinner with my superiors shortly and have no time to waste with you." Compensate? What am I supposed to compensate for? Li Yin asked coldly. Haha, are you joking? My uncle has already informed me over the phone. You crashed into a person and a vehicle. Are you not planning to compensate? Let me tell you this. Don't even think about fleeing the scene. There are so many witnesses. Sun Xiaofei laughed exaggeratedly while stealing a glance at Han Zixuan. He wanted her to see that Li Yin had no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Li Yin's gaze fell upon Sun Xiaofei's name tag, and upon seeing the words Longqing Jiming Real Estate, he suddenly chuckled, "I can compensate. However, I hope you won't regret it." Regret? Haha, I, Sun Xiaofei, have tasted many things, but I have never tasted regret, Sun Xiaofei proclaimed arrogantly, his tone dripping with confidence. Fine, I will compensate. Li Yin suddenly nodded. Han Zixuan was taken aback. This was not like Li Yin's character. She quickly shook his arm vigorously. Li Xiao, we cannot proceed like this. This is not how one suffers losses. You need not say anything. Just watch, Li Yin said with an air of calmness. He was not averse to losses. It was simply that the individuals before him were not worthy. How much is this car worth? Name your price, Li Yin said to Sun Yiping. Sun Yiping extended his hand. 80,000. No, it's 100,000. After speaking, he nervously looked at Li Yin. I tell you, I've only driven this car for a few days. If I need to repair it, it will cost at least 20,000. Enough. Why so many unnecessary words? You said 100,000, right? No problem. Li Yin without hesitation pulled out a check and swiftly filled it out for 100,000. Is there any problem with that? Li Yin's promptness left not only Han Zixuan astounded, but also Sun Yiping and Sun Xiaofei speechless. For a moment, they felt a twinge of anxiety. Sun Xiaofei thought to himself, a person who could produce 100,000 without batting an eye. Could he be a wealthy second generation? Offending an ordinary person might be manageable. But if he had a background, things could turn troublesome. Meanwhile, Song Ru and Sun Yiping exchanged glances filled with astonishment at the check. 100,000. They had only paid 30,000 when purchasing this car, which was an accident vehicle bought by Sun Yiping at the second-hand market. It was merely for show. This fellow truly was generous. Had they known this would happen, they should have demanded 200,000. Song Ru whispered to Sun Yiping. Just then, Li Yin suddenly turned and walked towards his car, retrieving a military shovel from the trunk. What are you doing? In broad daylight, do you dare commit violence? Upon seeing Li Yin's cold gaze and the shovel in his hand, Sun Xiaofei instantly shrank back, letting out a scream. However, with a loud crash, the windshield shattered into shards. Chapter 87. Jiming Real Estate gasped. Everyone around inhaled sharply. This was a car, a small automobile, a Santana. How dare he? Such an act of vandalism, even in a future where everyone owned a vehicle, would be rare. After all, who would be so reckless as to squander money? Let alone now, in the year 1999, when cars were the pinnacle of luxury. Li Yin's actions shocked everyone. The first blow shattered the windshield into fragments. The second blow dented the engine hood beyond recognition. The third blow, a car door, was forcefully cleaved off by Li Yin. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Sun Yiping, at that moment, one hand clutching his chest, he could hardly breathe, darkness clouding his vision. You damn it. Stop, what are you doing? That's my car. Sun Yiping, furious, rushed forward, blocking Li Yin's path. Get lost. Your car? This is my car. You took my check. This car belongs to me? Li Yin sneered, speaking coolly. Sun Yiping froze in place. Indeed, the check was still in his hand. In that moment, he stood there, caught in a state of bewilderment, neither walking nor standing still. He was utterly dumbfounded. This was his property, purchased with 100,000. He simply enjoyed smashing it to hear the sound, and what could you do about it? Li Yin lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring towards Sun Yiping, his face reeking of disdain. Insanity! Are you out of your mind? Sun Yiping managed to say with great difficulty, I am not short of money. You dare to play with me, and I will ruin you. Li Yin scoffed coldly and raised the engineer's shovel in his hand, striking down without even a glance. Sun Yiping, terrified, jumped aside, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Bang! Another piercing sound echoed, and he shut his eyes in agony. Stop it! At that moment, Sun Xiaofei suddenly approached and blocked Li Yin. What? You intend to stop me? Fine. Return my check, and the car is yours, Li Yin said nonchalantly. Sun Xiaofei's face darkened. Return? How could that be? Even if it were just 10,000, it cannot be returned. But you cannot smash cars here. Do you understand? This is the territory of Jiming Real Estate. Your actions here affect our clients. It disrupts our work. Can you bear that responsibility? Sun Xiaofei said, his tone fierce yet cowardly. Li Yin shrugged, replying, What business is it of yours? Are you the owner of Jiming Real Estate? Sun Xiaofei did not expect Li Yin to remain obstinate even at this juncture. Before he could speak, Sun Yiping immediately interjected. My nephew is the manager of Jiming Real Estate. Do you understand what that means? He is a senior executive and can naturally represent Jiming Real Estate. You better stop this immediately. He swung the engineer's shovel and struck down on another door of the car. You re-asking for death? Security? Where are the guards? Beat him to a pulp. Unfortunately, Li Yin didn't even spare him a glance, completely ignoring him. Instead, he became even more emboldened, his anger flaring. The surrounding security guards, who had accompanied him, stood with peculiar expressions. Sun Xiaofei, being a manager, could naturally command them. Kid, you'd better back off. Don't make it difficult for us. One of the leaders, sensing that Li Yin was not to be trifled with, deliberately said this. After all, in this day and age, anyone daring to smash a car was not someone they could provoke. The best course of action was to persuade him to stop. However, Li Yin dismissed him entirely, sneering, if it's too difficult, then don't do it. You don't push your luck. Even if this were presented before the police, we would have our reasons. Exactly. You should stop right now. Several of them chimed in, appearing fierce, yet none made a move. What are you all hesitating for? Get on with it. Don't you want to keep your jobs? Sun Xiaofei yelled, fury blazing within him. The guards exchanged glances, and finally, they slowly encircled Li Yin. Han Zixuan anxiously broke out in a cold sweat, about to urge Li Yin to reconsider. But just then, a few cars suddenly came to a halt not far away. What is going on here? Who ordered you to gather around? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Mr. Jean, you've arrived. There is someone causing a ruckus. We were merely following Manager Sun's orders to remove him. The guard quickly replied upon seeing the newcomers. Causing a ruckus? Is there someone causing a disturbance on Jiming's territory? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, impatience evident in his voice. Hurry up and get rid of him. Don't delay my important matters. Saying this, he turned and walked over to the second car, respectfully opening the door and smiling. Director Zhang. I apologize. The people below are being unruly, making a mess of things. Please speak kindly of me later. Rest assured, young masterly one-team mind this. What the hell have you done? Zhang Yongping stepped out of the car, casually responding, but his sentence was abruptly cut short as he suddenly pushed past Jin Ming and rushed towards Li Yin. Jin Ming was left dumbfounded. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Damn. Young Masterly. It's actually young Masterly. The troublemaker the guards mentioned couldn't possibly be this person, could it? If that were the case, today would be a significant problem. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaofei, seeing his boss arrive, felt bolstered. Boss, this guy is causing a scene here. Don't worry, I'll handle this, you can count on me. Absolutely won't delay anything. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished in the presence of Jin Ming, as if the person before had never been him at all. Before Jin Ming could speak, Li Yin looked at him with a half-smile. Are you the boss? This is young Master Li, Zhang Yongping quickly whispered from the side. Jian Ming felt a wave of dread wash over him, cursing under his breath. What to do now? The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. He hurriedly plastered a smile on his face, saying, Young Master Li, I am the boss here. And beside him, Sun Xiaofei's face turned pale as if he had been punched in the gut. He felt like a dead man walking. From the boss's attitude, he immediately realized that he was finished. Chapter 88. Regret. Zhang Yongping frowned, saying, Li Yin shrugged. Someone claims to represent Jiming Real Estate and wishes to ruin me, Boss Jin. Is that your intention? No, absolutely not. Young Master Li, how could I say such a thing? Jian Ming shook his head vigorously. In this day and age, the real estate market is beginning to show signs of resurgence. Jiming Real Estate, as a local company, is comparatively weaker than those cross-regional giants. Recently, he had heard whispers that plans for Longqing might be redrawn. This was an absolute opportunity for real estate companies, however, in terms of both funding and scale. Jiming Real Estate could not handle such a big cake. At this moment, an old friend, Zhang Yongping, had approached him, indicating he held the core area's rights. They were discussing a potential collaboration, but the most crucial part required the approval of a person. This person was referred to as Young Master Li by Zhang Yongping, said to be a powerful figure with connections, young, and mysterious. Today, Zhang Yongping had arranged to meet Young Master Li here to handle matters and brought Jin Ming along to see if they could collaborate. It was clear how important such an opportunity was for Jin Ming and his real estate company. But right now, the matter hadn't even begun, and his own people were surrounding Young Master Li, and they dare to claim they represent Jiming Real Estate. At this moment, Jin Ming felt as though the veins in his forehead were about to burst. Sun Xiaofei, what the hell do you think you are? When did I authorize you to represent the company? Or did you ever think you could represent Jiming Real Estate? Jian Ming slowly turned around, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth as he stared at Sun Xiaofei, asking this question. No, Mr. Jin, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know. You didn't know anything. What do you know? I see you as nothing but a pile of stinking dog shit. Jin Ming turned and cursed, not giving Sun Xiaofei a chance to speak further, suddenly raising his head and slapping Sun Xiaofei across the face. Slap. Instantly, 5 finger marks appeared on Sun Xiaofei's face. That's enough, Mr. Jin. Hitting someone is not appropriate, Li Yin suddenly interjected, stopping Jin Ming. Jian Ming felt a pang of anxiety. If Li Yin hadn't spoken, it would have meant that a slap was enough to let the matter pass, and they could still negotiate further. Jin Ming, having built such a large company from scratch, was quite versed in the ways of the world. But now, with Li Yin's intervention, he knew this matter was far from over. Jian Ming gritted his teeth, saying, Young Master Li, this is why people made a mistake. Please, speak. As long as you are satisfied, everything can be discussed. Before Li Yin could respond, Sun Yiping suddenly edged closer to Jin Ming. Mr. Jan, you are the big boss. So many people are watching. It's this kid causing trouble, not my nephew. Look, he smashed my car. Jin Ming was already fuming, and Sun Yiping suddenly sprang up. He impatiently interjected. Who the hell are you? What do you mean your nephew? I am Sun Xiaofei's uncle, Sun Yiping, Mr. Jin. My construction team has worked on your properties, Sun Yiping said with a fawning smile. Jin Ming's real estate company might not compare to national giants, but to small contractors like Sun Yiping, even a tiny fraction of what Jin Ming had was enough for them to thrive. In his world, Jin Ming was a significant figure. Thus, he adopted a very respectful attitude. What nonsense! Who do you think you are? But what did you say? Young Master Li smashed your car? Jin Ming coldly asked. Yes, but he gave me a check. Sun Yiping was about to explain further when Jin Ming waved his hand. Give me the check, Sun Yiping, unsure of what Jin Ming intended, but seeing his expression, it seemed like he was about to seek justice. He quickly handed over the check with delight, confidently looking at Li Yin, saying, Kid, let us see how you die this time. However, his smile quickly froze. For Jin Ming took the check and respectfully handed it to Li Yin. Young Master Li, Your check? Oh, Mr. Jean, what does this mean? Li Yin asked in surprise as he received the check. Hee hee, this car looks quite fun. I hope young Masterly will part with it and let me have it. What do you think? Jean Ming said with a beaming smile. Certainly, Li Yin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jean Ming was overwhelmed with joy. Wonderful. Finally, a concession to him. The sum of 100,000 yuan was hardly significant. Li Yan's willingness to compromise represented an opportunity. This was what he valued the most. Excitedly, he turned to Sun Yiping and asked, "This car is now mine. Do you have any objections?" Jean Ming inquired coldly. No, Boss Jean, but Sun Yiping stammered. Then it's settled. Bring it on. Smash it, Jean Ming commanded with a vigorous wave of his hand. The security guards hesitated momentarily, but without a second thought, they charged forward brandishing their clubs. In an instant, the Santana, which had already been battered by Li Yin, was reduced to a mere heap of rubble. Even if it were taken to a recycling station, no one would want it. Sun Yiping's face contorted in agony. Each blow to the car resonated painfully in his heart. All right, the car is still worth 100,000. But I smashed it. Do you have any objections? Since you work for Jean Ming, consider this amount as an advance on the project funds. You will be reimbursed when the project is completed. Jean Ming declared nonchalantly, leaving no room for Sun Yiping to retort. Young Masterly, what do you think? After these events, Jean Ming turned to Li Yin with a somewhat obsequious demeanor. Haha, Boss Jean is quite an interesting person. I enjoy befriending those who are intriguing. We shall discuss matters later, Li Yin replied with a cheerful smile, wrapping his arm around Han Zixuan's waist as they approached Sun Yiping and Sun Xiaofei. I warned you that you would regret this. How do you feel now? Sun Xiaofei, with a palm mark on his face, lowered his head in disgrace and murmured, Young Masterly, I was wrong. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Li Yin responded, shaking his head, still holding Han Zixuan's delicate waist. Sun Xiaofei's face reddened with embarrassment. I said, I'm sorry, young Masterly, please, I beg you for mercy. Sun Xiaofei was utterly broken. Kneeling before Li Yin in front of everyone. Chapter 89. Give a reason. The crowd around them was substantial, initially believing that this seemingly unimpressive young man would inevitably suffer, especially since he was up against someone from Jean Ming Real Estate. Those present were well aware of the companies standing within the building. However, gasps of astonishment erupted as the situation took an unexpected turn. This young man, who appeared to be at a disadvantage, was actually quite formidable. Most importantly, he was wealthy and youthful. Many girls began discreetly inquiring about Li Yin's background. Driving a luxurious vehicle and casually throwing around 100,000 yuan had compelled the boss of Jean Ming to personally appease him, while causing a manager like Sun Xiaofei to kneel. In that moment, the eyes of these young women sparkled with intrigue. Li Yin, with great interest, regarded the kneeling Sun Xiaofei and coldly remarked, Some individuals are not to be trifled with. If you cannot contend with them, why provoke them? Do you really believe that having attended university and holding a stable job grants you the right to dictate to others? What makes you think everyone should revolve around you? Li Yan's words sliced through Sun Xiaofei's pride like a blade. Yet, Sun Xiaofei felt no anger. Instead, he repeatedly nodded, mumbling, Yes, young Masterly. It is I who failed to recognize greatness. I am worthless. I am nothing. I beg you, spare me. Being an employee of Jean Ming, Sun Xiaofei understood better than anyone the consequences of provoking his boss. If Jean Ming truly lost his temper, it would not only cost him his job but possibly his life. This was the root of his genuine fear. The real estate industry often straddles both legal and illicit realms to thrive. Boss Jean Ming was undeniably a ruthless character. At this moment, Sun Xiaofei had no choice but to plead with Li Yin. Zixuan is mine. I do not wish for her to face any harassment. Do you understand? I trust you know what needs to be done, Li Yin said with a chilling smile, as he embraced Han Zixuan's waist and walked past Sun Xiaofei without sparing him a glance. As Li Yin moved inside, Zhang Yongping quickly followed, casting a discreet glance at Jean Ming. Upon noticing, Jean Ming snickered and forcefully patted Sun Xiaofei on the shoulder before hastily pursuing Li Yin. Rest assured, Boss Jean, I will handle it well, Sun Xiaofei quickly assured. Once Li Yin and the others had vanished from sight, he furtively rose from the ground. Sun Yiping approached him, saying, Xiaofei, are you all right? What now? My car is wrecked. You must take responsibility for your uncle. Indeed, Xiaofei, you cannot just ignore us. Song Ru chimed in, her eyes pleading as she looked at Sun Xiaofei. However, Sun Xiaofei glared menacingly at Sun Yiping. This is the last time I call you uncle. If it weren't for you instigating this trouble today, would I be in this predicament? Do you realize I've lost my job and my future? What more do you want from me? Get lost. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, would this have happened? I tell you, the priority now is to appease young Master Li and Manager Huang. I warn you, do not push your luck, otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Sun Xiaofei spat through gritted teeth. Sun Yiping, despite being his uncle, held no weight compared to Song Ru, whom he viewed merely as an outsider. He despised such shallow middle-aged women, always meddling. Song Ru, taken aback by Sun Xiaofei's rudeness, exploded in anger. You ungrateful brat! I am your aunt. How dare you speak to me this way? If it weren't for me trying to help you find a partner, would we be in this mess? You can't just shift all the blame onto us. Sun Yiping intervened, attempting to calm the situation. Stop your incessant whining. Now that Boss Jean has spoken, Xiaofei, do you truly have no other options? Options? What options? You know what kind of person Boss Jean is, don't you? Sun Xiaofei's eyes flickered with fear. Sighing, Sun Yiping lamented, if that's the case, we must lower our heads and apologize to that family. Right? Sun Xiaofei nodded, gritting his teeth. I will go with you. Absolutely not. Why should I go apologize to a family of paupers? Song Ru vehemently opposed. Sun Yiping immediately grew agitated. Did you not hear what Boss Jean said? If you don't go, don't expect to stay with me. What do you mean, Sun Yiping? Are you saying you would divorce me over this? Do you have someone else? As their argument escalated, the two began to physically confront each other. Sun Xiaofei rushed to separate them, but whether it was Song Ru's intention or her anger, she struck him a few times across the face. Sun Xiaofei's eyes turned red with fury. You foolish woman! How dare you lay a hand on me? In a fit of rage, anything could happen in the blink of an eye. The trio, uncle, nephew, and aunt, became entangled in chaos. The 7th floor of Jinming Real Estate housed a well-known law firm. After Li Yin and Han Zixuan arrived, Zhang Yongping and Jinming followed shortly. Young Master Li, if there is anything we need to discuss, let us finalize it and draft the cooperation agreement on the spot. Shall we? After the earlier events, Jinming was solely focused on securing the partnership to ensure his peace of mind. Otherwise, if another fool like Sun Xiaofei emerged, he too would suffer the consequences. Cooperation is possible, however, Boss Jean, to speak frankly, I can seek business elsewhere just as easily as I can with you. So, provide me with a compelling reason to choose you. Chapter 90. Absolute control. Jinming's expression shifted slightly. A hint of panic flickered across his face as he hastily glanced at Zhang Yongping. Young master, Boss Jean is quite capable and influential. As I mentioned to you before, Zhang Yongping said awkwardly. Caught in the middle, Li Yin waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Yongping. I am indeed willing to cooperate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. But why do we engage in business? It is ultimately for profit. Hence, I must consider numerous factors. If I do not think it through, it would be irresponsible to everyone involved. So, I must ask for your understanding, Boss Jean. Li Yan's explanation relieved both men, and they secretly admired his demeanor. This was precisely the attitude one should possess in business, serious and meticulous. It was evident that he was a capable individual with a formidable background. Having pondered this, both men felt increasingly reassured about collaborating with Li Yin. Since young Master Li has expressed such sentiments, allow me to elaborate. Jinming's earlier awkwardness vanished as he smiled broadly while sitting opposite Li Yin. Admittedly, Jinming may not be well known nationwide. This is our shortcoming. However, regarding the current situation, this Dragon City renovation project is primarily experimental, aimed at stimulating local economic growth and paving the way for future planning. In our province, we are undoubtedly the best choice, regardless of strength, experience, or land reserves. Furthermore, I hold a positive outlook on the real estate sector, which is a lucrative industry. Although our national economy has yet to reach that stage, we can observe the development of Hong Kong Island and some foreign experiences. Personally, I believe that in the coming years, as our economy continues to soar, this will undoubtedly become a prime opportunity. After all, our population is exceedingly large. Moreover, there exists a common habit among our citizens. When uncertain about other investments, they simply buy property. Marriage, buy a house. The demand is immense. Jinming spoke passionately, while beside him, Zhang Yongping frowned incessantly. What has gotten into Jinming today? Talking about houses, discussing real estate? What does he know? Buying property is exorbitantly expensive. Those with some capability are all climbing the ranks within the system. For instance, their own steel mill, employee dormitories. These are all of a beneficial nature. Zhang Yongping felt dismissive, even questioning whether Jin Ming's words might provoke Li Yan's displeasure. Would this jeopardize his own interests? However, what he did not anticipate was Li Yan suddenly clapping his hands. Excellent. What a commendable boss, Jin. No wonder he excels in this field. Haha, impressive. Li Yan raised his thumb in approval. With the foresight of future experiences, he understood better than anyone else the extent to which the real estate industry would expand in the coming years. Yet, Jin Ming, relying solely on his insight, was able to recognize this potential. He is undoubtedly a talent. No wonder he could carve out such a vast territory in Longqing with bare hands. Individuals with such vision are bound to go far. However, Li Yan harbored some doubts. He had never heard of Jin Ming real estate in the future, and logically, beginning to establish a foothold in this industry now should yield substantial benefits and growth. It seemed likely that something must have gone awry during the development process. Li Yan mused silently. Seeing Jin Ming ready to continue speaking, Zhang Yongping hastily interrupted. Yet, Li Yan smiled, saying, Brother Zhang, this isn't a matter of giving face. I genuinely believe that Boss Jin's words are quite accurate. The demographic dividend and the necessity for housing. This is undoubtedly a prime opportunity. Jin Ming nodded excitedly. He typically would not share such thoughts with others, as few would agree with him in these times. Li Yan's earlier remarks had stimulated him. He understood that following conventional routes would not sway Li Yan's heart. Thus, expressing his thoughts was more of a gamble. To his surprise, Li Yan actually endorsed his viewpoint. At that moment, Jin Ming felt truly exhilarated, sensing he had found a kindred spirit. Observing their exchange, Zhang Yongping appeared somewhat uneasy. Li Xiao, does this mean you are agreeing to cooperate? Both Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming gazed eagerly at Li Yan. Indeed, haha, excellent, thank you, Li Xiao. They both nodded in excitement, looking towards Li Yan. At that moment, Han Zixuan entered from outside, leading someone to Li Yan's side. Smiling gently, Li Xiao, Director Zhang, General Manager Jin. This is Lawyer Qian. The capable Qian Bojun, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, proactively extended his hand to shake with the three, introducing himself, I am Qian Bojun, a senior lawyer at Wanong Law Firm. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yan had acquired information about this law firm from Xie Wanjun previously. It was quite reputable, hence the choice to collaborate. Of course, this was only a preliminary partnership. Whether it could develop into a long-term collaboration depended on the firm's capabilities. Li Yan understood the significance of partnering with a reliable law firm in the establishment of his capital empire. Under Li Yan's guidance, after a discussion among the three, they decided to register a company with a capital of 60 million, with Li Yan committing 40 million and the remaining two each contributing 10 million. Li Xiao, regarding this contribution ratio and equity. Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yongping who spoke up. Li Yan shook his head slowly, responding, Brother Zhang, this is a matter of principle. I initially intended to reserve 10% of equity for you, but now I have already allocated 1/6. Given the importance of development, I must maintain absolute control. This is to facilitate better operations. Of course, my commitment of 40 million includes a portion that will involve bringing in another shareholder, which will be deducted from my equity. What? Another shareholder? Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Since it was to be deducted from Li Yan's equity, they did not directly oppose, but Li Yan had not hinted at this previously, causing them to feel somewhat apprehensive. A portion for General Xie from Kaichen? And another part. Li Yan said, flashing a mysterious smile and pointing above his head. Chapter 91. New geo-investment. After Li Yan finished speaking, Zhang Yongping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This Li Xiao is truly a person of great influence. At that moment, the last shred of doubt in his heart completely vanished. Meanwhile, Jin Ming trembled slightly, stammering, Li Xiao. May I ask, is the General Xie you mentioned? The remarkable Xie Wanjun? Indeed. It is she. Li Yan nodded. Jin Ming inhaled sharply. He truly did not expect that Li Xiao was acquainted with General Xie. Unable to contain his admiration, Jin Ming remarked, How is it that you know her? Li Yan inquired, surprised. After several interactions with Xie Wanjun, he found their rapport to be quite good, considering them decent friends. He held a great deal of respect for her. After all, A woman achieving such success in this ruthless society speaks volumes. However, Jean Ming's reaction led Li Yin to feel that perhaps he only understood a fraction of her capabilities. It was worth noting that Jean Ming led a real estate company like Jean Ming Real Estate, placing him among the elite in Longqing. Yet, upon mentioning Xie Wanjun, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. This could only imply one thing. Xie Wanjun was far more formidable than he had imagined. At that moment, Jian Ming chuckled wryly. In Longqing, who doesn't know of her? However, I've only met General Xie a few times at events. I wouldn't say we're familiar. Yet, this General Xie, as a woman, has managed to carve out such a vast enterprise. And her backing is formidable. It is said she has interests in both Kyoto and Moduai. Old Jean truly believed that General Xie is a remarkable woman. Although Jian Ming's words were vague, they conveyed his meaning clearly. Xie Wanjun possessed far greater strength and had significant backing. After all, anyone with enterprises in both Kyoto and Modu is not an ordinary individual in Longqing. Li Yin chuckled. If General Xie hears this, she will surely have to thank you, General Jean. A smile spread across Jean Ming's face. Since General Xie will be involved, we shall undoubtedly have further interactions. I kindly ask Li Xiao to introduce us when the time comes, of course. After reaching an agreement, the three signed the cooperation intention contract in the presence of the lawyer. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided to name the new company New Geo Investment, symbolizing a new beginning in 1999, for Jean Ming and Zhang Yongping. This name carried positive connotations. However, for Li Yin, it held a deeper significance. New Geo also represents the transition from old to new, signifying rebirth. It was the commencement of Li Yin's journey towards greatness in this life. The company registration and related matters would naturally be arranged by Jean Ming Real Estate, as they were well acquainted with the process. Furthermore, with Zhang Yongping's connections as the steel mill director, everything would proceed smoothly. Li Yin did not need to concern himself with these details. Haha, brotherly, you are too modest. Wishing us swift success. After concluding their business, Zhang Yongping and Jean Ming left in high spirits, while Li Yin remained behind. He sought out the earlier mentioned lawyer, Qian Bojun. Li Zong, was there an issue with the contract we just signed? Qian Bojun inquired with a warm smile. In their line of work, business had improved considerably over the past 2 years, but true big investors were scarce. Now, with the establishment of New Geo Investment and the signing of a cooperation intention contract, Qian Bojun and his firm were designated as legal representatives. Once the new company commenced operations, Qian Bojun would serve in the legal department. Li Yin waved his hand. It's not about the previous matters. It's another issue. I wish to establish another company. I hope you can assist me with the specifics, and I would like to hire you as my personal lawyer. The compensation will be set at 500,000 per year. What do you think? 5,500,000. Even as a top lawyer, Qian Bojun was taken aback by Li Yan's offer. In this era, the notion of a 10,000 yuan household still prevailed. The average person earned merely 3 to 20,000 a year, which was considered decent. For many, reaching that level was unattainable. A yearly salary of 500,000 was significantly higher than his current remuneration. Qian Bojun swallowed hard, adjusting his glasses, attempting to conceal his inner excitement and anxiety. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. This Li Zong was indeed a person of considerable stature. Such an influential figure is precisely the ideal target for their profession. However, after a moment of contemplation, he refrained from immediately acquiescing. Instead, he cautiously inquired, Mr. Li, you are exceedingly generous. Your largesse has caught me somewhat off guard. Before I agree, may I ask what specific services you wish for me to provide? Otherwise, I find myself somewhat hesitant to accept this 50,000. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging him as a wise individual who understood the nuances of give and take. Primarily, I need assistance with personal legal matters, disputes, contract drafting, and so forth. Of course, I shall not engage in any unlawful activities. You can rest assured of that, Li Yin stated with a smile. Qian Bojun exhaled in relief, recognizing that under these terms, collaboration was indeed feasible. I assure you, this 50,000 will be well worth your investment, Mr. Li. Haha. I look forward to a fruitful partnership. Li Yin extended his hand in greeting. That moment, Qian Bojun asked, Mr. Li, you mentioned establishing another company. May I inquire what its purpose will be? Having committed to being Li Yan's personal lawyer, this would be Qian Bojun's inaugural task. He was resolute in his determination to ensure Li Yan's satisfaction and to demonstrate his worth. It will be an investment firm, primarily focusing on futures, bonds, and derivatives. For now, our emphasis will be on investments in the secondary market. The primary market is not our immediate concern, if that's the case. The procedures should be manageable. We can discuss specifics after the new year, Li Yin replied. Agreed. I also need some time to gather my thoughts. After a preliminary discussion regarding Li Yan's intentions, Qian Bojun escorted him out. Once outside, Han Zixuan, who had been holding back her curiosity, finally seized the opportunity to ask Li Yin, Mr. Li, what exactly are we aiming to accomplish? She was perplexed as to why Li Yin sought to establish another company after confirming his collaboration with Zhang Jin and the others. Cooperating with them is merely a foothold in Longqing. But how expansive is Longqing? To ascend higher, we must lay our groundwork in advance. We require a company that is solely our own. Do not be deceived by the apparent deference of those two. Their respect is merely a facade of mutual benefit. Should a better opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to abandon me, Li Yin remarked with a cold smile. Interests reign supreme, yet some matters cannot be tethered by mere profit. Hence, I must prepare in advance to avert future complications. Chapter 92. The transactional life. Han Zixuan gazed at Li Yin, her eyes filled with admiration. This man's ambition is truly monumental. He has never confined his stride. If one does not strive, they may not even glimpse his shadowed eye in that moment. Han Zixuan's heart swelled with pride for her choice, for having encountered Li Yin at the outset. What? Do you find my words intimidating? This is reality, Li Yin observed Han Zixuan's silence and reflected on her demeanor. Yet, Han Zixuan shook her head. No, it's not fear. You are right. This is indeed reality. She echoed Li Yan's sentiments, clenching her fists as if to grasp the throat of fate itself. Li Yin has his goals, but what about her? Li Yin, I do not know where your future lies, but I know where I stand. Han Zixuan murmured suddenly. Oh? And where's that? Li Yin inquired, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Han Zixuan smiled softly. In a place where I can see you. Li Yin regarded the woman he had nurtured at Xinxiao Futures, who had undergone a profound transformation in just a month. It was evident that he had not made the wrong choice. Very well, Li Yin nodded, offering Han Zixuan a promise. After departing from the law firm, they found a quiet spot where Li Yin shared his visions for the company. Many future tasks would require his attention, and Han Zixuan, as his first confidant, would have numerous responsibilities. Prior to this, she had been a blank slate, and it was imperative to impart some knowledge to her in advance. By the way, Mr. Li, if we establish our own company, our focus will undoubtedly be on our interests. However, what if new geo-investment encounters any troubles? Han Zixuan hesitated before asking. Li Yin chuckled. Your ability to foresee this indicates you are indeed suited for this line of work. Disputes are inevitable. As for how to address them, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it, rather than fretting over hypothetical scenarios. Engaging in business is akin to riding a wave. If you hesitate before even entering, you will lose your courage. At the very least, prior to undertaking any endeavor, you must possess a belief. Always trust that you are correct. After a pause, Li Yin continued. Of course, this does not imply we should proceed blindly. Having faith is commendable, yet you must first ascertain that your convictions can withstand scrutiny and logical examination. It is not about being blindly confident and embarking on a bewildering course of action. For instance, we have a paramount premise, the transformation project in Longqing, which is an irreversible trend. In such a grand environment, we must act accordingly. Having spoken, Li Yin observed Han Zixuan's thoughtful silence and chose not to interrupt. After a while, Han Zixuan lifted her head, her expression complex, and smiled. Mr. Li, I finally understand why you excel in trading. You are capable of achieving what others cannot and envisioning what others do not. Do you realize? Your earlier remarks reminded me of trading and your strategies today. I have come to realize that the underlying principles are fundamentally the same. Oh, what have you discovered? Li Yin inquired. Han Zixuan replied slowly. You have infused your life into your trading. Li Yin laughed heartily, rising to settle the bill, then took Han Zixuan's hand as they exited. It is not about infusing life into trading. When we engage in trading, are we not trading money? No. We are trading ourselves, the little steps of life shaped by human nature. In that moment, Li Yan's words resonated deeply within Han Zixuan, stirring an intense reaction, as if a blizzard howled or magma erupted, ultimately piercing through all past obscurities and opening a brand new door. All work-related matters had been arranged for after the new year, and there was little left to attend to before the holiday. Both intended to enjoy a splendid celebration, welcoming the year 1999. As evening fell, the community was aglow with lights. "Allow me to escort you upstairs," Li Yin suggested, recalling the day's events, hoping to prevent any complications from Han Zixuan's parents that might cause her embarrassment. "All right," Han Zixuan replied cheerfully. However, upon reaching the door, they both abruptly halted. At the entrance stood three individuals. Two were kneeling, namely Sun Yiping and his nephew Sun Xiaofei, while Song Ru stood above them. Their faces were ashen, as if the world had plunged into darkness. The moment Sun Yiping caught sight of Li Yin, a flicker of desperation ignited in his eyes, and he crawled to Li Yan's feet, pleading for mercy. "Spare you? Why would I spare you? Our matters are already in the past. I have compensated you. Why do you still seek another 100,000? Li Yin scoffed coldly. Sun Yiping shook his head vigorously. Like a clapper. No, 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 Mr. Li, you misunderstand. Even if I had 1,000 times the courage, I would not dare ask you for more money. It was my foolishness. Zixuan's association with you is her fortune, and I will never meddle in her affairs again." "And you?" Li Yin turned to Sun Xiaofei. "Mr. Li, Zixuan and you are a perfect match. I have no ulterior motives. This was all orchestrated by my uncle and aunt. I was the one who offended you today. Should you ever require my assistance, I will gladly face any hardship for you." At this moment, Sun Xiaofei knelt before Li Yin, stripped of any pride he had as a university student or as someone with a job. His so-called pride crumbled before Li Yin like a speck of dust in the vast ocean. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li." After Sun Yiping and Sun Xiaofei rose, they attempted to pull Song Ru away. Just then, Li Yin furrowed his brow. "Did I permit you to leave, or her?" He gestured towards Song Ru. Sun Yiping froze in place, too afraid to move. "Mr. Li, please consider," he stammered, raising his head to plead with Li Yin. Li Yin stepped up to Song Ru, pointing sternly at the ground. "They have knelt, yet you have not. Did you not consider me a worthless individual before? Now, I demand to hear you admit who the true worthless one is." Chapter 93. Do not impose on others what you would not want for yourself. Li Yin paid little heed to Sun Yiping and Sun Xiaofei, but he had no intention of letting Song Ru off easily. From the outset, it was this woman who had stirred up trouble, inciting discord and sowing seeds of discord. The best way to deal with such individuals is to deliver a resounding slap in the face, one that leaves her unable to open her eyes. She must understand that she is nothing. Otherwise, she will seize any opportunity to resurface. As for Han Zixuan, Li Yin was merely playing a role. He valued his time greatly and had no intention of wasting it on trifling matters daily. A definitive resolution was the best approach. "What? You want me to kneel? Dream on. I have never knelt before anyone in my life. What are you to demand that of me? Impossible." Song Ru stood to the side with a stern expression. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, she suddenly let out a loud cry. "Heh, not kneeling? Fine." Li Yin chuckled nonchalantly. However, that smile struck fear into the hearts of Sun Yiping and Sun Xiaofei, causing their hands and feet to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yiping seized Song Ru's arm and shouted, "Hurry up and kneel. Young Master Li has given us a chance. How can you remain ungrateful? Humph. If anyone should kneel, it's you. Who does he think he is to demand that Song Ru kneel? Impossible. Besides, I am still Zixuan's aunt. For both emotional and logical reasons, I should not kneel." Song Ru's face flushed crimson as she stubbornly resisted. Li Yin sneered. "So now you realize you're Zixuan's aunt. When you deceived Zixuan before, why didn't you think of that?" Song Ru wanted to retort, but Sun Yiping was clearly growing impatient. His life and fortune hinged on Li Yan's words. If he did not bow today and angered Li Yin, Jian Ming would have plenty of ways to deal with him. "You insufferable woman. Kneel before me." Sun Yiping slapped Song Ru across the face, then forcefully pressed her neck down, compelling her to kneel. "You dare strike me? Sun Yiping, I will divorce you. I have never seen anyone bully their own wife like this." Sun Yiping's gaze turned frigid as he locked eyes with Song Ru. "Divorce? If it weren't for your arrogance, would such a situation have arisen? Today, you will kneel, whether you like it or not, if you wish to divorce. It can wait until after you kneel." At that moment, Sun Xiaofei, pale-faced, watched the scene unfold. Seeing that Sun Yiping was struggling to subdue Song Ru, he gritted his teeth and stood up. "Uncle, let me help you." The uncle and nephew, one on each side, pressed down on Song Ru's neck, forcing her down to her knees. "Enough. Han Zixuan suddenly shouted, turning her head away. Sun Yiping and his nephew exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked towards Li Yin. Whether it happens or not is up to Li Yin. Li Yin smiled indifferently. Since Zixuan has spoken, let it end here. Thank you, young Master Li. You truly are magnanimous. Indeed, young Master Li, from now on, whatever you say, I will wholeheartedly comply. Please, young Master Li, speak to President Jean for us and give us a chance. The uncle and nephew fawned over Li Yin with obsequious praise. Aw, I can't go on living. I can't go on living. Sobbed. I am too ashamed to face anyone. At that moment, freed from restraint, Song Ru suddenly burst into tears, wailing in despair. Han Zixuan frowned. Aunt, that's enough. Is this really entertaining? I do not wish to see such a situation again. I, Han Zixuan, will choose my own path and the people I associate with. Just now, being forced to kneel by her husband and nephew. Song Ru was suddenly filled with fear. Previously, she had relied on being Han Zixuan's aunt, believing that Li Yin would not dare to harm her. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Li Yin had remained silent, and it was precisely this silence that made her heart uneasy. Now, seeing Han Zixuan's cold expression, she realized that the support she had relied upon offered her no safety at all. All right, I will listen to you. I will never dare again. What is a petty person? What is a vulgar woman? In this moment, Song Ru epitomized such a character. Bullying others with her status, she felt everything was her due. But when the boundaries of her arrogance were shattered, and she realized that her supposed backing meant nothing before Li Yin, her attitude shifted immediately. Enough, leave, do not let me see you again. Do you understand my meaning? Li Yin said impatiently. Yet, Sun Yiping, Sun Xiaofei, and Song Ru felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They scrambled to their feet, hurriedly disappearing down the staircase. Once the three had departed, Han Zixuan leaned close to Li Yin and whispered, Why were you so domineering today? There was a hint of warmth in her words. Huh? Aren't you going in? Han Zixuan grasped Li Yin's arm, her expression pleading to its inappropriate. Li Yin replied casually, By the way, do not blame me for being harsh with your aunt. I merely wish for her to understand a principle. Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Otherwise, countless troublesome matters may arise, which will be a headache for you. Indeed. We shall meet after the new year. Li Yin departed. Han Zixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. What kind of relationship did she and Li Yin share? How much of it was an act, and how much was genuine? Perhaps it mattered little. A lifetime spent with a single person is but a dream. Ultimately, in the face of reality, everyone struggles painfully. What is left for one is only what one can strive for. With a creak, feeling a sense of loss and fatigue, Han Zixuan pushed open the door, only to find her parents standing in the living room, gazing at her expectantly. The moment her father, Han Jianshan, saw her, his face broke into a smile. Has Li Yin left? Daughter, why didn't you keep him here? Our house may be small, but your room is spacious enough. You both could stay together comfortably. Han Zixuan furrowed her brows. Dad, what are you saying? Han Jianshan dismissed her concern, saying, What is there to worry about living together? You are now in a romantic relationship. It's only a matter of time. Besides, with how outstanding Li Yin is, you must hold on to him tightly. Don't let others whisk him away. By the way, you... Han Zixuan's expression grew increasingly cold. Such a father, such a family. Sigh, Dad. I'm tired. I am going to rest. You should have heard what Li Yin said just now. From now on, please mind your own business regarding my matters, Han Zixuan stated icily. Han Jianshan chuckled awkwardly but did not assert his parental authority as he usually would. Instead, he replied, Don't worry, Dad understands. Chapter 94. A sudden change on New Year's Eve in contrast to Han Zixuan's disappointment. He was still out and about. As a wife, Qin Ruoxue had witnessed the transformation Li Yin had undergone over the past month. She was well aware that Li Yin must be exhausted, tired. Aren't you? I've boiled hot water for you to soak your feet. Qin Ruoxue approached him with a hint of shyness, gently helping him out of his coat, her every gesture imbued with tenderness. Observing the somewhat dated yet clearly tidy room, it was evident that Qin Ruoxue had spent the entire day cleaning. Li Yin took her hand and kissed her cheek, smiling as he said, You've worked hard today. Let me handle it. Qin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly replied with an affirmative hum. Then busied herself pouring water for him. Li Yin had no family, being all alone, while Qin Ruoxue had her elders around. Recently, he had been busy, leaving him with little time to accompany Qin Ruoxue, which made him feel somewhat guilty. After pondering, he asked, "When do you think would be a good time?" "All right, the third day of the new year should be fine. It won't delay anything. Your elders are also mine. Spending time with the elderly is beneficial," Li Yin replied with a smile. Qin Ruoxue nodded, her brows filled with joy. Last year at this time, she wouldn't have dared to bring this up. And even if she had, Li Yin would not have agreed. Though Qin Ruoxue had a gentle disposition, she also possessed pride. With these thoughts in mind, even in her sleep, a smile graced her face. Putting up couplets, doing the final cleaning, then shopping for groceries and preparing meals. Watching Qin Ruoxue busily working in the kitchen, inside and out, Li Yin suddenly felt fortunate to have such a person by his side. "Heaven has not been unkind to me," he mused. Suddenly, a shout came from the kitchen. "Quick, Li Yin, this fish is getting away." Li Yin rushed in, and the two scrambled to catch the fish in the evening. Seated at the dining table, they admired the bountiful spread before them. "Next year, we won't be here. I wonder what it will be like." Qin Ruoxue looked around at the old house, the one she had lived in since marrying Li Yin. Finally, it would be retired. Their newly purchased house had been renovated and was just waiting for an opportune time to move in after the new year. Indeed, this was the last new year here. "Don't worry, things will only get better." Li Yin opened a bottle of red wine and poured some for Qin Ruoxue. "Cheers." He raised his glass, this time not calling her by name but using the special term, "wife." This signified that he had fully integrated into this life and bid farewell to the past. "Cheers." Qin Ruoxue, who usually did not drink, did not refuse at that moment, for the one before her was her husband. They toasted to their New Year's Eve dinner. It felt as if something was missing. Li Yin tilted his head in contemplation and remarked, "It feels like there are fewer people." Qin Ruoxue replied with a bitter smile. Normally, when both parents are present, most would live together with them. Li Yin's situation was unique. His parents had passed away early, and since they had no children, it felt rather desolate. "What should we do then?" Li Yin asked, his eyes drooping. How about? Qin Ruoxue bit her lip. Her face flushed from the effects of the alcohol. Feeling quite hot, Li Yin suddenly stood up, grasped Qin Ruoxue's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. He then whispered in her ear, "How about we have a child?" "Ah, is that too hasty?" Qin Ruoxue asked uncertainly, feeling weak, yet her eyes were filled with trepidation. Indeed, despite being married for so long, they had yet to consummate their marriage. She remained a maiden. Such matters cannot simply be planned. "Perhaps we should try it first?" Li Yin chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that seemed to suggest he intended to devour Qin Ruoxue whole. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her and strode toward the bedroom. Li Yin, listen to me. Let me catch my breath." "Catch your breath? In such situations, you'll soon become accustomed to it. I've been holding back for so many years. Hee. My dear wife, just give in to me." Woo-wooed. "Please don't touch me so recklessly. I'm a bit frightened." As they breathed heavily, they tumbled onto the bed. Initially struggling, Qin Ruoxue's eyes soon glazed over in a daze. Just as it seemed Li Yin was about to take the next step, the shrill ringing of the phone at the bedside interrupted them. Li Yin raised his head, snatched the phone, and hung up immediately. "Now, let us continue." However, no sooner had he spoken than the phone rang again. At this, Qin Ruoxue felt a bit embarrassed. "Should we see what it is?" With the situation being what it was, Li Yin sighed in resignation. "You answer the phone. I'll wash my face." Disappointment clouded his mood as he trudged to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the bedroom. Startled, Li Yin turned and rushed out, only to find Qin Ruoxue pale and collapsed on the floor. "What happened?" he asked anxiously, supporting her. "There's been an incident at the internet CF. There's been a fire. The internet CF, it's been engulfed in flames." "What?" Li Yan's expression darkened instantly. "A fire on New Year's Eve. How ruthless. Damn it. I swear, if I find out who did this," he cursed through gritted teeth. Then turned to comfort Qin Ruoxue. "All right, you stay home. I'll go take a look." "No, I'm going with you." Qin Ruoxue grasped Li Yan's arm, rising to follow him out the door. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yet this time it was their own establishment at stake, and on this particularly significant New Year's Eve, It was clear that someone was up to no good. Chapter 95. Arson. When Li Yin drove Qin Ruoxue to the scene, the fire had already been extinguished. Gazing at the still smoldering internet CAF, Qin Ruoxue felt her legs weaken, nearly falling to the ground. Li Yin quickly steadied her, speaking with concern. Ruoxue, don't be afraid. What's done is done. Let us figure out how to handle it from here. His words provided a modicum of support to the disoriented Qin Ruoxue, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, a woman covered in soot rushed to Qin Ruoxue's side, clinging to her arm and weeping uncontrollably. Sister Ruoxue, it's all gone. Everything is gone. Woo-woo. Li Yin recognized the woman as Feng Xiaoman, a friend of Qin Ruoxue's from the steel mill, whom she had later hired as a manager for the internet CAF. What is happening? Is anyone hurt? He inquired urgently. The internet CAF is on fire. Feng Xiaoman cried. I was on duty tonight. The place was bustling with customers as the fire truck continued its operations in the distance. Li Yin knew he had to ascertain the situation before proceeding further. No one was injured. As soon as I saw smoke, I rushed to evacuate all the customers, but they all gathered around demanding a refund. Feng Xiaoman explained nervously. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The internet fees are negligible. What matters is that no one was hurt. While they spoke, the police arrived and took statements upon learning that Li Yin and Qin Ruoxue were the owners. Since there were no injuries, the primary loss fell upon Qin Ruoxue, making it simpler for the police to handle. An older officer addressed Li Yin. Currently, we have no special findings. We're unsure whether this was arson or an accident. An investigation is necessary. However, you should prepare yourselves for the worst. On New Year's Eve, there are many firecrackers around. So, Li Yin forced a smile. Thank you, officer. I understand. I appreciate your efforts tonight. No problem. It's our duty. Should any leads arise, please contact us immediately. Understood. After seeing off the officers, Li Yin and Qin Ruoxue were left with a mess to clean up. Qin Ruoxue, looking utterly exhausted, stepped inside for a moment and could no longer hold back her tears. Why did this happen? What are we going to do now? She grasped Li Yin's arm tightly, her face etched with anguish. Go, Li Yin. The internet CAF might not hold much monetary value, but for Qin Ruoxue, it represented her first venture as a business owner, her very own enterprise. Yet now, it lay in ruins, consumed by flames. Thankfully, Li Yin had advised her to implement fire safety measures early on. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse. At this moment, Li Yin called Feng Xiaoman aside. Please tell me exactly what happened. Feng Xiaoman nodded, aware that even though Qin Ruoxue was the owner, Li Yin was the one truly in charge. She quickly recounted her experience. Since its winter break, many young people have been coming to the CAF, and business has been booming. Just before the incident, we were in a peak period for overnight bookings. I was busy at the bar when someone shouted about smoke. I thought it was a machine malfunction, so I rushed to check. It turned out that someone had ignited something in the ashtray. I tried to address it, but then someone ordered instant noodles, and while I was preparing hot water, by the time I returned, the place was already on fire. I made sure to get everyone out. Wait a moment, Li Yin interjected, his eyes narrowing. So you're saying you didn't see where the fire started? You weren't at the front during the incident? Li Gu, it's not my fault. There were too many people. Li Yin waved his hand. Don't be nervous. This isn't your fault. I just want to understand the situation. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoman felt relieved. Working as a manager under Qin Ruoxue had its perks, including a decent salary and a relaxed environment where she could also surf the internet. This job meant everything to her, and she feared Li Yin might blame her. But with his current words, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Feng Xiaoman nodded and Li Yin scoffed softly. It seems someone doesn't want me to enjoy this new year. Feng Xiaoman gasped. Li Zong, are you suggesting that someone intentionally set the fire? But the police found no evidence of arson. Li Yin pondered thoughtfully. That's just my suspicion for now. Don't mention this to anyone else. I'll handle the rest. You need to come to work for the next few days? We'll discuss things after the renovations. All right, what about Sister Ruoxue? I'll talk to her, Li Yin replied. Feng Xiaoman nodded and departed. At this moment, Qin Ruoxue emerged from the CAF, looking utterly worn out. As for the machines, the damage isn't too severe, but this was our peak business period, and now it's all gone to waste. Sigh. That's all we can do for now, Li Yin said, nodding in agreement. There was something he withheld from Qin Ruoxue. was evident that someone had deliberately diverted Feng Xiaoman's attention to set the CAF ablaze, clearly intending to disrupt their business. If they didn't identify this person, even once they reopened, similar incidents could very well recur. Lin would not allow himself to suffer such losses. After returning home, Qin Ruoxue collapsed on the bed, and Li Yin felt a pang of sympathy for her. He increasingly wished ill upon the arsonist. Just then, his phone rang, and he noticed an incoming call from a number in Mandu. Li Yin frowned and answered, "Hello. Guess who I am?" A cheerful voice greeted him from the other end, instantly lifting the gloom from his heart. "Sister Wan, is there any need to guess?" Li Yin stood on the balcony, gazing out at the twinkling lights, smiling as he spoke. "Not at all amusing. Happy New Year." "Li Yin," came the playful pout from the other end, spoken by Xia Wanjun. "Nothing to celebrate," Li Yin sighed. "What's wrong?" Xia Wanjun asked, her tone shifting to a serious one. Li Yin briefly recounted the incident at the internet CAF. "So you suspect someone set the fire intentionally?" she exclaimed. "Who would be so despicable, especially during the New Year?" After a moment, she added, "All right, don't worry about this, I'll find out who did it." Chapter 96. The aftermath is that convenient? Li Yin inquired thoughtfully. Xia Wanjun chuckled on the other end. "Leave this to me. I'll have Xiaowu handle it. Expect my call tomorrow. Thank you so much." "Sister Wan," Li Yin expressed his gratitude. If he were to handle this matter himself, he would need to devise a plan. With Xia Wanjun stepping in, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. "You've helped me greatly. There's no need for thanks over such trifles," she replied with a laugh. "Come on, Sister Wan, don't say that. I used to charge for my services, that's true. So how about you think of a way to repay me for this favor?" Xia Wanjun teased. A ripple of feelings surged through Li Yin, and he couldn't help but picture Xia Wanjun's exquisite face in his mind. She was the most extraordinary woman he had encountered since his rebirth. Even the so-called elite socialites of a past life would likely pale in comparison to Xia Wanjun. She ignited an irresistible desire for conquest in any man. "Sister Wanjun, whatever you command," Li Yin stated without the slightest hesitation. To his surprise, Xia Wanjun suddenly proposed, "Why don't you keep me company for a while?" This was likely the first time he had seen such emotion from her since their acquaintance. A blend of languor, fatigue, and resignation. Even across the miles, through the phone, Li Yin could sense it that matters in the magical city R&T going smoothly. After Xia Wanjun's departure, she had called Li Yin to discuss their collaboration after the new year, and he recalled that she was heading to the magical city. "You've caught on. Why are people in this world always so insatiable?" Xia Wanjun sighed. Li Yin chuckled bitterly. "I truly cannot say, but what do you call those who are not greedy?" "All right, enough of that. After tonight, it will be a new year. Let us talk about something cheerful." Xia Wanjun seemed reluctant to delve further into her matters and redirected the conversation. "You must help me make money." "See, such topics bring joy," she exclaimed with a laugh. Unbeknownst to them, they had chatted for quite a while, until Xia Wanjun decided to end the call. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Qin Ruoxue should have been filled with joy, yet her heart ached at the memory of the previous night's events. "Li Yin, I called Wang Hai. His friend's decoration company did a splendid job on our house. I think we should let them handle the renovation of the internet CAF this time." Thank you, Li Yin," Qin Ruoxue said softly. That moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Li Yin opened it to find his father-in-law, Qinishan, supporting his mother-in-law, Zhao Zhilan. "Mom, why are you here? I was just about to come pick you up." Qin Ruoxue rushed to assist her mother, immediately scolding, "You shouldn't be wandering around when you're unwell." "It's fine. Mom is feeling much better now. I just wanted to see you and wish you a happy new year." Zhao Zhilan's complexion appeared much healthier than during their last encounter at the hospital. Li Yin and Qin Ruoxue welcomed them into the living room, smiling as they said, "Mom, it's not customary for elders to wish New Year blessings upon their juniors. We should be the ones wishing you well. It's all the same. As long as you're well, that is what matters. If only Xiaobo were here too." Zhao Zhilan sighed as she spoke. "Mom, don't think too much. Xiaobo will be out soon." Qin Ruoxue quickly reassured her. Throughout the visit, neither Li Yin nor Qin Ruoxue exchanged a word with Qinishan, who sat awkwardly with his head down. Suddenly, recalling a conversation from his visit to the detention center before the new year, he spoke up. "Li Yin, I visited Xiaobo before the new year, and he asked me to pass a message to you." Qin Ruoxue frowned. "Dad, please don't. She was aware of Li Yan's poor opinion of Qin Bo and feared that mentioning him would upset Li Yan during this rare family gathering. Unexpectedly, Li Yan smiled and asked, "What did he say?" "He said it's all sorted." "Just that, with no context?" "I don't know what it means, but he mentioned you would understand and that you would help him find a lawyer once you were aware." After Qin Yishan finished, he gazed expectantly at Li Wai and Li Yan contemplated for a moment, then replied, "When we visited him before the new year, I told him to learn something while inside. If he improves his ways, I would help him find a lawyer to get him out sooner. So that's how it is. You scared me. You could have given me a heads up." Qin Ruoxue sighed in relief and then eagerly inquired, "So what does that mean? You can really help him find a lawyer and get him out early?" Li Yan thought to himself that after dealing with Qin Bo a few times, the lad wouldn't he dare deceive him. Since he had said this, it must mean that the matter had been thoroughly settled. He decided to help the boy so that his mother-in-law could rest easy. After reflecting on this, he nodded. "I'll arrange it right away." He dialed Qian Bojunt's number. "Lawyer Qian, I have a favor to ask." "Yes, it's regarding Qin Bo. Please follow up on this matter." After hanging up, he noticed his family looking at him with eager anticipation. "Li Yan, is this true? Will Xiao Bo be out soon?" Zhao Zhilan's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. "Mom, I've entrusted the details to the lawyer. There should be results soon, so don't worry," Li Yan said with a smile. Qin Yishan patted his chest, praising Li Yan, seemingly having forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. "Dad, Li Yan's success is a result of his own hard work. Don't involve him in any nonsense." Qin Ruoxue admonished her father sternly, fully aware of his character. "Rest assured, Dad is not that unreliable," Qin Yishan cheerfully replied. Though Qin Ruoxue wanted to agree, he was, after all, her father. Given that her parents had arrived early, she discussed with Li Yan the plan to have lunch first before heading back home, as their hometown was not too far from Longqing, just a 2 to 3 hour drive. "That sounds fine." Li Yan nodded in agreement. Throughout the conversation, to avoid causing her parents worry, neither Qin Ruoxue nor Li Yan mentioned the internet CAF. After lunch, just as they were about to depart, Li Yan's phone rang unexpectedly. "Li Yan, come to the bar. We have a lead on your case." It was a call from Xiao Wu. "All right." Since last night, Li Yan had been holding his breath. Noticing his contemplative demeanor after hanging up, Qin Ruoxue pulled him aside and asked, "Is something wrong?" "There's a lead on last night's events. I might need to handle it," Li Yan admitted shyly. To his surprise, Qin Ruoxue urged, "Is it about the internet CAF? Then hurry and take care of it. Don't worry about us." They had planned to leave shortly, but Li Yan expressed his concerns about how long he might be occupied. "I understand. Just take care of it. I'll manage things here," he assured her, ruffling her hair. He then explained the situation to Zhao Zhilan and Qin Yishan, letting them know he had to step out for a while, and they should take the bus first while he drove over later. "That works. Focus on your work. Don't let it slide," Zhao Zhilan said understandingly, though Qin Yishan mumbled about preferring to drive a car. After finalizing their plans, Li Yan drove Qin Ruoxue and her parents to the bus station, helping them board the bus before he quickly drove to the bar he had visited before. Since it was daytime on the first day of the new year, there were hardly any patrons. Upon entering, he found Xiao Wu sitting alone at the bar, smoking. "You're here? Have a seat." Xiao Wu gestured for him to join. Once seated, Li Yan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Wu, for coming out on such a festive occasion." Xiao Wu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. I'm here on Wan Jun's behalf, and Y contacts informed me that when your incident occurred, a group of local troublemakers were loitering nearby. It might be connected to a guy named Renwei. You know how these things go. There's often no concrete evidence. This is all I can do to help. If you need manpower, just let me know." "No, I'll handle this myself," Li Yan replied, shaking his head with a smile. "You're impressive, Xiao Wu. You've already managed to uncover this." Xiao Wu snorted. "Just go about your business. Don't treat me with such formality. I have plenty on my plate," he grumbled, maintaining his usual demeanor. Li Yan chuckled but said nothing. Xiao Wu was still as he had always been, although his attitude toward Li Yan had evidently shifted. Just as Li Yan was about to leave, Xiao Wu suddenly called out to him, "Keep your distance from Wanjun in the future. It would be beneficial for you." "Huh? What do you mean?" Li Yan frowned, looking at Xiao Wu. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu replied, "Wanjun's background is rather complicated." "Thank you. But I, Li Yan, have never been afraid of anyone." Li Yan laughed nonchalantly, turning to leave. Xiao Wu watched him depart silently, eventually sighing inwardly, "Kid, I've given you the warning I could, given your assistance to Wan Jun. I hope you heed it. But if you continue down this path, you may find yourself in trouble one day. And I might not be able to help, however. He kept these thoughts to himself, well aware that even if he spoke them, Li Yin would not listen. Such a person bore an innate pride within him. As Li Yin stepped outside, a chill settled on his face. Ren Wei, the only person he had crossed paths with once, who had even sold him a good deal, handing over that internet CAF. He had not anticipated that this latest incident would somehow be connected to him. If not for Xiao Wu's investigation, Li Yin would have completely forgotten about this individual. With this new lead, the situation became clearer and simpler for him. Without much contemplation, why did Ren Wei create such a troublesome situation? In this world, there exists neither love without cause nor hatred without reason. It is evident that he has developed ulterior motives upon witnessing the flourishing internet CAF business of Qin Ruoxue. As for whether there are others involved, we shall see Ren Wei first. He rummaged through his pocket for his phone, scrolling for quite some time before finally locating a number. Zhao Zhiyong. When Li Yin departed from Xinchao Futures, he had remarked, "The world is vast, we shall meet again in the future," and suggested that they keep in touch. However, neither he nor Zhao Zhiyong had reached out to one another, for they both understood that after Li Yin left Xinchao Futures, they existed on entirely different planes. Forcing a reunion would only lead to awkwardness, especially considering the presence of Sun Jianping, who had been introduced to Li Yin alongside Zhao Zhiyong, yet now found himself in a state of neither being human nor ghost. Li Yin dialed the number, and Zhao Zhiyong's excited voice came through. "Li, my brother. Happy New Year. What brings you to call me?" Clearly, Li Yin's initiative in reaching out brought joy to Zhao Zhiyong. "Happy New Year. Zhao Ge, I wish you an early greeting. Are you free now? I need your assistance with something." Chapter 98. Consequences to bear family does not speak of outside matters. Why be so formal among brothers? It's the new year, and I have no pressing matters. If you need help, just ask. Zhao Zhiyong spoke with his characteristic camaraderie. "The internet CAF I managed was set on fire." Li Yin inhaled sharply. "What?" Zhao Zhiyong exclaimed in shock. "When did this happen?" "Last night," Li Yin replied. Zhao Zhiyong immediately erupted in anger. "Who the hell is so wicked? Is there no decency left? To do such a thing on New Year's Eve? It's pure bullying, by the way. Did they catch the perpetrator? Was there significant loss?" "Fortunately, there were no casualties. As for the arsonist, Zhao Gu, let's discuss this in person." "All right, wait for me. Let's meet at a restaurant on Dongsantiao Road." After hanging up, Li Yin swiftly arrived at the location Zhao Zhiyong mentioned. Before long, Zhao Zhiyong arrived in a luxurious car. However, upon seeing Li Yin stepping out of a Tiger Headbins, he couldn't help but chuckle. "I've recently made some profits in trading and just got a new car. Thought I'd show off a bit. I didn't expect you to be the real deal here with a Tiger Headbins." "My goodness, it's just a temporary vehicle." Once they settled in the restaurant, Zhao Zhiyong's expression turned serious. Who was the scoundrel behind this? How could they commit arson? Li Yin sipped his tea. At the time, I couldn't find the culprit. However, later I discovered it was Ren Wei. "What? Him? He would do that. Damn. This brat has no conscience. Let's go find him now." Zhao Zhiyong slammed the table, his anger flaring as he stood to leave. Initially, he had been curious why Li Yin hadn't clarified everything over the phone. Now he understood that Li Yin was being considerate of his feelings, as some matters should be discussed face to face. After all, Ren Wei was introduced to Li Yin by Zhao Zhiyong himself. This only fueled the fire within Zhao Zhiyong. Li Yin was a significant figure, and after just a month apart, he had transformed from a struggling retail trader with only 30,000 in the market to driving a Tiger Headbins with ease. Furthermore, Zhao Zhiyong had also profited significantly from Li Yin's journey. Upon reflection, he owed Li Yin a considerable favor. Yet now, with Ren Wei's actions, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. "Zhao Gu, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm not here to place blame. We are brothers, and there's no need for such formality. I have no intention of dragging you into this, especially during the new year." Li Yin quickly reassured Zhao Zhiyong. Zhao Zhiyong sat down and Li Yin continued, "Since you know him, you must have some insights into his background. Please share what you know so I can take action. It's not in my nature to pretend I don't see what's happening. That is not how I, Li Yin, operate." Li Yin's words were clear and carried an icy undertone. Grateful yet concerned, Zhao Zhiyong thought to himself that Ren Wei was truly courting disaster by provoking someone like Li Yin. In terms of background, Ren Wei had none of significance. Years ago, He was nothing more than a petty thug. A few years back, during a crackdown, he had even been imprisoned for hooliganism. However, while inside, he befriended a powerful scion. Leveraging that connection to amass wealth over the years, primarily in the realm of street dealings, though he had little in the way of legitimate enterprises. Zhao Ziyong pondered aloud. After some consideration, Renwei now owns several foot massage parlors, as well as internet CAFS and gaming halls, all profitable ventures, albeit lacking in reputable industries. After gleaning this information, Li Yin expressed his gratitude to Zhao Ziyong. "Thank you, brother. As for the other matters, you need not concern yourself. I will handle everything myself. However, please do not take offense. I only sought your insights on this individual, so do not dwell on it. Since he was introduced to you through me, I feel uneasy about this situation," Zhao Ziyong admitted. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. All right, you go about your business. But be cautious. Renwei has managed to survive on the streets for years, and he still holds some power. Don't underestimate him. If you need anything, remember to let me know," Zhao Ziyong advised. Understood. Li Yin did not take Zhao Ziyong's goodwill lightly. He merely smiled in acknowledgement. As for Renwei, a street-level petty criminal, Li Yin truly did not regard him as a threat. Upon exiting the restaurant, Zhao Ziyong suddenly called out to Li Yin, "Brother, do you still remember old son?" Li Yin paused for a moment, then nodded in silence. He is not doing well these days. His previous high-interest loans have left him destitute, and he has suffered serious injuries, losing one leg and one arm. Sighed Zhao Ziyong. He had known Sun Jian pain longer than Li Yin, so he could only imagine the pain. Li Yin sighed. "Self-inflicted wounds cannot be healed, brother. Let us not dwell on this. It's beyond our control. Isn't it?" After parting ways, Li Yin quietly sighed. In life, certain actions are permissible while others are not. Especially in the volatile world of financial trading, one misstep can lead to ruin. Sun Jianping's greed had led him to such a fate. As for himself, he vowed never to suffer such a fate. In this life or the next, Li Yin would never allow it. Clenching his fist, Li Yin regained his confidence. After making a call to Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming to arrange a few matters, he drove with a cold smile directly to Mei Foot Massage Parlor. From Zhao Ziyong, Li Yin had learned that this was Renwei's stronghold, where he resided. "Hello, welcome to Mei Foot Massage Parlor." 2 rows of beautiful women in qipao greeted him, their alluring figures captivating every visitor. Yet, such allure held no sway over Li Yin. "I'm here to see Renwei," he declared. One of the women, in her 30s and wearing light makeup, hurriedly responded. "You're looking for General Ren? May I ask if you have an appointment?" Li Yin scoffed. "Do I need an appointment to see him? Go tell him that if he does not come to meet me, he will bear the consequences." Chapter 99. Kneel and plead before me. At this moment, Renwei sat in his office, feeling invigorated. Overall, his business ventures had yielded satisfactory returns this year. During the new year, as per tradition, he would take stock of his accomplishments over the past year. While he was pleased with most of his businesses, the Internet CAF segment irked him. Originally, he had thought little of the Internet CAF he sold off, believing he might earn a small profit. While he did earn, ever since Qin Ruoxue took over, the business had flourished beyond expectations. Subsequently, Renwei opened several more Internet CAFs nearby, yet their profits paled in comparison to Qin Ruoxue's establishment. This realization left Renwei feeling unsettled. Why could a mere woman run a business so successfully? Everything that should have belonged to him was now under someone else's control, leaving him to watch helplessly as others profited. Having spent years on the streets, Renwei was quite proud. Thus, Qin Ruoxue's Internet CAF became a thorn in his side. Pricking at his ego. In light of this, he pondered for a long while and orchestrated an arson. However, Renwei was cunning. He instructed his accomplices to set the fire purely to damage property and disrupt the business, ensuring no lives were lost. In the end, Li Yin would remain oblivious and even express gratitude towards him. He had heard that this fellow was quite skilled in stock trading. Once Li Yin was indebted to him, wouldn't he then offer some guidance? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Renwei looked forward to the new year with great anticipation. A year of abundant harvests awaited him. "I, Renwei, am the true dragon. In ancient times, I would undoubtedly be a great general or a successful merchant." He reclined in his chair, basking in his own self-satisfaction. Just then, a young girl rushed in, flustered. "Wenwen, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the rules I taught you?" Renwei frowned. "Runzong, someone is outside demanding to see you." They said if you don't meet them, you will bear the consequences. What? Damn. In this day and age, there are still those audacious enough to come to my doorstep, threatening me on the very first day of the Lunar New Year. Do they have a death wish? Upon hearing these words, Renwei's fury ignited as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, declaring, I shall see who dares. However, just as his words fell, a voice emerged from behind Wen. I, too, am curious to see how it is that you wish for me to not live. Without delay, Li Yin slowly walked in from outside, his expression as cold as ice as he fixed his gaze on Renwei in an instant. Renwei sprang up from the sofa, his face a mixture of shock and embarrassment. Li Yin? How could it be him? Why was he seeking him out? Had his actions been discovered? What? Are you surprised to see me? Li Yin sneered, nonchalantly seating himself on the sofa and speaking in a dispassionate tone. Renwei's heart raced, forcing down his inner turmoil as he feigned a smile. Mr. Li, what brings you to my humble abode? Ha. You are most welcome. Wen, quickly fetch my prize to Hong Pao, and then... Enough with the pretenses, Renwei. You were the one behind the internet CAF incident, weren't you? Li Yin stated flatly. Renwei's expression shifted slightly. What are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Ha! No need to deny it. Whether you understand or not is irrelevant. There is something I wish to convey to you. Renwei, if you desire this internet CAF, you may come to me to discuss it. But engaging in these underhanded tactics will lead to dire consequences, Li Yin continued, undeterred. Renwei's countenance darkened. He truly knew. How did this brat find out? Damn those incompetent subordinates. Cursing inwardly, his expression turned grim as he coldly retorted. Li Yin, the internet CAF business is thriving. If I come to you, will you lend a hand? Absolutely not. Since it has come to this, I shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to me by my own means. Li Yan's gaze turned icy. What belongs to you? You transferred it to me willingly. I paid for it. So how does it now belong to you? Say what you will. This internet CAF, I, Renwei, have secured it. I have you firmly in my grasp. What is your intention in coming here today? To plead with me not to retaliate? Or perhaps to offer me the CAF as a gift? Renwei said mockingly. Suddenly, Li Yin interjected. It seems you have forgotten what I just told you. If you are seeking your own demise, do not blame me. What? Ha! Did I hear you correctly? You dare to threaten me. Do you know who I am? Renwei? Do you have any idea where you are? This is utterly laughable. To come to my territory on the first day of the new year to threaten me. Have you lost your mind? In the face of Renwei's arrogance, Li Yin merely replied coolly, You desire my internet CAF, then transfer all of your CAFs to me. I want to take advantage of you. Everything will be at market value. Furthermore, should anything happen to my CAF in the future, I will hold you accountable. Consider this a warning. Ha. Are you out of your mind? You dare to set conditions? You must not know how to write the word death. Renwei stared at Li Yin in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. This guy, by all accounts, wasn't he a fool? Why was he speaking such foolishness? Had he lost his senses? However, in response to Renwei's mockery, Li Yin simply stated, I shall grant you half an hour to make arrangements. All right, you little rascal. Don't say half an hour. I doubt you could last even half a minute. Renwei finally became infuriated by Li Yan's demeanor. Angrily shouting to Wen behind him, Summon Luotua and his crew. Someone is causing trouble. Have them deal with it severely. With that, he wore a sinister grin. Li Yin raised his head to glance at him. Are you certain you wish to proceed like this? If you do, you will soon be on your knees begging me. With a hardened resolve, Renwei scoffed, If I kneel before you, I'll be your grandson. Before long, several burly men strode in from outside. Brother Ren, who dares to seek death, coming to our territory to stir trouble? Just watch how I deal with him. The foremost of them, towering at nearly 6 feet, was Renwei's top enforcer. He approached Li Yin with a cold smile. Yet, in Li Yin's eyes, he saw not a flicker of fear, which only fueled his anger. You little brat, Luotua spat. Extending his hand toward Li Yan.at that moment, Renwei's phone rang unexpectedly. Ran, it's bad. Our venue on Jiren Road has been shut down for inspections. The voice on the other end belonged to the manager of another establishment. Speaking in a panic, Renwei's expression shifted from uncertainty to shock as he looked at Li Yin. Li Yin stood up with a smile, pushing Luotua aside, and approached Renwei, towering over him as he declared, "I told you, you will soon be begging me. Now, kneel." Chapter 100. "You are a devil now, kneel." Li Yin's words struck Renwei's heart like a dagger. His face turned ashen as he stammered, "You little brat! How dare you do this to me?" Li Yin laughed heartily. "I warned you. Engaging in underhanded tactics will lead to dire consequences, since you refuse to accept my terms and refuse to kneel. I shall resolve this in my own way, and let me remind you, this is merely the beginning." "What do you mean?" Li Yan's words sent waves of panic through Renwei's heart. "Just the beginning, does that mean?" However, before he could articulate further, the phone on the table rang again. He was too flustered to continue speaking with Li Yin, hastily grabbing the receiver. "Ren, what should we do? Our club has been shut down for involvement in illicit activities." Renwei trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. "This can't be true. It must be a coincidence. Just a coincidence," he stammered in disarray. Yet, anyone could see the turmoil within him. His words were merely a self-soothing mantra. "Kneel, kneel and beg me. Transfer all your internet CFS to me, and I might grant you a chance at survival." Li Yin observed calmly from the side, his demeanor tranquil as he delivered the ultimatum. If the Li Yin of earlier appeared to be courting death, the current Li Yin was demanding a life. He did not anticipate that Li Yin was not out of his mind, but rather possessed a formidable backing that empowered him to confront Renwei. "Impossible. Don't think you're the only one with connections." I also. He reached for his phone, dialing a number he was familiar with, his last resort. Upon reaching the first number, however, after only a couple of sentences, the usually amicable Director Xia abruptly declared he was on leave and hung up. Renwei gritted his teeth in frustration. "I refuse to believe this." He hastily dialed another number. "Director Wang, it's me." But this time, it was even more abrupt. The moment the person heard his voice, they hung up without a word. Damn it. All of them, who usually benefit from me, when it comes to a crisis, suddenly take leave or play dead. With 2 failed attempts at calling, Renwei was now as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. He was on the verge of collapse. He never imagined it would come to this. He ceased his attempts to call, knowing full well the truth. These individuals, who would normally come running at the slightest disturbance, were now evidently avoiding him. But to bow before Li Yin and even transfer his assets, that was akin to self-mutilation. Renwei was truly unwilling. Yet, such is the nature of life. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to come to pass. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Suddenly, the phone on Renwei's desk rang once more. In the past, he would have answered without a second thought. Yet today, he hesitated. After a series of unfortunate calls, nothing good had come of it. Li Yin sat nearby, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with mockery and assured victory. With a deep breath, Renwei finally mustered the courage to pick up the phone, slowly bringing the receiver to his ear. "Hello?" His voice was hoarse, filled with a sense of futile despair. "Run, there are numerous health department officials and police outside, claiming that the voice on the line belonged to his security chief. First, it was other venues, and now they were at his very stronghold. The call from the security chief became the final straw that broke Renwei's back. Li Xiao, this was my fault. Spare me. Renwei, will never dare again." After hanging up the phone, he turned around to face Li Yin, his countenance ashen, bowing his head in submission. Beside him, Luotua and the others stood in utter shock. Who is this person? So formidable. In mere minutes, their boss had transformed from an imposing figure to one now utterly dejected. And this young man had merely spoken a few words, yet countless troubles had come their way. The latent power behind this was enough to send shivers down their spines. They had been foolish enough to consider moving against this young man. Was that not courting death? Li Xiao, there was a misunderstanding. We only intended to frighten you a bit, nothing more. Please, don't take it to heart. Yes, Li Xiao, it was just a joke. Please, don't be offended. We are merely trying to make a living. Please, Masterly, show some mercy. Before Renwei could utter a word, several of Camel's henchmen hastily approached Li Yin, offering smiles and apologies. This scene left Wen, who was peering secretly from the doorway, utterly astonished. Typically, Camel and his crew were notoriously arrogant and formidable, having quelled countless troublemakers in the past. But now, They were bowing and scraping. Their former bravado vanished. I once believed the boss was quite powerful, but now it seems he is nothing compared to these true big shots. When mused silently at that moment, Li Yin glanced at Camel and said, "You want me to spare you? Fine. Help me with one task, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Camel's eyes lit up. "What do you need? I will do it. Even if it's 100 tasks, I shall comply." Li Yin nodded, pleased. "Earlier, I saw you wanting to deal with me. Now, here's your chance. Take care of him." He pointed at Renwei. "Huh? This. Masterly, is that really appropriate?" After all, Camel suddenly found himself in a dilemma. He never anticipated Li Yin would make such a request. They were Renwei's subordinates, and now they were being asked to turn on him. How could they possibly do that? "What? You hesitate? Then I shall take my leave," Li Yin declared, turning to walk away. Just then, with a thud, Renwei collapsed to his knees, trembling as he clutched Li Yan's legs. "Please, Master Li, don't go. I was wrong, truly wrong. You want me to kneel? I will kneel. If you want them to deal with me, so be it. Camel, hit me. Hit me hard," he shouted at Camel. Camel and his men stood frozen, their eyes filled with terror. This man was undoubtedly a devil. How had they brought this upon themselves? Chapter 101. "What do you think you are?" Li Yin turned to Camel and said, "Your boss has spoken." "Why are you still standing there?" Camel swallowed hard, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern as he asked Renwei, "Boss, are we really going to do this?" "Yes," Renwei gritted his teeth. Affirming, Camel nodded without a second thought, delivering a resounding slap across Renwei's face. Renwei's expression was one of shock, clearly taken aback that Camel, just moments ago, had been conversing with him, and now had struck him so forcefully. The pain was excruciating. However, Camel did not give him a moment to adjust. After the initial slap, he signaled to his companions behind him. They understood immediately and surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. In an instant, the assault resembled a violent storm, engulfing Renwei completely. He attempted to fight back, but when he met Li Yan's indifferent gaze, his heart quaked, and he ultimately endured. Li Yan watched with a cold smirk. Camel was indeed a clever man. After beating Renwei today, it was clear he could no longer work under him. And all of this stemmed from Renwei's earlier instructions for Camel and his men to deal with Li Yin. They were essentially entangled in this mess because of Renwei, the so-called boss. Now that it was impossible to continue under Renwei, they naturally intensified their blows to curry favor with Li Yin. Renwei had not anticipated this. He initially thought Camel and his men would only give him a token punishment, yet here they were, attacking with such vigor. A flicker of resentment crossed Renwei's eyes, and he resolved that once this was over, he would make Camel and his men pay dearly. Both parties were contemplating their future, yet neither dared to show any emotion, for Li Yin was watching closely. After several minutes of relentless assault, Renwei finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Camel wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned respectfully towards Li Yin, whispering, "Master Li, if this continues, someone may die. What do you think?" Upon hearing Li Yan's nod, Camel and his men finally breathed a sigh of relief. That moment, Renwei struggled to rise, crawling before Li Yin, pleading, "Master Li, are you satisfied now? It was all my fault. I am willing to compensate for all your losses. Furthermore, I can transfer ownership of several internet cafes under my name to you. I promise to never set foot in this business again. Please spare my life. I was blind to not recognize your greatness." Li Yin crouched down, gently patting Renwei's face. "Had you known this would be the outcome, why did you not concede earlier? Why endure such suffering?" Renwei felt a deep sorrow in his heart. He wanted to tell Li Yin, if only he had revealed his connection sooner, he wouldn't have sought trouble with him. He was indeed a devil. At that moment, two men in suits rushed in from outside. Upon spotting Li Yin, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. "Brother Li, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank goodness you're all right," Zhang Yongping said with a smile. Jian Ming beside him nodded, then turned to Renwei on the ground. "Is this the scoundrel causing trouble? He must have a death wish to dare confront Brother Li." The newcomers were Zhang Yongping and Jian Ming, who had previously received a call from Li Yin. They were now partners, eagerly anticipating their new company's success under Li Yan's leadership. Anyone who posed a threat to Li Yin jeopardized their financial prospects, akin to attacking their very kin. One was the director of Longqing Steel Factory, and the other was the CEO of the largest real estate company in Longcheng. In a moment of urgency, they could mobilize considerable influence. They had merely made a few calls, and all of Renwei's assets were already put on hold. This was the power of connections. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yin had amassed the ability to wield such influence. My fault, my fault. I did not recognize your esteemed status. Renwei trembled as he recognized the two men. Zhang Yongping scoffed, You know us? Renwei nodded, his face a mask of despair. Director Zhang and President Jin. Having been in the streets for so long, how could he fail to recognize these two prominent figures? That's good. But you might be mistaken about one thing. We are not Li Yan's backers. We dare not claim to be the mighty tree behind him, Jin Ming scoffed, marveling at the situation. Renwei gasped in shock, unable to suppress the urge to look at Li Yan. He had thought these two were Li Yan's support, and that was already overwhelming. Now, hearing their words, it seemed Li Yan's connections surpassed even these esteemed individuals. What manner of existence could he possibly be connected to? You two are too kind. Backgrounds aside, we are all friends, are we not? Li Yan chuckled. Indeed, friends, absolutely. Hearing this, Jin Ming and Zhang Yongping's faces lit up with excitement. They had already deduced that Li Yan had substantial backing, and his words now indicated that he was acknowledging their friendship. Their relationship had strengthened. For them, Amir Renwei was insignificant, but gaining Li Yan's friendship through this incident was of utmost importance. In that case, I believe, Mr. Ren should now consider the conditions I previously mentioned? Li Yan said nonchalantly. Renwei nodded vigorously, as if his head were a rattle drum. Yes, yes, I agree to everything. Master Li, you can set the price. Li Yan waved his hand dismissively. I value fairness in business. So I shall not shortchange you. For your 3 internet cafes, how much do you ask? Well, approximately 3 million, Renwei replied with a forced smile. Very well. Li Yan immediately placed a call to transfer 3 million to Renwei. Concurrently, Renwei signed a transfer contract under Li Yan's watchful gaze. Master Li, I have fulfilled your request. Regarding the properties downstairs and my other assets, would you consider? Renwei stammered, bowing before Li Yan. Li Yan suddenly looked up and smiled at Renwei, a smile that sent chills down Renwei's spine. Then Li Yan spoke. What did I promise you? Nothing at all. I merely stated that upon signing the contract, our affairs would be settled, but I never claimed those matters were my responsibility. I am just a common citizen. How could I command the relevant authorities? Li Yan, you are betraying me. In that instant, Renwei comprehended Li Yan's scheme, and he erupted in fury. But Li Yan delivered a swift kick to Renwei's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. What do you think you are? Betraying you? You overestimate yourself? Renwei clutched his stomach, rising to his feet, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Li Yan. I will not let this go. Not let it go? Wait until you have the chance to speak again. With that, Li Yan turned to leave. Just then, several police officers entered, apprehending Renwei and Camel's gang. We suspect you are involved in an arson case. Furthermore, Renwei, your assets are suspected of illegal activities. You are under arrest. Chapter 102. A word to say. After the police coldly secured the handcuffs around Renwei's wrists, he felt as though the world was spinning, transforming into a dim and dreary place. I haven't committed any crime. I swear I haven't. It was all a setup by him. If you must arrest someone, it should be him. Renwei suddenly began to struggle violently, pointing an agitated finger at Li Yan. Behave yourself. Are you refusing to cooperate, or what? A police officer replied coldly. In that moment of despair, Renwei was taken away. Lu Tuo and a few others cowered in the corner. Terrified to speak, it was only after Renwei had been led away that Lu Tuo shakily approached Li Yan, swallowing hard as he stammered, Li Xiao, can we leave now? Our matter has already been cleared up. I am a man of my word, Li Yan replied with a smile. That settles it, damn it. You call that keeping your word? If Li Yan had said this from the start, Lu Tuo would have certainly believed him. But now, Renwei has just been taken away, indeed. After Li Yan finished speaking, he casually remarked, there is nothing between us anymore. But do you really think Renwei will let you go? At this, Lu Tuo and the others exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads. They were all individuals scraping by on the streets. Today, they had undoubtedly made a mortal enemy of Renwei. While Renwei might hesitate to confront Li Yan, there was no doubt he would seek retribution against them once he was out. Ha! I was merely offering a friendly warning. Anyway, I'm leaving with that. Li Yin turned and descended the stairs with Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming. Behind them, Lu Tuo's expression was fraught with uncertainty, and his companions immediately queried, Lu Tuo, what should we do now? We can't let Renwei go free. If he gets out, we're finished. Then, we should turn ourselves in. We just got into a fight with Renwei. Let us confess to the brawl. We'll serve a few days in detention to let that kid feel the weight of our brotherhood. Won't he dare to bother us again? Lu Tuo's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. All right, that's manageable. They were the sort of people who had been in and out of prison multiple times. So they didn't find this prospect daunting at all. Soon enough, they had finalized their plan. However, the others were unaware that Lu Tuo had ulterior motives behind his words. Although Li Xiao had presented it lightly, his friendly warning bore a hint of menace. If they failed to handle Renwei, would that individual spare them? Not a chance. Having witnessed Renwei's plight, Lu Tuo had no intention of opposing Li Yin. If they managed to resolve this matter, they might even cultivate a valuable friendship with a significant figure. With that thought, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. That night, they went to the police station to turn themselves in. Meanwhile, Li Yin had descended the stairs and let out a long exhale. By this time, darkness had already fallen. Li Yin turned to Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming with earnestness, saying, Brother Zhang, General Jin, I truly appreciate your help today. Ha ha, Li Xiaodi, you're being too polite. We're all on the same side. No need for formalities, Zhang Yongping replied, his belly protruding as he chuckled. Exactly. We're all family. Jin Ming chimed in, Ha ha, Li Xiaodi is a man of principle. When your woman is wronged, it's only right to stand up for her. Indeed. Who does that scoundrel think he is, daring to trouble Li Xiaodi? He deserves it. They exchanged a few more jovial remarks before parting ways. Li Yin turned and cast a cold smile at the Mei foot bath city behind him. Renwei, this is the price you pay for crossing me. Arriving alone, he departed just the same. Having resolved all matters and spent 3 million to acquire ownership of 3 internet cafes, Li Yin was uncertain how many internet cafes existed in Long City, but he knew this era marked a golden period for their development. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Renwei a lesson, but upon seizing the 3 internet cafes, he found himself inspired by an entirely new vision. Renwei believed that Qin Ruoshue's internet cafe was profitable due to its prime location. Unaware that it was Qin Ruoshue's emphasis on service and internet environment that allowed her establishment to stand out among the crowd. Following the incident of the internet cafe arson, Li Yin, familiar with future operational models, envisioned a new direction for Qin Ruoshue in his mind, a chain of internet cafes, focusing on service and quality, transforming into a high-end internet cafe model, and seizing the opportunity to establish a gaming company. Encompassing both online and offline aspects, Li Yin's mind raced with ideas in his previous life. He had experienced the era of rampant underground internet cafes in the early 2000s. It had been the golden age for internet cafes. It wasn't until over a decade of personal and family computer proliferation that the situation began to shift. Those who had been among the first to venture into internet cafe operations had made a fortune. Let us do it. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with determination. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Qin Ruoshue. Hello, Li Yan. How are things on your end? Did anything go wrong? What about that guy Renwei? Qin Ruoshue's voice came through, tinged with concern. Li Yin replied with a smile. The matter has been resolved. I'm just about to come find you. You've all arrived, right? We've been here for a while. Drive safely on your way, and call me when you arrive. All right. Li Yin refrained from discussing the acquisition of Renwei's 3 internet cafes over the phone. His thoughts were too advanced. Qin Ruoshue might not grasp them immediately, and he needed to explain them face to face. Otherwise, she would likely scold him for squandering money. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yin hopped into his car and headed directly towards the countryside. After a 2-hour journey, when he arrived at the village where Qin Ruoshue's family lived, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. The village was entirely composed of dirt roads, so Li Yin decided to park his car outside and walk into the village. Li Yin! At the village entrance, Qin Ruoshue waved her arms excitedly upon seeing him approach. However, upon noticing he was alone, she curiously asked, Where's our car? I left it outside. The roads are too rough. Qin Ruoshue nodded and led Li Yin towards her grandfather's home. Along the way, she suddenly appeared somewhat hesitant as she said, Li Yin, I have something to discuss with you. Li Yin nodded. Go ahead. I have something to tell you too. Chapter 103. So-called relatives. After saying this, Qin Ruoxue looked up at Li Yin, her expression tinged with a mix of anxiety and pleading, seeking his consent. She was well aware of how unreasonable her relatives could be. However, to her surprise, Li Yin chuckled. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Just tell me what to do. Qin Ruoxue hesitated, questioning, wouldn't this be too much of a burden on you? Burden? What's burdensome about it? You're my wife, and in matters like this, I'll follow your lead, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. With that, Qin Ruoxue finally breathed a sigh of relief and remembered to ask Li Yin, what did you want to tell me just now? Li Yin shook his head. I was going to say something, but you interrupted me, and I forgot. I'll let you know once I remember. Qin Ruoxue sighed with a wry smile. You're grown now, yet you still act like a child with such a poor memory. Forgotten? Of course not. It's just that Li Yin has come up with an even better plan. As they whispered to each other, they made their way to Qin Ruoxue's grandfather's house. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where the house was brightly lit and various sounds echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. If Qin Ruoxue hadn't informed Li Yin about the situation beforehand, anyone else would have assumed it was a typical scene of grandchildren honoring their elders and a family reunion. That moment, a half-grown child squatting in the yard spotted Qin Ruoxue, and Li Yin entering from outside and suddenly shouted loudly, then hurriedly dashed into the house. Shortly after, Qin Ruoxue's mother and father emerged, supporting two elderly individuals, while other adults and children stood nearby, curiously observing Li Yin. You finally made it. Come, this is your grandfather and grandmother. Song Qiaoyu quickly approached to introduce him. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. Li Yin greeted the two elders with a smile, explaining, I was delayed by some matters on the way. Otherwise, I would have arrived earlier with Ruoxue and the others. The old man and woman held Li Yan's hands, saying, what does it matter? Just being here is good. Just being here is good. Was the journey smooth? Quite smooth. With that, the family proceeded into the house. Come, our Ruoxue's husband has arrived. We can start preparing the meal, old Master Qin called out. However, before he finished speaking, a sarcastic voice interjected. Is this how you come to visit the elders, empty-handed? Shouldn't you have brought something for them? Li Yin turned to see a woman in her 40s glaring at him and Qin Shan. This was Sangu. Qin Ruoxue, realizing her fears were coming to fruition the moment Li Yin stepped inside, quickly warned him. Li Yin merely responded with a nonchalant hum. Qin Shan's face turned uncomfortable as he cleared his throat, saying, Sister, let us eat first. Eat? You've eaten your whole life, and nothing has changed. Nowadays, people simply have no respect for their elders. Qin Ruoxue's aunt, Qin Lian, huffed, her tone increasingly unpleasant. I see, Dad. It's not that I'm criticizing you. You've always been this way. Forget it. Let us consider I never said anything. Old Master Qin glared. What's wrong with me? You all were raised by me, and now that you've grown, you've become quite arrogant. At this moment, Qin Lian's husband, Qi Baoshan, chuckled awkwardly. Dad, don't listen to Xiaolian. That's just her nature. She speaks without thinking. However, Li Yin interjected. Speak without thinking? I beg to differ. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone in the room turned towards Li Yin, surprised that the usually taciturn individual would be so forthright. Hey, on what grounds do you criticize my mother? Who do you think you are? Coming to visit the elderly without bringing anything, and yet you still have the audacity to speak. Qi Jiqiang, standing beside Qin Lian, immediately chimed in loudly. Li Yin smirked. If I'm not mistaken, you are also the old man's nephew, right? I'm just curious, since you have the gall to speak, what have you brought for the old man? I don't need to bring anything. My parents will take care of it. Qi Jiqiang stammered, his gaze evasive. They usually lived in the countryside, and after Qin Lian married into a nearby town, Qi Jiqiang, having failed to gain admission to university after high school, had been living off his parents without contributing anything. What could he possibly bring? Thus, it was said, everyone is equally flawed. Where does your sense of superiority come from? Just because I didn't bring anything for the old man, does that make me unfilial? And you're not? Haha, this is the first time I've heard such logic. How can your family speak like this? Do you have no manners? Let me tell you, we are family. You are merely a son-in-law. Who gave you the audacity to jabber here? Qin Lian, seeing her son at a loss for words, pointed at Li Yin with a grim expression. Enough! Qin Laoi, the old man, slammed the table, his face darkening. What are you all doing? I'm still alive. Whether or not you bring gifts doesn't matter to me. If you can eat, eat. If not, then leave. The commotion among the grandchildren before him made his heart heavy. When Qin Leoi spoke, everyone fell silent. Li Yin, keep your comments to a minimum. Qin Ruoxue tugged at Li Yan's arm. Li Yin, however, whispered, these people cannot be tolerated. If you let them off easy, they will only become more brazen. But they are relatives. Qin Ruoxue replied weakly. Li Yin sighed. Precisely because they are relatives, they behave this way. At that moment, Li Yin suddenly approached the old man, pulling out 2 stacks of crisp bills from his pocket and presenting them. Grandpa, I intended to buy you something when I came, but since it's my first visit, I wasn't sure what you would like. After much thought, I decided to bring some money. You and Grandma can buy whatever you need. In that instant, every gaze in the room fell upon Li Yan's hands. 2 stacks, totaling 20,000, in the countryside. Many people toil for over a year without earning that much. He just took it out casually. Li Yin turned to Qin Li Yin with a smile. Third aunt, while I may not have brought a gift, I did bring money. I wonder if you still think I'm unfilial? You call me an outsider, yet look at what I, this outsider, can do. Can your close kin do the same? Chapter 104. Earning a little money. Qin Li Yin and Qi Baoshan's faces flushed crimson in an instant. They had been standing aside bickering for so long, only to be met with Li Yan's casual display of generosity, which stung their pride. 20,000. That was the total amount they earned in a year. What could they possibly buy that would be worth so much? Simply put, Li Yan's generosity was overwhelming. It left them scrambling for words to salvage their pride. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxue and Qi Jiqiang were of the same generation, and with Li Yin as her husband, he was now the one elevating her status. In contrast, her unambitious son, who had merely graduated high school and was living off his parents, seemed utterly foolish. For the first time, the old man felt the weight of the money in his hands. It wasn't that Li Yin's gesture was unappreciated. It was simply too much in the village. If a family became wealthy, it was a cause for grand celebration. Yet now, as 20,000 was placed in his palm, Qin Leoi's immediate reaction was shock, not gratitude. Li Yin chuckled, grasping the old man's hand and pressing the money into his palm. Grandpa, please accept this without worry. You and Grandma can spend it however you wish. 20,000 is nothing to me. Qin Lei couldn't help but inquire, 20,000 is nothing? Li Yin, where are you working now? Do you earn such a high salary? Upon hearing this, the other brothers of Qin Yishan turned their curious gazes toward Li Yan. Tio casually produced 20,000 like that suggested immense wealth, perhaps even more than the county magistrate earned. Li Yin smiled. I run a small business and have made a bit of money. There was no need for him to explain his endeavors. Those listening wouldn't comprehend. Dad, just accept it. This money means nothing to Li Yin. Haha, he is quite prosperous now. It seems my daughter, Ruoxue, has found a good son-in-law. At this moment, Qin Yishan felt a surge of pride upon witnessing the expressions of those around him. For so long, he had felt inadequate compared to his siblings, despite living in the city. Now, with Li Yin as a wealthy son-in-law, he felt a rush of vindication, his face glowing with pride as if he had just drunk a potent spirit. Dad, what do you mean by nothing? That's Li Yin honoring Grandpa, and it's also his hard-earned money. Qin Ruoxue frowned, casting a disapproving glance at her father. Qin Yishan chuckled awkwardly, yet he showed no signs of restraint. Meanwhile, the other uncles and aunts, realizing that Qin Ruoxue's family had risen in status, shed their previous disdain, replaced by expressions of keen interest. Let us eat first, let us eat. The old man cheerfully beckoned to Li Yin. Time and again, money may not be everything, but a lack of it is a severe handicap. Li Yin clearly remembered a harsh truth. When a person is impoverished, even their closest kin may look down upon them. This is the cruel reality. Not to mention, these people were merely distantly related to Qin Ruoxue. To him, they were ultimately outsiders. During the meal, Qin Ruoxue's uncle, Qin Yishui, suddenly inquired, Li Yin, what line of work are you in? How is the industry looking? Qin Yishui, employed in the county, was the only one in the Qin family with a stable job. His demeanor was at least somewhat pleasant. I primarily engage in investments, financial securities, and such. Li Yin briefly explained. Qin Yishui frowned. Are you trading stocks? That field can be risky, especially after the financial turmoil of '98. You must be cautious. Li Yin regarded Qin Yishui with surprise. He seemed to have some understanding of the situation. However, risks applied to others, not to him. Rather, it represented an opportunity. Naturally, he wouldn't voice this out loud, simply nodding with a smile. Uncle, rest assured, I will be careful. That's good. Haha, let us eat. Qin Yishui chuckled, steering the conversation elsewhere. He had some thoughts of his own. His son was nearing graduation from university, and while university graduates were still in demand, he didn't want his son to pursue a conventional job. In his words, living a secure life at the bottom meant losing the chance to rise. Having seen Li Yin produce 20,000 without batting an eye and learning he was in business, he mused whether there might be a promising path. Yet, upon hearing that Li Yin was trading stocks, his interest waned immediately. That field was volatile. One could become a millionaire in an instant or find themselves destitute. He certainly didn't want his son involved in that, so he decisively ended the conversation. Li Yin was unaware of Qin Yishui's thoughts, but he noticed the change in attitude and didn't mind. Less interest was preferable, as it would save him some trouble. However, what Li Yin didn't expect was for Qin Yishan to suddenly interject, "Elder brother, don't look down on Li Yin's stock trading. Others may gamble recklessly, but Li Yin is different. Many leaders now recognize him. Do you know the director of Longqing Steelworks? Even such a big shot gives him some respect." Li Yin opened his mouth in disbelief, wishing he could tell Qin Yishan to be quiet. Yet, the words had already escaped. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Yishui was taken aback, exclaiming, "Li Yin, is that true? Are you really that successful now?" Maintaining his composure, Li Yin replied, "It's just a matter of friends giving me face. I'm merely muddling through." Yet this time, Qin Yishui didn't seem convinced. He adopted a more authoritative tone. "Li Yin, you can't think like that. Since you married Ruoxue, we are family. How can you keep all the benefits to yourself? You must think of the younger siblings and plan a good future for them." The nearby uncles and aunts raised their heads to look at Li Yin. "Yes, Li Yin, you've achieved success. Don't forget about our old Qin family. Indeed, I say, Ruoxue is truly fortunate. She has brought good fortune to the family." Exactly. With such a son-in-law, our family finally has someone of note. In that moment, everyone was eagerly watching Li Yin, waiting for him to speak up. Qin Ruoxue, noticing Li Yan's silence, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was aware of Li Yan's circumstances, as well as those of her relatives. Though Li Yin found it difficult to voice his thoughts, she could not bear to see him subjected to the scornful remarks of others. "Uncle, third uncle, and aunt. You are putting Li Yin in quite a predicament. He merely engages in a small business and dabbles in stock trading occasionally. Life in Longqing is not easy. It may be challenging to make arrangements." As soon as Qin Ruoxue spoke, Qin Lian and Qi Baoshan exchanged glances. And Qin Lian sneered, "Challenging to arrange? I think it's more about not wanting to arrange anything at all. After all, he is a city dweller. It's only natural for him to look down upon us poor relatives. Besides, outsiders will always remain outsiders." Qin Lian's words brought a sudden tension to the room, and although Qin Yishui and the third brother, Qin Yichuan, remained silent, their eyes betrayed their thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy and awkward. Seizing the moment, Qin Lian smiled coldly. "What are you all thinking? Why should he help you? I've heard of stock trading. It's perfectly normal to earn today and lose tomorrow. Tomorrow he may very well end up broke. What is there to boast about? And yet you all cling to him, seeking his aid. If I were him, I would refuse as well. What if he loses everything tomorrow?" The third brother, Qin Yichuan, exchanged a glance with his wife, nervously asking, "Can the money earned be lost?" Qi Baoshan adjusted his clothing and replied slowly, "You folks in the village may not know. I've been in business for years and have heard a thing or two. This venture may yield quick profits, but the losses can be even more severe. It's akin to gambling. In my opinion, it's far better to earn money through hard work. Those who earn easy money often become careless." In a blink, this couple had painted Li Yin as a cunning opportunist who shunned honest means of earning. Let us not forget, just a few years ago, there were laws against speculation. Who knows how policies might change? It could very well lead to imprisonment. Finally, Qi Baoshan's son, Qi Jiqiang, rummaged through his mind for a chance to demean Li Yin and smugly declared, "Aside from that, the threat of prison really puts things into perspective." While Li Yin brushed off the jibes of others, he felt a pang in his heart at the old man's words. He believed that every penny he earned was through righteous means. and what posed risks to others was a different realm for him. Yet at that moment, it was clear that the old man feared for the future, worried that if Li Yin faced losses, he would lack the capital to start anew, which was why he insisted on returning the 20,000 yuan. Such is the nature of the elderly. Regardless of the circumstances of their children or grandchildren, they tend to think a few steps ahead. Grandfather, the money is mine to give you. Keep it. I do not need it. As for the future, I will earn more, and there will be no concern about not being able to support Ruoxue. So rest assured. Li Yin firmly grasped the old man's hand, speaking earnestly. The elder hesitated. Really? Li Yin nodded. Is there any doubt? Ruoxue is no longer working at the steel mill. I have set her up with a business. Regardless of what happens, our livelihood is secured. The old man, unfamiliar with financial dealings, needed reassurance, so Li Yin mentioned the arrangements made for Qin Ruoxue. Indeed, grandfather. I am now the boss lady, Ruoxue chimed in, attempting to comfort the elder. All right, then I shall accept it. You are all good children. As long as you succeed, grandfather is at ease, the elder smiled. However, at that moment, Qin Lian interjected sarcastically, What business? Just a shabby internet AF. Don't think I'm unaware. That place will close down sooner or later. I say, third sister. Can't you bear to see our family do well? What's wrong with the internet AF? As long as it's profitable, it's fine. Ruoxue is now the boss lady, making more in a day than your monthly salary. I suspect you are just bitter about not tasting the grapes. Ruoxue's mother, typically a gentle soul, found her voice as she defended her daughter and son-in-law against her sister-in-law as provocations. Look at this. Our family's endeavors are beyond reproach. Is there no justice in this world? Who doesn't know that internet AFS are a trap for students? How much can a few kids earn from online gaming? And calling that a business? Bah! My son Jiqiang is the one who has prospects. He has already made plans with his classmates to buy a big truck and start a transportation business. In a year, he could earn enough for a house. Qin Lian proudly showcased her son. Isn't he just going to partner with Jiqiang? If you ask me, it's best to keep finances clear among family. But for this truck, the total cost is 300,000. You cover 200,000, and we'll handle the rest. After all, the connections are ours. Qin Lian beamed, especially when she noticed Li Yin's apparent wealth. Her eyes gleaming with avarice. Transportation? Earning money to buy a house? Ha! You've all got high hopes, but I wouldn't touch that business. Not even 10,000. Li Yin suddenly chuckled coldly. Qin Ishue's expression darkened instantly. He, having proposed the idea in consideration of his second brother's reputation, and as the eldest, sought to ease tensions among the brothers, especially with their parents present. He adopted a tone of an elder, saying, Li Yin, if you want to consider your own future, at least think of Ruoxue. You have no house, no car. How will you live in the future? I know your family's situation. You have an old house, right? But surely you don't want Ruoxue to live in that old house forever. If that is the case, I fear Ruoxue would be wasting her time with you. Thus, he declared, I want to invest a single penny. If your son Jiqiang is so capable, let him go find his classmates. A 300,000 business? I have no interest in it. After Li Yin spoke, everyone was left dumbfounded, especially the Qin Lian family. And even Qin Ishue, who had just attempted to counsel Li Yin, felt as if they wished to dig a hole and bury themselves. Embarrassment. Adi felt as if they had disgraced themselves in front of their grandmother. Chapter 106. What can your son do? Brother-in-law, do you really have a car and a house? Or 2 houses, and even a luxury car? At that moment, the son of the third brother, Qin Ichuan, who had been silently observing the adults, suddenly stood up, gazing at Li Yin with wide eyes. Ha, little Chung, can this be false? Your second uncle will tell you. Your brother-in-law is now a wealthy man. He has both a house and a car. And it was he who paid for your second aunt's medical expenses. He is quite adept at making money and treats your sister Ruoxue well. Such a son-in-law is a blessing that our Qin family has accumulated over many years. Unlike what some people say about having today but not tomorrow, to me, this is pure jealousy. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ishue added, Little Chung, look how bright your eyes are. Of course, I have it all. Li Yin smiled at Qin Chung. Brother-in-law, take me with you. I don't want to spend my life cooped up in the village. I want to make big money, and I can work hard. Whatever you need me to do, I will. Qin Chung approached Li Yin, his face earnest. The family of Qin Lian had been chattering away, while the third brother's family had remained relatively quiet. Qin Chang had not directly antagonized Li Yin, so Li Yin spoke to him courteously. No, brother-in-law, I can learn. By the way, even though I graduated high school and never attended university, I can program, Qin Chang declared after a moment's thought. Li Yin raised an eyebrow. You understand this? Of course, brother-in-law. Don't worry. If you doubt me, just ask around. All the gaming hacks in our county's internet CAFS are written by me. None have been banned. Wow. Li Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such skills. How did you come to know this? He inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Qin Chang scratched his head, speaking softly. I enjoy going online, and my dad doesn't give me much pocket money. So I figured out how to crack the internet CAF system myself. And then, he trailed off, his head lowered in embarrassment. Li Yin suddenly smiled. Great. You can come with me. I'll take you to Longcheng. Really? Qin Chang asked, his eyes lighting up. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Tomorrow when we leave, you can come along, Li Yin replied thoughtfully. But, brother-in-law, I'm afraid my dad won't agree. Qin Chang's expression dimmed. Before Qin each one could speak, Qin Li Yin interjected. Longcheng is a big city. What would a country kid like you do there? I say, hurry up and join your father at the construction site. Work hard to earn some money, and you might even marry a wife later. What do you know about the internet? That is high-tech. Don't assume that just because some people have made a bit of money, they know everything. Li Yin sighed. This person truly lacks self-awareness, relentlessly targeting himself from all angles. Uncle San, what do you have to say? Li Yin turned to look at Qin Ichuan. After all, Qin Chang is his son, and he dismissed Qin Li Yin's words as mere nonsense. Qin Ichuan, who has a somewhat dull demeanor, was taken aback to learn that his son had secretly been going online without his knowledge, even creating some sort of cheat software, which he did not understand at all. However, in his mind, going to an internet CAF without spending money, that was akin to theft. Li Yin, Uncle San doesn't comprehend these things. If you believe this child has potential, then take him with you. I do not understand what you mean by programs and networks, but Uncle San has one requirement. It must not be illegal. The old Qin family cannot afford to lose face. Ha! Illegal activities? That will not happen. Everything I do is legitimate, Li Yin replied with a smile. But why is he using the internet without paying? Isn't that just like being a thief? Qin Ichuan was clearly puzzled, his mind a muddle. This moment, Li Yin said. Once we reach Longcheng, I will arrange for him to have a computer and he won't need to sneak around to access the internet. This is work. There is no question of thievery involved. As for the internet fees, it's negligible. Exactly, Qin Chang quickly added. Then there's no problem. However, Li Yin, please discuss with Uncle Air. If this child performs well in Longcheng, could you help him obtain a Longcheng household registration? With that, he would be considered a city dweller, and I've heard that city folks receive pensions and retirement funds when they grow old. Li Yin inwardly chuckled at this mindset, realizing it was hard to change such notions quickly. If Qin Chang truly possesses talent in this area, considerations of social security or benefits would be unnecessary. What is the most lucrative industry in the 21st century? The internet, without exception. And in this day and age, a high school student, without any prior computer training, who can self-learn programming and create game cheats, already possesses remarkable aptitude. That is not an issue. Allow me to say this, Uncle Air, should he struggle, I will assist him. Surely that is acceptable? Li Yin contemplated before speaking. Good. At this point, Qin Ichuan had no objections, while Qin Chang excitedly pounded his chest, calling out to his brother-in-law. In that moment, Li Yin became the most radiant presence in the room. Qin Li Yin and her husband exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of regret. Soon, dinner was nearly finished. The adults engaged in conversation while the children played in the yard. At that moment, Qi Baoshan suddenly approached with his son in tow. What are you dawdling for? Call him brother-in-law. Observing Qi Jiqiang with his head down, speechless, Qi Baoshan scolded him irritably. Li Yin frowned. No need for that. A forced connection is not sweet. I cannot bear the title of brother-in-law. Don't be like that. Li Yin, Uncle San is telling you, we are all family. We are connected by blood. You must frequently address him as brother-in-law. If you do not, it will seem distant. Moreover, your Aunt San is just a simple woman without much knowledge. Do not hold her words against her. She did not mean any harm. Listening to Qi Baoshan, Li Yin felt a cold smile creep across his face. This family truly knows how to take and let go. All right, Uncle San, Please just tell me what you need. There is no need for all this. Li Yin responded impatiently. It was only then that Qi Baoshan forced a chuckle. Li Yin, earlier you mentioned taking Qin Cheng to Longqing. Could you also bring Jiqiang along? Perhaps arrange for a Longqing household registration as well? Li Yin couldn't help but laugh. Uncle San, what do you take me for? Just because I can take Qin Cheng does not mean I can take your son. Qin Cheng has a skill. I can bring him to Longqing for a promising opportunity. What can your son do? If you can name something, I will gladly arrange it. Chapter 107. The stakes have risen upon hearing this. Qi Baoshan hurriedly pushed his son closer to Li Yin. Jiqiang, quickly tell your brother-in-law what you can do. By the way, I've seen you often playing computer games. Can you program cheats? Qi Baoshan hastily questioned Qi Jiqiang. No, Qi Jiqiang replied, head downcast. What else can you do? Anything else? Qi Baoshan pressed on anxiously. After stammering for a while, Qi Jiqiang could not articulate any coherent skills. What can you do? You can eat, sleep, and play games. But even gaming, you are just mediocre. As for programming, you don't even know what that is, so, does that mean you can't do anything? Li Yin asked with a smile. Qi Jiqiang's face flushed as he lowered his head. At this point, Qi Baoshan was extremely frustrated. As a father, he was groveling and apologizing in front of Li Yin, all to secure his son a chance to go to Longqing. But now, his son was utterly lacking. Li Yin had made his position clear. The result was that his own son was disappointing. How did I end up with such a useless child? You can't even understand gaming after playing it every day. Truly pathetic. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Qi Baoshan slapped Qi Jiqiang on the head. What are you doing, Qi? Who gave you the right to hit my son? What's so great about going to Longqing? If we don't go, then we won't. My son can drive a big truck just fine. When business picks up, he can go to Longqing on his own. No need to beg him. Upon witnessing Qi Lianshan strike her precious son, Qin Lian immediately intervened, shouting while glaring fiercely at Li Yin. Li Yin let out a cold laugh and nodded. Indeed, transportation is quite commendable. There is nothing wrong with that. Seeing that no one was paying her any mind, she huffed and pulled Qi Jiqiang away. Qi Baoshan sighed and, with a furrowed brow, asked Li Yin, earlier your Aunt San spoke rather harshly. Uncle San apologizes to you. Is there truly no way around this? Observing Qi Baoshan's demeanor, Li Yin suddenly felt less enraged than before. Regardless of Qi Baoshan's character, he was humbling himself for his son, and after all, Qin Ruoxue was a relative of his. Let me put it this way. Transportation will be quite prosperous in the coming years with the nation's development. As for whether he can excel, that depends on him. Li Yin contemplated seriously. In his previous life, he had heard many tales of young individuals in towns who purchased large trucks and made fortunes within a few years. This was not uncommon. Thank you. Uncle San knows you are capable. With your word, I am reassured. That boy has been spoiled by your Aunt San since childhood, which worries me to no end, Qi Baoshan sighed. Just then, a shout from Qin Lian echoed from outside, prompting Qi Baoshan to awkwardly smile at Li Yin before storming out with a grim expression. Once this family left, the atmosphere in the house grew warmer. Only the branch of Qin Yishan remained to stay and reside with Old Master Qin. After everyone else departed, Old Master Qin approached Qin Ruoxue and handed her a red envelope. Ruoxue, here, this contains the 20,000 from earlier, along with a little that your grandparents have saved over the years. Take it. The old man said lovingly. Grandpa, what are you doing? We previously agreed that this money was for you to use. Why are you adding your retirement funds to it? Qin Ruoxue flusteredly waved her hands, refusing while questioning. Old Master Qin looked at her with an expression that seemed to say, do not deceive me. I know how you and Li Yin have been living these past few years after getting married. Previously, the family relied solely on you. Now that Li Yin has matured, he is a good lad. Earning money is not easy for either of you, and should you have a child in a couple of years, you will need even more funds. If there is a surplus, your grandparents have none. Consider this a small token of our goodwill. Just accept it. With tears glistening in her eyes, Qin Ruoxue shook her head, then smiled through the tears. Really, Grandpa and Grandma, what Li Yin said earlier was not just to impress my uncles and aunts. He is genuinely capable of making substantial money now. 20,000 is nothing. Not to mention, the internet he set up cost hundreds of thousands. If we were short on funds, we wouldn't be in this situation. Really? Li Yin is truly that capable now? Old Master Qin was genuinely curious. He knew better than anyone what Li Yin was like. Over the years, he had visited Qinishan once and gone to his granddaughter's home. Back then, Li Yin was bedridden and barely alive. It was evident he was not a promising individual. When his other sons and daughters were present, he held his tongue for the sake of Ruoshua's dignity. It was only after everyone had left that he revealed his intentions. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Ruoshua's words proved that everything Li Yin had said earlier was indeed true. Li Yin, just how much have you earned? The old man asked, trembling. How to put it? After earning, I reinvested. I suppose it is over 10 million, Li Yin pondered before responding with a smile. What? Old Master Qin suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Qin Ruoshua was startled and quickly supported her grandfather, anxiously asking, Grandpa, are you all right? I am fine. Just give me a moment. This over 10 million. How much money is that? Can one possibly spend it all in a lifetime? Old Master Qin extended his hand, gesturing, but felt utterly incapable of grasping what 10 million truly represented. Qin Ruoshua gazed at Li Yin, who was chuckling to himself, and mumbled irritably, It's all your fault. Why say such things? What if you provoke Grandpa into a bad state? Li Yin smiled apologetically, yet in his heart, he mused, tens of millions. My total assets are not far from surpassing 100 million. Are they? Once I arrange these plans in my mind after the new year, reaching 1 billion will be just a blink away. Such a small target, so close at hand. I only mentioned 10 million out of fear of startling the old man. Yet it seems I still managed to shock him quite thoroughly. If I had revealed my true assets, he might have fainted on the spot. Thankfully, I am clever, Li Yin thought to himself. Chapter 108. Internet Vision. That evening, Qin Ruoshua and Li Yin lay on the earthen Kong, with Qin Ruoshua resting her head on Li Yin's arm. It's all your fault. Look at how frightened Grandpa is. What if he gets truly upset? Li Yin replied with a wry smile, I didn't expect this either. But as long as the old man is happy, Grandpa cares for me deeply. By the way, let's not dwell on that. You promised Uncle San that you would take Qincheng to Longqing. What are we going to do about that? Qin Ruoshua asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Li Yin chuckled, turned, and retrieved something from his bag, waving it before her. Do you remember when I said I had something to discuss with you when I first arrived? This is it. What do you mean? Qin Ruoshua asked with curiosity as she took the document from Li Yan's hand. Upon opening it, she couldn't help but exclaim, This? So many internet CAF transfer contracts? How much would this cost? You don't need to worry about the money. It's all small change. So, what do you think? Surprised? Unexpected? Your internet CAF was burned down, and now you have several more, aren't you happy? Li Yin inquired. Qin Ruoshua nodded but then shook her head, a frown creasing her brow. I feel like I'm going to be exhausted. Li Yin gently grasped her hand and said softly, Are you foolish? Surely you don't expect to manage 4 internet CAFs all by yourself? Hire someone. Just be the boss. Be the boss. Qin Ruoshua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that really possible? Why not? I've already mapped it out for you. Haven't you always wanted to help me? I plan to establish a technology company. These internet CAFs will serve as physical locations, creating a CAF model. They will operate regularly, and when the company has new products and designs, our CAFs will be the best showcase. Li Yin articulated his vision in one breath. The 21st century belongs to the internet. Standing at the cusp of such an era, it is imperative for Li Yin to seize this opportunity. Previously, he faced financial constraints and lacked a well-developed plan. However, after resolving matters with Ren Wei, an epiphany struck him, leading to the consolidation of this innovative idea. Today's internet CAFs largely cater to gamers, but the experience is often subpar. The emergence of a CAF model will undoubtedly set a trend. Moreover, there lies the potential of integrating gaming and the internet. By leveraging the company, we can promote our offerings from our physical locations instantly, creating a dual online and offline model. Whether anyone has ventured down this path before, Li Yin was uncertain. Yet, in his 2 lifetimes, he understood better than anyone the transformative potential of such a model. As Li Yin gradually unfolded his thoughts, Qin Ruoshua transitioned from confusion to wide-eyed astonishment. What is wrong? Can't you understand? Li Yin asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Qin Ruoshua quickly shook her head. No, it's not that I can't understand, Li Yin. How did you come up with all this? I truly feel an urge. What kind of urge? Are you thinking of having my child? Li Yin teased, wrapping his arm around her waist. Qin Ruoshua's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swatted his hand. "Stop it. My parents are still outside. The urge I speak of is a genuine desire to pry open your mind and see what thoughts reside within. Haha. Those are merely ideas, if you pry them open. There's nothing inside." Li Yin chuckled, then asked, "So, do you think it's feasible?" Qin Ruoshua nodded earnestly. "Not just feasible, it feels tailor-made. Although I've spent the past month in the internet CAF, I have also been learning. While I may not fully grasp your CAF concept, it's evident that very few people own computers at home. Many still need to go to internet CAFs just to complete their documents. Yet, those CAFs are often crowded with gamers of all sorts. Our environment is slightly better than others, but the overall situation remains the same. If we could indeed create something akin to your envisioned internet club, offering meals and comfortable services, our business would flourish." At this point, Qin Ruoshua paused, her expression turning serious. "However, there will be expenses for renovations, network configurations, and hiring employees. Those costs might not be trivial, don't worry. I have the funds for that," Li Yin replied with a smile. "What about your company?" Qin Ruoshua inquired. "The company? You need not worry about that. I plan to bring in a partner. It won't be a one-man show. Smart individuals know how to leverage borrowed funds to generate wealth. Besides, with my current assets, if it comes to it, I could easily negotiate a loan with the bank. Internet CAFs deal in cash flow, and they are more than willing to engage in such business." Since the very first day of his rebirth, Li Yin had never truly worried about finances. Any idea he conjured would be enough to attract ample investment. However, he preferred to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of success. These intricacies could not be disclosed to Qin Ruoshua. Yet, seeing Li Yin's confident demeanor, she nestled closer against him, basking in the unprecedented sense of security he provided. "Please wait a moment. I'll go bring the car around. This is the old man's intention, and I cannot refuse." Li Yin walked to the village outskirts, driving the car back toward the village. Just as he reached the entrance, he noticed a vehicle parked outside his home, with someone blocking Qin Ruoshua, seemingly engaged in conversation. The person appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a suit. Standing out among the crowd. Chapter 109. High-quality men. When Qinishan first got married, he lived in the village, but later moved to Longqing due to a job transfer. Consequently, Qin Ruoshua grew up in this small mountain village. Zhang Bing, the son of the village secretary, had played with her as a child and was considered a close companion. Upon seeing Qin Ruoshua that morning, Zhang Bing felt a pang of regret, realizing only then how alluring she had become. Had he recognized it sooner, he would have made his move long ago. Now, however, she was already married. After inquiring about her marriage, Zhang Bing learned that Qin Ruoshua was living in Longqing and seemed to be struggling, which sparked other thoughts in his mind. "Oh, what if she's married? That only means she's more liberated. If I were to pursue her, it would be even more enticing." As for Li Yin, Zhang Bing dismissed him entirely. He had gathered information suggesting that this man was utterly useless, relying on Qin Ruoshua for support. Such a man was unworthy of her. Only someone like him, a high-quality male, was fit to be with her. However, while Li Yin had no intentions of engaging, Zhang Bing wore an unsatisfied expression. "You must be Li Yin, right? It doesn't matter if you're a man, but Ruoshua is a girl. Since I have a car, why should she squeeze onto a bus? The buses have been overcrowded recently." Li Yin looked at the man, unable to suppress a cold snicker. "Why would I need to cram onto a bus? Are you out of your mind?" Qin Ruoshua glanced at Li Yin discreetly and whispered, "I haven't had the chance to say anything yet." Indeed, Zhang Bing had initially reminisced about their childhood before boasting about his promising career in Longqing and how excellent his car was. Throughout his monologue, Qin Ruoshua could barely interject. "What? You have a car?" Zhang Bing was taken aback by the revelation that Li Yin owned a vehicle, feeling a bit embarrassed and cursing under his breath. Isn't this guy supposed to be a failure? How could he afford a car? Yet, he quickly shifted his strategy. "Well, you see, cars vary in quality. Why don't we let Li Yin drive your parents while I take you? That way, we wouldn't have to squeeze together. My car has fantastic performance. It's an import.an unexpected opportunity. If he drove with Qin Ruoshua while Li Yin took her parents, it would provide him with a perfect chance to cultivate a closer relationship." Zhang Bing was already concocting ways to ensnare Qin Ruoshua in his embrace during the drive. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Yin coldly interjected, "That won't be necessary. My car has enough space. Yours is probably a domestic car, right? Let me tell you, even if it fits, a domestic car cannot compare to an imported one. The quality of life abroad is vastly superior, and as for safety. Zhang Bing's expression soured as he spoke sarcastically. Sorry, mine is also an imported car, Li Yin retorted. Li Yin spoke in a calm tone. What? This is my Audi, Zhang Bing, undeterred, insisted, his eyes fixated on Li Yin. Li Yin let out a cold laugh. I drive a Mercedes, wow. At that moment, Zhang Bing's eyes turned red. My car cost over 100,000. Li Yin cast a dismissive glance at him. Over 100,000 should be enough to buy one of my tires. Wouldn't you agree? Right, Rua Shui? That seems about right. Qin Rua Shui nodded seriously, recalling the time she accompanied Li Yin to buy a car. You're a liar. Who are you trying to fool? What car has a tire that costs over 100,000? Who do you think you are? Zhang Bing said. His anger flaring. Li Yin replied coldly. It's not even a great car. It's a tiger head Mercedes. Do you think a tire is worth over 100,000? What? Zhang Bing's voice cracked. Tiger head Mercedes? How could that be? That's a car worth over 1 million. Don't believe me? Li Yin pointed to the side. Zhang Bing instinctively turned to where Li Yin was pointing, only to be dumbfounded. It truly was a tiger head Mercedes. At his workplace, there was an occasion when the boss entertained a VIP who drove a tiger head Mercedes. He had heard the boss say that only true big shots could afford such a car. And even his boss, who was worth millions, could only admire it from afar. Let alone him. At that moment, Zhang Bing wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. He had boasted and ended up hitting a hard wall. And it hurt him. Well, since you both have cars, I'll take my leave now. Haha. His face was full of embarrassment, making Zhang Bing unwilling to say another word. He had indeed been thinking about Qin Rua Shui. But he had been in this society for a few years, and knew whom he could provoke and whom he could not. Upon seeing that Li Yin was driving a tiger head Mercedes, all his thoughts vanished. Was this guy living off his wife? Who was he trying to fool? Zhang Bing, thank you. I apologize for today. Qin Rua Shui smiled shyly. Zhang Bing hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just a misunderstanding. Haha. We all live in Longqing. So let us keep in touch. I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned around, looking disheveled as he prepared to leave. But just then, Li Yin suddenly called out to him. Wait. Since you and Rua Shui are childhood friends, could you do me a favor? What favor? Zhang Bing asked, feeling uneasy as he halted his steps. Zhang Bing felt a lump form in his chest, and his vision momentarily darkened. What? Is it inconvenient? Li Yin said blandly. You two are childhood friends after all. I think it's convenient. Very convenient. No problem. I'll help you haul some potatoes, Zhang Bing said, his face a picture of despair. What a fine car, and now he was reduced to hauling potatoes. He washed his car every day and cherished it dearly. However, with Qin Rua Shui present, he had boasted, and now he had no way to refuse. Chapter 110. The Infatuated and the Mink. 2 hours of driving. Li Yin drove smoothly, while Zhang Bing wore a dark expression. The thought of 2 bags of potatoes crammed in the car made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. After arriving in the city, Zhang Bing was relieved when Li Yin finally parked the car, hastily unloading the 2 bags of potatoes. How about going up for some water? Li Yin suggested with a smile. No need. No need. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Zhang Bing looked at Li Yin as if he were a plague. After saying that, he turned and sped off. Seeing Zhang Bing leave, Qin Rua Shui sighed regretfully. He didn't even leave a contact number or anything. He mentioned keeping in touch when he came to Longqing. Contact? Not a chance. I'll make sure to give him a beating every time I see him, Li Yin said darkly. Qin Rua Shui shrank back. When did you become so irritable? Li Yin snorted. I fear not the thief, but the one who covets. I can see through this kid's tricks in an instant. All right. I'm not foolish. I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Rest assured. Qin Rua Shui smiled at Li Yin's childish demeanor. That's more like it. You are my wife, Li Yin. Anyone who dares to covet you will have to reckon with me. If it weren't for the sake of being from the same village, this kid would know better than to show his face around here, Li Yin said coldly. Qin Rua Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Then playfully scolded. You're just like a child. Since you can't stand Zhang Bing, why did you let him help? Help. Those who make mistakes must pay the price. This is still mild with that. Li Yin wrapped his arm around Qin Rua Shui's waist as they walked upstairs, continuing, Have you heard the joke about someone wanting to buy a mink for 10,000? What? Qin Rua Shui asked curiously. Someone wanted to spend 10,000 to buy a mink. but he could only afford a mere mink. However, if he spent 10,000 to buy a mink for his goddess, he could see her wearing it. Embraced by other men, upon finishing, Li Yin tightened his grip around Qin Ruoshue's waist. Qin Ruoshue's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Li Yin. Where did you learn these clever remarks? Is there truly such a person in this world? Li Yin shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Do you know what this person is called? Is there even a name? Qin Ruoshue laughed heartily. He's called an infatuated fool. At that moment, Qin Ruoshue finally understood why Li Yin insisted on having Zhang Bing haul potatoes. It was purely to humiliate him, to make him into an infatuated fool. How strange. But that it showed he truly cared for me. However, after the sudden fire at the internet CAF on New Year's Eve, the immediate priority was to reopen the establishment. Li Yin also had new plans, which meant everything would need to be renovated anew. Thus, Li Yin and Qin Ruoshue split tasks. Li Yin arranged for someone to register a network company, while Qin Ruoshue began searching for the previous renovation company to redesign. One day, Li Yin went out and picked up Han Zixuan and Li Xiao. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Here, a red envelope for you. After a few days apart, Han Zixuan had nearly rested enough and was just waiting for Li Yin's summons to begin working. After the events leading up to the new year, this holiday had been remarkably peaceful, and no troublesome relatives or parents stirred up anything to vex Han Zixuan. The only regret was she hadn't seen Li Yin for an entire week. Wow, such a thick red envelope, thank you, Li Xiao. After opening the envelope to find a full 10,000, Han Zixuan beamed at Li Yin and then instinctively wrapped her arms around his. Don't be silly. We have serious matters today. I'm driving, Li Yin said, steering the wheel. Han Zixuan stuck out her tongue and said flirtatiously, Driving is great. Don't you think so, Li Xiao? What a temptress, Li Yin silently muttered. With fiery red lips and enchanting charm, she was every man's dream. Yet, despite Han Zixuan's seemingly bold demeanor, in reality, she only brushed against Li Yin's face, and nothing more. After all, it was still 1999. The societal atmosphere was vastly different from the openness of later years. Even so, Han Zixuan's face was as red as a little apple until they finally arrived at the law firm. By the way, Li Xiao, what are you here for today? Han Zixuan asked curiously. To register a company. Another company registration? Li Xiao, I used to think that only big bosses opened companies, but ever since I met you, I feel like starting a company is as easy as drinking cold water. Han Zixuan exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yin laughed heartily. Starting a company is merely a means to better realize some of my ideas. It doesn't mean that those who start companies are all great figures. If the sole purpose is to start a company, then it's better not to start at all. You just haven't been exposed to this side of things. Soon, Li Yin found Qian Bojun, his private lawyer with whom he had signed a contract. Li Xiao, you're here. I've completed the tasks you mentioned over the phone. Now, all that's left is for you to sign on top. And is there a partner or shareholder involved? I'll handle the rest of the paperwork. Just for now, I'll be the sole investor in this company, Li Yin explained. After signing all the documents, he added, I appreciate you running around so soon after the new year. You've worked hard. Not at all, Li Xiao, you're too polite. After all, I'm being paid, Qian Bojun joked. After finalizing the paperwork, only the issue of the company address remained. Once the address was confirmed, Qian Bojun would naturally take care of the rest. By the way, do you know any headhunters? Help me recruit some people, Li Yin said, contemplating. This was actually the main reason for his visit to Qian Bojun today. If it were just a sign, it wouldn't he be worth his trip? Is it for recruiting employees for the new company? Qian Bojun inquired. Exactly. Since it's a network company, I need talent for both online and offline roles. For online, I'm looking for individuals with overseas study backgrounds. They generally have a better grasp of the internet than many locals. For offline, I need people with strong business acumen. Li Yin clarified his requirements after some thought. All right, I'll follow your instructions, Li Xiao. I'll inform you once I have news, Qian Bojun nodded. Once they exited, Han Zixuan hurriedly asked, Li Xiao, are you planning to start a company in the real estate sector? What about our investment trading? Chapter 111. The arrival of Qin Cheng. After finishing her words, Han Zixuan cast a nervous glance at Li Yin. The initial determination she felt to follow him stemmed from the deep allure of his prodigious talent in investment trading. In that moment, Li Yin exuded an irresistible charisma, as if he could ascend to the pinnacle of the world merely through his sensitivity to numbers and finance. For this reason, Han Zixuan sacrificed many things and ultimately made her choice. Especially just now, when Qian Bojun even sought headhunters to recruit people. Han Zixuan's heart was no longer calm. She yearned to remain by Li Yan's side, to walk in his footsteps, step by step. Yet, her understanding of the real estate sector was limited. If she could not assist Li Yan, would she still have the opportunity to stay by his side? At this moment, she could no longer contain herself and posed the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Li Yan halted his steps, turned around to meet Han Zixuan's anxious gaze, and nodded. Do it. This is our top priority? Really? Li Xiao, I thought. Han Zixuan's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Foolish girl, since I have brought you out of Xinqiao Futures, I naturally will provide you with a greater platform. I just feel a bit. Han Zixuan, a radiant woman, found herself at a loss for words, flustered by Li Yan's rapid pace, which sometimes obscured the path ahead. At such times, she would worry, do you think if I pursue something else, I would be of no use to you? Li Yan smiled and asked, do you really think that? Han Zixuan nodded. She had nothing to conceal in front of him. My dream is to one day venture out, from Longqing to Modu, from Hong Kong Island to London, from Wall Street to the pinnacle of the world. This journey will not be smooth. Therefore, I need additional resources. Whether it be capital or real estate protection, I require them. It is now 1999, standing at the crossroads of a new century, and time is of the essence. I must seize every opportunity along this path. Do you understand? Li Yan spoke eloquently, sharing his journey and aspirations. At that moment, Han Zixuan lifted her head, gazing at his handsome face, radiating confidence, and the unwavering passion that emanated from his lifelong pursuit deeply touched her. Li Xiao, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have questioned you. No, it's not about questioning. Li Yan shook his head. Whether now or in the future, I hope you will be my partner on this journey, not merely an echo. If you have thoughts or doubts, voice them, just as you have now. I understand. Thank you, Li Xiao. Han Zixuan nodded gratefully. Seeing her demeanor, Li Yan smiled inwardly. His path, beyond his own vision, was not easily discerned by others. Since he had brought this young girl along, he would nurture her step by step. It was only natural for her to have such doubts today. Moreover, he could foresee that with the expansion of his assets, his pace would quicken, and there might not always be time to explain everything. Thus, he deliberately shared these thoughts with Han Zixuan to plant a seed in her heart. What he needed was not merely a subordinate or a delicate woman by his side, but a strong and independent woman capable of standing on her own. At present, Han Zixuan was filled with trepidation. Unaware of the significance of it all, however, Li Yan was acutely aware that this situation would not last long. So, Li Xiao, what do you need me to do next? Once her confusion and anxiety dissipated, Han Zixuan grasped Li Yan's arm and asked with a smile, You, my dear, you have much to do. The collaborative project I finalized with Zhang Yongping and the others is about to commence. I need to secure this project first. Then there is the new company. For now, you cannot assist with these. Earlier this year, I negotiated with Guo Xiaotian from Hongyuan to help him release the funds from Hongyuan's investment. At the same time, we will collaborate on market investments. For this initial phase of work, I hope you will take charge. Han Zixuan was taken aback, her voice tinged with panic. Li Xiao, such a significant collaborative project, entrusting it to me. I fear I won't be able to handle it. She had witnessed Li Yan's grand maneuvers in investments firsthand, where he could turn the tide with a mere flick of his hand, wielding vast sums of money. The thought of being responsible for such matters left Han Zixuan feeling entirely unprepared. Yet, Li Yan smiled reassuringly. You can do this. Have more confidence. Since I have entrusted you with it, I believe you can excel. Moreover, this is merely the preliminary work. I will personally handle the specific operations later. Li Xiao, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. With Li Yan providing her a stepping stone and a chance to soar, Han Zixuan recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. Although she still felt anxious, Li Yan's trust ignited a sense of motivation within her. That's the spirit. During lunchtime, Li Yan received a call from Qin Ruoxue, informing him that Qin Cheng had arrived. Recalling the self-taught young man, Li Yan couldn't help but smile. Brother-in-law, what should I do now? Qin Cheng inquired eagerly, his eyes fixed on Li Yan. He had envisioned numerous scenarios in Longqing before his arrival, and now that he was here, his youthful spirit longed to create something remarkable immediately. Indeed, Li Yan, How do you plan to arrange for Xiao Cheng? Qin Ruoxue asked from beside him. Study? Attend school? Brother-in-law, I doubt I came here to work. I don't want to study. Upon hearing Li Yin suggest he attend school, Qin Cheng immediately drooped his head, his voice barely audible. Li Yin maintained a serious demeanor. Do you still want the Longqing household registration? Do you want to earn big money? If so, you must obediently listen to me. When I say study, I don't mean you should recite texts like before. I want you to systematically learn programming. I know you have some understanding of it, but you are self-taught. I need you to comprehensively grasp this knowledge so that when I assign you tasks in the future, you can think of more solutions, understand? Chapter 112. Borrowing tiger skin. Upon hearing Li Yan's explanation, Qin Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with realization. Oh, that's how it is? Li Yin, your idea is brilliant. Xiao Cheng has taught himself these skills and possesses a natural talent. Through systematic learning, I believe, he will achieve great things in the future. Li Yin nodded. Exactly. Xiao Cheng, you have talent. You have a foundation. However, being self-taught also presents unavoidable shortcomings. I want to help you address this gap before moving forward. Although Qin Cheng was somewhat resistant to learning, he was not incapable of understanding. Now that he grasped the reasoning behind the situation, he nodded earnestly. All right, brother-in-law, I will heed your advice. But could you lend me some money? You just mentioned to my sister about renting a place in the afternoon. I didn't bring much from home, and I'm worried that housing in Longqing might be too expensive. As he spoke, the young man's face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, what are you thinking? Asking to borrow money. This small amount brother-in-law will cover. Let us find a place with slightly better conditions this afternoon. Li Yin chuckled. That is not fair. I consider it a loan. Once I earn money, I will repay you. Brother-in-law, Qin Cheng insisted stubbornly. Li Yin smiled. Suit yourself. This sum of money was trivial to Li Yin. Rather, he found Qin Cheng's spirited nature quite endearing. This trait confirmed that he had not misjudged the young man. After settling matters back home, Li Yin had already contemplated how to arrange Qin Cheng's future in Longqing, guiding him along a path that suited him well. In the afternoon, Qin Ruoxue went to help Qin Cheng, while Li Yin drove to the airport to pick up an important person. Xiaowanjun, Li Yin had previously promised to invest alongside Xiaowanjun. Now that the overall layout was in place, it was time to meet Xiaowanjun and finalize the specific details. Currently, Li Yin was preparing 3 projects. One was an investment transaction in collaboration with Guoxiaotian from Hongyuan. The second was a real estate development project in partnership with Zhang Yongping and others. The third was the initiation of an internet venture, leveraging his wife Qin Ruoxue's offline internet CAF to develop an integrated online and offline approach. Aside from the independent operation required for his own network project, he intended to promote the other 2 projects through collaboration. Previously, he had assured Xiaowanjun that he would involve her in promising investment opportunities. Now, whether it be the trading investment or the real estate development project, Li Yin was highly confident. Given Xiaowanjun's background and status in Longqing, she was precisely the ally he needed, and these matters required a face-to-face discussion to finalize. As preparations for these projects were already underway, Li Yin was determined to meet with Xiaowanjun at the airport. Amidst the bustling crowd, Xiaowanjun emerged alone from the exit. Wanjia, over here. Li Yin waved his arm and approached, readily taking Xiaowanjun's suitcase. Removing her sunglasses, Xiaowanjun scrutinized Li Yin. Li Yin, it seems you've been living well. Your face is glowing. Li Yin chuckled wryly. Wanjia, please don't tease me. It's only been a few days. Where's the glow? But you seem to be in good spirits. The trip to Modu went smoothly, right? As they walked outside, Xiaowanjun replied, Thanks to you, it went well. I truly appreciate your help. Had it not been for your guidance, I would likely have lost my head over Zhou Yushan. Once outside, Li Yin started the car and turned to Xiaowanjun. Wanjia, where to now? Let us go to Jiren Road. I usually stay around there. All right. Upon arrival, Li Yin gazed at the opulent villa before him and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Wanjia, you truly are extravagantly wealthy. To possess a villa in such a place. Well, I'm merely living off my past successes. Unlike you, who can earn in a month what others might not see in a lifetime. You'll have to support me in the future. If I ever find myself famished, you mustn't abandon me. Xiaowanjun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Yin shrugged. How could that be, Wanjia? Even a single hair on your leg is thicker than my waist. Are you implying that I am overweight? Xiaowanjun teased. Feigning annoyance, Li Yin immediately cleared his throat. No, absolutely not. Wanjia, Your figure is simply magnificent. All right then. On a serious note, you came to pick me up from the airport. I presume there must be something important at hand? Xiao Wanjun inquired as she settled down, scrutinizing Li Yin with a smile. Li Yin rubbed his nose. Indeed, there is something, but even if there weren't, Wanjia, your word would suffice for me to come and fetch you. Such flattery, Xiao Wanjun chided playfully, then adopted a serious tone. Under the condition that it does not interfere with the normal operations of my current ventures, I should be able to allocate 200 million. Now, speak of your project, otherwise, I fear you won't even have the heart to enjoy your coffee. Li Yin held the coffee brewed by Xiao Wanjun and said earnestly, currently, there are 2 projects. You may participate in both. And 200 million would suffice for the initial stages. However, there may be aspects where I would need your assistance, Wanjia. Your connections in Longqing over the years are unparalleled. Xiao Wanjun smiled brightly. You possess keen insight. I thought you might become overly self-important, considering your evident capabilities. Li Yin sighed. Wanjun, if I were truly that type of person, I doubt we would be sitting here enjoying coffee. Then, what are your thoughts on these 2 projects? Xiao Wanjun pondered. If my guess is correct, these 2 projects are merely practice for you, or rather, a springboard. Xiao Wanjun conjectured. Li Yin sighed inwardly, marveling at her exceptional intuition. Indeed, Wanjun, your perception is sharp. My sole aim with the Hongyuan project is to establish my own foothold. This is my strategy in the stock market. To be candid, my greatest achievement from assisting you was not the profits from our betting agreement, but rather, successfully creating the Jiangtong Avenue brokerage. I was unaware of this, but your character, Li Yin, does not strike me as someone who easily collaborates with others. What about the real estate project? Xiao Wanjun queried. I have laid everything out, Wanjun. What are your thoughts? Li Yin asked, glancing at Xiao Wanjun with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 113. Anticipation. Li Yin was taking a gamble. He wagered that Xiao Wanjun would agree. Why would he partner with others? Ultimately, it was due to the fragility of his current foundation. He was not the type to indulge in self-aggrandizing fantasies, believing that the world would revolve around him simply because he had been reborn. Such notions were utterly foolish. It was precisely because of his past experiences that he recognized the harsh reality. Many who started from scratch faced tremendous hardships, often culminating in grim fates. Success, after all, belongs to the few. He had faith in gradually realizing his dreams and ascending to the pinnacle of this world. Otherwise, why would he be the chosen one? With this clear understanding, Li Yin had maintained his relationship with Xiao Wanjun since their first meeting. Laying all his advantages before her, seeking her support, to outsiders, it appeared as though he had amassed considerable wealth in merely a month. Yet, that was just the surface. There were countless individuals in Longqing whose fortunes far surpassed his own. At present, his collaborations with Jin Ming and others were not equal partnerships. Those individuals believed he had powerful backers, yet Li Yin knew the truth. There were no so-called influential figures behind him. Only a facade he had crafted. This concealment could yield benefits but also lead to catastrophic consequences. Li Yin understood a fundamental truth. If one lacks the corresponding strength yet acquires wealth beyond their means, that wealth is not merely unsustainable, it can become a disaster. Recognizing this, he was determined to prevent such a reality. Currently, his path of expansion primarily lay within Longqing. After meeting numerous individuals, he had chosen Xiao Wanjun as the formidable ally at his side. For several reasons. First, the individual in question. While wealth can sway hearts, human relationships transcend mere financial interests. Li Yin could fraternize with Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming, but should he ever reveal his vulnerabilities, it would be those very individuals who would first turn against him. However, Xiao Wanjun would not. Secondly, there was her strength. Xiao Wanjun had carved out a significant domain in Longqing, intertwined with countless influential figures. This was what Li Yin sought to leverage. Before he transformed into a tiger, he would first borrow its skin. Xiao Wanjun fell into contemplation. The 2 projects Li Yin presented were indeed enticing. In terms of investment, she had personally witnessed Li Yin's prowess in generating profits through trading. From a purely risk-averse standpoint, she would undoubtedly participate. But did she lack funds? No. At least, this modest sum did not catch her eye. Yet, she understood what Li Yin required. If it were merely about partnership and profit, there would be no need for him to present her with 2 projects for her selection. However, she was not alone. This vast enterprise positioned her as the helmsperson, but she alone knew that she was merely a replaceable pawn. Typically, She would not disclose such thoughts to outsiders, nor would she reveal her vulnerabilities. However, the recent trip to Modu had prompted her to reconsider whether she should keep an escape route open. This required someone capable and dependable. Ultimately, she slowly raised her head and made her decision. I can provide you with ample support, however, Li Yin, regarding real estate development and urban transformation projects. I cannot interfere too directly, Xia Wanjun said gravely to Li Yan. Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Your assurance is more than sufficient, Wanjia. All I sought was your stance. I may not know who stands behind you, but I am confident that after weathering this storm, I will soar higher and farther. Xia Wanjun smiled. That is a matter for the future. We shall discuss it then, but how do you intend to secure this project? This was the aspect that intrigued her most. She could facilitate connections and seek pathways for Li Yin, but ultimately, the execution would depend on his own capabilities. As for Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming, Xia Wanjun held no regard for them. Perhaps collaborating with them post-project acquisition would be beneficial, as they were considered local power brokers. But first, the project had to be secured. The complexities entailed in this project were overwhelming. Even with her backing, it would likely be a strenuous endeavor. How could Li Yin accomplish it alone? Li Yin replied earnestly. Wanjia, does this imply you are considering entering this venture? Xia Wanjun shrugged. I merely wish to make a profit. However, you are quite an intriguing individual, so I don't mind investing in your future. Ha ha, then Wanjun, just watch. I, Li Yin, will not disappoint you. Investing in the future. Li Yin was filled with confidence. In this world, if he had no future, who could possibly have one? This confidence stemmed from the perspectives gained through 2 lifetimes and the beliefs shaped by experiences of once standing at the pinnacle. For both projects, Xia Wanjun would participate. I need your assistance in facilitating connections, Wanjun. Li Yin expressed his earnest request. That is no problem. Within Longcheng, I still have a few contacts. Xia Wanjun readily agreed. Li Yin despised procrastination. After confirming their collaboration, he promptly notified the other 2 parties involved regarding their respective projects. Both Hongyuan Fund and Jin Ming Real Estate expressed immense excitement at Li Yan's ability to bring Xia Wanjun into their partnership. As he had anticipated, their trust in him had only deepened. Having borrowed the tiger's skin, it was now time to put it to good use. In the following 2 days, after transferring the equity stakes amounting to 100 million each for Xia Wanjun in both companies, he completely vanished from her sight, as if nothing had transpired. Little Five, somewhat worried, approached Xia Wanjun, who was savoring red wine on the sofa, and asked, Wanjia, do you think Li Yin can manage? Yet, Xia Wanjun seemed unfazed, merely smiling lightly as she downed her glass of red wine. Let us wait and see. I have a premonition that he will succeed. Chapter 114. The true master. Little Five frowned, somewhat dejectedly asking, Wanjia, do you have such confidence in Li Yin? Xia Wanjun shook her head, speaking softly. Confidence? Not really. I simply trust my intuition more. Intuition. Is that what they call a woman's intuition? Xiaowu felt a heavy weight in his heart, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he merely cautioned, Sister Wan, regarding the recent events in the Magic City. Although the big boss has not voiced any discontent, I can't shake the feeling that he might be somewhat dissatisfied. At once, Xia Wanjun's expression turned grave. Indeed, you can sense it, and I too am acutely aware. The deployment of someone surnamed Du 2 years ago already hinted at certain issues. What shall we do then? Xiaowu began urgently, but Xia Wanjun waved her hand, interrupting him with a firm tone. Say nothing, do nothing. Let us proceed as usual. Without the big boss, we would not have our present standing. Do you understand? Xiaowu nodded silently in agreement. All right, I will handle everything. You may return to your tasks. Xia Wanjun dismissed him with a hint of irritation. Once Xiaowu exited, she leaned back on the sofa, descending into silence, her face reflecting previously unexpressed worries and struggles. Years ago, she had encountered that person alone in that place, which had led to her current situation. Yet, even after all these years, she remained acutely aware that she was merely a tool, one that served the ulterior motives of that individual. As a tool, there would inevitably come a day of obsolescence. She had long contemplated this reality, but she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. What shall I do when that day truly comes? She murmured, her mind involuntarily recalling the words spoken by Li Yin before his departure. After enduring this round, I will venture further than he ever did. Perhaps it is so, Xia Wanjun thought to herself. On the 5th day of the new year, for the average person, This day marked the return to the monotonous rhythm of work. The Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets opened with a flourish, and the indices performed commendably. However, this was merely a stark contrast to the overall despondency of the previous year. The current scale and capital of the markets were still far from reaching the heights of the future. Amidst the tumultuous waves of the previous year, the once promising the technology had now completely stalled. It opened with a limit down, an overwhelming volume of sell orders pressing down, with the total trading volume for the day barely reaching 2 million. No one would dare engage in the risky endeavor of bottom fishing at such a time. Retail investors are not fools. From the initial speculation surrounding the restructuring expectations to the subsequent twists and turns, all the sentiments had been experienced and all the narratives had been told. Yet, in the end, nothing materialized. Neither retail investors nor institutions had awaited any genuinely useful information from the technology. Ultimately, countless individuals were left frustrated, realizing it had all been a trap. The so-called restructuring was nothing but a fabrication. Yet, in the fervor of the moment, most had forgotten one crucial fact. Whether or not the stock market possesses reality is inconsequential. What truly matters is the belief in it. However, once that belief is established, all that remains when the dust settles is mere debris. On the day of the market close, countless people took to the stock forums to vent their grievances. The name most frequently mentioned was that of Su Fei from Ningzhou. This debacle was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Daredevil team. These scoundrels truly deserve their losses. Am I blind? Can't they see that it was Jiangtong Avenue that orchestrated this trend? Even if they lost, they should seek them out for retribution, not us. Assistant Xiao Zhao, with a sullen expression, voiced his discontent on behalf of Su Fei. Nevertheless, Su Fei remained Su Fei, despite his inner turmoil. It did not cloud his judgment regarding the market and trading. Soon, he dispelled his frustration and earnestly addressed Xiao Zhao. From now on, keep a close watch on the Jiangtong Avenue position. Xiao Zhao was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Over the years, apart from their old comrades within their stronghold, Su Fei had never specifically monitored anyone, after all, who in the realm was unaware that Su Fei was the leader of the Daredevil team. Renowned for his audacity, even in the face of the apocalypse, the mere involvement of Su Fei would guarantee an explosive surge. They had always been the ones under scrutiny, but when had they ever needed to consider others' perspectives? Xiao Zhao hesitated before saying, "Su, is that really necessary? This Jiangtong Avenue is a newly emerged position. We've never encountered it before. I believe it is merely a coincidence. The market is never short of such individuals. Only those who can sustain themselves, like you, can be deemed masters." Su Fei sighed. "Xiao Zhao, you've been with me for 3 years, haven't you? Do you understand why your progress has been so slow? Your sensitivity to this market is sorely lacking. This is no coincidence. From the initial suppression to the subsequent rise, and then the swift retreat, it clearly indicates one thing. This individual is a true master, a genuine expert. Understood, Su. I shall keep a vigilant watch." Xiao Zhao replied earnestly. "However, I inquired earlier, and it appears this position remains unidentified." Su Fei remarked pensively. "Since there has been a first time, there will certainly be a second. I have a premonition that I shall encounter him once more soon. This time I will not be defeated." At that moment, Su Fei emanated an overwhelming aura of confidence. It was the confidence belonging to the Jiangtong Avenue, the confidence of its esteemed leader. This era belongs to him. Chapter 115. Finding a job. Li Yin was exceedingly busy. While Su Fei instructed his assistant to monitor the Jiangtong Avenue position, Li Yin was hardly preoccupied with stock market matters. With the commencement of work after the holiday, both companies required his attention, and there were far too many areas needing his oversight. It was a time to solidify foundations, leaving no room for complacency. Many of his plans needed to be executed now, and this process could only be navigated through his own hands. Fortunately, he had the support of several individuals, such as his wife Qin Ruoxue and his secretary Han Zixuan. Yes, Han Zixuan was his personal secretary, handling all matters diligently, and in his personal life, Li Yin had long since achieved the aspirations of countless M.E.and.A.T. present. Within the newly rented office building, the framework of the new company had already begun to take shape. However, apart from a room filled with desks and computer equipment, there were merely 2 individuals: the boss, Li Yin, and Secretary Han Zixuan. Li Xiao, Hong Yuan has already commenced reallocating funds as per your instructions. Essentially, the previous holdings have been significantly reduced. To speak of Zhou Yushan, he does possess some intelligence. Prior to the issues with the fund's holdings, he had already led the financial audit through to year-end. Otherwise, the annual report alone would have been overwhelming for Hong Yuan. Han Zixuan reported to Li Yan. Li Yin lightly tapped his fingers against the table, smiling as he replied, "A quarterly report is standard." Zhou Yushan would not have overlooked this. If the financial audit had not passed, how could he dare to mobilize funds to heavily invest in thwarting me? His intentions may be good, but his abilities are mediocre. And he has drawn my ire. Serves him right. Han Zixuan chuckled softly. To offend Li Xiao is indeed a grave mistake on his part. However, President Guo from Hongyuan is growing somewhat anxious, with less than 2 months remaining before the first quarter concludes. He fears there may not be enough time. Li Yin pondered briefly before responding, "Let him wait another week. After a week, I will inform him how to proceed. For now, he can begin to reduce holdings gradually. Otherwise, I truly worry he may not withstand it." Though Zhou Yushan was in dire straits, he had left Hongyuan with a mess to contend with. Currently, there were only 2 paths available. Either face a total collapse, with the fund's net value plummeting below the warning line, resulting in forced liquidation, or, had Li Yin not entered the picture, Guo Xiaotian would likely have had to close the fund. However, having established a cooperative relationship with Li Yin, they had come to an agreement, thus offering him newfound hope. The mess left behind by Zhou Yushan was akin to a ticking time bomb in Guo Xiaotian's hands, ready to explode at any moment. And the torment he endured was unimaginable. Han Zixuan, responsible for the liaison between Li Yin and Hongyuan, was well aware of the situation. Upon receiving Li Yan's new directive, she promptly nodded, "I will notify President Guo right away. I believe he will be able to breathe a sigh of relief." At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from outside the door, followed by the appearance of an individual peering in curiously. "Brother-in-law, is this your new company? So impressive, brother-in-law, you're truly extraordinary." The newcomer, addressing Li Yin as brother-in-law with a tone of astonishment, was none other than Qin Bo. "You've come out? Who sent you here?" Li Yin furrowed his brow. Responding coldly, Qin Bo, having been reprimanded by Li Yin on several occasions, felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing him. He quickly complied, saying, "Brother-in-law, it was my father who asked me to come find you. He remarked that it was you who brought me out, and I must express my gratitude to you. He invited you over for lunch at his home. I inquired with my sister about your whereabouts and came looking for you. As for the meal, let's forget about it. I have a multitude of matters to attend to today. I simply cannot spare the time." Li Yin casually declined. After speaking, he continued to relay some company matters to Han Zixuan. "Li Xiao, I shall now return to my tasks. By the way, the HR that Lawyer Chen assisted in finding has reached out today, indicating that there are developments regarding the recruitment and wishes to meet you in person. What do you think?" Han Zixuan sent Li Yin the HR's contact information and promptly turned to leave. Upon turning around, Li Yin noticed Qin Bo still lingering in the same spot, engrossed in observing the scene, and could not help but frown, saying, "Did I not mention that I am busy today and have no time? Why are you still here?" Qin Bo, awkwardly approaching Li Yin, asked, "Brother-in-law, is this company really yours?" "And if it is?" Li Yin responded nonchalantly. Qin Bo, seemingly reluctant to leave, likely harbored some ulterior motive. Li Yin, feeling indifferent, decided to patiently observe what this young man intended to do, rather than hastily sending him back inside after he had only just emerged. Li Yin did not mind, but he still had to consider Qin Ruoshuet brother-in-law. "I see that your company isn't very large. How about I work for you? From now on, I will do whatever you say." "I will listen to you," Qin Bo cautiously proposed. He had clearly heard that Li Yin was hiring, and in Qin Bo's mind, adding himself to such a large company would not make a difference. He would be a white-collar worker, which sounded rather impressive. Thus, he lingered instead of leaving. After all, his father, Qin Yishan, had sent him to find Li Yin with the intention of having Li Yin arrange a job for Qin Bo. Upon hearing this, Li Yin pointed to the computer beside him. "Turn it on." "For what purpose, brother-in-law?" Qin Bo asked, looking bewildered. Yet he complied and powered up the computer. Li Yin casually created an Excel document and randomly typed a string of numbers. "Make a simple summary of this table," Li Yin continued. Qin Bo was instantly dumbfounded. He had no issue playing games at an internet CAF, but now, "What's wrong?" Li Yin asked, noticing his immobility. Qin Bo cleared his throat. "Brother-in-law, I haven't attended school for long. I can't do this. It's too difficult? Li Yin shrugged. Then I have no choice. It's not that I am unwilling to give you an opportunity, but if you cannot even manage the simplest table, how can I assign you any tasks? Am I to support you? Qinbo wanted to say that would be for the best, but under Li Yan's piercing gaze, he found himself unable to voice it. As he pondered, an idea suddenly struck him. With a sorrowful expression, Qinbo said, "Brother-in-law, you know that I have completed everything you assigned me inside, right? That fellow has become a complete fool, now that I am out. You must help me find something to do. I am not a child anymore." Li Yan's expression turned cold immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Qinbo across the face, saying, "I recall reminding you that the matters inside have nothing to do with me. Have you forgotten? If you cannot control your mouth, I will assist you." Chapter 116. Outsiders having been slapped by Li Yan. Qinbo suddenly came to his senses. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I deserve the slap. I will never do it again." Qinbo shrank his neck, looking at Li Yan with fear. "Do you truly want to find something to do?" Li Yan asked coolly. Li Yan nodded thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that sending this young man inside for a while would result in some change in his character, but upon reflection, it made sense. He was only in his early 20s and had previously been spoiled by Qini Shan, acquiring a host of bad habits. After experiencing some reformation and witnessing the harsh realities of society, it was not all bad. If you can think this way, that is for the best. Since you call me brother-in-law, out of respect for your sister, I can offer you a chance. Although you cannot handle the affairs of my company, I have a friend involved in real estate. You can go sell houses for him," Li Yan suggested after some thought. "Ah? Selling houses? Brother-in-law, can one really make money doing that?" Qinbo asked, looking bewildered. Li Yan scoffed. "Whether it makes money or not depends on you. If you have the skills, you could earn several thousand in a day. If not, you might as well go eat dirt." Qinbo gritted his teeth. "Then I will do it, brother-in-law. Just you wait and see. I will definitely succeed," Li Yan replied. "That would be best." He then contacted Jinming to give him a heads up. For Jinming, hiring a few salespeople was a trivial matter, and he readily agreed. "Ah? Really? Brother-in-law, you said this?" Qinbo, initially a bit anxious, was now filled with excitement upon hearing Li Yan's words. "It was I who said it. I also hope to see that day." Li Yan smiled. 18 noon. Qin Ruoxue expressed her concerns, saying, "Thank you. I know you are considering my feelings, but I worry about Xiao Bo. He might cause you trouble." However, Li Yan chuckled and replied, "There is no need for concern. What trouble could he possibly cause? Otherwise, your parents would likely be nagging you daily. He is no longer a child. He cannot continue to drift aimlessly. It is good for him to have something to do." Li Yan felt warmth in his heart. Qin Ruoxue still cared for him, and his intentions were not in vain. If it were not for Qin Ruoxue, he would have simply slapped Qinbo without a second thought. After considering the real estate market, which was unlikely to falter in the coming years, he mused that there are two professions that truly shape a person: selling insurance and selling houses. Whether he could be refined depended on his own abilities. If he could emerge transformed, what harm would it do to give him an opportunity? Once Li Yan explained his reasoning, Qin Ruoxue finally understood his good intentions, joyfully wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Just one? That seems insufficient," Li Yan teased. "Hemph, greedy. What more do you want?" Qin Ruoxue retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How about we continue what we left unfinished on New Year's Day?" Li Yan gently wrapped his arms around Qin Ruoxue's slender waist, leaning close to her ear and blowing softly. Qin Ruoxue felt a shiver run through her body, akin to an electric shock. Grasping Li Yan's arm in a fluster, she exclaimed, "Li Yan, no. Don't get carried away. The kitchen is still on fire." The bond between them was increasingly reminiscent of a genuine couple, shedding the previous indifference and barriers, fostering mutual care and support. This was the most joyous aspect for Li Yan. Just then, the home phone suddenly rang. Li Yan wore an expression of helplessness, contemplating whether to disconnect the phone tomorrow, as it always seemed to disrupt his moments of happiness. Qin Ruoxue stifled a laugh, giving him a gentle push. "Hurry and answer the phone." Li Yan reluctantly picked up the phone, his expression quickly shifting to one of concern. "What happened? Is there a problem?" Qin Ruoxue asked, unable to contain her worry upon seeing his demeanor. "It's Qin Cheng. He seems to have had a conflict with someone. I need to go check." "Ah? Is it Xiao Cheng? Isn't he at the training class? How? Qin Ruoxue exclaimed, startled. After the new year, as various sectors resumed operations, Li Yin had arranged a programming training class for Qin Cheng according to plan. I don't know the specifics, don't worry, I'll go see. Hearing this, Qin Ruoxue nodded, realizing she could not be of assistance. Once Li Yin left, he drove swiftly to the vicinity of the training class, where he soon spotted a crowd surrounding Qin Cheng from a distance. You little brat, are you looking for death? One local man shouted at Qin Cheng, his face cold. Qin Cheng, his face flushed, responded, I didn't steal your things. Don't slander me. What's wrong with being an outsider? The man, likely in his 40s, stood with his hands on his hips, and upon hearing Qin Cheng's retort, he began to rally the crowd. Everyone. Did you hear this? This outsider is so arrogant, eating our Longqing's resources, using our Longqing's facilities, yet bullying our Longqing people. Is there no justice left? The crowd, stirred by his words, began to echo their indignation. If it weren't for these country bumpkins, would Longqing's public transport be so crowded? The environment of Longqing has been ruined by your kind. The local man spoke with a strong regional accent. As he began to speak, many onlookers joined in with their own grievances. This was partly due to human nature's inclination to watch drama unfold. Additionally, with the rural population continually migrating to nearby cities, the development process had naturally led to various issues, including some unsavory incidents. However, these were merely exceptions in this moment. With some stirring the pot, the crowd fixated their ire upon Qin Cheng, as if he were the instigator of all the troubles plaguing Longqing. Why are you, a country bumpkin, here taking our public resources? Our neighborhood has had manhole covers stolen, and a child fell in. I believe it was these country folks who did it. Just the other day, my nephew was a victim of a scam. It was a country person. There's not a good one among them. The people surrounding him were engrossed in fervent discussions, pointing fingers at Qin Cheng. After graduating from high school, Qin Cheng had spent approximately 2 years at home, and with the new year just passed, he had barely turned 20. Essentially, he was merely a young man stepping into adulthood. Having lived in the countryside all his life, he had never encountered such a scene. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and a tempest of anger brewed within his chest. The sensation of being the target of collective disdain was utterly foreign to him. He felt humiliated, powerless, and infuriated. Yet, no one seemed to care about his feelings. I am not a country bumpkin. I did not steal his belongings. Qin Cheng shouted, his eyes red with fury, his mind buzzing. The middle-aged man opposite him scoffed. Just because you claim you didn't steal, does that mean you didn't? What do you think the police are for? It's you. Hand over the items immediately, or you'll be taken to the police station. His words found resonance among the crowd. Hand it over quickly. You, a young lad, should know better. Did your parents never teach you how to behave? They chided. Being poor doesn't give you the right to steal from others. Young man, that is your wrongdoing. The air was thick with contempt, as they perceived Qin Cheng to be an unsophisticated country lad, coveting what did not belong to him as he surveyed the hostile faces around him. A wave of panic surged through him. He felt fear. He had never faced such a situation before. What if they dragged him to the police station? He might find it impossible to defend himself. And worse, he could implicate his brother-in-law and sister. Run! The thought sprang into Qin Cheng's mind. Without a second thought, he shoved the man aside and turned to flee. Damn it! This little brat is trying to escape. He's guilty. Catch him! Catch him! The middle-aged man, thrown off balance by Qin Cheng's push, erupted in rage and lunged at him. The crowd, having already decided Qin Cheng was a thief, surged forward, hands reaching out to seize him. The young man, terrified, trembled as he was swiftly pinned to the ground. You thought you could run. I'll make sure you regret it. The middle-aged man, his face flushed with fury, approached and aimed a kick at Qin Cheng's stomach. Despair enveloped Qin Cheng. Was this Dragon City? He had done nothing wrong. Why were these people bullying him? Was it because he hailed from the countryside? Must country folk be subjected to derision and disdain? I did not steal anything. I come from the countryside, but I have committed no crime. Why must you treat me this way? As he lay pinned to the ground, tears streamed down his face in helpless despair as he cried out, I'll teach you a lesson for your insolence. The age-old adage rang true. The kind are often taken advantage of, and the meek are ridden. At that moment, it stood as undeniable proof. Stop! Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air. Almost immediately, Li Yin pushed his way through the crowd. The middle-aged man paused, turning to face the young man before him, furrowing his brow. "What do you want?" he demanded. "What do I want? What do you think?" Li Yin charged forward, and before the man could react, Li Yin's fist connected squarely with his face. "Ah, he is hitting me. He is hitting me." Fan Dengshu wailed, reeling from the blow. He was a middle-aged man who had once held a respectable position in a factory, only to find himself laid off due to restructuring. Now he barely scraped by on meager subsidies. He often reminisced about his past glory, yet society had rapidly evolved, and people like him were destined for obsolescence. Fan Dengshu harbored disdain for many things, particularly for those he deemed rural simpletons. He believed that his current plight was not a result of societal progress, but rather that these individuals, who ought to be toiling in the fields, had encroached upon his territory in the city. When he lost 2 yuan on the bus that day and spotted Qin Cheng's Navi expression upon disembarking, he immediately assumed Qin Cheng had stolen his money. Naturally, Qin Cheng denied it, leading to the unfolding chaos. "Hitting? That is exactly what I'm doing," Li Yin retorted coldly, delivering another swift kick that sent Fan Dengshu sprawling to the ground. The crowd, which had previously been restraining Qin Cheng, began to hesitate, fear creeping into their hearts as they released him. "Brother-in-law, they are treating us so unfairly," Qin Cheng exclaimed as he stood up, his face a mask of grievance. Li Yin approached, seizing Fan Dengshu by the collar. "What were you saying just now?" he asked icily. Fan Dengshu, blood streaming from his nose, appeared utterly disheveled. The fierce demeanor of Li Yin made him shrink back in terror. "You must be this country bumpkin's relative, right? How dare you hit me? I'm a city dweller," Fan Dengshu stammered, attempting to assert himself. Yet before he could finish, Li Yin delivered a stinging slap across his face. "Think before you speak. If your mouth runs wild, expect a slap." The resounding slaps echoed around them, leaving the onlookers stunned. A few perceptive individuals subtly began to retreat, realizing that this young man was formidable and likely had connections. They decided to merely observe, avoiding any confrontation with someone so clearly influential, especially the few who had previously hurled insults at Qin Cheng, their eyes now darting nervously as they contemplated escape. However, Li Yin pointed at one of them, commanding, "Stay right there. Did I give you permission to leave? What do you want from me? I was just here to watch." The singled-out individual stammered, trembling as he spoke. "What did you say earlier? That young people these days don't know how to behave. Was that you?" Li Yin's voice was icy. Having arrived at the scene after receiving a call, he needed to ascertain the situation. Thus, he had taken note of all the troublemakers in the crowd. Now, it was time to hold them accountable. "It wasn't just me. I was trying to be a good citizen by catching a thief." The man's face shifted colors as he struggled to defend himself. "A good citizen? Should I give you an award for that?" Li Yin sneered, then turned back to Fan Dengshu. "What did you lose?" "Money," Fan Dengshu replied stubbornly. "How much?" Li Yin pressed 2.2 yuan, Fan Dengshu muttered, his face burning with shame. The crowd erupted in disbelief. "He only lost 2 yuan. I thought it was something valuable. What a fuss over a couple of coins. Ridiculous." They murmured among themselves, pointing fingers at Fan Dengshu. The man Li Yin had called out looked utterly mortified. "I helped you, and you're telling me you lost 2 yuan. You called it theft. You were just bragging about being a good citizen. Did you hear that? 2 yuan. Haha. What a noble act of citizenry." Li Yin mocked that I was mistaken. "I'm sorry." The man stammered hastily. "Apologize. If you don't apologize, you're not leaving today. You were one of the ones who came to attack, right? Should I call the police to report this?" Li Yin's gaze was unwavering as he scrutinized the man. He then gestured towards a few others. "And you lot, not a single one of you is getting away." Those who thought they had escaped punishment were now pale and dejected as they approached Li Yin. "What is wrong? Is apologizing so difficult? Or do you think you don't owe an apology to someone from the countryside?" Li Yin deliberately provoked them. After a moment of awkward silence, the group, thoroughly embarrassed, lined up to apologize to Qin Cheng. "I'm sorry. I was mistaken. Young man, please don't take it to heart." "Yes, I really am sorry. I was deceived by this guy. Young man, it was my fault earlier. Please don't hold it against me." As the apologies poured in, Qin Cheng stood there, at a loss. "What are you afraid of? They were wrong, so they should apologize. Li Yin reassured him. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving in shame. However, a larger crowd began to gather, eager to witness Fan Dangshu, who had previously been so boastful, face the consequences. Now, what do you have to say? Speak up. You'd better satisfy me today. Or else, Li Yin taunted, playfully slapping Fan Dangshu's pudgy face as if it were a piece of meat. Under normal circumstances, Fan Dangshu would have retaliated fiercely, but today, feeling guilty and having just been humiliated by Li Yin, he found himself unable to assert his dominance. I was wrong. I apologize, he stuttered. Li Yin chuckled coldly. Apologies? If they were effective, should I just kill you and then apologize? What do you suggest we do? Fan Dangshu asked, his face a mask of trepidation as he looked at Li Yin. Li Yin released his grip on the man's neck and swiftly kicked him to the ground. What did you just say? Do you look down on people from the countryside? Let me ask you, what does your father do? And your grandfather? Li Yin continued to press him. My grandfather is a farmer. Ha! Li Yin scoffed, hands on his hips. So, it follows that your family for 3 generations has been nothing but country folk, rustic bumpkins, simpletons? The onlookers nodded in agreement. Who among them wasn't he from the countryside within 3 generations? How ridiculous. To disdain those who come from afar. Don't say that the $2 weren't from this young man. Even if they were, there's no need to humiliate him like this. Exactly. In our Longqing, the most contemptible aren't the outsiders but those local people with ulterior motives. They truly bring shame upon us Longqing residents. Amidst the murmurs, Fan Dangshu's face turned pale, twitching as if he had been struck by a shoe. Qin Sheng, feeling embarrassed, saw how Li Yan's sharp words had altered the surrounding people's perceptions of him. The middle-aged man who had bullied him moments ago now stood aside like a beaten dog. For a moment, he felt his brother-in-law was truly formidable. Brother-in-law, why don't we let it go? He's just a kid after all. He timidly tugged at Li Yan's arm, sensing a hint of fear. Let it go? How can we let it go? Look at the injuries on you. We'll head to the hospital to document them. I reckon it'll cost several thousand in medical expenses. Li Yin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Just a moment ago, he had been in a mess, yet he wasn't truly injured, only feeling aggrieved. But what did his brother-in-law mean by this? He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Li Yin crouched down, addressing Fan Dangshu. You choose. Settle the medical expenses privately, or shall we pay a visit to the police station and discuss this in detail? Fan Dangshu trembled, gripped by fear. A man of his ilk had far too many unsavory dealings to dare approach the police. I was wrong. Let us settle it privately. Please, don't go to the police. Not going, huh? Then it's settled at 5,000 for medical expenses? Easy enough, Li Yin said coldly. What? 5,000? I don't have that much. Fan Dangshu was utterly stunned. You don't have 5,000? Yet you dare to bully others? Should I assume that with 5,000, I could call you father? Li Yin sneered contemptuously. Fan Dangshu lowered his head, rendered speechless, resembling an ostrich. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Li Yan's anger gradually dissipated. He had humiliated him as needed, and Qin Sheng had vented his frustrations. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Don't look down on rural folk. They haven't taken your rice. If you're incompetent, don't blame the heavens. The hardest and most laborious work in all of Longqing is done by these country folks. They toil for the least pay and carry the heaviest burdens. These rural people are the true heroes of Longqing's development. Do you understand? Without them, who do you think you are? Li Yin calmly addressed Fan Dangshu. As his words fell, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd. Good. The young man speaks rightly. No one should look down on rural folk. They have contributed immensely to the development of Longqing. Indeed, rural folk are simple, but they must not be bullied. From now on, let us treat the migrant workers with kindness. They have it hard. Li Yan's remarks resonated with many. Among the crowd, numerous migrant workers felt tears welling in their eyes, quietly memorizing the visage of this young man. It was heartening to know that someone in this city spoke up for them. Just wait until I see you again. Otherwise, I'll smack you every time. Li Yin forcefully pushed aside Fan Dangshu, turning to lead Qin Sheng away. Meanwhile, Fan Dangshu stood rooted, his face pale as he watched Li Yin, slowly bowing his head in the days to come. Whenever he saw a worker, he would scuttle away, haunted by the shadow of Li Yan's words to date. Of course, that is a story for another time. Unbeknownst to Li Yan, his unintentional speech had, to some extent, brought warmth to many migrants in this city. Brother-in-law, you were amazing. Qin Cheng looked at Li Yan with admiration. Hee. I'll remember that, brother-in-law. Qin Cheng said a bit shyly. Li Yan chuckled but said nothing. Qin Cheng was still too immature, and such a temperament would take time and experience to refine. While they were conversing, a middle-aged man blocked Li Yan's path. Young man, well said. Your previous remarks were quite commendable. The middle-aged man spoke amiably. He exuded an extraordinary presence. Even as he stood there, an air of authority surrounded him. Behind him was a young man. Sharp and efficient, likely serving as a driver or secretary. It was merely a heartfelt statement. After all, the development of Longqing cannot overlook those who have contributed. Li Yan replied, not overthinking, simply expressing his thoughts. Haha, well said. These migrant workers are indeed the heroes of Longqing, yet too few recognize this. The middle-aged man remarked with deep agreement. But there are a few, like me and you. That makes two. I believe there are many others in Longqing who think this way. Haha, precisely. You're spot on, young man. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The middle-aged man paused, seemingly amused by Li Yan's words, and laughed heartily. Take care. Li Yan waved goodbye as the middle-aged man departed. After the two left, Qin Cheng suddenly murmured, brother-in-law, that Uncle Doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Li Yan cast a surprised glance at Qin Cheng, not expecting the boy to be so perceptive. He didn't recognize the man, but could tell from his demeanor that he had likely held a high position for a considerable time. Furthermore, it was only after Li Yan's remarks about migrant workers that the man had approached him. This hinted that he might be a significant figure within the government. Oh, not ordinary? How so? Li Yan asked with a smile. Qin Cheng scratched his head. He just felt like a leader inspecting a village. Li Yan chuckled. The boy had quite the imagination, as if one could randomly meet a high-ranking official on the street. Enough. Just be grateful you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to explain it to your sister. In the future, be a bit sharper in such situations. Even if you come from the countryside, hold your head high. We are no less than others, Li Yan advised. I'll remember that, brother-in-law. Qin Cheng nodded. However, he suddenly looked a bit bashful, saying, brother-in-law, never mind. I doubt I have a friend. If it weren't for her calling you earlier, I would have been in big trouble. I don't want to treat her to a meal. A friend? A girl? Li Yan raised an eyebrow at Qin Cheng's expression, momentarily taken aback. Yes, a classmate from programming. Qin Cheng's face turned crimson, feeling embarrassed. Haha, not bad, not bad. A female classmate is great. Go ahead then. Li Yan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Jianshan sat in an Iveco, and his secretary quickly handed him a bottle of water. Xiao Wang, what do you think of that young man? He asked after taking a sip. Wang Yisin chuckled. Leader, are you interested in this young man? Nonsense. I just think he is quite impressive. Not just anyone can speak such words. Our country is developing rapidly, yet the urban-rural divide is a serious issue. Yet many of our comrades remain unaware of this. My role here in Longqing is to focus on addressing this matter. Transformation is not merely about changing the city's appearance, but also about improving the lives of the common people. You rewrite, leader. Should I chase after that young man to inquire about his background? Wang Yisin suggested. Forget it. We just crossed paths. No need to push it. What would you chase after him for? Let us head back and convene a small group meeting with the folks in Longqing. Wang Yisin nodded and started the vehicle. However, he secretly pondered whether he should find someone to inquire about that young man later. Especially since the leader had mentioned him, being a secretary is not easy. Being a good one is even harder. There is much to be done. After sending Qin Cheng away, Li Yan called Qin Ruoxue to briefly explain what had happened. Easing her worries, he then contacted the lawyer that Qin Bojun had helped him find, scheduling a meeting time. Once these arrangements were made, his phone suddenly rang. Li Yan, there is some news you might want to pay attention to. Xiao Wanjun's voice was serious on the other end. Sister Wan, what news? Li Yan quickly inquired. This renovation project in Longqing might not be easy. I've heard that a leader has come from above, specifically to oversee this matter. I don't know who it is yet, but I've arranged for you to meet with Director Feng from the Chengdong district. You can discuss whatever you need with him. He firmly believed that as long as the responsible parties listened to his thoughts, the issues at hand would be manageable, especially with the connection of Xiao Wanjun in play. with Jiming Real Estate as a reliable ally regarding funding and qualifications. It could be said that everything would unfold naturally. However, the sudden news from Xie Wanjun made Li Yin realize that he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, the project could very well encounter unforeseen complications. After his rebirth, everything seemed to flow seamlessly. He had never faced such uncontrollable circumstances as he did now. Swift resolution was imperative. Resolute in his decision, Li Yin promptly reached out to the acquaintance Xie Wanjun had facilitated. The director in the Eastern District, Feng Ducheng. According to their analysis, Feng Ducheng held significant decision-making power in this matter. Li Yin had contemplated making contact, but he had not anticipated it would be so soon. After all, he intended to secure this project based on merit, not through any unscrupulous means. During the early stages of the reform in 1999, many had prospered through dubious paths, but Li Yin recalled that those individuals ultimately faced misfortune. While achieving wealth is commendable, there are certain rules that must be adhered to. Those who trample on rules will eventually crumble under their weight. Thus, even as his career was just beginning, every step he took was deliberate and within the bounds of propriety. Yet now, such an unexpected turn of events had disrupted his plans. He took out his phone and dialed the number Xie Wanjun provided. "Hello, is this Director Feng? I am Li Yin, a friend of Xie Wanjun. If there is something to discuss, come to my office." Upon hearing that Li Yin was a friend of Xie Wanjun, Feng Ducheng recalled a previous call from Xie, indicating that a business partner wished to meet. Xie Wanjun was a major taxpayer in Longqing, with numerous enterprises under her, and it was subtly implied that she had substantial backing, thus maintaining a favorable relationship with individuals like Feng Ducheng. Receiving Li Yin's call, he thought it prudent to meet first and ascertain the matter at hand. Li Yin soon arrived at Feng Ducheng's office in the Eastern District. Feng Ducheng, in his 40s, was considered youthful and vigorous. At his age, attaining such a position suggested significant potential for further advancement. "Director Feng, hello? I'm Li Yin. We spoke earlier on the phone. Haha. I didn't expect a friend of CIS to be so young. Please, take a seat." Feng Ducheng replied jovially. Li Yin smiled in return. "Thank you, Director Feng." At this moment, Feng Ducheng leisurely inquired, "Young Li, what brings you here? I know that in my position, many matters can be delicate." Li Yin's initial goodwill towards this man evaporated instantly. Before even discussing the matter, he had begun to adopt a bureaucratic tone. Such individuals in such positions may not be greedy, but their inaction can be even more detestable. However, Li Yin had encountered such types before in his previous life and would not allow a couple of insipid remarks to sour his demeanor. "Director Feng, you are too modest. Xie has mentioned that you are a blessing for the citizens of Longqing. You must not downplay your contributions. It's about the upcoming bidding for the Eastern District renovation project. What are your thoughts on it, Director Feng?" "Oh, young Li, you are quite astute. I just received a notice from above today. And you arrived here promptly? So, you're interested in this project?" Li Yin chuckled. "To be candid, I am indeed looking to secure this project." His tone had grown noticeably cooler. Li Yin furrowed his brow. "Director Feng, what do you mean by that?" Feng Ducheng then elaborated. "This project is the first step in Longqing's reform and is highly significant for the city's development. You understand my meaning, right? Only with solid capability can one secure it." "Haha, with your words, Director Feng, I am now more confident. To be frank, our bidding company consists of several partners, one of whom is Jiming Real Estate, with Xie also holding shares, alongside Longqing Steelworks as another major stakeholder." Li Yin stated without a hint of emotion. Feng Ducheng's expression shifted subtly, internally exclaiming, "What now?" It turned out that prior to Li Yin's arrival, he had met with another individual, the general manager of Haoping Real Estate. Haoping was a formidable competitor to Jiming Real Estate in Longqing. Feng Ducheng had made certain promises to the other party, and now Li Yin had arrived almost immediately, despite Li Yin's genial demeanor. His words carried an undercurrent of threat. After all, from Xie Wanjun to Jiming Real Estate, and then to Longqing Steelworks, they were all prominent players in the city. "Rest assured, Director Feng, I mean no harm. I simply wish to ensure you have some understanding of us." "Haha. All right. This matter won't be settled in a hurry. How about this? The procedures are still ongoing, and when the public bidding is announced, I will notify you in advance to prepare. How does that sound, young Li?" "Good, thank you, Director Feng." Li Yin nodded with a smile. Once outside Feng Ducheng's office, Li Yin's mind raced. This Feng Ducheng had not been truthful. That was Li Yin's instinct. It appeared that a competitor had approached him before Li Yin did. Initially, he thought this situation might disrupt his plans, but now it seemed as if fate was aiding him. Li Yin suddenly laughed. If it weren't for the intervention from above, this matter would likely have fallen into Feng Duqing's hands. Moreover, the preparations he had made regarding this project would likely be rendered futile. During their conversation, Feng Duqing had only engaged in trivial banter and had not inquired about the specifics of the Longqing renovation project even once. With this thought, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Li Yan's eyes. It remained to be seen how long he would procrastinate. Chapter 121. Assertiveness. Just as Li Yan exited, he received a call from Jin Ming. "Young Li, I've received news that things may have changed." Jin Ming's voice was laced with urgency. "What news?" Li Yan asked, furrowing his brow. It appears that Haoping Real Estate intends to participate in the bidding. If this is true, our chances are slim. Do you have any strategies? If not, could you possibly leverage your connections? Jin Ming's voice trailed off. "Stop right there." Li Yan's tone turned icy. "Jin Ming, this is my concern to address. Your only task is to prepare the necessary materials. Our partnership hinges on your ability to stand independently, not on meddling in matters that do not concern you. But, young Li, if we fail to secure the project, no amount of preparation on my part will suffice. Moreover, the initial investment won't be small. If this project falls through, Jiming Real Estate could face bankruptcy." Jiming Limited. Li Yin cursed inwardly, realizing why Jiming Real Estate, despite its advantageous position in Longqing, had not thrived over the years. With such a cautious approach, would they even seize good opportunities when they arose? However, since they were still partners, Li Yin refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I just met with Feng Duqing from the Eastern District. He was evasive and avoided discussing the matter. I found it curious why he would adopt such an attitude. If I am not mistaken, Haoping Real Estate must have approached him beforehand. That aligns perfectly." Jiming exclaimed, "Haoping Real Estate and our Jiming have been in covert competition for years. If they succeed this time, it will spell trouble for us. Understood. I'm heading over now, faced with a matter of life and death." Jiming quickly agreed. At Xinjiao Investment, the conference room was eerily silent, yet the atmosphere was palpably tense. Li Yin perused the materials Jiming had brought concerning Haoping Real Estate, frowning deeply. After a long pause, he exhaled heavily and lifted his gaze. "Young Li, what should we do now?" Jiming, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately inquired. Yet Li Yin suddenly slammed the documents on the table, coldly staring at Jiming. "Jiming, since we are partners, we must trust one another. Why didn't you inform me about the ongoing suppression by Haoping Real Estate all these years?" Jiming's face turned awkward. Zhang Yongping, standing nearby, quickly intervened. "Young Li, please don't be upset. This situation isn't entirely Jiming's fault. Although Haoping Real Estate has gained some momentum, their financial backers are not local. While Jiming's scale may be slightly smaller, we have the advantage of location, allowing both parties to maintain a balance." Upon hearing this, Jiming gratefully glanced at Zhang Yongping, quickly nodding. "Yes, young Li, please don't be angry. This is indeed my oversight. Let us focus on resolving this issue." After saying this, both Jiming and Zhang Yongping turned their attention to Li Yin. Clearly, their intention was straightforward. They wanted Li Yin to leverage his connections to secure the project directly. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to the fact that Li Yin had no formidable backing. All he possessed was his own resolve. These are merely a facade crafted by Li Yin, entirely relying on the authority of others. The troubles we face must be resolved by us alone. Yet Li Yin, seemingly oblivious to the hopeful glances exchanged between the two, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming exchanged furrowed brows, especially Jin Ming, who cautiously inquired, "Li Xiao, what do you mean by that? You mentioned that we are all in the same boat now. If you proceed this way," Li Yin sighed, "I received this information before either of you." "And that is unequivocal, correct?" Both nodded in unison. "Oh, you ponder why I was privy to this information ahead of time. It is because that individual intended for me to prepare in advance. To pave the way, however, circumstances have changed. If I were to turn back and seek assistance from that individual, how would you perceive the situation if you were in their shoes?" Li Yin leaned over the conference table. Observing the two from a position of authority, caught off guard, they exchanged glances, momentarily intimidated by Li Yin, unsure of how to respond. "If it is unfeasible, then perhaps we should consider alternative options. Anyone else would act similarly. Wouldn't you agree? If I were to speak up now, it would be tantamount to strangling this project at its inception," Li Yin declared emphatically. While the reasoning holds true, Li Xiao, let us be candid. Our collaboration hinges on mutual reliance. You cannot simply cast us aside without a second thought, Jin Ming remarked, his expression somewhat grim. Li Yin snorted disdainfully. Jin Zong, if you wish to abandon this opportunity, you are welcome to do so at this moment. I would wholeheartedly encourage it. At that moment, Li Yin exuded an air of unyielding resolve. Wait. We are all brothers here. Li Xiao, I recognize your capabilities. Please, share your intentions openly. Zhang Yongping interjected, hastily attempting to defuse the tension while signaling to Jin Ming. Li Yin suppressed a cold laugh. These two were merely playing roles. One as the affable interlocutor and the other as the stern figure, seeking to compel him into revealing his hand. Very well, as you wish. 2 points. First, we must persist in our endeavor. Only by securing this project can we ensure the necessary support follows. Everything will fall into place subsequently. Second, as for how to secure the project, I have a plan. Do you believe that Hao Peng can easily engage with Feng Deqing? This time, Feng Deqing's word is not the final say. After concluding his statement, Li Yin reclined in his chair, wearing an inscrutable expression. What? Feng Deqing's word is not final. Li Xiao, do you possess some exclusive insight? This revelation left both Jin Ming and Zhang Yongping astounded. The project for the transformation of Longqing had been directly mandated from above, and the true responsibility lay with another individual. Li Yin gradually revealed the information he had received from Xie Wanjun, combining it with his conjectures. Li Xiao, is this truly the case? At this moment, both Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming could no longer remain composed. The implications of Li Yan's words were overwhelmingly substantial, akin to a landmine. Chapter 122. Fishing. Li Yin chuckled. Merely rumors. The veracity remains to be seen. His ambiguous response surprisingly instilled a sense of reassurance in both Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming. After all, prominent figures seldom reveal their intentions too transparently. In that instant, all doubts and skepticism regarding Li Yin evaporated. Li Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Whatever you say goes, indeed. We shall heed your guidance, Li Laodi. Just tell us what to do. Both men, seasoned veterans in the realm of social maneuvering, swiftly distanced themselves from their prior assertions. As though they had never uttered such words, Li Yin smirked inwardly. Did they truly believe they could play games with him? Are we all clear now? No more objections? Li Xiao, the decision lies with you. Jin Ming chuckled, while Zhang Yongping echoed, absolutely. We should trust Li Laodi. Very well. Let this matter conclude here. As stated, I shall take charge of the project, and you will provide support moving forward. I hope today's discussion marks the final occurrence of such discord. Li Yin spoke calmly, yet his tone resonated with an undeniable authority. Both Zhang Yongping and Jin Ming nodded in agreement. After finalizing the discussion, Zhang Yongping excused himself, leaving Jin Ming behind. There's something you wish to discuss. Jin Laoj? Li Yan's demeanor had softened considerably. Jin Ming hesitated. Today, I may have acted too hastily. Please, Li Laodi, do not take offense. Let us address matters as they are. Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. There is no offense taken. Had I been in your position, I would have felt the same urgency. However, Jin Laoj, there is something I wonder if you are willing to hear. Jin Ming's interest was piqued. Li Laodi, if you have insights to share, please do so. Li Yin shifted his posture, leaning back in his chair. I do not intend to impart wisdom, but I wonder if you harbor any interest in Hao Peng real estate. Upon hearing this, Jin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, are you serious? Do you intend to? His voice trembled with anticipation. Over the years, he had established himself as a prominent figure in Longqing, yet the presence of Hao Peng real estate had been a persistent thorn in his side, leading to considerable frustration. Jin Ming had long dreamt of vanquishing this rival and seizing the entire Longqing market. Therefore, when Li Yin broached the subject, he was overcome with enthusiasm. Li Yin, however, merely chuckled. I was just making a casual remark. Don't take it to heart, Jin Laoj. Jin Ming, frustrated, felt like striking Li Yin for teasing him with such tantalizing prospects. You cannot toy with my aspirations like this. Li Xiao, you must have intentions. I have longed for this day. If I could swallow Hao Peng real estate, you would be my benefactor, and I would face any challenge for you. Li Yin rose, adopting a contemplative demeanor, and finally exhaled, speaking gravely. Jin Laoj, since you are so inquisitive, I shall not hide it from you. I do indeed harbor such intentions. However, Haopeng Real Estate is not easily subdued. We must first secure this project, for only then will either of us have the appetite to devour such a substantial prize. What do you think? As Li Yin articulated his thoughts, the flush of excitement on Jin Ming's face was unmistakable. He nodded vigorously. Absolutely. That is precisely the point. Regardless of the outcome, this project must succeed. Afterwards, we will collaborate to take down Haopeng Real Estate. Agreed. It is settled then, Li Yin confirmed with a nod. Jian Ming departed, striding with renewed vigor, brimming with confidence. Humph. Greed will lead to one's downfall. Do you truly believe my share is within your grasp? Once Jian Ming had exited, Li Yin snorted derisively. His earlier words had been half-truths. He indeed contemplated consolidating the real estate market in Longqing. But he had no intention of including Jian Ming in his plans. Li Yin was not one to relish solitary endeavors. Unfortunately, Jian Ming could not compare to Xiao Wanjun, as their relationship lacked the depth that warranted such investment. The purpose of his earlier remarks was merely to placate Jian Ming, for in the Longqing real estate market, aside from Haopeng, there was also Jian Ming to consider. The future remained uncertain. Time flew swiftly. News of the Longqing transformation project spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those with properties or real estate within the redevelopment zone celebrated, as they would not only receive new housing but also compensation for relocation, thereby ascending to new heights in life. Conversely, the financial officials of the Dong district of Longqing were in despair. This round of demolition and redevelopment had received no financial allocation from above. As a pilot project, they were responsible for resolving the compensation issues independently, a considerable sum indeed. At that moment, relevant personnel from the Dong district convened in a conference room for a meeting. I will personally oversee this project, however. Regarding the division of responsibilities, everyone must remain diligent, Lin Jianshan admonished earnestly. Most attendees nodded in agreement, yet some remained indifferent, including Feng Duqing. Lin Jianshan had spent the past few days interacting with these individuals and understood Feng Duqing's character. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Feng Duqing. Director Feng, if you have any thoughts, please feel free to share. We must devise a plan promptly. Delays are unacceptable. Haha. Team leader Lin, you are the leader. What you say goes. I will follow your lead, Feng Duqing replied insincerely. Lin Jianshan scoffed inwardly at Feng Duqing's arrogance, thinking he could assert dominance in front of him. However, he maintained a cheerful facade, stating, "We are all comrades here, all working for the benefit of the citizens of Longqing." Director Feng, as the head of the Dong district, you are far more familiar with this area than I, an outsider. Please, share your thoughts openly. Let us discuss and deliberate together. Feng Duqing had been waiting for this moment to clear his throat and declare, I shall speak plainly. Based on my understanding, this project can only be entrusted to Haopeng Real Estate. Lin Jianshan, intrigued, immediately inquired, and what is the reasoning behind this assertion? As far as I know, there are numerous capable individuals in Longqing who can handle this matter. Why is it that only Haopeng Real Estate qualifies? Chapter 123. Invitation to us. Feng Duqing was taken aback by Lin Jianshan's grasp of the situation in Longqing, considering he had only just arrived a few days prior. However, since he had spoken, Feng Duqing was naturally prepared. He cleared his throat and replied, Comrade Lin, you may not be aware that my insistence on this point is rooted in the significance of this pilot reform project. To execute it well, we must engage a company with considerable experience. First and foremost, those companies lacking sufficient capability can be eliminated from consideration. The number of remaining contenders in Longqing is quite sparse. Among them, Haopeng Real Estate has previously overseen a similar project in another city, thus possessing abundant experience. Lin Jianshan, the designated project lead from above, opened the floor for discussion, prompting nods of agreement from others present. Only Feng Duqing's expression darkened slightly. He had expected that Lin Jianshan would simply accept his statement, yet here he was, suggesting a discussion. Humph. What is there to discuss? I am eager to see who, besides Haopeng Real Estate, can secure this project. Feng Duqing scoffed inwardly. After the meeting, Lin Jianshan summoned his secretary, Wang Yisin, instructing, Xiao Wang, I need you to undertake a survey over the next few days. Gather information on local real estate companies in Longqing that may wish to participate in this tender. Wang Yisin, beaming, responded, Leader, I have already prepared everything. When did you manage that? Lin Jianshan asked, momentarily taken aback. Wang Yisin explained, I spent the last few days considering that since we just arrived in Longqing, establishing a foothold would be challenging. We can't solely rely on hearsay. We need to see things for ourselves. So, after work these past few days, I conducted a small survey. Ha ha. Excellent. You clever lad. Now that you've conducted your research, please share the genuine situation. Lin Jianshan said, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Yisin felt a surge of joy. His hard work had not only resolved his leader's dilemma, but also earned him praise. It was indeed true that opportunities favor those who are prepared. According to my findings, in all of Longqing, only 2 local enterprises are capable of handling this project. Jiming Real Estate and Helping Real Estate.as for the others. Their capabilities are lacking, and entrusting them with the project would likely jeopardize its quality. Wang Yisin reported earnestly. Lin Jianshan pondered for a moment before asking, what about Helping Real Estate? I heard during the meeting that they have relevant experience. Wang Yisin responded with a wry smile. They do have experience, but it pertains to a project in Huqian City, which did not yield very favorable results. Ah, I see. Well then, you've worked hard. Xiao Wang leader, you were too kind. It was my duty, Wang Yisin replied. Slightly taken aback, he hesitated before asking, so, who will we ultimately choose? Lin Jianshan replied with a faint smile, let us wait and see. While this matter is urgent, it cannot be rushed. I wish to observe some fresh developments. At that moment, he had a clear idea in mind, though some truths were better left unsaid. Meanwhile, Li Yin decided to meet with Feng Deqing once more. As for the identity of the newcomers, he had no way of knowing, so he could only approach Feng Deqing. However, to his surprise, Feng Deqing did not answer when he called. Li Yin then invited Jin Ming to accompany him to Feng Deqing's office. Why are you here again? Feng Deqing asked curtly. Li Yin frowned. Director Feng, you wield quite the authority. When I called, you didn't answer, so I had no choice but to come see you in person. Seeing me is pointless. You have no chance with this project. Go back to your business and don't waste my time. Feng Deqing replied coldly. Li Yin felt a surge of anger. The last time he had come, there had at least been some back and forth, but now, it seemed there was no room for negotiation. Director Feng, please choose your words carefully. I am here to discuss business, and there is no need for such hostility. Li Yin retorted icily. Feng Deqing scoffed. Discuss business? What business is there for us to discuss? You want this project, don't you? Fine, but I have no authority to make that decision. You need to find someone who does. If you manage to secure it, I will apologize to you. With that, Feng Deqing cast a mocking glance at Li Yin. Seeing the situation escalate, Jianming hurriedly smiled at Feng Deqing. Director Feng, my apologies. We misunderstood the situation and upset you. Please don't take it to heart. Let me be clear. I do not make the final decisions, however. I can determine who is eligible to participate in the final tender. Your so-called Xinjiao investment? No chance with that. Feng Deqing ordered them to leave. Damn it, that scoundrel. One day, I will make him pay. Jianming gritted his teeth in frustration. If not for needing something from him, he, as the president of Jiming Real Estate, would not have been subjected to such indignity. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Yin suddenly began to laugh. Li Xiao, are you all right? How can you still laugh? Jianming furrowed his brow. Perplexed, Li Yin replied nonchalantly, isn't this a cause for celebration? We should be pleased. Jianming sighed. Li Xiao, please don't joke with me. Things have escalated to this point. We should be strategizing on what to do next. However, Li Yin countered, do you really think Feng Deqing can maintain his smugness for long? We do not require an apology from him. Yet, he has inadvertently pointed us down a path. Currently, he holds only the power to nominate, not to decide. In other words, we no longer need to exert ourselves to win his favor. Isn't that a good thing? Jianming paused, considering before nodding thoughtfully, but then he said, however, we still do not know who the responsible party is. Moreover, if we approach them out of the blue, they may not even meet with us. Li Yin smiled mysteriously. We need to seek them out. Soon enough, someone will invite us. Chapter 124. With you? Without me seek them out? How is that possible? Li Xiao, it's not that I, Lao Jin, lack experience, but your words, one could possibly believe that. Jianming chuckled, shaking his head. He clearly held little faith in Li Yin's assertion. Otherwise, he would not have voiced such skepticism. Li Yin chose not to elaborate, instead suggesting, how about a wager? Let us skip the bet. Jianming, being quite astute, cleared his throat. He was contemplating that Li Yin might possess unique insights that could potentially yield results. To Jean Ming's surprise, Li Yan's predictions were validated that very evening. The announcement had been made. In 3 days, the project would undergo a public tender. The following day, all participating companies were to submit their documentation. Li Xiao, you were right. Ha ha. It seems that Feng Duqing is indeed an outsider in this matter. Let him bask in his arrogance. Jean Ming exclaimed excitedly when he received the news. Let us not celebrate too soon. Are our materials prepared? Li Yin inquired. Jean Ming hesitated, realizing that if this were the case, it would greatly benefit them. Ultimately, it all hinged on the project itself. In other words, the best partner would be the one capable of executing the project to perfection. Let us wait for the news. I will go personally, Li Yin assured Jean Ming. Jian Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Given Li Yan's mysterious background, it was indeed preferable for him to handle this situation. It offered a greater likelihood of success. Li Yan's agreement had eased the minds of both Jean Ming and Zhang Yongping. However, they remained unaware that while Li Yan was indeed confident, his confidence stemmed from an entirely different understanding than what they perceived. At this moment, both Li Yan and Jean Ming were filled with optimism regarding the upcoming project. Early the next morning, Jean Ming submitted the necessary materials. Yet, an unforeseen outcome soon unfolded. On the day of the public tender, when Li Yan and Jean Ming arrived at the venue, ready to secure the project, they were stunned to discover that their submitted materials were not among the selected companies. Failed to register? How could this happen? Li Yan and Jean Ming were not able to confirm this until all the tendering companies had entered. Li Xiao, I've been in real estate for many years. I wouldn't make such a basic mistake. I submitted everything, Jean Ming exclaimed. Panic etched across his face as he turned to Li Yan. Li Yan raised a hand. I understand. Even if you were to miscalculate, you would never jest about something so serious. There must have been some error. As they pondered their predicament, a middle-aged man approached them with a grin. Well, if it isn't Jean Ming. Why are you not qualified to enter? Ha ha. I never expected that President Jean would be such a significant figure. Yet he lacks even the qualifications. A voice dripping with sarcasm followed closely behind. Upon seeing this individual, Jean Ming's expression turned grim. As he heard the taunt, his anger surged. Wang Haoran. So it was you who orchestrated this. Wang Haoran, the CEO of Haoping Real Estate, Jean Ming's archrival? And what of it? President Jean has not just started mingling in this business, has he? In the realm of commerce, it's a matter of coexistence. Wang Haoran declared boastfully. At that moment, Li Yan suddenly interjected. If I am not mistaken, it was you who manipulated Feng Duqing, and Jean Ming's application was never submitted, correct? Who are you? Wang Haoran retorted, not recognizing Li Yan, and assumed he was one of Jean Ming's associates, his tone decidedly impolite. Who am I? I am someone you cannot provoke, Li Yan replied nonchalantly. Ha! You're quite the comedian. Wang Haoran laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in existence. You think you're someone special? I've already crossed paths with Jean Ming. Why should I fear you? After saying this, he turned to Jean Ming with a condescending air. President Jean, it seems you are in quite a predicament. Your subordinates are nothing but this kind of trash. No wonder Jean Ming Real Estate is deteriorating day by day. I suggest you close your doors and declare bankruptcy. Jian Ming, furious, felt his eyes blaze with anger. Yet upon hearing Wang Haoran's words, he smirked. If I were you, I wouldn't utter such words. Li Xiao is not my subordinate. I, Jean Ming, am not worthy of that. Wang Haoran, initially intending to provoke Jean Ming and witness his humiliation, was taken aback by Jean Ming's retort. His expression shifted slightly as he turned to Li Yan. Young man, were you serious with your earlier remarks? You can provoke Jean Ming, but you shouldn't meddle with me. Do you understand? I loathe it when someone attempts to scheme against me right in front of me. What was that you said about business being a matter of coexistence? I shall return that sentiment to you. Li Yan replied coldly. Wang Haoran's complexion darkened with fury, his anger manifesting as a sardonic smile. Kid, watch your words. You claim coexistence? You can't even step through the door. This time, I shall see how you meet your end. Heh, the outcome is still uncertain. Perhaps it will be you who meets your demise. Li Yan retorted with a cold laugh. Ah, what a laugh. All right then, how about this? If you can enter through that door today, I will kneel and call you father. But if you lose, from this day forth, Jian Ming Real Estate must withdraw from the Longqing real estate market. Do you dare to accept? Wang Haoran proclaimed, his arrogance evident. Clearly believing victory was assured. Very well, Then prepare to call me father, Li Yin replied decisively. Chapter 125. Laughing until the end, ha ha. So you are in agreement. Wang Haoren beamed at Li Yin. Before Li Yin could respond, Jin Ming could no longer contain himself. Li Xiao, we cannot agree to this. This kid is intent on setting us up. We cannot fall for it. My Jin Ming real estate has come this far with great difficulty. Jin Ming hurriedly grasped Li Yan's arm, clearly apprehensive about wagering his company. What are you afraid of? Do you think that at this point, if you refuse to gamble with him, he will let you off the hook? Li Yin casually inquired. This question left Jin Ming speechless. The relationship between him and Wang Haoren was, as Wang Haoren had stated, a fight to the death. Currently, Wang Haoren held the upper hand. Had Jin Ming been in his position, he would have acted even more ruthlessly. However, Jin Ming still felt a twinge of unease. Li Yin continued, since the situation is already one of coexistence, why not adopt a more resolute stance? Jin Ming was engulfed in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Wang Haoren, noticing Li Yin and Jin Ming whispering to one another, couldn't help but mock. So, have you reached a consensus? If you're too scared, just kneel and call me father. That counts too. Li Yin lifted his gaze to Wang Haoren. You think you have it all figured out? If you lose, you only call me father. But if you win, Jin Ming Real Estate must exit the launching market. Is that the wager you dare to propose? I can agree, but only if you lose. Helping Real Estate must also withdraw from the launching market. Do you dare? After speaking, Li Yin cast a challenging glance at Wang Haoren. Jin Ming, upon hearing Li Yan's words, burst into laughter. Yes, if you have the capability, accept the terms. If not, don't come here to annoy us. If you can't play, don't pretend. Jin Ming scoffed. Am I pretending? Am I incapable? Wang Haoren, provoked, turned red with rage and shouted at Jin Ming. Jin Ming chuckled coldly. Isn't it? If you have the guts, let us make the conditions equal. I'll gamble with you. All right, you said it. I shall gamble with you. Do you dare to accept? Wang Haoren, seemingly agitated, loosened his tie, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Good. It's settled. Whoever loses must exit the launching market, Jin Ming declared with a steely gaze. However, in the next moment, the previously furious Wang Haoren suddenly burst into laughter. Jin Ming, we shall see. I'm off to bid now. Let us hope you have a chance to enter before the bidding concludes. Ha ha. With that, he strode away. At this point, Jin Ming took a deep breath and turned to Li Yin. Li Xiao, I am entirely in your hands. What shall we do next? Li Yan's prior words had indeed made an impact. Given the relationship between Wang Haoren and Jin Ming, Wang Haoren, currently in the advantageous position, would certainly not let Jin Ming off the hook. Rather than bowing down, why not gamble against him? That led to this moment. Li Yin smiled with satisfaction. Addressing Jin Ming, President Jin, you have shown great resolve. Ha ha, that is the spirit. Jin Ming sighed with a wry smile. I simply cannot stand that guy. If he has the ability, he should come straightforwardly. Instead, he resorts to such underhanded tactics. For now, we wait. As long as the person overseeing this work is someone truly competent, they will not ignore us. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious, Li Yin asserted confidently. Thus, the two found a nearby location and began the lengthy process of waiting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Jianshan scrutinized the gathered companies participating in the bidding, glancing over them one by one. Suddenly, he frowned. Xiao Wang, come here. Secretary Wang Yisin, hearing her superior's call, hurriedly entered. Leader, what is the matter? Lin Jianshan looked up at Wang Yisin. I recall you mentioned that two companies were the strongest contenders. One is Helping Real Estate, and the other seems to be Jin Ming Real Estate? Why haven't I seen their materials? Not present? That is impossible. I inquired earlier, and Jin Ming Real Estate had begun preparations well in advance. They even established a new company for this purpose. They wouldn't make such a mistake, would they? Wang Yisin had put considerable effort into understanding various companies over the past few days, intending to provide support to Lin Jianshan. Should I call the person in charge and ask? Wang Yisin suggested, looking at Lin Jianshan. That would be good, Lin Jianshan nodded. Usually, he wouldn't concern himself with such matters. After all, it was simply bidding, and they weren't begging. However, due to the significance of the launching project, he needed to ensure the best outcome. Leader, there seems to be a discrepancy. What do you mean? Lin Jianshan asked, his expression grave. Wang Yisin spoke in a hushed tone. I just called Jin Ming Real Estate. and they stated that they submitted their application under the name of the newly established joint venture, the18th Investment, on time. Bang. As soon as Wang Yisan finished speaking, Lin Jianshan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. So, someone is up to no good. Intentionally neglecting to submit their materials? Bring in the person responsible. I want to see who is scheming, Lin Jianshan said, his face filled with anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and asked, "Can we reach them? Should be possible. Jinming Real Estate just gave me the contact number for the head of the18th Investment. Good. Hurry and make contact. Director Feng, thank you so much this time. You have truly been a great help. Rest assured, once everything is settled, this year's tax contributions from helping real estate will surely meet your expectations." Wang Haoran grinned at the man standing before him. Feng Ducheng. Upon hearing this, Feng Ducheng nodded in satisfaction. President Wang is too polite. The bidding is about to commence. Without submitted materials, Jinming Real Estate cannot participate. You can rest easy. Ha ha, Director Feng. Those two are still waiting outside. Let them wait foolishly. They dare to offend Director Feng. They must be taught a lesson. A satisfied expression spread across Wang Haoran's face. This time, victory was assured. Once he secured this project, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Jinming Real Estate. And with the wager made earlier, Jinming Real Estate would have to withdraw from this industry, or else their reputation would be tarnished. Competing with me? Just wait and see. He couldn't help but hum with delight. I see President Wang is glowing with joy, thriving in success. Feng Ducheng teased. Ha. All thanks to Director Feng's support. What the hell? Wang Haoran was initially engaging in light conversation with Feng Ducheng when, all of a sudden, his gaze traversed the crowd and fell upon two individuals at the entrance. In an instant, expletives erupted from his lips. Chapter 126. Who are you kicking out? At the entrance, everyone who was meant to attend had already arrived. Yet, at this moment, the door that had been closed swung open once more, revealing Li Yin and Jinming stepping inside. Li Yin wore a calm expression, while Jinming's face was alight with excitement, his joy unmistakable. Jinming had not anticipated that the wait Li Yin had mentioned would actually yield results. Moments ago, someone had called Li Yin, inquiring why the18th Investment had not participated in the bidding. After clarifying the reason, someone immediately rushed to the entrance to escort them in. Jinming had previously attended numerous bidding events, but none had been as convoluted as this one. In that moment, he felt a renewed admiration for Li Yin's enigmatic nature. Li Xiao, do you think Wang Haoran will be frightened to death when he sees us walk in? Jinming queried. Li Yin shrugged, responding nonchalantly, whether he is frightened or not, I cannot say, but it seems we have triumphed. I eagerly anticipate the sight of him kneeling and calling me father. Ha ha ha, that would be delightful. Jinming chuckled heartily. Just as they were conversing, Wang Haoran and Feng Ducheng suddenly rushed over from the side, blocking their path. Oh, isn't this President Wang? Why so agitated? Are you eager to cash in on your wager? There are plenty of people here. I think it's an excellent opportunity, Li Yin remarked coolly, eyeing Wang Haoran. Opportunity, my foot. How did you get in here? Who permitted your entrance? Wang Haoran retorted, his expression fluctuating between anger and disbelief. Li Yin scoffed. If you could enter, why can't we? Since we're here, let's settle the wager. Kneel before me. You're cheating. The venue is already closed. Your sneaking in is futile. If you ask me, the ones who lost are you. Wang Haoran could never kneel. With so many eyes upon him, even in solitude, he would refuse. He firmly believed he had not lost. The venue had indeed closed, so how had these two managed to enter? It was evident they had snuck in. All those attending the bidding were either prominent or minor figures in the Longqing real estate industry. Witnessing the leaders of the two largest property companies in Longqing squabbling, they immediately began to speculate about the unfolding drama. Having already entered, they belonged to the winning side. Li Yin discreetly signaled to Jinming, who immediately shared their wager with those nearby. Wow, this is thrilling. Two bosses squabbling right here. Who do you think will ultimately prevail? To me, it's quite clear. Since Jinming has entered, by the terms of the wager, Wang Haoran has already lost. However, Wang Haoran was not one to back down easily. The losing party must kneel and call the victor father while withdrawing from Longqing's real estate market. Did they think Wang Haoran would simply surrender? As discussions ensued, Wang Haoran's expression turned increasingly grim. He had initially thought himself to be in a secure position, only to be blindsided by this sudden turn of events. The surrounding individuals were all his peers. Although they could not compare to Haoping, their numbers were overwhelming. If he mishandled this situation and word got out, Wang Haoren would find it impossible to navigate the Longqing Circle again. What should he do? What could he do? His mind raced, and he happened to notice Feng Duqing beside him, whose expression was equally perplexed. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Director Feng, these two have snuck in. I believe you possess the authority to expel them, correct? He urgently addressed Feng Duqing. Well, Feng Duqing hesitated. He understood Wang Haoren's intent. He could certainly take action. However, how had Li Yin and Jin Ming managed to enter after the venue had closed? This raised significant questions. Yet, Wang Haoren perceived Feng Duqing's hesitation as a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Director Feng, rest assured, I am quite confident in securing this bidding, he whispered into Feng Duqing's ear. Finally, Feng Duqing made a decision, glaring at Li Yin with a steely gaze as he coldly stated, Who allowed you to enter? This is not a place for you to barge in uninvited. Xianzhou Investment and Jin Ming Real Estate. Do you even understand the rules? Rules? How could we be ignorant of the rules? As far as I know, the submission for this bidding project was public, correct? So I would like to inquire, Director Feng, why did we submit our materials yet receive no invitation to the bidding? Li Yin was aware that Feng Duqing and Wang Haoren were scheming, and thus deliberately asked this question, eager to see how Feng Duqing would respond. He had previously refrained from confronting Feng Duqing directly due to uncertainties surrounding this bidding. However, with someone now having openly invited them in, all uncertainties had dissipated. Consequently, Li Yin had no intention of granting Feng Duqing any leniency. Oh, Li Yin. Who gave you the audacity to speak so? Do you not realize that Director Feng is one of the responsible parties for this bidding? By saying this, are you questioning Director Feng's competence? Wang Haoren interjected, his eyes narrowing as he added fuel to the fire. Feng Duqing's countenance darkened ominously, and he shouted angrily, It seems you two have indeed snuck in. Someone, throw them out, dreaming of participating in the bidding. Was he enraged out of embarrassment? Feng Duqing, you would do well to reconsider before speaking further. We did not sneak in. Rather, we were graciously invited, Li Yin retorted, unfazed and displaying an air of calm. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you understand that entry requires an invitation? Clearly, you do not possess one. Moreover, the venue is now closed and the formal bidding is about to commence. Who has the authority to invite you in? Only Director Feng has that power. If he hasn't spoken, who would dare invite you? Wang Haoren mocked, a triumphant smirk on his face. Indeed. I certainly did not extend an invitation to scum like you. Now get out of my sight. At this moment, Feng Duqing felt a sense of certainty, believing Wang Haoren's analysis to be quite sound. Thus, he grew increasingly irritated with Li Yin and his companion, becoming more brazen in his demeanor. Who are you telling to get out? Just then, a chilling voice cut through the air behind them. Who dares speak when Director Feng is addressing us? Wang Haoren snapped without a second thought, turning around to berate the speaker, only to find a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed plainly and somewhat unrefined. Well, I am keen to see if my words matter here. Feng Duqing, you tell me. Lin Jianshan seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Duqing. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Feng Duqing's heart sank. Before he could react, Wang Haoren had already spoken. He had intended to say something, but it was too late. At that moment, a memory flashed through Feng Duqing's mind, recalling Li Yan's earlier parting words in his office. You will be the ones inviting me. Indeed, they had been invited. Unfortunately, the one doing the inviting was not Feng Duqing, but Lin Jianshan behind him. Chapter 127. Adhering to the rules. Who are you telling to get out? In my opinion, it is you who should leave, Feng Duqing. The person I invited is right here. Are you suggesting I should also be expelled? Lin Jianshan glared icily at Feng Duqing. Cold sweat poured from Feng Duqing's brow like a waterfall. No, I do not possess that authority, he stammered, his face paling in terror. Oh, so you are aware that you lack such authority. I was beginning to think you had delusions of grandeur. Why were Xianzhou Investments materials not submitted? Lin Jianshan inquired, frowning. This. Why were they not submitted? It was due to his preference for Wang Haoren, intending to suppress Jin Ming Real Estate. But this was merely a covert maneuver on Feng Duqing's part, and he could not voice it now. Although Lin Jianshan was eager to deal with Feng Duqing immediately, the timing was not right, forcing him to respond in this manner. Feng Duqing's face reflected sheer terror, the prospect of an investigation shattering his last glimmer of hope. Director Feng, Who was this person? At that moment, Wang Haoren also sensed that something was amiss and anxiously whispered to Feng Duqing. Feng Duqing shot him a fierce glare, muttering, "Who? Someone we cannot afford to offend. You've gotten me into a real bind this time. Wang Haoren, you'd best take care of yourself." With that, Feng Duqing shrank back beside Lin Jianshan, scarcely daring to breathe, his mind racing as he pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament. Meanwhile, Wang Haoren stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Was Feng Duqing abandoning him? What should he do? Leader, this is against the rules. Wang Haoren gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Lin Jianshan. What rules are being broken? Lin Jianshan inquired, regarding Wang Haoren with scrutiny. Wang Haoren, what are you trying to do? This is not a place for your antics. You should be preparing the bidding materials instead. Do you dare question the leader's decisions? Upon hearing Wang Haoren speak, Feng Duqing trembled in fear and rushed to stop him. Step aside, Director Feng. However, the Wang Haoren who had previously shown him such deference now merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Feng Duqing was instantly dumbfounded. Wang Haoren had no intention of paying him any mind. He had built Haoping real estate to its current stature through sheer resilience, having weathered countless storms along the way. Just from the exchange that had just transpired, he understood that Feng Duqing was now utterly finished. Previously, all bets had been placed on Feng Duqing, and now that he has encountered a predicament, it seems that Haoping Real Estate's aspirations to secure this project have become an impossibility. Failing to obtain this project would undoubtedly lead to the complete downfall of Jin Ming. At this critical juncture, Wang Haoren's mind raced with thoughts, deciding to take a risky approach. You are Wang Haoren from Haoping Real Estate, aren't you? I would like to hear your perspective on where you believe I have strayed from the rules. Lin Jianshan calmly inquired, intercepting Feng Duqing beside him. Feng Duqing was left utterly dumbfounded. Insane. Truly insane. Who gave Wang Haoren the audacity to speak such words? This was not merely a challenge to Lin Jianshan's authority. It was an outright power play, forcing Lin Jianshan to make a choice. It placed Feng Duqing in a precarious position. In that moment, Feng Duqing cursed inwardly, lamenting how he had been so blind to partner with such a person. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Rules are rules. They hold significant weight. You have a point, came the unexpected response from Lin Jianshan, who, to everyone's astonishment, did not react with anger but rather chuckled and nodded in apparent agreement. Standing nearby, Jin Ming felt a cold sweat trickling down his back as he prepared to interject, only to be restrained by Li Yan's firm grip. Let us hold off for now, Li Yan said calmly. Hold off? At this juncture, what is there left to wait for? Jin Ming thought anxiously, yet he was forced to endure the tension, casting a distressed glance at Lin Jianshan. Meanwhile, Wang Haoren felt a surge of relief. He hadn't anticipated Lin Jianshan to be so reasonable. That's wonderful, he thought, quickly adding, So, what do you think should be done, leader? This matter is quite manageable, since the18th Investment did not receive an invitation. They, indeed, cannot attend the bidding meeting. That's indisputable. However, due to our oversight, this situation has arisen. I hereby declare the previous bidding null and void. We will now readjust and rebid. With that declaration, Lin Jianshan did not spare Wang Haoren another glance and proceeded towards Li Yan. Young man, what a surprise to see you again. I did not expect you to be in charge of the18th Investment. I also did not foresee that you were responsible for this project. Had I known earlier, Li Yan replied with a wry smile. The moment Lin Jianshan appeared, Li Yan recognized him as the eloquent middle-aged man he had encountered on the streets, that time. Qin Chang had remarked that this man was quite impressive, akin to the leaders from their town, prompting Li Yan to chuckle, never imagining that the young man had spoken the truth. Lin Jianshan laughed heartily and quipped, But don't say if I had known. I will not grant you any favors. Jin Ming watched this exchange in astonishment. Lin Jianshan was the project leader, and the moment he made an appearance, Jin Ming and the others realized the significance of his presence. Yet, he had never anticipated that Li Yan was acquainted with such a prominent figure. Wow, this is someone with substantial backing. No wonder he remained so unfazed before. Jin Ming thought, overwhelmed with elation. Meanwhile, Wang Haoren's complexion turned ashen, nearly collapsing to the ground. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he recalled various promotional activities. Pondering the true meaning of the final interpretation rights. Everything is at your discretion, Li Yan respectfully stated, but I would like to take a moment of your time. if it is convenient for you. Leader? Of course, Lin Jianshan replied nonchalantly. Li Yin smiled and approached Wang Haoran. Mr. Wang, the leader is here, and he has explicitly stated that I was invited. That means I have one, right? Shouldn't you kneel and call me father? The utterance startled everyone around. No one could have anticipated that he would audaciously demand his wager, especially in front of such esteemed leaders. This is an extraordinary level of audacity. Leader, Wang Yisin frowned at this scene and made to intervene. But Lin Jianshan raised a hand to stop him. Wang Yisin was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. What are you trying to achieve? Wang Haoran asked nervously as Li Yin approached him with deliberate steps. Li Yin scoffed. What do you think I'm doing? Are you feigning ignorance, or do you not wish to admit your defeat? Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Could it be that he wanted to admit it? Everyone here is a notable figure in Longqing. If he truly refuses to acknowledge it, who would dare do business with him in the future? Admit? How can I admit? Kneel down and call you father. Ha ha ha, with a son this grand, I fear he may be difficult to raise. The jeers pierced Wang Haoran's ears like shards of glass, causing his blood to boil and his face to flush with anger. He staggered back a couple of steps. Oh, not go too far. What if I lost? It was merely a jest. We are all adults here. Are you taking this seriously? Wang Haoran stammered. Li Yin regarded him with disdain. If you don't want to kneel, then why seek excuses? But rest assured, after today, everyone will know precisely what you are, Wang Haoran. With that, he deliberately raised his voice and surveyed the crowd. Ah, it's clear now. He is merely a duplicitous coward, Jin Ming chimed in, elongating his tone for effect. What do you want, Jin Ming? At this point, Wang Haoran discarded any pretense of dignity and darkly demanded. Jin Ming laughed coldly. What do I want? I simply wish for you to honor your wager. What? In front of all these witnesses and leaders, unless you wish to abandon your standing in Longqing entirely, you must consider your options. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Ming would not relent against Wang Haoran. Do not go too far. It was just a bet. Merely a jest. Do you expect me to exit the Longqing real estate market if you lost? Wang Haoran insisted. Jin Ming retorted, that would only be the case if I were to lose. Alas, the one who is lost is you. Enough with the trivialities. I ask you plainly, will you kneel or not? Wang Haoran glared at Jin Ming with malice, yet inhaled deeply and approached Li Yin. So, if I kneel, it will suffice, he asked through gritted teeth. Li Yin cast a calm glance at him. That was your declaration back then. What is your view on it? Very well. I shall kneel. Out of respect for the leader, I, Wang Haoran, accept my loss. Wang Haoran proclaimed solemnly, then suddenly knelt on one knee. Jin Ming burst into laughter, and just as Wang Haoran attempted to rise, he interjected, I recall the terms of our wager. Kneel and call me father. What? Is it enough for you just to kneel? You. Wang Haoran could lower himself to kneel, but to utter the words, father? That was more unbearable than death. Enough. I certainly do not have a son of such grandeur. Ha ha. Li Yin waved his hand, cutting off Jin Ming's taunts. However, those words cut even deeper. Once Wang Haoran rose, he stood silently, his face darkened. Yet everyone understood that Wang Haoran had truly lost face this time, and given his temperament, this matter would not conclude so easily. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Such a grand spectacle, such juicy drama, was simply delightful. At that moment, Li Yin turned and approached Lin Jianshan, expressing regret. I apologize for the disruption. Lin Jianshan regarded him with a penetrating gaze, responding coolly, this is your private matter. It is not my concern. Is it over? If so, let us commence the bidding. With that, he turned, taking Secretary Wang with him. The onlookers exchanged glances, speculating about the young man's identity, as Lin Jianshan had shown such regard for him. Though Lin Jianshan had not spoken a word, his very presence implied a silent endorsement. We shall see what transpires. As Lin Jianshan departed, the pent-up fury within Wang Haoran could no longer be contained. Gritting his teeth, he spat at Li Yin. Just you wait. Li Yin chuckled derisively, unfazed by Wang Haoran's venomous expression. As the crowd dispersed, Jin Ming chided, Li Xiao, we cannot let him leave. He still has an agreement to fulfill. Earlier, when Wang Haoran attempted to speak, Li Yin had intervened. Now, he glanced at Jin Ming and replied, sometimes, one can go too far. Do you believe that even if Wang Haoren voluntarily relinquished his claim to the launching market, he would genuinely follow through? But, Jane Ming began, but Li Yin placed a hand on his shoulder. As long as we secure this project, do you truly fear that Jin Ming Real Estate cannot handle Wang Haoren? Jin Ming paused, then quickly grasped the situation. I see. Thank you, Li Xiao. Soon, the bidding commenced. Li Yin found a spot to sit quietly, reflecting on the events of the day. From the moment Lin Jianshan appeared, he understood the stance of those in power. This challenge was hardly a hurdle. The real consideration was how to execute this project to perfection. Moreover, having crossed paths with Lin Jianshan, seizing this opportunity could yield tremendous benefits. In truth, he did not deceive Jin Ming. Given Wang Haoren's previously displayed character, how could he easily give up? However, Li Yin harbored a trace of concern. He understood all too well that a person like Wang Haoren must be completely incapacitated. If I can make him kneel once, I can make him kneel for a lifetime. Li Yin chuckled coldly, murmuring to himself in a tone only he could hear in the fierce arena of commercial conflict. Li Yin had never feared anyone. The public bidding proceeded smoothly, and the results emerged on the spot. Among them were Jin Ming Real Estate and Haoping Real Estate. Upon witnessing this outcome, Li Yin smiled. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. Yet, at that moment, the 5 companies that had entered the shortlist were caught off guard by a sudden change in the rules. Chapter 129. What does it matter to you? Not only did the other companies fail to foresee this, but even Li Yin was taken aback. However, everyone understood that such a sudden change of heart was likely orchestrated by the direct overseer. Lin Jianshan. Li Xiao, what should we do now? Jin Ming inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Having thought that the situation had reached a point of certainty, Jin Ming felt unsettled by this unexpected twist. He had participated in numerous bidding processes throughout his life, but he had never encountered such a tumultuous turn of events. Li Yin merely smiled. We did not anticipate this situation. Do you believe others did? Jin Ming shook his head. How could that be possible? It was decided on site. Li Yin nodded. Exactly. So, do not worry. Continue with what needs to be done and wait. Perhaps a surprise awaits us. A surprise? As long as it isn't a shock. Jin Ming felt a bitter taste in his heart. He realized that this individual seemed either exceptionally lucky, indifferent, or perhaps carefree, yet curiously, fate always seemed to favor them. The less they cared, the more successful they became. Soon, the review commenced. Each company was called in individually. Rather than a review, it resembled a dialogue to ascertain details. 5 companies in total, with the first 3 smaller firms entering. Before long, the representatives of the 3 companies emerged, each wearing a grim expression. Casual? Li Yin pondered. It was likely not casual. These individuals probably had no clue what set this project apart from previous ones. If they clung to outdated notions, securing this project would be a distant dream. Before long, Wang Yisin, the secretary, exited, announcing the next company, Haoping Real Estate. As Wang Haoren stood and approached Li Yin and the others, he suddenly sneered. This time, I will take the lead. Ha! Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Li Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, a smile playing on his lips. If you came here seeking confidence, I believe you have come to the wrong place. Do you truly think this project is so easy to obtain? Ha! With that, he chose not to regard Wang Haoren any further. Wang Haoren's expression darkened. Ali, what do you mean? What does it mean? You figure it out, Li Yin replied, tilting his head with an air of mystery. Wang Haoren snorted disdainfully. Playing tricks? He turned, agitated, and walked inside, while Li Yin silently grinned. What does it mean? It means nothing at all. Since Wang Haoren took the initiative to engage, it would be a waste not to provoke him a little, to leave him in a state of uncertainty and speculation. At this moment, Lin Jianshan and the others were already somewhat displeased with Wang Haoren. If he continued to act foolishly, Li Yin's chances of success would increase. Never underestimate the cleverness of those who handle significant matters. Often, you might not even notice it. The most insidious traps are often laid by such subtleties, leading one to downfall. In the room, Wang Haoren sat down, filled with uncertainty, facing Lin Jianshan and several other local leaders responsible for the project. They exchanged glances, and Lin Jianshan addressed Wang Haoren. If this project were awarded to Haoping, how do you intend to proceed? Are you implying this project is to be awarded to us, Haoping? Wang Haoren replied, slightly taken aback. To be honest, our capabilities at Haoping are quite impressive, and we have prior experience in this area. If you choose us, Wang Haoran nodded awkwardly. If we were to take this on, we would first need to review the budget and then execute the optimal plan based on that. We have mentioned relevant proposals in the submitted materials. Wang Haoran was displeased with Lin Jianshan's earlier attitude, but at this moment, securing the project took precedence over his feelings. Therefore, he had to suppress any emotions. Lin Jianshan, maintaining his composure, inquired, "We have reviewed the proposal. It can be described as conventional. One last question. Do you have a solution for the demolition compensation? Isn't that your responsibility to cover?" Wang Haoran countered that we can cover it, but the price may depend on the speed of the advance payments. After all, this amount is not insignificant. If it were all to be borne here, not just Haoping, but even all the real estate companies in Longqing would find it challenging to manage. After Wang Haoran spoke, Lin Jianshan nodded expressionlessly. "All right, you may leave." "What? Leaders, is that all? Perhaps you have more questions for me?" Wang Haoran asked, feeling uneasy. Lin Jianshan shook his head. "We have gathered all the necessary information. Then does this mean Haoping will secure the project? Enough. You may leave. We need to evaluate all companies before making a final decision," someone nearby said impatiently. Wang Haoran exited, his expression filled with reluctance. "Comrade Lin, after reviewing these companies, they are all quite similar. How about you consult with the higher-ups and see if we can relax the conditions a bit? There is only one company left, and I worry this issue may remain unresolved. After all, we both know that the funds needed for the demolition compensation are substantial. They may not be willing or able to bear it." The individual who spoke appeared troubled as he addressed Lin Jianshan. However, Lin Jianshan shook his head and replied slowly, "This issue must be resolved by ourselves. If the first 4 companies do not work out, perhaps the 5th will." The person beside him forced a smile. "It seems you have quite a bit of faith in Jinming Real Estate." Lin Jianshan shook his head. "I do not have faith in Jinming Real Estate. I have faith in that young man." Soon, Li Yin was ushered in. As soon as he entered and took a seat, Lin Jianshan directly stated, "Li Yin, regarding this project, there is a problem that needs resolution. Can you manage the demolition compensation on your own? The local finances cannot bear such a burden all at once. If you take on this project, how do you plan to address it?" Lin Jianshan smiled wryly. "You little rascal. This is quite the challenge. To be frank, this is the biggest issue. As long as you can outline a plan, the project is yours. Your qualifications at Jinming Real Estate are without question." Chapter 130. A painful face. Li Yin finally smiled. At this juncture, it could be said that success was nearly assured. With someone like Lin Jianshan, who genuinely wanted to accomplish something, the petty troubles were significantly reduced. All that remained was a solid proposal. While he might have encountered challenges in other areas when it came to proposals, his mind was brimming with ideas. It was quite simple. Once the project was initiated, everything would proceed according to the standard protocols. "By the way, I trust the finances won't be unable to provide basic advance payments, right?" Li Yin inquired. "That will not be the case," Lin Jianshan replied, smiling wryly. "That of course, the amount needed for the first phase is also considerable. We can only look into advance payments for this." Li Yin spoke with confidence. His past experiences had equipped him well, and he simply chose the most suitable approach for the current circumstances. As he elaborated, the leaders, including Lin Jianshan, found their eyes sparkling with interest. Feasible. This proposal, at present, it is the best, indeed. No wonder Comrade Lin holds such high regard for this young man. He has provided us with a tremendous surprise. The group exchanged compliments, each praising Li Yin. "Haha, Li Yin, you truly are impressive. However, if we proceed in phases, how will you ensure the progress during this period, given the extended timeline? If any issues arise, the entire project might." Lin Jianshan expressed his concerns. His worries were valid. In recent years, with continuous reforms and accelerated urbanization, various regions had been fervently investing in infrastructure. However, amidst the chaos, numerous projects harbored issues. If delays occurred during execution, many projects ultimately fell through, leaving nothing but a trail of unfinished buildings. This was a scenario Lin Jianshan wished to avoid. Li Yin pondered for a moment and replied, "This issue is actually quite manageable. Our bidding was conducted under the name of Xianzhou Investment, and currently, the 4 shareholders are myself, Jinming Real Estate, Longqing Steelworks, and Xiaowanjuan's Women's Investment. Aside from me, the other 3 shareholders are among the top enterprises in Longqing. We can use our corporate reputations as guarantees. This shouldn't pose a problem, right?" However, Li Yin remarked, "You seem to be fine, but I still have a question." "Oh, What question do you have, young man? Lin Jianshan chuckled. His demeanor relaxed. This young man is truly extraordinary. Most would be overjoyed at such a moment, yet he remains composed, casually mentioning he has further inquiries. Li Yin spoke earnestly. It is the case that, during this process, some disputes are bound to arise, and there will always be those who are insatiable, desiring even more. When the time comes, handling these matters individually may prove challenging and will require cooperation from relevant departments. Otherwise, the project's progress may well be delayed. Relocation and stubborn homeowners are factors that cannot be avoided during this reform process. Li Yin was not merely being cautious. He understood that such occurrences were inevitable. After all, human nature is inherently unpredictable. When offered 100, there are those who wish for 1,000. This is all too common. Standing up, Li Yin expressed his gratitude, "Thank you," and exited the room. Outside, he clenched his fist, excitement lighting up his face. It's done. Finally accomplished. From the preparation since the previous year until now, it can be said that everything has essentially settled. As for the subsequent progress of the project, he need not worry, for Jinming possesses ample experience in this regard. Seeing Li Yin approach, Jinming quickly inquired, "How did it go, Li Xiao?" "It's done." Just those two simple words lifted the heavy burden off Jinming's heart. "Excellent. I knew you could do it, Li Xiao. Haha, fantastic." At this moment, Jinming was ecstatic. Securing this project represents a significant opportunity for Jinming Real Estate to advance and firmly establish itself in the launching market. Li Yin cast a glance at Jinming. "Let us not celebrate just yet. We still have procedures to follow. We should wait until the formal documents arrive before expressing our joy. We wouldn't want those with ulterior motives to notice and cause any disturbances." "Haha, I know, Li Xiao." Jinming quickly inhaled deeply, feigning a look of concern. Just as the two stepped outside, they were confronted by others, including Wang Haoren and the heads of 3 other companies. "Jin Zong, how is your side faring?" one of the small company heads cautiously inquired. Jianming lowered his head and sighed, "I don't know." "Don't know? I take it that means you failed." Wang Haoren remarked sarcastically. "What are you staring at? Don't mock the second place, Wang Haoren. You didn't secure the bid either, did you?" Jinming retorted, feigning anger. Wang Haoren, however, smirked. "Just because you didn't get it doesn't mean I didn't. My proposal was quite well received by the leadership. It's clear from my words that they are inclined to award Haopeng the contract. We just have some procedures to complete. It's merely a matter of waiting." Jinming was momentarily taken aback, casting a suspicious glance at Li Yin. How could this be so strikingly similar to what Li Yin had said? Surely, the leadership couldn't have conveyed the same message to both parties? Li Yin, however, dismissed it with a scoff, gently patting Jinming's arm. "Anyone can put on airs. Some people truly have thick skin." The representatives from the other 3 companies exchanged glances, uncertain of who was speaking the truth. Wang Haoren was visibly irritated. "Putting on airs? I think you're the one doing that. I've secured the bid. Are you envious?" Li Yin coldly replied. "The one putting on airs is you. Just wait and see if your face doesn't hurt later." As he spoke, he handed a document to Li Yin. The contract for the Longqing renovation project. Li Yin signed it, then waved the contract in front of Wang Haoren. "Feeling sore yet?" Chapter 131. A clean sweep. Wang Haoren had just spoken with conviction, yet in the blink of an eye. The contract in Li Yin's hands felt like a resounding slap across his face. "Wang Zong, didn't you just say you secured the contract? What is going on now?" "Exactly. There wouldn't be 2 companies awarded the bid. Would there? Or were you just boasting, Wang Zong?" The other 3 company heads looked at Wang Haoren with mocking expressions, each taking turns to corner him with their words. "It goes without saying. Haha, perhaps some people might have to wait a little longer to see the bidding documents." Jinming remarked with satisfaction as he watched Wang Haoren being humiliated, though the sarcastic tone of his voice made Wang Haoren grit his teeth in frustration. "Don't get too carried away. Just because you got the project doesn't mean you can successfully execute it." Wang Haoren spat, departing hastily, his demeanor defeated and disheveled. This moment, with Li Yin obtaining the bidding document, their rivalry reached a decisive conclusion. However, for Li Yin, this marked the true beginning of his developmental opportunities. Xinjiao Investment. All shareholders were present, including Xie Wanjun. The 4 gathered to discuss the project's execution. The situation was as follows. It would be conducted in phases. Once the official documents were finalized, the corresponding pre-allocated funds would arrive, minimizing the need for substantial upfront investment from us. Although our collective investment is considerable, it is still insufficient for such a large-scale project. Li Yan addressed the others. As for raw materials, we will source them directly from the Yegong plant, since they themselves are shareholders. This should pose no significant issue. Zhang Yongping nodded in agreement. Once the steel plant's blast furnace is operational, it rarely shuts down. However, selling finished products requires reliance on large project orders, and this project is precisely that, an excellent opportunity for the steel plant. Then, Li Yan, how do we address the funding gap? Xiao Wanjun pondered, posing a critical question. Li Yan smiled. Loans? We will request the bank to authorize a larger credit line. Using the entire project as collateral, we can secure the necessary funds for the first quarter of the project. Do you think the bank would refuse? At this, the eyes of the others lit up. Initially, they believed Li Yan suggested dividing the project into 4 phases merely to alleviate financial pressure, but were pleasantly surprised to discover his broader considerations. Banks are profit-driven entities. As long as there is potential for profit, they will not pass up the opportunity. This much remains unchanged across time. It should be manageable. However, I fear the normal credit limits may not suffice. Jian Ming, drawing from his expertise, calculated and expressed his concerns. After all, while many expenses can be deferred, Longqing is an old city, and the urban landscape has remained unchanged for many years. The scale of the relocations required for this project is significant. Then let us push for an increase in the credit limit. If that proves unfeasible, we can directly consult Lin Jianshan. With his endorsement, I believe the banks would be quite amenable. Li Yan's eyes sparkled with cunning. But how can you assure us that the properties we develop will sell? Xiao Wanjun asked, voicing the most crucial concern. The premise for executing the project in phases hinges on their ability to sell the properties. If they cannot sell, the funding chain will inevitably break. Indeed, nowadays, selling houses is no easy feat. Jian Ming hesitated before responding. Is that so? I sense your words are somewhat alarming. Zhang Yongping murmured. Li Yan laughed heartily. Whether it's alarming or not will be revealed in due time. I consider myself somewhat perceptive in investments. In that moment, Li Yan radiated confidence. Real estate and the internet. These 2 industries are poised to embark on a rapid development trajectory that will disrupt all previous norms beginning in the year 2000. What Li Yan aims to do is seize this opportunity and enter the fast lane. Capital must be anchored in tangible assets to truly flourish. Relying solely on speculation leaves one vulnerable to the collapse of their ephemeral dreams. Just as the Lunar New Year of 1999 concluded, Li Yan had successfully established the first phase of his tangible investments. Jianzong, you handle the negotiations? If they don't go well, I will step in. Xiao Wanjun declared assertively. Jian Ming smiled. With you backing me, I feel greatly reassured. Let us proceed as planned. Zhang Yongping nodded, adding with a smile, Xiezong, you have great faith in Li Xiao's investment acumen? Xiao Wanjun replied nonchalantly, it's nothing much. He helped me earn 2 billion just before the new year. Upon her declaration, both Jian Ming and Zhang Yongping were left speechless. This, Li Xiao is indeed remarkable. Such an ability to generate profit is likely unmatched. They exchanged glances, envy etched on their faces as they regarded Xiao Wanjun. Li Yan remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Investment has become second nature to him. What capital tycoon? His goal is not to be an alligator but to become a dragon, soaring to great heights. As the meeting concluded, Zhang Yongping and Jian Ming hurried off to make arrangements. Their spirits high as they prepared to embark on this venture with Li Wai and Li Yan. I previously didn't quite understand why you chose these 2 as partners, but I think I'm beginning to see why. Xiao Wanjun said with a smile, sitting across from him. Each person has their strengths. It's all about how you utilize them, Li Yan replied. Haha. No wonder you've come this far, with those 2 handling things. There shouldn't be any major issues. The only trouble might be Halpeng real estate. How do you plan to deal with that? Xiao Wanjun inquired curiously. How did you know I intended to address it? Sister Wan? Li Yan turned to her, intrigued. Xiao Wanjun cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, I am still unaware. When have you ever suffered a loss? That Zhou Yushan is a cautionary tale, she continued. What fate could possibly await someone who chooses to be your adversary? Li Yan chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Xiao Wanjun's words. He then replied earnestly, if he doesn't make an appearance. I naturally have no means to act. However, should he leap forth impatiently, I would seize the opportunity to engulf him whole. Chapter 132. Choosing the unprofitable? Yet, I never anticipated his appetite would be so insatiable. Swallow him whole? Are you aware that helping is no small enterprise? Xia Wanjuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Li Yin nodded. Indeed, if I were unaware, I wouldn't have contemplated such a course of action. If after all this effort I only end up with a mere trinket, what would be the point? Only a substantial feast can satisfy one's hunger. Xia Wanjun found herself at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else uttering such sentiments, she would have certainly dismissed them. Yet, spoken from Li Yan's lips, it ignited a flicker of anticipation within her. Li Yan seemed to possess a certain charm. Dedicated to transforming the impossible into the possible, focused on crafting miracles. Very well. I shall eagerly await that day. After concluding matters here, I may need to embark on a journey abroad. As for the investment transactions, I will not be able to accompany you. You will have to handle it on your own, Xia Wanjun stated as she stood up. Abroad? Where are you headed? Li Yin inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. First to Hong Kong, and then possibly to Germany. The news from Modu has summoned me to oversee an import vehicle project. Xia Wanjun divulged these business-related details, inadvertently expressing her trust in Li Yin. Then I wish you a safe journey, Sister Wanjun, Li Yin said warmly, feeling a sense of appreciation. Now that the company has commenced operations, Han Zixuan, serving as his personal secretary, undertakes various daily tasks in his absence. It must be said that Li Yan's discernment is impeccable. Although Han Zixuan had not previously engaged in such work, she adapted swiftly, managing many tasks with a hint of naivety yet already developing her own style. Young Master Li, has everything been resolved over there? Han Zixuan entered, shutting the door behind her with a cheerful demeanor as she leaned against Li Yan's side. The fragrance of her presence enveloped him. Li Yin pulled her closer, resting her on his lap, fingers gliding through her long hair as he nodded. Does this mean you will be staying at the company for the foreseeable future? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Han Zixuan's eyes. In recent days, both she and Li Yin had been exceedingly busy, darting about, and although they met daily, their moments of solitude were scarce, leaving her feeling somewhat forlorn. Don't worry, young Master Li. I am fully aware of all this. Rest assured, I will strive diligently to keep pace with you. Han Zixuan assured him gently. Li Yin nodded. In the coming days, we shall commence our strategic arrangements for transactions. Really? Does this mean I will get to witness your genius in trading, young Master Li? She asked eagerly. Ha. You will have ample opportunities to witness it in the future. Li Yin chuckled, giving Han Zixuan a playful pinch, causing her to gaze at him with mock reproach as he stood up at tea that moment. Lawyer Qian Bojun called. Young Master Li, you haven't met with that headhunter in recent days? If we continue to wait, we may need to seek someone else, Qian Bojun said with a wry smile. He had previously provided Li Yin with the contact information, but after waiting several days, the other party had suddenly reached out. Conventionally, as the employer, it would be inappropriate for Li Yin to inquire about this matter, yet he found himself in a position where he could not remain indifferent. Apologies, Lawyer Qian. I will reach out shortly. There have just been too many matters to attend to lately. I'm utterly overwhelmed. After hanging up, Li Yin sighed and said to Han Zixuan, You see, the tasks keep piling up. Even the thought of resting eludes me. Han Zixuan, gazing at Li Yan's smile, felt a pang of sympathy and said, Young Master Li, you really needn't exhaust yourself like this. Your current worth is quite substantial. Moreover, if we proceed methodically, many tasks can be accomplished. If you continue at this pace, what if your health cannot withstand it? Li Yin replied, Every venture begins with difficulty. At this moment, it is unavoidable. If I do not personally oversee many matters, complications will arise in the future. After briefly briefing Han Zixuan on several tasks, Li Yin contacted the individual recommended by Qian Bojun for a meeting at a CAF. Upon arriving and entering the CAF, he noticed only a few trendy young women sipping on the establishment's inferior Blue Mountain coffee. His gaze ultimately settled on a man whose expression bore the marks of experience. Li Yin approached and inquired, Wang Tian. That's me. You must be Mr. Li, correct? Wang Tian replied, lifting his head and smiling at Li Yin while gesturing for him to take a seat. Li Yin sat down and shook hands with Wang Tian, introducing himself. I am Li Yin. I apologize for keeping you waiting. This past week has been quite hectic. Not at all, in our line of work. It's a common occurrence, Wang Tian replied with a laugh. Mr. Li, I won't waste your time. Based on your requirements, I have identified 3 candidates who can manage daily transactions. Please take a look and see if any meet your criteria. If so, we can discuss further. Wang Tian spoke directly, promptly presenting 3 resumes to Li Ya and By the way, what would you like to drink? Just plain water will suffice, Li Yin replied with a smile. He did not dislike coffee, but the ambience of such a street-side CAF catered more to those with a penchant for a trendy lifestyle than to connoisseurs of quality coffee. Li Yin then immersed himself in reviewing the profiles of the 3 candidates before him. Zhang Jinyang, chief consultant at an investment firm in Jinyang, a returnee. Deng Xinluan, a professional trader who gained fame during the storm of '98 by short-selling. Kai Juewu, a fund manager with a conservative investment style. After perusing their backgrounds, Li Yin pondered and asked, "What are your thoughts on these 3? Wang Tian's initially indifferent expression transformed as he responded with keen interest. "Mr. Li, if we strictly adhere to your criteria, all 3 possess licenses and extensive experience. Among them, Zhang Jinyang leans towards theoretical knowledge, yet his practical experience is substantial. Deng Xinluan excels in short-term trading and is considered a top-tier trader domestically. As for Kai Juewu, as you've seen, he specializes in conservative investments, yielding modest profits but demonstrating a strong defensive capability during bear markets. If I were to offer my recommendation, Deng Xinluan would be the most suitable for you, as he is a professional trader who meets your conditions. What do you think?" After sharing his insights, Wang Tian looked at Li Yin, awaiting his decision, for ultimately, Li Yin was the employer. All 3 candidates seem commendable. However, I am particularly inclined towards Kai Juewu, Li Yin mused. This left Wang Tian momentarily stunned. "Mr. Li, are you certain? Isn't the primary aim of investing to generate profits? I truly cannot comprehend why you would choose someone who isn't particularly lucrative." Wang Tian expressed his confusion. Chapter 133. A twist of fate. Li Yin furrowed his brow. "What? Is it impossible for you to recruit Kai Juewu?" Wang Tian shook his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he explained. "That's not the issue. Rather, I have a habit of speculating on which candidate the employer will ultimately choose after gathering their information. Over time, I believe I have developed a knack for it. However, I did not anticipate that your choice would diverge from my expectations, so I hope you can forgive me. In any industry, it is no easy feat to rise to prominence. Those who manage to navigate their chosen fields and achieve success possess their own unique skills." Clearly, the headhunter Wang Tian displayed a commendable ability to assess talent. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Li Yin, a person who never adhered to conventional wisdom. Li Yin chuckled casually. "No worries. You certainly possess a keen sense. You must be curious as to why I would opt for such a choice, correct?" Wang Tian nodded. "Indeed, I am a bit puzzled. Although I work in recruitment, I have a general understanding across various fields. Yet I am still struggling to comprehend. Indeed, the goal of trading is to generate profits. That is the objective. However, it does not necessarily follow that one must prioritize profit above all else. First and foremost, one must learn to survive. In this market, survival opens the door to limitless possibilities. Otherwise, everything is merely an illusion." Wang Tian nodded thoughtfully, though Li Yin did not bother to ascertain whether he truly understood the meaning behind his words. Such wisdom could only be grasped by those who had engaged in trading for an extended period. For most, the reality was far removed from this understanding. Suddenly, Wang Tian hesitated and said, "Mr. Li, should you choose either of the other 2 candidates, I could assist you in making contact right away, provided the salary you offer is reasonable. It shouldn't be a problem. However, as for Kai Juewu, he may prove challenging to recruit." "Oh? What do you mean?" Li Yin inquired. Wang Tian leaned forward slightly. "The other 2 candidates have expressed interest in seeking a better platform, but regarding Kai Juewu, I only obtained his information without ascertaining whether he has any intentions of switching jobs. Of course, young Master Li, the information I have indicates that he has not been particularly content in his current position. Tio put it bluntly, in the financial market, everything is profit-driven. While he has not incurred losses with the fund he manages over the past year, he hasn't made any gains either. Furthermore, its net value has remained stagnant for several consecutive quarters. Many individuals harbor dissatisfaction towards him." "I see." Li Yin nodded and said, "In that case, please reach out first. And just inform me when you have any updates." "All right, let it be so for now," Wang Tian responded. Initially, Li Yin anticipated a wait of several days. After all, regardless of Kai Juewu's capabilities, he was still a fund manager. In today's era, the position of a fund manager is a far cry from the frenzied investment climate of the past. It is indeed a novel pursuit. Those who manage to thrive in this role during such times are undoubtedly competent individuals. However, come the break of dawn the following day, Li Yin received news from Wang Tian. Kai Juewu was dismissed during a meeting the previous night. What? Dismissed? Isn't that a tad too coincidental? Li Yin inquired, his expression one of peculiar disbelief. Wang Tian chuckled wryly. I sought information early this morning. It appears that his fund was heavily invested in technology stocks, yet the net value failed to rise. Clients began to complain, and the company was dissatisfied with him. Despite requests for adjustments, he remained obstinate, leading to his outright dismissal. Li Yan's mind stirred. You mean he had significant holdings in technology stocks? Indeed. Yet, I cannot fathom his reasoning. Even someone like me, lacking expertise, understands that since last year's financial crisis, many regard technology and the internet as mere illusions of grandeur, yet he clung to his positions. Wang Tian lamented. Li Yin sighed internally. Such is the nature of the market. Even in the moments preceding victory, no one can ascertain whether they are correct. What awaits you is merely a trial of endurance and skepticism in the shadows. Unless one reaches the moment of truth, but how many possess the fortitude to await the dawn? Most find themselves ensnared in the last vestiges of darkness before enlightenment. This parallels the lives of many. Trading is but a microcosm of existence. A single individual may traverse life over decades, yet in trading, it may take merely months, or even days, hours, or mere seconds. Likewise, therein lies the allure of trading. Enough. What are you standing around for? Hurry and display your ID. Zhao Xiaobing, visibly irritated, marched past Kai Juewu. Dressed in a gray suit, Kai Juewu's demeanor suggested he was not in the best of spirits, appearing somewhat prematurely aged. This profession of fund management is indeed taxing, subjecting individuals to prolonged anxiety and pressure, with its toll on physical well-being being evident. If the stress of other fund managers is quantified at 100, then Kai Juewu's stress levels would be at 120. Due to his heavy investments in technology stocks, the 1998 Southeast Asian financial crisis was a global tempest that established the illustrious reputation of certain masters while solidifying the standing of Wall Street's wolves. Yet, the market is often unforgiving. People witness the triumphs of a select few while remaining oblivious to the countless who succumb in this relentless struggle for trading supremacy. Moreover, the nascent technology and internet sectors, under the weight of various bubble theories, became synonymous with deceit. This was particularly true in our domestic market, which had only recently begun to develop, especially in a market dominated by retail investors. The panic-induced sell-offs are all the more pronounced. Kai Juewu did possess a sense of market judgment. Upon recognizing the disarray, he decisively adjusted his positions, though he merely reallocated rather than liquidated them entirely. This strategy allowed him to evade catastrophic losses, rendering him a peculiar anomaly among the company's funds. Yet, on the flip side, his approach also incited considerable frustration. No declines, yet no increases either. The net value remained stagnant. Who among the clients would tolerate that? At this juncture, his dismissal seemed imminent. Nonetheless, he felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled ambition. Kai Juewu cast a dazed glance at Zhao Xiaobing, the newly appointed fund manager set to usurp his position. If possible, consider retaining some exposure to technology stocks. It may yield unexpected rewards, he inadvertently advised Zhao Xiaobing. Yet, Zhao Xiaobing merely scoffed at this suggestion. You, a mere anomaly, expect me to follow suit and become one as well? Technology stocks? If they ever rise, I'll twist your head off. Enraged, Kai Juewu's face flushed crimson, but the indifferent gazes surrounding him conveyed the futility of his words. He was acutely aware of this, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Twist your head off? I would like to see how many you possess to twist. Chapter 134. Remember my name, who? Who just said that? Zhao Xiaobing turned. Fuming, having recently emerged in the company to replace Kai Juewu, he was eager to assert his authority. Why did he specifically seek to provoke Kai Juewu? To project an image of dominance for the future. Yet, unexpectedly, at this critical moment, someone dared to openly contradict him. How could Zhao Xiaobing not be incensed? His gaze fell upon a young man in the crowd, whom he did not recognize. You there. Were you the one who spoke? Who permitted you to speak? Which department do you belong to? Zhao Xiaobing approached Li Yin with a scowl. And if I were? Nonsense. I spoke because I couldn't bear to hear such drivel. What of it? Li Yin replied coolly. Summoned by Wang Tian, he had intended to meet Kai Juewu, but upon arriving, he found himself witnessing this scene and spoke without a second thought. Technology stocks are trash? Ha! You have yet to experience the frenzy brought forth by technology stocks in the future. Judgments hold no absolute right or wrong, yet you ought not to dismiss them entirely. This was common knowledge in trading. Moreover, Zhao Xiaobing's mockery of Kai Juewu was intolerable. What? You dare to insult me as nonsensical? Let me remind you, I am the fund manager here. Do you understand investments? Speak to me about this? How laughable. Zhao Xiaobing guffawed. Li Yin shot him a cold glance. That merely indicates your company lacks discernment in promoting individuals like you. Having said that, Li Yin turned to Kai Juewu and added, Come, Mr. Kai, Wang Tian should have contacted you. At that moment, Kai Juewu recalled the earlier contact from a headhunter, and he regarded Li Yin with a complex expression. Initially, he had not intended to accept the headhunter's offer, even hinting at a refusal. Yet, unexpectedly, within the blink of an eye, he found himself dismissed from the company. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Ah, Wang Tian. I remember now, he is a headhunter. Oh, so you are here to recruit this Kai fellow. Ha! Did you know this guy's performance is abysmal? It's precisely why he was dismissed, aside from technology stocks. He knows nothing else. Zhao Xiaobing suddenly recalled the headhunter's prior visit and comprehended Li Yan's purpose, delivering his remarks in a mocking tone. Mr. Li, let us depart. We can discuss this outside. Kai Juewu frowned at Li Yin. Yet, Li Yin shook his head. Not so fast. We must handle this scoundrel first. If you leave now, how will you navigate this circle in the future? Kai Juewu felt a warmth in his heart, but bitterly replied. I may have truly erred. Who knows whether it was a mistake or not? Regardless, I remain optimistic about the technology sector, Li Yin asserted earnestly, casting a glance at Kai Juewu. This fool will only bring disaster if you two anomalies congregate. I fear you will squander everything in no time, Zhao Xiaobing derided. Now, get out of my company at once. Li Yin abruptly approached him, asserting, Our affairs are our own concern. There is no need for you to meddle. We have no time to linger here, but before we depart, you must apologize to him. Investment is not a matter of high or low. It is solely about success or failure. One may incur losses. But your blatant bullying is rather excessive. Excessive? Apologize? To this waste of space? Are you out of your mind? What gives you the right? Because he has faith in those worthless tech stocks? Ha! Zhao Xiaobing laughed without restraint. Li Yan's eyes narrowed, and he replied with a chuckle, Since you lack confidence, how about we make a wager? If you lose, you will kneel and apologize in front of everyone at your company. All right, how do we wager? I want to see how you two imbeciles can possibly win against me, Zhao Xiaobing retorted dismissively. Li Yin smiled and said, My company has just been established, in just 6 months. My portfolio performance will surpass yours. If I lose, I will kneel before you. If you lose, you must publicly admit to Kai Juewu and everyone else that you are a failure. Then prepare to kneel. Ha! Failure! Zhao Xiaobing scoffed nonchalantly. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on Li Yan's face as he slowly remarked, Remember your choice today. It shall be a day you won't soon forget, and remember my name. Xinjo Investment. Li Yin, Chapter 135. The mentor upon reaching the ground floor, Li Yin abruptly halted and extended his hand to Kai Juewu, saying, Mr. Kai, I would like to formally invite you to join my company. I appreciate your kind words earlier, but with the current state of tech stocks, it is indeed difficult for them to rise again. I understand you mean well, but I am uncertain about my own decisions. Kai Juewu responded with a wry smile as he shook Li Yan's hand. Li Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Did you think I was merely flattering you? No. I genuinely believe in tech stocks. My company has just been founded, and our primary focus will be the technology sector. So, you needn't feel burdened, just established? A completely new company? No wonder I hadn't heard of it. Kai Juewu pondered. Although he had been dismissed from his previous company, his qualifications were still commendable. Even if he sought employment at any investment firm, he could manage to get by. However, becoming a fund manager was currently out of reach. Li Yin keenly sensed Kai Juewu's thoughts and felt a spark of inspiration. Mr. Kai, do you not wish to seek revenge? Revenge? Regarding your bet earlier? I understand your intentions, but the market is such that it is unlikely to rise in the short term, especially not tech stocks. I am not saying I can't agree. But I don't want to drag you down. That Zhao Xiaobing is a petty individual. If I were to join your company, he might target you. Kai Juewu expressed his concerns. The market? Targeted? In this market, enemies are everywhere. Anyone could be your adversary. Since I have chosen the path of trading, I have never feared such things. As for your worries about tech stocks rising, I believed you were mistaken. Have you heard of the technology? Kai Juewu's eyes suddenly sparkled out. Of course. How could I not know? Although I did not participate in that surge last year, the trading of the technology was remarkable. The strategies employed were the most sophisticated I have witnessed throughout my years in the industry. Li Yin touched his nose and added, what I meant to say is, my trading seat is at the Jiangtong Avenue brokerage. What? In an instant, Kai Juewu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, clutching Li Yan's hand tightly and urgently asking, the Jiangtong Avenue brokerage? The Hua Xian Longcheng Jian Tong Avenue brokerage? Indeed. Li Yin nodded. So, you mean to say that technology is your handiwork? Li Yin smiled without responding. I can't believe it. It truly is you. Ha, this is fantastic. This is fantastic, Kai Juewu exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Then, what about my team? Li Yin asked with a grin. No need for consideration. No need for consideration. Mr. Li, I am with you. From now on, my life belongs to you. Wherever you point, I shall follow, Kai Juewu declared, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Li Yan as someone who aspired to make a living through trading. Kai Juewu's greatest dream was to become a great trader. However, over the years, he had come to realize that ideals were abundant while reality was harsh. In such circumstances, the fervor in his heart gradually dissipated. Hoping to emerge from the market's fluctuations, yet finding it far from easy. The struggles endured in trading, the daily torment. What remained was merely his persistence. But this persistence seemed insignificant in the face of reality. Kai Juewu felt as though he were at odds with the entire world. Yet last year, having witnessed the surge of technology from start to finish, he suddenly awakened to the realization that this was the trading method he had always yearned for. If only he could locate this person and follow him, he would surely find his way out of the darkness. Unfortunately, no one knew who was behind the Jiangtong Avenue brokerage seat. It had seemingly emerged out of nowhere. Kai Juewu had attempted to leverage his network to search for information, but it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Impossible. It turned out to be him. However, Juewu, if you choose to follow me, the conditions may not be comparable to your current situation. I cannot offer you a position as a fund manager. I do not run a fund, Li Yin stated once Kai Juewu had calmed down. Huh? You mean that we are both trading with our own capital? Li Yin nodded. Exactly. For the time being, I have no plans to establish a fund. Therefore, you can join my trading team. The salary will be satisfactory. However, I cannot provide you with the corresponding honors or titles. Li Yin explained. It was made abundantly clear that there would be no fund manager available to assist him. I was worried about nothing. This is excellent. You have no idea, Mr. Li. Being a fund manager comes with so many restrictions, and given the current laws and regulations, there are countless trivial matters to address. Plus, one must consider the company's performance, which can be quite stifling at times. I simply wish to trade freely, and your offer is perfect. Very well. No need for further discussion. Pack your things. Report to the company tomorrow. We will complete your onboarding process. As for your salary, I will offer you an annual salary of 300,000. Additionally, all the benefits that the company provides, along with a year-end bonus. In 1999, during an era when the average monthly salary was only a few hundred yuan, or a little over 1,000 for better positions, an annual salary of 300,000 was indeed substantial. Isn't that too much? Mr. Li, I feel somewhat uneasy accepting this. Just being able to trade alongside you makes me exceedingly happy. Kai Juewu said, flabbergasted. Li Yin, however, patted him on the shoulder and smiled. You needn't belittle yourself. I believe in you, and you are worth this amount. Kai Juewu felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. This affirmation was something he had waited a lifetime for, yet no one had ever given him such recognition. Now, Li Yin had done so. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I, Kai Juewu, will not disappoint you, he vowed silently to himself. For at that moment, he had already determined that Li Yin was his mentor. To find a mentor in life is a great blessing. After bidding farewell to Kai Juewu, Li Yin sought out Wang Tian to inform him of the successful negotiation with Kai Juewu for a salary of 300,000. How do you charge for commissions? Li Yin inquired. I do not charge commissions. Wang Tian replied with a cheerful grin. Li Yin was taken aback. No commissions. Are you expecting to survive on thin air? Wang Tian replied earnestly. Young Master Li, you are the first unconventional boss I have encountered. I misjudged you. not expecting you to ultimately choose Kai Juewu. Therefore, I wish to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. Whenever you need to recruit, feel free to contact me. As for this case, consider it a token of our partnership. What do you think? Chapter 136. Anticipation. Li Yin contemplated the matter. His company would require a substantial number of new hires. As the business expanded, he could not be involved in every task. The need for personnel would only grow. After this interaction, he found Wang Tian to be a decent individual. With that in mind, establishing a long-term cooperative relationship seemed sensible. Following Li Yan's insistence, Wang Tian ultimately accepted the commission. However, both parties felt that they had found in each other a potential long-term collaborator, laying a solid foundation for future cooperation. Dingming Investment. After Li Yin and Kai Juewu departed, Zhao Xiaobing paced angrily in his office, his expression dark. How reckless can one be? Who is this newcomer, daring to speak up for Kai Juewu and even recruit him? Has he lost his mind? He scoffed, dismissing Li Yin entirely. Yet he vowed that any provocation would come at a cost. Zhao Xiaobing murmured, then summoned his secretary. Find out the background of this the18th investment. Seeing Zhao Xiaobing's displeasure, the secretary did not dare delay and hurriedly gathered all the information available on the18th investment, a newly established company. Secured the Longqing renovation project? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Zhao Xiaobing exclaimed in astonishment as he reviewed the documents. This is utterly a real estate company. What on earth does that person want with Kai Juewu? It seems completely unrelated, doesn't it? The secretary quickly shook his head. Zhao, this is the latest information I have gathered. Moreover, when Xinjiang Investment won the bid, it was indeed Li Yin who was there. There must be no mistake. This is absurd, isn't it? Is he specifically coming after me? Ha! Zhao Xiaobing sneered and began to curse. However, at that moment, the secretary hesitated and said, Zhao, since they are called Xinjiang Investment, they might be looking to participate in market transactions, though perhaps they are not yet prepared. If that is the case, then seeking out Kai Juewu would make perfect sense. A newly established department needs an experienced individual. The secretary's reasoning struck a chord with Zhao Xiaobing, who then felt that this must indeed be the case. I just cannot fathom why such a person thinks trading is so easy to handle. They believe they can simply assemble a team and sustain it. Haha, if he wants to compete with me, then let him. I am eager to see how he intends to measure up. Keep a close watch on their movements. As soon as they set up this investment department and start building their positions, inform me. If I don't teach him a lesson about how to conduct himself, wouldn't my years of experience be in vain? Understood, Zhao. The secretary nodded quickly, though he felt a twinge of concern about this course of action. Nevertheless, seeing Zhao Xiaobing brimming with confidence, he decided against voicing his worries and quietly withdrew. While Zhao Xiaobing was instructing his people to keep an eye on Li Yin, others were also watching him from another location. However, while Zhao Xiaobing focused on Li Yan's Xinjiang investment, another group was monitoring Li Yan's trading positions. On Jiefeng South Road in Ningzhou, Su Fei's studio was witnessing yet another market close. He observed the erratic movements of the market, which remained calm and uneventful. For a professional trader like him, it was just another mundane day. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the instructions he had given his assistant, Xiao Zhao, to monitor the trading position that had emerged earlier in the year. Xiao Zhao, has there been any activity on Jiangdong Avenue these past few days? Su Fei called for his assistant. Xiao Zhao shook his head. Since the technology, I haven't seen any signs of it. It's not just me. Many of our colleagues believe it might just be a coincidence. Su, you really don't need to focus too much on that position. After all, the market fluctuates constantly, and countless people enter and exit daily. In the end, how many actually survive? Su Fei sighed as though you think this position is merely a coincidence. That technology was just a fleeting wave of trading. Xiao Zhao looked at Su Fei's expression and nodded in agreement. Well, continue to keep an eye on it. I believe it will show up again soon. A determined glint flashed in Su Fei's eyes. No one knew why he felt this way, not even he himself. If there were to be any reason, it would solely be his intuition as a trader. This instinct had brought him into the market, allowing him to rise spectacularly and become the leader of a daring team. He firmly believed that perhaps it would be soon. This time, I will surely match you. Su Fei clenched his fists and left for the day. Recently, he had been overwhelmed with personal matters, particularly some conflicts with his wife, leaving him emotionally drained. The thought of her brought a soft expression to his face. Beyond the world of trading, he was simply a man who loved his wife. The next day, Li Yin arrived at the company early. In recent days, some of the regular employees had begun working there. Yet, the entire company still felt desolate. Xinjiang Investment was divided into two parts. More precisely, two companies. Point one was launching Xinjiang Investment, the main entity collaborating with Jin Ming and Zhang Yongping on the renovation project. The other was simply named Xinjiang Investment. However, both companies occupied the same building, one in the east wing and the other in the west. This arrangement was something Li Yin had contemplated when leasing the space, as he intended to run between both sides to minimize his workload. Otherwise, he would find himself overwhelmed with tasks. After the project was secured, Li Yin had merely held a brief meeting for launching Xinjiang Investment in the East Wing before allowing it to operate independently. In this regard, Jin Ming had experience. He only needed to offer some suggestions on crucial matters, and the employees would manage the rest. Many of the staff had been transferred from Jin Ming Real Estate, and both Jin Ming and Zhang Yongping were pleased with this arrangement, believing it allowed them to engage more effectively in the company. Li Yin, however, viewed this company as merely a stepping stone for his rise, caring little as long as his equity interests were protected. Consequently, the relationship between both sides became even more harmonious. Upon entering his core company, Xinjiang Investment, Li Yin had hardly settled into his office when Han Zixuan walked in. "Li Xiao, there's a big fellow outside claiming to report for duty and looking for human resources to complete his onboarding paperwork. However, we haven't set up an HR position yet," Han Zixuan said somewhat awkwardly. "We need to expedite hiring. Let's establish the company's framework first. You can hire ordinary employees as you see fit. I will handle the trading team and the department heads," Li Yin replied, feeling a bit of a headache. In his previous life, he hadn't put much effort into staffing. He had begun with trading and investment, accumulating capital through a lone wolf approach before expanding, allowing others to take charge of those matters. Now, starting from scratch and given the era's lack of advanced networking, he could only build everything brick by brick. "All right, I will check out a few talent markets," Han Zixuan considered before adding, "What about this new big fellow?" Li Yin shot her a glare. "He is going to be a member of our team. Refrain from calling him a big fellow, a him, although I do think he seems a bit clueless. Fine, just have him come in to see me." Han Zixuan stuck out her tongue and turned to get busy. Soon after, Kai Juowu pushed the door open and walked in, greeting Li Yin with a respectful "Li Zong, please, have a seat." Li Yin smiled and gestured for him to sit. This was the first person he had recruited, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would become a cornerstone of the company. Li Yin genuinely admired Kai Juowu's character, which led him to treat him warmly. "Li Zong, is the company not operational yet? Or are there just very few people?" Kai Juowu hesitated to ask. The company's decor was quite nice, and the office areas were clearly defined, but it felt empty. Had he not met Li Yin the day before and known he was personally overseeing the e-technology, he might have turned around and left. "Indeed, we are just starting out. Previously, it was just some small-scale activities. So we had no such plans." Tio put it plainly. "You are my first personally recruited employee. You will be at the core of the team. Building the company's framework requires everyone's effort." "I see." Kai Juowu exhaled in relief. "I will personally assist you with your onboarding paperwork today. As for everything else, we will arrange it once the HR position is filled. Your salary can be advanced for now." Li Yin placed a contract before Kai Juowu, which was a simple document, stating that any necessary adjustments could be made later. "You can proceed as you deem fit, Li Zong. I will follow your lead." Kai Juowu, significantly older than Li Yin, addressed him with respect, not only because Li Yin would be his boss, but also due to his admiration for him. Just then, a knock came at the door. "Come in." Li Yin looked up and smiled, rising to extend his hand. "Guozong, what brings you here?" The visitor was Guo Xiaotian, the owner of Hongyuan. Guo Xiaotian shook hands with Li Yin, offering a wry smile. "Li Xiao, you can remain seated, but I can hardly sit still. I'm truly on the verge of losing it. When are we going to take action? If this drags on, I fear I won't make it past the quarterly report." Recently, Guo Xiaotian had felt like an ant on a hot stove. He had nearly wrapped up the mess left behind by Zhou Yushan, but the situation with the e-technology was utterly perplexing. He had sought out Li Yin several times, but Li Yin had been unavailable. Ultimately, it was Han Zixuan who conveyed Li Yin's message, suggesting Guo Xiaotian begin reducing his position to maintain the fund's net value. Yet, every exit was a painful loss. Now, the fund's net value had plummeted to the risk control line due to the drag from the e-technology. If this continued, it would be unsustainable, not to mention There were also off-the-books dealings where Guo had borrowed against the name of Hongyuan Fund for the technology. Filling these gaps was becoming increasingly burdensome for Hongyuan Fund. Guozong, please take a seat. Let's discuss. Li Yin smiled knowingly, fully aware of the situation. Guo anxiously settled into a chair opposite Li Yin, who then stated, Guozong, I will take full charge of the upcoming operations. I need a team of competent traders, as you know. Our company is just getting started, and we haven't trained any traders yet, nor is the personnel structure in place. I will need your assistance with these matters. That's all manageable. I can bring over traders for you, and I guarantee they will be obedient. When can we start? Guo readily agreed. He was now tied to Li Yin's venture, and apart from Li Yin, there was no one else who could save him. Not only was Li Yin borrowing some traders, but he would have no qualms about Guo personally lending a hand. It would be in the coming days. As the weekend approaches, I find myself needing to arrange a few matters. Once everything is settled, I can step in. Li Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, I shall await your news, if you require any assistance. Simply have Xiao Han reach out to me. Guo nodded in agreement. After Li Yin saw Guo off, Kai Juowu, who had remained silent, finally whispered, Is that person Guo from Hongyuan? Yes, do you know him? Li Yin replied with a nod. Li Yin chuckled, It's tough now, but it will soon get better, because I am here. By the way, he is also one of the shareholders of Xinjiao Investment. What? Guo is also an investor? Kai Juowu exclaimed in astonishment. After Li Yin confirmed, Kai Juowu then asked, Li, what will my role be within the company? With a shy smile, Kai Juowu added, No problem. I will follow your lead, Li. It's also a great chance for me to learn from you. Hee. I've awaited this opportunity for quite some time. Ha. For now, familiarize yourself with the environment. When the market opens next Monday, we shall begin our engagement, Li Yin declared with fervor, amidst Su Fei's anticipation and Guo Xiaoyan's anxiety. On this day, Li Yan's Jiangtong Avenue trading department quietly resumed operations after a hiatus of over a month. The last time had culminated in the largest market surge before the year-end, birthing a dazzling star at the tail end of 1998. What will this time bring? Apart from Li Yin, perhaps no one knows. Only Kai Juowu, standing beside Li Yin with a mindset to learn, could glimpse an unprecedented brilliance in Li Yan's spirited demeanor. Chapter 138. The offensive throughout the entire weekend. Whether it was Li Yin, Kai Juowu, or Han Zixuan, they were all exceedingly busy. The 4 traders had been dispatched from Guo Xiaoyan's side. Li Yin succinctly stated that they merely needed to execute his commands, with no other concerns required. Guo Xiaoyan had pre-selected them, all seasoned traders who posed no fundamental issues and could maximize their coordination with Li Yin. After all, he understood that a trading genius like Li Yin needed traders who could flawlessly execute his directives, rather than mere advisors or feedback on market perspectives. Han Zixuan became the company's general manager, overseeing personnel, secretarial duties, and various other tasks. The once desolate company was beginning to take shape, with further refinements still necessary. The 4 traders were merely borrowed. They needed to cultivate their own traders. A designated area of the company was allocated as the trading room. While 2 newly hired young women assisted with personnel and finance, barely managing to help Han Zixuan. In summary, the entire company comprised 1 financial officer, 1 personnel manager, Han Zixuan doubling as administrative support, along with Li Yin as the owner, Kai Juowu as the trading team leader, and the 4 borrowed traders, totaling 9 individuals who formed the initial framework of the company. On Saturday evening, Li Yin treated everyone to a meal. Cheers! In that moment, everyone was swept up in Li Yin's enthusiasm, raising their glasses in celebration of their opening. There was no formal inauguration, nor any grand festivities. Thus, Xinjiao Investment emerged into existence on Monday. Everyone arrived at the company early. Li Yin surveyed the individuals around him, his gaze sweeping over each person. From today onwards, Xinjiao Investment shall officially commence operations. First and foremost, I must emphasize that I will not establish fixed investment targets. However, our sole objective is profit. Let profit be our ultimate pursuit. Do you understand my intent? The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. After all, they were all newcomers, unfamiliar with their formidable boss, and unaware of the extent of his capabilities. Ultimately, Kai Juowu was the first to speak up. Boss, may I inquire if we will eventually pivot toward fund investments? This question was more for himself, given his background as a fund manager. Is fund investment lucrative? Li Yin smiled and inquired. Theoretically, in the current climate, if managed well, One might maintain an annual return of 20 to 30%. Kai Juewu replied somewhat sheepishly. Funds? Public funds? In these times, only these exist, and Sunshine Private Equity will only emerge after the year 2000 with relevant policies being established. Currently, so-called funds are merely tools for opportunistic gains. He had no intention of considering them. The limitations were numerous, and lacking full autonomy would be akin to shackling a wolf, severely restricting its operations. Under such circumstances, Li Yin would not engage with them. Of course, should the policies become favorable, I will contemplate it, he added, noticing a flicker of disappointment on Kai Juewu's face. Kai Juewu forced a smile, nodded, and took a seat. The meeting for Xinjiao investment concluded rather anticlimactically. While Li Yin attempted to invigorate the atmosphere, the attendees were genuinely at a loss for words. Even with Kai Juewu's interjection, it felt as though his question was merely a formality. After the meeting, Han Zixuan approached Li Yin and quietly remarked, Li, do you think this might not be ideal? Are you concerned they lack confidence? Li Yin countered. Han Zixuan nodded. With a sigh, Li Yin replied, this is unavoidable. This issue is inherent in any newly established company. The transition requires time, and our task is to demonstrate just that. Besides, when I first encountered you at Xinjiao, did you have confidence in me? Han Zixuan immediately stuck out her tongue, recalling that she had likely perceived Li Yin as merely a braggart back then. Reflecting on it, in less than 2 months since leaving Xinjiao Futures, her life had undergone a complete transformation. Everything was beyond her prior imagination. I believe for these individuals, their time for change will be even shorter. Han Zixuan mused thoughtfully. Soon, the market opened. The 4 traders had been assigned to their respective trading accounts. Before Li Yin lay several computers and a large screen, displaying a selection of pre-chosen stocks set to scroll across the screen. Li Yin casually clicked a few buttons, glancing at the recent market performance, which remained stagnant. Just as he suspected, his gaze then fell upon an old acquaintance, the e-technology. After transitioning from the futures market to the stock market, Li Yin's first move had been with the e-technology, allowing his funds to make a splendid turnaround, further gaining an ally in Xiaowanjun. This stock held immense significance for him. At that moment, Kai Juewu, eagerly anticipating Li Yin's display of prowess, approached and, upon seeing the screen, promptly asked, Li, are you planning to start with the e-technology? Why not? Li Yin retorted with a raised eyebrow. Li Yin nodded. You are quite right. Kai Juewu felt a surge of joy at receiving Li Yin's affirmation, which was quite gratifying. However, Li Yin's next statement left him utterly dumbfounded. You are indeed correct. It is conventional thinking, but in this market, to earn profits that surpass the norm, one must undertake actions that ordinary individuals would hesitate to pursue. Otherwise, how can you expect to profit? Chapter 139. A good cat can catch mice. Kai Juewu found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, the market surge from the previous year had indeed been akin to this. After enduring the turmoil of 1998, the market had been ravaged by bears. Yet, amidst such conditions, the e-technology emerged, revitalizing market sentiment and executing a remarkable turnaround. Was this not the very definition of actions taken by the unconventional? Who in their right mind would dare to venture in during such a time? Yet, Li Yin did. At that moment, Kai Juewu felt for the first time Li Yin's revolutionary perspective on the market. How should I put it? Li, your execution is impeccable. However, this mindset.it seems akin to a short-term strategy, if one aims for longevity. Kai Juewu hesitated to articulate. Li Yin smiled and nodded. He had truly encountered someone who understood the market. He was quite pleased with this outcome. If surrounded by mere sycophants, one could easily find themselves in a pitfall. Having someone beside him to provide constant reminders was the primary reason Li Yin valued Kai Juewu. Back then, Wang Tian remarked that he was lacking in aggression, yet adept in defense. Aggression had already seeped into Li Yin's very being, becoming instinctual. With Kai Juewu as a reliable defender of risk, his operations could be optimized. You perceive it accurately. Indeed, I am engaging in ultra-short trading, Li Yin stated to Kai Juewu. After saying this, he noticed Kai Juewu's conflicted expression, filled with confusion, and couldn't help but chuckle. What do you believe is the essence of investment trading? He inquired. Kai Juewu was rendered speechless. He genuinely did not know how to respond. His previous experiences revolved around layout strategies, lifting and distributing, etc., which seemed inapplicable in Li Yin's context. The harsh reality had proven his prior methods to be rather dismal. At that moment, He could hardly afford to speak recklessly, could he? Such actions would only lead Li Yin to perceive himself as a stubborn egotist. Li Yin likely comprehended Kai Juewu's intentions and, without any formality, proclaimed with a resounding voice, "The essence of trading is profit." As the saying goes, whether it's a black cat or a white cat, the one that catches mice is a good cat. As for whether it bites to death or merely captures, does it truly matter? Not at all. If you possess 1,000 theories yet fail to sustain a reasonable profit, then it is merely a charade. Kai Juewu nodded in agreement. In this market, regardless of one's approach, all ultimately manifests in profitability. Profit reigns supreme. Perhaps your methods are not erroneous, however, they are ill-suited for the present moment. The entire market is entrenched in a prolonged bear phase. If you lay the groundwork and wait, how shall you wait? You shall not be able to. At this juncture, the sole course of action is to harness absolute time. Stir emotions and create a wave of market movement. You may disdain short-term trading, yet one cannot deny that, at this moment, it is the true path. If you require an entire year to secure sufficient profits, this means you must bear the burden of time pressure for a year. But if you can achieve your annual goal within a single day, why not pursue that? Kai Juewu inhaled deeply, his countenance reflecting shame, acknowledging, "I was indeed self-righteous." "You are correct, Mr. Li. As long as there is profit, everything else is mere nonsense. The market only embraces the successful. As for the process of success, apart from one's own review, I believe no one would spare it a second glance." Li Yin erupted into hearty laughter. That's the spirit. Li Yin harbored a wealth of trading insights and genuinely aimed to rectify Kai Juewu's mindset. However, he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Kai Juewu emerged from the realm of fund management, and while his perspectives had merit, they were predominantly constrained by the current ERA.IN contrast. Li Yan's investment philosophy, born from 2 lifetimes, constituted an extensive system that could not be comprehended or mastered in a fleeting moment. It required a gradual process, demanding time. If he were to overwhelm Kai Juewu with all this knowledge at once, it would likely send Kai Juewu into a frenzy. Excessive stimulation could lead to his breakdown. "Young Master Li, Mr. Guo is calling to inquire about the situation on his end. Today, we have cleared our positions." Li Yin observed the market trends, which remained unperturbed, when suddenly his eyes narrowed as he addressed Han Zixuan. "Additionally, inform him that according to our agreement, subsequent funds should follow." Li Yin offered a reminder. In this era, fund management was far less stringent than in later times, with many loopholes present. Of course, Li Yin could not directly operate the funds under Hongyuan. He had neither the time to acquire any professional licenses nor the various certifications. The company also lacked the qualifications for client asset management. Therefore, all their operational capital consisted of private funds. This included Li Yan's own money, an infusion of 100 million from Xiaowanjun, and the capital injected by Guoshoutian under the company's name. Forming the most primitive capital, the first condition of their collaboration was to help Guoshoutian resolve the mess left by Zhou Yushan. While Li Yin could not directly operate Hongyuan's funds, Guoshoutian provided him with the title of investment advisor, thus enabling Li Yin to offer investment recommendations in a straightforward manner. Meanwhile, the 4 traders at hand were qualified to operate Hongyuan's funds. In this era, Li Yin and his team cleverly circumvented various troubles through reasonable and compliant means. Amidst the prevailing backdrop, a wave of pessimism spread. "It's over. The market has barely climbed back to 1,000 points. And now it feels like it cannot hold on. I began heavily investing after it reached 1250. Now I'm firmly trapped. What should I do?" Countless individuals began to lament, suffer, and struggle. At this moment, Li Yin slowly spoke. "Hongyuan over there. The e-technology is gradually unloading." Before the morning session concluded, the price plummeted to near the limit down. "Young Master Li, what about us?" Han Zixuan inquired excitedly. In this moment, Li Yin reminded her of the time he had confidently maneuvered to e-technology. This was the Li Yin she knew best. Chapter 140. Establishing a position in E. "Hold steady, wait," Li Yin calmly instructed. They were already close to the position where Li Yin had initially established his stake. There are no stocks that perpetually rise nor any that eternally decline. All will eventually move. Some depart with substantial gains, while others leave battered and bloodied. At this moment, the technology stood around 11 yuan at market open, implying that Zhou Yushan's previous heavy investment into technology had inflicted over 60 losses on Hongyuan Fund. The impact on a fund could not be underestimated. Were it not for the fund's mandatory diversification principle, this single transaction alone would have brought Hongyuan Fund to the brink of collapse. Even so, Guo Xiaotian was nearing his breaking point. It was no wonder he appeared as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. No one could remain composed under such circumstances. At this moment, under Li Yan's directive, Hongyuan Fund had already reduced its position significantly, and with Guo Xiaotian's command, a flurry of sell orders began to flood the market. After a brief pause following the market's opening, prices commenced a steep decline. The price had already fallen to 10.82, down 4 from the opening price of 11.27. Li Yan glanced at the time. It was already 10:10. He gritted his teeth. Now, without regard for cost, drive the price down to 10.37, 10.37-8 position, just a step away from the limit down. Guo Xiaotian was now thoroughly tied to Li Yan's chariot. Without a second thought, he executed the command decisively. In an instant, thousands of large orders surged forth. Just a few transactions pierced through the meager buy orders on the market. The market price plummeted to 10.30-9. Damn, I was just bottom fishing a few days ago, hoping to catch a lucky break after the new year. But since then, the market has been lifeless. Today's plunge is catastrophic. I'm finished. I need to flee. Countless individuals cursed in their hearts. Their faces pale. The already fragile market now felt utterly hopeless. At 10.30, after hesitating for just a moment, the market price plummeted again in a frenzy. Without a hint of hesitation, it sealed the limit down. Li Yan exhaled a long breath, however. The price lingered at the limit down for a few seconds before it was breached. Mr. Li, someone is absorbing at the limit down. Guo Xiaotian asked with some concern. Li Yan scoffed. Do they dare to snatch my chips? Let them. No need to worry. How much do you have left? Around 30 million, which is about 30,000 lots. Li Yan pondered for a moment. That should be sufficient. So, today, Guo Xiaotian tentatively asked. Today's task is already complete. Just wait. Li Yan casually replied to Guo Xiaotian. After hanging up the phone, he gazed at the technology, which had firmly hit the limit down. Guo Xiaotian felt an overwhelming sense of unease. His current holding of 30 million, post-limit down, would undoubtedly lead to further losses by tomorrow. Throughout the morning, starting from 10:30, the market remained at the limit down. With hanging orders gradually decreasing, Han Zixuan and Kai Juewu felt a twinge of worry. After all, although they held no positions, the situation on Guo Xiaotian's end was grim. It was evident that someone was slowly accumulating shares. Li Yan remained motionless, for any action would not be prudent. Shall we seize some shares? Kai Juewu could no longer contain himself. It is not yet the right time. Li Yan replied coolly. Once trading officially commenced, Li Yan's focus drew the attention of all. Aside from lunch and restroom breaks, he remained seated at the computer, not observing the technology, but rather following his own logic to analyze the trends of various stocks on the market. This process continued until 2:30 in the afternoon. Li Yan suddenly tapped the table lightly. Everyone, focus your attention. The market is about to close. We need to get to work. Upon Li Yan's command, everyone perked up, their attention fully engaged. The clock on the wall ticked away, synchronizing with the heartbeat of all present. Up until 2:50, Li Yan took a deep breath. All hanging orders above, clear them out. What? Everyone was taken aback. A staggering 80 million in hanging orders. If all were cleared, it would. Kai Juewu and the other 4 traders momentarily froze. Yet, beside Li Yan, Han Zixuan exhibited no hesitation. The instant Li Yan's voice rang out, she clicked the mouse. In an instant, 8,000 lots were consumed. 8 million in transactions. Han Zixuan's decisive action starkly contrasted with the other traders, while Li Yan maintained his composure, internally sighing. Han Zixuan had developed absolute trust in Li Yan, commencing operations without a moment's hesitation. The other traders, however, were slightly slower to react. Under the share market's limit up and limit down system, regardless of an upward or downward limit, the shares on the board were finite. A second's delay could mean the difference between fortune and disaster. Tick, tick. The sound of Han Zixuan clicking the mouse and keyboard resonated clearly at that moment. The four traders and Kai Juewu exchanged furtive glances at Li Yan, no longer hesitating, swiftly joining in. The delay spanned roughly 10 seconds. Yet, for the market, their sudden surge of activity directly influenced the sentiment surrounding the e-technology. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing sell order of 80 million was swiftly consumed. Of course, the actual quantity devoured was not substantial. Rather, it was a multitude of deeply entrenched positions that, upon witnessing someone manipulating the limit down, decisively withdrew their orders. A fraction of the remaining orders was snatched up by Li Yan, while the previously discreetly amassed funds for bargain hunting boldly surged upward to consume a portion. Some astute observers of this unusual activity also managed to partake. Consequently, the stock price of the e-technology soared rapidly. In mere moments, it broke free from the limit down position, surging to -3, reaching 10.93. 10 minutes elapsed swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Yan remained largely inactive after the initial probing of the board. After the market closed, Han Zixuan completed her tally. Li Xiao, we built a position of 15 million. Not much was seized. Upon her statement, the four traders, including Kai Juewu, approached Li Yan with awkward expressions, heads bowed in silence. Chapter 141. The storm reignites Mr. Li. My sincerest apologies, Kai Juewu, now the head of the trading group, was the first to speak. Li Yan, seated comfortably, nodded at Han Zixuan to acknowledge her information and then smiled, asking, "What is there to apologize for?" Kai Juewu's face flushed. "The trading group failed to execute your directives perfectly." "Ha! There is truly no need to apologize. Your responses were entirely anticipated," Li Yan replied nonchalantly. The unexpected words left several of them in stunned silence as they exchanged glances. Realizing that Li Yan had indeed considered all these factors, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Li Yan's trading strategy had not been shared with them, not out of distrust, but rather due to the necessity of a period for them to acclimate to his style. Pausing momentarily, Li Yan continued, "However, this is the first instance. I hope such situations do not recur in the future. A slight miscalculation can lead to significant consequences, a truth we all comprehend." "We understand, Mr. Li," they chorused, nodding in unison. Subsequently, Li Yan released several traders for the day. Normally, these individuals would be required to conduct post-trade reviews, but Li Yan did not even mention it. The trading room was left with just Li Yan and two others. Kai Juewu then remarked, "Li Xiao, isn't this perhaps a bit too lenient?" Kai Juewu nodded in agreement. This is a company, after all. Li Yan and Guo Xiaotian were merely collaborators. "Li Xiao, do you think if we engage with the technology again, we might become targets?" Han Zixuan suddenly queried in a hushed tone. Li Yan laughed heartily. "Targeted? How could they target us? Yet, I do hope someone takes the bait. That would certainly make things more entertaining." As Li Yan chuckled, Han Zixuan and Kai Juewu exchanged glances filled with eager anticipation. Soon enough, around 4:30, the day's trading leaderboard was released. To their relief, Li Yan and his team did not make the list. Li Yan sighed in relief. Not making the leaderboard was indeed fortunate. If their positions were exposed too soon, it would spoil the fun. Kai Juewu nodded, acknowledging this as common sense. However, he hesitated before adding, "Li Xiao, I feel we cannot remain hidden for long. Today's surge was too aggressive, especially with those who snatched up shares. If the stock price continues to rise, we might not see substantial profits. Patience. Good things must be savored slowly." Li Yan responded casually, then opened the stock forum. "Damn it, I'm losing everything. I placed my order at the limit down price, and I couldn't even withdraw it in time. That scoundrel. First, he triggers the limit down and then forcefully drives the price up. If it doesn't turn positive today, I fear tomorrow will be no better. In my opinion, the main force is utterly despicable. No one has appeared on the leaderboard until now. I suspect it's the same group from Jiefeng South Road. Those rascals are certainly not good people." The stock forum echoed with voices of curses, reflecting the genuine sentiments of countless retail investors. Kai Juewu pointed to the leaderboard and said, "Li Xiao, the top seller is from Hong Yuan's position. The others are mostly scattered remnants of those deeply trapped, but the buyers are quite intriguing. You recognize these positions?" Li Yan inquired, looking up. "The top buyer, Huizhou Jurant Road Business Department, is likely a seat for Tianding Investment, managed by Geng Huiren, who ranked highly in last year's fund standings. His investment style favors low absorption for maximum profit. The second buyer position was previously mine," Kai Juewu replied with an embarrassed expression. The second buyer's position, Longqing Securities' Zhenbei Road Business Department, was previously controlled by Kai Juewu, but now it belongs to Zhao Xiaobing. That scoundrel is not to be trusted. He derides your focus on tech stocks, yet he dives into them as soon as you leave. How amusing, Li Yin scoffed. Kai Juewu frowned. I believe he is targeting me. Oh? What makes you say that? Li Yin raised an eyebrow. Mr. Li, when you came to find me, we had that bet, right? That guy is notoriously vengeful. I held the technology in high regard, and he is clearly doing this to spite me. Li Yin furrowed his brow and suddenly chuckled coldly. So, you're suggesting he is indeed coming for us? Even if he is unaware of our arrangements with the technology, he is still making this overture, clearly attempting to bait us. Evidently, Kai Juewu was concerned that Zhao Xiaobing's interference might complicate Li Yan's plans. However, Li Yin shook his head. No, there is no need for such caution. If he enjoys buying, then let him buy. Do not obstruct him. Rather, encourage those around him to whisper sweet nothings that should not pose a problem for you. Right? It can be managed. After all, many of the employees are those I previously retained, so there is still a bit of camaraderie. But what is the purpose behind this? Kai Juewu pondered aloud. Li Yin smiled mysteriously. To exact revenge for you. Wait, Mr. Li, while I am not fond of Zhao Xiaobing, I cannot toy with the company's matters. Kai Juewu exclaimed, startled yet touched. Li Yin chuckled. Just a jest. If he wishes to step in, let him, rest assured. I have everything under control. Hearing Li Yan's reassurances, Kai Juewu nodded, convinced that Li Yin must have a plan in mind, and that Zhao Xiaobing's intrusion was nothing short of reckless. But this could also serve to alleviate his own frustrations. In the trading room of Qinqijin Investment, Zhao Xiaobing reviewed the leaderboard after market closure and burst into laughter. Previously, that useless Kai Juewu had scrutinized tech stocks for ages without discerning the leader. Yet, here he was, seizing the opportunity immediately. This time, I will demonstrate my true prowess and slap his face. He dared to bet against me. Let us see how he kneels and grovels. He would never again find a place in this realm. The surrounding traders immediately lavished him with compliments. When Zhao Zong takes action, it is certainly extraordinary. This is indeed a true dragon. Having dipped for so long, a rebound could very well surpass the previous 27 yuan. I believe 30 is within reach. In other words, this transaction could yield 3 to 4 times the return. Listening to the praise from his subordinates, Zhao Xiaobing beamed with triumph, his face aglow. A mere new Qinju investment, freshly registered, dared to act against me, unaware of the peril they face. This time, I will demonstrate with my strength who the true trading master is, he declared loudly, and the room erupted in further flattery. By the way, have we managed to clarify the position of that new Qinju investment? Zhao Xiaobing suddenly remembered, directing his inquiry at his assistant. Chapter 142. Schemes and Calculations. The assistant, lowering his head, replied, Zhao Xiao, we haven't located it. It's rather challenging to track down a position held by a firm that has only recently been established. No one in the circle seems to know. Zhao Xiaobing snorted coldly. What a trivial task you can't accomplish. What good are you to me? Forget it. If we can't find it, we can't find it. The assistant, feeling both anger and helplessness, silently retreated. This assistant, Zhang Yongfeng, had been with the company for some time, diligent and earnest in his work. In another company, such a person would be well regarded. Unfortunately, in a financial investment firm, they sought charismatic personalities. Individuals like Zhang Yongfeng, in contrast, were rather unremarkable, lacking any particular specialty. Nevertheless, this was precisely why he had remained unscathed during Zhao Xiaobing's internal power struggles, still serving as Zhao Xiaobing's assistant in a sense. It was a form of constraint imposed by higher-ups on Zhao Xiaobing's new fund. After all, it was impossible for everyone to be Zhao Xiaobing's loyalists. What a farce. He is just a fund manager. When Kai Zong was here, he never had the chance to belittle me. Yet now he is whispering behind my back. In his office, Zhang Yongfeng quietly vented his grievances. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly closed the office door and curtains. With a mix of trepidation and anxiety, he answered the call. Hello, Kai Zong. Why are you calling? Are you trying to put me in a perilous position? Zhang Yongfeng stammered nervously. Haha, what is the matter? Now that I've left Qinqi, I can't have a few friends. Kai Juewu chuckled from the other end of the line. Sigh. Kai Zong, you're still the best. That Zhao Xiaobing is utterly worthless. He just asked me to investigate the position of your so-called new Qinzhou investment. What should I do? I find myself utterly at a loss, and as a result, I have been subjected to a fierce tirade from him. Zhang Yongfeng began to voice his grievances. Inquiring about my position, this Zhao Xiaobing is truly taking things too far. I have already distanced myself from Qinshi, yet he still refuses to let me be? In truth, it is of little consequence. Simply tell him that my position lies on Jiangtong Avenue. Kai Juowu, having received instructions from Li Yin, spoke directly at this moment. Jiangtong Avenue? There are indeed many brokerage firms situated there. However, Kai, I must be candid with you. Zhao Xiaobing may very well be targeting you. If I report this, would it not be inappropriate? Zhang Yongfeng asked, visibly conflicted. The timing of Kai Juowu's call was fortuitous, instilling in Zhang Yongfeng a sense of camaraderie, as if they were kindred spirits. Upon hearing Kai Juowu's words, he felt an even deeper sense of shared enmity and mutual sympathy. Thus, after Kai Juowu disclosed the location of his position, he found himself feeling somewhat reluctant. And no matter. What of it? Has he not become involved with the technology? I have seen the position of Qinshi Golden Investment. Kai Juowu casually inquired. Indeed, he is specifically targeting you. He previously stated that he would make things difficult for you. Zhang Yongfeng nodded, affirming that this was hardly a secret, and there was nothing wrong in discussing it. A cold smirk crept across Kai Juowu's face. Li Yan's prediction has proven to be accurate. Kai, do not take this too hard. After Zhang Yongfeng offered a few words of consolation to Kai Juowu, he ended the call, then lit a cigarette in his office, ultimately deciding to report to Zhao Xiaobing. Kai Juowu had departed, and regardless of any sympathy he felt, it would be of no use. Instead, it was more prudent to leave a favorable impression on Zhao Xiaobing. Kai, I am not betraying you. You yourself said it. There is no harm, Zhang Yongfeng muttered to himself before turning to seek out Zhao Xiaobing. At that moment, Zhao Xiaobing was in his office, discussing with a female subordinate where they might celebrate that evening. Upon seeing Zhang Yongfeng enter, he brusquely remarked, "What do you want?" Zhang Yongfeng forced a smile. "Zhao, I just spoke with Kai Juowu, and I managed to extract some information from him. I know where his position is, you do." "Where?" Zhao Xiaobing immediately perked up. He mentioned Jiangtong Avenue, though I am unsure of which brokerage firm it belongs to. "There are quite a few firms with branches there," Zhang Yongfeng replied. Zhao Xiaobing paused for a moment. "Are you certain it is Jiangtong Avenue?" The position he had when he was involved with DE was also on Jiangtong Avenue. Surely there cannot be any foul play here. It must be said that Zhao Xiaobing's acumen in the market is commendable. Zhang Yongfeng burst into laughter. "Zhao, that simply does not hold water. We have previously analyzed the position on Jiangtong Avenue. The capital involved was substantial. Now Kai Juowu's so-called Xinjiu investment has barely been established for a few days. The timing does not align. Moreover, a nascent company like that is unlikely to have significant capital. Indeed, today's Lenghu list does not include Jiangtong Avenue. I was overthinking it." Zhao Xiaobing chuckled. "Xiao Zhang, you did well this time. Rest assured. As long as I achieve results, I will not forget your contributions." Zhang Yongfeng beamed. "Thank you, Zhao, for your support. It is all thanks to your guidance." "Haha, that is good, by the way. You should maintain close contact with Kai Juowu. If there are any developments, feel free to inform me directly." "Understood. Don't worry, Zhao, I will ensure I keep in touch with him," Zhang Yongfeng replied excitedly, having completely forgotten his earlier grievances with Zhao Xiaobing. "Li, the news has already spread. Zhang Yongfeng is rather indecisive and tends to take advantage of small benefits. I believe the news must have reached Zhao Xiaobing by now," Kai Juowu reported to Li Yin after ending the call. "Thank you for your efforts. This time, let us simply enjoy the show. I wonder if my old acquaintances still remember me," Li Yin remarked with a smile. On that day, DE Technology experienced a limit down, only to be forcefully pulled back up. It successfully returned to the Lenghu list. This marked DE Technology's resurgence since the previous wave of market activity before the new year. In the market, whether one suffers losses or gains, memories linger. As soon as a stock exhibits wild fluctuations, it naturally captures people's attention when it reemerges. And this is precisely the opportunity Li Yin seeks. One could say that after assisting Xie Wanjun in her operations, he has been waiting for this day, and now, that day has arrived. However, it has proven to be somewhat easier than I anticipated. Zhao Xiaobing, haha. I will make you aware that this market cannot be navigated merely through clever tricks. Li Yin gazed at the market trends, a cold smile escaping his lips, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Chapter 143. I haven't agreed yet, Ningzhou. Su Fei stared at the Longhu list before him. Utterly astonished. How could this be? He exclaimed. Beside him, his assistant Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Su, I told you. It may not be as you imagine. The other brothers have mentioned that you might be losing your touch. Su Fei frowned. Nonsense. What do you mean losing my touch? Have they not always said this? In the end, the facts prove that I am right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao shrugged, momentarily at a loss for words. There was no denying Su Fei's abilities. Although he often engaged in seemingly bizarre endeavors, which might appear irrational through a conventional lens, it is precisely this unconventionality that has led him to his current position. After all, the essence of investment trading is fundamentally contrarian. When everyone sees hope, it is often the beginning of a crisis. Conversely, when all are in despair, new life is brewing at that very moment. The market has never been wrong. It merely showcases the victors after numerous trials. Undoubtedly, Su Fei belongs to this category of individuals in the current domestic landscape. After the market opened today, Su Fei, as usual, paid attention to stocks that might surge, sifting through potential candidates. He had already selected a few targets and planned to begin accumulating positions soon. However, upon suddenly noticing the unusual activity of the18th, he immediately dismissed his previous strategies. He set aside all other tasks and focused exclusively on the18th. After the18th hit the limit down, he even tentatively began to build a position. This series of actions left everyone bewildered. Yet Su Fei's rationale was simple. That person is about to make an appearance. The person he referred to, known to Xiao Zhao and others familiar with the situation, was the one associated with the surge of the18th that was short-lived, the Huaxin Longqing Jiangdong Avenue brokerage. However, when the Longhu list was released, Su Fei was taken aback upon his initial glance. There was nothing, no sign of Longqing Jiangdong Avenue. Instead, there were several random positions. Su, what should we do next? Xiao Zhao inquired. Su Fei furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. Tomorrow, we will sell off, liquidate all the positions we hold. Huh. Why is that? After such a significant rise today, I believe tomorrow it will surely surge again. Even if it does not rise much, as long as we enter the market, we can leverage our position on Jiefeng South Road. I believe we should witness a rebound. The PE of the18th has already been compressed to the limit. As long as we lead the sentiment, we should be able to reap some rewards. Xiao Zhao stated earnestly. Su Fei nodded. Theoretically, that is correct. However, I feel somewhat uneasy. There seems to be a pitfall lurking, particularly with regard to the positions that made the list. Have you noticed? What? There is nothing similar. Moreover, there are no familiar nuances. Oh, I have seen those two positions before. They appear to be merely two insignificant investment firms. There are plenty of such individuals. We need not fear them, Xiao Zhao remarked dismissively. Yet Su Fei shook his head. You are only seeing the surface, while overlooking the deeper implications. Longqing. Did you not notice those two characters? Today, in the trading, Hongyuan and Qianqi are both companies from Longqing. Su Fei felt he had grasped something but found it difficult to articulate. Xiao Zhao chuckled. Su, I must say, Longqing is a Midwestern city, and its development in this regard is rather lackluster. While there are numerous giants in the energy sector, in our line of work, do they have anyone formidable? Xiao Zhao's words were not without merit. Longqing, being such a place, has never produced any sharp-witted speculators or institutions. It is entirely reasonable for it to be overlooked. Given this logic, let us proceed as such. If the market opens high tomorrow, we will liquidate our holdings. As long as we do not incur losses, that should suffice. Perhaps I am indeed being overly anxious. Su Fei could not articulate a definitive course of action. In the face of uncertainty, this was the only viable option. Xiao Zhao nodded, issuing instructions accordingly. Meanwhile, Su Fei isolated himself in his office, meticulously reviewing today's market activity. And eventually a question arose in his mind. Who among those listed today truly initiated the surge? Ningzhou. Su Fei found himself perplexed. In other regions, such as Shennan, Modu, and Zhongguancun, countless individuals are equally baffled. The market is right here, visible to all. These magnates possess an acute sensitivity to market dynamics. During the previous wave, many failed to board the the18th Express. Yet many remembered the sudden emergence of Jiangdong Avenue in the realm of trading. Alongside the e-technology, which stirred the market for several days, at this moment, The e-technology once again leaped to life amidst the tranquil market, naturally drawing the attention of many. Let us adopt a more measured approach. This is the conclusion drawn by several prominent figures following their analyses. Many are awaiting the emergence of Jiangtong Avenue. At this moment, within the circle of ordinary retail investors, few perceive anything amiss. However, among certain specific groups, many have already begun to anticipate. They await the arrival of an opportunity. That position is known as Jiangtong Avenue, the Longqing Huaxin Jiangdong Avenue Trading Department. On the eve of the market opening, Zhao Xiaobing issued commands to his traders: secure the shares at the opening. We must propel the stock price above yesterday's moving average. His objective is quite straightforward. Since it made the Dragon and Tiger list yesterday and ignited market enthusiasm, we must harness this sentiment to its fullest potential. Leveraging the surge and buying at yesterday's closing, we aim for a sharp rise. If the follow-up situation is favorable, he will drive it straight to the limit up. Let everyone know the prowess of Zhao Xiaobing. This will be my moment of fame. Ah ha. Zhao Xiaobing silently clenched his fist. The bidding commenced. Instantly, prices surged upward. Before long, it surpassed 4, reaching 11.37. This is even higher than the 11.27 before yesterday's plunge. Su Fei, seated before his computer, saw this scene and without hesitation thought, this is not a market we control, but since it has risen by 4%, someone desires the shares. Grant it. Saying this, he immediately issued his command. On the other side, Li Yin, watching the price movement, sneered. I haven't even consented yet, and they wish to rise. How absurd. He promptly contacted Guo Xiaotian. In the final seconds, he dumped the remaining 30 million. Having done this, he nodded at Han Zixuan. Chapter 144. Passing the buck. Ha ha. Did you see that? Just a few seconds remain. The bidding will soon conclude. Everyone, be alert. When the market opens, I want you to push the orders upward. I demand a limit up within 5 minutes. Do you hear me? Seeing the opening at 4, Zhao Xiaobing displayed a satisfied smile. This price, combined with yesterday's late surge, indicates that sentiment has reached its peak. As long as we strike upward at the moment the market opens, the subsequent buying and corresponding follow-up orders will instantaneously seal the price at the limit. A single limit up is not our goal. We must establish a continuous killing effect. After today's limit up, we must project the strongest posture. Moreover, throughout this process, we must seize the shares. Only then can we qualify to contend with those behind us. The e-technology, it is a tech stock, however, it is predominantly driven by sentiment. If this wave succeeds, we at Qinshi Jintu will undoubtedly enter the sight of countless individuals, solidifying our status in the realm. Henceforth, whenever our position emerges, we shall lead a wave of fervor. I, Zhao Xiaobing, will guide Qinshi Jintu to the pinnacle, and all of you will partake in this journey. We shall achieve renown in both Qinshi and the domestic investment community. It must be said, Zhao Xiaobing possesses a remarkable ability to stir the hearts of men. With just a few words, everyone was ignited with fervor. Why did they choose to join this profession? To earn money, to attain fame, to wield influence as investment sharks. Even after leaving this market, legends will continue to thrive. This is the lifelong dream of countless traders and investors. Zhao Xiaobing's words naturally stirred the deepest desires within their hearts. Observing the crowd's reaction, Zhao Xiaobing's face radiated satisfaction. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, and awaited the final seconds of the bidding to conclude. However, silently counting down 10 seconds in his mind, the cheers of the crowd did not materialize. Zhao Xiaobing furrowed his brow. Your attitudes are unacceptable. You must cheer. You must be excited. You must. He instinctively began to reprimand his subordinates. Yet, at that moment, he heard Zhang Yongfeng's urgent voice. Zhao Zong, my Zhao Zong. What should we do now? Zhao Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening his eyes. He then noticed that all the traders and subordinates were staring at him in panic. A chill ran through his heart. What happened? Beside him, Zhang Yongfeng swallowed hard. Zhao Zong. We've been hit with a sell-off. What? Zhao Xiaobing exclaimed as he rushed to the computer. Upon seeing the opening price on the screen, he was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? How could this happen? Zhao Xiaobing's eyes fixated on the numbers on the screen, and he plopped down into his chair. On the trading screen, several large green numbers indicated a 6 drop from yesterday's 10.93. Considering the previous 4 surge he had pushed, the price had plummeted by 10 within the last few seconds, equivalent to A limit down. How could this be? Who was selling off? Zhao Xiaobing was thoroughly panicked. He had already invested heavily yesterday, and today he had commanded his traders to maintain a high opening. This meant that he was the largest buyer in most of the transactions that had just occurred. Not to mention, there were still some unexecuted orders. Zhao Zong, what should we do? You need to make a decision. Those unexecuted orders are still open. Once the market opens, they will inevitably transact. Zhang Yongfeng anxiously reminded him. Shut up! Zhao Xiaobing was already in a state of turmoil. Hearing Zhang Yongfeng jabbering beside him only fueled his fury. Zhang Yongfeng quickly lowered his head. The surrounding traders exchanged worried glances. Zhao Zong, this dot may not be good. Yesterday it surged from limit down, and today it opens low like this. The funds that entered at yesterday's limit down will surely flee at the opening. Furthermore, this creates a perception among retail investors that yesterday's surge, coupled with today's drastic drop, is merely trapped funds attempting to salvage their positions. Consequently, the selling pressure after today's opening may be severe, and it could even hit limit down, a trader said, drenched in cold sweat. If today hits limit down, with their current positions, they would incur at least a 10 loss if it gets locked down and they cannot exit. What if it continues to fall on the next trading day? The consequences would be utterly dire. Zhao Xiaobing's expression grew increasingly grim. He was not blind. How could he not foresee such possibilities? Yet, he could not voice this. To do so would mean acknowledging his significant operational error today. At that point, he would have to shoulder the responsibility. There is a stark difference between bearing responsibility actively or passively. If it is passive, he can attribute it to the capricious nature of the market. However, if it is due to subjective misjudgment that leads to substantial losses, how would Zhao Xiaobing explain this to the company? At this moment, upon hearing the trader's words, Zhao Xiaobing coldly retorted, "Do you think I'm not aware of what you just said? I know. Do I need you to remind me? You are a trader. Your role is to execute my strategy, not to babble incessantly. Let me see what you are doing. I instructed you to maintain the price, not to make large purchases, did I? Who authorized you to do this? Do you even possess basic trading etiquette?" What? Zhao Zong. That remark is a bit excessive. The trader, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Clearly, it was your own strategy that was flawed. Why am I being blamed? Zhao Xiaobing smirked inwardly. Do you dare to retort? Get out. You are fired. Reckless operation. How dare you defy your superior? The trader was taken aback by Zhao Xiaobing's shamelessness. Fine, Zhao Xiaobing. I see through you now. You're trying to set me up, aren't you? Ha, I quit. Do as you wish. The trader, furious, stood up and walked out. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, not daring to raise their heads. Now, everyone, remember, after the opening, do not reduce your positions. Zhao Xiaobing took a deep breath. We cannot afford to lose our shares. Someone is deliberately creating panic. If we let go of our shares, that would signify true loss. For now, it is merely a floating loss. A floating loss is not a loss. Chapter 145. Water has no constant form. There is a saying that Zhao Xiaobing spoke correctly. Li Yin is indeed creating panic. Only under such circumstances can we maximize the concentration of shares while paving the way for future operations. Otherwise, once funds enter, if there is a rally, trapped investors will flee immediately. The constant upward push will meet with incessant selling, failing to achieve the desired effect. However, this time, it was not Li Yin who took action. He merely initiated it. The holdings left by Zhou Yushan were, through Guoxiaotian, cast into the market. Although experiencing losses during the day, the drop in price subsequently released the stocks borrowed from Zhou Yushan, assisting Guoxiaotian in alleviating some external issues for his company. This is also why Guoxiaotian heeded Li Yan's words. In a dual collapse, at least one side's losses are gradually decreasing. Although compared to the massive losses of his products, it feels rather insignificant. At least there is a glimmer of hope, right? In investment trading, losses are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the despair of being enveloped in darkness, unable to see any light. Li Zong, I've executed the sell-off. The positions are nearly cleared. What should we do next? After Guoxiaotian finished his sell-off, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Just as in the realm of futures trading, where many individuals find themselves on the brink of despair after incurring substantial losses, the moment one resolves to cut their positions, a sense of relief washes over them, despite the losses already sustained. It is akin to the saying, a broken pot should be thrown away. What has been done is done. Guo Xiaotian has completely allied himself with Li Yin, leaving no avenue for retreat. The only course now is to witness how Li Yin will turn the tide. As long as the positions are cleared, that is sufficient. Now we wait, Li Yin declared with a smile. Then I shall await your good news, young Master Li, Guo Xiaotian responded. At the same time, Su Fei gazed at the market with astonishment, followed by a hearty laugh. I knew it! I knew it! He exclaimed, pounding the table fervently before taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Beside him, Xiao Zhao felt a wave of anxiety. If it weren't for your decisive action, Su Zong, we would have suffered significant losses right at the opening, Xiao Zhao said, still shaken. No, the loss is trivial. What does it matter? Su Fei shook his head. What truly concerns me is that I have come to a realization. A realization? Xiao Zhao responded, bewildered. Su Fei pointed at the chart. Do you not find this method familiar? Compare it to the previous rise of DE technology. Xiao Zhao swiftly accessed the prior trading method of DE technology, gasping in astonishment. The techniques are strikingly similar. Prior to the surge, they first smashed the market, even breaking through key levels. Then, after some fluctuations, they launched upward. Is it possible that the Jiangtong Avenue has returned? It is highly probable, Su Fei nodded. However, it is somewhat peculiar. I researched yesterday's top seller, and it seems they were severely trapped in the last market cycle. I believe they are called Hongyuan Fund. They're active selling now. Could it be a liquidation? Xiao Zhao hesitated. Su Zong. Since the methods are similar, it must indeed be Jiangtong Avenue. If they have intentions to enter, we need not be overly concerned with anything else. Just keep our eyes on them. You have been waiting for that person to appear, and now they have. This time, it is a chance to compete. Su Fei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. I must have been somewhat deranged. After waiting for so long, the opportunity has arrived, yet I am unable to seize it. What is this? Let us observe and see who can lead this market wave. In that moment, Su Fei exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, a testament to countless trades and victories that have forged his formidable presence. Within the entire arena, there was not a single individual that instilled fear in him. The Jiangtong Avenue was merely a diversion. First, let us wait for the market to open. He could not allow them to take the lead. Inquire with the other brothers to see who still holds shares. First, let us push down the limit. Su Fei decisively instructed Xiao Zhao. Within the Ningzhou faction, led by Su Fei, numerous speculators surrounded him. As the commander of the daring squad, his command sent his brothers into immediate action in the blink of an eye. The moment of opening arrived. Time ticked by second, and countless gazes were fixed on the market, awaiting the performance of DE technology post-opening. Young Master Li, how shall we proceed? Kai Juewu asked, feeling a sense of déjà vu as he observed the DS market. It suddenly dawned on him that the previous rise of DE technology had mirrored this current trend. Ready. Set all orders at the 8 position. Li Yin inhaled deeply and declared. Kai Juewu momentarily paused. Are we not supposed to first hit the limit down, then lift it later, or wait for tomorrow's opening to continue accumulating shares? Li Yin responded with a mysterious smile. Who told you I was going to do that? Last time, Li Yin shook his head. You just said it. Last time. Kai Juewu was left in a state of confusion. Water has no constant form, and soldiers have no fixed strategy. This is precisely what a victor should do. Li Yin reminded him. At that moment, it seemed as if a window of enlightenment had opened in Kai Juewu's mind. However, time was already at the moment of opening. With a whoosh, countless panicked sell orders surged forth. Within less than 3 seconds from the opening price, the market plummeted below -8, teetering on the brink of hitting the limit down. Buy? Li Yin commanded. The 4 traders, along with Han Zixuan and Kai Juewu, began buying fervently. Instantly, a flood of buy orders surged onto the market. In 30 seconds, the price rebounded from -9.34 to -3 in a dramatic vertical rise. Stop! Li Yin took a deep breath and waved his hand. Young Master Li, we have purchased a total of 40 million. In just 30 seconds, 40 million transformed DE Technology's trading volume into one of the top in the market. With an average price at -7, 10.16, Han Zixuan reported promptly. Li Yin nodded, and then contacted Guo Xiaotian. Guozong, in 5 minutes, buy in fully. Do not concern yourself with price or cost. Just fill the positions completely. Huh? Fill it completely? Guo Xiaotian was taken aback. Indeed. Buy as much as you can. But remember, do not hit the limit up, Li Yin cautioned. Understood. Guo gritted his teeth and agreed. This was already a favorable outcome. As for what happened next, it was up to Li Yan's maneuvering. Quickly contemplating these thoughts, Guo hung up and prompted all traders to take action. In 5 minutes, buy. No regard for cost, no regard for price. Buy as much as you can, he roared within the exchange. After Li Yan hung up the phone, Kai Juowu beside him immediately inquired, "Young Master Li, are you trying to create a momentum? But there is a saying, 1 surge creates energy, while 2 diminish it, and 3 exhaust it. Why pause for 5 minutes? No, you are mistaken." Li Yan shook his head. Just like earlier, he pointed to the market. Kai Juowu and Han Zixuan appeared contemplative, and now? Han Zixuan blinked, looking at Li Yan with admiration. What about now? Let the bullets fly for a while. What people fear is not despair, but the glimmer of hope that is then extinguished. Only then does true despair arise. And emotions that will shatter. Let the bullets fly for a while. With this single phrase, Li Yan encapsulated the essence of his strategy. Both Kai Juowu and Han Zixuan fell into deep thought. If they were the retail investors trapped into e-technology at this moment, what would they do? At the thought of Li Yan's words, giving hope only to snuff it out, they both shuddered in unison. How terrifying! They looked at Li Yan's composed face, perceiving not just an individual, but a market demon. Thank goodness I am not your opponent, Li Zong. Otherwise, I would likely collapse, Kai Juowu admitted, a bitter smile on his lips. Previously, his admiration for Li Yan stemmed from the fluidity of Li Yan's first operation with the e-technology, an effortless dance of buying and selling. Yet, he only understood the surface without grasping the underlying principles. Now, standing beside Li Yan, executing his commands, and hearing Li Yan's explanations, Kai Juowu felt as though he had grasped something profound. He knew that while he might not be able to apply this knowledge just yet, having just encountered it for the first time, mastering it would significantly enhance his trading skills. Li Yan's succinct words had opened a new door for him. Kai Juowu had previously struggled through countless nights, yearning to uncover the pathway to trading. Yet that door had felt unbearably heavy, suffocating him. Now, however, that door, under Li Yan's guidance, had cracked open a small gap. While everything was under Li Yan's control, Zhao Xiaofei from Millennium Capital was ensconced in the trading room, with every pair of eyes fixated on the market. Did you see that? Did you see that? Ha ha! It held. It held. Someone has bottomed out. Ha ha! Zhao Xiaobing, disheveled and with his shirt collar torn open, shouted with bloodshot eyes. Wait! Let us first wait for it to turn red, and then we'll increase our positions. Zhao Zong, shouldn't we reduce our positions now? It feels like it's not moving much, Zhang Yongfeng whispered, offering a cautionary note. Indeed. As soon as he spoke, the previously overwhelming buy orders vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered retail investors attempting to catch the rebound. However, the sporadic orders, upon realizing that no substantial capital was entering, began to fragment. What the hell? What is happening? It's all your fault. You cursed mouth. Who the hell told you to speak? Zhao Xiaobing, without a second thought, lashed out at Zhang Yongfeng, like a gambler blinded by desperation. He sought to strike down anything that obstructed his path to fortune. Zhang Yongfeng was taken aback by Zhao Xiaobing's sudden hostility. He wanted to retort that Zhao Xiaobing was the fund manager and should not deflect blame so easily. Yet, Zhao Xiaobing's rank was higher, and he could only swallow his indignation. Zhao Xiaobing turned back to the screen, his arm flailing wildly. Buy more, buy more. His entire demeanor had spiraled into fervor, as a person succumbs to drowning. There is an innate desire for events to unfold in accordance with their expectations. Yet, reality often diverges from such hopes, epitomizing Murphy's Law at that very moment. In his frenzied state, Zhao Xiaobing remained oblivious to the abrupt cessation of purchases by Li Yan and his associates. On the trading board, buy orders dwindled rapidly, with scattered purchases failing to stimulate any upward trend. Ultimately, following a brief surge, the stock price of the e-technology descended into an eerie calm in the initial minute. The buying and selling momentum, along with transaction volume, had surged to an astonishing degree. However, mere moments later, the market abruptly returned to a state of tranquility. Buy orders became scarce, and sell orders diminished as well. It felt as though, amidst a vigorous storm, the atmosphere had suddenly turned serene. Was this it? Was it truly over? The market needed to rally. Damn it. Having just entered, why did an ominous foreboding wash over me? What a mess. Could I be stuck holding the bag? Observing yesterday's surge and today's apparent rebound, might this be a ploy to offload at a higher price? Surely, it must be a scheme to offload. From yesterday's position to today, at least a 10 profit had been realized. The multitude of anxious retail investors fixated on the market, particularly those who had chased in during the rebound, felt as restless as ants on a hot stove. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaobing was drenched in cold sweat. The frantic cries had inexplicably vanished, and he was now gasping for breath. Sell everything, he suddenly shouted to his traders. Huh? Zhao, shouldn't we wait a bit longer? Zhang Yongfeng couldn't help but interject. Wait? If we wait and incur losses, will you take responsibility? Zhao Xiaobing replied sharply. Zhang Yongfeng opened his mouth, tempted to retort, you were the one who insisted on holding earlier. Now you want to sell. And you dare to scold me? Yet, at that moment, he dared not speak further. Thus, regardless of clarity or willingness, under Zhao Xiaobing's command, Qinshijin Investments holdings in the e-technology were frantically liquidated. The market, having lingered in stagnation for less than a minute, plummeted with even greater ferocity. 3 minutes later, Zhao, everything has been cleared out. Our losses are quite severe. The funds that entered yesterday, combined with today's opening surge, have now been sold off. The total lost may exceed 10. The trader spoke laboriously to Zhao Xiaobing. A 10 loss in net value for a single day. How utterly frustrating. Yet, Zhao Xiaobing merely remarked coolly, the market operates this way, where profit coexists with loss. Our foremost priority is to curtail losses and let profits run. Otherwise, if we remain trapped, won't we incur even greater losses? The crowd fell silent. Regardless of the discourse, he was, after all, in the right. However, just as Zhao Xiaobing spoke with a calm demeanor, Zhang Yongfeng approached him, poked his arm, and weakly said, Zhao, it has surged with a crack. The pin in Zhao Xiaobing's grasp was abruptly crushed. Surged? He turned his head with great difficulty, witnessing a torrent of buy orders surging upwards in a manner reminiscent of a tsunami. The momentum was even more ferocious than the initial wave. Zhao Xiaobing could no longer maintain his composure. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the table. Zhao! His subordinates gasped in alarm, and it took Zhao Xiaobing a moment to regain his senses. He quickly rose to observe the market trends of the e-technology. In mere moments, amidst a flood of buy orders, the market successfully broke through previous highs without pause, erupting skyward like a volcano. Soon enough, it surpassed yesterday's closing price, completing a dramatic reversal from red to green. A few traders, unable to contain themselves, urged Zhao Xiaobing, Zhao, what should we do now? Should we chase? Chase? No, we cannot chase. We must not chase. Zhao Xiaobing inhaled deeply. Indeed, Zhao, such volume must signify an upward reversal. Several traders began to persuade him. This is the A-shares market, not the U.S. stock market. If we enter at this position and tomorrow mirrors today, what then? Zhao Xiaobing questioned the traders with a grim expression. Enough. Stop talking. My judgment is sound. Buying is acceptable. But such massive volume cannot indicate accumulation. It is clearly a maneuver to attract investors for a harvest. Yesterday's sell-off, today's surge. The orchestrators of this market may very well be those who were deeply trapped at the previous peak. Zhao Xiaobing declared, scrutinizing the Shanghai Composite Index as he addressed the group. The traders furrowed their brows. Falling silent. One cannot awaken one who feigns sleep. At this juncture, Zhao Xiaobing was evidently putting on a fade, having lost his basic judgment of the market. Further discourse was futile. As the fund manager, all authority rested with him. Coupled with the earlier experiences of Zhang Yongfeng being rebuffed, no one dared to speak up. Rest assured, this wave of the market won't ascend so easily. What position are we in now? The index has plummeted from 1289 points before the new year to 1070, and it may soon breach the 1,000-point mark. At that juncture, the overall environment will undergo a complete transformation. Zhao Xiaobing elaborated fervently, striving to convey his perspective. But what if .it rises? Someone whispered. Rises? If it can rise, then we'll discuss it. Zhao Xiaobing pondered, admitting, I acknowledge that my actions today were somewhat flawed. However, that is inconsequential. Although we are incurring losses with the e-technology, today's market is exceedingly volatile. No one can predict what the market will do next. Everyone, remain vigilant. Today's closing will undoubtedly be a bearish candle. If tomorrow opens low, we shall re-enter. We only need to elevate the price to match recent levels, and we can profit. Hearing Zhao Xiaobing's words, the others had no choice but to nod in agreement. However, how could the market possibly adhere to Zhao Xiaobing's script? As he spoke, the price had already surged from yesterday's red to a 2 increase. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Xiaobing's forehead. It cannot exceed 5. There isn't that much buying power, Zhao Xiaobing asserted confidently. Yet, tragically, as soon as he uttered these words, several large orders surged in, instantly pushing the price to a 6 increase. Zhao, we should chase. It's about to hit the limit. One trader could no longer contain himself. Zhao Xiaobing hesitated, his expression fraught with conflict. With each ebb and flow, he found himself in a quagmire. If he entered now, regardless of what followed, he would already face a loss of over 10%. Would the price rise that much further? If it did not, would he not be trapped? Wait, let us hold off, let us observe. If it truly confirms an upward trend, we can then engage. We'll simply place a limit order at the ceiling price, Zhao Xiaobing insisted. Meanwhile, the price continued to ascend, reaching an 8 increase. Zhao Xiaobing's countenance turned pale. It seemed as though today's performance of the technology was entirely orchestrated to slap Zhao Xiaobing in the face. However, at that very moment, a shift occurred in the market. The previously surging buy orders appeared to be dwindling. After hovering around the 8 mark for a moment, the price failed to hit the ceiling and gradually slipped back down, eventually settling around 6. They had witnessed Zhao Xiaobing's so-called foresight throughout the morning. Truly absurd. Within the trading room of Hongyuan Fund, Guo observed that they had already reached a 60 position and picked up the phone to contact Li Yan Ali. We accumulated 60 of our position after buying in from the depths. Should we temper the market? Guo inquired. Haha, Guo, your experience is commendable and your control is excellent. Let the bullets fly for a while, but remember, we must reach 80 today. The rest will be left to me. Li Yan replied with a smile. Understood. At this juncture, Guo ceased to ponder further. He instructed the traders to slow down their buying and even placed a few scattered sell orders from the remaining positions to manage the market. This led to a depletion of buy orders, causing the stock price to gradually decline. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaobing remained unaware that his so-called foresight was wildly off the mark. As the price hovered around 6 without further decline, several traders looked to Zhao Xiaobing and asked, Zhao, are we not taking action? Zhao Xiaobing cast a cold glance at them. What's the hurry? We'll wait for a better opportunity. I'll explain this pattern to you. Suddenly, a large order surged onto the board, instantly propelling the stock price upward. His voice trailed off abruptly. In but a fleeting moment, following a surge of substantial orders, an onslaught of further large transactions flooded in, propelling the price directly to its upper limit. With a swift motion, the price surged upwards, firmly anchoring itself at the limit price. The stock price stood at 12.02, and the buy orders pressed forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the volume surpassed 80 million, with the thickness of orders visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. Zhao Xiaobing sat down in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. What had he done? In the morning session, he had recklessly pushed the price up only to be met with a sell-off. Then, during the second attempt, fearing further decline, he had sold off his positions. Throughout this ordeal, his traders and assistants, including Zhang Yongfeng, had warned him countless times. Had he heeded even one of their suggestions, he would not be in such a dire predicament. But now, all that remained was a chaotic mess. Zhao, what should we do next? Several traders exchanged glances, unable to contain their curiosity. Let us see how it goes when the market opens tomorrow, Zhao Xiaobing replied despondently. The others nodded in agreement, although Zhao Xiaobing's actions were utterly misguided. The market had already moved on in such circumstances. With the limit firmly set, what could be done? Even those wishing to buy could not enter. Let us hope this time there's at least a chance to get on board. Several traders exchanged wry smiles, expressing their disdain for Zhao Xiaobing's capabilities as the new fund manager. It was easy to talk a good game, but in the end, it amounted to nothing in stark contrast to Zhao Xiaobing's disheartened misfortune. Li Yan and his team gazed at the market with regret. Li Xiao, someone has jumped in ahead of us. We are a bit late, and we haven't acquired many shares, Han Zixuan lamented. Just as they were poised to ignite the market, someone else had seized the opportunity. Upon noticing the unusual activity, Li Yan acted without hesitation, issuing a buy order. The rush for shares commenced. This action propelled the price to its limit. However, instead of securing all the floating shares he intended, He only managed to acquire a third of his target. Indeed, such skill and insight. It's remarkably sharp. Someone has beaten us to it. I wonder who that big player is, Kai Juowu remarked. Yin merely smiled. There's no reason to feel regret. Aside from those at the upper limit, who else could it be? An old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Kai Juowu gasped. Could it be that individual from Ningzhou? At that moment, excitement surged among Kai Juowu and the four traders. They hadn't expected Su, the master helmsman, to intervene. But will this rally have any longevity, Li? Kai Juowu couldn't help but voice his concern. Our shareholding is somewhat limited. We can gradually accumulate shares. This wave of momentum is just beginning, Li Yin replied confidently. Moreover, with someone else igniting the limit and boosting sentiment, it will make things easier for us. After Li Yin spoke, Han Zishuan nodded in agreement. It does simplify matters. However, are we not a bit short on shares? Rest assured, the shares will eventually come into our possession. Han Zishuan and Kai Juowu exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom Li Yan's strategy. Yet, Li Yin remained silent, beginning to peruse stock charts in search of something elusive. Sigh. Working alongside Li is an indescribable experience, Kai Juowu murmured. Han Zishuan smirked. I feel the same. You have no idea, when I first followed Li Xiao into futures, it was truly enigmatic. Thankfully, we aren't opposing him. Kai Juowu nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her sentiment. Ningzhou. Su Fei observed the stable market trends. A confident smile playing on his lips. This time, I'm ahead of you. After offloading all his shares at the market open, Su Fei noted the resurgence of the technology, reminiscent of its previous trajectory, immediately flooding his mind with memories. He was certain. Although he hadn't seen the trading seat on Longqing Jiangtong Avenue yesterday, today's activity was undeniably linked to that individual. Contemplating this, Su Fei identified an opportunity. At the moment he acquired shares, a flurry of buy orders surged onto the market, further validating his hypothesis. He realized that the collaborator from before had returned, with the same technology and similar tactics. However, this time, Su Fei was not merely following along for minor profits. He was the one to initiate the rally. Throughout the day, propelled by substantial volume, the technology led the way, followed by a series of limit-up boards. A 1.03 increase. As the market closed firmly, all shareholders erupted in jubilation. The bull market had arrived. This is the first wave of the new year. Indeed, there was no doubt now, just before the year end, people had fretted about a dip below 1,000 points. Today's robust candlestick had firmly established a foundation for an upward trend. I dare say, this time, the market might surpass new highs, reaching 2,000 points. Just the thought ignited excitement among the masses. Countless individuals began to cheer. Those holding shares were exhilarated, while those with cash were fervent, preparing to make substantial purchases on the next trading day. A bull market demands vigorous strides. Chapter 149. The return of the king at 4:30. The rankings were announced through various channels. Countless individuals rushed to check the leaderboard, utterly astonished by the illustrious lineup. The top buyer was Longqing Securities, Funan Road. Second was Ningzhou, Jiefeng South Road. Third was Longqing Huaxin, Jiangtong Avenue. The fourth and fifth spots also belonged to renowned speculative trading seats, though their buying amounts paled in comparison to the first three. The market was engulfed in a fervor. Longqing Funan Road is nothing. I'd never heard of it before. The real glamour lies with Jiefeng South Road. Look at this volume. It's reminiscent of the transaction volume during the ignition. Clearly, the master helmsman had taken the reins, directly igniting the limit. I've jumped in. Let us see how much we can reap this time. Does anyone remember when the technology surged? The primary trading seat was Longqing Jiangtong Avenue. Is this the king's return? A flurry of discussions erupted among retail investors, with some keen observers noting the return of Jiangtong Avenue and recalling its previous coordination that had catapulted the technology to stardom. This group had quietly resolved that, provided there was no sell-off tomorrow, they would jump in. Once this rally commenced, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, some true speculative titans were not merely fixated on the buying seats. They began to scrutinize the selling side. The top seller was surprisingly the same as yesterday's bottom buying seat, leaving many puzzled. While those outside pondered these developments, those who had already entered the fray had different reactions. Upon seeing the trading seats, Li Yin couldn't help but smile. They were all familiar to him. As for the buyers, it was needless to say. The The top seat was from Hong Yuan, and the second aligned perfectly with his predictions. A signature move from the master helmsman Li Xiao. You were indeed correct. It is the individual from Ningzhou. But this person has significant sway among retail investors. With their aggressive entry, will it affect us? Han Zixuan furrowed her brow. Questioning him, Dalai Yin shook his head. No, it won't. He offered no further explanation, and while Han Zixuan was unsure of his mindset, she had grown accustomed to his strategic ways. Meanwhile, Kai Juowu, fixated on the selling side, asked Li Yin with a peculiar expression, Li, are you intentionally targeting Qinshi? The top seller's position was notably from Qinshi Jin2, a department Kai Juowu was intimately familiar with, having spent considerable time there. Li Yin scoffed, Zhao Xiaobing? Targeting him is unnecessary. If it weren't for his erratic movements, I wouldn't have achieved my goals so easily. Such individuals are simply beyond words. However, I believe today will not bode well for him. Upon hearing this, Kai Juowu couldn't help but chuckle. Not well? It will likely be quite dire. Judging by the amount sold, it's clear that not only were yesterday's bottom buys offloaded, but a portion of holdings from the technology left over from his time at Qinshi Jin2 was also discarded. Furthermore, considering Zhao Xiaobing's prior listing on the leaderboard, it's evident that he was the one who pushed the price up during the morning auction. In other words, Zhao Xiaobing's reckless ambition to monopolize has been thwarted by Li Yin, Hong Yuan Fund, and even Su Fei from Ningzhou. The reason Zhao Xiaobing did not appear on the buying leaderboard is entirely due to the substantial amounts purchased by Li Yin and others, effectively pushing him out of the spotlight. Even if his holdings remained unchanged today, the losses he incurs are surely significant. At least 10. Kai Juowu remarked. That sounds about right. Just from that morning auction alone, he probably faced considerable losses. I wonder what miraculous moves he will make tomorrow. If only there were a few more individuals like him as adversaries, it would certainly ease my burden, Li Yin chuckled. Kai Juowu nodded in agreement. Zhao Xiaobing's actions were nothing short of foolish. Let us hope he exhibits a modicum of restraint upon seeing the leaderboard tomorrow. Otherwise, the entire Qinshi Jin2 may be dragged into an abyss by Zhao Xiaobing's folly. Kai Juowu held a complicated sentiment towards Qinshi Jin2. This is his former employer, Zhao Xiaobing, whose fund he meticulously established. Now, he is compelled to depart, yet finds himself on the opposite side of Zhao Xiaobing, helplessly witnessing Zhao's intent to obliterate everything he built. This sensation, an amalgam of myriad emotions, can only be fully comprehended by those who experience it firsthand. At this moment, Zhao Xiaobing has been summoned to the office by the CEO, who is questioning him about the day's losses. After a lengthy explanation, he manages to evade immediate repercussions, but the CEO has set a clear boundary. Should the losses continue, Zhao Xiaobing's role as fund manager will be terminated. Han Shunsen, the owner of Millennium Gold Investment, nodded with a grim expression and remarked, You'd better keep your word. I can give you everything you have now, but I can also see you out the door. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Zhao Xiaobing replied, bowing his head in submission. Outside the office, his subordinates listened to the commotion within, reveling in the misfortune. This is hysteria. I thought he could maintain his facade indefinitely. He's worse than President Kai. It's only been a few days, and he's made a complete mess of things. What a joke. Indeed, even though President Kai's performance was lacking, he was always polite. But this one has no regard for us at all. Enough chatter, let us not provoke him. Who knows what trouble we might invite if he overhears us? Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaobing, his standing among his subordinates had plummeted after today's events. Regardless of his growing agitation, he needed to devise a solution. Upon opening the leaderboard, he spotted Jiangdong Avenue listed and suddenly remembered something. He picked up the phone and called, Zhang Yongfeng, come here. Chapter 150. Full position pursuit. Zhang Yongfeng nervously pushed open the door to Zhao Xiaobing's office and timidly greeted. President Zhao, come in, sit down. No need for formality, Zhao Xiaobing said with a beaming smile. However, this expression only deepened Zhang Yongfeng's unease, thinking, what scheme is he up to this time? Over the past few days, he had borne the brunt of Zhao Xiaobing's ire, yet he could not retaliate, leading to a palpable sense of frustration. Thus, Zhao Xiaobing's smile only heightened his apprehension, making him feel as though he were a lamb before a wolf. No need, I'm fine standing, Zhang Yongfeng cautiously replied. Is there something you need, President Zhao? Clearing his throat, Zhao Xiaobing began. Today, I was in a bit of a foul mood. It wasn't personal, don't take it to heart. You know, being new here, I don't have many allies. You're my secretary, and I need to be somewhat familiar with you. Sometimes, I can only express my thoughts in this manner. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position. Zhang Yongfeng was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zhao Xiaobing could utter such words. Was this an act of humility or an apology? Perhaps a bit of both. He felt a twinge of emotion. Thinking, although Zhao is sometimes harsh, he is not entirely unreasonable. Consequently, after Zhao Xiaobing finished speaking, he immediately replied, President Zhao, please, no need for such words. Just let me know if you need anything. I appreciate your regard for me. Zhao Xiaobing's expression turned peculiar. He thought, there are truly people like this? How utterly pathetic. He had merely intended to placate Zhang Yongfeng to save face. But Zhang had completely misinterpreted the situation. Fine. Just remember. You are the one I value most, Zhao Xiaobing coughed lightly, summarizing his remarks. I understand. Thank you, President Zhao, Zhang Yongfeng said, his face brimming with gratitude. Zhao Xiaobing continued, I have an important task for you. Didn't you mention a company that Kai Juewu recently joined called Xinju Investment? Yes, Kai Juewu mentioned it to me personally, Zhang Yongfeng affirmed. Zhao Xiaobing lowered his voice. You saw the leaderboard for the technology today. Among the buying positions, one of the listed brokerage firms is Jiangtong Avenue. Previously, the position for Xinju Investment was indeed at Jiangtong Avenue. Correct. Zhang Yongfeng's heart raced. President Zhao, are you suggesting? Zhao Xiaobing chuckled. I suspect that position belongs to them. I need you to investigate thoroughly and compile a report for me. What? That's impossible. Today, everyone is saying that Jiangtong Avenue was the main player during the previous surge of technology, and at that time, Xinju Investment hadn't even been established. Zhang Yongfeng hesitated. Zhao Xiaobing's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean you think? I don't want your thoughts. I want my thoughts. Do you understand my meaning? Zhang Yongfeng fell silent, fully grasping Zhao Xiaobing's intent. Clearly, he was aiming to conduct a market investigation through him, positioning the Jiangtong Avenue seat of Xinju Investment as the one that had propelled the technology to prominence. However, Zhang Yongfeng recognized that this was not the same seat at all. Zhao Xiaobing's plan amounted to framing Kai Juewu for the current failures of the fund he controlled. At this moment, a choice presented itself to Zhang Yongfeng. Aligning with one side would mean irrevocably alienating the other, a precarious situation that could put him in a dire predicament. President Zhao, is there no other way? Zhang Yongfeng asked, visibly troubled. Zhao Xiaobing's demeanor shifted abruptly. You just said, let me take care of you. I thought of you first for this opportunity, considering you my confidant. Why hesitate? Are you looking down on me? No. It's just that I worry about the potential fallout if things go awry. Zhang Yongfeng hastily interjected, glancing at Zhao Xiaobing with concern. Zhao Xiaobing snorted, this is an internal matter. I'm merely taking precautions. If the situation deteriorates, we'll have a reason to extricate ourselves. Otherwise, when the CEO comes down hard, we'll all be in trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Yongfeng contemplated, and indeed, he saw the logic in Zhao Xiaobing's reasoning. All right, I'll do my best. Not just your best. Formulate this into an internal report. During tomorrow's meeting, I will bring it up, Zhao Xiaobing said with a sinister smile. At that moment, his strategy became clear. Kai Juewu has departed, yet he immediately uses the position of Xinju Investment to target Millennium Gold Investment. Under such circumstances, this constitutes a serious violation. After all, Kai Juewu was aware of Millennium Gold Investment's position. In the end, I, Zhao Xiaobing, will shift all losses onto Kai Juewu, potentially ruining his reputation within this circle. A double victory. Once Zhang Yongfeng, the fool, had been dismissed, Zhao Xiaobing chuckled to himself, secretly applauding his cunning. Little did he know, the Jiangtong Avenue position had formerly belonged to Li Yin. The only outcome awaiting Zhao Xiaobing was a tragic downfall. The next day, as the market opened, buoyed by the previous day's sentiment, particularly the influence of several firms on the leaderboard, the technology surged by approximately 3 right from the start. Its valuation soared to 12.38. Kai Juewu, observing the profits materializing on the trading floor, inquired with Li Yin, Li Xiao, how shall we proceed today? Place a limit order, buy in fully, continue to increase our position, Li Yin replied nonchalantly. We're going to pursue a limit order directly, Kai Juewu and a few traders, startled by Li Yan's words, looked up in astonishment. Pursue. Li Yin assessed the company's available operating funds, totaling around 200 million yuan. When the company was established, Xia Wanjun contributed 100 million. while he himself injected about 50 million, along with another 50 million from Hong Yuan. After reserving a small amount for routine operations, Li Yin intended to invest the entirety into the market. Having recently infused over 50 million, he was still far from his desired position. Given the current market conditions, he anticipated being able to increase his holdings further. After 2 days of trading trial and error, although Kai Juewu and the others were puzzled by Li Yan's intentions, they had developed a habit of execution. As the opening time approached, the sounds of keyboards and mice melded into a frenzy. Li Yan's directives were executed flawlessly, with everyone focused solely on one thought: buy, and buy again. Chapter 151. Establishing the main line. The market opened high at 3. The moment the bidding commenced, countless individuals had already been awaiting this moment since the previous day's leaderboard revelation. Upon witnessing this bidding, no one uttered a word. Across the nation, whether retail investors in trading halls or large investors in their offices and studios, everyone was sharpening their knives, ready to seize profit. At this moment, as market enthusiasm surged, stock prices soared with remarkable simplicity. As the market opened, there was a brief pause before it swiftly dropped by 6, only to continue rising without hesitation in just 56 seconds. It reached the limit-up position at 13.22, with a flood of buy orders accumulating, solidifying the opening's consecutive gains. Wow, this is brutal, Li Xiao. We invested over 50 million and still couldn't snag any. Han Zixuan gazed at the market, reporting to Li Yin. Li Yin nodded, finding it quite similar to his own estimations. Indeed, this trend is simply extraordinary. It is no surprise that the technology, crafted meticulously by Mr. Li, is thriving with such popularity. If it weren't for Mr. Li's explicit instructions to buy at the limit-up price, securing 50 million would have been an impossible feat. Kai Juewu remarked, his admiration for Li Yan's grasp of market sentiment growing ever deeper. Li Xiao, our holdings have now surpassed the halfway mark. What are your plans for the next steps? Han Zixuan inquired. With 2 limit-up trades, and due to the relatively low entry point yesterday, even today's frantic buying has yielded an overall profit of approximately 13 on the technology. In just 2 days, the unrealized gains have already reached an astonishing 13 million. It feels as though they are simply seizing money. The group exchanged glances, all intimidated by Li Yan's ruthless approach. It is one thing not to know, but once calculated, it is quite shocking. At this moment, whether it was Kai Juewu, who was already familiar with Li Yan's style, or Han Zixuan, or the 4 traders, they all felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. To be part of such a market movement would undoubtedly be a significant highlight in their trading careers, especially for Kai Juewu. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his trading skills accumulated over the years were utterly insignificant. Moving forward, we need not concern ourselves with the technology anymore. 100 million in positions is sufficient. Li Yin mused. Need not concern ourselves? The others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Now is the time to press the advantage. Why would we not pay attention? None could comprehend his reasoning. Li Yin chuckled, noting that after 2 days of brewing excitement, far too many eyes were now fixed on technology. It had become the market's leading dragon. Am I wrong in saying this? The group nodded in agreement. Indeed. Whether in popularity or trading volume, the technology has developed the aura of a contender for the market's top spot. Moreover, let us not forget, a month prior, during the wave before the new year, the technology had already left a lasting impression on many with its frenzied ascent. Under such circumstances, is a decline even feasible? Following the prolonged bearish trend, those who needed to cut losses had already done so. What remains are those deeply trapped. Over these past 2 days, a concept has been conveyed to many. The technology is set to rise further. It shall ascend significantly. After all, these 2 days have been all about accumulating shares. Li Yin asserted confidently, stating that those who are not overly deep in their positions, even if they break even, will not exit easily. Those with wavering convictions will have their shares snatched up ruthlessly. At this point, he paused. Under such conditions, there can only be one direction. Upward, and yet more upward. Shall we simply await our exit? One trader could not help but inquired at Li Xiao, how high do you think the technology can rise? Li Yin shrugged. I only observe sentiment, not the fluctuations of rise or fall. How high it ascends is the market's decision. It is not for us to predict. Attempting to forecast the market is one of the most foolish endeavors. You would only shackle your own trading maneuvers. The trader, visibly flustered, nodded in agreement, though he was older than Li Yan. He appeared like a student receiving enlightenment. In this market, age does not guarantee proficiency. Although young, Li Yan's prodigious trading abilities and philosophies have thoroughly captivated everyone after these 2 days of operations. At this time, Li Yan produced a sheet of paper, jotting down the codes of several stocks. These stocks, commence building positions today. Remember, do not attract anyone's attention. Small orders, no rush. Build positions gradually. Longhua Technology, Manchester Electric Science. Ximin shares. The group gazed at the stocks Li Yan had selected, exchanging glances until Kai Juewu finally ventured to ask, Li Xiao, these stocks are all technology shares? Yet they don't seem entirely aligned. Is there a specific logic behind this accumulation? Li Yan smiled. Indeed, they are technology stocks. Moreover, they are operational and conceptual tech. Some of them are equity stakes in technology. Upon hearing this, the seasoned traders instantly comprehended. Li Xiao, are you aiming to craft a robust connection here? Kai Juewu exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, let us see how it unfolds, Li Yan replied nonchalantly. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, began preparing to build their positions based on Li Yan's recommendations. Throughout the day, the market continued to oscillate at the elevated levels established yesterday. After all, the entire market is not solely driven by any single stock, especially considering the early months of '99, when the stock market was still lacking in diversification, predominantly featuring traditional industries, resulting in somewhat muted performances. Under such circumstances, the overall market's trading atmosphere remained rather lackluster. These particular stocks, while possessing some trading volume, were not active enough, making them ideal for gradual accumulation. As the day progressed, the e-technology remained a beacon of brilliance, closing firmly at the limit up, sending countless holders into frenzied cheers. Zhao Yibing, at this moment, regretted his decisions profoundly. He had pondered more than once that had he not been shaken out yesterday, today would have been remarkably profitable. Alas, there are no ifs in this world, nor any regret pills to consume. He could only watch helplessly as the market unfolded. Finally, with reddened eyes, he addressed everyone, put aside everything at hand. Tomorrow at the opening, keep a close watch on e-technology. I sense that there will be significant movements. This time, we cannot afford to miss out, whether it opens tomorrow or the day after. Once it begins to dip, we must charge in. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiaobing, in his fervor, he had unwittingly elevated the chase of rising stocks and cutting losses to an art form. Chapter 152. Exit and Mindset at the Market's Close. The e-technology remained limit up. Once the Dragon and Tiger list was released, the Jiangtong Avenue trading room occupied the top position. Notably, today, no significant selling pressure emerged. In other words, all major players participating unanimously held a positive outlook onto e-technology. This ignited fervor among the public regarding the e-technology.its on the second limit up. From 2 to 3, the carp leaps over the Dragon Gate. Other stocks may still hesitate, but the e-technology has no need for concern. Tomorrow, it will surely open high. Hard to say. With 2 limit ups and considering the previous day's sell-off, the major players are likely sitting on gains nearing 30. Short-term capital may flee tomorrow. Who cares? I am unaware of whether others will flee, but I'm focused on Jiangtong Avenue. As long as Jiangtong Avenue remains, I shall not depart. On the contrary, everyone should exercise caution regarding Liberation South Road. Those rascals may leave at a whim. They might even unleash a sell-off. Amidst the discussions, they began to deliberate on the current market conditions. Unbeknownst to them, someone started to harbor doubts about Liberation South Road. Increasingly inclined to trust Li Yan's Jiangtong Avenue. Have these individuals gone mad? Jiangtong Avenue has only recently emerged, yet it dares to challenge our standing in the market. Su Zong. We must teach him a lesson this time. Su Fei's assistant, Xiao Zhao, remarked gloomily as he observed these posts. Su Fei, however, chuckled lightly, saying, "There's no need for concern. The market will ultimately reveal the truth." The reason for this shift is primarily that the individuals behind Jiangtong Avenue possess remarkable discernment. Previously, he single-handedly spearheaded e-technology, leaving a profound impression on many, and when he departed last time, he did not betray the retail investors. This has left numerous individuals with lingering thoughts. However, in this market, the amount of money is finite. When some earn, others will inevitably lose. There will always be those who pick up the pieces at high prices, so-called benevolent investors. Such kindness is merely coincidental. Su Fei regarded the seating of Jiangtong Avenue with high esteem, perceiving it as a worthy rival. Yet, his operational philosophy stood in stark contrast. In his view, everything is ripe for harvesting. This recent statement has laid bare his true sentiments. The outcome of this contest remains uncertain. He chuckled, eager to observe the expressions of those following Jiangtong Avenue in a few days. Su Fei's cold laughter echoed. His judgment was undoubtedly based on solid reasoning. He had built positions at a lower cost than Li Yin. He initiated the spark. Thus, it can be said he had seized the initiative in this entire market movement, outpacing Li Yin's South Jiangtong Avenue over these past 2 days. Given this scenario, leveraging his esteemed status in the market and his capabilities, there was no reason for him to lose. After the market closed, Guo Xiaotian arrived at the Xinzhou investment trading room, Li Zone. Impressive indeed. It's still you who takes the lead. Many are closely monitoring your movements. How far do you think the e-technology can go? Guo Xiaotian exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement as he showered Li Yin with compliments. He had reaped tangible benefits, not to mention the shares he held in Xinzhou investment. Merely the operations of these past 2 days had completely alleviated the impending crisis of Hong Yuan's first quarter report. And all of this transpired in just 2 days. At present, with the e-technology having undergone a splendid transformation, he felt somewhat uncertain about its trajectory following the second limit up. Thus, he took the initiative to seek out Li Yin, hoping to glean some insights from him. After all, Guo Xiaotian was well aware that Li Yin's operations over these last 2 days could not be deemed exceptionally brilliant. Many could replicate them individually. The true brilliance lay in the momentum Li Yin wielded. Previously, he had operated the e-technology through Jiangtong Avenue's position, and now he returned as a conqueror. Countless eyes were undoubtedly fixated on his position. Under these circumstances, every move Li Yin made would naturally influence the market. Guo Xiaotian was acutely aware of his intentions. He was undoubtedly wondering when to exit. Guo Xiaotian, with a flush upon his cheeks, nodded slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment, yet not overly perturbed. Years of navigating the tumultuous market had imparted to him a profound understanding. Survival in this realm was paramount, and everything else was expendable. Presently, given the opportunity bestowed upon him by Li Yin, he would unequivocally refuse to relinquish it for the sake of mere pride. Thus, he stood resolutely before Li Yin. Mr. Guo, you have misdirected your inquiry. Li Yin pondered for a moment before responding. What do you mean by that? Rest assured, Li Xiao, I, old Guo, am not one to lack discernment. Regardless of the eventual outcome, your relationship with Hong Yuan is one of gratitude, not enmity. Even if I misjudge the situation, I shall harbor no resentment towards you, Guo Xiaotian asserted. Thumping his chest proudly, Li Yin smiled wryly. That is not my intention. Rather, I am uncertain how far this market trend will extend. After all, I am not omniscient. As you have observed in recent days, this trend is not solely my endeavor. I am aware that Jiefeng South Road is also involved, yet they were present last time as well. Li Xiao, you are far too modest, Guo Xiaotian reflected for a moment before continuing. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Guo Xiaotian nodded. As long as there are no evident exit signals, I will hold on to it. After bidding Guo Xiaotian farewell, Kai Zhiwu furrowed his brow and remarked, Li Xiao, Mr. Guo's mindset appears to be problematic. Li Yin glanced at him. You have discerned it as well? It is not that his mentality is lacking. Rather, the pit that Zhou Yushan dug for him was far too deep for him to escape. In the realm of trading, mindset is of utmost importance. Guo Xiaotian has staked everything on Li Yan's venture. Marking a promising beginning, however, the question of when to disembark will ultimately test his own capabilities. Whether he can endure until that day will depend solely on his own choices. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Li Yin arrived early at the trading room, preparing to outline the operational tasks for the day. However, as the clock inched toward 9, Kai Zhiwu had yet to arrive, prompting a slight furrow of concern on Li Yan's brow.